You arrived in this world on the first day. Ignored all hierarchical systems. Even an S-rank powerhouse would kneel before you before leaving. It even made numerous system pop-ups wail about detecting irreparable errors. Just because you awakened the god-tier skill Unstable Mutation, just casually whip up a light-based spell. It mutated into a nuclear-level blast wave. The foreigners are all shedding tears, begging you to quickly lie flat. He's the first one. At that moment, a woman's voice came from inside the Tenio base. You only feel a chill rising from within your heart. What's going on? Can't move, as if suddenly turned into a vegetable. The body is completely out of one's control. You turned away with a numb expression. Looked back at the owner of the female voice behind. Who do you think you are? What have you done to me? For a moment, was somewhat flustered. Yet these problems remained stuck in my chest. Then, you walked with robotic steps. Step by step, he walked to the woman's side. At this moment, a wave of pain surged through your mind. The memories belonging to the body's original owner began to boil. 400 days ago, my former home was shrouded in gray mist. The shattered restricted zone has awakened, ushering the world into its final demise. One after another, forbidden zone entrances rose from the earth. Indestructible. 10 days after the entrance appeared, monster tribes will emerge from it. Destroy everything of the old world. The old order was overturned in a short span of time. Fortunately, in desperate circumstances, humanity has found a way to deal with the forbidden zones by actively entering them. Break through the forbidden zone within 10 days to close the entrance. Prevent disasters at their source. The Ashen Walker, possessing power beyond the ordinary imagination, but with a mortality rate as high as 95%. Yet it made the original owner of the body extremely resistant. Of course, the same goes for you now. The purpose of the woman's visit this time. It's about finding cannon fodder for the team to breach the restricted zone. After gaining control over you, the woman turned around and left the room. You follow her numbly from behind. Along the way, she randomly selected 5 more unlucky souls. A group of 7 arrived on the 8th floor of the building. The figures of 3 women and 1 man came into view. The most eye-catching. Undoubtedly, it was the woman seated at the head position. The memories of the body's original owner surged once more, revealing to you this person's identity, the supreme authority of the Iron Feather base. Human rank 43, Li Yanran. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, cutting off the inside from the outside. Li Yanran raised her wrist, glanced at her watch, and said, "We still have an hour, let's take a break first. By the way, Anyue, plant the super bomb first." The woman, Anyue, who led you in turns around and extends her hand. Touch each of your foreheads in turn. You suddenly feel. A warm current took root in the region of his heart. It was as if a foreign object had lodged itself, absorbing the body's chi and blood, nourishing itself. Wait, what is this thing? The sense of dread in my heart grows ever stronger. It also makes you realize, the bunch of troublemakers led by Li Yanran before us are definitely no good. Yet, no one cares about your inner monologue. Li Yanran spoke again. The frequency of restricted zone openings is increasing. The sequence domination tournament is about to begin. With this thing, my estimated ranking is expected to rise within the top 30. Battle for the sequence? What is this? Amid the tension, your mind still wanders endlessly. The memories of 2 souls in the mind quickly merged, while making an effort to listen to the chatter of 5 people at once, in the hope of finding intelligence that could break the deadlock. But soon you were in despair, because there was no way at all. In the memories of the original body's owner, there is a rough understanding of the Ashwalkers. This group primarily aims to venture into forbidden zones, bearing an extraordinarily high risk of death. On the other hand, yet he also gains superhuman power from the forbidden zone. They possess physical abilities that ordinary people admire but can never reach. Abnormal abilities. For instance, Anyua's control abilities and supercharged bombs. From their conversation, though, having clarified the names of the 5 individuals and their intention to find expendable pawns, it appears they aim to enter a certain shattered restricted zone. Looking for something. This item can significantly enhance Li Yanran's combat power, so that she can perform exceptionally well in the upcoming sequence championship, achieve better rankings and earn greater rewards. But most of the content you couldn't understand at all. When you first entered this world, you were completely in the dark. The original body owner was just another ordinary unlucky guy. No experience or relevant knowledge of entering restricted areas whatsoever. Moreover, being currently constrained by others, I couldn't even move a muscle. About an hour later, Li Yanran stood up, glanced at the watch again. "Let's go." Anyue snapped her fingers. You uncontrollably took a step forward, following behind the team. The room has a private elevator. The elevator doesn't feel crowded even with 11 people aboard. Arriving at floor B5 shortly. As the elevator doors swung open, bright light flooded into the eyes. You glance around out of the corner of your eye. The area is vast and open, with an immense expanse. Guns and cannons stood all around. One after another, ashen wanderers in bizarre attire and professional soldiers come and go. and the most eye-catching. At the center of the open space stood an anomaly, a black vortex about 5 meters in diameter, dark and ceaselessly spinning. No need for others to explain. You immediately realize that this is the entrance to the restricted zone. Li Yiran's arrival. This drew salutes and greetings from the nearby restricted zone pedestrians and military personnel. But she paid no attention to the bystanders around her. He just led the team straight toward the black vortex. She took a deep breath and reached out to touch the whirlpool. A heavy mechanical voice abruptly rang in your ears. Reality anchoring complete, anchor established. Reality channel number 0375 through the restricted zone has been activated. Your mind feels like it has been struck hard, and darkness falls before your eyes. When the dim light meets your eyes once more, you realize the scene around you has undergone a dramatic transformation, now enveloped in a gloomy subterranean space. Fluorescent creatures provide faint illumination. Ahead lies pitch-black darkness. Amid howling airy winds lurked unknown creatures. The deep, hoarse growl sent chills down one's spine. More mechanical sounds echoed in my mind. Welcome to the restricted zone. Current restricted zone, C-Class Dark Vault, combat type. Equipment and items obtained in non-restricted zones cannot be brought in. Detected your first entry into the restricted zone, digitization commencing. This time you're starting to get it, thanks to your past life's web novel experience. It gives you a vague understanding of the current situation. Another situation is that you suddenly realize you can move. However, the corner of your eye glances at the others in the unlucky group, yet found them still rigid and numb. This made you suppress any signs of abnormality. Just silently thinking in my heart. Status panel. Line after line of text fell clearly onto Xia Lin's retina. Name, Xia Lin. Level, 1. Class, none. Base attributes. Strength, 6. Stamina, 6. Agility, 6. Spirit, 10. Note, the average attribute value for a normal adult male is 6. The maximum for a normal human is 10. The maximum attribute value for a level 1 Ember Zone Walker is 10. Talent, Unstable Mutation. Unstable Mutation SS rank, all skills you possess will undergo random mutations at the start of each Ember Zone. All buffs and debuffs you receive will also undergo random mutations. Detected dual buffs on you. Forced Control C rank skill effect, your body is forcibly controlled by an Ember Zone Walker with superior mental attributes. Flesh Bomb B rank skill effect, a flesh bomb has been implanted within you. It will gradually consume your flesh essence to grow stronger, increasing its destructive power over time. Buff mutation in progress. Mutation complete. Chapter 3, Unstable Mutation. Forced Control mutated into Sluggish Puppet. Sluggish Puppet, a rank temporary effect, lasts for one entire Ash Zone cycle. While in Sluggish Puppet state, your agility is reduced by 3 points, and your presence becomes diminished, making you highly likely to be overlooked by other units. Flesh Bomb mutates into Celestial Bloodline. Celestial Bloodline SS rank temporary effect, your flesh essence is stored within the bloodline core in your heart, causing all attributes to decrease by 10 points. However, you may actively activate the bloodline to gain a temporary plus 50 boost to all attributes. Burst duration, 30 minutes. Current attributes. Strength, 1. Constitution, 1. Agility, 1. Spirit, 1. Note, 1 is the minimum value and cannot be further reduced. A cold wind blew past, and Xia Lin sneezed. He seemed to have caught a cold. Simultaneously, he felt his body grow heavy, his steps weak, and his mind foggy, as if he were about to fall asleep. These ultra-low stats of 1 across all attributes made Xia Lin experience what it meant to be on the brink of death. The mechanical voice sounded again in his ears. Current main quest for the Ember Zone has been released. Main quest, Hunt. Hunt, slay 10 monsters to complete the main quest. Upon completion, you may exit this Ash Zone at any time. Quest reward, 100 Ash Zone points. Clear mission, not triggered. Side quests, none. The mechanical voice fell silent, but Li Peipei's voice rang out once more. Who just sneezed? She turned to look at the others, but after scanning the area and finding nothing unusual, Li Peipei shook her head. Never mind. Just be careful not to disturb the monsters in the Ash Zone. Combat-type Ash Zones aren't exactly safe. And you chuckled. Sis, you're still so cautious. But a C rank Ash Zone? I believe you could clear it solo. Rank 43. Of course she possessed the strength to slaughter her way through a C-grade Ash Zone. Achoo. Xia Lin sneezed again. This time, however, Li Peipei didn't bother to intervene, elegantly ignoring Xia Lin. Dull Puppet activated. Li Peipei, prepare for battle. And you arrow, buff from above. Then cannon fodder, clear the path. As she issued the commands, Li Peipei's eyes flashed with a white light. She scanned her surroundings, seemingly sensing her target through a hazy perception at the 3 o'clock position. The expressions of the other squad members immediately grew solemn. Within the Ash Zone, danger lurked everywhere. Survival demanded utmost caution, even with rank 43 leading the way, and this being merely a C-grade Ash Zone. Various lights flared from Inuaruyan's hands, bathing everyone present in their glow. Thus, more mechanical voices exploded in Xia Lin's ears. You have gained a buff, silence a great skill effect, you cannot speak. Silence mutates into senses compensation grade, a temporary effect, you sacrifice your sense of taste to enhance your vision and hearing. You being buff, petrified skin grade B skill effect, hardens your skin. Stone skin mutates into clay sculpture D rank, temporary effect, your presence is slightly reduced. You being buff, taunt aura C rank skill effect, you more easily attract hostility and attacks from other units. Taunt aura mutates into pitiful to the IS rank, temporary effect, the lower your attribute values, the less likely you are to provoke hostility and attacks from other units, and vice versa. You being buff, swift as the wind B tier skill effect, your movement speed is enhanced. Swift as the wind mutates into acrobatic mastery C rank, temporary effect, you can perform rapid climbing, joint bending movements, and other acrobatic maneuvers like a circus performer. You being buff, comprehensive enhancement B rank skill effect, all attributes plus 3. All around boost mutates into weakness curse B rank, temporary effect, all attributes 3. You being buff, rapid healing B rank skill effect, greatly accelerates wound healing. Rapid healing mutates into feast of flesh SS tier, temporary effect, your digestive system and mouth undergo mutation, drastically enhancing your digestive capacity and bite force. You can temporarily boost your attributes, heal wounds, and cure diseases by consuming the flesh and blood of other creatures. The enhancement lasts for one entire Ember Zone cycle. The party began moving forward. Neither fast nor slow. Xia Lin brought up the rear, barely keeping pace with the group through sheer willpower alone. His 1.4-dimensional attributes nearly cost Xia Lin his life, even causing his mind to grow sluggish, yet he still managed to integrate the effects of the mutation buff. Fortune smiled upon the traveler. The mutation effect was exceptional. And this would be Xia Lin's only hope for a comeback against the odds. The sensory compensation effect amplified Xia Lin's vision and hearing, allowing him to faintly discern the roars and footsteps echoing around him. But clearly, the perception of the advanced Ember Zone walkers surpassed even Xia Lin's enhanced senses. At the forefront, Li Peipei abruptly raised her hand, signaling the team to halt. As the footsteps grew clearer and closer, she drew a deep breath and pulled a man-sized greatsword from the void. Prepare for battle. And Yueruyan swiftly retreated to the rear of the group, while Zhang Wan and Xia Xiaotian stepped forward to flank Li Peipei. About 10 seconds later, a distorted roar echoed as a lizard-like monster, half a person's height, lunged from the darkness. Its gaping maw snapped toward Li Peipei's head. A sudden flash of cold light streaked past. Xia Lin felt a momentary blur before his eyes. Foul-smelling blood spattered everywhere. Li Peipei had already sheathed her sword, and the lizard-like monster was split clean in two. The speed was so fast that Xia Lin couldn't even register it. The howling wind signaled the sheer power behind that strike. As a Sequence 43, she truly possessed the ability to cut through a C-class ash zone with just herself and her sword. But the safety of such an approach was unpredictable. The Cinder Zone's rating didn't fully reflect its difficulty or the strength of its enemies. In the distance, within the pitch-black caverns, more footsteps and snarling cries echoed in succession. The underground ash zone creatures had caught the scent of blood. The uprising had begun. Li Peipei turned to glance at the unlucky squad. Her gaze swept past Xia Lin and fixed on the first cannon fodder leading the charge. Go! She gave the order to Anu. The first unlucky soul took a step forward, charging ahead stiffly and numbly. The enhanced cannon fodder possessed respectable attributes and combat prowess, truly little superheroes among ordinary people. But their stiff, jerky movements hampered their combat effectiveness, and the strength of the Ember Zone creatures far surpassed that of ordinary humans. The dim glow of the cave's fluorescent creatures severely impaired everyone's vision. By the time Anu sensed danger, the cannon fodder was already within striking distance of the Ember Zone creatures. This was a naked humanoid creature, devoid of eyes and hair. It lunged from the darkness, its gaping maw snapping toward the cannon fodder. But suddenly, a cold gleam flashed. Li Peipei's massive sword had already severed its head. But the monster's appearance was like a starting gun. In the darkness, more hurried footsteps echoed. It's subterranean humanoids. Li Peipei coldly identified the attacking creatures, drawing a grim smile from Xia Xiaotian. Just cannon fodder. Chapter 4, Why? Subterranean humanoids. The most common creatures in the underground ash zones. They possess human-like proportions but lack hair and eyes. Their primary diet consists of mushrooms, while they domesticate subterranean lizard dogs for meat and as hunting companions. They are gregarious, possessing intelligence far below that of humans, with a bloodthirsty, combative nature and a tendency toward xenophobia. The entry point to this ash zone appears to be within the territory of a subterranean humanoid settlement. But it shouldn't be a problem, since these creatures generally lack combat prowess. Xia Xiaotian spoke as he drew two curved blades from thin air. The blades rubbed together, sparks flying and growing brighter until both swords ignited. Grade A skill, Burning Blades. Xia Xiaotian accelerated, charging headlong into the darkness. The blazing blades cut through the air like vivid beacons, tracing dazzling arcs that drew thick streams of dark blood. The attributes of subterranean humanoids resembled those of humans, with a maximum of 10 points and a common range around 6 points. As a level 4 Ash Zone Walker, Xia Xiaotian possessed an attribute ceiling of a full 40 points. This overwhelming attribute made slaughtering humanoids as easy as killing chickens for Xia Xiaotian. Moving so fast he left after images, he danced like a mad dragon amidst the waves of humanoids and lizard dogs. The tearing sounds never ceased, the stench of blood grew thicker, and the screams of the subterranean humanoids rang out continuously. Amidst the slaughter, Li Peipei's voice suddenly boomed like thunder. Retreat! Xia Xiaotian's form vanished, reappearing instantly beside Li Peipei. Where he had stood moments before, a sinister dark glow manifested, carving a deep, knife-like gash into the ground. Within the cavern ahead, the humanoid horde parted automatically. A towering figure emerged from the front, stepping before the squad. Standing nearly 2 meters tall with a well-proportioned build, its hands were exceptionally large, each fingernail sharp as a blade. As Li Peipei looked at it, the white light in her eyes intensified. Scanning the humanoid from head to toe, Li Peipei quickly assessed, a native practitioner of the Ash Zone, level 5. But not fully developed. At the mention of level 5, Xia Xiaotian and the others sucked in a silent breath of shock. Li Peipei, however, remained unperturbed after all, she too was level 5. After a quick assessment, Li Peipei had a plan in mind. Grabbing a nearby cannon fodder, she flung him toward the humanoid with a single arm swing. The moment Li Peipei made her move, Ruyun, as if reading her mind, activated the preset ambush she had prepared. Grade B skill, Flesh Bomb. Ruyun was a level 4 Ember Zone Walker, her mental attribute having reached the level 4 cap of 40 points. The potency of Flesh Bomb was directly tied to her mental attribute. Combined with a full hour of preparation time, the blast's destructive force had multiplied several times over. The pitiful cannon fodder were flung like projectiles toward the humanoid class practitioners by the immense force. Meanwhile, the taunt aura drew the humanoid practitioner's attention toward the cannon fodder. It bared its teeth, swung its arm, and unleashed 10 slashes of blade energy from its fingertips toward the cannon fodder. But it failed to notice that Zhang Wan, across the battlefield, had already pulled a shield from the void. The shield blossomed into a wall of light, shielding the entire squad behind it. Before the blade energies could strike, tiny red lights began flickering from the cannon fodder's heart, reaching their peak within a single breath. The cannon fodder's numb face bore no expression, yet its eyes held an indescribable despair and agony. And all of this was shattered in an instant by a thunderous explosion. The flesh bomb activated. The cannon fodder's bones, blood, and flesh transformed into a substance harder than steel, scattering in all directions under the force of the shockwave. Thick bloodlight splattered, shaking nearby walls and ground. The confined space amplified the explosion's power once more. The light barrier before Zhang Wan trembled violently, his feet sinking deep into the ground as he barely withstood the flesh bomb's force. But the humanoids and their operators were caught completely off guard, hit squarely by the blast. Shrieks erupted. It was the humanoid professional, clutching his face in agony, dark blood dripping through his fingers. Then, its agony was swiftly ended. Amidst the howling gale, Li Peipei, like a valkyrie, harnessed the residual force of the flesh bomb to cleave the humanoid professional's head clean off with a single sword strike. Easy. Xia Xiaotian snapped his fingers with a carefree air. Zhang Wan, panting heavily, stowed his shield and shot Xia Xiaotian a withering glance. And Yu and Ruyun watched Li Peipei returning, their admiration unhidden. Rank 43, level 5 Ash Zone Walker. Slaughtering peers was as easy as killing chickens. Though team coordination played a role merely to conserve stamina, everyone firmly believed that even in direct combat, humanoid practitioners would stand no chance against Li Peipei. After their leader fell, the subterranean humanoids scattered in flight. Li Peipei saw no need to pursue, merely waving her hand to signal the team to press on. As the squad crossed the chaotic explosion site, Xia Lin abruptly halted. He looked down at his feet. There, half a face came into view. It was the face of cannon fodder. The eyeballs were long gone, leaving only gaping, blackened sockets that silently spoke of utter despair. The half-open mouth on that half-face gaped wide, as if pleading to the heavens, why? Why me? You clearly had the power to defeat the enemy, why did you have to sacrifice me? I gave my life to aid you, yet you couldn't spare a glance, couldn't even say thank you? Why did such a tragic fate befall me? Why? 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 Xia Lin gazed at the receding figures of Li Peipei's squad as they faded into darkness. A faint smile touched the corners of his lips, as if he were laughing. At the same time, Xia Lin found the answer within himself. Because they don't care. Because they're not good people. But thankfully, I'm not a good person either. I can even choose not to be human. He bent weakly, collapsing onto the corpse of the humanoid practitioner. Then he opened his mouth, revealing fangs that had grown jagged and serrated through mutation. Li Peipei's squad worked in perfect coordination. The difficulty of a C-grade minor Ash Zone wasn't particularly high. Level 4 Ash Zone Walkers were actually benchmarked against C-rank zones, but with a level 5 a sequence powerhouse in their ranks, it didn't matter. They had also made thorough preparations. The journey ahead proceeded smoothly. Minor threats couldn't get past Li Peipei and Xia Xiaotian, while major threats were cleared by flesh bombs, with Li Peipei finishing them off. Along the way, they took down 2 level 5s and nearly 10 level 4s. By the time they were within 2 hours of their destination, they still had 2 backup cannon fodder left. Strange. I distinctly remember recruiting 6 people. After using 3, there should still be 3 left. How come there are only 2 remaining? It wasn't until this stage that you vaguely realized a cannon fodder was missing from the team. On one hand, this was due to the effects of dull puppet, mud sculpture, and pitiful to the eye, especially the S-rank pitiful to the eye effect, which was truly exceptional. Now that you had finally noticed Xia Lin's presence, it signaled that the pitiable effect was beginning to shift from a positive to a negative influence. But no one knew what this signified. Even less did they know that Xia Lin had been trailing behind the group all along, cleaning up the mess they left in their wake. Li Peipei closed her eyes, ears twitching as her senses sharpened. Soon, she drew a deep breath. 2 cannon fodder are enough. The key is our target is right ahead. And 2 big ones. She drew her heavy sword, and her aura shifted, now cold, sharp, and weighty as a mountain. Prepare for the final battle. Chapter 5, Heaven Bestowed Source Essence. The rules of small-scale combat-type Embers zones were generally straightforward, emphasizing pure combat satisfaction. No convoluted tactics, just straight-up, no-holds-barred combat that tested raw strength to the limit. This expedition had a clear objective, the hidden treasure within this ash zone. Yet combat-type Ember zones harbor a hidden rule: treasures are always guarded. This was the greatest challenge of their journey. 2 cannon fodder guards flanked Li Peipei on either side as she strode forward, sword slung over one arm. The heavy blade scraped against the icy ground, sparking showers of sparks and emitting a shrill, grating noise. A white light shone in her eyes, piercing through the cavern walls to clearly sense the treasure and its guardian ahead. As Li Peipei rounded the corner, the view suddenly opened up. A vast underground cavern came into view. Spacious and largely uncluttered, the cavern's floor was flat and even. Dense clusters of fluorescent plants dotted the chamber, bathing it in light as bright as day. At the very center of the cavern, 2 enormous canine creatures, each 10 meters long, had already sensed Li Peipei's approach. They rose to their feet, emitting intimidating growls as molten lava churned within their mouths. Nether breathers, level 5 mutants. Li Peipei's gaze swept past the shadow breath hounds, fixating on the object between them. It was a multicolored rhombic crystal floating mid-air. The rhombic crystal shimmered with radiant brilliance, its aura overflowing with precious light. As Li Peipei gazed upon it, her eyes lit up with fervor. She murmured softly, uttering its true name. Heaven Bestowed Source Essence. A precious treasure born only within the shattered Ember Zone, it was also the object of contention among all Ember Zone travelers. No one knew the true nature of the Heaven Bestowed Source Essence. Just as no one understood the operational principles of the shattered Ember Zone. But the mystery of its nature matters little. What truly matters is the effect of the Heaven Bestowed Source Essence. This object bears another name, the Heaven Sent Mystery Box. It functions as a blind box. Whoever obtains the divine source essence will receive it transformed into a random reward, generously bestowed upon the brave. The rewards vary greatly, but one thing is certain: the divine source never disappoints its recipients. Li Peipei thought of the upcoming Human Sequence Championship. She needed only one divine source essence to elevate her strength to new heights. Breaking into the top 30 of the sequence was no longer impossible. Being among the top 30 human sequence members brought more than just prestige and influence. The real value lay in the countless benefits it unlocked. The strong grow stronger, that was an unshakable truth. Then let's begin. Li Peipei raised her heavy sword, her voice ringing out with the clang of iron. White Dragon True Eye, grant me vision. White Dragon's True Eye S rank grants night vision and greatly enhances visual perception, allowing one to easily detect an enemy's power-generating movements at close range. Black Dragon's Body, grant me strength. Black Dragon's Body S rank, all attributes plus 20. Dragon scales grow across the body, granting massive damage reduction. Wind Dragon's Blessing grants me agility. Wind Dragon's Blessing S rank, agility plus 30, greatly increases movement speed. Lunge, raise sword. Dragon Flash Dance. Dragon Flash Dance S rank, requires a bladed weapon and all attributes at 50 points. Upon activation, dashes toward the target at extreme speed, flickering between multiple foes to deliver devastating blows. Class, Dragon Warrior. Class trait, greatly enhances the effects of skills containing the word dragon. Light flared from the cavern. Li Peipei's figure instantly materialized above the first nether breathhound. Her heavy sword came crashing down on the beast's skull, sending a fountain of blood spraying into the air. Before the hound could utter a howl, Li Peipei had already flashed above another shadehound. For a moment, Li Peipei seemed to vanish entirely, leaving only the dazzling silver light she generated with her constant flashes, growing ever more brilliant and dazzling. Just as Li Peipei launched her attack, Zhang Wan and Xia Xiaodian charged into the fray, shield and dual blades in hand, leading the remaining 2 cannon fodder. As Li Peipei's teammates, they knew her Dragon Flash Dance was an explosive skill that couldn't be sustained. Once the effect ended, her skill set wouldn't allow her to fight multiple enemies alone. The Dragon Warrior class excelled at duels. At that point, the duo and their 2 cannon fodder allies would need to temporarily hold off one netherbite to buy Li Peipei time to finish the fight. That was the plan. Execution presented no major difficulties or issues. 2 level 5 shadow breathers were certainly formidable, but the 5-person team worked in perfect harmony, with no one harboring any ulterior motives. The outcome of the battle was predictable. Provided there were no unforeseen complications. There won't be any surprises. At the cave entrance, Enyu and Royun kept their distance, watching the battle unfold. As the dual support members of the team, both were level 4 and unclassed, possessing only 4 skill slots. Both had chosen support-oriented skills for these 4 slots. Enyu, Forced Control, Petrified Skin, Swift as the Wind, all-around buff. Royun, Flesh Bomb, Silence, Taunt Aura, Rapid Healing. While their stats met the standard for level 4, the weakness of their skill sets left both women with almost no ability to engage in direct combat. On the level 5 battlefield, their only role was to apply buffs before retreating to a safe distance, ensuring they didn't hinder their teammates. Inside the cavern ahead, the effects of Dragon Flash Dance had faded. Li Peipei stood alone, sword in hand, pressing the Nether Breath Hound into submission. Despite both being level 5, the disparity in skill combinations created a significant gap in combat effectiveness. It would likely take Li Peipei only about a minute to end the fight. 2 thunderous explosions erupted suddenly. It was Royun who had deliberately detonated 2 flesh bombs on the opposite side, relieving the pressure on Zhang Wan and Xia Lin. Though struggling fiercely, the two managed to hold their ground under the bomb's effects, clearly able to endure until Li Peipei finished the fight. "We're good," Royun assessed. Enyu, however, frowned, pondering something else. "I'm still puzzled. I clearly recruited 6 cannon fodder, but only 5 have exploded so far. There was one person I couldn't recall earlier, but now I remember. The first cannon fodder I recruited was that guy, tall, skinny, and actually quite handsome. How did he just vanish?" Royun pondered, nodding in agreement. "I remember raising 6 flesh bombs too. 5 have exploded now, but the last one, I have no idea where it went." A sharp crack echoed. Before Royun could finish her sentence, her head was wrenched a full 180 degrees. Her eyes widened, her anger fading rapidly as her gaze finally locked onto the figure that had appeared behind them at some point. It was the vanished cannon fodder. Xia Lin slowly released his grip and spoke calmly. "My name isn't cannon fodder. It isn't bomb either. My name is Xia Lin." As the words fell, he turned his gaze toward the stunned Enyu. His lips stretched into a wide grin, stretching almost to his ears. A faint, icy glint flashed from within his mouth, revealing a circle of sharp teeth like those of a great white sharkicite that sent a chill down the spine. A thick, pungent scent of blood spurted from Xia Lin's mouth, spraying Enyu's face. "And thank you. Thanks for calling me handsome. I'll treat you to a nice meal." Xia Lin yanked a lizard dog's hind leg from his waist and shoved it into Enyu's mouth with lightning speed. Her cherry-red lips instantly burst open, blood mixed with teeth squeezing out from the side of her face. Her eyes widened in terror. For she saw flickering red sparks dancing on Xia Lin's chest. It resembled the glow of a flesh bomb, yet it wasn't quite the same. She could also sense that Xia Lin's power far surpassed her own as a level 4 walker. This defied all logic. He had only just entered the Ember Zone, clearly. "Eat!" A frenzied roar interrupted Enyu's thoughts. Xia Lin's mouth twisted into a grimace, his eyes bloodshot, hair and beard bristling like a rabid beast. "Feed me. You eat it. You eat it. It's tasteless. Not bad, not bad. I ate it all, how dare you refuse? How dare you refuse?" Xia Lin forced the lizard dog's hind leg a full meter long into Enyu's mouth. In the process, it burst through her throat, her stomach, her entire abdominal cavity. Blood spurted from Enyu's mouth and neck, staining Xia Lin entirely red. Yet Xia Lin didn't stop. Forced control. Powerless to resist. The despair and helplessness before entering the Ashen Zone. The struggle and feeding after entering the Ember Zone. Slippery blood, cold, hard flesh. Nerves stretched taut, snapping time and again, only to be rebuilt by the will to survive. Then, it reached its extreme. Enyu's eyes widened with terror, gradually turning to despair. Her mouth was blown apart, she couldn't even beg for mercy. Until Xia Lin abruptly stopped his actions and burst into laughter. "Oh, I forgot I have no sense of taste anymore. You're doing that. So, does it taste good?" Enyu couldn't answer Xia Lin's question. Xia Lin didn't need her response anyway. He pulled back the lizard dog's hind leg, then swung it down with a mighty whack. Crack! Enyu's beautiful head shattered like a watermelon. Huff! Tossing aside the dog's leg, Xia Lin let out a long sigh. "That feels good, so damn good. The 3 greatest joys in life, revenge, revenge, and revenge." Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the distance. "You dare!" The death of Enyu Royun startled Li Peipei and the other 2 inside the cave. Li Peipei, locked in fierce combat, couldn't break free. Instead, Xia Lin voluntarily withdrew from the fight, his eyes red as he charged towards Xia Lin. "You little thief! You dare kill Enyu! You're dead meat!" Xia Lin slowly tilted his head, then smiled knowingly. "You had a crush on her." Then he lifted his leg and stepped forward, accelerating with each stride. He began to sprint. Then I'll see you off. Chapter 6, Charge. Sluggish Puppet, agility reduced by 3 points. Extreme Heaven Bloodline, all attributes reduced by 10 points now inactive. Burst State boosts all attributes by 50 points. Time remaining, 28 minutes 36 seconds. Weakness Curse, all attributes 3. The above represents Xia Lin's current attribute altering buffs. Overall, after activating Extreme Heaven Bloodline, Xia Lin gained plus 47 to Strength, Constitution, and Spirit, plus 44 to Agility. Combined with his base stats, Xia Lin's current attributes should be Strength, 53. Agility, 50. Stamina, 53. Spirit, 57. These stats meet the standard for a level 5 Ember Zone Walker, but without skills, Xia Lin wouldn't be a match for most level 5 opponents in terms of raw combat power alone. The issue was that beyond these stats, Xia Lin possessed a mutated buff called Feast of Flesh. The thought of the Feast of Flesh buff made Xia Lin's eyes bloodshot as he grinned widely. The slimy, nauseating sensation of flesh entering his mouth was indescribable. With his sense of taste lost and his digestive system mutated, the physiological nausea was nearly non-existent. He even felt a sense of satisfaction. But Xia Lin could never forget the psychological revulsion that hit him with the first bite. Human-like, human-like. They possessed the same proportions as humans. In short, they were very similar. But this isn't my fault. No, it isn't. I'm new here, and you're the ones being rude. So rude. A howling gale swept past his ears. This was the airflow generated by Xia Lin's high-speed dash. He crouched low, his feet digging into the ground. His body formed a 45-degree angle with the earth, leaving crater-like footprints that kicked up clouds of dust. His attribute panel automatically projected onto his retina. Name, Xia Lin. Level, 1. Class, None. Base attributes. Strength, 85. Stamina, 85. Agility, 82. Spirit, 89. He recalled the sticky sensation of flesh sliding down his throat, savoring it like a bowl of fiery liquor. Bitter and fiery, yet with a lingering sweetness. The twin blades blazing ahead served as a beacon, illuminating the target. In the firelight, Xia Xiaotian's face appeared particularly hideous and terrifying. The rage and sorrow in his eyes were plain to see. He had indeed harbored a secret affection for Yu. But what does that have to do with me? Xia Xiaotian wasn't actually blinded by rage, he still maintained sharp combat instincts. From Xia Lin's charge, Xia Xiaotian could tell that Xia Lin's attributes were far beyond the norm, vastly superior to his own. This defied logic. Xia Lin was, after all, merely a newcomer. Xia Xiaotian couldn't grasp the underlying reason at the moment, but he firmly believed that with his combat experience and skill set, he could tie Xia Lin down long enough for Li Peipei to finish the fight. Once Li Peipei was free to act, Xia Lin would be as good as dead. This was absolute trust in human race sequence 43. As they closed in, Xia Xiaotian's eyes blazed with intensity, his shadow flickering as he poised for the strike. Burning Blade, Shadow Flash, Backstab, Armor Pierce. The combination of these 4 skills defined Xia Xiaotian, the Shadow Assassin. Yet, at the very moment when only meters separated them, and the Shadow Flash was about to activate, Xia Lin's speed suddenly surged. He had been holding back. The attributes he had displayed earlier were actually only around 60 points. This sudden burst of power caught Xia Xiaotian completely off guard. A howling gale slammed into him. Xia Xiaotian instinctively dodged, leaning his body sideways, only to catch Xia Lin's cruel grin as his arm suddenly bent into an unnatural arc. A master of acrobatics. Then, a one-handed chokehold. Clamping down on Xia Xiaotian's neck with deadly force, Xia Lin gathered power in his single arm and slammed Xia Xiaotian violently into the ground. The thunderous crash drowned out the fierce battles raging on the other 2 fronts. Xia Xiaotian's back shattered with a crack as flesh and bone split apart. He vomited blood in great gulps, his internal organs crushed. Xia Lin showed no sign of stopping. His palm clenched as he charged forward. He swept the ground with Xia Xiaotian like a broom, leaving a straight trail of blood in his wake. Yet his head lifted, staring straight at Zhang Wen. Now it's your turn. The savage intent froze Zhang Wen momentarily, while Li Peipei's brows furrowed deeply. She finally realized their squad had provoked a madman. But soon, Li Peipei's frown smoothed out. She'd seen her share of madmen. Few in the Scorched Zone weren't insane. And when dealing with madmen, the solution was simple. Kill them. The blade flashed brightly once more. After a brief pause, the cooldown for Dragon Flash Dance had ended, ready to be unleashed again. A faint dragon's roar rippled out from within Li Peipei. A silvery white light flared instantly. The already battered nether breath hound let out a pitiful howl as a gruesome scar appeared out of nowhere on its neck. And just as the blood began to spurt, the silver light leapt forward, rapidly closing in on Xia Lin's location. The next second, the silver light exploded. Xia Lin, however, made an uncanny neck-jerking motion, nearly retracting his entire head into his chest cavity, still the acrobatic master. Thus, the Dragon Flash Dance's light struck empty ground. Simultaneously, Xia Lin shifted his stance. Like a circus clown changing direction without slowing down, he sliced through the swirling silver light and continued closing in on Jiangwan. The silver light flashed again. This time, however, it struck the nether breath hound standing before Jiangwan. When facing multiple targets, Dragon Flash Dance seemed unable to strike the same target consecutively. The nether breath hound opened its gaping maw, howling incessantly. Yet the monster's howl was merely a backdrop. Everyone present understood that the true focus of this clash lay solely between Xia Lin and Li Peipei. This time, the silver light flashed towards Xia Lin's waist. Too fast, too difficult to dodge. Xia Lin, however, let out a fierce laugh. Twisting his waist, he yanked the half-dead Xia Xiaotian upright, thrusting him directly in front of the blade's tip. The tearing sound of cloth and flesh ripped through the air. Xia Xiaotian was instantly bisected at the waist. Yet Li Peipei showed not a moment's hesitation. The blade continued downward, slicing through Xia Lin's waist and carving a deep gash into the ground. Xia Lin felt excruciating pain in his waist. Though he hadn't been severed cleanly, the brutal impact left him barely hanging on by skin and flesh, a gruesome sight. Yet his charging momentum remained unbroken. He had already closed in on Jiangwan. A savage wind lashed his face. Jiangwan could only feel Xia Lin's demonic face drawing nearer and nearer, until it was mere inches from her own. A pair of iron arms wrapped around her waist, the immense force forcing Jiangwan backward. Instantly, she felt her body go weightless, plummeting into a slick, slippery place. It was the jaws of the nether breath hound. The howling nether breath dog paused, startled. Just as it lunged to bite down, it realized the foreign object in its jaws had already sunk deep. Inside its jaws, Jiangwan was assaulted by the stench of sulfur and foul breath, while the pressure from the creature surged violently once more. Xia Lin pressed down on Jiangwan with one hand while wielding the other like an oar, propelling her deeper into the nether breath hound's body. Li Peipei's muffled roar echoed from outside. "How dare you! How dare you!" This time, her rage finally boiled over. For the nether breath hound's body was the best hiding place on this battlefield to evade the Dragon Flash Dance. 3 more Dragon Flash Dance attacks remained in this round. But Xia Lin had already merged with the nether breath hound Jiangwan was facing. 3 flashes of silver light struck down the nether breath hound Li Peipei had just confronted, yet it proved insufficient to claim the life of the other beast. Li Peipei reappeared, eyes fixed ahead, gripping her heavy sword tightly. 3 members of the 5-person squad were dead, and the fate of the 5th remained unknown. But they shouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. This mission should have been a sure thing. All because of one mad rookie, they'd ended up in this mess. "I will kill you." After the rage came calm. Li Peipei slowly uttered her declaration of vengeance, seemingly forgetting that they had been the ones to commit the wrongdoing first. Such is the nature of hatred. Revenge begets revenge, deepening the rift with each cycle. Fortunately, Xia Lin was no saint who returned kindness for evil. The nether bark suddenly let out a mournful howl and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Already gravely wounded, the creature began bleeding from all 7 orifices, its life force fading rapidly. Through the white dragon's true eye, Li Peipei could vaguely see a blurred human figure moving rapidly within the dog's abdomen, as if devouring something. Li Peipei couldn't comprehend what was happening inside. Until a wet thud echoed. A blood-soaked hand pierced through the nether breath hound's waist. A blood-stained figure dragged another blood-stained figure out slowly, finally standing before Li Peipei. Chapter 7, The Unexpected. She's still alive. These were the first words Xia Lin uttered after dragging Jiangwan out from within the nether breath's body. Then came the second sentence. "I'm going to give her back to you." Backing down? Hardly. The wound at his waist had healed by devouring the nether breath hound's flesh and blood, and his personal attributes had even surged to new heights, nearing the 100 mark. The next instant, Xia Lin bent his waist, drew his arm back like a heavy bow, and Jiangwan became the arrow on the bowstring. "Catch this." The roar, accompanied by the shattering sound of air, swept toward Li Peipei's right side. Through the white dragon true eye, Li Peipei clearly saw Jiangwan's pale, deathly face. Without hesitation, she charged toward Jiangwan, determined to prevent him from expiring mid-fall. Yet her guard remained sharp, wary of Xia Lin launching a surprise attack. Yet, the movement she caught out of the corner of her eye made Li Peipei freeze in shock before her fury erupted anew. Where she saw Xia Lin wasn't charging toward her, but toward the spot behind her. That was where the heaven-bestowed source essence lay. Yes. Amidst the chaos of battle, everyone seemed to have forgotten Li Peipei's true objective, this very heaven-bestowed source essence. In truth, Li Peipei had already considered it hers for the taking. She never imagined Xia Lin would use Jiangwan, clinging to his last breath, as bait to lure her away from the divine source essence. Xia Lin, however, wasn't seeking revenge. His priority was to seize the treasure first. His plan was crystal clear. So clear that it made Li Peipei doubt whether this man was truly a madman. Her footsteps faltered slightly. For a moment, Li Peipei couldn't decide whether she should rescue her teammate first or stop Xia Lin. Indecision, the very act of a clown. At that moment, Li Peipei embodied this sentiment perfectly. In that split second of hesitation, Xia Lin had already reached the heaven-bestowed source essence, snatching it into his palm. Further away, a thunderous crash echoed as Xianwen plummeted to the ground, his body shattering into dust, and Li Peipei stood a mere 3 meters away from him. Her fair face flushed crimson. Li Peipei felt utterly duped. Xia Lin poured fuel on the fire of her fury. You didn't catch it. You blew your chance. Aren't you sequence 43? Aren't you supposed to be so powerful? Where's your strength? Nearly a kilometer apart, Xia Lin laughed maniacally while Li Peipei froze in place. She slowly turned her head, gazing at Xia Lin tossing the heaven-bestowed source essence up and down. The savage, terrifying grin on Xia Lin's face pierced Li Peipei's heart like a dagger. Give me the thing, and I'll spare your life. She pointed at the heaven-bestowed source essence in Xia Lin's hand. Xia Lin pursed his lips in feigned fear. Oh my, I'm so scared. This approach was futile. Xia Lin wasn't afraid of threats. This only made Li Peipei take a deep breath, suppressing her rage. What you hold is crucial to our Iron Rain base. Her gaze was sincere, her tone solemn. You know full well that 400 days ago, the Shattered Ember Zone descended, and humanity's former order no longer exists. Entrances to the Ashlands open randomly. If left unresolved for 10 days, it will inevitably lead to disaster. We Ashlanders can obtain treasures within the Ashlands. The heaven-bestowed source essence in your hand is one such precious artifact. Its effect is to stabilize the surrounding space, allowing the entrance to the Ash Zone to open at a designated location, thereby safeguarding the security of other nearby areas. The original owner of this body possessed memories of this matter. This memory also holds the root cause of how this world transformed from its original political structure into the current base system. This item is useless to you since you lack a base. Hand it over to me, I can use it to save more people. She voluntarily sheathed her heavy sword, adopting a peaceful posture. Simultaneously, she placed her right hand over her heart, her eyes burning bright as she declared in a clear voice. May the human race endure forever. May civilization endure forever. Put. Xia Lin found it amusing. He doubled over, his laughter growing louder and louder. Only when Li Peipei's face turned purple and she gripped her heavy sword again did Xia Lin finally rein in his laughter. He pointed at his mutated mouth. There, jagged teeth glinted with an eerie, cold light under the fluorescent glow. Then, he began to undress. This action made Li Peipei's eye twitch. For she saw that Xia Lin's abdomen had twisted into a grotesque shape. 3 mouths, each about a foot long, protruded from his chest and abdomen, arranged in a triangular formation. They opened and closed, revealing jagged fangs. Her keen eyesight even allowed her to see strands of flesh hanging from the fangs. This was the flesh of the nether breath hound. Xia Lin spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Do I still look human to you now? Li Peipei was momentarily speechless. The feast of flesh and blood had transformed Xia Lin into a monster. So tell me, what good is it to preach about the righteousness of the human race, or the eternal survival of humanity? How could that possibly work? It only makes me laugh. And all this talk of sacrifice, moral blackmail, Peipei, have you lost your mind? Have you not grasped the nature of my presence in the Ashen Zone? In your so-called human race and civilization, is there even a place for cannon fodder like me? Li Peipei remained speechless. It wasn't guilt she was thinking. She pondered a way out, a way to seize that heaven-bestowed source essence for herself in this dire situation. The heavy sword in her hand flashed rapidly. Dragon Flash Dance was about to finish its cooldown. Yet, in the split second before Dragon Flash Dance activated, Xia Lin suddenly thrust his hand toward his abdomen, forcing the heaven-bestowed source essence into his own stomach. He too was calculating Li Peipei's skill cooldowns. Crack. Snap. No chicken flavor, but incredibly crisp. So crisp it shattered with a single bite, then dissolved within his body, vanishing without a trace. The heaven-bestowed source essence was gone. In that instant, Li Peipei finally tore away her peaceful facade, her eyes instantly filling with bloodshot veins. She couldn't accept that her heaven-bestowed essence had been wasted on a mere cannon fodder. At that moment, a barrage of notification sounds flooded Xia Lin's ears, triggering his maniacal laughter. See? You're nothing but a lying. You deserve to die. The ability to stabilize space was merely one of the heaven-bestowed source essence's effects and arguably its most basic one. That Li Peipei, a sequence-level powerhouse, valued this thing so highly was certainly not without reason. With this realization, Xia Lin took a step forward, slowly approaching Li Peipei. Angry? Furious? Want to kill me? Come on. Today, only one of us will walk out of the Ash Zone alive. At that moment, Xia Lin's fighting spirit surged, his blood boiling. He intended to seize the momentum and crush the sequence 43 within the Ash Zone. After all, nearly 100 points of temporary attributes were likely a height Xia Lin couldn't reach in the short term. He was in peak condition, his power at its zenith. A sudden brilliance flashed in Xia Lin's eyes. Yet it was neither the radiance of the Dragon Flash Dance nor the gleam of his heavy sword. A roaring pillar of light materialized out of thin air, descending upon Li Peipei's head. Within the pillar, Li Peipei's eyes burned crimson, yet her reason remained intact. Xia Lin instantly dropped his smile, his brows furrowing as he stared at Li Peipei. He didn't know what that light was, nor did he know what skill or technique Li Peipei was using. As sequence 43, Xia Lin dared not underestimate Li Peipei. Even with his attributes currently at peak levels, he still lacked confidence in defeating her. Every unusual movement across from him demanded Xia Lin's attention, vigilance, and even caution. Therefore, he halted in his tracks. 8 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Li Peipei finally spoke. 10 seconds. After completing the main quest in the Ashen Zone, you may leave at any time. This process will take 10 seconds. Any interference will interrupt the teleportation procedure. Xia Lin's expression changed, and he instantly shot forward. He realized Li Peipei's plan. Facing Xia Lin's renewed charge, Li Peipei merely smiled faintly, as if observing a man already dead. Next, I'll return to Iron Rain Base, and as long as you haven't died here, you'll return to Iron Rain Base too. Through the very entrance you came in. So, look forward to it. Look forward to my vengeance and my methods. 10 seconds passed, and Li Peipei vanished instantly. Xia Lin charged like a whirlwind to the spot where Li Peipei had vanished, drawing a deep breath. Damn it, picking on a rookie, huh? Chapter 8, 6 Pillars and 7 Professions. The damn Ember Zone hadn't provided any return rules in advance. As a newcomer to the Ember Zone, Xia Lin had no idea what the return light looked like. A series of unfortunate coincidences caused events to spiral out of control, leaving Xia Lin in an extremely awkward predicament. Judging by Li Peipei's expression earlier, her account of the return situation was likely genuine. Li Peipei had already returned. She was waiting for him at the entrance to the Iron Rain Base's Ember Zone. Xia Lin's current stats, nearing 100 points, would vanish the moment he left the Ashen Zone, reverting him to his former self, an ordinary, handsome young man with a mere 6 points in strength and agility. Was death approaching? Xia Lin sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Memories. Recalling everything that had just transpired. Especially the system notification that rang in his ears when he consumed the heaven-bestowed source essence. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a grim smile spreading across his face. Not necessarily a death sentence. Muttering returns silently in his mind, the system alert blared in his ears. Main quest, hunt. Completed. Permission granted to return. 10 monsters. Xia Lin had already met the requirement. The light of return descended from above as Xia Lin waited in silence. 10 seconds later, a faint dizziness washed over him. His vision blurred, and he found himself gazing upon a dazzling starry sky. Welcome to the settlement space. Following each Ember Zone, a settlement phase occurs within the settlement space. Settlement begins. Main quest, hunt. Completed. You have earned 100 Ash Zone points. Then? Nothing else. No side quests, no unexpected rewards. Xia Lin's first journey to the Ember Zone had merely completed a main quest, earning him 100 Ember Zone points. Yet Xia Lin felt no disappointment. He waited silently until faint white sparks began to rise from his body, eventually vanishing without a trace as if absorbed into the settlement space. Detected, you have obtained a celestial source essence. Random reward generation in progress. Generation complete. Reward item, profession. Xia Lin exhaled softly. The path to survival lay within. He must find a way to escape Iron Rain Base through his profession, or else a fate worse than death awaited him. But this life was a gift to begin with. What harm could another gamble do? New to this world, he'd been thrust into a death trap from the start, with almost no room for maneuver. Fortunately, the unstable mutation talent had saved Xia Lin's life. Now, reviewing his every move, Xia Lin felt no regret. He had done everything perfectly. Because from the very start, there was never any option for reconciliation with Li Peipei's group, only a fight to the death. Without his talent, Xia Lin would become a human bomb, a disposable pawn. With the talent, he would inevitably become a coveted target. He didn't believe an SS-tier talent wouldn't attract Li Peipei and her kind, nor did he believe they lacked the means to deal with him. He certainly didn't trust the integrity of this group. Combined with the return rules Li Peipei just mentioned. Run? He couldn't escape. Kill? He didn't kill them. At this juncture, the fault lay not with Xia Lin, but with the pressing time and dire situation, and the damn Ashen Zone had played him for a fool. So, spare me, big brother. He pleaded with the Ember Zone, and the Ember Zone responded. You may select one of the following 7 career options. Good news, there were 7 options. This greatly increased his odds of winning the gamble. But the second sentence from the Ember Zone system left Xia Lin baffled. Note, your choice will determine your faction alignment. Please choose carefully. What does that mean? He didn't know. Was this prompt given to every Ember Zone traveler when choosing their profession, or was this special treatment reserved only for him? He didn't know that either. The Ember Zone presents options. 1. Cultivator. Cultivation, artifact forging, mastery of the Tao. We cultivators can traverse heaven and earth with limitless power. Note, choosing this path naturally aligns you with one of the 6 pillars, the heavenly Tao creator. The very first profession choice left Xia Lin utterly bewildered. Cultivator? Immortality seekers? That must be the cultivators from those immortal novels I read in my past life, right? What exactly are the 6 pillars? And who is the heavenly Tao creator? Too many questions. Xia Lin gave up on figuring it out and simply let it go. Because it was useless. Based on his experience with online novels from his previous life, choosing the path of cultivation would require endless years of training to gain true power, something utterly useless in his current predicament. He didn't need to worry about the future just yet. First, he had to get past Li Peipei. 2. Soul Master. Soul beasts as companions, 1 soul per level, 100 techniques at level 10. Who can rival you? Note, choosing this profession naturally aligns you with one of the 6 pillars, the soul-controlling demon emperor. Still the 6 pillars. But it still wouldn't work. Because it still doesn't meet Xia Lin's requirements. 3. The limit breaker. Attributes are strength, numbers are truth. Note, choosing this class naturally aligns your allegiance with one of the 6 pillars, the ancient rulers. Numbers are truth. Xia Lin murmured softly, repeating the class description, feeling a stir of desire. Who wouldn't love transcendent stats? But alas, it still wouldn't do. 4. Lord of Hosts. I came, I saw, I conquered. Note, selecting this profession naturally aligns your allegiance with one of the 6 pillars, the King of Kings. Still no. Xia Lin's heart grew heavier and heavier. He finally realized that what he needed now wasn't an overpowered class, but skills. But it seemed the professions within the Ember Zone didn't directly grant skills. 5. Martial God. Martial Path, defy heaven. Note, choosing this profession naturally aligns your stance with one of the 6 pillars, superstars. 6. Divine Bane. Woo-loo-loo, your sanity isn't high enough. Note, upon selecting this class, your allegiance will naturally align with one of the 6 pillars, the primordial dark side. No, absolutely not. Despair gradually crept into my heart. The 7th option appeared. 7. The Uncertain Shadow. A profession customized to your innate talents. Note, choosing this class means your allegiance won't align with any of the 6 pillars. This could be a blessing or a curse. Days without a powerful ally won't be easy, whether in the Ember Zone or the real world. The Ember Zone system presented all options, plunging Xia Lin into indecision. He knew what he needed most was an escape skill, yet none existed. The system made no demands, until after a long pause, Xia Lin sighed softly. Choose 7. Without the unstable mutation, he would have perished under the flesh bomb long ago. Given the current situation, Xia Lin decided it was better to pin his hopes on his custom class than gamble on so-called clinging to a powerful ally. Selection complete. Unstable shadow class change initiated. As the booming notification echoed in his ears, Xia Lin witnessed countless beams of light erupting from the settlement space. The light was formless, amorphous, its very color flickering and shifting without pattern. Soon, the space began to warp. Countless kaleidoscopes of varying colors and sizes appeared and vanished. After staring for a short while, Xia Lin felt his eyes growing dizzy. He closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight, when suddenly he sensed an eerie energy seeping into his body from outside. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Snores echoed as he fell asleep. Yet the transformation continued. Chapter 9, Uncertain Shadows. Time held no meaning within the settlement space. After an unknown span of time, Xia Lin awoke from his slumber, the familiar alert tone ringing in his ears once more. Job change complete. Open the attribute panel to view detailed information. He stretched lazily, feeling refreshed and invigorated, yet no further changes were apparent. The job change hadn't boosted Xia Lin's stats at all. Even the temporary buff from the previous Ash Zone had vanished. He was back to being that ordinary, handsome young man with 6 points in strength and agility. Good news, he can be human again. Bad news, as a human, he's weak. Following the Ember Zone's prompt, Xia Lin opened the attribute panel, revealing his personal stats. Name, Xia Lin. Level, 1. Class, Uncertain Shadow. Class Talent 1, Uncertain Constant S-rank talent. Within change lies constancy, much like mathematical constants. The Uncertain Constant grants the Uncertain Shadow 3 additional constant skill slots. Skills placed in these slots, whether standard or mutated, will neither continue to mutate nor be affected by any other skill's observation. You may swap skills within these slots during the settlement space before each Ember Zone begins and after it ends. Class Talent 2, Unstable Mutation SSS Tier Talent. Individual talent converted to Class Talent. Talent upgrades triggered by class change. Unstable Mutation. Upon acquiring skills and each time you enter the Ember Zone, all skills not placed in the constant skill slot will undergo random mutation. Buffs you receive will also randomly mutate. However, you may choose whether to retain the mutated effects. If you decline, the skill and buff will not mutate. Base attributes. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Agility, 6. Spirit, 10. Permanent skill slots, 3. Current skills, 0. Common skill slot, 1. Current skills, 0. Note, each time your level increases by 1, you gain 1 additional normal skill slot. Xia Lin let out a soft sigh. No skills. Until the system alert sounded again. Congratulations on advancing to the Uncertain Shadow class. Upon completing class change, the Ember Zone Walker will randomly acquire 1-3 class-related skills S rank and below. The Uncertain Shadow class has no associated skills of S rank or below, so random selection is in progress. Drawing complete. You have acquired 3 skills. What do you call a stroke of luck? What does it mean to find a new path when all seems lost? And he rolled a 3, the highest possible value. Xia Lin's eyes widened, his breathing slowing to a whisper. Until 3 capital FS came into view. You have acquired the skill, Backstab F rank skill, passive skill. Increases damage when attacking from behind. You have acquired the skill, Light Footsteps F rank passive skill. Your footsteps become quieter while your movement speed slightly increases. You have acquired the skill, Rejuvenation F rank skill, active skill. Consumes 1 point of spirit. When activated, it rejuvenates a single target, alleviating fatigue, healing minor injuries, and curing minor illnesses. This skill has no cooldown. Xia Lin's smile froze on his face. Good news, he really did draw 3 skills. Bad news, all 3 were the lowest tier F rank skills. So tell me, what's the point of having an F rank tier in this Ash Zone? Look at these 3 divine skills. Backstab and Light Footsteps felt more like tricks than actual skills. Moisturizing actually has the feel of a skill, but its effect is probably equivalent to Red Bull plus antibiotics plus Yunnan Baiyao. Just as Xia Lin finished his rant, a sudden flash of light appeared before him. 3 spherical crystals materialized before his eyes. Your standard skill slots are insufficient. Skills will be distributed in the form of skill crystals. Skill crystals, the tangible manifestation of abilities. As long as there was an empty skill slot, crushing the crystal would automatically grant the skill. Xia Lin shook his head and casually picked up one of the skill crystals. You have learned the skill, Nourish F rank skill. The Moisturize skill appeared in the regular skill bar. Then, a faint glow flickered over the skill description. Unstable mutation activated. Your skill, Nourish F rank skill, has mutated into Rapid Nourishment mutated. Rapid Nourishment mutated, active skill. Consumes 4 spirit. Targets any single living organism, rapidly fattening it to its genetic limit within a short time frame. This skill has no cooldown. Xia Lin froze in place. He knew unstable mutations were powerful, extremely powerful. But he hadn't realized this talent also had a quirky side. The execution of this rapid nourishment seemed off. Chaos swirled in Xia Lin's mind as he struggled to envision practical applications for this skill. But that didn't stop Xia Lin from placing Rapid Nourishment mutated into his constant skill slot. He then picked up another skill crystal and crushed it. You have learned the skill, Backstab F rank skill. A faint glow flickered once more. Unstable mutation, reliably delivering its effect. Your skill, Backstab F rank skill, has mutated into Backstab mutated. Backstab mutated, limit breaking skill, passive skill. Permanently increases all attributes based on the impact caused when you backstab your faction. Limit breaking skill. Muttering these 4 words, the Ember Zone system promptly provided an explanation. Breaking limit skills are a special category within the Shattered Ember Zone. The attribute caps of Ember Zone walkers are directly tied to their level. The attribute cap for a level 1 Ember Zone traveler is 10 points, level 2 is 20 points, and so on. However, the attribute bonuses provided by limit breaking skills can shatter this restriction, surpassing level caps and remaining permanently active. This meant a level 1 Ember Zone walker could potentially use limit breaking skills to elevate their attributes to 100, 1000, or even 10,000, 100,000. Xia Lin thought of the breaker profession. Attributes or power numbers are truth. Without hesitation, he dragged Backstab mutated into his constant skill slot and crushed the 3rd skill crystal. You have learned the skill, Light Footsteps F rank skill. Your skill, Light Footsteps F rank skill, has mutated into Farewell 1,000 miles away mutated. 1,000 miles apart mutated, active skill. Consumes half of your remaining spirit, minimum 5 points. After saying goodbye to the target and waving, this skill activates. Upon activation, you will instantly teleport to any accessible location exactly 1,000 miles away from the target. This skill has a cooldown of half a month. With that, Xia Lin's taut nerves relaxed. He had obtained what he needed most. Let's return. After lingering briefly in the settlement space, he glanced at the Ember Zone Mall. Confirming that 100 Ember Zone points couldn't buy anything he needed, Xia Lin made the decision to return. This time, the Ember Zone system finally provided detailed instructions regarding the return process. Returning from the Ember Zone will transport you back to its entrance. Additionally, due to the differing time flow within the Ember Zone, regardless of how long you remained inside, only 1 hour of real-world time will have passed. This meant survivors who entered the same Ember Zone through the same portal would reappear at the exact same location upon their return. Li Peipei's words proved true. Furthermore, you must locate the Ashen Zone entrance independently and re-enter the zone within 1 month. Those who exceed the time limit will be erased. The Ember Zone is as ruthless as beasts, forcibly compelling its travelers to repeatedly enter its depths, endlessly plunging into perilous situations, and ceaselessly struggling for survival. The original owner of this body had good reason to avoid becoming an Ashen Zone traveler. No one relishes a life of constant peril. But I, Xia Lin, prefer to hold my fate in my own hands. He slowly clenched his fist, closed his eyes, and fully returned to reality. Chapter 10, Farewell, Fat Wife. Iron Rain Base entrance to the Ash Zone. The normally bustling entrance to the Ember Zone had been cleared. Not a single Ember Zone traveler entered or exited. This is the rule of the Iron Rain Base. Once Li Peipei enters the Ash Zone, the entrance will be completely sealed off and no passage will be permitted. The strong naturally possess privilege. As Sequence 43, Li Peipei held the power over life and death for everyone within Iron Rain Base and established all its rules. Special personnel monitored the entrance to the Ember Zone, timing her progress to assess her condition. The timer ticked steadily, soon reaching exactly 60 minutes. This marked the time for Li Peipei's return. Suddenly, two beams of light flashed before the Ashen Zone entrance, stirring a mix of sorrow and joy among the crowd below. Joy, for two had survived and Li Peipei must be among them. Sadness, however, for the loss of 3 members from the 5-person squad. The Ember Zone remained as perilous as ever. But it wasn't a major issue. Li Peipei had lost teammates before. If they died, she could simply find replacements. For other Iron Rain-based travelers in the Ember Zone, the deaths of Yu and the others were actually a blessing. They had vacated their spots. Before murmurs could rise, Li Peipei's furious voice boomed from the Ashen Zone entrance. Capture him alive. The light faded completely. Everyone saw the 2 figures appearing before the entrance to the Ash Zone. One was naturally Li Peipei. At this moment, her long hair was disheveled, her hair standing on end with fury, and her exquisitely beautiful features twisted and distorted. The other figure, however, was not a member of the squad at all, but a young man unfamiliar to most present. The atmosphere froze. Everyone was stunned by the unexpected scene, except for Li Peipei, whose furious voice continued to echo. Capture him alive, do you hear me? Capture him alive, I said. I'll rip out his tendons, flay his skin, and carve him into a human steak to throw into the cesspool. Her bloodshot eyes glared at Xia Lin, yet Li Peipei made no move. But this was to be expected, wasn't it? Li Peipei was steady. This was evident from her decision to leave the Ash Zone and shift the battlefield to Iron Rain Base. Back in the Ashes Zone, Xia Lin's stats had already skyrocketed beyond normal levels, even allowing him to go toe-to-toe with Li Peipei, but Li Peipei was unaware of Xia Lin's temporary boosts. Playing it safe, she chose to retreat immediately. And after retreating, she certainly wouldn't personally step in to finish Xia Lin off. Instead, she'd have other Ash Zone walkers weaken his combat strength, leaving her to deliver the final blow. Driven by fury, she would undoubtedly capture Xia Lin alive, condemning him to a living hell to vent her rage. But this was the wrong choice. Had Li Peipei acted decisively and slain Xia Lin outright, none of what followed would have transpired. Alas, she did not make that choice. The consequence of this was, with a sharp whistling sound, a faint glow erupted abruptly from Xia Lin's fingertips, streaking toward Li Peipei's mouth at an unavoidable speed and cutting off her furious screams. Li Peipei instinctively closed her mouth, staring at Xia Lin in shock, unsure what he had just fed her. Xia Lin grinned. He raised his hand, making a farewell gesture toward Li Peipei. Goodbye, you fat cow. A roaring light erupted, enveloping Xia Lin's entire body. Before Li Peipei or the others could react, the light swept up Xia Lin, instantly piercing through the Earth's crust and shooting off into the distance. 1,000-mile departure activated. Ignoring all obstacles, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. Impossible to track, impossible to find. At least not by Li Peipei. He was gone. But one crisis barely subsided before another erupted. Before the others could recover from their shock at Xia Lin's disappearance, Li Peipei suddenly let out a piercing scream. The scream was shrill and piercing, as if Li Peipei had encountered the most terrifying thing in her life. All eyes turned toward Li Peipei. Then they all froze in disbelief. They could see Li Peipei's body beginning to swell. Massive amounts of fat were growing beneath her skin, rapidly expanding her frame. The sound of fabric tearing echoed repeatedly. In just 3 seconds, her clothes were ripped apart by her rapidly expanding form. She stood naked, and the process of gaining weight continued. Li Peipei, the supreme authority of Iron Rain Base and widely regarded as its most beautiful woman. Now, her clothes were torn to shreds. Yet this sight failed to stir any lewd thoughts in anyone. Because the speed of her weight gain was too rapid, too bizarre, and the fat was too solid. Fat ruins everything. When Li Peipei reached a certain extreme of obesity, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a physically unsettling giant tank. Her facial features were squashed beyond recognition by layers of flesh. Gone were the graceful curves and alluring contours, replaced only by layer upon layer of folds and crevices. Her formidable physical constitution prevented her from collapsing flat on her backside. She even retained her mobility and most of her fighting prowess. Yet the fat at her hips and thighs cascaded down like waterfalls, covering her once slender legs, even submerging her feet, spreading out across the floor. What have you done to me? A numb female voice emerged from the folds of flesh, faintly recognizable as Li Peipei's. The next instant, a roaring gust of air rippled through the mountain of flesh, sending terrifying waves of fat undulating outward. You! What did you do to me? The parting words fat cow echoed in everyone's minds. Facing the naked, spherical creature possibly weighing 2,000 pounds, some trembled in fear, others stifled laughter, and yet another rushed with a loud wah. Doctor! I need to wash my eyes. JPG. Ah! Li Peipei's shrieks echoed at the entrance to the ash zone, their lingering echoes refusing to fade. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Xia Lin's figure materialized out of thin air inside an abandoned high-rise. Her mind felt foggy, tinged with a faint stinging sensation. This was the result of excessive mental energy depletion. One shot of extreme nourishment and one shot of 1,000-mile farewell had cost Xia Lin a total of 9 points of mental energy. His total mental energy pool was only 10 points. Mental energy was the essential resource for activating active skills. When mental energy drops to zero, the Ember Zone walker would instantly collapse unconscious. Xia Lin was now dangerously close to that state. Without skill buffs, mental energy would slowly recover at a rate of 1 point per hour until reaching the attribute cap. Suddenly, however, a cool sensation materialized out of thin air, nourishing Xia Lin's parched spirit. The Ember Zone system alert sounded in his ears. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction. Effect assessed as moderate. You have gained 3 points to all attributes. Inside the room, Xia Lin's laughter erupted abruptly, sending dust swirling through the air. Right, he still had the backstab skill. Is he from the Iron Rain base? Of course he is. Even though I didn't bring my ID, you can check the records. I, Xia Lin, citizen of Iron Rain base. Employed. Having just delivered a rapid breed to Li Peipei, the backstab condition is naturally satisfied, granting attribute bonuses. Thinking this, Xia Lin smiled and narrowed his eyes. A thought occurred to him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Chapter 11, The Shattered World. 400 days ago, the Shattered Ember Zone descended. It brought forth the extraordinary system of Emberwalkers. But it also brought irrevocable destruction. Countless entrances to the Emberlands opened across this planet. They appeared everywhere in the skies, the deep seas, subterranean caverns, and on the surface omnipresent yet elusive. Once an entrance to the Ashen Zone opened, if the zone wasn't cleared within 10 days and the entrance closed, it would transform into an anomalous disaster, affecting the real world. It is said that the world government's resistance lasted only 56 days before it declared its dissolution, leaving each region to fend for itself. At this moment, Xia Lin found himself in the eastern part of the world, in Pearl City, once one of the most prosperous cities of the old world. Climbing the stairs, he made his way to the rooftop. Standing atop the tallest floor of the CBD building in the fierce wind, Xia Lin slowly narrowed his eyes. The shattered cityscape unfolded before his eyes. Within his field of vision, nearly 100 black holes of varying sizes swirled unsealed and unclosed portals to the Ember Zone. The city lay torn into irregular fragments. Some blocks gushed molten lava, others were barren wastelands, some were frozen wastelands, and others were pitch-black voids. Above, a colossal floating city cast vast shadows across the land. S-class disaster, Mechanical Sky City. In the distant urban districts, an unknown, eerie roar echoed. Who knows what level of monster it might be. Further still, on the outskirts, a towering black and red tree stood proudly, radiating an ominous aura. S-class disaster, Demon Tree Paradise. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted. Countless black dots streaked across the sky, growing larger as they approached. It was a swarm of over 1,000 three-clawed pterosaurs, each over 10 meters long. SS-class disaster, Catastrophe Dragon Nest. These dragon nest troops flew in from 1,000 miles away, targeting the Mechanical Sky City with pinpoint accuracy. As the dragon's roar echoed, the Sky City's automated defense system activated. Laser missiles of every hue erupted like a torrential downpour, filling the sky with blazing light. Even among disasters, conflicts arise. They may clash and even destroy one another. Survival of the fittest, an immutable truth in the cosmos. And humanity struggles to survive amidst the endless crevices of these calamities. They are weak. But thankfully, their very weakness spares them from targeted attacks by more powerful calamities. Xia Lin suddenly understood the meaning behind that system prompt. Life without a powerful ally is never easy, whether in the Ashlands or in reality. He recalled the layout of Iron Rain Base. The base was vast, sheltering an area spanning hundreds of miles. Such a massive target was almost certain to draw the attention of powerful calamities. Yet, in the memories of his original host, the base had never faced a life or death crisis. He had never heard of any a grade or higher calamity actively attacking Iron Rain Base. Having reached this conclusion, Xia Lin felt not a shred of fear. Iron Rain Base had powerful backers? Highly likely. But if your patron, Li Peipei, was truly powerful, why would she only be a level 5? Why would she only be ranked 43rd? How could she have fallen to a rookie like me? Ignoring the battle raging overhead, Xia Lin descended the stairs and cautiously made his way north. That was the direction of Iron Rain Base. 3 days later, a truck rumbled along the shattered highway. 8 large characters were printed on the truck: Qingguan Logistics, Express Delivery. This was a Qingguan Logistics transport vehicle. Heavy machine guns mounted on the vehicle, with protective armor plating covering its entire body. More than a truck, it resembled a heavily armored tank. Inside sat 2 men and 1 woman. All wore Qingguan Logistics specialized combat suits, with large-caliber assault rifles slung diagonally across their bodies. One man drives while the other 2 maintain vigilance, constantly monitoring their surroundings. After the Emberfall descended, long journeys became a luxury. Countless disasters of varying magnitudes had become the protagonists of this world, leaving humanity struggling to survive in the cracks. Yet the flow of supplies between bases could not be halted. Weaker bases lacked the capacity to produce a full range of goods. Thus, a new era of logistics companies emerged. These days, anyone daring to venture into logistics undoubtedly possesses exceptional skills. They command their own armed groups and specialized Ash Zonewalker task forces. Their founders are invariably Tier 4 Ash Zonewalkers or higher, possessing extraordinary prowess. The security level of a logistics convoy varied depending on the cargo being transported. The 3 individuals in the vehicle were all Ashlanders, though their ranks were low 1 Tier 2 and 2 Tier 1. This suggested the cargo they were transporting was likely not of great importance. "Stop the vehicle." The captain's voice suddenly rang out. Wang Yi slammed on the brakes, the combat vehicle's tires screeching as they left 2 black marks on the ground. It skidded 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. All 3 men in the vehicle turned their gaze forward. 100 meters ahead. A figure clad in ragged clothes, covered in dust and grime, sat perched on the highway guardrail. Swinging his legs back and forth, he wore a cheerful smile on his face. "Hey! Hee. Waving a greeting, he leapt off the guardrail and began running toward them at a brisk pace. He finally stopped when he reached the front of the truck. He took a deep breath and exclaimed excitedly. "Finally, someone. This wilderness is no place for humans. By the way, my name's Xia Lin. Would you handsome guys and beautiful ladies mind giving me a ride?" Wang Yi rolled his eyes inwardly. The words handsome guys and beautiful ladies were swallowed back just before they left his lips. Out here in the wilderness, the people you encounter might not be human at all. Kindness only invites trouble in the wild. Keeping your distance from everyone and everything is the only way to survive. You actually have the nerve to ask for a ride? Don't you know the rules? Wang Yi couldn't be bothered to argue or even acknowledge this guy named Xia Lin. He started the car, ready to continue on his way, when suddenly he felt the captain's hand brush against his thigh. He traced 2 words. "Fat sheep. Hop in, bro. We're all brothers on the road, helping each other out is the way to go. Giving you a ride is no big deal. Hop in, buddy, backseat it is." Wang Yi laughed heartily, warm and generous. The other man and woman in the car beamed as if they'd spotted walking gold coins, no, long-lost relatives. So Xia Lin's smile grew even brighter. He climbed into the back seat of the truck, sitting right next to the woman. As the vehicle started moving, Xia Lin kept smiling and said, "This wilderness is terrifying. I've been wandering around out here for 3 days straight. It's been absolute hell. Zombies and monsters kept bothering me day and night. Last night, some female ghost even crawled into my bed in the middle of the night. I was so scared I almost peed my pants. Even a guy sleeping under a bridge like me? She sure isn't picky. But you know what? She actually looked pretty decent. Hey, where are you guys headed?" Captain Li Qing, the only level 2 in the vehicle, spoke up slowly. "Guhua Base." Xia Lin realized, oh. I know Guhua Base, it's the closest one to Iron Rain Base. "Oh, right, I forgot to mention I'm from Iron Rain Base." Li Cheng and Wang Yi exchanged a quick glance. Suddenly, Xia Lin spoke again. "That guy just hit the nail on the head with what he said earlier. When we're out in the world, we're all brothers. Since we're all brothers, doesn't that make us part of the same crew?" Wang Yi and Li Qing burst into laughter. "Of course we are. Xia Lin, if we're in the same crew, then we're definitely on the same side, right?" Wang Yi and Li Qing, right, absolutely. Xia Lin fell into deep thought. "But what should we call our faction?" Wang Yi tapped the steering wheel lightly as he replied with a smile. "Why bother naming it? We're all human beings. Since we're all human, we naturally belong to the human faction." Xia Lin suddenly understood. "You're absolutely right, buddy. So tell me, if I kill someone, does that count as stabbing my own faction in the back?" The moment the words killing someone left his mouth, the atmosphere in the car instantly turned tense. Li Qing frowned deeply, about to speak, but was cut off by Xia Lin. "How big is the bounty Iron Rain Base put on my head? TSK. Being on the road without a disguise skill sure is a pain." A sharp crack echoed. Xia Lin struck first, lightning fast, snapping the neck of the woman beside him. Simultaneously, 2 beams of light erupted from Xia Lin's fingertips, instantly merging into the bodies of Wang Yi and Li Qing. Rapid Nourishment. Chapter 12, Ancient Splendor. Xia Lin favored rapid nourishment. Don't be fooled by its bizarre effect. This was a legitimate, powerful control skill. Low mana cost, no cooldown. With Xia Lin's current 13 spirit points, he could easily cast it twice. In desperate situations, he could even squeeze out a third cast. The moment the light seeped into Wang Yi Li Qing's body, the nourishing effect took hold. Fat rapidly proliferated, and his physique grew larger by the second. Known fact, without limit-breaking skills, a level 2 Ash Walker's attribute cap is 20 points. At level 1, it's even more limited, not exceeding the average human's maximum. Therefore, it's clear that Wang Yi Li Qing's attributes couldn't be very high. This isn't about immunity to skill effects. If Li Peipei couldn't avoid it, neither could these two. The question was whether the explosive weight gain would directly destroy them. The answer is yes. The explosive weight gain rapidly increased their physical burden. Surviving without immediate death was a testament to their robust constitution. Their mutated forms made movement agonizingly difficult. Two colossal blobs, each weighing over 1,000 pounds, crammed into the cramped cockpit. The scene was nothing short of hellish. A meaningless howl erupted from the mountain of flesh, followed by heavy, labored breathing. The obesity caused breathing difficulties. One gasp vanished within moments. Wang Yi, a level 1 mutant, succumbed to his obesity. His cardiovascular system couldn't withstand the strain, and he died instantly. Conversely, Li Qing's breathing gradually steadied. He looked around in a daze, but his vision was obstructed by the thick layers of flesh surrounding his eyes. Suddenly, he felt something cold, thick, and hard press against the back of his head. Xia Lin's voice echoed eerily. I ask, you answer. Got it? Tap 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 tap. The crisp sound of burst fire. The rear doors of the truck swung open. Xia Lin traced a cross over his chest, tossed the woman's rifle back inside, and murmured softly, May you rest in peace. Amen. Having completed the final prayer, Xia Lin's expression brightened once more. Because the backstab had worked again. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction. Effect assessment, extremely weak. You gain 0.01 points across all attributes. Due to the minimal attribute bonus, it will not be displayed on the attribute panel or manifest in practical effects. It will accumulate until reaching an integer value before being distributed. Xia Lin is human, so killing his own kind naturally counts as betraying his faction. No problem. Now, you're my favorite skill. Xia Lin chuckled to himself, then turned his gaze northward. The Iron Rain base lay 130 kilometers to the north. And Li Peipei had indeed placed a bounty on Xia Lin, a staggering 10,000 Ash Zone points. At this, Xia Lin merely grinned. Broke ass. First I killed your teammate, then I snatched your precious treasure, and finally I turned you into a fat cow. And all you can do is put a 10,000 Ash Zone point bounty on my head? Clearly someone with no savings to spare. One thing did puzzle Xia Lin, though. Two words were highlighted prominently on the wanted poster. Capture alive. Back at the Iron Rain base's Ashen Zone entrance, Li Peipei wanted to capture Xia Lin alive. Fair enough. After all, for revenge, it was best to keep him alive. But after Xia Lin demonstrated his escape skill, vanish in an instant, Li Peipei still issued the order to capture him alive. This left Xia Lin somewhat perplexed. Killing Xia Lin was already difficult enough, but capturing him alive would increase the difficulty exponentially. You can't possibly have fallen for me, can you? He muttered the boastful remark under his breath, shaking his head dismissively before shifting his gaze further westward. There, another base stood. Its name, Guhua Base. The leader and protector was Human Sequence 56, Guhua. Two tigers cannot share the same mountain unless one is male and the other female. Li Peipei and Guhua were such a pair. As Human Race Sequence 56 and leader of the Guhua Base, Guhua had just turned 30. He possessed an elegant bearing, reminiscent of the trendy urban men who roamed the metropolis before the catastrophe struck. Moreover, his admiration for Li Peipei was common knowledge among the residents of both bases. Yet today, Guhua found himself utterly unable to muster any joy. In the mansion's living room, Guhua shot a sidelong glance at the mountain of flesh sitting beside him before quickly averting his gaze. His face twisted with unease, yet he couldn't help but voice the question burning in his mind. Peipei has grown plump, can she still dance? The dragon flash dance, Li Peipei's signature move. A sharp slap echoed. Guhua slapped himself across the face, meeting the murderous glare from between the folds of flesh with a hasty, apologetic smile. My bad, my bad. What I meant was, being overweight isn't necessarily unsolvable. Like, we could get liposuction, right, Peipei? Liposuction wasn't a major operation. Since the emergence of the Ashen Zone travelers, the cosmetic surgery industry had flourished under the enhancement of advanced skills. Li Peipei was indeed so overweight she'd lost her human form, but a few simple procedures would be enough to restore her to her former lovely self. Faced with Guhua's question, however, Li Peipei only gave a cold snort. Her clear voice rang out from within her fleshy form. I don't care about my looks. Guhua, but I do. He dared not voice this thought aloud, merely listening as Li Peipei continued. The sequence battle is imminent. What matters most to me is my strength. She raised her hand, examining her lotus root-like arm. That little thief tried to disgust me with that trick, but he's short-sighted. As a newly minted Ashen Zone walker, he has no idea how many wondrous abilities exist within the zone. Guhua froze, a realization dawning on him. Lowering his voice, he uttered 5 words. Sequence 3, Martial King Li. War King, Wan Li. Human Race Sequence 3. His legendary journey was common knowledge. He wasn't among the first to venture into the Ember Zone, but had only entered it for the first time over 200 days after its opening. Even more astonishingly, he entered the zone while carrying a debuff. Class C anomaly, obesity. This anomaly causes all affected individuals to gain weight uncontrollably, reaching their genetic limit within a week. Yet Wu Wanlai used this obesity as a foundation to forge an unimagined path. Martial arts. Martial training consumes vast amounts of energy, and the fat accumulated by obesity serves as an excellent fuel source. Moreover, King Wu possessed extraordinary martial talent, which caught the attention of the 3-phase martial academy in the Ashen Zone. There he mastered the blood slaughter breathing technique, propelling his limit-breaking progress at an astonishing pace. Guhua spoke these words slowly, recalling the awe-inspiring might of Wu Wan, who had become a walker of the Ember Zone less than 100 days prior during the last sequence championship. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Then you'd better switch professions. Li Peipei chuckled dismissively. Change it? Fine. No big deal. Retracing the Martial King's path, even if her martial talent likely fell short of his, a secondary Martial King account could easily snatch a top 30 ranking. But there's one crucial condition. That guy named Xia Lin. I want him. Alive. Li Peipei looked at Guhua. Even through the flesh-covered slit, Guhua could faintly see the cold glint in her eyes. At this, Guhua could only offer a bitter smile. My situation here is quite different from that at the Iron Rain base. Chapter 13, White Light. The Guhua base was indeed different from the Iron Rain base. Bases were born from the strong and existed to serve them. Naturally, the style of the base varied according to the personality of its leader. Iron Rain base was fairly conventional. Li Peipei was generally cautious, with a somewhat rigid streak to her personality, so the base's atmosphere felt rather stiff. But Guhua was a free spirit who disdained tedious administrative work. In his own words, he's a rogue playboy who's wild as hell. Consequently, management at Guhua base is remarkably lax. The population census was rudimentary. So rudimentary that Xia Lin could obtain identification for Guhua base simply by applying some facial disguise, shaving his head, and inventing a false name. Now, he was both a member of the Iron Rain base and the Guhua base, and still counted as one of the human race. This is quite good, isn't it? Pulling his hood over his head, he walked into the Guhua base with a smile. The sight that met his eyes was sparse. Few survivors remained. Judging by their demeanor and movements, most were Ash Zone wanderers. Due to its lax management, Guhua base naturally attracted many Ash Zone wanderers who disdained authority. They could maintain their freedom while still enjoying some of the base's conveniences. Why not? This situation meant Guhua base was a veritable den of hidden talents. Who knew? That cake shop owner on the street corner might just be a low-tier sequence. This phenomenon further complicated management at the Guhua base. What if someone provokes a powerful individual who then wipes out Guhua? Wouldn't that be a tragic injustice? So Li Peipei's hopes of finding someone within the base were probably wishful thinking. All she could do now was hope her 10,000 Ash Zone point bounty would yield results. Forget it. I understand your base's situation. If it's too difficult, then let's just drop it. Li Peipei waved her hand, understanding Guhua's predicament. One ranked 43rd, the other 56th, a gap of 10 spots, yet their actual strength remained comparable. Add to that the fact that Li Peipei's appearance had indeed deteriorated significantly, and her weight gain had impacted her strength. Suddenly, she found herself becoming surprisingly understanding. But there's one more thing you must help me with. I need you to use your sequence privileges to lock down a martial arts type Ash Zone for me. Guhua hesitated. My access is useless this month, but you could do it yourself. Li Peipei, my permissions are needed to extend the time within the Ash Zone. Guhua remained hesitant. As a sequence, they possessed immense privileges. They could even influence the Ember Zone. If used wisely, the benefits of such privilege were beyond imagination. Now that Li Peipei had lost her stunning beauty, Guhua felt it was unwise to continue wasting time and emotions on her. Yes, he was a shallow person, and not even loyal. Until Li Peipei's next words made Guhua sigh deeply. Brother Gu, I owe you a personal favor this time. I'll repay you handsomely in the future. For the sake of our shared allegiance to the City of Immortals. With that, Guhua had no reason left to refuse. The main entrance to the Ash district of Guhua base opened directly onto the central plaza. Naturally, this area had become the most bustling commercial district within Guhua base. Bars lined the perimeter of the plaza, their pulsing music blaring day and night without cease. Dancers of every style graced the stages or lingered at bar entrances, their dazzling beauty overwhelming the senses. As Ash Zone travelers constantly faced life and death situations, this inevitably warped their personalities. Over 90% of these travelers sought outlets for their pent-up energy, spending lavishly and fueling the rapid growth of the third industry catering to them. In the northeast corner of the central square stood a bar called the Ashes Bar, the largest den of iniquity in the Guhua base. Fortunately, the purchasing power of Ash Zone credits was formidable. A single credit was enough for Xia Lin to spend hours here and fill his empty stomach. The aggressive heavy metal music pierced his ears, yet after prolonged listening, Xia Lin found it strangely satisfying. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Xia Lin patted his belly. He was full. He looked up to find a figure had appeared before him, seemingly out of nowhere. He appeared to be around Xia Lin's age, and his handsomeness was no less striking than Xia Lin's. But while Xia Lin possessed a tall, slender kind of handsome, this man before him radiated a rugged, muscular kind of handsome. Too bad his facial expression ruined the whole vibe. "Hey buddy, need some intel?" he winked suggestively. Bars were a melting pot of all kinds of people, and even seasoned travelers in the Ember District needed vast amounts of information to navigate it. Thus, the ancient trait of the informant had found new life. Xia Lin pondered for a moment, picking his teeth as he nodded. "Spill a few. Price is negotiable." 100 Ember Zone credits might not seem like much, but it was more than enough for daily expenses. Buying simple intel wouldn't cost nearly that much, and Xia Lin was curious to give it a try. Little did he expect that the very first line from this man would make Xia Lin frown. "Hey, buddy, interested in Xia Lin's intel?" The man before him wore an odd smile. Xia Lin relaxed his brow and waved him off. Hold on, buddy. No hard feelings, no hard feelings. Just messing with you. No need to get so worked up." The burly man swiftly grabbed Xia Lin's wrist, his movements so swift Xia Lin couldn't react. His agility and strength stats were both well over 40 points. The man's actions also drew the attention of the bar security. Only after Xia Lin gave a slight nod did the security guard shift his gaze away. Turning back to the man, Xia Lin gave a sly grin. "Just messing with you." His cooldown hadn't even finished yet. But he wasn't worried about security either. "After all, I'm only worth 10,000 alive. Dead, I'm worth nothing." The man chuckled darkly. "I get it. I totally get it. I never intended to hand you over to that Li Peipei. Mainly, I heard you really screwed Li Peipei over. I figured you must be someone special. Running into you here by chance today, I just wanted to come over and get acquainted." With that, the man introduced himself. "Bai Guang, level 5 Ashen Zone Walker." Xia Lin turned to look at the whiteboard on the wall of the Ashes bar and easily found Bai Guang's name listed there. Bai Guang, Human Sequence 73, Profession, on Myoji. "Bro, I've got beef with that Li Peipei too. That screwed me over before the last sequence championship, leaving me gravely injured going into battle. My ranking dropped at least 30 spots. You tell me, is that a big grudge or what?" Xia Lin nodded. "Big." He turned to Bai Guang. "So? I got you revenge. Don't you owe me? I'm not asking for much, just 1,000 or so Ash Zone points." "Ah," Bai Guang waved his hand dismissively. "Talking about money ruins the mood, doesn't it?" With that, he crossed his legs and smiled at Xia Lin. "We're not talking about money. Then what are we talking about? Let's talk about how to take care of Li Peipei." Whoa. Quite the killer instinct. Xia Lin finally understood these sequences, though all human, weren't exactly on the same page. Talking about some grand human righteousness seemed pointless now. Still, Xia Lin found the task of eliminating Li Peipei itself intriguing. Revenge? Absolutely. But the backstab still needed to be executed. Stirring the ice cubes in his drink, Xia Lin spoke slowly. "How do you plan to pull this off?" Bai Guang grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. "I know which Ash district she's heading to. And I know why she wants to capture you alive. She wants to become a martial artist, and it's all thanks to you." Chapter 14, Entry. As a newcomer, Xia Lin was unfamiliar with many aspects of the Ash Zone. Especially the stories of the sequences. But Bai Guang, also a sequence, understood these things. He briefly recounted the legendary tale of Martial King Li, leaving Xia Lin utterly stunned. "You can actually pull that off?" Bai Guang chuckled. "Why not? Absolutely. Totally possible. That's just basic stuff. Let me tell you something even more interesting. Sequence 100. Do you know what its alias is?" "What is it?" "Fecal Sea Mad Maggot." Xia Lin, what? "His profession is gold repairer, a dung scooper. The more dung he handles, the stronger he gets." The notice board at Ash's bar listed Sequence 100's name, but to avoid offending anyone, it omitted nicknames and even concealed the occupations of many sequences. But the gold refiner profession for Sequence 100 was explicitly documented. Xia Lin had assumed it was about playing with metal, never expecting this gold to be of a different kind. "So now you understand why Li Peipei wanted to capture you alive? She wants to switch professions, to retrace the path of the Martial King. Truth be told, Li Peipei's current strength no longer justifies her sequence status. The competition among sequences is getting fiercer, with more and more talented individuals emerging. She doesn't even have a limit-breaking technique. What makes her worthy of being in the top 50? And as everyone knows, martial arts has the most limit-breaking techniques. Xia Lin, aren't limit-breaking techniques most common among the limit breakers profession?" Bai Guang raised an eyebrow, sizing Xia Lin up from head to toe before chuckling. They have more, but they aren't stronger. Limit Breaker's techniques are the strongest, but in terms of quantity, they can't match the Immortal Path or Martial Path. But hey, you know your stuff, buddy. Xia Lin chuckled and changed the subject. So you came looking for me because you're interested in my skills? Ghost Warrior. The title itself carries the word warrior. Extreme nourishment would likely be useful to Bai Guang too. Bai Guang showed no surprise that Xia Lin had guessed his other motive. He leaned forward, looking at Xia Lin solemnly. Follow me into the Ember Zone once. Help me get fatter and stronger, and I'll help you take down Li Peipei. How does that deal sound? Without much thought, Xia Lin replied, change the terms. I don't need you to kill Li Peipei, I can handle that myself. Help me acquire a similar skill instead. If Wu Wang Lai, Li Peipei, and Bai Guang could pull this off, then Xia Lin, as the skill's owner, certainly could too. This request left Bai Guang somewhat troubled. I can try, but I can't guarantee it. After all, it's a limit-breaking skill. Acquiring such abilities is exceptionally demanding. Xia Lin smiled. Just try. He swirled his wine glass. Next question, how can you guarantee you'll be able to follow Li Peipei into the same Ember Zone? Bai Guang smiled without giving a direct answer, only murmuring mysteriously, the authority and benefits of the sequence surpass your imagination. After chatting idly for over half an hour, Bai Guang took the initiative to settle the bill and left. After Bai Guang departed, Xia Lin remained at the Ashes Bar. Several hours later, Xia Lin summoned a waiter and paid 1 Ash Zone point to have the waiter introduce him to a reliable information broker. But he didn't spend money inquiring about Li Peipei or information concerning himself. Instead, he paid 5 Ashen Zone points to inquire about Bai Guang himself. As the blood-red sun sank below the horizon, Xia Lin stepped out of the bar, his face radiant with a relaxed and cheerful smile. From this perspective, the collaboration should pose no issues. As a sequence, every move drew scrutiny. Especially the sequence wars, held at irregular intervals, a carnival for all humans on this planet, all Ember Zone travelers, all the powerful. Every word and action between sequences was scrutinized under a microscope, and the conflict between Bai Guang and Li Peipei was no exception. Li Peipei had indeed betrayed Bai Guang and done so ruthlessly. She had directly undermined Bai Guang, who had the potential to compete for a top 40 sequence ranking, causing his strength to plummet. He had barely managed to retain his current position in the last sequence competition. The sequence rankings determine rewards, privileges, and power. And in the Ashen Zone, in this shattered world, power is everything. This was worse than a blood feud. Given Bai Guang's temperament, he absolutely couldn't let this go. Therefore, the possibility of Bai Guang and Li Peipei collaborating on a scheme could be ruled out. While pondering Wu Wanlia's fat for power transaction, Xia Lin checked into a hotel. He checked in after registering. Then came the wait. Bai Guang stated he would monitor Li Peipei's movements. Once she made her move, they would act. All Xia Lin needed to do was wait. The wait wasn't long. Because Li Peipei couldn't afford to wait. Burdened by her obese frame and distorted features, she naturally drew strange stares from others. Moreover, with the sequence battle drawing ever closer, Li Peipei was already bursting with impatience. For Ashen Zone walkers, there was a 1-month maximum interval between entering the zone, but no minimum. In other words, if you possessed sufficient skill, you could complete one Ash Zone and immediately enter the next. This rule served as the Ember Zone's reward for the brave. Early this morning, Li Peipei and Gu Hua arrived together at the entrance to the Ash Zone within the Gu Hua base. The area was bustling with people, and the unusual glances were even more numerous. A colossal tank like Li Peipei was indeed a rare sight. Yet Li Peipei remained unfazed by the stares, silently recalling the legendary exploits of Martial King Lai. The three-phase martial arts academy. This was the focal point of their journey. Once she mastered the three phases martial arts school's true teachings, mere fat would be insignificant. The other crucial matter was Xia Lin's whereabouts. Alas, there was no news of Xia Lin. At this thought, Li Peipei took a deep breath. I will catch you. I absolutely will. Without Xia Lin as the catalyst, even if Li Peipei obtained the true teachings of the three phases martial arts hall, the effect would be greatly diminished. But even diminished, it still worked. It was a limit-breaking technique. It was also the very thing Li Peipei had been longing for. Just then, Gu Hua raised a finger, its tip bursting with multicolored light. In the name of Sequence 56, mark. Self-selected Ashen Zone, Fierce Martial City. The entrance to the Ash Zone ahead pulsed with a shimmering halo before quickly stabilizing. Gu Hua flashed a smile at Li Peipei and stepped inside first. Seeing this, Li Peipei immediately followed. At the very moment Gu Hua marked the Ember Zone, Xia Lin and Bai Guang materialized in a secluded clearing outside the Gu Hua base. As Gu Hua began his operation, Bai Guang raised his hand as if sensing something. In the name of Sequence 73, follow. He spoke solemnly, and light burst forth from his fingertips. The light settled mid-air, swiftly coalescing into a rotating doorway as tall as a man, the very entrance to the Ember Zone. Xia Lin watched the scene with amazement. Beside him, Bai Guang smiled and explained. Gu Hua used his sequence privileges to personally select the Ember Zone. Such Ashen Zones don't follow the 10-day disaster principle. Once opened, the entrance vanishes, though it might reappear elsewhere at other times. As for my operation? That's also an application of sequence permissions, a rather brilliant method for locating enemies, I must say. The term sequence echoed once more in Xia Lin's mind. He hadn't expected sequence could interfere with the Ember Zone's operations, even altering its rules. So how did the Ember Zone come to be? And who created the sequence? This time, however, the white light shook its head. Lower-ranked sequences aren't authorized to know these things, but I can assure you that the top 5 or even the top 10 know far more than we do. In short, it boils down to this: if you have the strength, you must join the sequence. The benefits are simply too numerous to count. If you don't fight for your place, others will pull ahead, and then... He didn't say what came next, merely shrugging his shoulders. But Xia Lin understood without needing to hear it. Having once served as cannon fodder, he refused to endure that feeling of being at others' mercy ever again. Chapter 15, Fierce Martial City. Anchoring to reality. Anchoring complete. Reality Portal 0375 activated. Ash Zone activated. The same 3 phrases as when he first entered the Ember Zone. Reality 0375, it seemed to refer to this very planet Xia Lin had traveled to. Or perhaps, this plane itself? Can't figure it out. Ash Zone Traveler, welcome back to the Ash Zone. Current Ember Zone, S-Class, Fierce Martial City, Large Scale, Comprehensive Type. Note, equipment and items not produced within the Ember Zone cannot be brought into the Ember Zone. Detected you as an uncertain shadow. You have 1 minute to adjust your skill slots. Xia Lin had nothing to adjust. The 3 skills in his constant skill bar were Backstab, 1,000 miles apart, and Rapid Regeneration. All 3 skills were perfectly functional and required no further mutation. After waiting exactly 1 minute, a blinding light erupted before Xia Lin's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dilapidated studio apartment. The apartment was small, only about 20 square meters. It contained a bathroom, a bed, a wardrobe, a refrigerator, an old color TV, and Xia Lin himself. That was all the room held. After a quick glance around, Xia Lin's gaze settled on the snow-filled TV screen. He watched as the static rapidly shifted, forming rows of bold, eye-catching text. Welcome to the Fierce Martial Arts Metropolis. The nuclear war did not destroy this world. Instead, it freed it from its shackles, granting it rebirth. Huaxin Technology, Oris Pharmaceuticals, and the Suzuki conglomerate divided the power of the old world and established a new order. The 3 parties signed an agreement, deciding to resolve disputes and divide interests through martial arts. Thus, the Fierce Martial Arena was born. Here, martial arts and technology fuse seamlessly into reality. Martial artists transcending human limits and cyber-enhanced, genetically altered humanoid monsters clash within the Fierce Martial Arena, vying for the title of Fierce Martial King. There lies power, wealth, strength, and an endless supply of fierce warriors and burning passion. But the question remains, for whom do you fight? Ash Zone access duration, 1 month. Sequence 43 activation detected. Ember Zone duration extended to 3 months. Current main quest for the Ashen Zone has been released. Main quest, Fierce Martial Arena. Fierce Martial Arena, ascend the Fierce Martial Arena and complete 3 matches of any level. Quest reward, 200 Ember Zone points. Failure penalty, all attributes 1. Note, after completing the main quest, you may choose to return at any time or remain in the Ember Zone to continue exploring until the Ember Zone's open period concludes. Clear quest, not triggered. Side quests, not triggered. Your mental attribute has exceeded the level 1 cap. An advancement quest is now available. Advancement quest, defeat any creature with a single attribute exceeding 10 points. Quest reward, advance to level 2, unlock attribute cap, and unlock the 2nd skill slot. The prompt ended there. Xia Lin savored the news, then grinned. Good news and bad news. The good news was that the advancement quest was incredibly simple. As Xia Lin had discovered through inquiries, the advancement tasks for the first 5 levels of the Ember Zone Traveler were never difficult. They were practically handed out for free. The issue wasn't whether they were a piece of cake. It was about attributes. To obtain an advancement quest, 1 attribute must reach its maximum limit. Besides using limit-breaking skills, you can also purchase attributes with Ember Zone points, but this won't break the cap. And in the Ember Zone store, the price for a single attribute point is 500 points. This is the bad news Xia Lin mentioned. The main quest rewards in the Ember Zone remain as stingy as ever. The first Ember Zone main quest gave 100 points, and this one gives 200 points. Combined, both Ember Zone quests still don't even cover the cost of a single attribute point. As for the portable space, Xia Lin coveted the variability Li Peipei, Xia Xiaotian, and others used to conjure weapons and gear out of thin air. It cost 1,000 points, far beyond Xia Lin's means. To obtain more Ember Zone points, let alone crucial items or high-level skills, one must delve into side quests or even attempt to clear the entire Ember Zone. The former carried unknown risks and rewards, while the latter offered immense rewards but posed sky-high difficulty. For any Ember Zone traveler who managed to clear even a single level of the zone, it was something worth bragging about for a lifetime. Forget it. No point dwelling on that now. Xia Lin scratched his head, a sudden thought striking him. Request to spend 50 Ember Zone points to purchase currency within this Ember Zone. Before each Ember Zone begins, Ember Zone travelers can spend their stored Ember Zone points to purchase essential supplies. For instance, local currency, or even their initial status within the zone. The latter was prohibitively expensive, at least beyond Xia Lin's current means. Moreover, this was a one-way transaction. There was no option to exchange local currency within the Ember Zone for Ember Zone points. But seed money is essential. A system notification sounded. Application successful. You have obtained 500,000 credit points. Note, the average monthly salary in Fierce Martial City is 3,000 credit points. Xia Lin sighed contentedly. The purchasing power of Ember Zone credits was indeed respectable. He stood up and surveyed the clutter in his home. Xia Lin quickly pulled an ID card from his pocket. Name, Xia Lin. Citizen ID, XXXX. This served as both his ID card in the violent metropolis and his bank card, the initial identity assigned to Xia Lin by the Ember District system. A newly unemployed, penniless vagrant. But now, Xia Lin had 500,000 yuan in savings. So he pulled out his phone, opened the map app, and typed in the text. Martial Arts Academy. The phone's voice assistant activated. 4,031 martial arts schools detected in Xiangwu City. The closest one to you is... No. Xia Lin's smile grew increasingly sinister. I want the locations of every single martial arts academy in the city. Every single one. Due to the influence of the Xiangwu arena, martial arts training flourished throughout the Xiangwu metropolis's Jinju district, resulting in a staggering number of martial arts schools. From basic kickboxing classes to elite competitive training, all the way up to top-tier combat academies focused on the Xiangwu arena. Even within these elite academies, styles vary: traditional martial arts, modern techniques, weaponry training, and more. Though Xia Lin claimed he needed the locations of every martial arts academy, he would still have to be selective. Ordinary combat classes were beneath Xia Lin's notice. His target was the top-tier martial arts academies. Most of these combat academies were backed by powerful conglomerates, and their masters were often renowned figures who had successfully emerged from the fierce martial arena. Such martial arts academies served a crucial purpose, supplying Xiangwu fighters to their backers. Xiangwu fighters were martial artists whose sole objective was to ascend the Xiangwu arena. They received the martial arts school's true teachings and the conglomerate's full support, so they inevitably had to pay a price. What they give up is their combat prowess and even their very lives. Amidst the towering skyscrapers of the metropolis, motorcycles weave ceaselessly through the streets. Xia Lin sat on the bus, his eyes fixed on the images playing on the in-vehicle TV. Two fierce martial warriors fought a desperate, deadly duel, blood splattering in a display of violent aesthetics. Their punches and kicks were fast and heavy, with strength and agility stats easily exceeding 10 points. Yet on the entire Xiangwu arena, fighters of this caliber were mere minnows, not even worthy of mention. They were competing in the lowest tier of the Xiangwu arena. The battle ended with one death and one severe injury. The North Wind Martial Arts Academy emerged victorious, securing mining rights to mine 351 in the western sector for the next 3 years for the North Wind Consortium. This is the fierce martial arena. The death rate exceeded 50%. This is the rule established by the three major conglomerates. Victory or defeat in the fatal martial arena determines the distribution of interests. This is the Xiangwu warrior. They fight and die for the conglomerates behind them. This is the fierce martial city. Chapter 16, The Three Phases. The circumstances of entering the Ember Zone vary. Generally speaking, upon first entering combat-type Ash Zones, all entrants would most likely gather together, appearing in the same location. In contrast, in comprehensive Ashen Zones, all entrants are dispersed to various locations within the zone. This time, the Fierce Martial City Ash Zone presented the latter scenario. This meant Xia Lin didn't immediately find Bai Guang, and Li Peipei didn't immediately find Gu Hua. Or rather, they never intended to search for their teammates immediately. Such is the nature of Ash Zone travelers. Beyond squads they knew inside out, they should approach any other Ember Zone traveler with caution. Strength lies in numbers. But no one can tolerate betrayal from their own allies. To eliminate the risk of betrayal, it's better to go solo than stick together. Not to mention, the prominent figures entering the Ashen Zone this time were all sequence ranked. Xia Lin was a proud soul. Why would he choose to trail behind others, scavenging leftovers? On the outskirts of Xiangwu City stood a dilapidated martial arts academy. Set in the slums, it was spacious yet somewhat dilapidated. A peeling plaque hung above the entrance, bearing the 4 characters, 3 Phases Martial Arts Hall. Footsteps echoed on the street as Bai Guang approached the 3 Phases Martial Arts Hall. Scrutinizing the dilapidated building, he slowly curled the corners of his mouth upward. Want to learn martial arts? Don't come here. They don't teach fighting here. The master just picks on people. A toothless old woman sat on a wooden stump beside the entrance, picking lice from her hair as she addressed Bai Guang. Bai Guang's smile grew wider. Oh, but I heard this is a top-tier martial arts dojo. The master is a retired fighter from the fierce martial arts arena who even competed in the highest level tournaments. Another old woman bared her broken teeth. That was 10 years ago. Old Joe these days can barely make it to the toilet himself. Who's having trouble using the toilet? Who are you talking about? You gossiping old women spend all day spreading rumors. Now get back home and look after your grandchildren. A resonant voice boomed from inside the martial arts hall, drawing giggles and murmurs from the women, who chattered like a flock of old ducks. With a creak, the door to the Sanxian Martial Arts Hall swung open, revealing a figure leaning on a cane at the entrance. He was around 50, still in his prime, with a sturdy, muscular build. Yet his right pant leg hung empty, a disability he never replaced with a prosthetic. Instead, he relied on his cane as a leg, aiding his daily movements. This was Zhou Yan, the headmaster of the Sanxian Martial Arts Hall. Bai Guang began to doubt whether he had come to the wrong place. A place bearing the name Three Phases, how could it be in such a sorry state? But Zhou Yan's next words instantly dispelled Bai Guang's doubts. Ghost martial arts? Bai Guang paused slightly before nodding, bowing respectfully as he addressed him solemnly. Greetings, senior. MHM. Zhou Yan calmly accepted Bai Guang's greeting, then stepped aside to open the door. Since you're a ghost warrior, you're one of us. Come in. Bai Guang stepped forward and entered the Sanxian Martial Arts Hall. Following behind Zhou Yan, Bai Guang walked slowly. Because Zhou Yan walked slowly. And more so, out of respect. As Sequence 73, Bai Guang knew more than the average Ash Zone traveler. The Ashlands contained both real and fake elements. The fake Ashlands functioned like game dungeons, designed by the Ashlands system itself. The people and objects within resembled NPCs in a game, serving more as backdrops for the Ashlanders' adventures. In contrast, there are the real Ember Zones. These zones are not illusions but actual, existing worlds. The Ember Zone system selects these locations as zones, transporting Ember Zone travelers into real worlds within the known universe and providing them with initial identities. The inhabitants of these zones are not mere programmatically defined puppets. They possess their own histories, their own lives, and even their own backgrounds and connections. White Light disliked the fake Ember Zones because they were unchanging, rigid, and dull. He preferred real Ember Zones, for only there could one trigger unexpected events and encounter powerful forces and figures one might never otherwise encounter in a lifetime. Take, for instance, the Triphase Gang, a faction directly under one of the 6 pillars, Superstar. Following Zhou Yan into the main hall of the Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Yan gestured for Bai Guang to take a seat before leaning on his cane to begin brewing tea. Seeing this, Bai Guang immediately sprang to his feet. Please sit, senior. I'll handle it, I'll handle it. He boiled water and brewed tea in one fluid motion, his movements remarkably swift. Only after the hot tea was served and Zhou Yan had sipped half a cup, his expression relaxed and mood clearly improved, did Bai Guang cautiously ask. Master, why is it that our Sanxiang Martial Arts Hall? The word dilapidated was difficult for Bai Guang to voice aloud, but fortunately, Zhou Yan understood his meaning. He set down his teacup and chuckled. As a subordinate force of our Sanxiang Gang, a martial arts academy bearing the Sanxiang name really shouldn't be this run down. Taking another sip of tea, Zhou Yan continued. The thing is, this martial arts school? It's just something this old man whipped up on a whim for fun, a hobby project. The higher-ups don't even recognize it. Then came the excuses. I've fought for the Three Phases Gang my whole life, using their name won't get me in trouble. After retiring, the Hallmaster sent me to this world to open a martial arts school and pass the time. I fought one top-tier brutal martial arts match and never wanted to fight again. Bullying these people who don't understand martial arts is utterly pointless. Pretending to be crippled and bickering with old ladies every day is incredibly fun. A full-fledged member of the Sanxiang Gang. A supremely influential figure living in plain sight. Zhou Yan looked at the white light, scrutinizing it from head to toe as if trying to see right through it. He took another sip of tea and smiled. Ash Zone Walker? When Zhou Yan uttered those 4 words, Bai Guang showed no surprise. This identity was no secret to those of higher standing. He nodded, grinning cheekily. Elder, for the sake of the Three Phases Gang, you've got to help me out this time in the Ashen Zone. Zhou Yan waved his hand dismissively. Spit it out. We don't do beating around the bush in the gang. Bai Guang, I want the blood demon breathing technique. Zhou Yan's eyebrow shot up, his smile vanishing. He stared straight at Bai Guang, making the latter's scalp tingle. Finally, Zhou Yan shook his head. Associate members aren't permitted to learn the blood slaughter star technique. If you were a full member, you wouldn't need to come to me anyway. I won't make an exception for you. Disappointment welled up within Bai Guang, but Zhou Yan's next words lifted his spirits. Still, we meet by fate. While I cannot teach you the blood star technique, other true arts breathing methods are no issue. I've no desire to keep secret the techniques I've developed myself. They won't match the blood star technique, what they call the blood star breathing method in the Ember Zone, but for a level 5 Ember Zone walker like you to break through your limits, they'll be more than sufficient. But there's one condition. The white light rose and bowed respectfully, his expression solemn. Please speak, senior. Zhou Yan's smile vanished. His voice grew solemn. Techniques must not be imparted lightly. And I certainly won't teach martial arts to a worthless fool. Climb the top-tier fierce martial arena. Fight a match. Survive. Let me see your medal. Side quest activated. Just as Bai Guang was basking in the joy of receiving the side quest, the main gate behind him rattled with another knock. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow. With a thought, the door swung open, revealing a massive mountain of flesh before both men. It was Li Peipei. Chapter 17, Faction Discourse. Bai Guang looked at Li Peipei. Then he burst into unrestrained laughter. Who the hell is this fat cow? Two cold glints flashed from the folds of her flesh. Li Peipei met Bai Guang's gaze, her heart sinking. The two were old adversaries. Yet no harsh words were exchanged. Instead, she bowed solemnly to Zhou Yan. Greetings, Director. Peipei has come seeking martial arts training. Her flesh trembled like rippling water. Li Peipei kept her head bowed, unaware that Zhou Yan's smile had vanished entirely. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Soon, a voice audible only to Zhou Yan and the white light emerged from his lips. A stale stench of the immortal divine race. He sipped his tea and gave a light cough. Seeking martial arts? What kind of martial arts? Seeking true teachings, seeking the breathing technique. Li Peipei didn't state outright that she wanted the blood slaughter breathing technique, instead expressing her request in a more subtle manner. After all, in Li Peipei's view, the true teachings of the three phases martial arts hall were none other than the blood slaughter breathing technique, precisely the signature limit-breaking skill of Martial King Li. Zhou Yan gave a slight nod. Alright, pay up first. 100k for the initiation fee. Li Peipei's breath caught. 1 million local currency equaled 100 Ash Zone points. The sum was outrageously high, but fortunately, Li Peipei could afford it. She had exchanged several million in local currency upon entry, precisely to handle situations like this. Zhou Yan produced a POS machine, and Li Peipei promptly swiped her card. Zhou Yan added, the law must not be passed lightly. It seems you've already mastered certain arts before seeking a master. I fear you may struggle to inherit my legacy. Li Peipei opened her mouth to respond, but Zhou Yan cut her off. Very well. If you wish to inherit the true teachings of a certain lineage, you must perform one more task to prove your sincerity and magnanimity. A bad feeling rose in Li Peipei's heart. What is it? Defeat the fierce martial king. Then I will teach you the breathing technique. Side quest activated. Bai Guang's face flushed crimson, while Li Peipei felt both elation and apprehension. The task was incredibly difficult, incredibly difficult. But the reward was incredibly tempting. The signature limit-breaking technique of Martial King Li. Given that, the difficulty makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Soon, Li Peipei bowed respectfully. I will not betray the director's trust. Zhou Yan nodded expressionlessly. Very well. Return home for today. Come again tomorrow, and I shall teach you some fundamental martial arts techniques. Only after Li Peipei respectfully withdrew and the door closed tightly did Bai Guang finally lose control, bursting into maniacal laughter. You're something else, old man. 100 grand is in the bag. Zhou Yan shed his earlier sternness, chuckling. My pension's decent enough, but a little extra on the side never hurts. This sucker practically walked right into it. Not taking a slice off her would leave a bad taste in my mouth. For the sake of 1,000,000 credits, I'll teach her some training methods tomorrow. Don't even think about breaking limits, though. Just shedding that layer of fat will make her credit points well spent. As for the blood slaughter breathing technique, even our Three Phases gang's registered members don't get it. You, Li Peipei, an outsider, want that? If you truly become a fierce martial king, I'll pass down a breathing technique that boosts one attribute after a month of arduous practice. That'll prove this old man keeps his word. He glanced toward the direction Li Peipei had departed, letting out a cold laugh. That stench of the immortal god clan, and she dares come begging for martial arts here? Who knows what's going through that woman's mind? Bai Guang didn't know what the immortal divine clan was. But he and Zhou Yan got along well enough. Curious, he asked directly and got a clear answer. The immortal divine clan, one of the 6 pillars, a vassal race of the ancient overlords. The 6 pillars, superstars. The 6 pillars, the elder lords. Bai Guang had heard vague whispers of the 6 pillars' existence, but knew little of their inner workings. Zhou Yan offered a concise explanation. The 6 pillars are the universe's ultimate powers, commanding vast influence and legions of loyal followers. In fact, if you trace their origins, any faction you've heard of, indeed, any being you've ever encountered, can be traced back to the 6 pillars. Take Zhou Yan, for instance. He belongs to the Tri-Phase gang, which in turn belongs to the Superstars. Take Bai Guang, for instance. As a ghost warrior and a registered member of the Tri-Phase gang, tracing his origins naturally leads back to Superstar. Take Li Peipei, for instance. Her backing comes from a vassal of the Old Gods, one of the countless immortal cities established by the Immortal God Clan. Tracing her lineage inevitably leads back to the Old Gods. Even Xia Lin. Originally from Iron Rain Base, which belonged to Li Peipei, Xia Lin could technically be traced back to the Old Gods, though this connection is highly tenuous. Yet, logically speaking, that's precisely how it works. The 6 pillars clash, shaking all realms. The 6 pillars are too lofty, too high to be anything but a distant spectacle. You and she are too low tier, lacking in experience and knowledge. You likely don't even know your own factions, the open and covert struggles between them, or the divisions between friend and foe. So most of the time, factions and such have nothing to do with you. I wouldn't have intervened specially to kill that fat woman outright. At this point, Zhou Yan paused briefly. But she crossed my path. It's only natural I'd make her suffer. Kid, you'll need to tread carefully when you venture into the Ashen Zone. As a ghost warrior, your allegiance is relatively clear. Everyone in the know will assume you're aligned with the superstars. If you encounter anyone from the three major factions, the Heavenly Path Creator, the Ancient Overlords, or the Primordial Dark Side, stay far away from them. Don't engage with them lightly. Even if you encounter followers of the Soul Emperor or the King of Kings, approach them cautiously. Beware of falling into their traps. Bai Guang nodded in agreement, sincerely accepting the advice. Yet his mind suddenly cleared. During the previous sequence war, he had overheard high-ranking sequences discussing matters in secret and witnessed them banding together. He had never understood the reasons behind such behavior before, but now it was crystal clear. He faintly recalled the prompt the Ember Zone system had given him during his class change. Superstar casts a fleeting glance your way. Misfortune may be the foundation of fortune, and fortune may be the seed of misfortune. Suddenly, Bai Guang realized something else. He looked at Zhou Yan. Senior, that woman bears a grudge against me. Could you lend me a hand? He made a throat-slitting gesture. Zhou Yan shot Bai Guang a withering look. What a pathetic attitude. Can't beat someone, so you go snitching to your parents? With that kind of spirit, what the hell are you training martial arts for? Damn it, you're the most spineless kid I've ever seen. Get lost. Bai Guang grinned as he sidled up to Zhou Yan, kneading his shoulders and rubbing his legs, but inwardly he sighed. The underhanded tactics didn't work. Time to find another way. Alliance matters. It matters a hell of a lot. Nighttime, in the rented room. Xia Lin stared at the nearly 100 cards spread across the bed, hands on hips, speaking with deep conviction. After all, without an alliance, who could he betray? How could he break through the limitations? And those cards on the bed represented the factions Xia Lin had scouted out for himself. What's this Dragon's Den Martial Arts Academy? What's this White Bird Martial Arts Academy? What's this Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy? Here, I'll get a card, a 3-month season pass. Once I sign up, I'm a disciple of the martial arts school, right? What? Just a registered member? So, does that count as being a disciple? Counts. Of course it counts. Then tell me, if I step onto the fierce martial arts arena as a disciple of another dojo, is that considered backstabbing? Of course it is. How could it not be? My disciple fighting for another school on the Xiangwu arena, that's betrayal. If you win, that's even more of a betrayal. But under whose martial arts school's banner you compete, and for whom you fight, that's where the real strategy lies. Xia Lin fell deep in thought. Chapter 18, Northwind Martial Arts Hall. The fierce martial arena is simply divided into 4 tiers. Low, medium, high, and peak. For martial artists to ascend the Xiangwu arena, the absolute minimum requirement is a martial arts academy's recommendation. Or, more accurately, a recommendation from a conglomerate. Fierce martial artists must gain recognition from a specific martial arts academy. Only after they submit your records can you step onto the fierce martial arena. After all, the fierce martial arena isn't merely a combat arena, it involves the distribution of interests. Without representing a faction, you have no right to enter. The main quest requires the Ember District Wanderer to participate in 3 Xiangwu arena matches of any difficulty. The primary prerequisite for this quest is finding a patron to sponsor your entry onto the stage. Whether you walk off the stage alive is another matter entirely. So we'll rule out the major martial arts academies first. Major martial arts academies, renowned for decades, are teeming with fierce warriors exemplified by those under the 3 major conglomerates, Huaxin Martial Arts Academy, Oris Martial Arts Academy, and Suzuki Martial Arts Academy. These 3 major academies boast the finest instructors and technical resources, but each also houses hundreds of fierce martial artists. Breaking through in a major martial arts academy? Difficult. Extremely difficult. Thus, the struggling martial arts gyms run by smaller conglomerates became the best option for those who roamed the Ashen District. Xia Lin picked up a card. The words Northwind Martial Arts Academy came into view. The Northwind conglomerate wasn't a major player, its core business was mining development. Earlier that day on the bus, Xia Lin had witnessed the Northwind Group's low-tier brutal fighting arena. While his team had won, their fighter had been crippled in the process, condemned to a lifetime confined to a wheelchair. And that crippled fighter was the very pillar of the Northwind Martial Arts Hall under the Northwind Group. With his fall, the Northwind Martial Arts Hall had lost its last fierce martial arts fighter. When Xia Lin arrived at the Northwind Martial Arts Hall the next morning, he could clearly sense the unease permeating the place. Many fighters wanted to challenge the fierce martial arena. But few could emerge victorious. Each fierce martial arts match meant massive stakes. Losing a fighter's life was secondary, the real losses lay in the financial damage outside the ring. Currently, the Northwind Martial Arts Hall still held 1 spot on the fierce martial arena roster. The problem was, they lacked a seasoned fighter qualified to replace the fallen fierce martial artist. One word, weak. A loud thud echoed. The punch power meter emitted a shrill hum, drawing the attention of most within the dojo. A single digit was clearly displayed on the device. 9. A series of gasps echoed through the room. 9? 9 points of strength? That's incredibly powerful. It is indeed formidable. While still falling short of the Xiangwu Arena's standards, this level of strength has reached professional caliber. Look at that guy. His form is all wrong, he clearly has no combat training. Still, to blast out a 9 with pure brute force? That kid's got some serious natural talent. Strange. He's tall and lanky, not the build of someone naturally blessed with immense strength. Before the punch meter, Xia Lin withdrew his hand, surveying the surroundings like a lion king. He was flamboyant. He was unrestrained. Only after confirming no one dared meet his gaze did Xia Lin withdraw his eyes, turning them back to the punch gauge. This thing, it's interesting. The natives of the Ashen district in this brutal metropolis possessed physical attributes indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Standard 6 points, maximum 10 points. Thus, Xia Lin's score of 9 stood out as exceptional. And that's precisely where the intrigue lies. The 9 displayed by the fist power device also represented Xia Lin's current strength attribute. During his first Incineration Zone experience, Xia Lin had temporarily boosted his attributes to nearly 100 points. Thus, he understood that attribute growth within the Ember Zone followed a linear progression, not an exponential one. For example, if Xia Lin's 9 strength attribute could generate 90 kilograms of punch force, then 18 strength would yield 180 kilograms, and 90 strength would yield 900 kilograms. The increase wasn't significant, that was true. Essentially, a level 10 Ember Zone Walker with maxed out attributes could only deliver 10 times the punch power of a level 1 Ember Zone Walker. However, the emergence of limit-breaking techniques has removed the upper limit on attribute growth for Ember Zone Walkers. Even if attribute values grow linearly, what happens when they reach 10,000? Or 100,000? Numbers speak for themselves. Not to mention the impact of skill slots. In Xia Lin's perception, the greatest advantage leveling brings to a Fire Zone Walker is absolutely not the increase in attribute caps, but the unlocking of skill slots. One more skill means one more trump card. His train of thought was interrupted by footsteps. Xia Lin turned to see a group of men in white training uniforms, each bearing the embroidered characters North Wind on their chests, emerging from the inner field and approaching him. The leader, nearing 50 with graying hair, was stocky and muscular, clearly a seasoned martial artist. He approached Xia Lin, first glancing at the numbers on the punch meter, then sizing up Xia Lin's physique. Here to challenge the dojo? No, I'm here to learn. The tension eased slightly as the elder nodded in understanding. No systematic training? Xia Lin shook his head. No. So, what level do you aim to reach? Xia Lin grinned, his white teeth flashing eerily. I want to show off on the fierce martial arena, the sooner the better. Ha! From the crowd behind them, a young man in his mid-20s at the front couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Bro, you're hilarious. Cracking jokes like that in such a serious setting? Seriously, cut it out. The fierce martial arena? Like you're some greenhorn who can just waltz right in? Xia Lin's smile widened. Not a buddy? Who the hell do you think you are? Xia Lin wasn't one to tolerate nonsense. But the man had a fiery temper too. Beifeng Martial Arts Academy, Li Wenjiang. I'm the senior disciple of Beifeng Martial Arts Academy and its next Xiangwu warrior. Li Wenjiang shifted his stance, closing the distance until he stood directly before Xia Lin. He stood so close that they could feel each other's hot breath. Their eyes locked. Li Wenjiang raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze flashing with menace. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry thinks they can step onto the Xiangwu arena? They should take a good look at themselves in the mirror first. He reached out and slapped Xia Lin's shoulder hard, making Xia Lin's body jolt. His strength surpassed Xia Lin's at least a level 12. Train harder. Train for a few years before you even think about the fierce martial arena. Leaning close to Xia Lin's ear, he murmured in a voice only the two could hear, the key is, don't get in my way. Killing you would be easier than slaughtering a chicken. Rookie. Li Wenjiang finished speaking, then turned and walked away leisurely, not glancing back at Xia Lin once, nor caring about the grim expression on the old instructor's face. Because he was the senior disciple of the North Wind Martial Arts Academy. His strength surpassed the other trainees by a wide margin. He was also the only fighter at North Wind Martial Arts Academy with a real shot at stepping onto the fierce martial arena. Xia Lin didn't lose his temper either, only his smile grew increasingly strange. Only after watching Li Wenjiang's back disappear completely into the inner arena did Xia Lin finally suppress his smile and turn to face the old instructor. I hate that guy. The old instructor found no reply to that. Never mind. Let's talk about training instead. The old instructor nodded. How do you want to train? You decide. When it came to martial arts, Xia Lin knew nothing. Leave the professional stuff to the professionals. Chapter 19, Narrow Path. First came the payments. Training fees, course fees, even nutritional supplements. A total of 20,000 credit points. And that was just for 1 month. Fierce martial warriors, even the lowest tier ones, were monsters transcending human limits. To train and maintain their superhuman physiques, their food, supplies, and supplements were all specially formulated and exorbitantly priced. Among these, supplements produced by Oris Pharmaceuticals proved most effective. Xia Lin's 20,000 credit expense was merely the baseline cost, requiring no premium supplements. Take Li Wenjiang, for instance. His monthly spending at the North Wind Martial Arts Academy exceeded 100,000 credits, even with the academy's subsidies factored in. Literature for the poor, martial arts for the rich. It's been that way since ancient times. But becoming a Xiangwu martial artist means all initial investments are recouped and then some. Even if one dies in the first match, the consortium's compensation ensures families recover every penny spent. If you win, and especially if you advance to higher tiers of the Xiangwu arena, the rewards extend far beyond mere credit points. This is why the Xiangwu arena, despite its inherent dangers, continues to draw crowds like moths to a flame. In any world, there's no shortage of madmen willing to risk their lives for money. By the time Xia Lin signed the agreement and paid the fee, it was already afternoon. The veteran instructor named Guiyu stated, "Official training begins tomorrow. But I'll give you a heads up. Fighting skills depend on sweat and effort, but talent matters even more. Even the same supplement affects people differently. And that's before we even get into training results, combat aptitude, or how quickly one masters fighting techniques." Xia Lin nodded in understanding. "I get it. So when can I fight in the Xiangwu arena?" Guiyu sighed heavily, thinking Xia Lin might have a screw loose. "Are you that eager to go to the Xiangwu arena and get yourself killed?" But he didn't try to dissuade him. "You can't reason with a fool." He simply stated, "Our Northwind Martial Arts Hall has only one spot for the fierce martial arena. Naturally, we must send our strongest fighter." Currently, the strongest fighter in the Northwind Martial Arts Hall was Li Wenjiang. Beyond that, there are strict criteria for competing on the fierce martial arena. "Xia Lin, what criteria?" "At least 10 points in fist power. Without that level, we won't let you step onto the stage. Furthermore, you must master our Northern Wind Martial Arts Academy's signature technique, the Northern Wind Fist." Fighters competing on the stage aren't judged solely on physical prowess. Technique matters too. When physical attributes are comparable, technique becomes the decisive factor. And the North Wind Fist is the North Wind Martial Arts Academy's secret weapon. Though called a secret technique, the actual caliber of this boxing style is pitifully low, utterly unpresentable. Otherwise, the North Wind Martial Arts Academy wouldn't have ended up in its current sorry state. But there's an upside to this. The North Wind Fist is incredibly easy to learn. It's not just that the fundamentals are simple. The North Wind Martial Arts Hall doesn't hold back either. Pay your fees, and you can learn and practice. We'll teach you wholeheartedly. Whether you succeed or not is entirely up to you. Guiyu gave Xia Lin a few more instructions, telling him to come to the dojo at 10 tomorrow morning, then left. Xia Lin also rose and strolled out of the martial arts school, but instead of going far, he headed to a nearby coffee shop. He bought a cup of coffee to pass the time. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the entrance to the North Wind Martial Arts Academy. As a reserve Xiangwu martial artist, Li Wenjiang's schedule was packed. Training, training, and more training. By 7 p.m., when darkness had settled over the sky, Li Wenjiang finally concluded his daily training routine. After injecting a muscle growth agent and a fatigue-relieving needle, followed by a cold shower, Li Wenjiang changed his clothes and stepped out of the North Wind Martial Arts Academy. He felt reasonably good. The fatigue relief injection worked exceptionally well, and he could have pushed through another 3 hours of training, but too much of a good thing was counterproductive. Rest was more important than extra practice. He boarded the bus heading toward the suburbs. Sitting in his seat, Li Wenjiang listened to music through his headphones, relaxing his mind. The scenery outside the window rushed by. Towering skyscrapers, multi-level highways, and cars zipping endlessly through the neon-lit, bustling streets. This was Xiangwu City. The place where dreams come true. As the bus gradually left the new district behind, the bustling scene faded away. Buildings grew shorter, lights grew sparser. The number of flying cars visibly decreased, replaced by non-flying gasoline vehicles or trams. The style of pedestrians also changed, no longer suited-up professionals, but instead staggering drunks and junkies. Behind the glamour lies decay. Behind the vibrancy lay decay. The wealth gap naturally divided the violent city into new and old districts. The old district was the traditional slum. Here, there were no patrolling robotic police, no ubiquitous surveillance cameras. Lawlessness reigned, and gangs proliferated. And he, Li Wenjiang, was the son of a small gang leader in this very place. "All passengers, please hold on tight." The flying car slowed to a stop at the pitch-black intersection. Li Wenjiang stepped off the vehicle with his bag and entered the familiar alleyway. High walls flanked the narrow, pitch-black passage, barely wide enough for one person. Usually, this place was filled with drunken revelers and drug-addled junkies, but today, the alley was eerily quiet, dead silent, even. As Li Wenjiang advanced deeper into the alley, the corners of his mouth turned upward. Only when he reached the depths of the alley did Li Wenjiang halt, turning to look behind him. Behind him, a figure had been following his every step, maintaining a distance of only about 10 meters. As Li Wenjiang turned, the figure behind him also came to a halt. He pulled down his hood, revealing a somewhat handsome face beneath it, along with a sinister smile. "What's your name?" Li Wenjiang asked. "Xia Lin. My name is Xia Lin." "Oh, Xia Lin. What are you following me for?" Xia Lin slowly tilted his head, his smile growing broader. "I'd like to see how you, senior brother, slaughter chickens." A thought echoed. Li Wenjiang released his grip, letting the backpack fall to the ground. He gently rotated his shoulders and asked with a smile. "You really want to see?" Xia Lin nodded emphatically. "I really do. I'm just so curious." Li Wenjiang stepped forward. "Slaughtering chickens involves so many intricacies. But my method is pretty brutal. Usually, I knock the chicken out with a heavy punch first, then deliver a soccer kick to smash its head open. Chickens are weak, they won't last through these two moves. By the way, do you know what a soccer kick is?" Xia Lin shook his head. "Never seen it." A fierce wind swept across his face, ruffling Xia Lin's hair. "Then I'll show you what it's all about. Get out of my way, chicken." Li Wenjiang was the senior disciple of the North Wind Martial Arts Academy and the only fighter there qualified to step onto the Xiangwu arena. The problem was, everyone knew that even if Li Wenjiang stepped onto the Xiangwu arena, he would only be the lowest tier fighter there. He could only fight in the lower tiers of the arena, and even winning a single match was far from guaranteed. For Xia Lin, this was a good opponent. Through Li Wenjiang, Xia Lin could gain a preview of the strength of Xiangwu fighters. And this was precisely one of Xia Lin's objectives in seeking out Li Wenjiang. Li Wenjiang erupted, his slightly hunched body springing forward like a coiled spring as he closed in on Xia Lin at breakneck speed. His heavy punch erupted like a cannonball, the vicious wind howling so fiercely it nearly forced Xia Lin's eyes shut. Strength 13 points, at least. Agility 12 points, at least. Combined with his meticulously honed combat skills and the North Wind heavy punch technique. And yet, this was merely the fodder and cannon fodder of the fierce martial arena. But the difficulty of the main quest in the S-rank Ashen Zone should be exactly like this. Xia Lin raised both arms to block Li Wenjiang's punch. Li Wenjiang didn't alter his momentum, and the North Wind punch slammed into Xia Lin's arms. Boom! Xia Lin's entire body drifted upward like floating weeds, flying backward 3 meters before crashing heavily onto the damp pavement. First the heavy punch, then football kick. The intent to kill roared forth. Chapter 20, killing you would be too much trouble. Not my opponent. First off, the gap in strength, agility, and physique is just too big. Attribute effect curves are linear, a few points in any attribute won't create a huge gap. But one crucial factor cannot be overlooked. Xia Lin's attributes were extremely low. None of his strength, agility, or constitution even reached the human maximum. With such abysmal base stats, even a 4 or 5 point attribute gap could create an overwhelming advantage, essentially the difference between a child and an adult. Then there's the huge gap in technique. Don't underestimate Li Wenjiang's seemingly simple close-range punch, it involves countless nuances. The striking points, the precise force required, every detail matters, but Xia Lin understood none of it. Across both lifetimes, Xia Lin had never studied combat arts. Finally, there's this North Wind heavy punch. Though it might be the most basic combat technique in Fierce Martial Arts City, experiencing it firsthand reveals its true depth. The North Wind heavy punch was renowned for its sheer force and weight. From Xia Lin's own experience, this Northern Wind heavy punch at least doubled Li Wenjiang's punching power, a remarkable enhancement. In that moment, his mind raced with countless thoughts. He didn't even bother with the threat of the chicken slaughter double strike, the soccer kick. He even had the leisure to slowly rise from the ground, brushing off the dust and unidentified grime from his clothes with deliberate force. A heavy thud echoed ahead, and Xia Lin turned his gaze back to Li Wenjiang. Huff, huff. Heavy panting. And bursting clothing, spilling flesh, and dazed eyes. Rapid nourishment. From the very first punch, Xia Lin had already experienced the strength of a reserve-level Xiangwu warrior. Realizing he couldn't win, Xia Lin didn't want to get beaten up, didn't want to be killed, and certainly had no masochistic tendencies. What else could he do? He could only send him a burst of rapid nourishment as he flew backward. The sudden surge in weight shattered Li Wenjiang's physical equilibrium. Anyone trained in high-level sports knows that even the slightest change in physical condition affects technique, let alone a sudden jump from 100 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms. This caused Li Wenjiang to lose his balance instead of delivering that soccer kick, crashing flat on his ass. And once he fell, he could not rise again. His strength attribute of 13 was insufficient to support such an enormous weight. The sudden spike in blood pressure from his weight gain made Li Wenjiang's vision blur, leaving him momentarily speechless. He couldn't even comprehend his own condition, nearly staring blankly as Xia Lin strolled leisurely toward him. At that moment, Xia Lin glanced around. The alley was narrow. So narrow that a 1,000-kilogram fatso blocked it completely. No way through. Xia Lin spread his hands helplessly. He lowered his head and smiled at Li Wenjiang. Brother, you're blocking my path in every sense of the word. So, how should we deal with this roadblock? With a loud thud, a heavy punch landed squarely on Li Wenjiang's cheek. Then, a soccer kick. The combo left Li Wenjiang reeling. But Xia Lin was weaker, and Li Wenjiang could take a beating. He didn't die. This made Xia Lin sigh, hands on her hips. I don't have your skills, senior brother. Killing you would be a hassle, not as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Please. Li Wenjiang stammered out a single word before seeing Xia Lin pull a switchblade from his pocket. Killing you would be like slaughtering a pig, no easy task. He smiled as he moved to strike. Flesh tore apart. Blood and flesh spattered. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Northwind Martial Arts Academy. Effect assessment, extremely severe. You gain 3 points to all attributes. Current attributes. Strength, 12. Constitution, 12. Agility, 12. Spirit, 16. The backstab skill is no small matter. It determines the attributes Xia Lin gains based on the strength of the faction and the impact he creates. Take this instance, Xia Lin took down Li Wenjiang, the senior disciple of the Northwind Martial Arts Academy. Does that count as a backstab? Absolutely. Was the impact significant? Enormous. Because Li Wenjiang was the last fighter at Northwind Martial Arts Academy with the strength to compete on the fierce martial arts arena. And tonight, Xia Lin killed this lone survivor. But the impact of this incident is comparable to the attributes Xia Lin gained from fattening up Li Peipei and backstabbing the Iron Rain base. That incident was deeply humiliating, yet caused little actual harm. The difference lies in the fact that the Northwind Martial Arts Hall is vastly weaker than the Iron Rain base. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade. All factions Xia Lin has ever belonged to, currently belongs to, or will belong to in the future. Is this phrase really appropriate when applied to a backstabber? Xia Lin thought it fit perfectly. The alert tones sounded again in my ear. Promotion task completed. With both attributes exceeding 10, Li Wenjiang could naturally assist Xia Lin in completing the advancement task. Congratulations on becoming a level 2 Ember Zone Walker. Second skill slot unlocked. Attribute cap unlocked. The key point was the unlocking of the second skill slot. Pondering this, Xia Lin muttered, time to get 2 new skills. Otherwise, this fierce martial arena is tough to climb but easy to fall from. The fierce martial metropolis was far from peaceful. Especially in the lower district. No surveillance cameras, no mechanical police. Homeless people and gangsters roamed freely, and death was as common as breathing. Thus, when Xia Lin arrived at the Northwind Martial Arts Academy the next day, the academy remained unaware of Li Wenjiang's death, assuming he had merely taken leave for personal reasons. No one cared about it, and no one could control Li Wenjiang. As for Xia Lin, he began his martial arts journey as if nothing had happened. Truth be told, the S-class scorched zone of Xiangwu City presented a formidable challenge for Xia Lin. The Xiangwu arena was teeming with monsters. Even the fighters in the lower-tier arenas were beasts with attributes exceeding 10 points, and it wasn't uncommon to encounter powerhouses with attributes over 20. Compounded by his lack of technique and experience, competing against such opponents with Xia Lin's current stats was unrealistic. This was precisely why they said the Xiangwu arena was easy to enter but hard to leave. But the rapid nourishment skill, it wasn't something to be used lightly. It was too peculiar, too unorthodox. Using it in public would likely attract the covetous attention of major players. It still needs to settle. How to settle? Adapt to the local ways, train in martial arts. Learning some combat techniques can't hurt. Xia Lin also needed to prove himself, aiming for that spot at the Northwind Martial Arts Hall to compete on the fierce martial arena. Along the way, he'd pick up a couple more skills from the academy. Skills from martial arts and immortal cultivation schools could be mastered through study. Then consider stabbing certain factions in the back, grinding stats, and finally completing the main quest of 3 Xiangwu arena battles. In short, take it one step at a time, and eat one bite at a time. He lifted his head to look ahead. Up ahead, the old instructor Guiyu spoke in a deep voice. Martial arts are killing techniques. Chapter 21, Potions and Combat Fundamentals. F rank. Violence is the fundamental nature of life. Law and morality once restrained its rampant spread. But after nuclear bombs ascended into the sky, shattering the old world's order, violence began to sprout anew, expanding chaotically. Martial arts, combat techniques, and the very essence of the fierce martial arena are fundamentally about replacing technology's efficient violence with the inefficient violence of individuals to resolve conflicts and disputes. Therefore, there are no rules in the fierce martial arena. Combat techniques honed for the arena are murder weapons designed to kill. Guiyu's understanding of the fierce martial arena and combat techniques was profound. Those who train in Xiangwu martial arts do so not for physical fitness, but solely for victory and killing. Some even resort to doping before matches or during training, trading their lifespan for combat prowess. Thus, Guiyu's first lesson focused on human anatomy and vulnerabilities. A kick to the groin, no one with normal physiology can endure it, regardless of gender. Gouging the eyes, though it may seem dirty, it's surprisingly effective. The solar plexus and kidneys. The human abdomen has thin muscles and weak defenses, housing vital organs. A full-force strike here would overwhelm most fighters. The back of the head. The brain is the body's command center. Once it suffers concussion, it triggers a cascade of negative effects like loss of balance. Xia Lin was learning these techniques with great enthusiasm. He relished this knowledge. The next day, Li Wenjiang still didn't show up at the martial arts academy. The martial arts hall members were puzzled. Setting aside other matters, when it came to diligence, Li Wenjiang was reliable. He rarely missed 2 consecutive days. But this still had nothing to do with Xia Lin. Well, at least it seemed unrelated. Today's session focused on combat training. Sanda, boxing, jiu-jitsu, ground fighting. Your physique is already up to standard. Xia Lin's earlier display of 9 points in strength was undeniably exceptional talent. Therefore, Wei Yu skipped the muscle building phase and sent Xia Lin straight into proper combat training. Starting with Sanda, I'll first teach you some basic techniques and key points for real combat. Wei Yu assumed a stance, demonstrating combat moves while explaining each one. Xia Lin mimicked and learned, attentive and focused. After half an hour of instruction, Wei Yu let Xia Lin practice the moves on his own while he attended to other students. Beifeng Martial Arts Academy was a top-tier combat facility. Though it occupied a lower tier on the Xiangwu Arena's hierarchy, it still stood above other conventional combat academies. With numerous students, Wei Yu couldn't provide Xia Lin with private lessons. Besides, the fundamentals were straightforward. Martial arts training emphasized practice and innate talent. The role of instructors and teachers was relatively minor. At least that was the case at Northwind Martial Arts Academy. Xia Lin didn't mind not receiving one-on-one instruction. He carefully recalled the moves the instructor had taught him and began practicing them with strict precision. Initially stiff, he soon found his rhythm. With all attributes above 12 points, Xia Lin's physical capabilities already surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Moreover, he had no weaknesses, meaning his coordination was also outstanding. Combined with his strong learning ability, his progress was naturally rapid. An hour later, when Wei Yu returned to Xia Lin's side, he found Xia Lin's punches and kicks had become quite proficient. Wei Yu nodded in satisfaction. A promising prospect. Xia Lin seemed to possess a natural talent for combat, and it was no small one. That was the foundation for stepping onto the stage. But a strength stat of 9 was admittedly a bit low. He hadn't noticed Xia Lin's attribute growth. Wonder how well he'll adapt to potions. If it's decent, he might just have what it takes to compete with Li Wenjiang. Hold on. Wei Yu spoke up, interrupting Xia Lin's immersive training. The moment he stopped moving, overwhelming fatigue washed over Xia Lin. Panting heavily, he glanced at Wei Yu, who said, "Time for your medicine." Xia Lin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Medicine, in this ash zone, was an indispensable part of martial arts cultivation. In the brutal martial arts metropolis, martial arts could be roughly divided into 3 schools. Traditional martial arts, new martial arts, and weapon martial arts. Traditional martial arts required lengthy cultivation. A solid foundation took over a decade to build. Even then, progress depended entirely on the master you encountered. A lenient master might reveal the core of traditional martial arts, breathing techniques. A strict master made the path treacherous. This master-disciple inheritance model has long been rendered obsolete by the times. In this new era, martial arts have regained their glory, and traditional martial arts are gradually gaining momentum. However, the faster-growing branch remains new martial arts, born of the modern age. New martial arts utilize performance-enhancing drugs to fortify the body, incorporating techniques like free fighting and boxing. Under the influence of potent drugs, practitioners of new martial arts rapidly develop extraordinary physiques, gradually transcending human limits. Combat techniques like Sanda and boxing, amplified by superhuman physical capabilities, demonstrate performance that rivals traditional martial arts. Most crucially, new martial arts deliver results quickly. This has led to its widespread popularity. 70% of fighters on the fierce martial arts arena follow the new martial arts path, and the Northwind Martial Arts Academy is also a new martial arts academy. The final category, mechanical martial arts, represents a further evolution of new martial arts. Primarily involving mechanical modifications supplemented by pharmaceuticals, it transforms fighters into semi-mechanized or even fully mechanized monsters. Whether mechanical martial arts should be allowed on the fierce martial arts arena stage remains a point of ongoing debate within the arena committee, with no definitive conclusion reached. However, in the current environment, the fierce martial arts arena does not prohibit fully mechanized modified humans from competing. Nevertheless, the number of mechanical martial artists in lower-tier Xiangwu arenas remains negligible, rendering further discussion unnecessary for now. Now, back to the new medicinal formula. In Xia Lin's hands were 2 vials of injectable solution. One vial was colorless and transparent, with a slight chill. This is a stamina recovery potion. It rapidly restores your physical energy, enhancing training effectiveness and duration. Wei Yu offered the explanation, though Xia Lin didn't need him to blab on. The Ember Zone system had already provided its assessment. Item, Stamina Enhancer Grade D. Effect, rapidly restores stamina after injection. This item was produced within the Ember Zone, the kind that could be brought in and out. His gaze shifted to another vial. Bright red as blood, like a ruby. Ignoring Guo Yu's explanation, Xia Lin immediately checked the item's properties. Muscle Enhancer C grade, after injection, permanently increases strength attribute by 1 point within 1 month, cannot exceed attribute cap. Absorption speed varies by individual, but takes no longer than 1 month and no shorter than half a month. I thought this potion was supposed to be powerful. Turns out it's just this? Slow onset, no limit breaking. Compared to the attribute boost from the dagger, this potion was utterly dispensable to Xia Lin. Inject, then continue training. Inject the small red vial first, then administer the stamina recovery potion. Guo Yu gave these instructions, and Xia Lin followed suit. Though he looked down on muscle growth enhancers, this stuff had no side effects, so why not use it? After taking the medication, he resumed his training. Xia Lin remained focused and diligent. In terms of attitude, Xia Lin was undoubtedly outstanding. This was a definite plus. But unfortunately, with Li Wenjiang looming over him, no matter how focused and diligent Xia Lin appeared, the qualification for the North Wind Martial Arts Hall's Fierce Martial Arena would still slip through his fingers. 3 days later, news reached the North Wind Martial Arts Hall. Li Wenjiang? Dead. Guo Yu stood before the headmaster, his face frozen in shock. The headmaster, a retired Xiangwu martial artist, nodded grimly. Dead, under extremely strange circumstances. Ah. He sighed heavily and continued, I had high hopes for that boy, Li Wenjiang. Now that things have come to this, the most crucial thing is find the next Xiangwu martial artist. In 10 days, North Wind will face off against the Orange Group in a fierce martial arts tournament to decide the outcome. With Li Wenjiang gone, I need you to find a fierce martial arts warrior capable of taking the stage within 10 days. You have only 10 days. Guo Yu looked troubled, but he nodded and accepted the task. After all, it was his job. At that moment, Guo Yu naturally thought of Xia Lin. At that very moment, Xia Lin was resting in the Martial Arts Academy's lounge, his face beaming with joy. In just 3 days, he had finally mastered a new skill. Combat Fundamentals F rank. Chapter 22, Martial Artists Don't Die by Firearms and the Divine East Wind Fist. Martial Arts Fundamentals F rank gradable, passive skill. A foundational martial arts ability. Upon mastering this skill, you learn martial arts skills faster and slightly enhance the effects of all your existing martial arts skills. Can be upgraded. Through years of practice, you can stimulate this skill to evolve further, raising its skill rating. Note, since you have not transferred to a martial arts-focused profession, this skill can only advance to Martial Arts Mastery A rank at its highest. Martial arts, immortal arts, and similar professions function this way. Skills are acquired through study. Through practice, serendipity, or guidance from masters, existing skills can even undergo further evolution and level up. The Fighting Fundamentals ability serves as the foundational skill for martial arts-based professions. Fighting Fundamentals F rank Fighting Beginner, E rank Fighting Specialist, D rank Martial Arts Beginner, C rank Martial Arts Specialist, B rank Martial Arts Mastery, A rank. Beyond that, there's no need to elaborate. Since Emberwalkers can only possess one profession, and Xia Lin's profession is Uncertain Shadow, he cannot switch to martial arts. Thus, the Fighting Fundamentals skill holds little significance for him. Moreover, this skill could not advance any further. The moment the skill appeared in Xia Lin's skill bar, an unstable mutation took effect, causing the skill to mutate. In the skill panel, the description of the basic combat skill rapidly distorted, blurring the skill name itself. After roughly 3 seconds, a new skill replaced Fighting Fundamentals, landing before Xia Lin's eyes. Martial Artist Immunity to Firearms Mutated, passive skill. Greatly reduces damage inflicted by technological weapons and items. TSK TSK TSK. Xia Lin clicked his tongue. A bit disappointing. First, how much is significantly? The skill didn't specify, and Xia Lin currently had no way to verify it. Second, this skill offered no immediate benefit to Xia Lin. His main objective was to ascend the fierce martial arena, where mechanical weapons were scarce, leaving little room for this skill to shine. Moreover, this skill replaced 2 positive buffs from the Combat Fundamentals category. Learning martial arts skills faster and enhancing the effectiveness of martial arts skills. Nevertheless, Xia Lin chose to retain the mutation effect. In this Ash Zone, the skill might seem impractical, but in reality in other Ash Zones, a warrior's immunity to firearms clearly outweighs the benefits of basic combat. Open attacks are easy to dodge, hidden threats are hard to guard against. Xia Lin couldn't withstand bullets yet. This skill was worth keeping. Just then, the lounge door swung open. Guo Yu entered the room, his face dark with displeasure. He looked up at Xia Lin, easily catching sight of the faint smirk on his lips and the hidden ferocity in his eyes. Could Li Wenjiang have been killed by this kid? The thought surged through his mind before Guo Yu dismissed it. Impossible. How could that be? He doesn't have the strength, nor does he seem to have a motive. Then he remembered Xia Lin constantly muttering about the Xiangwu arena. Maybe there was a motive after all. But it doesn't matter now. Li Wenjiang was dead, that was settled. The North Wind Martial Arts Hall desperately needed its next Xiangwu warrior, that was the reality. And with the Beifeng Martial Arts Academy currently depleted of talent, without Li Wenjiang, Xia Lin became the top candidate. Scorpion Baba is the only one. You've always wanted to step onto the Xiangwu arena. Now your chance has come. Xia Lin feigned surprise as he stood up, his face brimming with excitement. Wei Yu made no mention of Li Wenjiang's death, nor did he wish to know whether Xia Lin had actually taken Li's life. He simply continued in a businesslike tone, I see your combat techniques have reached a foundational level. Now I will teach you the North Wind Heavy Punch directly. 10 days. You have only 10 days. Master the North Wind Heavy Punch within 10 days, fully assimilate the little red tube, and achieve over 10 points on the punch power meter. Only then will the spot on our North Wind Martial Arts Academy's fierce martial arena be yours. Without meeting these conditions, Xia Lin stepping onto the Xiangwu arena would be nothing but a suicide mission. Better not to go at all. With that, Wei Yu turned and walked away, Xia Lin trailing behind. They made their way to the training hall. Wei Yu stopped and spoke. The North Wind Heavy Punch is our North Wind Martial Arts Hall's most secretive combat technique. This technique requires simultaneous power generation from 3 points the legs, waist, and fists to create an explosive effect, dramatically increasing your punching force. But the key isn't the points of force, it's the speed of generating and storing that power. 3 points of force, unified as one. This is the essence, but not the crux. On the fierce martial arts arena, no opponent will stand still like a wooden post, watching you build up your power. Therefore, the speed of your power build determines whether you can unleash a devastating punch in real combat. Let's start with the power generation. Wei Yu began to speak, explaining in detail. Xia Lin watched intently, learning with focused attention. Soon he realized that the North Wind Heavy Punch was actually quite simple. It was all about the 3-point power generation. He broke down the movements and practiced step by step. Once he mastered the technique of 3-point power generation, it was all about prolonged practice to enhance his power delivery speed. Though he lacked the practical foundation of combat skills, theoretical knowledge remained ingrained. This allowed Xia Lin to progress at an astonishing pace. After just 2 hours of training, Xia Lin could complete the entire Northern Wind Heavy Punch sequence within 5 seconds, delivering a strike exceeding his strength attribute limit. And just like that, skill acquired. North Wind Heavy Punch E-rank scalable, consumes 1 spirit point, no cooldown. Generates power from 3 points leg, waist, and arm to deliver a punch exceeding attribute limits. This skill can scale up to B rank. The attribute description for North Wind Heavy Punch rapidly distorted on his retinal display. A new mutated skill came into view. Xia Lin, hydrating in the lounge, suddenly choked and sputtered. Liquid sprayed everywhere. Coughing, shock spread across his face. No way. This too? This too? East Wind Divine Fist mutated, passive skill. Each punch you deliver summons an East Wind missile to strike the point of impact. The missile's explosive yield depends on the force of your punch. This is possible. Unstable mutation, hey, why not? A busy day drew to a close. It was closing time at the North Wind Martial Arts Academy. Xia Lin stepped out of the dojo and looked up at the sky. The sky had turned pitch black, yet the city lights illuminated the darkness. The bustling streets teemed with people, while colorful holographic billboards made the city's night come alive. The neon lights and revelry held no appeal for Xia Lin. He pulled his hood up, walked to the bus stop, boarded the bus, and prepared to return to his apartment. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man lurking behind him. This made Xia Lin's lips curl into a cruel smile. Chapter 23, Explode. 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 The murder of one's father is a debt greater than heaven itself. But the murder of one's child is even more unforgivable. Li Wenjiang was Li Zishui's only son. 2 days prior, Li Wenjiang was discovered dead in an alley of the old city district. His body had swollen grotesquely, bloated beyond human form. It wasn't until genetic testing was completed that Li Zishui learned this obese corpse was his own son. The coroner's verdict, murder and genetic mutation. Murder was certain after all, few could use a switchblade to slit their own throat. As for the sudden obesity caused by genetic mutation, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. After the nuclear war, elevated radiation levels had spawned all manner of bizarre phenomena. Martial arts drugs, too, could stimulate the human body, carrying an extremely low probability of triggering genetic mutations. That was the coroner's conclusion, at least. Whether Li Jiesu chose to believe it was his own problem. Incidentally, the fact that a forensic pathologist was even called in for a murder in the old district was entirely due to Li Jiesu's standing. A death in the old district wasn't considered a major incident. Li Zhangwen's death shouldn't have caused much of a stir. The authorities certainly wouldn't intervene, but Li Zishui had to. As the leader of the Jiesu gang, if he ignored the murder of his own son, he'd lose his authority to lead the crew. He spent 2 days mapping out Li Zhangwen's relationships before zeroing in on Xia Lin. I have no concrete evidence, but I don't need concrete evidence. In the pitch-black hallway, Li Zishui released the safety catch on his pistol, muttering to himself. Behind him, a burly middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless, like a bodyguard. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed, rising from below, growing louder as they approached. Until the motion-activated lights on this floor flickered on. Xia Lin's apartment was located in an old building in the historic district. Almost no one paid their maintenance fees, and the property management responded accordingly. The motion-activated lights flickered on and off erratically, never fixed. As the footsteps echoed, the lights danced on and off like a scene from a horror movie. Amidst this flickering light, Xia Lin's slender figure appeared at the stairwell entrance, catching Li Zishui's eye. He stepped forward, neither fast nor slow. Only when he was 10 meters away from Li Zishui did Xia Lin halt his steps. "That's my place," he said, gesturing toward the apartment door beside Li Zishui and the burly man. Li Zishui smiled. "I've been waiting for you." He raised his gun, aiming it at Xia Lin. This made Xia Lin raise both hands in surrender, his face filled with terror. "Brother, wait. Don't kill me yet. Even if you're going to kill me, you should at least let me die knowing why, right? What did I ever do to you?" Seeing Xia Lin's terrified expression, doubts began to surface in Li Zishui's mind. Could it be he really didn't kill that person? Yet he still asked, "Li Wenjiang. Know him? My son." Xia Lin immediately exhaled a long breath of relief. He lowered his hands and bowed respectfully to Li Zishui. "Oh, it's Uncle Li. Of course I know Li Wenjiang, he's the senior master at our martial arts academy. So you came to see me this time." Li Zishui relaxed his fingers and spoke softly, "My son is dead." Xia Lin nodded. "Yeah, I know. I killed him." Li Zishui froze, then watched Xia Lin rub his chin. Realization dawned on him. "You came to seek revenge, didn't you? Well, you've come to the right person. But aren't you afraid that even if I go to hell, I'll find a way to kill your beloved son again?" A loud bang echoed. Li Zishui, his face flushed crimson, pulled the trigger decisively. The bullet lit up the motion sensor light and streaked towards Xia Lin's forehead at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Xia Lin stood motionless. His agility stat of 13 was insufficient to track the bullet's trajectory even from a small caliber pistol. Naturally, he couldn't dodge the pistol shot. But he didn't need to dodge. The instant the bullet struck his forehead, Xia Lin finally saw the tiny projectile bounce off his brow with a thud, rolling to the floor with a clink. Throughout the entire incident, Xia Lin felt nothing else. No pain, no tingling, nothing. Martial artists do not fall to gunfire. He raised his hand to touch his forehead. It seemed not even the skin was broken, not even a hint of redness or swelling. This made Xia Lin smile. He grinned widely at the stunned Li Zishui. His eyes slowly deepened, and within that depth, a red glow began to flicker. He lifted his leg and stepped toward Li Zishui, one step at a time. Slowly, yet with unwavering resolve. Bang! 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 Bullets struck Xia Lin's body, yet they seemed to hit a wall of bronze and iron, unable to pierce even his leather jacket. Until the sound of cracking echoed out. Li Zishui was out of bullets. Terror spread across his face. "You, what kind of monster are you?" "Thanks for the compliment," Xia Lin said with a smile, then began to accelerate. A hand suddenly grabbed hold of Li Zishui's coat, pulling him behind. It's mechanical martial arts, combined with an implanted bulletproof force field. A burly man stepped forward, interposing himself between Xia Lin and Li Zishui. Huang Yu, a Xiangmu martial artist and sworn brother to Li Zishui. Before Xia Lin's eyes, the burly man assumed a fighting stance. The stance was that of the new martial boxing technique. Tall and robust, he stood imposing and powerful. As he looked at Xia Lin, his eyes held a solemn gravity. As a fierce martial artist who had stepped onto the fierce martial arena over a dozen times, he knew full well the terror of weapon-based combat. But given the current situation, retreating now would mean certain death for Li Zishui. Therefore, he would not retreat. Instead, he prepared to test his skills against Xia Lin as a fierce martial artist. Huang Yu possessed ample courage and feared no challenge. He looked at Xia Lin. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression maniacal, and a sinister grin played on his lips. Coupled with their earlier exchange, Huang Yu couldn't help but suspect this man might be a little unhinged. Then again, who among the mechanical martial arts practitioners wasn't mad? They rejected their natural bodies, choosing instead to modify themselves into half-mechanical or even fully mechanical monsters. Such people either had issues in the head or issues in the body. Fortunately, Xia Lin's movements were stiff, at least to Huang Yu's eyes. He seemed like a novice just entering the world of combat, lacking any real-world experience. His movements were slow, painfully slow. To Huang Yu, a seasoned martial artist, Xia Lin's movements appeared in slow motion. This signaled a significant disparity in their attributes and not a small one. By attribute calculations, Huang Yu's strength and agility were close to 20 points. With such a gap in attributes, even as a mechanized martial artist, Xia Lin was no match for Huang Yu. Considering the unpredictable nature of weapon-based martial arts, Huang Yu refrained from initiating an attack. Instead, he assumed a defensive stance, preparing to counterattack. Then, just 1 second later, Xia Lin's heavy punch slammed squarely into Huang Yu's arm. The force was gentle, comparable to a woman's embrace. Huang Yu relaxed inwardly, thinking Xia Lin was nothing special. Yet the moment he finished his assessment, Huang Yu's eyes suddenly widened. For right beside Xia Lin, a bizarre object materialized out of thin air about the length of a forearm, too big to be a bullet, yet too small to be a missile. What the hell is that? Huang Yu was utterly bewildered. Xia Lin's smile twisted even further. Explode. He uttered the single word softly, and the missile shot toward Huang Yu. Then, it detonated with a thunderous boom. A searing blast wave violently ripped through the air between them. Flying metal shards whipped up a storm of steel. Within 3 meters of the missile's impact, an explosion zone formed. The blast wasn't particularly powerful. It was roughly equivalent to a standard hand grenade. But however modest, it still surpassed bullets. And it was absolutely beyond human endurance. Flames, shockwaves, and shards of metal scattered wildly. Huang Yu felt as though he were on a battlefield of hot weapons. Flames scorched his clothes and flesh. The shockwaves shook his internal organs. Flying metal fragments tore his flesh open, leaving him covered in blood and gore. Yet none of this compared to the shock Xia Lin delivered. For he clearly saw the shockwaves and shrapnel streak past Xia Lin only to be swiftly deflected, leaving him utterly unscathed. Could this thing actually distinguish between friend and foe? Explode. His fist struck out again, and missiles materialized from thin air. Explode. 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 Give it to me. Explode. More missiles appeared. Then they hurtled straight toward Huang Yu. A flurry of punches, a chain of explosions. Martial artists don't die by gunfire. East Wind Divine Fist. Combo achieved. Among all martial arts, this is the fatal chain missile fist. Chapter 24, Duan Jun. The police station received an emergency call. A terrorist attack occurred at the black and white apartments. Terrorists were hurling grenades from the 6th floor, causing the entire building to sway precariously. Security in the old city district was notoriously poor. The reason lay in the conglomerate's inadequate funding for the area. There were few police officers stationed here, and certainly no advanced equipment like the RoboCop suits produced by the Suzuki conglomerate. Even so, a terrorist attack was a major incident. Several police cars screeched to a halt beneath the black and white apartments. The door of the lead vehicle opened, and an older man and a younger man stepped out. Both wore bulletproof vests with handguns holstered at their waists. One man, past 50, wore a look of utter exhaustion. His name was Yang Dihai, a senior superintendent at the Old City Police Department. The other was young, seemingly fresh out of the academy, his face still bearing the righteous spirit untarnished by reality. His name was Duan Jun, a probationary officer. They stood in front of the car, gazing up at the apartment building. The 6th floor window lay shattered, its frame cracked, while thick black smoke still billowed out, drifting into the night sky. The explosion's roar had faded. The terrorist who threw the grenade seemed to have fled. Good riddance. Come with me, kid. We've got cleanup to do. Yang Dihai said, waving to Duan Jun before drawing his pistol and heading into the building. Duan Jun's expression was grave as he followed closely behind. The two entered the building. The stairwell was pitch black. Climbing the stairs, they reached the 4th floor where cracks were visible on the walls. The intensity of this terrorist attack was considerable. By the 5th floor, the staircase had partially collapsed. Using each other as support, they reached the 6th floor. Ruins and debris filled their vision. Several rooms had been blown apart, and it seemed civilians had been caught in the blast. The extent of casualties remained unknown. You're finally here. A voice suddenly echoed through the hallway. Duan Jun flicked on his flashlight, sweeping it into the darkness. There, perched atop 2 stacked corpses, sat a tall, slender young man, naked, idly playing with his phone. The sight made Duan Jun's eye twitch and Yang Dihai narrow his eyes. Beneath the youth lay 2 bodies so mangled they were unrecognizable as if they'd endured a barrage of grenades. Limbs were severed, charred black, while the bizarre young man sat there, his skin turning a sickly crimson. Hey, what are you spacing out for? The young man spoke again, finally rousing Yang Dihai and Duan Jun from their trance. 2 pistols were pointed at Xia Lin, prompting him to chuckle wryly before reluctantly raising his hands. Listen up. I called the cops. I killed those people. And I threw those grenades. Yep, I'm the terrorist from that call. I'm turning myself in. Let's slap on the silver bracelets and head to the station for a little rest and sleep. Xia Lin bared his teeth as he glanced at his apartment. No doubt about it, the apartment had been blown to smithereens. Tonight, Xia Lin had nowhere to sleep. At that thought, Xia Lin turned and smiled. Your station has beds, right? Name. Xia Lin. Age. 23. Occupation. Unemployed. Well, you could also call me a reserve Xiangwu martial artist. The words Xiangwu warrior made Yang Dihai and Duan Jun lift their heads to glance at Xia Lin. Xia Lin had changed into clean clothes by now. But his somewhat slender build simply didn't fit the image of a Xiangwu warrior. Just then, Xia Lin yawned, causing Duan Jun to frown. He didn't like Xia Lin. From the very beginning, this man had shown utter disrespect for the law and those who enforced it. Going to the police station sounded less like facing justice and more like checking into a hotel. Killing people and destroying buildings didn't feel like breaking the law to him either. It was more like eating and drinking, just part of his daily routine. So, done questioning me? Once you're done, find me a bed. I'll take a quick nap. After that, I won't have a moment to spare. Duan Jun laughed in exasperation. What the hell do you think this place is, you little brat? Xia Lin raised an eyebrow. The police station. What else could it be? So there are beds, right? Duan Jun, you killed someone. Xia Lin nodded. Yep. Killed 2. Duan Jun, it was 5. 5. Oh, 5 it is. But I didn't mean to kill the other 3. Duan Jun's face grew increasingly red. He genuinely wanted to slap Xia Lin across the face. Yet Yang Dihai merely sighed softly. The North Wind Group? Xia Lin looked at Yang Dihai and smiled. From the North Wind Martial Arts Academy. But your interpretation isn't far off. Yang Dihai remained expressionless, continuing like a cold machine. The victims' identities have been confirmed. One is Li Zixue, leader of the Zixue gang. The other is Huang Yu, a retired Xiangwu fighter who fought in 12 low-tier Xiangwu tournaments and 1 mid-tier Xiangwu tournament. After finishing, he shook his head, unwilling to say more. He merely tugged at Duan Jun's sleeve, rising to leave. Suddenly, Xia Lin's voice rang out again. The bed. Duan Jun's hair stood on end with rage as he reached out, but Yang Dihai acted faster, grabbing Duan Jun's arm. His expression remained impassive as he stared at Xia Lin, forcing out 4 words through clenched teeth. To the lounge. Duan Jun froze. Xia Lin, however, smiled. Handcuffed, he stood up and walked over to Duan Jun. Lead the way. What are you waiting for? Duan Jun couldn't make sense of the situation. He turned to ask his senior for clarification, only to see Yang Dihai already walking out of the interrogation room, his back appearing increasingly hunched. 2 words reached Duan Jun's ears. Follow my lead. And listen to him too. In the small break room, Duan Jun sat by the bed, gazing at Xia Lin, who lay handcuffed on the mattress. A faint snore echoed. Xia Lin seemed to be truly asleep. Thinking of the 5 lives lost in the building, then seeing Xia Lin's peaceful face, Duan Jun's heart twisted in agony. What the hell is wrong with this world? The words, however, did not come from Duan Jun, but from Xia Lin on the bed. Duan Jun froze, turning to look at Xia Lin. He found her eyes already open, gazing at him with a faint, crooked smile. Her gaze held a hint of eeriness, and her smile was strangely unsettling. I'm giving you voiceover narration, expressing your inner thoughts, Xia Lin said with a laugh. She then withdrew her gaze, fixed it on the ceiling, and continued, the dead lie in cold morgues, while murderers lounge comfortably in police station break rooms. And it's foreseeable that the killer won't face legal punishment. No, you're wrong, Duan Jun said coldly. You will face legal consequences. Xia Lin shook his head with a smile. Actually, they won't. Young man, you think too little, and your ideas are far too idealistic. He sat up on the bed and leaned toward Duan Jun, causing Duan Jun to instinctively step back, trying to create distance. I'm older than you. At this, Xia Lin shook his head again. When I call you kid, I'm not referring to your age, but to your understanding of societal rules. Looking at the young officer before him, whose eyes still held a glimmer of hope, Xia Lin sighed softly and began to speak slowly. Let me briefly tell you what's going to happen next. He glanced at the digital clock on the wall. After all, I'm about to leave. We don't have much time left for idle chatter. Chapter 25, Iron Curtain. By now, based on the timeline, the North Wind Group should have arrived at the police station. Because immediately after the incident, I called the North Wind Martial Arts Academy first, and only then did I report it to the police. During that call, I emphasized one crucial point: I killed a Xiangwu warrior completely and utterly. That statement was crucial, because it meant I had value to the North Wind Martial Arts Academy and the North Wind conglomerate. As for verifying the victim's identity? For a conglomerate like theirs, that's child's play. Duan Jun opened his mouth as if to speak, but Xia Lin cut him off. Back to the legal issue, you must know the laws here are made by the conglomerates, right? The conglomerates form the upper echelons of this world. They divide up all resources and power. Take your police department, for instance, its very operation, your salary, even the compulsory education you received as a child, all of it is funded by the conglomerates. From birth to death, you're inescapably bound by the conglomerate's influence. Duan Jun fell silent. After a long pause, he stammered, the Northwind Consortium lacks real power. But it's still a conglomerate, a member of the Supreme Council. Duan Jun slowly closed his eyes, falling silent. Xia Lin's voice continued, as the architects of the law, the conglomerates stand above it. And since I'm useful to the North Wind Consortium, my escape from legal punishment is merely a matter of their word. You say I killed 5 people. Fine, I did kill 5 people. But so what? In North Wind's eyes, I killed a Xiangwu warrior. I can fight for them, even win the Xiangwu arena. Those 5 are just numbers, a bunch of nameless nobodies. No one cares about the lives of nobodies except you. Xia Lin leaned in close to Duan Jun, their faces almost touching, his expression unreadable. In a few dozen seconds, that old cop will open the door and have you unlock my handcuffs. Then I'll leave this place and follow the North Wind Consortium's people. I'll feast on a sumptuous meal, the kind you've likely never seen in your entire life, then move into a mansion spanning hundreds of square meters. There, I'll find plush beds, chilled red wine, intoxicating incense, and professional staff, butlers, chefs, waiters, masseuses. If I wish, I can even find several girls of different styles to pass the boring nights. Not just tonight, but tomorrow, the day after, and every boring night to come. And then... Before Xia Lin could finish, the room's door swung open. Yang Dihai glanced at the two men in the room and whispered to Duan Jun, "Unlock his handcuffs." He then turned to Xia Lin, "You may go." Xia Lin's hand had already reached out before Duan Jun could react. The latest model of the Tizot series luxury flying car was parked in front of the police station. Its streamlined body gleamed jet black like polished black jade, exuding elegance and grandeur. Before it stood one man and two women in quiet silence. The man, around 50, had streaks of gray in his meticulously groomed hair. Dressed in a suit and white silk gloves, he stood with a stern expression and perfectly straight posture, exuding an air of professionalism and trustworthiness. The two women behind him each had their own distinct style. One wore a suit and glasses, her hair pulled back into a bun. The tailored suit accentuated her slender curves, and her legs, clad in black stockings, glistened in the light. The other wore a maid outfit, petite and cute with a Lolita-like charm, yet possessed astonishingly large assets that were jaw-dropping. This was the scene that greeted Duan Jun as he stepped out of the police station. Then he saw Xia Lin stretch lazily as she approached. The butler respectfully opened the rear car door, and the two women helped Xia Lin into the vehicle, as if she were partially paralyzed and required constant personal care. Duan Jun recalled the earlier words. If I wanted, I could find several girls with different styles to pass the boring nights. Every boring night. Fucking hell. Duan Jun slammed his fist into the load-bearing pillar in front of the police station entrance, pounding his hand until it bled profusely. Just as the car ignited, the rear window slid down. Xia Lin's head poked through the window, his other hand already resting on the woman in the suit's thigh. He waved cheerfully at Duan Jun with his free hand. "Good night, kid." With a whoosh. The car sped away, leaving Duan Jun standing before the police station, clenching his jaw. Suddenly, a voice sounded from nearby. It was Yang Dihai's voice. Then, he'll sign an agreement with the North Wind Group. The terms would likely require him to fight a set number of matches in the Xiangwu Arena under Northwind's banner. The smoke drifted into his nostrils, mingling with the voice, prompting Duan Jun to turn his head toward the source. Beside him, Yang Dihai lit a cigarette, puffing as he gazed in the direction where Xia Lin had departed. His expression remained calm as he continued. This agreement will specify how much money he gets for each win, and he might even receive shares in certain factories. Even if he loses, his family will receive compensation from North Wind. In short, regardless of victory or defeat, the wealth he stands to gain is beyond what you or I could ever imagine in a lifetime. Duan Jun clenched his teeth even tighter, tasting the metallic flavor of blood in his mouth. But do you think this is a good thing? Yang Dihai turned to look at Duan Jun, his eyes holding an emotion too complex to define, causing Duan Jun's heart to flutter. No. This is a contract selling his soul. Because the contract will explicitly state, the consortium will choose his opponents and decide which tier of the fierce martial arena he enters. He has no say in the matter. Worse still, the consortiums might strike private deals, deciding the outcome of a fierce martial arena match off the field. Once that happens, he can only win if they let him win, and he must lose if they make him lose or even die. Victory or defeat has nothing to do with his actual fighting ability. He'll die sooner and more miserably than you or even me. Yang Dihai stubbed out his cigarette butt and snorted coldly. I know you can't stand him, can't stand his arrogance and tyranny. But honestly, you don't need to pick a fight with him either. He's just a small fry, merely one among the masses beneath this city's iron curtain. He's just another commodity measured in credit points, no different from you, me, or those who died by his hand. The problem doesn't lie with him, at least not entirely. The problem lies with the rule makers at the highest levels. They set the rules themselves, yet they don't abide by them. What's even more terrifying is that no one can sanction or even check them. The law is nothing but a sham. You and I are nothing but clowns. Yang Dihai's tone grew heavier, brimming with deep resentment, but he quickly drew a sharp breath and offered a self-deprecating chuckle. He patted Duan Jun's shoulder and forced a light-hearted tone. All right, stop dwelling on this stuff. It won't do any good. Go home, get a good night's sleep, and wake up tomorrow having forgotten all the troubles of today. Pretend nothing happened. With that, Yang Dihai turned to leave. But Duan Jun's voice followed him from behind. Is it always like this? After a long silence, a voice finally answered, yes, it always is. Because this is the city of fierce martial arts. Chapter 26, The Day of the Ring. New City District, 5 Diamond Royal Hotel. Luxurious and grand, it crowned the day of Xia Lin's release from prison. The entire hotel had been reserved by the North Wind Group, opening its doors solely for Xia Lin today. Xia Lin now wore a comfortable, white silk training uniform. Embroidered across the chest were the characters North Wind. On the back, a large, striking character for fierce commanded attention, signifying that Xia Lin had become a fierce martial artist of the North Wind conglomerate. Seated at the long table, Xia Lin was living up to his earlier boast. He would feast on a banquet beyond Duan Jun's wildest imagination. Lamb, bear paw, and countless other delicacies filled the table, all reserved for Xia Lin alone. He ate with relish, though the butler's voice beside him was a bit chatty. Article 15 of the agreement. The old steward was reciting the Xiangmu contract to Xia Lin, who grew impatient listening. All right, stop droning on. Hand me a pen. I'll just sign it myself. Such abruptness startled the steward, who nevertheless obediently fell silent and handed over the pen. He was a man of the Northwind conglomerate, his allegiance firmly with them. Since Xia Lin showed no interest in scrutinizing the terms and seemed unconcerned about potential pitfalls, the steward saw no need to elaborate further. With a series of swift scribbles, Xia Lin signed his name on the final page of the agreement. Muttering, "Is that all?" he refocused his attention on the feast before him. Only after he was full and satisfied did Xia Lin lean back comfortably in his chair. While savoring the fruit the little maid offered him, he spoke slowly and deliberately. "I don't have a place to stay. Butler, the conglomerate gifted you a house, not far from the 5-diamond Royal Hotel. How big? 888 square meters. That's not bad. By the way, the butler, chef, waitstaff, masseuse. All included. If you're dissatisfied with any of them, you may replace them at any time, including me, the butler. Your satisfaction is our highest priority." Xia Lin nodded in satisfaction. See, even if he was guessing, he'd already figured out most of what was coming. With that thought, Xia Lin sat up and smiled. A professional training facility and professional coaches. The inner courtyard of Beifeng Martial Arts Academy is yours exclusively from today onward. The Beifeng Group's affiliated martial arts academy was none other than Beifeng Martial Arts Academy. Now that Xia Lin had become a Xiangmu warrior of Beifeng, his status within the Beifeng Martial Arts Hall even surpassed that of the hall master himself. After all, the master was getting old and couldn't fight anymore. His value naturally diminished. How does Northwind handle the supply of potions? The steward chuckled. Unlimited supply, of course. Both universal type and restricted grade potions will be available. You may inject them freely according to your needs. Of course, I should clarify upfront that certain top-tier Auras Pharmaceuticals serums, or proprietary serums from other conglomerates, are beyond Northwind's reach. We're highly unlikely to be able to provide them. The Northwind Consortium ranked among the weakest tier of hundreds of conglomerates in the brutal city. Lacking both technological prowess and solid connections, they couldn't obtain premium goods nor develop them independently. Naturally, the pharmaceutical support they could offer Xia Lin was limited. But Xia Lin didn't care. Potions were optional, having them was fine, not having them was fine. His attribute growth didn't depend on them. Besides, there's always a trade-off. It was precisely because the North Wind Consortium was weak that they'd set their sights on Xia Lin, a rookie. A major consortium wouldn't even bother with someone of his caliber. That leaves only one final question. When can I take the stage? The butler replied, originally 10 days from now, but that was only because Northwind hadn't found a suitable Xiangwu fighter. Now that we have you, the first Xiangwu tournament will be held in 3 days. It's a low-tier Xiangwu tournament against the Aori group. Leaning closer, the butler whispered, the master hopes you'll go all out, use that technique that brought down an entire building to shatter Aori's arrogance. The Northwind conglomerate was well aware of the devastating power of the fatal chain missile fist. But they chose not to delve deeper. Because as long as you pass the security check upon entering the arena, any means used on the platform is not against the rules. Including mechanical modifications and implanted thermal weapons. Xia Lin nodded with a light chuckle, his thoughts drifting to another matter. He recalled possessing a membership card for the Oriju Martial Arts Academy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. But in truth, the promotional campaign for the Northwind vs. Uri Fatal Martial Arts Tournament had already begun 2 days prior. Such was the nature of the fierce martial city. The Xiangwu Arena was the premier sporting event and entertainment spectacle in the entire Ember District. Every single Xiangwu Arena match would send viewership through the roof. Regardless of rank. Old City District, Sanxiang Martial Arts Hall. Zhou Yan turned on the television promptly and settled in front of it. It was the old man's habit since retirement. He never missed a single fierce martial arena match. Even the top-tier fierce martial arena matches held only a shred of interest for the old man. The lower-tier ones were nothing more than child's play in his eyes. But what can you do? Retirement meant enjoying leisure time and finding ways to pass the hours, and watching those Xiangwu fighters with their glaring flaws and cringeworthy moves provided excellent entertainment. Like Wang and Li Peipei also finished their training for the day, hauling their stools over to sit behind the old man. Several days passed, and Li Peipei had shed a significant amount of fat, now weighing only about 1,800 jin. Seated behind Zhou Yan and beside Bai Guang, she loomed like a small mountain. As she watched the pre-game warm-up dance on TV, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. She had seen the commercials. And she knew exactly who would be taking the stage today. Xia Lin. her old rival and the pre-arranged external cheat. She hadn't expected Xia Lin to follow by going into this ashen zone. But for her, this was undoubtedly the best possible news. Now that Xia Lin's whereabouts were known, all she needed to do was capture him before he left the Ember Zone and plant some interesting little tricks on him. Then Xia Lin would be doomed to remain within her grasp. But there was no rush. Xia Lin was merely one of the essential prerequisites for her power. The second prerequisite was the blood demon breathing technique. With that thought, Li Peipei finally spoke. "Teacher, when will I be able to step onto the Xiangwu arena?" Zhou Yan didn't turn around, merely stating, "In 1 week, both you and Bai Guang will ascend the stage to represent Huaxin technology in battle." Huaxin technology, one of the 3 major conglomerates. Zhou Yan added further. "You'll start at the advanced Xiangwu arena. 5 matches. If you win all 5, you'll advance to the top-tier Xiangwu arena and qualify to compete for the title of 6th-generation Xiangwu king." Bai Guang and Li Peipei both exhaled heavily. The advanced Xiangwu arena was already a significant challenge for both of them. And the ultimate fierce martial arena. As their thoughts raced, the television screen flickered with lights. Amidst a burst of fireworks and lights, the 2 contestants stepped onto the stage together. Old Town District, Police Station. Duan Jun, as if possessed, turned on the television. The host's frenzied shouts echoed from the screen. First up, the Xiangwu fighter with 3 lower-tier Xiangwu tournament matches under his belt, 2 wins, 1 loss. Ori Group, Whirlwind Leg, Mount Tai. Wah! Wah! Tai Shan! Tai Shan! The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar. Next up is the rookie, fresh off the boat, North Wind Group, Explosive Fist, Xia Lin. The stage slowly rose, revealing Xia Lin's dark, sullen face. Watching Xia Lin on the screen, Duan Jun found himself strangely unable to muster any feelings of disgust or hatred. He simply stared at Xia Lin and sighed softly. Little did he know that Xia Lin's chest was bursting with pent-up frustration. Who the hell came up with this stupid nickname, Explosive Fist? I told you, my nickname is Uncertain Shadow. Uncertain Shadow, you bastard. Even if you had to make something up, something like Fierce Martial God or East Wind Fist Demon would have been passable. What the hell is Explosive Fist supposed to mean? Chapter 27, Wild and Shocking. Ha 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 ha. In the VIP box, Gu Hua roared with laughter. The more he saw Xia Lin's sour expression and savored his nickname, the happier he became. Tacky. That name is way too tacky. The naked actress in his arms stroked Gu Hua's chest while offering her critique, but Gu Hua countered. Cheesy? Who says it's cheesy? That name is brilliant. Think about it, exploding balls, exploding balls. Which balls are exploding? Obviously the 2 balls down below for men, and the 2 balls up top for women, right? What does that imply? This guy's got some dirty tricks up his sleeve, but dirty is good, it's perfect. What's more fun than a groin-kicking dragon claw hand? Gu Hua, ever the joker, loved a good spectacle. The actress in his arms couldn't argue back either, merely burying her face between Gu Hua's legs. After all, the man before them was the young master of the Guyu conglomerate. Gu Hua had spent 2,000 Jinsu points to purchase this starting identity. Thinking of Li Peipei, still nowhere to be found, and Xia Lin already appearing on the stage, Gu Hua snorted coldly. I've done enough for you. The rest is on you. As for me, Gu Hua. With that thought, Gu Hua closed his eyes, savoring the moment, immersing himself in the experience. Life is short, seize the day. For him, nothing mattered more than savoring the present moment. Xia Lin stormed onto the stage, his heart still racing with rage, wondering who on earth had given him the nickname Explosive Fist. Until Typhoon Leg, Mount Tai, took his stance 5 meters in front of him. This snapped Xia Lin's attention back, focusing his energy on the arena and his opponent. The arena was enormous, resembling an octagon cage but spanning over 10 times the size of a standard one. Xiangwu warriors were monsters pushing beyond human limits, and insufficient space would restrict their performance. Taishan was also dangerous. Xia Lin could sense Taishan's purity far surpassing Li Wenjiang's, even rivaling that of veteran Xiangwu warrior Huang Yu. He was slender, with legs disproportionately long compared to his torso. His explosive thigh muscles and iron rod-like calves explained the origin of his nickname, Whirlwind Legs. At that moment, his eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Xia Lin, as if Xia Lin were the very person who had killed his father. Their eyes locked, and Xia Lin raised an eyebrow. Below the stage, the referee spoke, explaining the rules of the fierce martial arts arena. The method of determining victory is simple: one party voluntarily concedes defeat, or loses the ability to resist. That was all there was to the rules. The fierce martial arena was brutally straightforward. The crowd began to roar. Kill him! Kill him! The cries echoed relentlessly. People craved blood, craved the raw thrill of fists meeting flesh. This craving surpassed even that of ancient gladiatorial arena spectators. As the ceremonial cannon boomed, the match commenced. Taishan crouched low, his legs thrusting forward as his thigh muscles bulged, charging madly towards Xia Lin. His speed was blinding. Though 10 meters separated him from Xia Lin, he would be upon him in less than 2 seconds. Then, he would let Xia Lin experience firsthand the origin of his nickname, the Whirlwind Leg. To this, Xia Lin merely let out a savage grin. He raised his fist and slammed it hard into the air. Invalid strike. That's an invalid strike. The commentator's voice boomed from the broadcast booth, his tone charged with excitement. The explosive punch hit air. He missed. I don't understand what purpose does this punch serve besides draining his own stamina? All I can say is, newcomers are, what? Before the eyes of tens of thousands in the arena and millions watching on television. A missile materialized out of thin air, exploding instantly at the point where Xia Lin's fist would have landed. Flames and steel erupted anew. In the light of the fire, Xia Lin's bangs danced wildly in the shockwave's wake. The smile on his face gradually twisted. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified. That was just how he was. Once in combat mode, Xia Lin could never control his expression, nor suppress the murderous desire deep within his soul. Wild, frenzied, obliterating everything in his path, leaving no survivors. Die! A beastly growl erupted alongside the flames. Under a barrage of heavy punches, multiple missiles launched simultaneously, engulfing Xia Lin in a sea of fire and transforming the area around him into a death zone. Die! 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 Amidst the flames, Xia Lin's figure streaked forward at breakneck speed, appearing before a stunned and bewildered Taishan. A heavy punch struck the chest, and the missile exploded with a thunderous roar. Boom! 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 As flames shot skyward, the stadium fell deathly silent. The two commentators at the booth were stunned speechless, but the more experienced Huang Shan quickly saved the moment. Mech weapons! It's mech weapons! As everyone knows, before stepping onto the stage, our Xiangmu Arena subjects all contestants to rigorous physical examinations. This ensures competitors do not carry any external thermal weapons. However, thermal weapons implanted within the body are not considered violations. Now, I can share the medical report of the explosive fistfighter. He hasn't undergone mechanical augmentation, and his punch power meter only registers 12 points. But the current situation clearly contradicts that, reminding me of Huaxin Technology's latest research breakthrough. Subspace technology. It said this technology can create a personal subspace for the user, roughly equivalent to the spatial rings often seen in novels. It appears the explosive fistfighter is currently testing this very project. Each time he throws a punch, it appears to be a punch, but in reality, he's retrieving a micromissile from his subspace. And this isn't against the rules. Xia Lin was stunned. Dude, you're pulling this off? Are you sure my deadly chain missile punch really isn't against the rules? Fine, better that it's not. He turned his head to look at Taishan, who had been blown to bits. Amidst the raging flames, Xia Lin slowly raised both fists and closed his eyes. He savored it. He savored the joy of victory. He rejoiced. Delighted by the backstab's effect. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your faction, Oriju Martial Arts Hall. Effect assessment, extremely detrimental. You gained 5 points in all attributes. Taishan is the master of the Aori Martial Arts Hall. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated factions, Huaxin Martial Arts Hall, Oris Martial Arts Hall, Suzuki Martial Arts Hall. Effect assessed as extremely weak. Xia Lin took the stage to fight for the Northwind Martial Arts Hall, which naturally counts as backstabbing the other affiliated halls. You gained 1 point in all attributes. The effect was negligible, almost insignificant. Hundreds of martial arts schools combined only granted Xia Lin 1 point of all attributes. But this undeniably proved the viability of Xia Lin's strategy. Backstabbing truly his favorite skill. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Xia Lin roared with laughter, his face contorted like a battle demon possessed. He felt he had finally discovered the correct approach to unlocking the Ashen Zone. Until a thunderous roar of cheers erupted, shaking the heavens. Explosive fist. Bomb fist. Bomb fist. Wild and earth-shattering. The entire arena chanted the name of the exploding fist. And so, Xia Lin's smile froze on his face. Chapter 28, Kitano Mountain. Ha? Wa WHWH what? In the VIP box of the arena, Gu Hua had pushed aside the actress at some point. Standing naked before the one-way glass, he stared fixedly at the ring. His mouth gaped wide as he stared dumbfounded at Xia Lin in the ring, his mind still replaying the missiles that had materialized out of thin air in the chain of explosions. As an Ashen Zone walker, he knew this wasn't some subspace technology, it was clearly a skill. But this skill was just too outrageous, wasn't it? The mighty dragon between his legs had already gone limp. Listening to the roar of the bomb fist echoing through the walls, Gu Hua slowly closed his mouth, revealing a mischievous grin. Interesting. This guy's a bit off, no wonder Peipei fell into his hands. Sanqiang Martial Arts Hall. The moment Xia Lin threw his first punch, Zhou Yin sputtered, as tea sprayed from his mouth like a fountain. He stared blankly at Xia Lin on the screen, unleashing a barrage of punches like a missile strike. Poor Taishan was blown to smithereens. Only when the cheers erupted did Zhou Yin turn to see Bai Guang and Li Peipei behind him, equally wide-eyed and speechless. What's with this kid? He must be a Cinder Zone walker too, right? You guys know him? Bai Guang and Li Peipei exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to answer Zhou Yan's question. They hadn't expected Xia Lin to unleash such a devastating move the moment he stepped onto the stage. Li Peipei was the first to compose herself and speak up. Is that really not against the rules? Zhou Yan fell silent. Theoretically, as a full-fledged member of the Three Phases gang, Zhou Yan's martial cultivation far surpassed the limits of this Ember district. His grasp of martial arts was like a dimensional strike against the fighters in this Ember zone. Yet Xia Lin's deadly chain missile fist technique had genuinely stunned Zhou Yan. Whether this counts as martial arts or violates the rules, I don't know. I have no idea. But I'm profoundly impressed. The old man scratched his graying hair as he spoke. Just as Duan Jun stared blankly at the television, Xia Lin had already descended from the ring with a solemn expression. In the fighter's tunnel, Xia Lin spotted his butler, secretary, and maid, along with a young man standing at the front of the trio. The young man was short and stocky, about Xia Lin's age. Upon seeing Xia Lin, he gave a slight nod. You fought well. His tone was arrogant, his demeanor haughty. Xia Lin raised an eyebrow and turned to the butler. The butler introduced, this is the third young master of the main family, Kitano Yama's third son. The Beifeng conglomerate, by Yanshan. The head family of the Northwind Martial Arts Academy, and currently Xia Lin's own family. This made Xia Lin grin. So it's the third young master. How did I do in this fight? I suppose I didn't disappoint, right? Kitano nodded. Indeed, you did well. It was worth pulling you out of the police station, and you haven't betrayed my trust. Saying this, he walked over to Xia Lin, intending to put an arm around him to show his approachable nature. But upon seeing the dust, blood, and gunpowder scent clinging to Xia Lin, he instinctively took 2 steps back. He was simply too filthy. With no other choice, Kitayama changed the subject. What about the nickname? The cheers for Exploding Fist still echoed faintly in the air. Xia Lin's smile froze. Before he could speak, Kitayama raised a finger and pointed at himself. I came up with it. You're welcome. Poof. This kid actually thinks he's some kind of naming genius, huh? Xia Lin stared at Kitayama for 3 seconds before suddenly speaking. Can we change the nickname? This made Kitayama frown. What? You think the nickname I came up with is bad? Xia Lin's mouth twitched, then began to curve upward uncontrollably. Just then, the butler stepped forward and stood beside Kitayama. Young master, the meeting begins in 10 minutes. Should we? This interruption diffused the tense atmosphere, prompting Kitayama, still oblivious to the danger, to raise his hand and glance at his watch. Oh, it's about time. I came to see your explosive punch debut today. You fought well, and you've got something special. In any case, keep up the good work. I, Kitayama, and the North Wind Group will never shortchange you. As he spoke, he turned and walked toward the arena exit under the protection of his bodyguards. Xia Lin's gaze followed Kitayama's retreating figure until he vanished from sight. Beside him, the butler approached and asked softly, would you like to take a shower first, or rest a bit? Xia Lin withdrew his gaze. A hot bath first. And don't forget to prepare a lavish feast for me. Oh, and when is the next match scheduled? The butler's voice rang out. You performed well today and earned the young master's approval. Therefore, you may choose the date for your next match yourself. Just fight one fierce martial arena match within 3 months to maintain our Northwind Group's qualification for the arena. Xia Lin responded decisively. Then the sooner the better. 3 days later. Boom! 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 Explosive fist! Explosive fist! Smoke billowed across the ring. The ferocious martial artist from Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy had been blown to a pulp. Xia Lin closed his eyes, carefully sensing the rise in his attributes. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. Effect assessment, extremely detrimental. You gain 5 points to all attributes. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated factions, Huaxin Martial Arts Hall, Oris Martial Arts Hall, Suzuki Martial Arts Hall. Effect assessment, extremely weak. You gained 1 point in all attributes. Thus, Xia Lin's attributes became: Name, Xia Lin. Level, 2. Strength, 24. Stamina, 24. Agility, 24. Spirit, 28. Compared to the data from the physical assessment report, it had doubled. However, Xia Lin had his own agenda. He hadn't displayed attributes higher than his previous baseline on the stage. Fortunately, physical assessments at the fierce martial arena weren't frequent, allowing Xia Lin to conceal half of his attribute values. Stepping down from the ring, Kitayama did not appear before Xia Lin this time. This prompted Xia Lin to lift his gaze toward the VIP box in the arena. Through the opaque glass, Xia Lin seemed to see Kitayama's plump, arrogant face. A grim smile spread across Xia Lin's lips, revealing teeth that were pale and eerily unsettling. Inside the box, Kitayama held a glass of red wine, watching Xia Lin descend from the ring. His gaze lingered on Xia Lin, their eyes meeting briefly. This man, he makes me uneasy. He murmured softly after sipping his wine, his thoughts drifting back to their first encounter 3 days prior. At that time, he hadn't immediately sensed the menacing aura emanating from Xia Lin. It was only after leaving that his bodyguard pointed out the man's problematic attitude toward him, prompting Kitayama to vaguely recognize Xia Lin's defiant and untamed nature. "I don't like him." Kitayama spoke again, then turned his smiling gaze to the person beside him. "So, Big Sis Suzuki, I accept the deal you mentioned." Chapter 29, Backroom Deal. At that moment, the private room wasn't occupied solely by Kitayama and his bodyguard. Another woman sat there. Dressed entirely in black, she possessed a dignified beauty, striking long legs, and exuded an aura of cold elegance. Hearing Kitayama speak, the woman known as Big Sister Suzuki turned her head and gave him a slight nod. "I'm very interested in the subspace technology within that exploding fist's body. Therefore, I intend to secure his corpse." Kitayama smiled in agreement. If the boss wants it, this little brother will certainly deliver. After all, the woman before him was Suzuki Wan, the young lady of the Suzuki conglomerate, one of the 3 major conglomerates. Hearing Kitayama's flattery, Suzuki Wan finally smiled at him. "Rest assured, you won't lose out. I'll carve out 3 gold mines for you. That should keep your North Wind Group fed for years." The Suzuki conglomerate was a colossus, operating on a completely different scale than the North Wind conglomerate. Even a mere trickle from Suzuki's coffers would make the North Wind Group rich beyond measure. Kitayama's smile broadened further as he watched Suzuki Wan rise and walk to the window. Watching Xia Lin's retreating figure enter the boxer's tunnel, she listened to the roaring cheers of Bomb Punch filling the arena, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Actually, this guy's pretty interesting. I mean his fighting style. It's quite entertaining, isn't it? Listen, Koyama." The entire arena is chanting his nickname. After just 2 matches in the Xiangwu arena, he's already made a name for himself, becoming one of the most popular fighters in the lower tiers. Kitayama nodded in agreement. That's true. Xia Lin's wildness, arrogance, and fresh, eye-catching fighting style brought him massive traffic and attention. After just 2 fierce martial arts matches, the name Explosive Fist was already on everyone's lips. It's a pity. Kitayama sighed softly. It was a pity that this man possessed the subspace technology from Huaxin, which had also caught Suzuki Wan's attention. Compared to the attention generated by a low-level Xiangwu fighter, appeasing the Suzuki conglomerate was clearly more important. Nothing to be sorry about, Suzuki Wan shook her head with a smile. Her mind drifted to that flower-like beauty, and her gaze grew languid. "Alright, I'll add an extra condition. In the next match, 3 days from now, have this explosive fist fighter face off against my flower swordsman. The outcome is predetermined, the flower swordsman wins, and he dies." Kitano Yamato froze, realizing Suzuki Wan's scheme. She intended to use Xia Lin, the popular boxer, as a stepping stone to forge a path to fame for her own brutal martial artist. Who exactly was this flower swordsman? Kitayama muttered to himself inwardly, but outwardly nodded repeatedly. A minor issue. The Xiangwu metropolis also bore the hallmarks of the traffic era. People chased trends, relishing the buzz. And the explosive fist was undoubtedly one of the city's recent hot topics. Subspace technology, missile-based combat. It sounds abstract, looks even more abstract, yet precisely because it's abstract, it becomes a hot topic, drawing even more attention. Especially with Explosive Fist taking the stage every 3 days, Xia Lin has masterfully capitalized on the hype. The day after the second Xiangwu tournament, Xia Lin's next opponent was exposed, and with certain parties pushing the narrative, the story quickly gained traction. A Xiangwu martial artist named Hua Zhang, nicknamed the Flower Swordsman, burst onto the scene. News portals featured photos of Hua Zhang. Duan Jun gazed at the youth before him. Even as a man, he found himself captivated by the boy's breathtaking beauty. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, his frame was slender yet strikingly elegant. His features were so exquisitely defined that gender became indistinguishable. In the photo, Hua Zhang wore a pristine white training uniform, holding a long sword like an immortal cast down from the heavens. What a face! Truly, what a face! Duan Jun murmured in admiration, but Yang Dihai's voice echoed in his ear. What you've been waiting for is about to arrive. Duan Jun turned back in confusion to look at Yang Dihai. Uncle, what do you mean? Yang Dihai shrugged. Xia Lin, the exploding fist. I see you've been following his news every day lately. It's obvious you haven't completely let go of what happened that day. As he spoke, Yang Dihai pointed at Duan Jun's computer screen. See? Here he is again. Duan Jun still didn't quite grasp what Yang Dihai meant. This prompted Yang Dihai to shake his head, muttering about Duan Jun's thick skull, while pointing to a line of text in Hua Zhang's profile. He belongs to the Suzuki Martial Arts Academy. He's part of the Suzuki conglomerate. Duan Jun's brow slowly furrowed as realization dawned. Now look at this. Yang Dihai tossed the Economic Times in front of Duan Jun. Newspapers, a medium of information dissemination that had been phased out. But the thing is, many quite important matters don't make it online, or don't generate any buzz online, yet they are documented in print media. In the corner section, a line of unassuming text read. Suzuki Group cedes shares in 3 major mining districts, selling them at rock-bottom prices to Katano Mountain of the North Wind Group. This time, even the most obtuse person could grasp Yang Dihai's meaning. Duan Jun sucked in a sharp breath, recalling his conversation with Xia Lin and Yang Dihai that day. Just then, Yang Dihai's voice grew louder, his tone slightly off, though Duan Jun failed to notice. In the next fierce martial arena, Xia Lin will die, or if he survives, he'll be crippled. He became the sacrificial pawn in this backroom deal. As I said, the outcome on the stage has nothing to do with his fighting ability. Compared to the conglomerate, he's just a small fry, merely one among the masses. The law cannot punish him, but the conglomerate can. Duan Jun turned to look at Yang Dihai, only to find a hint of sorrow in his expression. Duan Jun couldn't fathom why Yang Dihai would show such emotion, merely remarking that Xia Lin doesn't seem like the type to follow orders. Threats, drugs, guns, physical control. You don't think North Wind has no way to deal with him, do you? There are plenty of ways. No sooner had Yang Dihai finished speaking than he saw Duan Jun leap to his feet, grab the car keys from the table, and stride out the door. Yang Dihai froze, then shook his head with a bitter smile. He murmured softly, his voice barely audible to himself, "It's pointless. Behind the Iron Curtain, one has no control over their own fate." Night deepened. Xia Lin finished his day's training, stepped out of the North Wind Martial Arts Hall, and climbed into the luxury car driven by his butler. Off to dinner at home. He spoke with a relaxed expression and a flippant tone. But before the butler could start the engine, a police car pulled up in front of the luxury vehicle. The door swung open, revealing a figure both familiar and unexpected to Xia Lin. It was Duan Jun. He approached the car just as Xia Lin rolled down the window, flashing a grin at Duan Jun outside. "Hey, kid cop. What's up? Here to arrest me again?" His exaggerated grin and tone made Duan Jun feel slightly uneasy. Yet, looking at that handsome face with its exaggerated grin, Duan Jun found himself strangely unable to muster even a shred of anger. Taking a deep breath, Duan Jun spoke. "You. Get out of the car. I have some questions for you." As he spoke, Duan Jun turned his gaze to the butler in the front seat. "It's about the details of the last case." The smile slowly faded from Xia Lin's face. After a moment of serious consideration, he nodded slightly. "All right." He opened the door and stepped out of the car. Chapter 30, Goodwill and Malice. Xia Lin followed Duan Jun to an unoccupied corner of the parking lot. Leaning against a support pillar, Xia Lin spoke softly, "So, what do you need from me?" But Duan Jun lowered his voice and spoke quickly. "You know who your next opponent is in the fierce martial arena, right?" "Yes, Hua Zhang. From the Suzuki Group. Did you see it in the paper?" Xia Lin shook his head. "Who reads newspapers these days?" Duan Jun quickly interjected. The Suzuki Group struck an off-market deal with the North Wind Group. Suzuki ceded 3 rich mines to North Wind. "And you might be part of that deal." Xia Lin remained silent, his expression unreadable, but his gaze fixed intently on Duan Jun until the latter continued. "Listen, I can't say much more. Even what I just told you is just speculation. But I still want to warn you, for now, avoid eating meals prepared by North Wind, and try not to return to the house they've arranged for you. Find a chance to leave that place." Xia Lin slowly tilted his head. "Leave? And then what? Become a vagrant? A fugitive?" He looked at Duan Jun calmly, as if completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. It made Duan Jun grit his teeth. "Damn it, I'm helping you." Xia Lin spread his hands. "Sounds like it, yeah. You are helping me. So why?" A smile returned to his face as he leaned closer to Duan Jun and whispered. "We're not exactly close, and I'm a murderer who slipped through the law's net. So why are you helping me? If I really ran away, North Wind would easily pin the target on you. Then your career, your whole life would be ruined. You might not even keep your life. The stakes are too high. You have no reason to help me, right?" After speaking, Xia Lin slowly pulled back his face and looked intently into Duan Jun's eyes. He could see a moment of bewilderment flicker across Duan Jun's face, but quickly, his gaze hardened with resolve. "Yes, I have no reason to help you. But what I want to see more is you, a murderous maniac, locked up in prison serving your sentence or even facing the death penalty rather than dying at the hands of some disgusting backroom deal." He growled in a lowered voice, and this time, Xia Lin stopped smiling. He studied Duan Jun's face intently, then slowly reached out and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. "A naive rebellion against the entrenched, unjust order, huh? Kid, don't deny it, you're actually quite endearing." Withdrawing his hand, Xia Lin's expression remained calm as he nodded slightly. "Thank you." In this moment, he showed no arrogance, no madness, and even his signature smile was restrained. Instead, he calmly and earnestly uttered a simple thank you. After uttering those 2 words, Xia Lin smiled again. This time, his smile was far more pleasing to the eye. "Truth be told, since I arrived here, you're the first person worthy of my thanks. And the only one who had ever shown Xia Lin genuine kindness. Even if that kindness was tinged with ulterior motives and mixed emotions, kindness was still kindness, genuine and unadulterated. In return, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The day after tomorrow, the day I take the stage, you'd be wise to take a day off, turn off your phone, and even leave this city. Duan Jun froze, unable to grasp the meaning behind those words. But before he could ask further, Xia Lin had already turned away. Only the faint echo of her voice lingered in his ears. This is my way of repaying kindness, one of them. Back in the car. The butler had already adjusted the vehicle's position. Only after Xia Lin closed the door did the butler speak. Home, or home. The vehicle started, and the butler's voice sounded again. That young officer just now. Oh, he asked me some questions about that night. Said there might be retaliation from the water gang later on, and warned me to be careful. Nothing major, really. Butler, well, glad it's nothing serious. The neon-lit streets whizzed by. The car's heater was cranked up high, and the intoxicating scent of aromatherapy filled the air. Xia Lin felt the warmth, watching the street scenes flash by outside the window as her gaze slowly grew hazy. Soon, the sound of snoring filled the air. He had fallen asleep. The car continued to speed along. Soon, the car arrived at Xia Lin's residence. In the underground parking garage of the residential complex, the chauffeur brought the car to a smooth stop. Outside the vehicle, several men had been waiting for some time. Opening the door, the butler stepped out and nodded to the 5 burly men in black standing by. The drug has taken effect. He's asleep and won't wake up for at least 8 hours. The drug the butler had used was Xinglan hallucinogen. This high-tech drug possessed an extremely potent sedative effect. Even an elephant couldn't withstand its potency, let alone the super double dosage the butler had administered. The men opened the rear doors and carried Xia Lin out of the car. The butler's voice continued. Lock him in the master bedroom. It's equipped with a close protection system manufactured by Suzuki Industries. The close-range defense system, a defensive facility. To the outside world, it was a fortress. To the inside, an inescapable prison. Keep 2 combat robots stationed outside the door at all times. Secure it completely. For the next 2 days, give him no food, not even a drop of water. Simultaneously, administer muscle relaxants and set the air conditioning to freezing temperatures to exhaust his physical strength. Use every hallucinogen and narcotic available. Maximum dosage. The butler delivered these chilling instructions with calm precision, glancing at the sleeping Xia Lin and letting out a cold laugh. Tell me, wouldn't it be nice if you had a family? Then we wouldn't have to resort to such brutal methods. A family meant vulnerabilities, weaknesses they could exploit. They could make Xia Lin cooperate with the match-fixing scheme willingly, or even choose to end his own life. These tactics had been used by Beifeng, indeed by every syndicate, and they never failed. But against a lone wolf, threats might not work, especially when Xia Lin was such a defiant breed. So this was the only way to handle it. Unseen by the butler, Xia Lin, now beyond his sight, let a sinister smile curve his lips. He was smiling. Martial artist immunity to firearms mutated, greatly reduces damage from technological weapons and items. Hallucinogens, muscle relaxants, even modern narcotics. All are chemical products. Since nature rarely yields potent natural substances, technology is required to purify, synthesize, or recreate them to enhance their effects. Here's the question. Do these substances count as technological weapons and items? Absolutely. Do effects like anesthesia, unconsciousness, addiction, and muscle relaxation count as damage? Absolutely. Unseen by anyone, blood filled Xia Lin's eyes. Xia Lin and Hua Zhang's fierce martial arts tournament had become the hottest topic in the city over the past 2 days. Its heat even overshadowed the upcoming high-level fierce martial arts battle. No wonder the marketing was brilliant, and the backers behind it weren't afraid to spend big. As for the outcome of this battle, online consensus was remarkably unified. Explosive Fist is certain to win. While his popularity plays a role, Xia Lin's combat prowess is practically unmatched in the lower-tier fierce martial arena. Countless spectators lamented that such a beautiful youth like Flower Burial would be reduced to debris. But witnessing beauty shattered aligns perfectly with humanity's primal thrill. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the battle commenced. Chapter 31, Flower Burial. The convoy rolled down the street and came to a halt in the underground parking garage beneath the Northwind Arena. Security had sealed off the underground parking lot in advance, leaving it completely deserted. The door of the lead vehicle opened. Kitayama stepped out and walked to the second car. The door opened again. The butler emerged first, gave a nod inside the car, and then 5 burly men in black carried a limp body out. The body, of course, was Xia Lin. At that moment, he was limp as noodles, naked, his skin pale, beads of cold sweat emerging from his pores, and an odd odor emanating from his body. The smell made Kitayama frown slightly, and he took a half step back from Xia Lin. Surveying Xia Lin, who had been beaten to a pulp, Kitayama nodded with satisfaction and turned to the butler. Are you certain he's finished? Confirmed, the butler replied. After all, the butler was the expert in such matters. He added, just before he takes the stage, administer another 100 milliliters of the dream-inducing drug. That should restore his mobility, and no one will notice anything unusual. But under the effects of the sedative, he won't be able to use that method of accessing the subspace to retrieve the missile. Hearing this, Kitayama nodded in satisfaction. Without his subspace missile bombardment fist, Xia Lin's skill level wouldn't make him a match for any other martial artist. What about the referees, hosts, and commentators? They've all been taken care of. With that, everything was in place. Kitayama smiled with satisfaction. Enter the arena. At that moment, the Kitayama arena was packed to the rafters, every seat occupied. As Kitano made his way to the arena, a series of erotic moans suddenly erupted from his private box. Zooming in on the box revealed a man and a woman, naked and entangled. The woman was none other than Suzuki Wan, the heiress of the Suzuki conglomerate. The other was Hanazo, the foil fencer who had just turned 18 and was Xia Lin's opponent today. No one knew how long they had been locked in this physical struggle. With a low growl, both bodies trembled in unison, reaching ecstasy. After a long embrace of panting breaths, the flower swordsman finally climbed off Suzuki Wan. He stood beside the sofa with the reverence of a male concubine, while Suzuki Wan stretched lazily, revealing her beautiful curves. Very good, very good. Flower, you truly taste exquisite. I quite enjoy it. Hua Zhang bowed slightly, a hint of flattery flickering across his exquisite features. A crisp voice rang from her lips, serving the young mistress as a blessing I've earned through 3 lifetimes of merit. Suzuki Wan yawned as she dressed. Your flattery is rather cliched. I've heard such words far too often. Hua Zhang's smile froze, leaving her momentarily flustered until Suzuki Wan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. But coming from you, Hua, it somehow feels different. Such is the world. Looks are capital. When attractive people and unattractive people say the same words, the effect is different. And naturally, the beautiful also receives certain privileges and assistance. By the time Suzuki Wan had dressed, Hanaso had already poured the red wine and handed it to her. Taking the glass, Suzuki Wan walked to the window and looked out. The sea of people and the magnificent arena filled her view. Everything is arranged. Just perform normally on stage. As my male favorite, since you desire fame, I will do everything in my power to help you achieve it. You know your own limits. You can hold your own in the lower tier arena, but you won't make it to the higher levels. As Suzuki Wan spoke, Haneo nodded in agreement. When Suzuki Wan turned to look at Hua Zhang, a trace of tenderness flickered in her eyes. She reached out to stroke Hua Zhang's hair, her voice soft. Explosive Fist is currently the most renowned fierce martial artist on the lower tier arenas. My media outlets have been heavily hyping this match for days. It's the fight everyone's watching. I've also hired online trolls to spread the narrative that Exploding Fist is certain to win, while you are destined to lose. Do you know why? Hua Zhang nodded. I understand your intentions, Mississippi. Witnessing something beautiful being destroyed that hits a primal human thrill. But when the underdog triumphs, when the unexpected happens, that's what truly satisfies our primal urge for excitement. Right now, everyone believes Exploding Fist is unbeatable. If I win spectacularly, I can siphon all the attention from Exploding Fist onto myself. Suzuki Wan smiled and nodded. No need to risk more dangerous matches in the Xiangwu arena. Martial arts are just for the lower classes anyway. Since you crave fame, I'll make you legendary at lightning speed. But let's be clear, once you finish this fight and become famous, I'll arrange for your immediate retirement. After that. She leaned close to Hana's ear, her breath warm and fragrant. Just as the mood grew intimate, a knock abruptly sounded at the door. Suzuki Wan frowned and said, "Come in." Kitayama pushed open the door and nodded to Suzuki Wan. Everything's arranged. We can begin. Without needing Suzuki Wan to say more, Hanaso sensibly excused herself and prepared to ascend the stage. Fireworks and spotlights erupted simultaneously. The MC's opening speech was as impassioned as ever. First up is the newly turned 18 martial artist, the flower swordsman with peerless beauty Hanaso. A chorus of boos echoed through the venue, drowning out the scattered cheers that were utterly insignificant. The stage slowly rose, revealing Haneo to the audience. Facing the sea of boos, he slowly closed his eyes. The stage. And the spotlight of 1,000 eyes. This was exactly what he wanted. The boos were a bit loud, but it didn't matter. He believed that after today, everyone would remember the name Hua Zhang. Next up is the long-awaited Explosive Fist. Xia Lin. Cheers shook the heavens. On the other side, the stage slowly rose. Xia Lin, bare-chested and head-bowed, ascended from beneath it. The cheers grew even louder. No one noticed Xia Lin's body trembling slightly, nor did anyone see his eyes now completely bloodshot. The audience cheered, leaped, and let loose with wild abandon. Only a few murmured softly, each lost in their own thoughts. In the old district, within a dilapidated dwelling, Duan Jun sat before the television with his phone switched off, his disappointment palpable. Xia Lin hadn't heeded his words after all. Or perhaps he had listened and taken it to heart, but ultimately couldn't withstand the conglomerate's tactics. Now Xia Lin stood on the stage. Though outwardly fine, Duan Jun knew something was terribly wrong with him. Yang Dihai's voice sounded beside him. See? I told you it wouldn't work. The conglomerate has too many tricks up their sleeve. He tossed a can of beer to Duan Jun and sat down beside him. Watching the TV screen, he asked in confusion. By the way, why did you take the day off today? And why did you drag me along? Duan-jun's lips twitched, unsure how to respond. He couldn't very well say it was Xia Lin's warning, could he? In any case, he'd inexplicably followed Xia Lin's advice, taken the day off himself, and even convinced Yang Dihai to do the same. Now, as Duan-jun gazed at Xia Lin's profile on the TV screen, a thought crossed his mind. I listened to you. What about you? You must have prepared for this, right? Chapter 32, The Curtain Rises on Bloodshed. Guyu Group Headquarters Building. Gu Hua turned on the television in the lounge, watching Xia Lin on the screen, and chuckled. Unlucky bastard. As a member of the conglomerate, Gu Hua had overheard whispers of the backroom deal between Suzuki and Beifeng. Now, observing Xia Lin on the stage, Gu Hua could tell something was off with his condition as if he'd been drugged. But what did it matter to him? Leisurely seated on the sofa, Gu Hua sipped his drink while casually enjoying the unfolding spectacle. He offered his commentary in a detached tone. The survival rate for those who venture into the Ember Zone isn't high, and there's a reason for that. Most main quests in real Ash Zones have major pitfalls they're not that easy to complete. And this particular Ash Zone is rated S-Class. You're treating this place like a playground? Are you out of your mind? An S-Rank Ash Zone is designed for Level 7 Ash Zone Walkers. In other words, even a Level 7 Cinder Zone Walker with all attributes at 70 would need to tread carefully here and still might not come out unscathed. Didn't you notice that out of the 4 entering this time, only Xia Lin wasn't ranked? You need at least that level of skill to make a name for yourself in an S-Class Cinder Zone. And Xia Lin? He's too cocky. Way too cocky. He treated the 3 sequences entering alongside him as nothing, and cared even less about the backlash from his original faction. Gu Hua's lips twisted into a sneer. Playing like this, if you don't die, who will? Old City District, Sanxiang Martial Arts Hall. Zhou Yan turned on the TV, glanced briefly at Xia Lin, then immediately shut it off. This puzzled Bai Guang and Li Peipei. Not watching? Zhou Yan shook his head. No, it's not worth watching anymore. Bai Guang and Li Peipei dared not question Zhou Yan's decision, though they did harbor some thoughts. For Li Peipei, once this battle concluded, Xia Lin would complete the main quest and could return to reality at any moment. She had no idea which Ash Zone entrance he'd use to enter. This meant that this time, Li Peipei wouldn't be able to intercept Xia Lin. The thought of her external cheat potentially slipping away like this made Li Peipei anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Xia Lin moved too swiftly. Besides, compared to Xia Lin, the blood demon breathing technique was clearly far more crucial to Li Peipei. Bai Guang, however, felt no urgency. In fact, he thought it would be better if Xia Lin completed the main quest. He could secure the breathing technique first, then smooth things over back at the base and the matter would be settled. In short, neither of them had the slightest thought of an off-field deal at that moment. They certainly hadn't imagined Xia Lin would lose or die. After all, in their eyes, Xia Lin's exploding fist technique was more than sufficient to dominate the lower-tier fierce martial arena. Xia Lin stepped onto the arena with mechanical precision. All the way up, he kept his head bowed low, his expression hidden from view. By the time Xia Lin reached the platform, Hua Zong had been waiting for quite some time. Hua Zong now wore a pure white kendo uniform, accentuating his agile physique to perfection. In his hand was an alloy steel sword. Weapons were permitted on the stage as long as they passed inspection. After all, weapon-based styles held a significant place in traditional martial arts. He executed a flourish, performing a brief sword dance. Gorgeous beyond compare. Alright, it's confirmed this kid's got a show-off personality. As Hana So opened with a sword dance, the atmosphere grew even more electric. Blow him up! Blow him up! Exploding fist! Exploding fist! Hua Zong, I love you! Hua Zong, skin him alive! The audience's allegiance was always fickle. They crave only thrills, only excitement. For the sake of thrills and excitement, they can easily shift their allegiances just like now. Think about it. The legendary exploding fist getting torn to shreds by a peerlessly beautiful young man, wouldn't that be quite the spectacle? The Suzuki Group's planted fans in the audience began stirring up the crowd. If Hanaso had a fame meter, he could easily see his popularity skyrocketing. Even without one, Hanaso could sense it. His gentle smile was like a warm spring breeze. Then, the sword tip pointed towards Xia Lin. Just then, the referee below announced in a clear voice. The match begins. Hua Zong raised his sword and stepped forward. Yet after only 3 steps, he halted. For he saw Xia Lin, who should have been frozen in place, slowly lift his head. An overwhelming sense of pressure, suffocating in its intensity, crashed over him. Xia Lin was smiling. His smile was exaggerated. The corners of his mouth stretched so wide it almost seemed as if they were being pulled back toward his ears. That smile was grotesquely sinister, sending shivers down Hua Zhang's spine and freezing him in place. His eyes were bloodshot. This wasn't the bloodshot red of burst capillaries, but rather a uniform crimson, as if he wore entirely red contact lenses. The intense redness blurred the distinction between the iris and the whites of his eyes. Looking into Xia Lin's eyes, Hua Zhang inexplicably envisioned mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He couldn't explain why such an image came to mind, only that the Xia Lin before him felt profoundly wrong. He must have been drugged. He should be stiff and immobile. Even if he could move, his strength and agility would be drastically reduced. He couldn't possibly be smiling, let alone displaying this unsettling demeanor. You. His hands trembled, his voice trembled. But Xia Lin wasn't one to waste words on trash. He simply stepped forward, causing the octagon cage to rattle 3 times. Then, he unleashed his full fury. Xia Lin. Strength, 24. Stamina, 24. Agility, 24. Spirit, 28. These are Xia Lin's current attributes. Compared to his first time stepping onto the stage, they had doubled. As mentioned before, Xia Lin didn't display stronger attributes during his second ascent. This time, however, Xia Lin held nothing back. With 24 points in agility, Xia Lin's movements were nimble and his speed was blazing. A gust of wind whipped past, making his boxer briefs flap loudly. In the blink of an eye, Xia Lin was already right beside Hua Zhang. He grinned savagely, raising his fist and swinging it with all his might. His 24 strength generated a howling gale, striking directly at Hua Zhang's face. Hua Zhang's strength and agility stats had only just surpassed the 10-point threshold. With a staggering attribute gap more than double his own, Hua Zhang couldn't react in time. Even a simple straight punch from Xia Lin could shatter Hua Zhang's skull. Not to mention, he possessed the divine East Wind Fist. The moment his fist rose, the East Wind missile had already coalesced into form. This time, however, the missile was different from before. Nearly a meter long, it was thick and bulky. Trailing a fiery tail, it followed Xia Lin's fist as it slammed toward Hua Zhang. Boom! Flames and flesh flew everywhere. The entire stage erupted into a sea of fire. The already twisted alloy steel sword was flung far away by the shockwave, plunging into the ground and trembling violently. When the flames finally subsided, Hua Zhang lay shattered into a pile on the stage. Cheers erupted suddenly. The words "explosive fist" echoed throughout the arena. Xia Lin, however, kept his eyes half closed, listening to the prompt "main quest completed" ringing in his ears, unable to suppress a grim smile. 3 stages passed. Ready to return at any moment. This prompted him to lift his leg and step to the edge of the ring. Then, he struck again. Chapter 33, The Ultimate Violence. The uninformed cheered wildly. Those in the know, however, were left speechless. In the VIP box, Kitayama and Suzuki once stood side by side at the window. They watched the flower burial site reduced to nothing but bones, then turned to see Xia Lin approaching the edge of the ring. Their faces flushed crimson. "Didn't you say you had it under control?" Suzuki Wan's anger flared, and she turned to snap at Kitayama, who looked utterly bewildered. The butler was his trusted confidant. If the butler said it was handled, then it was definitely handled. Yet now it had turned into this mess. Before Kitayama could utter a word, another thunderous explosion echoed through the arena, accompanied by the startled gasps of the spectators. He turned his gaze back to the ring. What met his eyes was a gaping hole blasted open in the octagon cage, and Xia Lin charging out through it. His target was clear. Old Town, Duanjun's residence. After Xia Lin ended Hua Zhang with a single punch, Duanjun couldn't help but exhale. The unexpected had finally happened. Perhaps his warning had taken effect. This filled Duanjun with joy, convinced his childish defiance had succeeded. Yet when Xia Lin reached the edge of the ring, threw another punch, and then sprinted toward the VIP box, Duanjun froze in place. He couldn't comprehend what Xia Lin intended to do next. He should have run away immediately. He shouldn't be heading that way. That was a dead end. Until Xia Lin, like a monkey, used a foothold to leap up to the height of the VIP box's bulletproof glass. Then, he threw another punch. With a thunderous boom, the missile detonated. A clink. Yang Dihai's beer bottle fell from his hand. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated factions, Northwind Martial Arts Academy and Northwind Conglomerate. Effect assessment, extremely detrimental. You gain 8 points across all attributes. Strength, 32. Constitution, 32. Agility, 32. Spirit, 36. The off-field deal was shattered by Xia Lin. This time, Beifeng was bound to come out badly. This backstab dealt immense damage, targeting not only the Northwind Martial Arts Academy but also the far larger Northwind conglomerate behind it. Consequently, Xia Lin gained even more attributes. Indeed, since becoming a Xiangwu warrior of the Northwind Martial Arts Academy, Xia Lin had naturally become part of the Northwind conglomerate as well. The number of powerful backers supporting him had grown. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Suzuki Martial Arts Academy. Effect assessed as weak. You gained 1 point in all attributes. Xia Lin's elimination of Hanaso cost Suzuki Wan both face and her most cherished toy. But this did not trigger the backstab effect. Because Xia Lin is a registered disciple of the Suzuki Martial Arts Hall, but not a member of the Suzuki conglomerate. The Suzuki conglomerate has no connection to him. The attribute gain stems from Hua Zhang being a Xiangwu warrior of the Suzuki Martial Arts Academy. Yet the Suzuki Martial Arts Hall was vast and powerful, with countless fierce martial warriors. Hua Zhang's death was but a drop in the bucket. Xia Lin was fortunate to gain even a single attribute point. Thus, Strength 33, Stamina 33, Agility 33, Spirit 37. These were Xia Lin's attributes as he charged toward the VIP box. The enhancement of his attributes also caused the power of the Divine East Wind Fist to surge dramatically. When his first punch struck the bulletproof glass, Xia Lin felt his knuckles ache and his palm split open, yet the glass remained unshaken. Yet the East Wind Divine Fist did not betray Xia Lin's trust. Boom! Fire erupted, shockwaves roared, and metal fragments flew everywhere. The technologically advanced bulletproof glass trembled violently under the missile's force, cracking. One punch wasn't enough. Then 2 punches, 3 punches. The entire VIP box was engulfed in flames. Fortunately, to emphasize the VIP box's prestige and exclusivity, no ordinary audience seats were nearby. But Xia Lin's violent outburst made everyone realize the gravity of the situation. A wave of gasps erupted as people scrambled to distance themselves. Xia Lin, however, remained utterly focused, laughing maniacally as he unleashed a barrage of blows against the bulletproof glass. Just 3 seconds later, the crisp cracking sound was drowned out by an explosion. The panoramic bulletproof window shattered with a thunderous crash. Xia Lin burst into the VIP box, facing countless dark muzzles. He grinned at Kitano, who stood heavily guarded. I hate the name Explosive Fist. It sounds like some stray dog off the street. So I hate you too. Kill him. Suzuki Wan spoke calmly, issuing the order. The city of Xiangwu was named after the Xiangwu Arena, a testament to its status within the metropolis. But at its core, the Xiangwu Arena was merely a plaything for those who set the rules. Backroom deals. This was something Xia Lin had experienced firsthand. His former instructor, Hui Yu, had also described the true nature of the Xiangwu Arena. Replacing the inefficient violence of individuals with the efficient violence of technology to resolve conflicts and disputes. The fierce martial arena is merely one means of resolving disputes, among many. Backroom deals are another method for resolving conflicts over interests and distribution. The key lies in preventing mutual nuclear annihilation, missile exchanges, and dragging everyone into hell together. Thus, the scions of the conglomerates look down upon the Xiangwu Arena. They would never train in martial arts or compete in the arena. Such pursuits are for the lowly. And the individual strength of Xiangwu fighters holds no weight in their eyes. For in the face of superior violence, the fist and foot techniques of these fighters in the Ashes Zone are nothing but a joke. Take, for example, guns. Take laser weapons, for instance. Take fully automated combat robots. And these are merely individual soldiers' thermal weapons. The moment Suzuki Wan uttered the words "kill him," her bodyguards sprang into action. Most of the bodyguards were not martial artists, but highly trained marksmen. A barrage of gunfire erupted from various models and types of firearms, instantly engulfing Xia Lin. Simultaneously, 3 combat robots activated at full power, advancing cautiously as a precaution. These advanced machines were capable of matching elite fighters on the Xiangwu Arena, and 3 of them together could overwhelm even a top-tier Xiangwu warrior. Human physical strength simply couldn't match steel alloy. This was common knowledge. Hence the existence of mechanical weapons. And the lethality of high-grade combat robots surpasses even that of mechanical weapons. Behind them, the bodyguards of Bayanshan activated their bulletproof and blast-resistant force field devices, shielding the 2 conglomerate scions at the center. Offense and defense, both covered. This is the power of the conglomerate. This is the gap between martial artists and technology. This is the ultimate force of violence in the fierce martial arts metropolis. To Suzuki Wan and Kitayama, the situation was actually quite simple. It was simply a defiant fighter acting foolishly, overstepping his bounds to seek revenge against injustice. The subsequent developments were equally straightforward to them. Xia Lin was destined to die, but his body would remain intact. Well, at least a substantial portion of it would be preserved for analyzing Huaxin Technology's subspace technology. After all, overconfident fools like Xia Lin emerged in the fierce martial city 2 or 3 times a year. But who's ever heard of any of them making waves? No one. Not a single one. They couldn't stir up any waves. After the hail of bullets washed over him, Xia Lin emerged unscathed. But this didn't surprise Suzuki Wan or Kitanoyama. Everyone knew Xia Lin was immune to his missiles, but that was merely an implanted force field. As everyone knows, force field generators aren't perpetual motion machines. They require a power source. Once the energy source was depleted, the generator became nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. At present, Xiangwu City lacked powerful energy sources like miniature nuclear reactors. Relying solely on Xia Lin's high-energy batteries within his subspace, it was sufficient for arena battles. But facing off against Suzuki Wan and Kitano's entourage of bodyguards? No way. Yet to everyone's surprise, Xia Lin, who should have been frantic, remained calm. He waded through a hail of bullets to the shattered coffee table, picked up a relatively intact pastry, and popped it into his mouth. The sugar dissolved in his mouth, nourishing his body and causing Xia Lin to close his eyes in comfort. He hadn't had a drop of water in 2 full days. He was hungry. Chapter 34, What the hell is an exploding egg punch? The soft, sticky pastry dissolved in his saliva, sliding down his throat into his stomach. The sugar rush restored Xia Lin's sense of contentment. Only the surroundings were indeed getting rather noisy. The relentless gunfire, the clinking of bullets striking skin, the marching footsteps of combat robots, all these sounds made it impossible for Xia Lin to fully immerse himself in the moment's satisfaction. So he stopped eating. He turned his gaze forward. 3 combat robots were striding towards Xia Lin. One was a defensive model, shielded by a protective force field and wielding a heavy alloy shield. The other 2 were offensive types. One was equipped with a rotary machine gun. Currently mounted on its arm, the weapon roared to life, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets that formed a distinct line of fire, relentlessly targeting Xia Lin's heart. But it couldn't penetrate the defense. The other was a close combat model, equipped with a thermo-cutting blade. The blade blazed with intense light and heat in its grasp, as dazzling as a lightsaber. Is this the strongest brute force in this ash zone? He murmured, his voice barely audible to himself. Then he grinned. What luck! Lucky that the unstable mutation had altered his combat fundamentals, transforming him into a warrior immune to gunfire. He had once thought this mutation skill was of little use, relegated to a supporting role even after obtaining the East Wind Divine Fist. But now, reviewing the situation, Xia Lin finally realized that a warrior's immunity to gunfire might be his greatest asset in this ash zone. With this thought, Xia Lin slowly raised his fist. The essence of the North Wind Heavy Punch began to manifest in his mind. Power surged through his thighs, channeled to his core, and then surged into his arms. Then, the heavy punch roared forth. Boom! Flames and dust billowed outward through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows like a signal fire. Chaos erupted throughout the venue. Yet the live broadcast continued, allowing every viewer at home to witness the entire sequence of events. A Xiangwu martial artist had assassinated the master of the house behind him. The fierce martial arena was already a hot topic. And Xia Lin's subsequent actions only poured fuel on the fire. The moment the second boom echoed through the VIP box, the arena's security robots had already entered the arena, charging toward the box. The police force, alerted by the Suzuki conglomerate, mobilized all available weapons and equipment to rush to the North Wind Arena. Their orders were clear: neutralize the terrorists, dead or alive. Old Town, Duanjun's residence. The phone's ringtone exploded loudly, drawing Duanjun's attention. He glanced at the caller ID on the screen, hesitated briefly, then reached out to answer. But halfway there, Yang Dihai grabbed his wrist. Duanjun looked at Yang Dihai, who shook his head slightly. Don't answer it. Ignore it. We're not going to work today. Boom. 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 All the chaos and commotion outside meant nothing to Xia Lin. He simply punched, and punched again mechanically. Amidst the roar of missiles, the entire VIP box was reduced to rubble. The violent explosions even damaged the arena's structural integrity, causing the elevated VIP box to collapse and begin its descent. Yet at that moment, Suzuki Wan and Kitano Yamato cared little for such minor details. For they watched in awe as Xia Lin, like a god of war, shrugged off every bullet, reducing 3 combat robots to scrap metal one after another. The human bodyguards didn't even require Xia Lin's direct attention. Those sheltered within the blast-proof force field remained beyond Xia Lin's reach, but the unprotected guards had long perished in the explosive shockwaves of the divine East Wind Fist. Flesh is weak. It's over. A bodyguard beside Suzuki Wan uttered the despairing words, catching her attention. She was about to curse him for disrupting her morale, but quickly realized the origin of those 2 words. It's over. The blast shield was on the verge of collapse. The pale blue aura trembled precariously under Dongfun's fists, flickering between light and shadow. Xia Lin showed no signs of fatigue, relentless as a pile driver. Several bodyguards scrambled to shove high-energy batteries into the force field generator, but they struggled to keep up with the energy drain. As everyone knew, once the energy was depleted, the force field generator would be nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. But what arrived even sooner was the tremor. Suzuki Wan felt the floor tremble beneath her feet, shattering into fragments. The VIP box finally succumbed to Xia Lin's relentless assault, collapsing before the force field generator could fail. With a thunderous crash, the entire VIP box plummeted 10 meters, crashing down in a thunderous collapse. Dust and debris swirled as Suzuki Wan was thrown into a daze, her mind going blank. After an unknown period, when she regained consciousness, the blue glow of the force field generator had vanished. Less than 3 meters ahead, Xia Lin's figure slowly approached, stepping over her head to stand before Kitayama. Kitayama lay dazed and disoriented, still reeling from the impact, when Xia Lin's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Do you really think the nickname Explosive Fist sounds good? Kitayama. Bro, is this really the time to be talking nicknames? But circumstances forced his hand. Kitayama's chubby face crumpled into a stiff smile. Bro, if you don't like it, we can change it. We can change it all. Before the words had fully left his mouth, immense force surged from the collar of his shirt. Xia Lin grabbed Yanshin by the back of his collar with one hand, hoisting him high into the air. Their eyes locked. Xia Lin's gaze was thick with bloodlust. Kitano's eyes held terror and despair. Xia Lin suddenly smiled. The name Explosive Fist isn't bad, really. It just doesn't quite fit my style. But style is something that can change. I'll show you how it changes right now. With a single arm, he hurled Kitayama into the air. Grinning savagely, Xia Lin gathered power for a heavy punch, landing it squarely on target. Today, I'll show you what a real exploding egg punch looks like. The punch drove straight in, making Kitayama's eyes bulge. The missile followed, burrowing into Kitayama's body before detonating with a thunderous explosion. A howling gale swept around Xia Lin, whipping his hair wildly in the wind. Like an immovable mountain, he absorbed nearly all the shockwaves, shrapnel, and flames, shielding Suzuki-wan from the onslaught. Yet, not a shred of gratitude or emotion stirred within Suzuki-wan's heart. Her heart slowly plummeted into an abyss. Xia Lin turned to look at Suzuki-wan, flashing her a terrifying, savage grin. Hey, beautiful, mind if I hitch a ride? Could Suzuki-wan dare refuse? She clearly dared not. The area where the VIP box had fallen was now completely surrounded by mechanical security units. Outside the arena, numerous police forces were also present. Helicopters patrolled the skies. Infantry fighting vehicles had also entered the city center. Cold muzzles were trained on every possible access point, waiting only for Xia Lin to appear before teaching him what order and rules truly meant. Yet suddenly, commotion erupted. The mechanical security first cleared a path. It was Xia Lin, embracing Suzuki-wan, who emerged from the ruins with a smile. Chapter 35, still not satisfied. The conglomerates enjoy special privileges in the city of Xiangwu. This was especially true for the Suzuki conglomerate, one of the three major financial groups. As the heiress of the Suzuki conglomerate, Suzuki-wan, despite being excluded from the conglomerate's highest decision-making circle due to her lack of capability, could not have her status erased. What did her status signify? It meant that within every combat robot, there existed a fundamental logic command: do not harm her. It meant that no police unit dared to aim or even fire in her direction. Thus, combat robots parted to make way, snipers and helicopters swung their sights away, and the barrels of infantry fighting vehicles dipped slightly, adopting a deactivated posture. A voice rang out from the police force. Bomb fist. You're surrounded. Release Miss Suzuki, and you'll still have a chance to face trial. This nonsense made Xia Lin scratch his ear. He turned to look at Suzuki-wan, drenched in cold sweat, and smiled. Now, you should say something like fire at me. That'd be more fitting for the occasion and make you look like someone important. Suzuki-wan remained silent. She clearly wasn't going to say fire at me. This made Xia Lin pout, finding it rather dull. Under the watchful eyes of the police, Xia Lin led Suzuki-wan to the underground parking garage and located her vehicle. Xia Lin pushed Suzuki-wan into the driver's seat and took the passenger seat himself. Let's go, he said softly, as if the murderous intent in his heart had already subsided. This made Suzuki-wan breathe a slight sigh of relief. Where to? Xia Lin spoke, uttering 6 words. Northwind Group Headquarters. Suzuki-wan's hands began to tremble. She finally realized that the outward madness was merely superficial. The madness within her mind was the core. This man was a pure lunatic. The luxury sports car sped along. Angry heavy metal music blared from inside. A helicopter clears the way ahead. Police cars tailed behind. Inside the car, Xia Lin hummed softly, eyes half closed. He appeared to be resting, but in reality, he was tallying his gains. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated factions, Northwind Martial Arts Academy and Northwind Conglomerate. Effect assessment, extremely detrimental. You gain 10 points to all attributes. As one of the heirs to the Northwind Conglomerate, killing Kitano provided Xia Lin with 10 points to all attributes. But to Xia Lin's surprise, the notification wasn't over yet. Backstab effect activated. You have betrayed your affiliated faction, the Human Camp. Effect assessment, extremely weak. Cumulative points have reached an integer. You have gained 1 point in all attributes. As mentioned earlier, Xia Lin belonged to the human faction by default. His killings counted as backstabs, and this time, including Kitano and his bodyguards, the cumulative effect granted Xia Lin 1 point of all attributes from backstabbing the human faction. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Xiangwu City. Effect assessment, minimal damage but significant impact. You have struck at the conglomerate's core, undermining the fundamental order of Xiangwu City. You gain 7 points to all attributes. Xia Lin possessed a Xiangwu Metropolis ID card, making him a citizen of Xiangwu Metropolis issued by the Ashinzone system, yet also serving as his identity. And that ID card proved his faction affiliation. Xia Lin. Strength, 51. Stamina, 51. Agility, 51. Spirit, 55. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the heavy metal music, Xia Lin's laughter suddenly rang out, sending a shiver down Suzuki Wan's spine as her body trembled. She was afraid of Xia Lin. Violent people aren't scary. But a vicious, powerful, and insane psychopath? That was terrifying. But with things having come to this, Suzuki Wan didn't want to die. She could only seek a way to survive. Dust-covered and disheveled, she forced herself to speak calmly. Going to the North Wind Group isn't a good idea. The defenses at any conglomerate headquarters far exceed your imagination. You saw the combat robot by my side earlier that was merely AB class. Above it lie A class, S class, SS class, and even SSS class. The North Wind headquarters is guarded by at least one S-class combat robot, not counting other defensive installations. Xia Lin said nothing, merely squinting his eyes as he savored the wild music. Suzuki Wan continued, your protective force field is indeed powerful, but I imagine that battle just now depleted its energy reserves. Without that shield, you won't even make it past the second floor of the North Wind headquarters. Why don't I take you outside the city instead? With your skills, you could make a name for yourself outside this city even if you didn't stay in Xiangwu. Xia Lin remained silent. Suzuki Wan bit her lower lip, about to speak again, when Xia Lin's voice suddenly broke the silence. Finished? Suzuki Wan dared not speak, only nodding stiffly. Good timing. We're here. He looked up ahead, and the headquarters building of the Beifeng Group came into view. Ahead lay the new district, near the city center. 100-meter-tall skyscraper stood towering and imposing. Holographic projections on the rooftop displayed the 4 characters, North Wind Group. Gazing at those 4 characters, Xia Lin's smile twisted into a savage grimace once more. When he entered the Ashen Zone, his strength, agility, and constitution were at 9 points each, and his spirit was at 13 points. Now, his strength, agility, and constitution were at 51 points each, and his spirit was at 55 points. The backstab skill's limit-breaking effect was terrifyingly powerful, yet Xia Lin remained unsatisfied. He had completed the main quest. For this, he had endured 2 days of abuse and torment. Merely the gains he had achieved now were unsatisfactory to Xia Lin. They did not justify his endurance. He was just that kind of impatient guy. Charge straight through. See that gate? Just ram right into it. Suzuki Wan froze in place. But when she saw Xia Lin's pupils slowly filling with bloodshot, she couldn't resist his command. Gritting her teeth, she slammed the accelerator to the floor. Up ahead, the bulletproof glass door grew closer and closer. Suzuki Wan could even make out the faint outline of a fully armed robot unit behind the door. They stood vigilant, weapons of every kind raised, yet dared not aim their guns at the young Miss Suzuki inside the car. Closer. Until a piercing scream of Aya split the sky. Just before reaching the door, Suzuki Wan slammed on the brakes. The high-performance flying car stalled instantly, spewing blue flames from its front as it ground to a halt less than a meter from the Beifeng Group headquarters. At the last moment, she couldn't bring herself to crash into it. I'll die. I'll die. I can't withstand such a violent impact. She cried and pleaded, looking at Xia Lin, her features contorted as snot and tears ran down her face. But all she saw was Xia Lin's smile fading, replaced by a dead calm, as still as stagnant water. I see. He murmured softly. Then he raised his fist. Then you're useless. Boom. Backstab effect activated. You have killed a direct descendant of the 3 great cartels, one of the rulers of your affiliated faction. You backstabbed your faction, Xiangwu Metropolis. Effect assessed as moderate. You gain 10 points across all attributes. Strength, 61. Constitution, 61. Agility, 61. Spirit, 65. Chapter 36, The Glorious Night. Old Town, Sanxiang Martial Arts Academy. The roar of police sirens on the street made Zhou Yan frown, finding it rather noisy. He felt a flicker of curiosity about what might be happening in the city, but after a moment's thought, he decided it wasn't his place to meddle. As a retired member of the Triphase gang, Zhou Yan wasn't truly part of this world. He was distant and detached from this world. How it functioned was none of his concern, as long as it didn't disturb his quiet life. Right foot. Shift your right foot 3 inches to the side, or your power will be compromised. Zhou Yan bellowed, and Li Peipei immediately adjusted her stance. Above the Northwind Group headquarters. A television helicopter circled high above, its war correspondent faithfully relaying every detail unfolding below to viewers. Duan Jun and Yang Dihai clearly witnessed Xia Lin's punch shatter Suzuki Wan into pieces. At the same moment, within the Guyu conglomerate, Gu Hua sputtered red wine from his mouth, coughing violently. He watched Xia Lin kick open the twisted, mangled car door amidst the flames, sprinting toward the North Wind Group's gates. His entire body had gone numb, his mind reeling. Not you, bro. Not you. You're this fierce and this crazy. He was among the earliest to become a walker of the Ember Zone. 400 days, dozens of Ashlands, 2 sequence wars. Gu Hua had seen his share of madmen. But honestly, someone as utterly deranged as Xia Lin was truly a rare sight. Upon closer inspection, though, Xia Lin's actions weren't entirely insane at most, he was half mad. After all, Ash Zone walkers who had completed the main quest operated on an entirely different logic than those who hadn't. Watching Xia Lin charge forward on the television screen, a realization dawned on Gu Hua. His attributes are massively enhanced. He doesn't seem like a newbie at all. At least 60 points or so. A limit-breaking skill? Or some temporary buff? Growing stronger as the fight progresses? Or... He kept analyzing Xia Lin's skill combinations, especially the potential effects of any limit-breaking skills he might possess. This also signified that Gu Hua now regarded Xia Lin as an equal opponent. It signaled that Xia Lin now possessed the strength of a lower-tier sequence from the previous sequence war. Xia Lin, however, remained unaware of his standing among the Ember Zone walkers. Nor had he yet found his niche among the Ember Zone walkers. But one thing was crystal clear. He needed to grow stronger as strong as possible. Otherwise, whether in the Ember Zone or in reality, the niche of the weak was inevitably to be toyed with and used as cannon fodder. Having already experienced being cannon fodder once, Xia Lin absolutely refused to be it a second time. Absolutely not. For this goal, for the leap in power, Xia Lin cared not a whit for danger. Outwardly, he appeared mad, utterly reckless. Wherever there was a chance to enhance his attributes, Xia Lin dared to charge in, risking his life. This was Xia Lin. This was Xia Lin's mindset. Not to mention, you don't even have the strength to kill me. Boom! Xia Lin's fist violently shattered the bulletproof glass door. This door was made of the same material as the floor-to-ceiling windows in the VIP boxes of the North Wind Arena. Previously, Xia Lin shattered the box's glass window with 3 full punches. Now, he needed only 1. This was the backstab. This was the limit-breaking technique. This was the East Wind Divine Fist. This was the skill combination of limit break plus defense plus offense. The 3 elements fused together, perfectly synergistic. Thus, a qualitative transformation occurs. Boom! Man like a whirlwind, fist like lightning. Xia Lin charged through the hail of bullets from the mechanical warriors, bursting into the center of their formation. Then, with a thunderous punch to the ground, a half-meter-long missile detonated. The entire field was blown apart. Before the smoke had even cleared, the bare-chested Xia Lin burst through the pyrotechnics, kicked open the first-floor emergency exit door, and sprinted upward. Floor 33. The highest floor of the Northwind Group headquarters building. And the location of the Northwind Group president's office. The thunderous echo of hurried footsteps reverberated. Accompanying them were continuous explosions. The entire building shook and trembled. Occasionally, Xia Lin's maniacal laughter echoed through the air, like a demon from hell, bringing disaster and destruction. But truth be told, the building structure was a source of frustration for Xia Lin. The emergency stairwell didn't lead directly to the 33rd floor, nor did the elevators. To reach the CEO's office, aside from some unknown private elevator, one had to traverse the lengthy corridors on the 16th and 32nd floors, crossing the entire span of each level, before reaching another stairwell to continue upward. On the 16th floor, Xia Lin encountered even more combat robots. Among them were so-called Class A combat robots. Externally, the Class A robots didn't look much different from the Class B ones Xia Lin had seen before. The main difference lay in their power output. More than triple the power. But that was useless. Because A-class robots were also equipped with high-tech weapons like rotary machine guns and thermo-cutting blades. The lethality of the weapons themselves was identical, and the differences in body materials were negligible. The main distinction lay in endurance. But no matter how long their endurance, it meant nothing to Xia Lin. A warrior never falls to gunfire when armed. Xia Lin slaughtered these robots as easily as killing chickens. Effortlessly overcoming this obstacle, Xia Lin halted his advance for the first time on the 32nd floor. Before him, an exquisitely designed robot blocked the path. The character's glory on its chest dazzled Xia Lin's eyes. SS class. Xia Lin licked his lips slightly as he spoke. In the brutal metropolis, the Suzuki conglomerate held the production technology for the most advanced combat robots. Their strongest product available for external sale was the SS-class combat robot. And there was only one model. Its name, Glorious Knight. The Glorious Knight is humanoid in form, standing 2.3 meters tall. Its exterior resembles a medieval knight clad in full-plate armor, adorned with intricate patterns that are actually energy circuits. It wields a door-sized greatsword. It appears designed for close combat. But Xia Lin isn't afraid of close combat. Martial artists' immunity to firearms is a conceptual skill, also known as a rule-side ability. All items that fit the concept of technological weapons are subject to the effect of warriors not falling to firearms. This undoubtedly includes fully automated combat robots themselves. Xia Lin had previously attempted such a feat using his body to directly absorb the physical blows of a combat robot. The result felt as soft as a feather brushing against his skin. Indeed, even when the Glorious Knight swung its massive sword down onto Xia Lin's forehead, the blow was weakened by the warrior's immunity to firearms. Moreover, with Xia Lin's physical prowess now enhanced once more, the Glorious Knight couldn't even pierce his oil-tight armor. However, at its core, the Glorious Knight was not a close combat model. Blinding light erupted from the glorious knight's eyes, shooting towards Xia Lin's chest at the speed of light. Xia Lin felt a searing heat across his chest as two scorched scars were branded into his skin, billowing steam and the acrid smell of burnt flesh. Gazing at the scars on his chest, Xia Lin's lips curled into a savage grin. Very good indeed. He looked up at the glorious knight. He saw that the glorious knight had discarded the greatsword in his hand. The tips of all 10 fingers snapped back, revealing 10 black laser emitters. True to his name, the glorious knight was formidable. Proficient in both close and ranged combat, with a particular strength in long-range attacks. Xia Lin's martial artists, though impervious to firearms, still had their limits. After all, this skill merely drastically reduces damage from technological weapons. It does not grant complete immunity. In this moment, the glorious knight pushed the defensive limits of the warrior's immunity to firearms to its absolute edge. Chapter 37, Destruction. Extra chapter vote follow. The glorious knight gave Xia Lin no more time. As a robot, once it received its master's command, it was bound to execute it flawlessly. In the blink of an eye, the energy circuits across its body flared brightly, and lasers erupted once more. 12 laser emitters, 10 fingers and 2 eyes erupted with pale blue beams. Xia Lin couldn't dodge. For this was the speed of light. He could only duck his head, shielding his eyes with his left hand, charging forward like a charging bull, bearing the lasers head-on as he closed in on the glorious knight. In an instant, deep gashes erupted across Xia Lin's skin. The scorched scars were gruesome and terrifying, yet the damage was minimal. In less than 10 meters, Xia Lin absorbed over 100 laser beams. The glorious knight's firing rate was absurdly rapid. Thus, when Xia Lin reached the glorious knight, his entire body resembled a flayed animal, not a single patch of intact skin remaining. But that was all. Pain could be endured. Xia Lin's endurance had always been formidable. His physique, rated at a staggering 61 points, had significantly enhanced his cellular activity, self-healing abilities, and damage tolerance to the point of being almost superhuman. His right fist slammed out, aimed squarely at the glorious knight's forehead. Yet the instant the missile materialized, 3 jet nozzles abruptly opened on the glorious knight's body. Searing flames erupted, propelling the glorious knight swiftly away from Xia Lin. The fist and missile struck empty air. The explosion erupted, only to be completely absorbed by the glorious knight's built-in force field generator, leaving him unscathed. A low hum emanated from the glorious knight's head, heart, and lower abdomen. 3 high-energy batteries frantically supplied power to the glorious knight. With the glorious knight's endurance, sustaining combat at this intensity could easily last over half an hour. And half an hour, regardless of whether it could kill Xia Lin, was ample time for the Northwind Consortium to await reinforcements from other factions. Xia Lin had broken the rules of Xiangwu City today. And for that, he would inevitably face the backlash of the entire fierce martial city. The combat AI module aboard the glorious knight had clearly assessed the unfolding situation. Therefore, it had no need to engage Xia Lin in a desperate fight to the death. Time was firmly on its side. A fierce wind howled as Xia Lin lunged at the glorious knight once more. Yet amidst the laser barrage, new firing ports continuously appeared at different points on the glorious knight's body. These ports propelled the glorious knight through rapid turns and shifts. Unpredictable, without pattern, and blazingly fast. As a machine, it proved faster and more agile than Xia Lin. It was toying with him. Within just 3 seconds, Xia Lin realized he'd been outmaneuvered. Punches rained down relentlessly, explosions echoing continuously. Yet Xia Lin's divine east wind fist seemed like impotent rage against the glorious knight, failing to scratch him. Xia Lin couldn't break through the stalemate. He was utterly helpless against the glorious knight. Thoughts raced through his mind as Xia Lin made a swift decision. He spun around and charged toward the stairwell entrance. At that moment, Xia Lin ignored the glorious knight's relentless laser barrage sweeping across his back. A red light flashed in the glorious knight's eyes. It realized Xia Lin's objective. Xia Lin no longer wished to engage the glorious knight. Instead, he aimed to strike at the heart of the matter, to storm the president's office and eliminate the Northwind Group executives there. Thus, obeying its highest logic, the command to protect the Northwind Group executives. The glorious knight ceased maneuvering. 5 jet nozzles opened on its back, trailing long streams of flame as it accelerated towards Xia Lin, successfully intercepting him at the staircase corner. But what greeted it was Xia Lin's sinister, triumphant smirk. Machines are just machines. He wrapped his arms around the glorious knight's waist. Then, with a powerful takedown, he slammed the glorious knight to the ground. Xia Lin rolled sideways into a dominant position, sitting astride the glorious knight's waist. Beneath him, immense force surged upward, yet Xia Lin remained utterly still. The glorious knight's exertion power was roughly on par with Xia Lin's strength attribute, at most 10 points higher. Under Xia Lin's technical dominance, this less than 10-point advantage was insufficient for the glorious knight to break free from his grip. His left hand pressed down on the glorious knight's head, blocking his vision. Xia Lin's right hand rose high, then came crashing down with brutal force. Dodge! Dodge! I told you to dodge. This time, I'll see how you dodge. This glorious knight was far too troublesome. From the very start, Xia Lin had intended to eliminate it first. A thunderous explosion echoed through the hallway. Under the relentless barrage of heavy blows, the entire building began to shake uncontrollably. Amidst swirling dust, the hammering and explosions never ceased. Even as the staircase collapsed, sending Xia Lin and the Glorious Knight tumbling from the 32nd floor toward the ground, Xia Lin still clamped his legs tightly around the Glorious Knight, maintaining his overwhelming advantage. In the executive suite, the continuous tremors turned the faces of Beifeng Group's executives pale. A palpable sense of dread filled the room. Today happened to be the day of the Northwind Group's meeting. An emergency session focused on the 3 gold mines acquired through the Suzuki Wan deal. How to allocate them was a contentious issue, and how to cling to the Suzuki Group's coattails afterward was even more crucial to the Northwind Group's future strategy. Consequently, nearly all the Northwind Group's top executives were present. Fortunately, while the president's office wasn't as heavily fortified as a nuclear bunker, its defenses were still formidable. The main structure of the Northwind Group headquarters building had also maintained its integrity. The tremors gradually subsided. The people in the room felt a mix of relief and anxiety. They won. The Glorious Knights won, didn't they? Muttered Kitano Aoi, the eldest son of the Northwind Group. Beside him, the second son of the Northwind conglomerate, Kitano Kai, voiced a different opinion. Not necessarily. What if even the Glorious Knight can't stop that guy? I think we'd better get out of here. Enough, stop talking. The head of the Beifeng Group, Kitano Takeshi, spoke up, cutting off his second son. He surveyed the entire room and spoke coldly. Run? Running is out of the question. If we run now, the Northwind name will be a laughingstock for generations. It'd be better if Glorious Knight wins, but losing isn't critical. It just needs to hold out for 5 more minutes. Just 5 minutes. That's all it takes for the other consortiums to arrive. Kitano Aoi and Kitano Kai nodded in unison. That kid killed Miss Suzuki. How could the Suzuki conglomerate let him off? I reckon it won't take 5 minutes, maybe 3, before the Suzuki conglomerate's SSS-class combat robots arrive. Kitano Takeaki nodded in agreement. But the Suzuki conglomerate's response isn't the fastest. Oris Pharmaceuticals' response is the fastest. Just moments ago, I received a call from Oris Pharmaceuticals. Their personnel will be the first to arrive here. Kitano Takeshi delivered his cold-blooded assessment. By then, this kid will have nowhere to hide. Boom! The alloy door to the president's office was violently blown open. Xia Lin, his body charred, entered the room clutching the head of the Glorious Knight. The atmosphere instantly turned icy cold. Xia Lin scanned the room with bloodshot eyes. Then he grinned. Boom! A violent blast of air shattered the floor-to-ceiling windows of the president's office, completely obliterating the outer wall. Sunlight poured through the gaping hole in the top floor of the Beifeng Group headquarters, illuminating the scene within the president's office. Shattered beyond recognition. Every piece of furniture and every person had been pulverized by a single Eastern Wind Divine Fist. Only Xia Lin stood in the room, facing the sunlight and the helicopters outside, his icy smile unfurling. He sat on the floor, basking in the sunlight while savoring the system notification chime in his ears, the last moments of leisure in this scorched wasteland. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Northwind Conglomerate. Effect assessment destroyed. The Northwind Consortium no longer exists. You have gained 25 points across all attributes. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your faction, Fierce Martial City. Effect assessed as massive. You gained 15 points to all attributes. Strength, 101. Constitution, 101. Agility, 101. Spirit, 105. Attributes have surpassed 100. This achievement finally calmed Xia Lin's restless heart, leaving him satisfied. Then, shall we return? The thought had barely formed in his mind when it was interrupted by 2 voices. One was the system notification. You have destroyed the Northwind Conglomerate, activating the final mission. Clearance mission, Iron Curtain. Before Xia Lin could listen closely, another voice rang out from the shattered gate behind him. Wait, young Ember Zone traveler. Please don't return just yet. My name is Oris. I have something to tell you. Chapter 38, Abandoning Return and Racial Foundations. Xia Lin had no time to hear the details of the clearance mission. The instant the voice sounded behind him, Xia Lin had already risen to his feet, turning to look behind him. A burly man came into view. He sported a head of brilliant golden hair, somewhat disheveled yet exuding a peculiar beauty. Like the mane of a lion. Standing over 2 meters tall with a robust, muscular build, he wore a black martial arts uniform. His features were fairly regular, exuding an air of authority. Xia Lin recognized this man. He had seen his image frequently on television and in photos on his phone. Lion King Rocky, the 4th-generation Fierce Martial King. Affiliated with Oris Pharmaceuticals. The voice, however, did not come from Rocky's mouth. It came from the phone in his hand. The voice from the phone sounded again. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Oris, the helmsman of Oris Pharmaceuticals. Xia Lin murmured the word return in his heart, and the light of return descended. A 10-second countdown began. Please hold off on returning just yet. Oris spoke solemnly from the other end of the line. I promise, I mean you no harm. Xia Lin remained silent. Rock stood motionless, seemingly making no move to interrupt Xia Lin's return process. Oris quickened his pace. Help me destroy the Suzuki conglomerate, and I can give you many things you need, or rather, rewards. Xia Lin remained motionless. He only watched Rock, guarding against any sudden move from him. On the other end of the phone, Oris fell silent too, seemingly content to watch Xia Lin leave the Ashen Zone and return to reality. Until the 10-second countdown reached its final second. Still, nothing happened. Xia Lin suddenly spoke. Terminate the return. The light of return ceased. He had actively interrupted the regression process in the final fraction of a second. He grinned at Luo Qi. Xia Lin said, not bad effort. Looks like we've got some talking to do. Rock turned and walked calmly toward the door. Simultaneously, Oris's voice sounded again from his phone. Don't discuss business in public. The walls of the executive office had been shattered, leaving Xia Lin exposed to the helicopter and surveillance cameras. Upon hearing this, Xia Lin followed Luo Qi out of the shattered executive office and came to a halt at the corner. Then Oris spoke again. As the head of Oris Pharmaceuticals, I am familiar with the concept of the Ember Zonewalkers. In fact, every few years, Xiangmu City welcomes a new batch of Ash Zonewalkers. Your presence isn't unusual. Normally, aside from participating in the Xiangmu arena, you wouldn't interact much with us natives. But you are an exception. Xia Lin fell deep in thought. According to Oris, Xiangmu City welcomed a new batch of Ember Zone travelers every few years. Yet the first group of Ember Zonewalkers had appeared over 400 days ago. The timeline doesn't add up. Was Oris lying? No, Xia Lin didn't believe Oris was lying. His refusal to interrupt her return process had already demonstrated his sincerity. He truly harbors no ill will towards Xia Lin. That left only two possibilities. 1. The flow of time differs. This was the most likely possibility. 2. The concept of Emberwalkers wasn't unique to this planet he had traveled to. This possibility was less likely, but it did exist. While pondering, Xia Lin nodded at his phone. Thanks for the compliment. Oris. This isn't praise, it's saying your methods are too extreme, Xia Lin, and your approach is far too radical. In just a few days, you've dismantled an entire syndicate. Even if this syndicate was merely the weakest among all syndicates, it was still a syndicate. In any case, I admire your approach. Xia Lin nodded. Yeah, when used right, someone like me can be a sharp blade. Oris. What kind of blunt truth are you spouting? After a brief pause, he continued. I admire your skill set even more. Xia Lin's previous performance was plain for all to see. Those paying close attention could deduce Xia Lin's skill set from his combat style. First, offense and defense. This isn't subspace technology. In fact, Huaxin Tech's development of subspace technology has reached an impasse. No finished product will emerge for decades. These are two conceptual skills. One grants immunity to thermal weapon attacks. Rocky suddenly spoke up, interrupting Oris, not immunity, just a significant reduction. He has wounds, superficial ones, from the glorious night's thermal rays. Rock's voice was low and hoarse. Upon hearing this, Oris immediately corrected himself. It's a skill that drastically reduces damage from thermal weapons. The second skill is your offensive capability, a technique that summons missile strikes with a single punch. From my observations, the power of this skill increases with the force of your punch. Xia Lin nodded slightly. Correct. Oris knew the Ember Zone walkers and understood the concept of skills. With this understanding, he could easily deduce the effects of Xia Lin's skills from her combat patterns. Receiving Xia Lin's confirmation, Oris let out a soft sigh. At least 2 SS tier skills. After all, only SS tier and above involve conceptual and rule-based mechanics. Xia Lin's mutated skills carried no official rating. But if mutant skills were rated, none of his 5 would be low. The lowest rating would likely be a world apart. It's just... How do you know all this? Xia Lin asked in confusion, receiving Oris's reply. Skills aren't exclusive to the Emberwalkers. Some natives possess them too. By your terminology, people like us should be called native practitioners. We can also see our own attribute panels and skill information. As for the rest, that's a long story. Oris didn't want to elaborate, and Xia Lin didn't press him. He simply nodded in understanding. He had first heard the concept of native practitioners from Li Peipei during his time in the first Ash Zone. Oris continued. Beyond these 2 abilities, you possess 2 additional skills. One is to make people gain weight. After you appeared, I investigated you. You could hide the Li Wenjiang incident from others, but not from me. Everything leaves a trace. The other is a limit-breaking technique. Your attributes have been steadily increasing since the beginning at an astonishing rate. This isn't a breathing technique from traditional martial arts, but a rule-side limit-breaking skill. Let me guess, it's the ability to increase your attributes by defeating opponents? Perhaps simply by fighting? Or even by killing? A limit-breaking technique that boosts attributes through backstabbing factions? Most people wouldn't guess that. Xia Lin smiled without comment. Oris mused, of course, it might not be a limit-breaking technique at all, but rather a temporary passive skill that boosts attributes. If it's the latter, that's fairly commonplace. But if it's the former, this limit-breaking technique might even touch upon the level of racial heritage. A novel term. Race-level heritage? Xia Lin asked in confusion. Oris provided the answer. The highest skill rating beyond SSS tier. A skill so powerful it could reshape an entire race's ecosystem, becoming their ultimate trump card. Though your limit-breaking skill might still fall a bit short of reaching that level. You won't tell me the answer anyway, only you know your skill's true level. In truth, Xia Lin didn't know either. All his skills were mutated abilities, lacking any official rating. Anyway, enough with the introductions. Let's get down to business. After Oris finished speaking, Rocky handed the phone to Xia Lin. His voice was solemn as he spoke, "You take the phone and keep talking to Dad. I'm going to deal with the Suzuki Group's Steel Gale. Steel Storm. An SSS-class combat robot. The Suzuki Conglomerate's trump card." Chapter 39, Tripartite Standoff, Oris's Commission. Seeing Xia Lin take the phone, Rocky walked away. Xia Lin clutched the phone, finding a spot that was barely clean enough to sit down and continue her conversation with Oris. "The serious business you mentioned, it's about bringing down the Suzuki Conglomerate, right?" Xia Lin asked. A crisp reply came through the phone, "Yes." After the word fell, Oris chuckled softly. After all, who wants to share power with others? And who wants to see their own life held in someone else's hands? Xia Lin understood the first part of that statement. The struggle for power and influence had been constant since ancient times. Where there are people, there are rivalries. But the latter part he didn't quite grasp it. Oris provided a detailed explanation. The order of Xiangwu City is fundamentally built upon the bondage of destruction. Destruction bonds? Think of it as nuclear binding, but with far greater destructive power. With that explanation, Xia Lin understood. Over a century had passed since the nuclear war of the old world. With the dawn of a new era, the three major conglomerates established the most fundamental order. But there was one question. What gave the three conglomerates the right to become the navigators of this new era? What qualified them to establish the order of an entire age? The answer is power. Huaxin Technologies possesses all the nuclear weapons from the old era. If it chose to, it could unleash nuclear explosions 10 times, 100 times more devastating than the annihilation we once witnessed. We at Oris control the most advanced biological laboratories. They house over 100 strains of top-tier viruses, both collected and self-developed, and most lack any known cure. If I choose, I can annihilate every carbon-based lifeform on this planet, myself included. Finally, there is the Suzuki Conglomerate. A century ago, only we in Huaxin truly held the power to set the rules. We brought in the Suzuki Conglomerate because bilateral relationships are less stable than a tripartite alliance. Thus, Huaxin and we approached the Suzuki Conglomerate and provided them substantial support. This included the research and development technology for combat robots from the old era. The Suzuki Conglomerate built its foundation on this and grew rapidly. But this growth was actually a welcome outcome for both us and Huaxin. After all, even with a sizable combat robot army, Suzuki remained excluded from the Destruction Pact. This robotic force remained controllable, hardly an apocalyptic weapon. Xia Lin carefully pondered Oris's words. His understanding of the worldview of Xiangwu City deepened. Peace was built upon the ultimate violence of mutual annihilation. This necessitated mutual concessions and compromises. The Xiangwu arena emerged in response to this need, receiving strong backing from both Oris and Huaxin. Determining the distribution of interests through victory or defeat on the arena stage was far preferable to tearing each other apart and perishing together. Just then, explosions erupted below as Rocky seemed to engage Steel Gale in combat. Simultaneously, the faint hum of distant activity faded away. It was the sound of police helicopters and forces withdrawing. Oris Pharmaceuticals had made its move. In the phone, Oris' voice sounded again. But the encouraging part is that the Suzuki Group isn't content with their current standing. As their technological prowess and capabilities grow, they're even looking to research some more dangerous stuff. For instance, the Sky Dome system, already fully developed and now in the assembly phase. The Sky Dome system. It is a near-Earth space-based defense system. Comprising 9,999 satellites orbiting the Earth, once launched and fully assembled, this system would provide seamless surveillance coverage across the entire planet. But that alone wouldn't have caught the attention of Oris and Huaxin. Satellites, after all, are commonplace. The key lies in the weaponry deployed on this Sky Dome system. Yamada Type 3 laser emitters. Each satellite carries one. As for its power? Roughly 100 times more potent than the Glorious Knight's laser. Xia Lin's mind cleared. That kind of power is more than enough to obliterate any target. Plus, laser weapons fire rapidly with pinpoint accuracy. This Sky Dome system can achieve precision strikes even more precise than a sniper rifle. This meant that once the Sky Dome system was operational, the Suzuki conglomerate could kill anyone they wanted. And with pinpoint precision. Aura's voice turned cold. Once Sky Dome is deployed, I'll never leave this safe house for the rest of my life. This time, Suzuki has broken the rules and crossed a line. The order of the City of Fierce Martial Arts is built upon mutual destruction. Both Huaxin and our ultimate measures involve taking everyone including ourselves down with us. But the Sky Dome system, it's broken the rules. The system's violation lies in its ability to destroy us in Huaxin without harming the Suzuki conglomerate or anyone else. Weapons with great destructive power, that's not the issue. But when a weapon is powerful and can strike precisely wherever aimed, that's where the problem lies. It's like three people sitting at a gambling table betting their lives. If all three hold explosive charges, the game drags on indefinitely, no victor emerges, and ultimate annihilation never comes. Because this game is destined to have no winner. But now, Horus and Huaxin hold the explosives, while you, Suzuki, have drawn a pistol. Our way of overturning the table is for everyone to die together. Your way of overturning the table is to shoot us both dead with a couple of bangs. Is that fair? Suzuki must die. The Sky Dome must be destroyed. This is our consensus with Huaxin. The alert tone sounded once more in Xia Lin's ears. But he chose to ignore it for now. Horus's voice sounded again from the phone. That's precisely the reason. The details have already been thoroughly discussed and finalized between me and Huaxin. The Sky Dome system hasn't been launched yet, so we still have time. Our original plan was to initiate the operation in a week, but your appearance adds another layer of insurance to this plan. First, let me outline our approach. It's quite straightforward. Led by the Fierce Martial King, supported by elite Fierce Martial warriors, we'll infiltrate with a small unit to execute a decapitation strike, destroying the Suzuki conglomerate's command center. The Suzuki conglomerate has grown to a point where its strength rivals that of Horus and Huaxin. In fact, due to its combat robotics technology, the Suzuki conglomerate's conventional military strength surpasses even Horus and Huaxin. Even if the two conglomerates joined forces for a frontal assault, the Suzuki conglomerate could hold out until the Sky Dome system was launched. After that, it would be the end for Horus and Huaxin. It could even become the end of this world. Thus, a surprise decapitation strike emerged as the optimal solution. With the individual strength of a Fierce Martial King level fighter, executing a decapitation strike is indeed feasible. Huaxin has one second-generation Fierce Martial King. I have 4 fifth-generation Fierce Martial Kings. The third-generation Fierce Martial King wields mechanical weapons and is with the Suzuki conglomerate. For Xiangwu Kings plus dozens of top-tier Xiangwu warriors even stepping onto Suzuki's home turf, our calculated win rate would reach about 60%. But with you, our odds jump to 80%. After uttering these words, Horus chuckled. After all, your ability to drastically reduce the damage of technological weapons makes you the natural enemy of the Suzuki conglomerate and their mechanical warriors. With that skill, you could even be considered the 5th Xiangwu King. This time, if you assist me, I can offer you benefits beyond your wildest dreams, or perhaps, rewards? The notification sound rang in his ears once more. Side quest activated. Listening intently, pondering deeply, after a long moment, Xia Lin's lips curled into a fierce grin. Interesting. I accept. Chapter 40, Iron Curtain and Supremacy of Power. Extra chapter vote request. Below the Northwind Group headquarters building. 2 figures moved with lightning speed, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. The entire battle scene resembled a special effects movie. Even on a stage, ordinary spectators couldn't discern the movements of these two combatants, nor appreciate the intricate details of their clash. As a fierce collision erupted, a shockwave rippled outward between them. An ironclad figure was instantly sent flying backward, crashing into the distant plaza and shattering the Northwind Group's statue into pieces. Dust slowly dispersed. In a 3-meter-deep crater, the crimson electronic eyes of the combat robot known as Steel Gale flickered out. Its body was so severely damaged it had shut down completely. Another figure revealed its true form. It was the Lion King, Rocky. His clothes remained pristine, not even a speck of dust clinging to them, and not a single bead of sweat glistened on his forehead. Dealing with an SSS-class combat robot was as easy for him as eating and drinking. Just then, applause erupted. A young man bearing a striking resemblance to Suzuki One began clapping from a nearby spot. The Lion King's divine might remains undiminished. Suzuki Taro, the eldest son of the Suzuki conglomerate. Unlike Suzuki One, as her twin brother, Suzuki Taro had inherited not only the Suzuki family's striking looks but also their intelligence and boldness. By now, Suzuki Taro had risen to become the second in command of the Suzuki conglomerate, second only to the head of the Suzuki family, Suzuki Shindo. As the Lion King's gaze swept over him, Suzuki Taru's smile remained unchanged, though he ceased clapping. He spoke. That exploding fist attack inside didn't just wipe out the Northwind conglomerate, it killed my sister. Upon hearing this news, I immediately brought Steelstorm here to avenge my sister. With that, he spread his hands in confusion. So what exactly is your Horus faction up to now? Rock replied in a low voice, nothing much. Just testing Steelstorm's capabilities. The result, disappointing. He shook his head and added, as for that rule-breaking little thief, I've already dealt with him. As soon as Rocco finished speaking, several burly men clad in white lab coats emerged from the building. They dragged the naked Xia Lin over to Lachi and tossed the unconscious man onto the floor. Here, take him back. You're welcome. With that, Roach turned and walked away without waiting for Suzuki Teru's reaction. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters building of the North Wind Group, the real Xia Lin stood before the one-way window, witnessing everything that had just transpired. He raised an eyebrow. A clone? Oris's voice came through the phone. That's right. I made it using your hair. How about it? Pretty convincing, huh? Xia Lin nodded. It's an exact replica. When it came to biotechnology, Oris Pharmaceuticals was a name you could trust. This inevitably involved technologies that defied the norms of human ethics. In short, this matter is settled. As of today, Blastfist is dead. Wait here for a moment. Rocco will come to pick you up shortly. He'll take you to the Oris headquarters to await the day your mission begins. Xia Lin gave a slight nod. Then he began reviewing the previous system notifications. First was the notification from the destruction of the Northwind conglomerate. You have destroyed the Northwind Consortium, activating the final mission. Clearance mission, Iron Curtain. The Violet Metropolis dominated by the conglomerate appears prosperous, yet is rife with injustice and unreasonable rules. Those in power act with impunity, deciding the lives and fates of ordinary people. Yet resistors are few and far between, meeting tragic ends. Technological advancement holds no relevance to the common populace. The ceiling of this world is artificially capped by the conglomerate and those in power. 10 years, 20 years, even into the foreseeable future this city, this world, will maintain the same rules, perpetuate the same order. It won't get better, it will only get worse. Beneath the Iron Curtain, there is no future. Having successfully annihilated any one conglomerate, this mission objective is now activated. Iron Curtain, destroy over half of all conglomerates, including the 3 major ones, while ensuring the survival of over half the world's population. Mission reward, clear. Rewards will be distributed in the settlement space. Mission failure penalty, none. Clearance missions are always like this. Extremely difficult, essentially a hidden Easter egg. Success yields massive rewards, while failure carries no penalty. The Ember Zone system clearly aims to challenge Ember Zone walkers with high difficulty, encouraging at least an attempt, but not forcing it. Thus, there's no option to decline these quests. Xia Lin briefly scanned the mission description before turning his attention to the second alert tone. This prompt activated only after Oris had finished explaining the conflicting relationships among the 3 major conglomerates. You have grasped the operational logic of Xiongwu City. Clearance mission activated. Another clearance mission. The same Ash District, yet different clearance missions. Clearance mission, might makes right. The structure of Xiongwu City is a 3-way balance of power. Yet as everyone knows, no one is willing to share power, no one. Each of the 3 major conglomerates harbors its own ambitions, yet under the threat of mutual destruction, a fragile peace has been maintained. But this balance is unlikely to last. Should anyone overturn the table, the entire world will teeter on the brink of collapse under the bond of mutual destruction. In truth, there exists another solution. Turn 3 into 1. Power supremacy, join any one of the 3 conglomerates and annihilate the other 2 without triggering the bond of destruction. Mission reward, clear. Clear rewards will be distributed in the settlement space. Note, detection indicates you have activated 2 completion tasks. Evaluation confirms Iron Curtain's difficulty exceeds supreme power, hence its rewards will be slightly lower than Iron Curtain's. Note, you cannot complete both completion tasks simultaneously. Failure penalty, none. Xia Lin hadn't decided which of the 2 missions to pursue. He didn't need to decide. It depends on the situation, on the timing. Completing them would be ideal, but failing carried no penalty, it didn't matter either way. After a moment's thought, Xia Lin turned his attention to the 3rd notification sound. This prompt had been activated after Oris sent the invitation. And Xia Lin's words, I accept, had already signaled his choice. Side quest activated. Side quest, the backlash of ambition. The Suzuki conglomerate has crossed a line, inviting retribution. Having accepted Oris Pharmaceuticals' invitation, you are now part of the effort to dismantle the Suzuki conglomerate. Mission objective, destroy the Suzuki conglomerate. Success reward, 2000 Scorch Zone credits. Rapid Healing Potion 10 Grade B item, Death Angel Potion 3 Grade A item, Divine Might Potion Grade S item, Ascension Potion Grade SS item. Note, you may seek out Oris to claim your potion type mission rewards in advance. Mission failure penalty, all attributes halved. Below this notification, detailed descriptions of the mission rewards appeared. Scanning the effects of the various potions, Xia Lin narrowed his eyes. This Ash Zone had something going for it. Chapter 41, Potions in Tier 3. Rapid Healing Potion Grade B item, single-use consumable. Upon injection, it will completely heal all injuries on your body within 5 seconds while fully restoring your physical and mental stamina. An exceptionally potent recovery potion. And the quest had given him 10 vials at once. Angel of Death Potion Grade A item, single-use consumable. Upon injection, all attributes will double for the next half hour. After half an hour, all attributes will have for 6 hours. Simultaneously, you will gain 3 high-risk debuffs lasting the entire duration of the Ash Zone. Note, the attribute doubling effect cannot stack, but the high-risk debuffs can accumulate. Use with caution. A potion used desperately. But Xia Lin's focus wasn't on that. Instead, he fixated on the 3 high-risk debuffs. 3 Death Angels meant 9 high-risk debuffs. Oomph. Xia Lin let out a couple of meaningless chuckles before continuing to read down. Divine Might Potion S grade item, single-use consumable. Upon injection, you will gain 30 points across all attributes for 3 days. The attribute boost provided by this potion can break limits. Each person may only inject 1 Divine Might Potion in their lifetime. An extremely rare limit-breaking potion. Of course, calling it extremely rare is a slight exaggeration. The rarity of limit-breaking potions certainly couldn't compare to that of limit-breaking skills. Moreover, you can only inject one of these things in your entire life. Still, a 30-point boost to all attributes represents a significant enhancement for Xia Lin at this moment. Rank Up Potion SS grade item, single-use consumable. Upon injection, you will bypass the advancement quest and directly gain 1 level. This effect only applies to Ember Zone walkers below level 6. Only 1 rank up potion may be injected per person in a lifetime. Bypassing quests to forcibly elevate an Ashen Zone walker's rank. Xia Lin hadn't expected Oris Pharmaceuticals to produce items of this caliber. This also led Xia Lin to ponder a question. What exactly is the relationship between native practitioners and the Ash Zone? Oris was undoubtedly a native practitioner. Even Loki was most likely a native practitioner. How did they become native practitioners? What distinguishes these innate practitioners from the Ember Zone walkers, aside from not needing to repeatedly enter and exit the Ember Zone? There was no answer. Xia Lin couldn't guess the answer. Then he recalled what Bai Guang had once said, the high sequence must know more. Xia Lin couldn't help but lick his dry, cracked lips. The Ember Zone system and this world he had traveled to had piqued his interest. Even setting that aside, the perks of being a sequence member made Xia Lin envious. Thinking of Li Peipei and Bai Guang, both preparing for the next sequence battle, Xia Lin narrowed his eyes, his smile growing broader. Everyone's preparing. I'm preparing. Who isn't preparing? The decision to abandon his return and continue in the Ember Zone stemmed from this very logic. This Ash Zone suited Xia Lin's nature perfectly. And Xia Lin, his pursuit of power knew no bounds. He was greedy, mad, and never satisfied. The car entered the underground parking garage of Oris Pharmaceuticals headquarters but did not stop. It continued into the massive elevator. As the elevator descended, Xia Lin in the backseat clearly saw the number 33. 100 meters below ground, level 33. As the alloy doors swung open, a brightly lit space came into Xia Lin's view. A vast and spacious area stretched out before him, with an equally enormous stage at its very center. Beyond that, all around the perimeter were arranged various machines and instruments, some recognizable to Xia Lin, others not, which he roughly guessed were training equipment. Passageways ran along both sides of the walls, their destinations unknown. At that very moment, 7 or 8 figures stood within the space. Each possessed a different physique, yet all radiated a palpable aura of danger. We're here. This will be your residence for the next week. Lachi spoke in a deep voice as he opened the car door and stepped out. Only after Xia Lin had also exited and stood beside him did Luo Qi continue. This place serves as a hidden base for Oris Pharmaceuticals. The people before you are all personnel involved in this operation, every last one a top-tier martial artist. The 8 men present weren't even the entire team for the operation. At least Xia Lin hadn't spotted the latest generation, the 5th generation Fierce Martial Kings, Iron Dragon and Augustine. After briefly showing Xia Lin the locations of the dormitories, cafeteria, and other facilities, Luo Qi turned to leave but was called back by Xia Lin. I'd like to receive the medication Oris promised first. Rock nodded decisively. Agreed. He possessed the straightforwardness and decisiveness typical of the fighters in the Ash Zone, and seemed to hold a very high position within the Oris Pharmaceutical Company. At the very least, he had the authority to decide on Oris' behalf whether to advance Xia Lin's reward. Watching Locke's receding figure, Xia Lin recalled the earlier scene of Locke battling Steel Gale. Rock, a native practitioner of the Ash District, level unknown. Strength and agility both over 200 points. Masterful in combat techniques, Xia Lin had even glimpsed him unleashing 2 active skills. As for his extraordinary stats, whether they stemmed from a limit-breaking skill or the effects of Oris Pharmaceuticals' limit-breaking serum, Xia Lin couldn't fathom. In short, this man was terrifyingly powerful. And a force capable of effortlessly overpowering an SSS tier Steel Gale? Even if he were attached to one of the 3 major conglomerates, how could he possibly go unnoticed? No status? The dormitory was a single room, yet remarkably luxurious, resembling a hotel's presidential suite. After resting briefly on the bed, Xia Lin pressed the service bell, summoning the service robot from level 33 to deliver his meal. He was starving. He hadn't felt it during the intense battle earlier, but now that he was resting, Xia Lin felt dizzy and weak, his strength failing him. About half an hour later, the door knocked as the service robot pushed a meal cart into the room. On the cart sat not only a generous and appetizing meal, but also the potions Oris had promised. 10 vials of rapid healing potion, pale yellow, viscous, and somewhat repulsive in appearance. But upon slight contact, Xia Lin sensed the potion's properties undoubtedly genuine. Oros had no reason to jeopardize his partnership with Xia Lin over such minor details. Death Angel Potion, 3 vials. Pale blue in color, they looked brilliant and radiated a fluorescent glow, quite appealing to the eye. But this stuff was deadly. Beside these 2 vials lay an exquisitely crafted potion pouch. Xia Lin did not inject the rapid healing potion. After all, while his wounds appeared gruesome, they were merely superficial. He placed all 13 vials into the pouch, securing it at his waist for easy access. He wondered if this specially crafted pouch could withstand the residual shockwaves of the East Wind Divine Fist. Xia Lin coveted Li Peipei and the other's portable spatial storage. His gaze shifted back to the other 2 vials. The Divine Might Serum glowed a dazzling golden yellow, utterly eye-catching. He picked it up, had the Ash Zone verify its effects, and upon confirming they were genuine, injected it directly. The cool liquid flowed through his veins into his body. Yet Xia Lin felt warmth spreading within him. His entire body felt as though it were soaking in warm water, comfortably cozy, even accelerating the healing of his wounds. And the enhancement of his attributes had already begun at this very moment. Good stuff. Muttering to himself, Xia Lin picked up the last black syringe. Level up potion. Injection. The notification tone immediately blasted into his ears. Congratulations on becoming a level 3 Ash Zone Walker. 3rd skill slot unlocked. Attribute caps unlocked. Chapter 42, The Gamble. The unlocking of skill slots held undeniable significance for Ember Zone Walkers. For Xia Lin, and for the uncertain shadow profession, the importance of skill slots rose to an entirely new level. Each unlocked skill slot signifies a new mutation skill. And mutation is like a lottery. Addictive, utterly captivating. But the prerequisite is acquiring new skills. The first thing Xia Lin wanted to do upon waking was exactly that. And in this secret base he now found himself, the avenues for acquiring skills were plentiful. It was now the morning of the 2nd day. Xia Lin headed to the cafeteria, eating breakfast while discreetly observing his surroundings and the people around him. The environment needed no introduction, it was top tier, naturally. The music, lighting, and food were all top tier. It was clearly just a public cafeteria, yet it was set up like a 5-star hotel. Yet this opulent scene was reserved for only a select few. Only 3 people occupied the cafeteria, including Xia Lin. The other 2 included a black man, standing at 7 feet tall with a physique as massive as a mountain. Xia Lin recognized him. Truth be told, Xia Lin recognized nearly everyone who appeared in this secret base. Their faces frequently appeared in online media and newspapers. This African-American man was none other than Kasim, the top-tier fierce martial arts fighter and king of fighters. His boxing skills were masterful, combined with overwhelming physical attributes and incredible durability. He was a household name in the top-tier fierce martial arts arena, boasting a win rate exceeding 50%. The other was an Asian man, appearing to be in his early 30s. His features were unremarkable, and his physique was lean and agile, not the typical bulky build of a muscle-bound fighter. Top-tier martial artists, Feng Wulong and Li Jingzai. Perhaps sensing Xia Lin's gaze, Kasim and Li Yongjae both turned to look at him simultaneously. Then, in unison, they flashed Xia Lin a friendly smile. Bro, you're a badass. We watched everything you did yesterday back at the base. Damn, that was impressive. Chewing on his steak, Casimo gave Xia Lin a thumbs up. Li Jingzai chimed in, the Northwind group may not be the strongest, but it's still a major conglomerate. Taking it down single-handedly? That's unprecedented. I owe you a toast. He raised his wine glass, mimed a toast to the empty space, then downed it in one gulp. Xia Lin smiled back in response to their kindness. Status is earned through action. The Northwind conglomerate, crushed by Xia Lin's solitary effort, became both his stepping stone and the foundation of his formidable reputation. Even though Kasim and Li Yongjae were both top-tier martial artists, they still regarded Xia Lin as an equal, or even a half-tier above them. Xia Lin, by the way, don't Rock and Augustine come around often? Casimo shook his head vaguely while chewing his food. Not often. Honestly, besides the 3 of us, no one stays overnight around here. Their houses are much bigger than these dorms, and they live more comfortably. The perks for top-tier martial artists? Absolutely top-notch. A manor villa is just the tip of the iceberg. Top-tier Xiangwu warriors like Casimo and Li Jingzai who stayed in dormitories were actually rare exceptions. Before Xia Lin could speak, Li Jingzai already said, "Gambling. We're both gamblers. The moment we get paid each month, we head straight to the casino and lose every last penny." Casimo finally finished his steak, downed a glass of cold water, and grinned at Xia Lin. "No wife, no kids, no dad, no mom. I'm just a stinking fighter who might get killed in the ring any day. What's the point of saving money? What's the meaning of owning a house? Li Jingzai laughed heartily. Exactly. That's the way it is. The casualty rate among brutal fighters was too high. They lived day to day, with no guarantee of tomorrow. Those with family ties knew to save money, but those without such burdens lived it up. Money gets squandered like this. But the fighters themselves couldn't care less. I don't even know if I'll make it out of the next match alive. You're out of your mind telling me to save money. Xia Lin refrained from judging the gambler's outlook on life or values. He simply chatted casually with the two while eating. About half an hour later, the trio left the cafeteria together and headed to the lounge area. The lounge area featured couches, snacks, and a large television. The TV was already on, broadcasting today's Xiangwu Arena match. It's the advanced Xiangwu Arena. Li Jingzai found a spot to lie down, his eyes fixed on the TV screen. Casimo sat down at the chest press machine nearby, warming up with a 3-ton weight while glancing at Xia Lin and Li Jingzai. Fancy a game? Li Jingzai chuckled. Alright, let's do it. Xia Lin was baffled at first, but quickly caught on. Two gamblers were about to start a game. Xia Lin, wanna play? Xia Lin chuckled. Sure, why not? I've got nothing better to do. How do we play? Li Jingzai pointed at the TV. We'll bet on the outcome of the ring matches. Just then, fireworks and lights erupted on the TV screen. The host's impassioned voice boomed from the screen. Hello, everyone. The Advanced Fierce Martial Arts Tournament begins today. The Advanced Fierce Martial Arena didn't operate year-round. Its season primarily concentrated in the latter half of the year, precisely the current time. Those brave enough to step onto the Advanced Fierce Martial Arena stage were all skilled fighters with their own aspirations as combatants. Win 5 consecutive matches on the Xiangwu Arena and you automatically advance to the top-tier Xiangwu Arena 1 month later. Only those who become top-tier Xiangwu fighters qualify to compete for the title of Xiangwu King. The stage platforms on both sides automatically rose. Two figures appear, one plump, one lean. First to take the stage is the Suzuki conglomerate's moonlit Valkyrie, Xin Nianci. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Valkyrie. Valkyrie. Nenji, I love you. I love you. The slender, beautiful female fighter waved cheerfully, her simple smile and gestures instantly winning over countless fans. Because she truly was a stunning beauty. Even if it was artificial, beauty was beauty. Roughly 70% of Li Peipei's peak looks. In the base lounge, Xia Lin burst into inexplicable laughter, leaving Kasim and Li Jingzai utterly bewildered. Because the next fighter to appear was none other than Xia Lin's old acquaintance. Li Peipei, the one being compared. Next up, representing Huaxin Technology, the Dragon Warrior, Li Peipei. Boo-hoo-hoo. Get off the stage, you fat pig. Ugh. I need to wash my eyes out. To be fair, Li Peipei's weight loss efforts had paid off. She might only be around 1500 gene now. 5 feet 7 inches tall and 1500 gene. Just imagine it for a moment, and you can picture Li Peipei's figure. Still as healthy, plump, and robust as ever. Facing the chorus of boos, Li Peipei's face flushed red despite her best efforts. Especially when she saw Xin Nianci's looks compared to her former self. He wasn't even worthy of tying her shoelaces. This stark contrast made Li Peipei's plump face flush crimson as she gritted her teeth in frustration. She once claimed she didn't care about looks, but clearly, that wasn't entirely true. Xia Lin. Xia Lin. All of this was Xia Lin's fault. Thinking of Xia Lin stirred complex emotions within Li Peipei. She had later learned about the Beifeng incident through news websites. She didn't know whether Xia Lin had died or returned. In any case, this external cheat she had prepared was slipping further and further away from her grasp. But the thought that she still had a chance to obtain the blood demon breathing technique meant she had no choice but to continue fighting on this stage. Both contestants stepped onto the stage. Meanwhile, in the lounge, the bets were already settled. Casimo, I'm betting on Xin Nianci to win. That woman's got some skills. She's top tier on the high-level stage. I'll wager 100,000 credit points. Payable next month when salaries come in. Li Jingzai, yeah, I'm betting on Xin Nianci too. The key is that Li Peipei, she's too fat, not agile. Xin Nianci completely counters her. After speaking, both men turned their gaze towards Xia Lin. Xia Lin stroked his chin and smiled. Then I'll bet on Li Peipei to win. Credit points? I can't afford them, and I don't need them anyway. With that, Xia Lin pulled 3 rapid healing serums from his medkit. I'll wager 3 rapid healing potions against your martial arts skills. What do you say? Casimo and Li Jingzai exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Fair enough. But we need to define what skills means first. You can't bring your bread and butter moves to the table. Oh, so gamblers have limits after all? Xia Lin smiled. I want a leg-based skill. Casimo looked at Li Yongjae. After a moment's thought, Li Yongjae nodded. Here's the bet, if I win, the 3 potions are mine. If I lose, I'll teach you a leg technique called the Blazing Wind Blade Leg. With that, Li Yongjae gave a faint smile. AB rank skill. Xia Lin froze. Chapter 43, The Original Practitioner. Li Zhengzai's final words left Xia Lin completely dumbfounded. He looked at Li Zhengzai, who burst into laughter. A professional, aren't you one too? Why so surprised? Xia Lin's mind went blank for a moment before snapping back into focus. He feigned surprise. You're a professional too? I thought I was the only one. Casimo shrugged. The chosen one, right? The protagonist of the world, right? Haha, when I first became a professional, I thought the same thing. But in reality, it's not like that. Li Zhengzai added, actually, becoming a professional fighter is quite common. It might be due to the rules of this world. Of course, these are just speculations. Even the higher-ups can't figure out any logical explanation, so we can only speculate about the mysterious aspects. But the cause doesn't matter. What matters is the gap between professionals and ordinary fighters is simply enormous. Casimo, after becoming a professional, your physical condition is displayed as data clear as day. The effects of various potions are equally transparent, and there's level calibration. Most crucially, some of your past techniques have transformed into skills, generally proving more powerful than their original forms. After finishing, Casimo looked at Xia Lin. A small number of high-level Xiangwu martial artists are professionals, like Xin Nianzi. And all top-tier Xiangwu martial artists are professionals without exception. Xia Lin drew in a sharp breath. Previously, his level was too low, forcing him to linger in the lower-tier fierce martial arenas. His understanding of this Ember district had remained superficial. Now, sharing meals and casual conversation with top-tier Xiangwu practitioners, the true power structure of the Ember Zone gradually unfolded before Xia Lin's eyes. How did you become professionals? Xia Lin spoke up, posing a question that carried a hint of impertinence. But the two gamblers couldn't care less about that. Li Zheng explained, as for me, after mastering Ni to its peak, I automatically became a professional. My professional title is Karate Master. Kasimoto, I became a professional after winning a mid-tier brutal martial arts tournament. My profession is boxer. Thus, the methods for achieving professional status among the natives of the Ashen Zone were not singular. But it seems you must hone a particular skill to its absolute peak to trigger the judgment and achieve professional status. The judgment. Similar to the Ember Zone system, it likely shares the same origin, yet remains an unknown entity distinct from the same program. Additionally, professionals have ranks, though the methods for leveling up are rather peculiar. Take rank-up potions, for instance. Or take daily training in fierce battles. Sometimes, inexplicably, they can boost your profession level, unlocking attribute caps and new skill slots. According to Casimo and Li Zhongjae, both are level 6 professionals. When Li Zhongjae first became a professional, he was level 4, while Casimo was level 2. Their subsequent advancement methods also differed. Casimo even leveled up inexplicably while eating one meal. There's no discernible pattern to leveling up. No one has figured it out in over a century. Consider it a gift from the world consciousness or cosmic consciousness? Since we can't trace its origins, we might as well enjoy the convenience. Li Zhengzai had a point. The Ember Zone system, Ember Zone walkers, native practitioners, these weren't issues Xia Lin needed to ponder right now. Once he reached a higher sequence rank, he would naturally learn more. Without a sequence, his very life was in jeopardy. How could he possibly concern himself with such matters? Just then, the televised battle between Xin Nianzi and Li Peipei commenced. Xin Nianzi's figure flickered, splitting into 3 forms. All 3 wielded curved blades, advancing toward Li Peipei with agile steps. Xin Nianzi, level 4 professional. Class, Assault Assassin. True Clone Technique A rank, active skill. Consumes 5 spirit points to generate 2 additional clones with half the physical attributes of the main body. Clone duration, 10 minutes. For high-level martial artists, the arena 10 times larger than an octagon cage was actually quite confined. With Xin Nianzi deploying a clone, the arena suddenly felt cramped. Compounded by Li Peipei's bulky frame and clumsy movements, Xin Nianzi appeared to have this match firmly in hand at first glance. Until Li Peipei casually drew a heavy sword from her personal storage space. Then, Dragon Flash Dance. Put. Ha 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 ha. Xia Lin's joyful laughter echoed throughout the entire lounge. It even infected Li Zhengzai and Kasim. For a moment, the laughter of the 3 merged into one. For on the stage, Li Peipei had answered Gu Hua's question from days past. Peipei is plump, can she still dance? Yes, she truly could. But this Dragon Flash Dance, it had transformed. A piercing sonic boom reverberated above the stage. No silver arcs of light, no longer invisible. The massive, plump figure traced distinct paths through the air, trailing a series of sonic booms. Moving at a speed visible to the naked eye yet undeniably swift, she darted between the 3 divine consciousnesses. Boom! 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 These were the thunderous roars as Li Peipei's physical form tore through the air. It was also the sonic booms from her heavy sword striking Xin Nianzi. And it was the thunderous crash as Li Peipei lost her footing and plopped right onto Xin Nianzi. The battle ended with Li Peipei's thud. The now heavier Li Peipei struggled to control the Dragon Flash Dance skill, crashing directly into Xin Nianzi's physical form. Black Dragon's Form S rank, passive skill. All attributes plus 20. Dragon scales grow across the body, granting massive damage reduction. The attribute boost provided by Black Dragon's form was merely average. Its S-rank classification hinged entirely on its massive damage reduction effect. In fact, during the battles witnessed earlier in Xia Lin, Li Peipei had indeed suffered not a single scratch beyond being fattened up. This myth continued unbroken in this arena. A 1500 gene heavy cannonball struck Shen Nianzi at supersonic speed, shattering him instantly. Force is reciprocal. Li Peipei, however, didn't even break a sweat. Without so much as a flicker of dizziness, she rose from the ground completely unscathed, coldly brushing blood, mud, and dust from her body. The commentator's voice rang out, high-pitched and urgent. The battle is over. The battle is over. The dragon warrior, making his debut on the stage, has crushed our moonlit Valkyrie. The audience erupted in a sea of boos. The audience disliked this outcome. The fat woman had defeated the beauty. Li Peipei, however, remained unfazed. She merely sheathed her heavy sword and turned to descend the stage with deliberate, heavy steps. Fine, you win. Having lost the wager, Li Zhengzai didn't care either. As a seasoned gambler, he was long accustomed to defeat. He simply stood up and addressed Xia Lin. I'll teach you the blazing wind leg technique right now. He led Xia Lin toward the training ground. Cassimo joined in the commotion. Only when Li Zhengzai stood firm did he speak slowly. Martial arts can be mastered through study and practice, but whether it can be transformed into a skill, and whether the transformed blazing wind blade leg can reach B rank, I cannot guarantee that. Xia Lin nodded in understanding. Martial arts techniques, or martial arts skills, are just like that. Initially rated low after learning, they possess growth potential, though Xia Lin had no need for such potential. Li Zhengzai spoke slowly. The blazing wind blade kick using the leg as a blade. He raised his leg, and a sharp, cutting sensation swept towards Xia Lin. Xia Lin felt as though a blade's glint had sliced through the air before him, its chill piercing. As Li Zhengzai slowly withdrew his stance, the chill gradually dissipated. This is the blazing wind leg strike. Next, I'll break down the movements step by step. Pay close attention. Chapter 44, Operation commences. To be honest, Li Zhengzai wasn't exactly a good teacher. But he possessed the basic integrity of a gambler. He knew how to lose gracefully. He taught with dedication, and Xia Lin learned with dedication. Yet this blazing wind leg technique differed from the north wind heavy punch. It was clearly far more profound. Xia Lin progressed slowly. It took 3 hours before Xia Lin finally grasped the essence and power generation of the blazing wind leg strike, though he was still far from mastering the skill. Li Zhengzai grew impatient, inwardly grumbling that the kid was a bit slow on the uptake. Fortunately, Xia Lin spoke up, relieving Li Zhengzai of the need to push him further. I get the gist now. The rest is just practice. Anyway, the bet's settled. Thanks, buddy. With that, Xia Lin dismissed Li Zhengzai with a few polite words. Li Zhengzai hurried off to resume his vigil in front of the television, where he began a new wager with Kasim. Xia Lin, however, no longer paid attention to the Xiangwu arena. Even as Bai Guang was about to take the stage, he didn't bother to watch the spectacle. He was utterly absorbed in his training, gradually refining the technique of the blazing wind blade leg strike into a true skill. On the first day, the blazing wind blade legs technique failed to transform into a skill. But Xia Lin had already begun to grasp its essence. The next day, it still didn't work. But Xia Lin's leg swings already carried a sharp edge. This wasn't solely due to Xia Lin's strong learning ability, but also because his current attributes were exceptionally high. With over 100 points in base attributes, Xia Lin could effortlessly generate a leg wind even without any technique. On the third day, he began to grasp the basics. Day 4, grasp the essence. 5th day, afternoon. The skill was fully mastered. Opening the attribute panel, he gazed at his third skill slot. Xia Lin smiled with satisfaction. Whirlwind leg strike D rank scalable, consumes 1 point of spirit, no cooldown. Embody the blade with your legs, unleashing a razor-sharp leg wind to strike the enemy. Skill description rapidly distorted, unstable mutation activated. Yet Xia Lin's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a twitching mouth and utter speechlessness. Mimic blade legs mutated, passive skill. Your legs mutate into 2 cold weapons, 1 blade and 1 sword. The sharpness of these weapons depends on your physical attributes. Note, physical mutations may affect your physique and mobility. Proceed with caution. Ah! Xia Lin sighed softly, feeling helpless yet resigned. After all, his talent was called unstable mutation. Besides the mutation itself, there was also the prefix unstable. Looking back, Xia Lin had actually been quite fortunate. Each skill mutation had been perfectly timed, hitting the mark with pinpoint accuracy. But unfortunately, luck wasn't on Xia Lin's side this time. This was an invalid mutation. Xia Lin couldn't possibly turn his legs into swords and blades. How would he walk then? No mutation. Xia Lin chose not to mutate, so the unremarkable skill, blazing wind blade legs, remained in his third skill slot. I'll make do with it for now. Xia Lin recalled the forgetfulness potion sold in the Ember Zone Mall. Forgetfulness potion grade B item, wipes 1 designated skill from your inventory. Value, 500 Ember Zone points. The price wasn't steep, equivalent to 1 attribute point. This indirectly showed that the Ember Zone encouraged travelers to experiment with different skill combinations. In fact, the Ember Zone Mall even sells class forgetfulness scrolls grade A at a reasonable price of just 1,000 Ember Zone points. As an Ember Zone traveler, resetting skills or changing professions poses little difficulty. 2 days later, morning. At the public training grounds. The Fierce Martial King and elite Fierce Martial Warriors affiliated with Oris Pharmaceuticals gathered together. Today marked the commencement of the operation. A total of 24 personnel. This was the count from Oris Pharmaceuticals. Huaxin Technology could muster slightly more than that number of elite fighters. At the center of the arena, 4th generation Xiangwu King Luoqi and 5th generation Xiangwu King Augustine stood side by side. Augustine, standing at 2 meters 50, possessed a physique even more formidable than Kasim's. Rumor held he was a natural genetic mutant. His features were vicious and grotesque, his body covered in a thin layer of metallic plates, whether naturally grown or artificially modified remained unknown. His mouth was sewn shut, legend had it Augustine had stitched it himself, rendering him unable to speak. Thus, it fell to Rocky to step forward and take charge. Locke spoke, his voice as deep and resonant as ever. Everything is ready. Soon we'll board the transport vehicles of Suzuki First Mechanical Research Institute and infiltrate the facilities core via the supply convoy. Ignore the checkpoints along the way, they've all been taken care of. Within an hour, we'll be directly in the core area of Suzuki First Institute. Suzuki First Research Institute's primary research project was the Sky Dome system. Security here was ironclad, even more stringent than at the Suzuki Group headquarters. The current head of the Suzuki conglomerate, Suzuki Shindo, has been residing here for the past period. The Sky Dome system is of paramount importance, the Suzuki Group's largest and most secretive project, making it only natural for Suzuki Shindo to oversee it from here. Of course, besides Suzuki Shindo, the 3rd generation Fierce Martial King, the Machine Warrior, Divine Mechanism, Watanabe Munin, was also present at the First Research Institute at this moment. Everyone split into 3 teams. The task for Group 1. The task for Team 2. The task for Team 3. Rocky began assigning tasks, dividing the 21 members into 3 special operations squads of 7 each. But Xia Lin, Luoqi, and Augustine were not assigned to any of the groups. Xia Lin understood. He had a special assignment. And this special mission would be revealed after boarding the vehicle. I need you to hold off Watanabe Munin for at least 10 minutes. Xia Lin rolled his eyes. Oris had once said that Xia Lin, a martial artist immune to firearms, possessed combat prowess comparable to that of a Fierce Martial King when facing mechanized warriors. And now, he was actually deploying Xia Lin as if he were one. Oris, what else could I do? Truthfully, there wasn't much to discuss about this matter, nor was it a question of who was screwing whom over. From the moment Oris proposed the partnership, Xia Lin knew he'd be used as a sacrificial pawn. If you, an outsider, won't take on the most dangerous mission in the most perilous place, should I send my own trusted men instead? The moment Oris uttered those words, you can stand against the Fierce Martial King, Xia Lin knew exactly who his opponent was this time. It could only be the 3rd generation Fierce Martial King, Watanabe Munin. Running a hand over the medkit strapped to his lower back, Xia Lin spoke slowly. If I can hold Watanabe Munin for 10 minutes, can you guarantee the annihilation of the Suzuki conglomerate? Augustine let out a cold chuckle, while Locke remained expressionless, simply replying, absolutely. Trust me, we're far more eager than you are to consign the Suzuki conglomerate to the dustbin of history. Xia Lin fell silent. He simply opened his attribute panel, glanced at the long cooldown cleared 1,000 miles apart, and gave a slight nod. Then I'll take this job. The 3 in the car fell silent. They simply closed their eyes to rest, preparing themselves for battle. The vehicle moved steadily, stopping and starting as it passed through checkpoint after checkpoint, gradually entering the grounds of Suzuki First Research Institute. About an hour and 15 minutes later, the vehicle abruptly halted. A rhythm of 2 long knocks followed by 1 short knock sounded from ahead. The 3 men snapped their eyes open, their gazes blazing with fierce intensity. Chapter 45, Suzuki Shinto. With a thunderous crash. The truck's cargo compartment twisted, deformed, and then ripped apart. Flames and steel erupted from within like a volcano, shattering the tranquility of the First Research Institute's underground parking garage. It was like a signal. Several trucks in the rear simultaneously opened their doors. More figures varying in appearance, attire, and physique, yet all radiating formidable strength, stepped out. 21 elite martial warriors, grouped into 3 teams of 7, dispersed in different directions. Meanwhile, Xia Lin, Luoqi, and Augustine strode purposefully toward the elevator. Rogue retrieved a key card from his pocket. He swiped the card, and the elevator doors opened. Stepping inside, Rocky pressed the button for level 55, and the elevator descended rapidly. This scene made Xia Lin raise an eyebrow. Easier than going home. He muttered under his breath, drawing a low chuckle from Rocky. Among the 3 major conglomerates, Huaxin and Oris are evenly matched in strength, while Suzuki is the weakest. Yet they're the most reckless. Now they've crossed a line, committing a taboo. They have no idea what kind of power Huaxin and Horus can unleash when they work together. So when you say it's easier than going home, you're absolutely right. This research institute? In many places, we've already infiltrated it like a sieve. The decapitation tactic seemed simple, but it was actually difficult. And the hardest part was in the preliminary preparations. The sensation of freefall rapidly engulfed them. Floor 55 was reached in no time. As the elevator doors opened, the brightly lit power room came into Xia Lin's view. Lot nodded to Xia Lin. Go. Do what you do best. With that, Xia Lin grinned and raised his fist. Suzuki First Research Institute was a diamond-shaped structure. Half the building was buried deep underground. 100 floors above ground, 100 floors below. The critical sections were all located in the subterranean zones. For instance, the production and assembly workshops for the Sky Dome. And the power supply room. Suzuki began with combat robotics technology and gradually evolved into a colossus in the field of mechanical manufacturing. However, within this ash zone, the energy development experts were not Suzuki, but Huaxin technology. For various reasons, Suzuki's First Research Institute wasn't equipped with Huaxin's most advanced power supply facilities. This made the entire power supply room unusually bulky and massive. And it became Xia Lin's prime target. Punch. Then, missiles incoming. Xia Lin's fist functioned like a launcher. As his fist tore through the air, a missile nearly as tall as a man erupted from its barrel, exploding with a thunderous blast. Amidst the bursting flames, Rocky even ducked behind Augustine. Shards of metal, flames, and shockwaves pelted Augustine's iron armor, clanging loudly but failing to harm him in the slightest. Xia Lin caught this scene out of the corner of his eye, gaining a rough understanding of the power of a fierce martial king-level opponent. He was no pushover. But that wasn't the point right now. The point was that with just a few strikes of the Divine East Wind Fist, Xia Lin had reduced the entire power room to utter chaos. The lights flickered out, only to flicker back on moments later. The main power supply failed, triggering the backup system. Yet the backup power system couldn't sustain the energy demands of heavy industry. Thus, Suzuki's next move became predictable. 100 floors underground, at the deepest level of the First Research Institute. The lighting here was dim, not due to insufficient power, but solely because it was Suzuki Shinto's peculiar preference. He disliked overly bright environments. Wherever he was, the lights had to be dimmed to the lowest setting. From the dim depths, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed. Huaxin and Horus, come in. Anyone from the Suzuki group would recognize the voice as belonging to Suzuki Shindo. As the voice faded, Suzuki Shindo continued. But it was to be expected. Since I prepared to take that step, targeting by Huaxin and Horus was inevitable. What I hadn't anticipated was how deeply they'd infiltrated the First Research Institute. Our external defenses proved utterly useless. Suzuki Shindo was a seasoned veteran. How could he not foresee the consequences of his decisions? But some matters simply trap one in a dilemma. Without developing the Sky Dome, he'd be powerless against the threat of annihilation, his influence would wane, and he'd never earn a seat at the table with Huaxin and Horus. Developing the Sky Dome meant going head-to-head with Huaxin and Horus. Between these two choices, Suzuki Shindo chose the latter. In any case, since we've already taken this step, dwelling on it further serves no purpose. This time, I'm counting on you once more. Wu Nian. As Suzuki Shindo's voice faded, another crisp male voice rang out. It is my duty, Your Excellency. So, do you require me to guard your side, or to eliminate them all? Suzuki Shindo paused thoughtfully. Go to the power room. Go there to meet your destiny. Destiny? My lord, I'm not quite familiar with that word. It doesn't matter. You'll understand when the time comes. Moments later, faint footsteps echoed as a slender figure swiftly darted past under the dim lighting. Until it vanished into level 100. More snapping sounds rippled upward from below, unceasing and relentless. The shockwave from the explosion reverberated through level 55, gradually fading. Yet before it vanished, the East Wind Divine Fist had already obliterated everything within sight. Generators of every model were twisted into scrap metal, sparks leaping from cables with crackling explosions. Half the emergency lights embedded in the alloy walls went dark, leaving the remaining half to provide a faint glow. In the dim glow, Xia Lin slowly withdrew his fist and touched the medical kit slung at his waist. Intact. Wonder what this stuff is made of. If I could use this material, I could make myself a suit of armor. It must be said, Xia Lin's way of thinking was indeed somewhat unconventional. Given the current situation, Xia Lin still had the leisure to ponder clothing matters. Until behind him, Roach's voice sounded again. Here it comes. The moment those words left his lips, the wall opposite Xia Lin abruptly cracked open, revealing a concealed elevator door. The elevator doors opened, and a slender figure stepped out slowly, approaching Xia Lin and his companions. Watanabe Munin. Long time no see. Rock spoke in a deep voice, while Xia Lin narrowed his eyes. 13 years ago, the ultimate martial arts tournament crowned a prodigy who stood above all contemporary fighters. Nickname, Divine Mechanism. His name, Watanabe Munin. That event also marked the first appearance of mechanical martial arts on the stage of the top-tier Xiangwu tournament, seemingly heralding the evolution of an era. The fusion of technology and martial arts proved incredibly captivating, its impact roughly equivalent to Xia Lin's exploding fist. People always crave novelty. After achieving the title of Martial King, Watanabe Munin announced his retirement on the spot, just like the first and second generations, and even the subsequent fourth and fifth generations. He would never step onto the stage again. His story became legend. That year, he was 20. Chapter 46, The Life and Death Arena. Watanabe Munin. Time had left no trace on Watanabe Munin's face. Half his face still bore the features of a 20-year-old. Yes, half a face. Because Watanabe Munin had only half a face. His right side had undergone complete mechanical transformation. Cold steel now formed his bones, flesh, and skin, while his crimson right eye was a masterpiece of cutting-edge technology. Below that, it was pure alloy machinery. He wore no clothes, for he had no need of them. From head to toe, his entire body had transformed into a silver-white mechanical construct. Far denser and more intricate than steel storms, intricate energy circuits covered his surface, flickering with cold yet elegant pale blue arcs. 3. Watanabe Murin spoke softly, his voice gentle as a boy's. His sole remaining human eye betrayed not a shred of humanity. Perhaps within his mind, what flowed was no longer emotions like joy, fear, fighting spirit, or passion, but cold, hard data. A hum filled the air. The energy core at his heart began to activate. Then, the energy circuits erupted with brilliant blue light. This was the prelude to Divine Machine Watanabe's move. At this very moment, Rocky and Augustine swiftly retreated, pulling back all the way to the rear elevator's location. Roar! A deep roar erupted from the mouth of Iron Dragon Augustine. He bent low, slamming both fists into the ground with such force that the earth trembled. A circular iron wall shot up from the ground, encircling Xia Lin and Watanabe Munin in the center. Such a miraculous scene was undoubtedly the effect of a skill. Life and Death Arena Grade A active skill consumes 10 spirit points. Select multiple targets with differing faction stances. Upon activation, creates an extremely difficult to destroy circular zone. When only one survivor remains in the arena, it collapses automatically or collapses after 10 minutes. This skill has a 10-day cooldown. Augustine and Roach had not previously informed Xia Lin about this skill. Yet based on the skill description, it couldn't be said they had deceived Xia Lin. 10 minutes, that was the agreed upon condition. The Life or Death Arena was merely a forced means to compel Xia Lin to complete this task. Xia Lin's lips twitched slightly as he gave a light snort, unconcerned. After all, he had no intention of causing trouble during this operation. Xia Lin was actually a smart man. Though wicked, reckless, and contemptuous of rules, he wasn't without brains. Thus, he understood weighing pros and cons, and knew that backstabbing to boost stats required the right circumstances. This time, however, Xia Lin saw no need to stab Horus in the back. First, Horus handled things fairly decisively. Though he had thrown Xia Lin into the most perilous situation, facing the deadliest foe and forcing him into a life or death arena, Xia Lin had anticipated all this. Horus hadn't stated it explicitly, but his actions spoke volumes. Second, Xia Lin and Suzuki did indeed have a grudge. No matter how useless Suzuki-wan was, no matter how little regard she held within the Suzuki Shinto sect, she remained the eldest daughter of the Suzuki family. If Xia Lin killed her, the Suzuki conglomerate would seize any opportunity to make him pay. This was a blood feud. Thirdly, the side quest explicitly required Xia Lin to destroy the Suzuki conglomerate. The mission penalty having all attributes effectively eliminates any possibility of Xia Lin betraying Horus. Finally, even without betraying Horus Pharmaceuticals, Xia Lin would gain betrayal rewards simply from destroying the Suzuki conglomerate. Collapsing it would undeniably disrupt the order of the fatal martial city, effectively betraying the city itself. This would inevitably grant Xia Lin attribute bonuses. This had been verified previously. Considering these 4 points, this time, the rebellious streak at the back of Xia Lin's mind truly hadn't sprouted. Thus, a deadly showdown became inevitable. A turbulent arc of light swept past at the speed of light. This was the laser erupting from Watanabe Murin's right eye. The beam sliced along the edge of the life and death arena, leaving a shallow yet distinct gash. It passed through Xia Lin's body as if severing him at the waist, and only after it had passed did Xia Lin register the sensation. He looked down at his lower abdomen. A faint scorch mark appeared as if conjured from thin air. Poof. Xia Lin smiled. Martial artists do not fall to firearms, subject to a dual determination. The first layer of judgment determines the power of firearms and tools. As long as they don't exceed a certain threshold, Xia Lin is completely immune and suffers no damage whatsoever. However, when the weapon's power exceeded the threshold, the second layer of the warrior's immunity to firearms would activate. Under this judgment, the warrior's invulnerability to firearms drastically reduces the lethality of thermal weapons by over 99%, according to Xia Lin's estimation. Earlier, when facing the glorious knight, its laser had managed to pierce Xia Lin's defenses. But back then, Xia Lin's stats were strength, agility, stamina at 61. Now, his stats are strength, agility, stamina at 131. More than doubled. Watanabe Munen's laser was undoubtedly more powerful than the Glorious Knight's. Yet when that stronger laser struck the now enhanced Xia Lin, the damage inflicted was virtually unchanged from before. This was perfectly logical. Useless, huh? Watanabe Munen murmured, neither surprised nor pleased. Suddenly, 2 silver-white wings unfolded from his back. Adjusting their angle, 10 streams of light erupted instantly, propelling Watanabe Munen towards Xia Lin at supersonic speed. Then, let's try this instead. Long before this, Xia Lin had already unleashed a vicious punch, the East Wind missile exploding with a thunderous roar, using flames and shrapnel to block Watanabe Munen's path. Yet Watanabe Munen possessed an anti-explosion mechanism within his body. He treated Xia Lin's East Wind Divine Fist as nothing, closing the distance to Xia Lin's chest in an instant. A deafening roar. And excruciating pain. Xia Lin was sent flying by Watanabe's force, crashing violently into the edge of the arena wall. His internal organs churned violently. His brain reeled with dizziness. This impact wasn't caused by technological weaponry. It was the result of man and machine becoming one. Watanabe Muren was a professional. As such, even with only half his brain remaining, the Ash Zone system still classified him as human. A human-initiated collision, even with technological boosters, cannot be blocked by a martial artist immune to gunfire. Just as a person driving a car into Xia Lin could be blocked by a warrior immune to gunfire. Because the primary agent is the vehicle, a technological weapon. But if a man strapped with rocket boosters punched Xia Lin, the warrior's immunity to firearms wouldn't hold. Because the primary entity is human. The criteria for determining mechanical martial arts hover between human and technology, and for now, it seems to lean more toward the human side. A piercing sonic boom suddenly exploded in Xia Lin's left ear. Xia Lin instinctively raised his arm to block, followed by a sharp crack and excruciating pain in his arm bones. Watanabe Muren's heavy punch shattered Xia Lin's left arm. It was impossible to gauge just how powerful Watanabe Munen was. But purely in terms of attributes, he seemed far superior to Xia Lin. An even more intense blue light suddenly flared from the corner of Xia Lin's eye. He watched as Watanabe's right fist became enveloped in the blue light, striking toward his head at an even faster speed. Overload Punch B rank skill, active skill, exclusive to the mechanical fighter class. Consumes 2 spirit points to deliver a blow 3 times the power of a standard punch. 3rd generation Fierce Martial King, Divine Mechanism, Watanabe Munen. Level 8 Professional. Class, Mechanical Fighter. Chapter 47, The Summit. The Fierce Martial Arena in the Ashes district of Fierce Martial City operates under a strict food chain. In the lower and intermediate tiers of the Xiangwu Arena, most fighters on the stage are non-professionals. These low to mid-tier fighters push their bodies beyond limits through drugs, stepping onto the stage for fame, profit, skill refinement, or sheer power. Once their skills surpass the standard, they achieve professional status, though most remain unaware of this, as information about professionals is tightly sealed off, inaccessible to ordinary people. Upon reaching the high-tier arena, nearly half the fighters are already professionals. Their levels generally hover around 4, with the most powerful reaching 5. Of course, a professional's rank isn't the crucial factor. What matters are their skills, their skill combinations, and their ability to break through limitations. That said, in general terms, a professional's rank does offer some indication of their strength. At the top-tier Xiangwu Arena, most practitioners are level 6 professionals, like the 2 gamblers. A small number of elite Xiangwu martial artists capable of competing for the Xiangwu King title are level 7. Since the Xiangwu Arena's inception, only 5 Xiangwu Kings have ever emerged. Every single Fierce Martial King is ranked at level 8. If the order of Xiangwu City is built upon destruction and bondage, its ultimate force lies in high-tech weapons capable of annihilating the world. Then the Xiangwu Kings stand at the pinnacle of individual power. This was Xia Lin's assessment. But unfortunately, this judgment was flawed. For the pinnacle of individual power in Xiangwu City is not solely represented by the 5 Xiangwu Kings. There are also the leaders of the 3 major conglomerates. 6 distinct footsteps echoed from level 100. Dim lights cast the silhouettes of 6 figures. 4 fierce martial kings walked at the rear. The first generation, Martial Sovereign, Yi Chen. Second generation, Starslayer, Yi Tian. Fourth generation, Lion King, Luo Qi. Fifth generation, Iron Dragon, Augustine. And the only ones qualified to walk ahead of these 4 were undoubtedly the heads of the 2 major conglomerates. Oris of Oris Pharmaceuticals. And Huaxin of Huaxin Technology. Yes, the 2 conglomerates, named after these 2 individuals. This also revealed a terrifying truth best left unsaid: these 2 individuals had lived for an unknown span of time. Yet outwardly, there was no sign that they were ancient beings who had lived for 100, or even several hundred, years. Their appearances were remarkably youthful. Oris possessed a western face, blonde hair, blue eyes, and chiseled features, looking every bit the successful, handsome man in his 30s. A gentle smile graced his face, instantly making people feel at ease. Hua Xian, on the other hand, possessed an eastern face. His features were softer yet refined, making him appear around 30 as well. He wore a snow-white kendo uniform with a long sword slung at his waist. His expression, however, was cold and unsmiling, suggesting a stern and rigid demeanor. As the six approached the hiding place of Suzuki Shinto, Oris and Huashin halted simultaneously. Gazing into the darkness ahead, Oris spoke slowly. "Young Master Suzuki, come out. Meet your Uncle Oris and Uncle Huashin one last time." Suzuki Shindo was already over 70 years old. He had been blessed with a child late in life. Yet even so, his seniority was still overshadowed by the two old demons, Oris and Huashin. This was due to their professions. Huashin, a martial arts practitioner, was an 8th level professional whose breathing techniques, perfected to their deepest level, possessed life-prolonging effects. Oris, a level 8 biologist, has significantly extended his lifespan through various potions and genetic modifications. But Suzuki Shinto was an 8th level mechanic. He possessed no means to prevent his body from aging. No footsteps sounded. Only Suzuki Shindo's voice echoed from the dimly lit end of the corridor. "Your nephew greets both uncles." The aged voice uttered these deferential words, sounding decidedly incongruous. "But there's no need for formalities like meeting face to face. I merely wish to clarify a few matters for both of you. My celestial system was never meant to harm anyone. It was merely a means of self-preservation against the destructive bondage you two imposed upon me." Huashin snorted coldly, while Oris smiled warmly. "So you'll abandon the Sky Dome project? Destroy it right here in front of us, and today's matter will be settled. Do you have that kind of resolve?" Suzuki Shindo sighed. "I've poured too much effort into this." Hua Xin grew impatient. He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough. Stop spouting this meaningless nonsense. The Sky Dome is your stepping stone to level 9, right? Once the Celestial Dome is complete, you can ascend to level 9. And don't try to fob us off with nonsense about destruction or binding. We've seen far more than you've ever heard of." Suzuki Shindo fell silent. Only the rumbling and static grew louder within the 100th layer. Oris chuckled darkly, his eyes suddenly turning pitch black. He spoke slowly. "For innate practitioners, advancement isn't as straightforward as it is for Ember Zone walkers. Unlike them, who can achieve breakthroughs simply by completing tasks. The advancement of innate practitioners leaves no trace. Yet some geniuses grasp that fleeting spark of inspiration, intuitively sensing their own conditions for advancement. Suzuki Shindo was one such case. Once the Sky Ascension was activated, he would shatter his limitations and reach the pinnacle of level 9. And he would become the sole level 9 practitioner in the Ashen district of the fierce martial city. The Sky Dome's deterrent power was indeed the catalyst for the three major conglomerates' war. But beyond that, the true root cause of Huashin and Oris turning against each other was likely their mutual fear of seeing Suzuki ascend to level 9. In an instant, the steel walls of the corridor began to warp and deform. The steel twisted like modeling clay, transforming into wave after wave of liquid metal soldiers. The mechanic excels in home turf battles. And the entire underground section of the first research institute was Suzuki Shindo's home turf. Even without Watanabe Munin by his side, Suzuki Shindo stood a chance against 6 opponents. TSK TSK TSK. Oris chuckled with an eerie sound, shrugging at Huashin beside him. "I told you that little Ember District Walker would be useful. After all, that kid Suzuki Shindo is a true genius in the mechanic path. Add Watanabe Munin to the mix, and with the synergy between mechanic and mechanical fighter skills, even 6 against 2 would be tough." A piercing sword light suddenly erupted. Hua Xin's defiant voice rang out amidst the glare. "But you're too cautious, and your ability system is countered by the mechanic path. Today, that Suzuki brat is dead. I swear it." Level 55 underground. The overload heavy punch tore through the air with a deafening roar, shattering the silence with a piercing sonic boom as it slammed towards Xia Lin's head. This punch was too fast. Too powerful. If it connected squarely, Xia Lin's fate would be nothing less than his skull shattering and death on the spot. Yet at this life or death moment, Xia Lin's emotions grew strangely calm. Gone were the usual explosive fury and terrifying madness. Even the bloodshot veins in his eyes gradually subsided, his gaze becoming as still as stagnant water. His actions were insane. His core was madness. Yet this madness was not the chaotic kind that destroys both others and oneself. Rather, it was a madness balanced by stability, a frenzy ordered by restraint like walking a tightrope. His mind remained razor-sharp. His objectives have always been clear. In fact, Xia Lin rarely did anything meaningless. Since arriving in this world, every single action he took held significance and value. Long before Watanabe Murin's heavy punch struck out, Xia Lin had already taken one decisive action. He extended his right index finger, pointing it directly at Watanabe Murin's half-exposed face. Chaotic light erupted suddenly, surging into Watanabe Murin's eyes at the speed of light. Rapid nourishment. Chapter 48, Dancing with Death. In the Ember Zone Systems assessment, Watanabe Murin leaned more toward human combatants than technological weapons. On one hand, this diminished the warrior's resilience against firearms. Yet on the other hand, it provided fertile ground for extreme nourishment to flourish. After all, the target of the rapid nourishment skill can only be a living organism. It makes no sense that in the ruling where martial artists aren't killed by firearms, Watanabe Munin is considered human, yet under rapid nourishment, he becomes a technological weapon. Just as Xia Lin couldn't evade Watanabe Murin's laser, Watanabe Munin could not evade extreme nourishment either. The moment the light of rapid nourishment merged into Watanabe Murin's face, the cataclysmic transformation began. As an 8th level mechanical fighter with an 8th level mechanic as his leader, Watanabe Murin's level of mechanical enhancement was absurdly high, with over 90% of his entire body replaced by metal components. Yet within the Ember Zone system, Watanabe Munin was classified as human. This meant he retained certain human attributes. Take his brain, for instance. The rapid nourishment couldn't fatten his brain. It only causes the half of Watanabe Munin's human face to rapidly swell. But in truth, the power of this rapid nourishment extends far beyond that. The suddenly surging fat begins to compress the mechanical structures on the other half of his face and neck. Just as weeds can pierce through hard soil or even rock, the force of life is sometimes insignificant, yet at other times, it is incredibly powerful. Precision mechanical structures fear nothing more than internal component misalignment. Should even a single screw loosen, the consequences would be catastrophic. The sudden proliferation of fat disrupted the flawless divine mechanism, even temporarily severing the connection between Watanabe Murin's human brain and his mechanical body. The overloaded punch grazed Xia Lin's cheek, shredding his ear as it slammed into the wall behind him. Xia Lin watched as Watanabe Murin's body convulsed and retreated rapidly, a brilliant blue glow flickering across its surface. High-efficiency troubleshooting, a rank skill, active skill, mechanical fighter class skill. Consumes 5 spirit points to remove all negative status effects. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Overwhelming barrier, a rank skill, active skill, mech fighter class skill. Consumes 10 spirit points, grants immunity to all debuffs for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. Body reconstruction, a rank skill, active skill, mech fighter class skill. Consumes 10 spirit to rapidly repair unit malfunctions. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Overload state, a rank skill, active skill, exclusive to the mech fighter class. Consumes 20 spirit to enhance the mech's performance, significantly boosting the effects of all mech fighter class skills. Lasts 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Even without knowing Watanabe Murin's skill effects, Xia Lin could sense his urgency from the blazing energy circuits. As Suzuki Shindo's right-hand man, he was now entangled in a life or death battle with Xia Lin, a mere unknown. He must end Xia Lin swiftly, break out of the arena, and rush back to reinforce his master. No testing or entanglement. Full throttle skills and firepower to end the fight as swiftly as possible, that was Watanabe Munin's logic. Yet the instant Watanabe activated his skill, Xia Lin's right hand already reached for the medkit strapped to his back. Thanks to Oris's medkit, the contents remained perfectly intact. Xia Lin drew 2 vials from it. 1. Rapid healing. 1. Angel of Death. With brutal force, Xia Lin plunged both needles into his own arteries. The icy liquid surged through his veins bulging violently on Xia Lin's face. His injured arm healed at an unnatural speed, bones reconnecting without the need for splints, fusing back together under the potion's effect. Yet compared to the rapid healing potion, the Death Angel's potency was stronger, more ferocious. It felt as if a volcano erupted violently within Xia Lin's body. Xia Lin felt as though it was no longer blood flowing through his veins, but molten lava. A frenzied power surged within him, causing Xia Lin to roar in agony. Every cell endured tearing agony, yet doubled in power. This was the magic of the Death Angel. You have gained the buff, Death Angel. The potion's effect was actually considered a type of buff. Unstable mutation activated. Death Angel mutates into White Angel. White Angel S rank temporary effect, all attributes increased by 50 points, while accelerating wound healing speed. Duration, 30 minutes. Reject mutation. A flat 50-point boost across all attributes, not nearly as powerful as doubling any single stat. The choice was obvious. But the next notification was the real showstopper. You injected the Death Angel serum, gaining 3 high-risk debuffs. You gain the buff, reduced lifespan. Lifespan shortened, your lifespan is reduced to 100 days. This time, Xia Lin truly understood what high risk meant. No mercy, it'll take your life. Unstable mutation activated. Lifespan shortened mutates into sudden death. Sudden death SS rank negative status, you will suddenly perish within 1 day. Xia Lin. Reject mutation. You gain buff, multiple personalities. 8 personalities, your mind has split into 8 distinct personalities. Unstable mutation activated. Multiple personalities mutates into mental resistance. Mental resistance grade a temporary effect, you gain a degree of mental resilience. This resistance weakens the effects of abilities targeting the mental or soul aspects. This effect lasts for 1 entire Ember Zone cycle. Retain mutation. You gain a buff, genetic collapse. Genetic collapse, you will die within 10 days due to genetic collapse. Unstable mutation activated. Genetic collapse mutates into perfect organism. Perfect organism SSS grade temporary effect. Your genes have undergone perfect recombination. All attributes increased by 50 points. Your senses are greatly enhanced. You gain formidable combat instincts and learning abilities. Your wound healing speed, resistance to abnormal conditions, physical flexibility, and damage tolerance are comprehensively boosted. You can significantly alter your physique and appearance. The potency of some skills is increased. This effect lasts for one entire Ember Zone cycle. Death Angel plus Unstable Mutation. Dance with death, gamble with the Grim Reaper. Ha 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 ha. A thunderous roar of maniacal laughter erupted. Unstable mutation, stable performance. As Xia Lin's innate talent, if it doesn't side with Xia Lin, then who else could it possibly side with? At the edge of the life and death arena, Xia Lin slowly straightened his back. Crackling sounds erupted continuously from within Xia Lin's body, eerie and terrifying. Amidst these strange noises, Xia Lin's height rapidly shot up, reaching 1.9 meters. His features became more refined and sculpted. Even his previously slender frame gradually expanded, transforming into a well-defined, athletic physique, sharp-edged yet never bulky. A perfected being must possess a flawless exterior. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the power surging from within. Strength, 131 plus 131 plus 50. Stamina, 131 plus 131 plus 50. Agility, 131 plus 131 plus 50. Spirit, 135 plus 135 plus 50. Temporary attributes are shown in parentheses. In the life and death arena, Xia Lin's voice slowly echoed. Don't rush. Next is the second stage. Chapter 49, Phase 2. Complete Organisms vs. Divine Machines. Bonus Chapter. Suzuki First Research Institute. Level 55. The arena encircled them, trapping the two beasts at its center. Xia Lin slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Watanabe Murin. Yet everything within his field of vision was utterly different from moments before. Originally, the dim light here would have impaired Xia Lin's vision, but now he saw everything around him with crystal clarity. From the dust particles suspended in the air to the energy circuits coursing through Watanabe Murin's body, everything was crystal clear. Explosive power surged from within his body. What was even more terrifying was that Xia Lin's mind kept filling with trivial thoughts that absolutely did not affect his reasoning. The opponent's attributes should be around 300 points. But as a mecha warrior, he shares the same weakness, lack of agility. Watanabe Murin doesn't use hand-to-hand combat techniques. His mech structure seems incapable of executing advanced maneuvers. The gap between humans and machines exists in every aspect. Machines boast superior strength and power output, yet they remain utterly helpless against certain counter-joint techniques and evasive maneuvers. Put simply, mech warriors operate on brute force precision techniques hold no value in their eyes, utterly overshadowed by the utility of mounting an extra weapon module. Now, in his second stage, Xia Lin's attributes were no longer inferior to Watanabe Murin. When the strength gap between human and mechanical bodies narrows to near parity, debating which is superior becomes a matter of considerable debate. Not to mention, the skilled martial artists immune to firearms could at least disable 3 of Watanabe Murin's active attack abilities like his laser eyes. At this thought, Xia Lin slowly raised his fist, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing colder. Then next. Before Xia Lin could finish his sentence, chaotic light erupted from his fingertips. Extreme nourishment again. Since rapid nourishment worked on Watanabe Murin, Xia Lin saw no reason not to keep using it. However, the second burst of extreme nourishment striking Watanabe Murin was blocked by a layer of pale blue light. The super barrier had activated. Within the professional system, rapid nourishment seemed to be classified as a negative status effect. But it didn't matter. The wings behind Watanabe Murin swiftly pivoted, preparing to launch a countercharge at Xia Lin. Yet the searing light stream erupted only to abruptly extinguish. For before Watanabe Murin stood Xia Lin, snarling as he swung a full-force punch, alongside a colossal missile materializing out of thin air. The missile measured 5 meters in length and 1 meter in diameter. Its colossal scale was utterly eye-catching. Just as Xia Lin withdrew his fist, the missile's tail ignited with a blazing tail flame. The exhaust propelled the missile forward at a moderate speed. But this time, the Dongfeng missile did not target the point where Xia Lin's fist would land. Instead, it hurtled towards Xia Lin's intended target, Watanabe Murin. The perfect organism buff amplified the Dongfeng Divine Fist's power. What unfolded before Xia Lin's eyes was not merely the explosive surge in the Dongfeng Divine Fist's power. Under the influence of the perfect being, this extraordinary skill had even gained rudimentary tracking and target acquisition capabilities. Red lights began flashing in Watanabe Murin's electronic eyes. His computational program told him he should run. Yet in the life or death arena, there was nowhere to run. He could only watch as the missile closed to within 3 meters of his body. Then, it exploded with a thunderous boom. This time, it wasn't a grenade, nor a bomb. It was a mini-nuke. Generally speaking, the yield of a miniature nuclear bomb is below 1,000 tons of TNT, not weight, but yield. However, Xia Lin's Dongfeng Divine Fist couldn't reach the maximum yield of a mini-nuke, likely only achieving around 300 tons. Its effective lethal radius is approximately 600 meters. Even so, its destructive power was terrifying. The instant the missile detonated, Watanabe felt despair wash over him. In the calculation program, a series of danger alerts sounded from the combat support system, rapidly turning crimson before shifting toward the black representing death. A shockwave powerful enough to instantly flatten a person and thermal radiation capable of instant incineration erupted from the detonation point, striking Watanabe Murin and setting off a series of explosions from his built-in blast-proof devices. One Dongfeng Divine Fist couldn't pierce Watanabe Murin's defense system. But what Xia Lin had in abundance was missiles. Boom! Xia Lin's legs propelled him forward, his agile form streaking toward Watanabe Murin at ground level. Along the way, his fists left trails of afterimages as an endless stream of Dongfeng missiles materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward Watanabe Murin. At that moment, Watanabe Murin proactively shut down his combat support system. He crouched low, his propulsion system erupting as he streaked toward Xia Lin. Using his explosion-proof suit to withstand the destructive force of the East Wind Divine Fist, closing the distance with Xia Lin, then eliminating him as quickly as possible. This was Watanabe's only chance to win this battle. Two beasts, each with attributes exceeding 300, charged at each other within the confined arena of life and death, colliding in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous crash, they collided and separated instantly. Neither retreated. After a brief moment of stiffness, they immediately engaged in a close-quarters death struggle. Their fists and feet left trails of afterimages, like mirages. Missiles erupted chaotically horizontal, vertical, darting wildly in all directions. Within seconds, their numbers reached double digits. The air itself seemed to ignite, and the buildings trembled. In a single second, dozens of blows exchanged. An overloaded heavy punch struck from the right. The whistling wind was clearly detected by Xia Lin. In his complete biological state, Xia Lin's combat instincts had evolved to their absolute peak. Though his martial cultivation was low and he lacked extensive combat experience, the innate fighting instincts embedded in his genes still guided Xia Lin to make the most perfect decision. He bent his knees, and the supercharged punch grazed the side of his head. The weapon-wielding warrior's ability to change tactics was indeed poor. Then, with a single punch, he struck Watanabe Murin's abdomen. This punch didn't penetrate Watanabe Murin's defense system, but it summoned a missile. Before Watanabe could twist away from the missile, Xia Lin's right foot shot out like a hook blade, tripping him and sending him crashing to the ground. Before Watanabe could rise, Xia Lin had already grabbed the Dongfeng missile, grinning savagely as he slammed it onto Watanabe's head. Boom! Intense thermal radiation flooded Xia Lin with heat. The shockwave pressed against her. At the very epicenter of the explosion, the destructive force of the East Wind Divine Fist had surpassed the defensive limit that allowed martial artists to survive gunfire. But Xia Lin was fully prepared to accept this level of exchange injury for injury. Watanabe Murin was pinned down by the blast wave of the East Wind explosion, unable to rise. Before the flames had even dissipated, a second missile appeared before Watanabe Murin. In that instant, the entire world seemed to tremble. The missile's shockwave struck the edge of the life and death arena, only to be reflected back. Amidst the overlapping reflections, everything within the arena except for the two monstrous combatants, Xia Lin and Watanabe Murin, was crushed into dust. The deafening roar echoed in relentless succession. A mere minute later, the arena collapsed with a thunderous crash. Unable to withstand Xia Lin's deadly missile punch combo, it had reached its breaking point and collapsed prematurely. Yet even now, Watanabe Murin remained unbroken. His built-in defense system seemed to possess infinite energy, refusing to collapse. Only the electronic eye on his right cheek grew increasingly dim. Until, at a certain moment, it abruptly extinguished. Chapter 50, The So-Called Destiny. Without a doubt, Xia Lin, injected with the Death Angel and empowered by the Perfect Organism buff, had transformed into a human-shaped natural disaster. His Divine East Fist was undeniably a weapon of annihilation. Given enough time, he possessed the capability to dismantle the entire First Research Institute. If prolonged, obliterating the entire Xiangwu city would no longer be a pipe dream. The violent bombardment sent shockwaves reverberating all the way to the 100th underground level. Yet everyone on level 100 had no mind to spare for the fighting elsewhere. For here, the battle raged fiercer than anywhere else. In the dim corridor, Lion King Rocky stood motionless in the center. A closer look revealed that Rocky had ceased breathing. His life force had vanished. He was dead. The fatal wounds were two scorched marks on his chest, directly over his heart. And not far from where Rock lay. The aged martial master Yi Chen leaned against the steel wall, half his body already shattered. His eyes bulged as he gasped for air like a fish out of water, yet no oxygen reached him. Just 2 seconds later, Yi Chen's convulsions ceased. His head lolled to the side as he drew his final breath. Further ahead, a cacophony of sounds echoed relentlessly. The roar of the 5th-generation Fierce Martial King, Augustine, the labored breathing of the 2nd-generation Fierce Martial King, Etian, the unrestrained, maniacal laughter of Horus, and Hua Xian's icy killing intent all collided and reverberated. Die! The azure-severing sword streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, plunging straight into the center of Suzuki Shindo's forehead. The 72-year-old elder, his aged face still gleaming with wisdom, let out a desperate roar, but it was too late. The strength of a professional isn't strictly tied to their profession. As the saying goes, it's not the profession that makes one strong, but the person. Suzuki Shindo was a genius, but ultimately not one who transcended his era. As a native professional, his skill set was merely conventional. Even with home field advantage, facing the relentless assault of Huaxin and Oris, he could not single-handedly take on 6 opponents and turn the tide. At his brow, sword energy erupted, rapidly destroying Suzuki Shindo's brain. Yet in his final moments, a faint smile of triumph spread across his face. Killing me? Not so simple. Within the professional system, different classes specialized in distinct areas. For instance, Huaxin's swordsman profession emphasizes lethal combat, while its martial arts sub-profession's breathing techniques possess potent life-prolonging effects. Take Oris's viral biologist class, for instance, which leans toward research and support, yet also possesses methods to extend life through pharmaceuticals. Compared to these two, the machinist's longevity methods are indeed limited, and Suzuki Shindo lacks the ability to prevent physical decay. But Suzuki Shindo holds an ultimate trump card: consciousness upload. It sounds grand and sophisticated, but this method essentially involves transferring one's consciousness into a mechanical construct. The cost is abandoning everything from one's past in exchange for eternal life. Truth be told, this method has both advantages and disadvantages. Without a physical body, one loses all human pleasures. Transforming into a cold machine could indeed preserve one's consciousness, but it meant abandoning everything else: profession, power, identity, rights, and so on. Yet in a way, Suzuki Shindo was a true genius. He mastered the skill of uploading consciousness to an extraordinary degree. In the very last second before his brain collapsed, mechanical energy surged through Suzuki Shindo's body. His primary consciousness rapidly flowed into Watanabe Nunan's central processing unit through their connection, simultaneously erasing Watanabe Nunan's self-awareness. This was Suzuki Shindo's way of playing the game. Watanabe Nunan was nothing more than Suzuki Shindo's backup body. And this was precisely the fate Suzuki Shindo had spoken of to Watanabe Nunan earlier. He had preemptively transferred Watanabe Nunan away as a pre-arranged life-saving measure. He sent Watanabe Nunan to the power room to deal with Xia Lin. He himself would engage the enemy on level 100. Victory was the ideal outcome. If he couldn't win, he would upload his consciousness, take control of Watanabe Nunan's body, and make his escape. This strategy had its pros and cons. The advantage lies in providing Suzuki Shindo with an escape route. The drawback is that it weakens Suzuki Shindo's combat strength. Given Suzuki Shindo's temperament, he was inclined toward this approach anyway. He lacked the courage for a desperate last stand. Xia Lin's appearance only solidified Suzuki Shindo's resolve. Martial artists don't fall to firearms, they counter mechanics and mecha warriors. The problem is, Xia Lin's high defense and low offense mean the power of the Divine Fist of the East Wind is merely average. Pitting Watanabe Muran against Xia Lin meant Watanabe Nuran was guaranteed victory. In fact, Suzuki Shindo judged that Watanabe Nunan was about to eliminate Xia Lin immediately. At that moment, he chose to upload his consciousness. Xia Lin would die, the life or death arena would vanish, and he could slip away unnoticed, preserving his usefulness for future shifts in the situation. As for Oris and Huaxin, even if they pursued Watanabe Nunan, they wouldn't exert their full strength. After all, Suzuki Shindo was the core of Suzuki. And he had already been killed by Huaxin's sword. The plan was sound. But the instant Suzuki Shindo fully possessed Watanabe Nunan's body and opened his eyes, he realized something was wrong with the executor, Watanabe Nunan. Before him, Xia Lin grinned savagely as he pressed an Dongfeng missile firmly against his own face. Then, with a thunderous boom, it detonated. The already dim lights flickered out one by one. Suzuki Shindo's eyes widened in bewilderment as the mechanic's professional skills began taking control of Watanabe Nunan's body. Yet the warning echoing in his ears sent Suzuki Shindo's heart plummeting to the depths. Energy depleted. For this plan, Suzuki Shindo had modified Watanabe Nunan in advance while he was unconscious. The Divine Machine's power supply system was connected to the backup power generation room. As long as the reserve energy in the backup power room remained, Watanabe Nunan's body would remain unharmed. The energy wasn't infinite, but it was indeed vast. This was the mechanic's home field advantage. Yet Suzuki Shindo could never have imagined that even such vast energy reserves would be completely depleted by Xia Lin's relentless barrage of Divine East Fist strikes. Boom! Energy depleted, defense systems failed. This time, before Xia Lin's eyes, Watanabe's entire Divine Machine frame exploded violently, reduced to a sky filled with scattered parts by the Divine East Wind Fist. Ha 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 ha! Xia Lin's maniacal laughter echoed through the warped and distorted underground level 55. He had won. He had won again. He had been winning all along. Even with external aids like the Death Angel, and even with cheats like the martial artist's immunity to firearms and the East Wind Divine Fist, his opponent was none other than the famed third-generation Fierce Martial King. This victory had boosted Xia Lin's confidence immensely, but But even greater was the tangible reward. Side quest, Ambitions Backlash completed. You have withdrawn your potion type reward early. You have obtained 2000 Ash Zone points. The mission's difficulty was no small feat. But the rewards were substantial. The potions need no further mention, each one rare and precious. 2000 Ember Zone points is also a substantial sum. Yet the next notification tone abruptly cut off Xia Lin's maniacal laughter, leaving him utterly perplexed. Chapter 51, Yang Xiaoyang. Backstab effect activated. You have eliminated the leader of the three major syndicates, Suzuki Shindo. You delivered a decisive blow in the destruction of the Suzuki Syndicate. You backstabbed your affiliated faction, Xiangwu Metropolis. Effect assessment, extreme. You have gained 50 points across all attributes. Xia Lin, huh? Wait, I didn't kill Suzuki Shindo, I killed Watanabe Munin. I've never even seen Suzuki Shindo. Did your notification get mixed up? Yet the Ember District system couldn't be bothered with Xia Lin's confusion, nor would it offer any detailed explanation on the matter. It felt like it was saying, my evaluation is correct. If you can't figure it out, that's your problem. No matter how hard Xia Lin racked his brain, he couldn't fathom why he'd killed Suzuki Shindo. But the attribute effects had already been applied, and Xia Lin could only accept it helplessly. His physical attributes now stood at Strength, 181 plus 131 plus 50. Constitution, 181 plus 131 plus 50. Agility, 181 plus 131 plus 50. Spirit, 185 plus 135 plus 50. As the effects of the Death Angel potion wore off, such peak attributes were bound to be short-lived. But it didn't matter. What needed to be done was done, and now. Before Xia Lin could take a step to leave level 55, a voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Thank you. Xia Lin froze, turning toward the source of the voice. He saw a damaged voice transmitter emitting the sound. Thank you. It repeated once more. This made Xia Lin narrow his eyes. Watanabe Murin? No, my name isn't Watanabe Munin. My name is Yang Xiaoyang. Mechanical enhancement carries risks and demands specific conditions. Depending on the individual, the intensity of modification they can endure varies, as does the combat power they exhibit. That bastard Suzuki Shindo has actually been searching for a spare body all along. That is, someone with exceptional mechanical weapon talent. 13 years ago, within the Suzuki conglomerate's meticulously laid net, a 19-year-old youth named Yang Xiaoyan was successfully selected, becoming a fierce martial warrior of the Suzuki Martial Arts Academy. The name Yang Xiaoyang made Xia Lin slowly lift his leg and walk over to the microphone. Gazing at the palm-sized device, Xia Lin chuckled softly. Cut the story. Get to the point. I'm busy and have no interest in hearing about other people's lives. Understood. A voice devoid of emotion echoed through the intercom. In short, I am both Watanabe Murin and Yang Xiaoyang. The mechanical modifications blurred my consciousness and self-awareness. But just now, due to the destruction of the machine and some other reasons I don't fully understand, I briefly regained the name Yang Xiaoyang. Xia Lin, I need your help. Xia Lin shrugged. Spit it out. I want to go home, back to my father. His name is Yang Dihai. He lives in apartment 7-8 in the Old City District. He's a police officer. This time, Xia Lin raised an eyebrow. Recalling the veteran officer who partnered with Duan Jun at the station, the corners of his mouth curved upward. All right. He nodded, agreeing readily. This unexpected promptness caused Yang Xiaoyang to pause slightly. I haven't mentioned compensation yet. It's no trouble at all. A reward would be nice, but it's fine either way. Xia Lin couldn't care less. Perhaps it was a case of loving the house and loving the crow that came with it. He had a favorable impression of Duan Jun, which extended to Yang Dihai. Besides, this was nothing more than an extra trip. It wouldn't take much time. Yang Xiaoyang remained silent for a long while. Until a faint blue glow rippled out from the communicator, reaching the mechanical right arm attached to the nearby figure of the ingenious Watanabe Wunyan. The blue light swirled and shimmered. Under its influence, the twisted mechanical arm rapidly reshaped itself, ultimately transforming into an exquisitely crafted armored gauntlet. The armor was uniformly silver-white, matching the divine machine's color scheme, densely covered in pale blue patterns. This is my payment. After completing the transformation of the mechanical arm, Yang Xiaoyang's voice grew noticeably weaker. Take this voice transmitter to my father. It's yours. Xia Lin accepted the armor, muttering under his breath about clever tactics, while Yang Xiaoyang's voice continued to echo in his ears. This is the mechanic's technique. I remember now at the end of our battle, that old dog Suzuki Shindo attempted a consciousness upload to seize control of my body, only to be shattered by your fist. Xia Lin froze, then burst into laughter. A note of joy rippled through Yang Xiaoyang's voice. This is fate destiny itself. Beyond that, I also received fragments of Suzuki Shindo's memories, uncovering some rather intriguing information. I'll share it with you as well. He spoke, his words drawing Xia Lin's attention away from the armored gauntlet as he listened intently. In the secret warehouse of Suzuki Heavy Industries Workshop 35, there lies a batch of completed Sky Dome satellites. No one knows about this except Suzuki Shindo. You can go retrieve them. If used wisely, they could be of great assistance. I've left an intelligent operating program within the armored gauntlet for you. But how to evade Huaxin and Aurus surveillance, successfully launch the satellites, and how to utilize them, that's entirely up to you. Xia Lin pondered for a long moment before slowly nodding. Thank you. Yang Xiaoyan's voice quickly faded. No, I should be the one thanking you. Overload Armor Grade B item. Function 1, Overload Punch, consumes 5 spirit to deliver a blow exceeding 3 times the user's maximum punch power. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Function 2, Sky Dome Auxiliary Control System, enables remote operation of all active Sky Dome satellites via the Armored Gauntlet. Note, this auxiliary system is inactive when the primary control system is operational. The Sky Dome primary control system is currently inactive. No Sky Dome satellites are currently operational. Suzuki First Research Institute, main entrance. Xia Lin leaned against a collapsed, fractured load-bearing column, idly fiddling with the overloaded armored gauntlet in his hand as he waited in silence. The First Research Institute had initiated evacuation procedures the moment the battle began. Non-essential personnel had long departed, leaving only the main combat forces of the 3 factions within the building. Footsteps echoed steadily. Personnel affiliated with Aurus and Huaxin steadily emerged from the rubble. Some were covered in dust and grime, others bore missing limbs, and still others had become corpses carried back by comrades. There were undoubtedly unlucky souls who hadn't even left a body behind. Xia Lin spotted Kasim. Casimo, now a corpse. But he didn't see Li Yongjae. Not even his body remained. Both gamblers had perished in the battle. Xia Lin felt a pang of regret. He had actually rather liked their personalities. Until Aurus and Huaxin emerged from the First Research Institute, followed by Etienne and Augustine, each carrying the bodies of Luoqi and Yi Chen. The casualties were heavy. But the outcome was favorable. Aurus stepped forward and announced the outcome of the battle. Suzuki no longer exists. Cheers erupted instantly. Chapter 52, You Dare Provoke Me? When a whale falls, all things thrive. Suzuki's downfall signaled a power vacuum in the fierce martial city, creating space for more conglomerates to survive or even emerge. Why would these Xiangwu warriors willingly come here to risk their lives? For profit. As heroes of this battle, they were certain to get their share from Suzuki's corpse. And this would be a sum that even top-tier fierce martial warriors could never earn in a lifetime of fighting on the fierce martial arena. Aurus chuckled, we'll handle the rewards later. Rest assured, Hua Xian and I won't shortchange any of you. Beside him, the ancient Huaxin nodded coldly. He placed even less value on material possessions, making him more generous toward his subordinates. Vehicles approached from the distance, coming to a halt before the group. The remaining 20 or so top-tier Xiangwu warriors boarded in order. Xia Lin also stepped forward, approaching Aurus's vehicle. Just as he was about to step in, he suddenly saw Aurus smiling as he closed the door. Only the window rolled down, revealing Aurus's handsome yet devilishly charming face from the back seat. Xia Lin froze. Open the door. What's going on? Aurus smiled as he looked at Xia Lin. At this moment, Xia Lin had already restored his features and physique to their original form. Yet Aurus could still sense a shift in Xia Lin. He had grown stronger. This was not solely due to the effects of the Death Angel. Then what was the reason? Thoughts turned to the fallen North Wind group, to Xia Lin and Suzuki once sitting together in that car long ago, and to the Suzuki group as it stood now. A suspicion rose in Aurus' mind. He spoke, asking softly, this time, the cooperation was pleasant, wasn't it? Xia Lin nodded. He couldn't deny that. Aurus had been a man of his word, and Xia Lin had gained much from this mission. But now the cooperation is over. Aurus' words made Xia Lin frown. We're not buddies, but business is business. I just wanted to hitch a ride. We're comrades in arms, after all. Is this really so difficult? Aurus shook his head vehemently. First, I don't recognize any comradeship between us. You're you, I'm me, don't talk about us. Second, this is just that difficult. As a native practitioner, my experience tells me, if you can avoid dealing with you Ember's walkers, you'd be wise to do just that. Before Xia Lin could respond, Aurus pressed on. Especially you, kid. I'd rather not have much to do with you at all. Look at you, you were part of the North Wind faction, and then you went and wiped them out. Now that our partnership is over, there's something I need to make clear to you. He dropped his smile and spoke solemnly. You are not part of Aurus Pharmaceuticals. Once this mission concludes, there will be absolutely no connection or relationship between us whatsoever. Goodbye. We'll never meet again. A hum filled the air. The car windows locked, and the speeding vehicle spewed exhaust as it sped away. Xia Lin was left alone, his hair whipped wildly by the wind. He watched Aurus's vehicle speed away until it vanished from sight, then finally tugged at the corner of his mouth with a sharp click. That old fox sharp as a tack. He seemed to have vaguely sensed the effect of Xia Lin's limit-breaking technique. He clearly didn't want any further entanglement with Xia Lin. This made Xia Lin roll his eyes. He started walking toward the city center. Night fell. Amidst the neon lights and bustling nightlife, the city of Xianwu came alive. People drowned themselves in alcohol and the opposite sex, unable to pull themselves away. What appeared to be a vibrant nightlife was, in truth, nothing but a hollow facade. The common folk paid little heed to the world's grand affairs. Take today's sudden terrorist attack on the Suzuki conglomerate's first research institute, for instance. Yet the conglomerate's people greeted it with delight. Through their own channels, they knew the Suzuki conglomerate had collapsed. Yet collapse wasn't the end, it was merely the beginning of a feast for the greedy. But none of this concerned Gu Hua. As the young master of the Guyu conglomerate, Gu Hua held no seat at the conglomerate's decision-making table. The official reason was that Gu Hua lacked the necessary abilities and neglected his duties. The real reason was that Gu Hua was a Cinder Zone traveler, a status he had purchased. Naturally, the Cinder Zone system wouldn't grant him additional power through this identity, lest the importance of purchasing such statuses became too significant. Fortunately, Gu Hua himself possessed a lazy disposition. He was content to enjoy himself, and that was enough. Tonight, without a doubt, was another joyful night. Gu Feng Grand Hotel, Presidential Suite. Gu Hua had just finished a physical encounter, snoring soundly while cradling two supermodels. Suddenly, an inexplicable stirring jolted him awake. He opened his eyes, got out of bed, and pulled open the bedroom door, completely naked. In the dim light of the living room, Gu Hua saw the man sitting on the sofa. His face began to contort. Awake? Life's pretty sweet, huh? Not like me, no car, had to walk all the way back to the city. ING 6 hours on foot. And you know what's worse? I'm not even dressed. Xia Lin leaned back on the sofa, muttering the above while fiddling with his phone. His tone dripped with resentment. Martial artists don't die from bullets or the divine east wind fist. Everything's fine, except for one thing. Clothes. Martial artists may be impervious to bullets, but their clothes aren't. The moment Xia Lin unleashed the East Wind Divine Fist, one punch would leave him stark naked. At this moment, Xia Lin was wearing clothes he dug out of Gu Hua's wardrobe. Surprisingly, they fit perfectly. Gu Hua felt a headache coming on. Rubbing his temples, he lowered his voice and gritted out through clenched teeth. Didn't you return, you lunatic? Gu Hua had witnessed the entire battle that destroyed North Wind, and later learned that Suzuki had obtained Xia Lin's body. But knowing Xia Lin's background, Gu Hua believed he should be safe and sound, having returned. Otherwise, with the massive scale of that day's battle, Xia Lin would have had no other means to escape alive without returning. Yet now, the very same Xia Lin stood before him, alive and well. Xia Lin paused, interrupting Gu Hua's thoughts. Madman. No, buddy, I think there might be some kind of misunderstanding between us. Gu Hua's face twitched. He took a deep breath. He let out a cold laugh and snarled at Xia Lin, misunderstanding? You came looking for me. This isn't a misunderstanding. I admit you're quite the character, kid. But you dared to provoke me. Sequence 56, the shadow demon Gu Hua. A flash of black light flickered in Gu Hua's eyes. It made Xia Lin feel as if he'd been seen through. The next second, a thud echoed as Gu Hua's knees buckled, sending him crashing to his knees. You dared to mess with me? Well, you've picked on the wrong person. I've got plenty of flaws, but my biggest one is that I'm a pushover. You picked the wrong target by coming after me. I'll do whatever you say, but I promise you won't get the slightest sense of accomplishment from conquering me. Xia Lin's brain froze for a moment. Watching Gu Hua before him, his body limp yet his tone vicious, Xia Lin finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. You're kind of interesting. Chapter 53, For Whom Do We Fight? Well, here's the thing. Something unexpected happened that day, so I wasn't forced out of the fierce martial city after all. Instead, I stumbled upon a different kind of opportunity. What exactly it was? I'd rather not go into detail. Xia Lin briefly glossed over the day's events. Gu Hua sat beside him, nodding nervously. I understand, I understand. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed as Xia Lin slapped Gu Hua's shoulder, startling him. Let's get back to the matter between us. Actually, I came to see you for a reason. Do you know what it is? Gu Hua's smile froze as he recalled the feedback from the demonic energy detection, strength, agility, constitution attributes of 181 plus 50. A threefold advantage over him. A threefold attribute gap wasn't necessarily insurmountable. But don't forget Xia Lin is a newcomer. This is only his second Ash Zone. Such rapid growth, such talent, there are few like him in the entire human race. If he attacked and failed to kill him, the consequences would be endless. Better to play it safe, and Gu Hua was an expert at that. How the hell should I know why you crazy bastard came looking for me? Xia Lin, ha! With a sharp smack, Gu Hua delivered several hard slaps to his own face using the Luo clan self-slapping technique, then continued. My mouth's running wild, always running wild. I speak before I think, big brother. Please don't take it personally. Xia Lin. Withdrawing his hand, Xia Lin sighed helplessly and said softly. Actually, we have a grudge between us. Gu Hua, is it too late for me to say I didn't mean to make enemies with you? Xia Lin, it's not too late. After all, our grudge isn't that deep. It's just that you helped Li Peipei open a cinder zone and collaborated with her to issue a warrant for my arrest. You know, hating the house and hating the bird that perches on it. Given my temperament, I wouldn't bother you too much. I'd just find an opportunity to punch you to death, and that would settle the score. Gu Hua's smile froze. Xia Lin continued, but then I thought about it and decided that approach was too harsh. Gu Hua, right. As the old saying goes, magnanimity is a virtue. Xia Lin pressed on, then it hit me, enemies are better reconciled than held against. Do me this favor now, and I'll let that whole Li Peipei incident slide. What do you say? Gu Hua clapped his hands. That's fantastic. Just tell me what you need, big brother. Anything within my power, I'll handle it perfectly. Xia Lin smiled as he stated his request. I need to affiliate myself under your Guyu name to continue competing in the Xiangwu arena. At the same time, I need you to consolidate as much control over the Guyu conglomerate as possible. Ideally, you should turn Guyu into your personal fiefdom. And you have no more than 2 months to accomplish this. Gu Hua, and then? Xia Lin, only after completing these tasks will I reveal the next steps. Gu Hua's smile faded as he began to ponder seriously. Soon, Gu Hua gave a slight nod, his expression turning serious. Gaining control over the Guyu conglomerate isn't particularly difficult for me. Gu Hua's seemingly indifferent demeanor stemmed purely from his innate nature. He simply hadn't been taking it seriously. Once he applied himself, given his initial status, he could certainly meet Xia Lin's demands. But now, faced with Xia Lin's threat, Gu Hua clearly had reason to take it seriously. Xia Lin, however, formed a favorable first impression of Gu Hua. He chuckled, in any case, do your best. As long as you give it your all, our business is settled. And if you actually manage to pull this off for me, consider it a favor owed to you by Xia Lin. These words made Gu Hua lift his head and glance at Xia Lin. You triggered a quest? Xia Lin raised an eyebrow, chuckling, you're such a sharp individual, yet you've got a mouth that won't stay shut? 11 p.m. Old Town, apartment 7-8. Yang Dihai dragged his weary body back home and flipped on the light. The pale yellow glow illuminated the room, revealing utter chaos. Empty bottles and takeout boxes littered the floor, dirty clothes mingled with clean ones in utter disarray. A sour, rancid stench hung in the air, whether from the takeout containers or something far more unpleasant, he couldn't tell. Cockroaches and other insects scurried across the floor. Perhaps sensing the footsteps of the room's occupant, these filthy little creatures quickly crawled away, disappearing into hidden corners. Yet Yang Dihai remained oblivious to it all. He simply undid his tie as he walked toward the sofa. Midway, however, Yang Dihai abruptly halted. He turned his head to look to his right. That was the only clean spot in the entire room. A small altar table. Upon it sat an incense burner, yet there were no ashes or offerings, only a simple photograph. In the photo, a young Dihai 15 years younger smiled alongside a woman and a young boy. A family of 3, radiant with joy. He felt a momentary daze, his lips twitching involuntarily. His son had been taken by Suzuki and turned into a weapon. His wife, an employee of the conglomerate, had somehow learned of their son's fate and lost her mind on the spot. She still resided in an asylum. 12 years had passed since that incident, and everything from that time had drifted far away from Yang Dihai. Struggle, resistance, all futile. Despondency and decay became inevitable. He paid a heavy price to see the true order of this brutal city. Until a synthesized electronic voice suddenly rang out from the desk. Dad. Like a dream, like an illusion. Yang Dihai froze for a moment until the second call echoed. Dad, it's me, Xiao Yang. Then Yang Dihai finally saw the source of the voice. On the desk sat a microphone adorned with a beautiful bow. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the room, piercing through to the rooftop terrace where Xia Lin and Gu Hua stood. Xia Lin stood calmly in the night breeze, while Gu Hua smoked, his body trembling slightly, his eyes reddened. Humph humph. Gu Hua stubbed out his cigarette, pulled a tissue from his pocket, blew his nose forcefully, then wiped his tears with the used tissue. He let out a long sigh, gazing skyward. Moving. So incredibly moving. What a spectacular reunion between father and son. Who would have thought the third-generation fierce martial king, Watanabe Munin, had such a story? Ah, how I wish I could compose a poem, but alas, my talent is limited. Gu Hua was an emotional man, with a few quirks. But as a vagabond, a certain degree of sentimentality and exaggeration were indeed advantageous traits. After sighing and lamenting, Gu Hua looked at Xia Lin, whose expression remained unchanged, his eyes reddened. Who knew you crazy bastard had such a warm side? Smack. A self-slap, an apology. Well, that certainly broadens my horizons. Xia Lin tugged at the corner of his mouth, unwilling to respond. He simply listened as Gu Hua continued his speech. Now I finally understand why you triggered the completion quest. Actually, the conditions for the final mission were written in the entry prompt all along. It's that line, for whom do you fight? Fight for the common people. Fight against injustice. That's the real trigger for the final mission. That's the true nature of the Ember Zone system. Gu Hua, have awakened. But sadly, his enlightenment didn't trigger the final mission. This finally broke Xia Lin's composure and he burst out laughing. He shook his head as he laughed. Your purity is too low. Chapter 54, Sequence Ranking Battle. Your purity is too low. After uttering those words, Xia Lin's smile vanished, leaving Gu Hua stunned in place. The night breeze swept through, ruffling Xia Lin's tousled hair. His gaze remained calm as he stared at the night sky, his voice echoing softly. You are impure. Even less pure than Li Peipei. For whom do you fight? At these 4 words, Xia Lin shook his head. I never imagined you could read so much into just those 4 words. Come to think of it, isn't the answer to this question obvious? Gu Hua's pupils fluttered slightly. His gaze towards Xia Lin grew evasive. For in that moment, Xia Lin's calm demeanor and the words he spoke reminded Gu Hua of an old acquaintance and a string of unpleasant experiences. Unaware of Gu Hua's inner turmoil, Xia Lin continued, for what do the Ember Zone walkers fight? Of course, for their missions, for power, for themselves. I enjoy the drama of fathers and sons reuniting, and I love touching stories. Even if there's no reward, I'll do small favors without hesitation. But all of this comes with one condition. That means you can't stand in my way or cause me harm. It needn't be beneficial. But it absolutely must not be harmful. Strengthening myself is the absolute top priority. Backstabbing traits, mission rewards, that's what Xia Lin pursues. For whom does he fight? For Xia Lin, this wasn't a question requiring discussion or contemplation. Besides, the mission reward Yang Xiaoyang gave me is quite generous. With that, Xia Lin took a step forward. Alright, business is done. We should be going. Behind him, Gu Hua's footsteps echoed. Accompanying them was Gu Hua's deep voice. You remind me of someone. You're very much like him, I mean, in your way of thinking. Oh? Xia Lin asked as he walked. Who else has the honor of being so similar to a madman like me? Transcendence. Sequence 2, the Limit Breaker Transcendence. As he uttered that name, Gu Hua's voice cracked, his body trembling slightly. But abruptly, he burst into laughter, laughing so hard he could barely walk, slapping his hands together wildly, doubled over with mirth. Do you know what's even funnier? Xia Lin paused and turned back, puzzled. What is it? You and Transcendence, you must face each other in battle. Facing Gu Hua's exaggerated grin, Xia Lin snorted. I'd be crazy to mess with Sequence 2. Exactly midnight. Inside Gu Hua's villa. The television was on, broadcasting the final fierce martial arts tournament match of the day. On screen, the fat lady rampaged through the arena, utterly destroying everything in her path as she beat the opposing high-level fierce martial artist to a pulp. Li Peipei's second fierce martial arena match concluded in victory. She emerged unscathed. Gu Hua's laughter grew even more shrill. First, the now plump Li Peipei's fighting style was downright comical. Secondly, you're going to kill her, right? Xia Lin nodded in response. If you put me on the same stage as her, I won't let her leave it alive. A grudge is a grudge. And Xia Lin? He holds grudges fiercely. He wouldn't even wait until morning to exact his revenge. He'd let Li Peipei run wild for far too long. Gu Hua stopped smiling. He merely murmured softly. That's precisely the issue I'm talking about. You and Xiaozhui are destined to clash. It all hinges on Li Peipei. This time, Xia Lin furrowed his brow. Then he listened as Gu Hua explained in detail. The sequence ranking battle is a major event among us Ashes District walkers. You have some connection to Bai Guang. I imagine he's explained the benefits of becoming a sequence member to you, correct? Xia Lin nodded. Gu Hua continued, in short, becoming a sequence member comes with generous reward, skills, items, privileges. Everything is up for grabs, and we dare not miss out or be careless. Xia Lin nodded again. He understood the importance of the sequence ranking battle. The sequence ranking battles don't have fixed start times, but they do follow a pattern. The pattern is this: when over 1/3 of the top 100 sequence members perish, a new sequence ranking battle begins. The death rate in the Ember Zone is high. Even the strongest sequence members cannot guarantee they'll survive every passage through it. Much less so in the real world, which was no safe zone. The wilderness is fraught with all manner of calamities, like natural disasters, where grave misfortune can strike at any moment. Survival or death hinges entirely on luck. And that is precisely the rule governing the sequence ranking battles. With 1/3 of the sequence members dead, new members must be recruited to replenish the ranks and to rearrange the hierarchy. Xia Lin muttered, so who the hell set this thing up? Xia Lin had pondered this question countless times, yet found no answer. Unexpectedly, Gu Hua provided the answer. The 6 pillars. Meeting Xia Lin's stunned gaze, Gu Hua realized Xia Lin was familiar with the concept of the 6 pillars and repeated himself. It's the 6 pillars. Of course, the 6 pillars themselves don't preside over it. But every sequence ranking battle is led by their direct subordinates. The first sequence ranking battle was presided over by someone from the King of Kings. The second sequence ranking battle was overseen by someone from the old rulers. And the third sequence ranking battle is imminent, yet no one knows whose people will preside over it. In any case, I don't know more details about the Ember Zone and the sequence ranking battles. But in the previous two battles, there was this phenomenon. Gu Hua's expression grew solemn. Based on their professions and allegiances, most sequences tend to form factions. Sequence 1, the Sacred Xia Lin, Lord of 10,000 Armies. Affiliated with the King of Kings. All Ember Zone travelers connected to the King of Kings naturally gathered under the Xia Lin King. Sequence 2, Transcendence, the Limit Breaker. Affiliated with the Ancient Overlord, who is the backer of both the Iron Rain base and the Gu Hua base in the real world, the Deputy City Lord of the SSS Great Disaster, the Immortal City. The Ashen Zone disasters are not mindless. They can be reasoned with, recruited, allied with, or even subdued. Sequence 3, Wang Lai, Martial God. Affiliated with Superstar. White Light is Wang Lai's man. And then sequences 4, 5, 6, 7. This reminded Xia Lin once more of the system prompt during his class change. This was what they called faction alignment. Gu Hua reclined on the sofa, speaking indifferently, I'm a lazy person, not very efficient at getting things done. Hence, I'm pretty much dispensable over at the City of Immortals. But Li Peipei is different. Do you know why she outshines me? Xia Lin had a hunch. Why? That woman slept with Beyond. Xia Lin narrowed his eyes. Girlfriend? Mistress? Gu Hua chuckled, no. If she were Beyond's lover or mistress, I wouldn't dare have any thoughts about her. It was just a one-night stand during the last sequence ranking battle. The problem is, this woman publicly claims to be Beyond's lover, and Beyond himself can't be bothered to deny it. This has made the Immortal City place great importance on Li Peipei and the Iron Rain base. If you kill her, the Immortal City won't let it slide. And if you provoke the Immortal City, how could things between you and Transcendence possibly remain good? Xia Lin carefully weighed the implications of this situation. He couldn't help but marvel at how messy the circle was. Beside him, Gu Hua grinned. So, do I still need to arrange a match between you and her? This made Xia Lin smile too. As soon as possible. Got it, boss. I'll get right on it. Xia Lin's decision came as no surprise to Gu Hua. For this man acted without regard for consequences. It was Gu Hua's enthusiasm, however, that made Xia Lin's lips curve upward. Do you have a grudge against Chao Wei? He suddenly asked, and Gu Hua's smile vanished. After a long pause, Gu Hua's voice echoed faintly. A life and death grudge. It's either him or me. So, are we still fighting? Xia Lin gave Gu Hua a firm pat on the shoulder. What do you think? Chapter 55, The Feast of the Glutton. The Guyu conglomerate ranked as a mid-tier powerhouse within the brutal metropolis of Xiangwu. Under his command were 12 Xiangwu warriors, 2 high level, the rest mid to low level. Originally, these Xiangwu warriors were sufficient for the Guyu conglomerate. However, due to a certain incident, the conglomerate now urgently requires exceptionally powerful Xiangwu warriors. Even high-level fighters were insufficient, only top-tier fighters would suffice. That incident was none other than the collapse of the Suzuki conglomerate. The world's resources are finite. The number of individuals who could stand at the pinnacle of power was also finite. Suzuki's collapse sent shockwaves through every sphere. Following Suzuki Shinto's sudden death from a recurrence of his chronic illness and the disappearance of Suzuki Taro, the entire Suzuki conglomerate collapsed overnight, scattering like monkeys from a fallen tree. All of Suzuki's assets and technologies became ownerless. Logically, only Oris and Huaxin possessed the qualifications to divide Suzuki's assets. Yet the Fugway metropolis operated by its own rules. The bipolar system was never as stable as the tripartite alliance. We take the lion's share. The rest minerals, factories, and such will be divided. Some will go to those who distinguish themselves in this battle, while others will be distributed to the various conglomerates to give them a taste of the spoils. At Oris Pharmaceuticals headquarters, Oris sat in his executive office, conversing fluently via remote communication with Huaxin. Hua Xian raised no objections to Oris's decisions. Theoretically, neither of them needed to consider the sentiments of other conglomerates. But the problem was, as architects of the existing order, maintaining that order was both their responsibility and their vision. Suzuki's corpse was too rich. So rich that every consortium coveted it. Rather than endlessly squabbling over such matters and sowing seeds of discord, it was better to carve out some scraps to silence the other consortiums. As for the distribution, we'll stick to the old rules, the Xiangwu Arena. The existence of the Xiangwu Arena holds its own significance for Xiangwu City, and that significance is now laid bare. No need for bickering or scrambling, let alone tearing each other's faces off. Let the Xiangwu warriors fight it out to determine the allocation quotas. It's both reasonable and compliant. In short, Oris and Huaxin reached a consensus on the scraps in just a few words. Then, the conversation naturally shifted to the Suzuki Group's core assets. The Sky Dome system and combat robot technology. Did you destroy the Sky Dome system data? Huaxin suddenly asked Oris. Oris grinned, saying nothing. He disdained lying. So he hadn't destroyed it. Oris countered, did you destroy the Sky Dome satellite production line and finished products? Hua Xin snorted coldly. He hadn't destroyed those either. So why is it said that bilateral relationships are less stable than triangular ones? Once a bilateral relationship is established, the adversary and the target become far too clearly defined. You guard against me, I guard against you. Inevitably, matters spiral into a disastrous trajectory, impossible to halt. It becomes independent of individual will. After a long silence, Oris suddenly spoke. I don't want to burn bridges with you. How about this? Between us two, let's settle things through the fierce martial arena. Whoever becomes the 6th generation Xiangwu King gets the Sky Dome system. In any case, I'm laying down the terms. I don't want to shatter our home. Even if I obtain the Sky Dome system, I won't point a laser directly at your head. Hua Xin nodded coldly. Me neither. Whether they would keep their word was a matter for later. At least for now, this decision was acceptable to both, and it represented the optimal solution to the matter. Hua Xian suddenly spoke up, raising a possible scenario. What if an outsider seizes the title of Xiangwu King? Oris chuckled darkly. We can't give them the Sky Dome, but we can give them combat robot technology. If an outsider truly claims the title of Xiangwu King, then we'll just have to put in a little more effort and elevate another Suzuki. Leaning back, he cradled his head in his hands and reclined in his chair. I dislike this current situation, us constantly suspecting and guarding against each other like sworn enemies. But in truth, you and I are not enemies. There is no hatred between us. I still prefer the days when Suzuki was around. Hua Xin's gaze flickered slightly. Until Oris spoke again, however, the title of 6th generation Fierce Martial King will most likely not fall into the hands of an outsider. Sky Dome, I don't want to give it to you. It's safer for me to keep it myself. Therefore, this time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Hua Xin nodded lightly. Then we'll meet on the stage. I look forward to it. The Guyue Martial Arts Hall was located beneath the headquarters building of the Guyue conglomerate. Its scale was immense, far surpassing that of the Northwind Martial Arts Hall. Xia Lin also possessed a Guyue Martial Arts Hall membership card, making him one of its members. But starting today, Xia Lin's identity extended far beyond that. Now, he was not only a member of the Guyue Martial Arts Hall, but also a member of the Guyue conglomerate, more specifically, a fierce martial artist of the Guyue conglomerate. In the inner courtyard of the Martial Arts Hall, Xia Lin stood alone, clad in the Guyue Martial Arts Hall's uniform. His tall, athletic build and handsome features drew numerous glances. Yet among those gazes, one pair felt distinctly peculiar. The owner of that gaze was none other than Gu Hua, who had accompanied Xia Lin here. Seeing Xia Lin, who had completely transformed, Gu Hua's estimation of him rose even higher. This kid has some serious skills. After just 2 Ember Zones, he no longer looked like a newcomer at all. Xia Lin paid no heed to Gu Hua's feelings. He simply adjusted to his altered physique, thoroughly satisfied with the effects of the complete form creature. The complete form bio had the ability to alter one's physique and appearance. At this moment, Xia Lin had completely transformed his look. Even if he stood before Li Peipei or Oris, they likely wouldn't recognize his identity. Of course, the disguise didn't stop there. Beyond that, his signature fatal chain missile fist technique would also require a slight adjustment. So, what are you good at? The master of Guyue Martial Arts Academy approached Xia Lin and asked him this question. Xia Lin gave a straightforward answer. I don't know boxing techniques. I only know leg techniques. With that, he swung his long leg out, and a razor-sharp leg wind slammed viciously into the sandbag, splitting it clean in two. Blazing wind blade kick. Clean, crisp, and devastatingly powerful. This single technique alone was enough to qualify him for the advanced level fierce martial arts arena. With the feast of the glutton just beginning, Gu Yu was desperately short-handed. Xia Lin's brief display instantly brought a broad smile to the dojo master's face. Alright then. Considering your own strength and the young master's favor, I'll reserve a spot for you. Do you intend to start from the lower tier arena or jump straight to the high tier one? Xia Lin replied decisively, the advanced arena. The hall master nodded again. Then choose a nickname. Xia Lin's formidable strength ensured he would command a certain level of respect. At the very least, Gu Yu left the choice of this nickname entirely up to Xia Lin himself. The dark history of the exploding fist still fresh in his mind, Xia Lin fell into deep thought. After a moment of silence, Xia Lin spoke 2 words. Doom. Let it be Doom. Chapter 56, Doom. 1 week later. Guyuat Arena. The venue was packed with spectators, their cheers and screams echoing non-stop. Veteran commentator Huang Shan was already in position, and the host had taken the stage. Amidst a burst of fireworks and lights, the MC's resonant voice boomed out. First up, we welcome the advanced Xiangwu martial artist with a perfect 3-0 record this year. From Jade Dragon Martial Arts Academy, Jade Shattering Leg, Xiang Tao. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Xiang Tao. Xiang Tao. Xiang Tao. The stage slowly rose, revealing the fighter named Xiang Tao before everyone's eyes. Once Xiang Tao stood steady, the announcer's voice boomed again. Next to take the stage is a top-tier powerhouse who, fresh out of the gate, has already stepped onto the advanced Xiangwu arena. From Guyu Martial Arts Academy, Deathsbane, the Nameless One. Nameless was clearly a pseudonym. But there were indeed fighters who refused to reveal their true names in public. The Xiangwu arena turned a blind eye to fighters with such preferences. After all, it's just a fighting tournament, no need for real name verification. The stage slowly rose. A dashing man came into view, instantly sending countless female spectators into a frenzy. Yang! Yang! Mayan, I love you. Ahem. Huangshan couldn't bear it anymore and cleared his throat twice, interrupting the heated atmosphere. Correction, this contestant's nickname isn't Yang, nor is it Mei Yang. It's Mo Yang. Hey, Xiao Zhang, do you know what Mo Yang means? His co-commentator shook his head with a smile. I'm not well read, so I don't understand the meaning behind this name. Huangshan spoke slowly. Mo means death. Yang means calamity. Combined, they mean death and calamity. Xiao Zhang chimed in, is it the name of some ancient mythical beast representing death and calamity? Huangshan replied, no, ancient legends contain no such malevolent beast named Death Disaster. It's likely a nickname self-coined by the contestant. As he spoke, Huangshan read the characters aloud twice more. Not bad. It rolls off the tongue nicely, with a touch of adolescent angst and fiery passion. Now, I only hope the Moyan contestant's performance in battle will be as explosive as his nickname. While everyone was interpreting Xia Lin's nickname, he and Xiang Tao had already ascended the stage. The advanced fierce martial arena was vastly larger than the lower tier one. Its size rivaled that of a football field. It was paved with yellow sand, surrounded by steel walls. The fighting pit resembled a hollowed-out pit, while spectators sat above the cavernous space evoking the ancient Roman Colosseum. The combatants stood 10 meters apart. With the referee's command, the battle commenced. Yulong Martial Arts Academy was one of the few remaining traditional martial arts schools today. Yusuetue, Xiang Tao, was the senior disciple of the Yulong Martial Arts Hall. True to his name, he excelled in leg techniques, complemented by the Jade Dragon breathing method. Though only a level 4 practitioner, his combat prowess made him no pushover on the high-level fierce martial arena. His attributes, boosted by the limit-breaking Jade Dragon breathing method, had even surpassed the level 4 cap, reaching an impressive 52 points. Limit-breaking techniques are rare. But limit-breaking techniques in the martial arts discipline aren't actually that rare. As Bai Guang once said, martial arts boasts the most limit-breaking techniques. Yet the vast majority are below S rank. As for their effects, a week of arduous training yielding a +1 boost to all attributes would already qualify as an excellent breathing technique. For native practitioners in the Ember Zone, they have the time for such arduous training. But for the ephemeral travelers of the Ember Zone, such limit-breaking techniques are worse than useless, they merely occupy a skill slot. Thus, in common discourse, Ash Zone travelers never classify low-tier breathing techniques as limit-breaking skills. Back to the main point. As the referee shouted begin, Xiang Tao launched his attack. With a single step, Xiang Tao's figure rapidly enlarged before Xia Lin's eyes, a footwork technique akin to shrink the earth to an inch. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Tao closed the distance to Xia Lin. His leg whipped out, radiating a jade-like glow, elegant yet icy. One kick aimed straight for Xia Lin's temple. The stands erupted in gasps and screams. This was Xiang Tao's signature move. With this aggressive move, Xiang Tao had won 3 consecutive matches this year, kicking one opponent to death. Yet just as Xiang Tao's calf closed in on Xia Lin's temple, just as he himself felt certain of victory, a slender, beautiful hand moved faster than expected, enveloping his calf in its grasp. Thud! A shockwave rippled outward from the point of contact between palm and leg. Xia Lin remained perfectly still, while Xiang Tao's face paled. He tried to pull his leg back, but to no avail. As if welded in place. He tried again, still to no avail. In his eyes, the nameless entity known as Doom slowly raised its head, its lips curling into a startling grin. The pale red glint in its eyes sent a chill through Xiang Tao, freezing his body rigid. Then, a flash of icy light erupted. What met everyone's eyes was a colossal blade aura and exploding bloodlight. The blade energy spread from Xia Lin's leg, swept across Xiang Tao's body, and continued its momentum, shooting far into the distance. Dust billowed from the compacted yellow sand ground as a savage, 30-centimeter deep blade gash extended menacingly, carving a deep scar into the steel wall. Xiang Tao had long since stiffened. Only when Xia Lin released his grip did Xiang Tao show further reaction. Blood spurted from his front and back as his body slowly split apart, cleaved vertically in two by Xia Lin's fierce wind/kick. A brief silence fell over the crowd, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Death! Death! The crowd chanted the name of Doom. Amidst the cheers, a slow smile spread across Xia Lin's lips. A name engraved in destiny. Death. Yang, calamity. I shall bring death, calamity, and revolution. As the referee declared death and calamity the victors, the audience erupted in screams. Blood and death electrified the crowd, igniting the atmosphere. Commentators Huang Shan and Xiao Zhang only added fuel to the fire. Mo Yan's leg strike is devastatingly powerful. Its lethality is truly terrifying. Truthfully, I've only witnessed such devastating leg strikes in the highest tier Xiangwu arena. This proves that Death's strength far exceeds the level of the advanced fierce martial arena. He possesses the power to ascend to the top fierce martial arena and even contend for the title of 6th generation fierce martial king. Today, we may very well be witnessing the birth of a legend. Xia Lin brushed all this off as background noise. As he descended the stage, a system notification sounded in his ears. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Jade Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Effect assessed as severe. You gain 6 points across all attributes. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated factions, Huaxin Martial Arts Hall, Oris Martial Arts Hall. Effect assessment, weak. You have gained 2 points in all attributes. The backstab effect has been improved. The increase isn't significant, but it is noticeable. First, this is the effect of a complete organism. Second, since several days ago, the significance of the fierce martial arena has changed. Congratulations! You've secured the first match. For more victories and you'll advance to the top-tier Xiangwu arena. Before the fighter's entrance, Gu Hua grinned broadly as he put his arm around Xia Lin's shoulder to offer his congratulations. Xia Lin slowly reined in the killing intent radiating from his body and asked, "What about the points?" 10 points. Including other fighters' points, Gu Yu's current total is 17 points. Without waiting for Xia Lin to say more, Gu Hua continued. And the Suzuki Heavy Industries Workshop 35 you desire is worth 500 points. Xia Lin froze in shock. That expensive? Gu Hua rolled his eyes in exasperation. It's a bundled sale. That workshop isn't sold separately, it comes with the human-machine integration technology. That's where the bulk of the value lies. Chapter 57, Points-Based Combat Tournament. Points. A novel concept. 3 days prior, Huaxin and Oris issued a joint statement to all consortiums. The statement concerned the Suzuki inheritance. The main focus remained the tournament, but a new point system was added. All Xiangwu warriors of every rank under all consortiums can earn points by participating in the arena this season. These points can then be used to purchase the Suzuki Consortium's legacy. The points required for each inheritance item were meticulously calculated, resulting in prices that were high but still fair. The points earned varied depending on the arena level. Losing a match on any tier results in 0 points. Victory in a low-tier arena yields 1 point. Winning a mid-tier arena battle earns 3 points. Winning a high-tier arena battle earns 10 points. Winning a top-tier arena battle earns 100 points. The workshop number 35 that Xia Lin coveted was worth 500 points. Fighters under the same consortium accumulate points regardless of tier. However, it must be said that the Guyu Consortium's strength is merely average. 500 points is a bit steep for Guyu. Therefore, Xia Lin must rely on himself. He must climb to the top of the Xiangwu arena as quickly as possible. The real issue lies in your cheap mother's mindset. I want workshop 35, but your mom might not necessarily want that. Xia Lin spoke as they walked, while Gu Hua listened, his lips curling in a sneer. That cheap old mom. The term was harsh, yet Xia Lin hadn't misspoken. The head of the Guyu group was, by name and status, his mother. Xia Lin, that's another thing I need you to do. Gain control over the Guyu conglomerate. Earning points is the domain of martial warriors. Spending points, however, falls to the conglomerate's decision-makers. Merely earning points is useless, you must also control how those points are spent. And that's precisely why Xia Lin sought out Gu Hua. He needed allies with substantial standing, preferably those capable of influencing the conglomerate's decisions. This time, only 4 Ember Zone walkers entered the Ember Zone. Li Peipei goes without saying. Bai Guang, immersed in the Sanxiang Martial Arts Hall, seemed detached from worldly affairs, as if preparing for ascension. That left Gu Hua as Xia Lin's only viable choice. Fortunately, Gu Hua wasn't a stubborn individual. He and Xia Lin had no irreconcilable conflicts. Rest assured, this is easily handled. Don't underestimate my capabilities, Gu Hua. Gu Hua smiled broadly, licking his lips. Rank 56, the Shadow of Evil, Gu Hua, a title he'd earned through no fluke. Oh, and I heard some news, Gu Hua added. What news? Rumor has it that this time, whoever claims the title of 6th generation Fierce Martial King will gain access to Suzuki's core technology. Xia Lin shrugged slightly. I don't need that. Gu Hua chuckled darkly, that's not the issue. The real problem is that this time, Oris and Huaxin will personally step onto the stage. The 2nd and 5th generations will also make their return. The rules for the Fierce Martial King competition will also change, though we don't know exactly how yet. Xia Lin paused, deep in thought. Gu Hua's voice echoed faintly again, though I don't know what the conditions for victory are, I suspect this information will likely be useful to you. Xia Lin nodded, a smile spreading across his lips despite himself. It's incredibly useful. Purely in terms of skill spectacle, the combat impact of the Blazing Wind Leg Strike pales in comparison to the awe-inspiring power of the Divine East Wind Fist. Yet the power of the Dune Blade far surpassed that of the legendary Exploding Fist. This propelled Death's fame to unprecedented heights in a short span, rivaling even the legendary Exploding Fist of old. 3 days later, the second round of the Fatal Doom tournament commenced. The arena was packed to capacity. 3 seconds into the fight, Xia Lin ended it with a single blazing wind leg strike. Instant kill. Standing atop the stage, he possessed near-perfect physique, hands casually tucked into his pockets, radiating effortless cool, a man who knew no such thing as an opponent. Backstab effect activated. Another 8 attribute points added. 3 days later, the third stage. 3 seconds later, another 8 attribute points added. It was after this stage that Xia Lin's base attributes officially broke through the 200-point threshold, reaching Strength 205, Stamina 205, Agility 205, Spirit 209. 3 days later, the fourth stage. Instant kill again. 8 attribute points added. On that very day, as Xia Lin descended from the arena, Gu Hua delivered 2 pieces of news. My stepmother has decided to retire, and my stepbrothers and stepsisters have gone abroad on vacation. From today onward, full control of the Guyu group rests solely in my hands. Gu Hua's actions were indeed swift. In just 10 days flat, he'd settled everything. Xia Lin didn't care what methods Gu Hua had used. Whether they were good or bad. He only needed to know the outcome. That was enough. With that said, Gu Hua leaned in close to Xia Lin's ear and whispered softly. The second matter. Next up, the promotion match. Your opponent, Dragon Warrior, Li Peipei. Their eyes met. Facing Xia Lin's upturned lips and slowly reddening eyes, Gu Hua smiled too. The strength of the sequence isn't as weak as you imagine, including me, including Li Peipei. And the purity of transcendence far exceeds the limits of your imagination. Trust me, unless you witness it firsthand, you'll never comprehend the power of transcendence. Once you take this step, there is no turning back. It was hard to tell whether it was his mouth running away with him or some other psychological quirk, but despite having intended to watch the spectacle unfold, Gu Hua found himself reminding Xia Lin once more. Xia Lin said nothing, merely brushing past Gu Hua as he walked. Before long, Xia Lin's wild laughter echoed behind Gu Hua, frenzied, savage, and chilling. Huaxin's 7th Martial Arts Hall. In the exclusive lounge for Dragon Warriors. Li Peipei, as massive as a mountain, sat cross-legged on the floor, polishing the dragon-slaying sword in her hands. Beside her lay intelligence reports on her next opponent, already delivered. Ascension Tournament, Death's Bane. 4 consecutive victories, all by instant kill. Strength, Agility, Stamina evaluation, over 150 points. Extremely dangerous. Each line of text was marked in blood red, startling to behold. Amidst the roar of the crowd, footage of Jiang's arena battle began playing on the television. Li Peipei sheathed her dragon-slaying sword, her eyes burning as she stared intently at the screen. Naturally, she couldn't recognize the figure before her as Xia Lin, the man she longed for. Yet the power Mon displayed left Li Peipei's expression darkening. She knew the true test for the blood demon breathing technique side quest had begun at this very moment. The thought of having to compete for the title of Fierce Martial King to obtain the blood demon breathing technique. Li Peipei felt a wave of darkness wash over her future suddenly dim. The task was far more difficult than she had imagined. But I have to try. I absolutely must try. The sequence ranking battle loomed just ahead. Her current skill set alone wouldn't be enough to maintain her current sequence ranking. She knew full well how she had secured the 43rd rank in the last sequence ranking battle. To put it bluntly, selling her charms had played a significant role. But now, she had no such appeal. And beyond? He was fickle as hell. Li Peipei exhaled a deep breath of stale air. Then, she retrieved 3 items from her personal storage space. Chapter 58, Sequence 43, Dragon Warrior, Li Peipei bonus chapter. Please follow. Dragon Blood Potion S grade item, single-use consumable. Upon injection, increases all attributes by 10 points while enhancing the effects of skills bearing the character dragon. No side effects. Duration, 1 Ash Zone. In her previous 4 high-level arena battles, her opponents hadn't been particularly strong, allowing Li Peipei to win easily without needing to expend her precious S-grade items. But now, for the blood slaughter breathing technique, she truly had to go all out. Blue Steel Sword Oil Grade A item, single-use consumable. Applied to weapons, it significantly enhances sharpness. Effect lasts 1 Ember Zone. Coating it onto the dragon-slaying sword, the blade erupted with a brilliant blue glow. As for the final pill, Li Peipei did not use it. Instead, she returned it to her personal storage space. For this was a desperate measure, one of Li Peipei's few trump cards that she could not easily play. Blood Surge Pill S grade item, single-use consumable. Upon ingestion, blood ignites, doubling all attributes for 1 hour. After effect wears off, all attributes have while negative status persists for 1 hour. An enhanced version of the Death Angel potion, gifted by Transcendence during the previous sequence war, Li Peipei had saved it for this very moment. She opened her personal information list again and examined her attributes. Li Peipei. Level, 5. Class, Dragon Warrior. Class talent, Dragon Battle or Rank talent, greatly enhances the effects of skills containing the word dragon in their names. Base attributes excluding any skill or item bonuses. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Constitution, 50. Spirit, 50. Basic skill slots, 5. 1. White Dragon's True IS rank. 2. Black Dragon's Body S rank. 3. Wind Dragon's Shelter S rank. 4. Dragon Flash Dance S rank. 5. Dragon Shift SS rank. Every year at this time, the Xiangwu Arena ushers in a new season, accompanied by the arena promotion battles. Countless low, mid, and high-level Xiangwu warriors climb upward, vying for the privilege of stepping onto the top-tier stage, all for power and wealth. For spectators, the promotion battles are far more thrilling than regular matches. With promotion stakes involved, the backing syndicates typically wager heavily. The Xiangwu warriors on stage give their all, unleashing hidden killing moves and trump cards reserved for promotion battles, delivering a visual feast for spectators. Today marks the promotion battle between Mo Yan and the Dragon Warrior. Mo Yan's reputation speaks for itself. With his ruthless, no-mercy fighting style and seemingly limitless strength, he has firmly established himself as the top contender on the advanced Xiangwu stage. Dragon Warrior, however, is a peculiar figure. Her astonishingly obese physique and unimaginably high defense have allowed her to dominate the high-level fierce martial arena. In short, this clash promises to be a titanic battle between two powerhouses, brimming with excitement. Betting odds for this match opened 3 days prior. Today, Guyu and Xia Lin issued a joint statement regarding the match. The arena would not be open to the public nor held in a conventional stadium. Instead, it will be held in a special arena outside the city, the Ring of Sand Arena. This news once again ignited the fervor of the onlookers. The Ring of Sand Arena is renowned far and wide. Its very purpose is to provide fighters with the finest arena, free from spectator interference. This ensures not only optimal combat conditions but also spectator safety, for every battle within its walls unleashes devastating destruction upon the surrounding area. Undoubtedly, the spectacle would be even greater. Yet spectators couldn't help but ponder a question. Neither Deathblight nor Dragon Warrior seem to possess any so-called devastating attack methods. The Ring of Sand Arena sits in the wilderness. 100 miles in every direction lay utterly desolate. The arena's structure was crude: no spectator stands, no guardrails. There wasn't even a conventionally defined playing area. Both sides simply engaged directly at the designated location. There's no such thing as losing by being knocked off the platform. In the sky, television helicopters and dozens of drones hovered overhead. They would broadcast the entire battle live. Back in the city's broadcast studio, Wang Shan and Xiao Zhang were already in position. The camera cuts back to the arena. In the makeshift locker room, Xia Lin ran his fingers over his overloaded armored gauntlet before rising slowly and heading for the door. Gu Hua's voice came from behind him. The venue was Xia Lin's suggestion. I agreed to it. After all, it benefits you too, so you won't be restricted. Xia Lin remained silent. Gu Hua's voice sounded again from behind him. Just a friendly reminder. Don't underestimate that woman, and don't underestimate the sequence. These words made Xia Lin pause in his tracks. He turned to look at Gu Hua and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Xia Lin had never underestimated the so-called sequence. Not Li Peipei nor Gu Hua. Meeting Xia Lin's gaze, a mix of fierce intensity and icy composure, Gu Hua let out a low chuckle. This is how it should be, this is how it should be. Only in madness would you dare provoke transcendence. Only in calmness could you, this madman, possibly harm a single hair on Transcendence's head. Xia Lin had never witnessed Beyond's true strength and couldn't comment on Gu Hua's words. He merely pointed at his own face. See? You're calling me a madman again. Gu Hua's smile remained unchanged. He didn't slap himself, merely spreading his hands. My mouth just slips sometimes. Xia Lin smiled faintly and turned to leave the lounge. Then, the blazing sunlight poured down from above. Old Town, Sanxiang Martial Arts Hall. Bai Guang finished brewing the tea, poured Zhou Yan a full cup, then sat beside him as they both turned their attention to the television. As Xia Lin and Li Peipei entered the arena, Wang Shan's rousing voice echoed through the room. Hello, viewers. Welcome to this round of the Ascension Tournament. First to enter the ring is the undefeated, enigmatic fighter, Doom. No cheers from the crowd, no fireworks or dazzling lights. Under the midday sun, the tall, handsome, bare-chested Xia Lin slowly emerged from the lounge and stood in the center of the sandy arena. Ha! Strange equipment. As we can see, the doomed fighter appears to have brought a weapon today, a rather peculiar-looking arm guard. As far as we know, the doomed fighter isn't skilled in boxing, only proficient in leg techniques. Who knows if this armor is his secret weapon? Huang Shan rambled on, warming up the crowd as he pleased. Zhou Yan lifted his teacup and took a light sip. It's Xia Lin, that explosive fist Xia Lin. The words made by Guang pause, then stare in disbelief. Xia Lin. Are you sure, senior? Zhou Yan curled his lip. Of course I'm sure. Why else would I say it? Anyway, we'll see. After taking out North Wind, that kid didn't just leave, he actually reaped other benefits too. Bai Guang beside him was momentarily speechless. He recalled the major incidents Xia Lin had caused with his exploding fist technique. Then he looked at Xia Lin standing right there, facing Li Peipei. After just 2 Ash Zones, the former cannon fodder was now competing on equal footing with the supreme leader of Iron Rain Base. At this realization, Bai Guang clapped his hands and sighed heavily. He's getting impatient, this kid's getting impatient. A gentleman's revenge can wait a decade. With his growth rate, wouldn't it be wiser to wait a few more Ash Zones before confronting Li Peipei? He's starting the fight now. Bai Guang muttered incessantly, but just as Li Peipei took the stage, Zhou Yan suddenly spoke up, cutting off Bai Guang's rambling. We have a fighting chance. Bai Guang froze. He has a chance? Seriously? As Sequence 73, Li Peipei's longtime rival, Bai Guang knew exactly how formidable she was. The sequence no one there was a pushover. Zhou Yan took another sip of tea, chuckling to himself. Based on their current attributes and skills, Li Peipei has almost no chance of losing. But the thing is, this kid named Xia Lin, he's interesting. If Li Peipei were facing anyone else, I'd make a direct prediction. Except for this kid. Zhou Yan shook his head. His profession, talents, and some of his skills are shrouded in shadow. I simply can't see through him. So I can't make a call, nor can I predict the odds of victory. But I have this feeling. That plump woman Li Peipei. I fear she's tangled with a troublesome fellow. Chapter 59, yours truly, Cannon Fodder Xia Lin. The mountain of a woman emerged from the opposite lounge and came to a halt 30 meters before Xia Lin. The dragon-slaying sword was already drawn, glowing faintly with a pale blue light. This fight had no referee, and no one would signal begin. The moment of battle depended entirely on the fighter's will. Neither Li Peipei nor Xia Lin were ones to waste time. A howling wind swept past as Li Peipei flickered her wrist, holding the sword horizontally in a defensive stance. A crisp voice rang out from her lips. Huaxin Technology, Dragon Warrior, Li Peipei. You know what? She actually has some competitive spirit. A low chuckle escaped Xia Lin's lips. It carried a hint of exhilaration, yet was tinged with something sinister and eerie. That laugh made Li Peipei feel uneasy. She felt as if she were facing a psychopath. Simultaneously, an odd sense of familiarity welled up in her heart, though Li Peipei couldn't pinpoint its source. Until Xia Lin lifted his head to look at Li Peipei, his lips slowly curling into a grin as his eyes gradually turned crimson. A calm voice emerged from Xia Lin's mouth. Iron Rain Base. Cannon Fodder. Xia Lin. Li Peipei froze in place. Boom! Xia Lin planted his right foot, driving it into the ground and leaving a deep crater. A powerful thrust propelled him forward, propelling Xia Lin across 30 meters in an instant. He appeared before Li Peipei in the blink of an eye. He raised his right arm, clad in the Overload armor. A roaring blue light instantly blazed from the Overload armor. Overload punch. A dazzling arc of electricity traced a sharp path through the air, trailing layers of sonic clouds. With triple the punching power, Xia Lin's strike was both swift and devastating. But that wasn't the most lethal part. The most lethal was the Dongfeng missile that materialized out of thin air beside Xia Lin. The 8-meter-long colossal missile detonated with a thunderous explosion the moment it materialized. A massive mushroom cloud shot skyward, engulfing the sky in flames and dust. At the commentary booth, even the seasoned Huang Shan was at a loss for words in that moment. Subspace technology? Pulling missiles out of subspace? It could indeed be done that way. But the problem was, this was Exploding Fist Xia Lin's signature move. An explosive fist Xia Lin had long become a taboo in the city of brutal martial arts. He shattered the authority of the conglomerates. He destroyed the North Wind conglomerate. He defied the established order of fierce martial city. He is dead, and must remain so. Huang Shan couldn't very well say that Explosive Fist had returned from the dead, could he? His partner, Xiao Zhang, wasn't one to dwell on such thoughts. He spoke aloud. Bomb Fist. The trump card of the doomed contestant, exactly like the former Bomb Fist fighter. But clearly, the doomed fighter is not the Bomb Fist. Their appearances are completely different, and their abilities are not the same either. So I can only speculate that the doomed fighter is likely another test subject for Huaxin Tech's subspace technology. Huang Shan snapped back to attention. He glanced at Xiao Zhang, thinking to himself, youth has its advantages. That reaction was lightning fast. Bomb Fist is Bomb Fist. Misfortune is misfortune. The subspace missile punch isn't against the rules either. As long as the two are kept separate, the commentary proceeds as usual. Just as Huang Shan was about to speak again, a piercing dragon's roar suddenly echoed, shaking the entire arena. Amidst the arena filled with fire and dust, a massive black silhouette spread its wings, defying flames and shockwaves as it soared skyward. Huang Shan, huh? That's a dragon. The moment Xia Lin finished introducing herself, Li Peipei sensed something was terribly wrong. But in that moment, she didn't dwell on why Xia Lin's appearance had changed so drastically, or why he was standing opposite her. She realized this move was entirely Xia Lin's doing. This madman never let revenge wait a day. He clearly intended to crush her right here on the stage. She vaguely recalled Xia Lin's prowess displayed on the stage under the identity of Mo Yang. Strength and agility both over 150 points. Combined with Xia Lin's deadly missile punch combo, the combat power he could unleash was enough to pose a life-threatening danger to her in her normal state. Holding back her trump card was now a pipe dream. Xia Lin's movements were too swift. It was too late to take the blood surge pill. The missiles had already launched, leaving Xia Lin no time for Li Peipei to react. In this critical moment, Li Peipei hesitated no longer. She activated her ultimate survival move, her strongest trump card. Dragon Shift SS rank, transform into a dragon. Gain partial dragon-type talents, advanced physical magic resistance, status effect resistance, dragon breath, dragon aura, etc. This skill has no cooldown and lasts for 1 natural day. After each dragon shift ends, all your attributes will permanently decrease by 30 points. Using this skill comes at a cost. Each dragon transformation costs 30 points across all attributes. This was precisely why Li Peipei refrained from using it during the previous encounters in the Dark Caverns and Iron Rain base. A trump card is meant for life or death situations. Previously, it wasn't a matter of life and death. But now it was. At the exact moment the missile detonated, Li Peipei completed her transformation from human to dragon. A 10-meter-long, obese western dragon, braced against the force of the East Wind Divine Fist, spread its wings and soared skyward. Yet, hindered by its massive fat deposits and the shockwave, it didn't ascend very high. She soared only 10 meters before diving back down. With a tremor shaking the earth, Li Peipei crashed headfirst into the ground not far behind Xia Lin. Xia Lin turned to look at Li Peipei. Just as he was about to pursue, he halted in his tracks. Staring at that spherical thing, Xia Lin couldn't immediately recognize its true nature. This is a dragon. This is a dragon, you bastard. Li Peipei's voice echoed from within the dragon's mouth. She fluttered her stubby wings, her 4 legs supporting her absurdly plump dragon body, her serpentine vertical pupils fixed intently on Xia Lin. Then she added, "You're dead." With a flick of her tiny claw, the blood boil pill materialized in midair before being shoved back into the dragon's maw. Crimson flames began to surge, and a terrifying dragon aura roared forth with tangible force. Yet combined with that obese and comical physique, the dragon's aura was significantly diminished. The rapid nourishment effect was still in full force. Even after Li Peipei's dragon transformation, it clung to her like a shadow, like a flesh-eating ulcer. More crucially, Dragon Might was a psychic attack, and Xia Lin's buffed mental resistance nullified most of it. Thus, standing before the colossal dragon, Xia Lin felt no fear. Instead, his smile grew even more intense. Is this the strength of a mid-tier sequence? Xia Lin muttered under his breath. Then he took a step forward. Yes, this is the strength of the middle rank sequence. Long before the battle commenced, Guhua had already left the lounge and ventured into the more remote wilderness. Now, he sat atop a large boulder, his right hand holding a phone as he watched the livestream. When he saw Li Peipei activate her dragon transformation, Guhua's smile twisted as he muttered to himself. Lower sequence, sequence 61-100. Mid-tier sequence, ranks 3160. High-tier sequence, sequences 630. And standing at the pinnacle, overlooking all others, sequence 5, 4, 3, 2. And the unbeatable, unapproachable, and utterly incomprehensible sequence 1. Li Peipei ranked 43rd, Guhua 56th, and Bai Guang 73rd, though the latter sustained injuries during the previous sequence ranking battle. All three should be classified within the mid-tier sequence bracket. At this tier, individuals in their burst state generally possess city-destroying combat power. One person can destroy a fortified city. Especially a sequence like Li Peipei, who specializes in ultimate-level abilities. Under normal circumstances, Li Peipei possessed none of the power befitting a sequence-level combatant, falling far short of even the lowest-tier sequences. This was the key reason Bai Guang and Guhua refused to acknowledge her. But after the dragon transformation, the dynamics of strength shifted entirely. The post-dragon transformation Li Peipei fully deserves the title of Sequence 43. Chapter 60, The Strength of Sequences. In your world, the strength of sequences is actually a bit low. Among the countless worlds covered by the Ashen Zone system across the infinite dimensions, your world's sequence strength would only rank in the lower middle tier. But this is largely due to the human race's abysmally low base stats. Within the Sanxiang Martial Arts Hall, Zhou Yan spoke while watching television and sipping tea. Bai Guang perked up his ears to listen. He had learned much from Zhou Yan. Not just in martial arts, but in knowledge and experience. The Triphase gang spanned countless realms and infinite dimensions. Zhou Yan had fought alongside them for millennia. Even in his old age, he remained only a formal gang member, yet his knowledge and experience is far surpassed Bai Guang's. A few casual remarks from him could often reveal information that left Bai Guang utterly astonished. Like now. Species values? Bai Guang asked in confusion. Zhou Yan nodded. Right, species values, they represent the strength of an adult individual within a species. For humans, the average attribute for an adult male is 6. For the dragon race, the average attribute for adult males is also 6. For divine beast, ancient demon, and abyssal species, the average attribute for adult males is also 6. But can 6 and 6 be the same? Obviously not. A single point of attribute makes a world of difference between a dragon and a human. As he spoke, Xia Lin pointed toward Li Peipei, who had launched her attack in dragon form. Her dragon transformation skill doesn't boost attributes. It alters species values. That is the true strength of this skill. Bai Guang had never witnessed the power of dragon form firsthand. Last time he'd been tricked by Li Peipei, she hadn't even lifted a finger. It was the immortal city that had acted. Zhou Yan continued. What's even more interesting is that after dragon form, the attributes provided by Xiaopang's passive skills are also calculated based on dragon species stats. Even potion enhancements are calculated using dragon species stats. Li Peipei's base stats, 50 points. Black Dragon's body, all stats plus 20. Dragon battle enhancement, all stats plus 30. Wind Dragon's blessing grants agility plus 30. With Dragon Battle Enhancement, it becomes Agility plus 45. Thus, her attributes became Strength, Constitution, Spirit 80 points, Agility 125 points. Under normal circumstances, her stats were comparable to Xia Lin's during the late stages of the first Ash Zone, slightly higher agility but weaker in other areas. This is why Li Peipei chose not to engage Xia Lin in a life or death battle that day. Steadiness occupies a significant portion of her character. Now, after ingesting the Dragon Blood Potion and Blood Rage Pill and activating Dragon Transformation, her attributes transformed. Strength, Constitution, Spirit 52 plus 30 plus 10 is equal to 140 points. Agility 52 plus 30 plus 45 plus 10 is equal to 185 points. Consumables only boost base attributes, not skill bonuses. These are still the attributes of a dragon bloodline. Clearly, this was a skill combo. Zhou Yan sighed softly. Truly worthy of the immortal city, they carry the aura of the ancient rulers. Crush everything in your path with sheer attribute dominance. Bai Guang made a quick mental calculation, then narrowed his eyes. Even after her dragon transformation, Li Peipei remained nearly unbeatable to Bai Guang. He wasn't an ultimate focused sequence user. When facing another ultimate focused sequence user of equal rank, he had to choose his timing carefully to evade the full force of their ultimate. But now, trapped on the stage, evasion was impossible unless he surrendered and fled. Senior, but you just said Xia Lin had a chance to win. Zhou Yan chuckled and pointed at the medkit strapped to Xia Lin's lower back. Li Peipei has meds. So does he. The dragon's entrance sent the battle's intensity soaring to its peak. On the TV screen, Wang Shan's impassioned commentary rattled off like machine gun fire, showing no signs of stopping. Now I finally understand why this battle was staged in the Yellow Sand Arena. Contestant Doom unleashed the subspace missile punch first, and Dragon Warrior refused to be outdone, transforming into a dragon. This move, I believe, is the pinnacle of Auris Pharmaceuticals' cutting-edge technology, the result of genetic reconstruction. Wang Shan kept spinning it, and he kept spinning it. Though it was clearly utter nonsense, the audience didn't care about the truth. As long as the fight was thrilling and spectacular, that was all that mattered. The battle between man and man had escalated into a clash between man and dragon, pushing the intensity to new heights. Through the camera lens, Xia Lin lunged forward, launching the first strike. A flash of light erupted from his fingertips, instantly unleashing a barrage. A rapid-fire nourishing blast was unleashed toward the fat dragon. Yet the chaotic-colored lightburst surged toward Li Peipei, striking her scales only to be cleanly deflected, failing to penetrate her body. Dragon Clan talent, magic immunity, resistance to abnormal conditions. In the system's assessment, rapid nourishment was classified as an abnormal status effect. But after her dragon transformation, Li Peipei was immune to it. Her plump body began to writhe, kicking up a storm of dust and sand. Red light swirled from her mouth, and in the next instant, a pillar of flame roared toward Xia Lin. Dragonkin talent, Dragon Breath. This wasn't a technological weapon. Martial artists couldn't reduce damage from firearms. Fortunately, it wasn't a technological weapon either. The speed of Dragon Breath couldn't match that of laser weapons. It could be dodged. A series of deafening explosions erupted beneath Xia Lin's feet. He darted left and right like a dancer on a knife's edge, skimming the edge of the dragon's breath as he sprinted toward Li Peipei. Then, he unleashed a punch. Without the overload heavy punch's amplification, this missile's power was significantly weaker than before. But even weakened, it was still a micro-nuclear level explosion. Li Peipei didn't flinch or dodge. Her obesity hindered her agility in dragon form, and her massive size made precise maneuvers impossible. She simply lashed out with her dragon tail, striking Xia Lin directly. Boom! The missile detonated first. Yet the sheer destructive force sent a chill through Xia Lin's heart. The searing flames and shockwave struck Li Peipei's scales, leaving only fine scratches, nothing more. With the dual enhancements of her black dragon form and dragon constitution, Li Peipei's physical resistance was absurdly high. The current yield of the East Wind Divine Fist was insufficient to penetrate her defenses. The shockwave couldn't budge the bulky dragon's massive frame. The flames felt like a gentle breeze against her skin. Li Peipei, in her black dragon form, possessed the habit of bathing in molten lava. Just as the dragon's tail swept toward him, Xia Lin twisted his body to dodge. The dragon's tail struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Xia Lin lost his footing, but a dragon claw already swept in from the side. Colossal force roared upward, triggering a series of explosions within Xia Lin's body. Propelled by a sonic boom cloud, he hurtled backward at supersonic speed. Absolute racial superiority. Impossible to match. The perfect form enhanced Xia Lin's ability to withstand blows and accelerated his wound healing. Only thus could Xia Lin withstand Li Peipei's strike. But he could only withstand one strike. Xia Lin's stats now reached an impressive 213 plus 50 points. Yet the vast disparity in racial stats rendered Xia Lin utterly helpless before the dragon, like a mere toy with no chance to fight back. As he flew backward, Xia Lin swiftly retrieved the Rapid Recovery Potion and Death Angel Potion from his medkit. You have Blood Boil Pills, I have Death Angel Potions. We're both potion masters, don't laugh at your second brother, big brother. The needle pierced his vein, and the icy liquid surged through his body. Xia Lin's eyes instantly turned blood red as a series of alerts blared in his ears. Chapter 61, Buff Chain. Foundational Tier. Crimson Descent. You have gained the buff, Angel of Death. Unstable mutation activated. Death Angel mutates into Red Angel. Scarlet Angel SS rank temporary effect, all your attributes increase by 100 points. The heavier your injuries, the greater the increase. Desperate buff. Like Death Angel, its duration is short, only half an hour. The stat boost is halved. But Xia Lin thought quickly and decisively chose to keep this buff. Li Peipei is no pushover. This battle was bound to be anything but easy. The heavier the wounds, the greater the attribute boost. This would likely prove more beneficial than the Angel of Death in this fight. You injected the Death Angel serum, gaining 3 high-risk debuffs. You gain the buff, Decay. Decay, your attributes decrease by 10 points every half hour. When attributes drop to 1 point, you will die instantly. Unstable mutation activated. Decay mutates into Power of Decay. Force of Decay SS rank temporary buff. All your attacks and abilities now channel the Force of Decay, which weakens enemies' defenses and reduces their stats. Simultaneously, you yourself are inevitably corrupted by this force, causing your stats to decrease by 1 point per hour. This effect lasts for 1 Ember Zone. Xia Lin, keep the mutation. The negative effects of decaying power are extremely potent, but its positive effects are equally outstanding. This battle takes absolute priority. If necessary, abandon the mission. After eliminating Li Peipei, Xia Lin will immediately return, and all buffs will be cleared. You gain the buff, Celestial Maiden. Heaven's Ruin, you have lost sight, hearing, and taste. Unstable mutation activated. Heaven's Ruin mutates into Divine Senses. Divine Senses SSS rank temporary buff, your 5 senses are vastly enhanced. This effect lasts for 1 Ember Zone. Keep the mutation. Who wouldn't love a temporary buff with no negative effects? You gain buff, Genetic Mutation. Genetic Mutation, your genes will undergo unpredictable mutations. Detected genetic mutation debuffs on you. Perfect Organism buff, Red Angel buff, Power of Decay buff, Divine Senses buff. 5-fold buff combination, Unstable Mutation activated. Buff. A fresh notification chime. With a thunderous crash, Xia Lin crashed to the ground, pounding a deep crater into the earth. His body was shattered, bones broken and tendons torn, his flesh cycling endlessly between destruction and regeneration. But Li Peipei gave Xia Lin no more time. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. Blinding light flared from its maw once more, like the sun itself. Scorching dragon flames swept in from afar. This time, Xia Lin had nowhere to hide. Just as the dragon's breath closed in, the system alert blared in Xia Lin's ears once more. Buff combination complete. Your 5 buffs Genetic Mutation, Perfect Organism, Crimson Angel, Power of Decay, and Divine Senses are no longer active. You have acquired a new 5-in-1 buff, Scarlet Descent. Scarlet Descent race level temporary buff subpar, all your attributes are tripled. You automatically master the Crimson Power of Decay. Your wound healing speed is greatly increased. The heavier your injuries, the greater your overall attribute boost. You cannot sustain injuries that cause physical mutilation. As long as the power of Crimson Decay remains, you will never die, no matter how severe your wounds, and you will always retain your combat capabilities. During the buff duration, each natural day grants a 10-point increase to all attributes. This boost breaks limits and has no cap. Duration of this buff, 1 Ember Zone. Note, your talent has been detected. Unstable mutations are restricted to SSS tier only. You cannot mutate into racial heritage level skills or temporary buffs. Your Crimson Descent buff has been neutered. You cannot obtain the effect for the duration of the buff. Every natural day, all your attributes will increase by 10 points. All other effects remain intact. The next second, dragon flames erupted. Scorching flames seared the sandy terrain within 100 meters, even crystallizing the sand itself. Yet at the very heart of the dragon's flames, Xia Lin stood tall, head held high, unyielding. The flame scorched his hair and skin, even searing into his flesh, blood, and bone. Agonizing pain spread through him, yet the curve of Xia Lin's lips only grew wider. Until a thunderous roar of laughter erupted. Laughing, enduring the searing flames, he turned his gaze toward Li Peipei. His eyes, like crimson crystals, swept over Li Peipei. For some reason, they sent a chill through her entire body. Clearly, Xia Lin had been scorched by the dragon's breath, his body covered in burns, bones exposed, and internal organs visible. Yet Xia Lin refused to fall. As if unharmed, he lifted his legs and slowly walked out of the boiling dragon flames. Dragon flames clung to his bones. His wounds cycled endlessly between destruction and regeneration. Suddenly, a crimson glow rippled outward from Xia Lin's body. This crimson hue, viscous as blood, slowly enveloped his wounds and fists. What chilled Li Peipei's heart even more unfolded. As Xia Lin channeled the crimson decay power, this peculiar energy not only failed to resist the dragon flame or heal his wounds, but instead scorched his body into even greater ruin, destroying it more thoroughly. Self-mutilation? Yes, self-mutilation. On the retinal display, Xia Lin's attributes began to skyrocket. 213-3. Plus 100, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. A relentless stream of plus 100 appeared on the attribute values. The effect of Crimson Descent was terrifying beyond imagination. Even as a neutered version of a racial foundation level ability, even without its wildly exaggerated limit-breaking effect, this pseudo-racial foundation level buff still demonstrated to Xia Lin what true racial foundation was, what the pinnacle of power truly meant. His attributes rapidly broke through the 3,000 threshold and surged toward 5,000. Viscous crimson light suddenly unfolded from behind Xia Lin, transforming into two blood-red wings. He flapped his wings, and his figure vanished instantly. Through Li Peipei's white dragon true eyes, she could only glimpse a fleeting arc of mysterious crimson light. Its target was her. The next second, a searing pain erupted in Li Peipei's back, and she let out a piercing scream. Xia Lin had materialized atop Li Peipei's dragon back, delivering a punch that shattered scales and membranes. His entire arm plunged viciously into her body. The crimson decay power possessed a defense-reducing effect. Much like the attribute boost from severe injury, its effect was astonishingly potent. The dragon's hard scales and skill damage reduction proved utterly meaningless against the crimson power rooted in racial heritage, as useless as paper. This was the crushing dominance of skill rank. And once the crimson decay power entered her body, an even more intense corrosion followed. If the crimson decay power could destroy Xia Lin's own body, its effect on enemies would be even more devastating. Yet in truth, Xia Lin didn't need to detonate the crimson decay power within Li Peipei. For a massive crimson missile materialized out of thin air, landing beside Li Peipei and Xia Lin. A flash of crimson light erupted as Xia Lin vanished in an instant. Then, an explosion shook the heavens, its roar audible even within the fierce martial city. The effects of crimson decay overshadowed all of Xia Lin's skills. Thus, the east wind was no longer the east wind. It became Crimson East Wind. Chapter 62, Fearless. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, visible clearly for hundreds of miles. Unlike a nuclear detonation, this mushroom cloud leaned toward crimson, vividly eerie and unnerving. A flash of crimson light appeared, and Xia Lin materialized at the edge of the explosion. Even though martial artists could survive gunfire, Xia Lin felt a stinging pain on his skin. Facing the howling winds and crimson radiation, Xia Lin lightly licked his lips. What a pity! My power far surpasses yours. Wails echoed endlessly. As the missile detonated, shrapnel, flames, and shockwaves delivered a triple assault, relentlessly battering Li Peipei's obese dragon form. She feared neither shrapnel nor flames nor shockwaves. But she feared the crimson power of decay. Every fragment, every flame, every shockwave unleashed by the missile explosion was saturated with crimson energy. This energy ignored all barriers, penetrating Li Peipei's body to destroy both her flesh and spirit. A mere 3 seconds later, the dragon's roar was silenced forever. As the mushroom cloud and dust slowly dissipated, what appeared before Xia Lin's eyes was a shattered dragon skeleton, crimson as jade. Instant kill. The moment the explosion ripped open the sky. The helicopters and drones in the sky had been utterly destroyed. With no live footage available, countless netizens vented their frustration online. Huang Shan and Xiao Zhen could only keep smoothing things over, saying something about this battle exceeding all expectations, and that it seemed both the Doomed Warrior and Dragon Warrior contestants possessed the strength to compete for the title of Fierce Martial King. Soon, the director's voice crackled through their headsets. Explosion subsided, outcome unknown. New helicopters and drones couldn't reach the scene quickly. Satellite monitoring was also disrupted by crimson radiation. And now, it's time for a commercial break. Audience, damn it. Give me my money back. Commercial break. The aftermath of this battle was destined to remain unseen by anyone. Gu Hua had already tossed his phone aside. His eyes were pitch black, as if he had pierced through space itself to witness the final outcome of this battle. A faint crimson breeze swept past, the lingering scarlet radiation stinging Gu Hua's skin. Shadows writhed beneath his feet, covering his body and shielding him from the residual force of the scarlet radiation. Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter. The laughter grew louder and more frenzied. This is how it should be. This is how it should be. As a man who thrived on spectacle, witnessing Xia Lin eliminate Li Peipei, Guhua now eagerly anticipated the grim faces of those monsters in the Immortal City and the confrontation between Xia Lin and Chaiwei. Thinking of the second in command under the leader, Guhua laughed and shouted, his tone growing increasingly twisted and perverse. This time, I've picked you a great opponent super. Beyond. The voice rang out beside Guhua's ear. I didn't pick him. I chose him myself. It was Xia Lin's voice. This made Guhua turn his head to look at Xia Lin, who had materialized beside him out of thin air. He stood naked, the potion pack on his back shattered by the crimson decaying force. The rapid healing potions were all gone, but the lone angel of death potion remained, clutched tightly in Xia Lin's hand, carefully guarded. At this moment, all of Xia Lin's wounds had healed completely. He was utterly unharmed, even his hair had grown back, restoring him to his former appearance. The crimson decay power could wound enemies and heal wounds. It was nearly omnipotent. This was the profound allure of racial heritage. At that moment, Guhua chuckled as he spoke. Right. You chose it yourself. It's got nothing to do with me. My tongue just got twisted. Xia Lin narrowed his eyes and shook his head. His gaze swept back toward the distant battlefield. The crimson dragon bones had scattered in the wind, leaving not even ashes of Li Peipei behind. He recalled the past grievances with the Iron Rain base. Now, this was true closure. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Iron Rain base. Effect assessed as destroyed. Iron Rain base existed because of Li Peipei. Now that Li Peipei is dead, the base, deprived of its sequence guardian, is bound to descend into chaos. And even if a new sequence takes over Iron Rain base, it will never be the same Iron Rain again. From this moment onward, Iron Rain base ceases to exist. Thus, the system's assessment of destruction is entirely justified. You have gained 60 points across all attributes. Thus, base attributes. Strength 273. Stamina 273. Agility 273. Spirit 277. These are the base attributes. They form the very foundation of Xia Lin's existence. Of course, within this ash zone, Xia Lin still relied heavily on the Crimson Descent. But now that matters have reached this point, the Ashen Zone of the Fierce Martial City is clearly nearing its end. The emergence of Crimson Descent disrupted Xia Lin's original plan, though this was undoubtedly a positive development. Once he leaves the Ash Zone, the Crimson Descent effect will cease to persist, just as it did during that day's blood feast. Is it a pity? A little. But what could be done? Life must go on. Recalling Guhua's maniacal laughter and incoherent ramblings from earlier, Xia Lin let out a soft chuckle. I think I understand the strength of the sequence now. Li Peipei had demonstrated the strength of a mid-tier sequence, which also helped Xia Lin pinpoint his own niche among the Ember Zone walkers. Under normal circumstances, he might only possess the strength of a low-tier sequence, or even less. As for the strength of sequence 2, Xia Lin couldn't assess it, nor could he even begin to imagine it. Guhua's smile remained unchanged as he simply stated. Let's be clear, when the Immortal City comes asking for accountability, I'll definitely spill the beans about today's events. Don't blame me for selling you out. Xia Lin chuckled. Then I think I should kill you right now. Guhua shrugged unconcerned. There's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through. Even if you eliminate both me and Bai Guang, the Immortal City and beyond will still have ways to determine who truly killed Li Peipei. Skills, strange and varied. Under such a power structure, truly no wall could remain impenetrable. If you don't want it known, don't do it was no longer an empty saying. Xia Lin, then I won't kill you. Guhua, thanks, big brother. When we get back, do me a favor. What is it, brother? Help me join the City of Immortals. Guhua? Recalling Xia Lin's mysterious limit-breaking technique, Guhua began to form a vague suspicion. Precisely because of this, Guhua suddenly felt a sense of unease. He hesitated before speaking. Hey, buddy, saying that kinda makes it sound like you're giving away your skills effects. Xia Lin shot Guhua a glance. As always, such a clever person, yet with a mouth that never stays shut. But whatever. If you dare to blab, I'll kill you. Guhua shuddered. Whether it was an act or genuine, who could tell? Besides, the sequence war is imminent, and the threat of transcendence looms large. I need to seize the moment. I must seize the moment. Sequence 2, Transcendence. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Before his battle with Li Peipei, Xia Lin had no concept of Sequence 2. But now, he did. Sunlight pierced through the radiation clouds, once again bathing Xia Lin's head in light, illuminating his silhouette. He faced the blazing sun, a faint smile playing on his lips. Neither arrogant nor afraid. Chapter 63, Sanction. Though few witnessed the conclusion of the battle between Mo Yan and the Dragon Warrior, the first half of their clash ignited the internet. People debated the strength both fighters displayed and speculated on the outcome. Fierce Martial King level. Definitely Fierce Martial King level. After transforming into a dragon, I believe Long Wu's power rivals that of the 5th generation Augustine. Mo Yan's performance fell short. He seemed like an enhanced version of Exploding Fist, but compared to the dragon-transformed Dragon Warrior, he still fell a bit short. I'm not so sure. Didn't you see the end of the livestream? Did Mo Yan withstand the dragon's breath? That guy's methods are kinda twisted. Enough arguing. What's the point? Let's just wait for the official battle report. The battle report would declare the outcome of this clash. Yet after days of waiting, the onlookers never received the official report. Instead, 2 rumors quietly spread online. Mo Yan was expelled from the Xiangwu arena. The Guyu Consortium faced joint sanctions from major conglomerates. Guyu Conglomerate Headquarters Building. In the president's office. Gu Hua ended the video call, glanced at Xia Lin beside him, and shrugged. We're screwed. The 2 giants, Huaxin and Oris, have issued a ban on Guyu, kicking it out of the Supreme Council. This meant that starting today, Guyu is no longer a member of the consortium. Xia Lin gave a cold laugh, unsurprised by the turn of events. Rules are meant to bind those who are governed. As the rulemakers, Huaxin and Oris naturally had no obligation to abide by the rules they themselves had established. As for the reason behind Guyu's expulsion, it was simple. That video was sent to me by Oris. He knows I'm a walker of the Ember Zone, and he knows you're Xia Lin. The first part wasn't easy to guess, but Oris figured it out anyway. The latter point, however, was already out in the open. He told me that Ember walkers should know their place. Once the mission is done, they should pack up and leave. Stirring up trouble won't benefit anyone. This sanction is a warning. Next time won't be so simple. In the real Ember Zone, the relationship between Ember Zone walkers and the natives is actually quite complex. Some natives harbor hatred toward the Ember walkers, believing they bring only death and disaster, and that perception isn't far off. In such zones, the pressure on the travelers is immense. Yet in other zones, some natives show a hint of friendliness toward the zone walkers. They can cooperate, they can be used. But don't expect much more than that. Those who know the true nature of the Ember walkers understand they are lawless outsiders from another world. Such individuals inherently possess the trait of disrupting established order. Even the most amicable natives would avoid entanglement with the Ember walkers whenever possible. Yes, Oris belonged to the more friendly category of Ember Zone natives. And this time, my battle with Li Peipei finally pushed Oris over the edge. Xia Lin said with a smile. In her battle with Li Peipei had demonstrated combat prowess on par with a fierce martial king. And Xia Lin, who had defeated her, was undoubtedly even stronger. This power exceeded all expectations, forcing Oris and Huaxin to take precautions. They simply couldn't fathom the logic of the Ember Zone Wanderer, especially when that Wanderer was named Xia Lin. Just as Oris himself had stated. This time, it was merely a warning. By refraining from more explosive measures, he signaled his intent to preserve the current status quo, hoping to persuade Xia Lin to withdraw and swiftly rid himself of this formidable presence. But would Xia Lin comply? Clearly, it was impossible. With that thought, Xia Lin rose from the sofa and slowly stretched. So that means we won't be getting Suzuki's 35th workshop either? Gu Hua shrugged helplessly. What else could it be? Xia Lin, alright. Have you finished your main quest? Gu Hua nodded. Done ages ago. As the son of a conglomerate and a top-tier fighter, the 3 brutal martial arts tournaments were no challenge for Gu Hua. He breezed through them effortlessly. Xia Lin concluded, then let's execute Plan B. As he spoke, Gu Hua curled his lip and gestured toward the thick stack of documents on the table. Xia Lin stepped forward and pinned a card to his chest. The card bore Xia Lin's portrait photo and his title, Executive President of the Guyu Conglomerate. He then took his seat and began signing documents. Guyu Restaurant Chain, sold for 10,000 credit points. Guyu Beauty Chain, sold for 10,000 credit points. Guyu This is what they call selling the family farm without a second thought. Not to mention, as Xia Lin's pen moved across the paper, a barrage of notification sounds filled his ears. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Guyu Conglomerate. You gain 2 attribute points. The notifications kept coming. Does signing count as backstabbing? What kind of signature is this? As Guyu's interim CEO, Xia Lin sold off the conglomerate's assets at rock-bottom prices. If this isn't backstabbing, what is? And when Xia Lin signed the final document, he set down his pen and burst into laughter. By selling off the entire Guyu Empire, Xia Lin gained a whopping 40 points across all attributes. This move, at the very least, compensated for the attribute loss Xia Lin suffered from being unable to ascend the Xiangwu arena. Rising to his feet, Xia Lin led Gu Hua straight out of the Guyu Conglomerate, never looking back. Night. Xiangwu City Industrial Zone. 2 figures emerged from outside Workshop 35 of Suzuki. It was Xia Lin and Gu Hua. Xia Lin was dressed in simple athletic wear, with one unusual detail, a microphone attached to his chest. As he led Gu Hua to the factory entrance, a faint blue glow began to emanate from the microphone. The blue light shone upon the factory's electrically controlled gate. With a hum, the gate opened automatically, clearing the path into the factory grounds. Xia Lin resumed walking, following the voice of Yang Xiaoyang from the microphone toward the underground warehouse. Along the way, all electronic devices were systematically brought under Yang Xiaoyang's control. After merging with Suzuki Shindo, Yang Xiaoyang had acquired a portion of Suzuki Shindo's abilities. As a mechanic, Suzuki Shindo was a natural master of machinery and electronics. Before him, all security checkpoints proved utterly useless. Soon, the two humans and one machine appeared within the concealed underground storage facility. As lights automatically illuminated the space, rows upon rows of miniature satellites each 10 meters tall and 30 meters wide stood silently like disciplined soldiers awaiting inspection. This sight made Xia Lin smile. Are we really going through with this? Yang Xiaoyang's voice sounded once more through the chest-mounted communicator. There was unease in his voice, tinged with trepidation. Xia Lin's smile faded as he spoke solemnly. Yes, it is necessary. For the sake of the common people, to resist injustice, and for a new order. And above all, to ensure that tragedies like yours never occur in this world again. Xiaoyang. Trust me, everything we do is for a better tomorrow. Xia Lin's words were righteous, his expression even tinged with fervor. This silenced Yang Xiaoyang, who was persuaded by Xia Lin. It also made Gu Hua roll his eyes. Bull about a better tomorrow. Isn't it all just about clearing the mission? Given Xia Lin's pure nature, he couldn't care less about injustice or the plight of the common folk. Do what's profitable, skip what's not. Pure pragmatism. Fortunately, Gu Hua didn't slip up this time. He kept his true thoughts to himself. Xia Lin spoke again. Xiaoyang, initiate the process. It's up to you now. Chapter 64, Convergence. The battle with Li Peipei had indeed disrupted Xia Lin's plans. Originally, Xia Lin intended to accumulate enough points through the fierce martial arena, then weaken his opponents, namely Huaxin and Oris, along with their affiliated powerhouses on the arena stage. Only after eliminating enough opponents, even killing Hua Xian and Oris, would he come here to activate the Sky Dome satellite. However, after acquiring the counterfeit foundational tier buff, Crimson Descent, Xia Lin suddenly realized he had a better, faster solution. Push through. Yes, just push through. The power of Crimson Descent far exceeded Xia Lin's expectations. It granted him the power to take on the entire fierce martial city. No need for complicated procedures, go straight for the kill, delivering a devastating critical strike to the heart of this Ashen district. Then, end it all. An even more magnificent blue light rippled out from the speaker, connecting the entire underground garage. A faint humming sound echoed overhead as the mechanical structure of the vault ceiling opened. Bright moonlight poured down from above, illuminating the sky and bathing Xia Lin in its glow. Xia Lin turned and walked out of the basement to the gate of Workshop 35. Beside him, Gu Hua lit a cigarette and smoked while silently waiting alongside Xia Lin. About 5 minutes later, the roar of exhaust jets erupted from behind them. A satellite, entirely silver-white, shot skyward like a meteor from underground, streaking toward outer space. At that moment, Xia Lin finally looked up, watching the satellite race toward the heavens. The satellite rapidly shrank in Xia Lin's eyes. Until, roughly a minute later, a sonic boom suddenly echoed from the direction of Xiangwu City's urban district. A missile launched from the city, precision-guided to strike the satellite, causing both to explode. Huaxin Technology's near-space intercept system. Xia Lin was not surprised by this. Simply squinting as he watched the explosion in the sky, he murmured softly with a slight smile. What beautiful fireworks. Beside him, Gu Hua gazed at the fireworks for a long moment before finally turning her attention to Xia Lin. He bowed respectfully to Xia Lin and said with a smile, I'll be taking my leave now. Wishing you a pleasant evening, Brother Zhu. The light of return descended. Gu Hua initiated the return procedure immediately. Xia Lin nodded and waved goodbye to Gu Hua. Thanks for everything this time. We'll meet again when we get back. See you when we get back. The light faded, and Gu Hua vanished without a trace. Xia Lin turned, lowering his gaze to the overloaded armored gauntlet now encased on his wrist. Function 2, Celestial Dome Auxiliary Control System. Current Sky Dome Primary Control System activated. This function is disabled. No active Sky Dome satellites currently operational. A sudden, explosive roar echoed through the sky. From the direction of the city, a Huaxin 7 aircraft tore through the air toward this location, trailing a brilliant plume of exhaust. Purple particle streams swirled around the craft's nose, forming a conical particle shield. Behind the shield, a white-clad swordsman stood at the bow, leaning on his sword with perfect poise. Their eyes locked. Xia Lin flashed a wicked smile, and Hua Xian smiled back. Looking for death? Xia Lin nodded. Ah, I'd like to try. As you wish. A deafening roar erupted. The aircraft surged forward at full power, like a silver bullet hurtling towards Xia Lin. Air compressed at extreme speeds, roaring towards Xia Lin like a curtain wall. Until crimson light blossomed beneath the moon. The crimson force of decay roared forth. Then it collided with the aircraft. Far more spectacular fireworks than the satellite explosion erupted from this spot. Crimson flames and scarlet energy swept outward in all directions, like a rising sun. Yang Xiaoyan was not fundamentally a mechanic. Even in his current state, he could never match Suzuki Shindo's strength. Just like the overload armor he gifted to Xia Lin Function 2 explicitly stated, it was merely an auxiliary control system, not the primary one. Where is the primary control system? Originally in Shindo Suzuki's possession, it now resides with either Horus or Huaxin, their spoils of war. This also means that if Xia Lin wishes to fully activate the Sky Dome system, he must eliminate either Horus or Huaxin, who possess the Sky Dome's primary control system. Only by activating a portion of the Sky Dome satellites can Xia Lin more conveniently complete the mission objectives. Of course, there's another way to execute the mission. With Xia Lin's current strength, he could simply slaughter his way through one conglomerate after another. With the warrior's immortality against firearms and the Crimson Descent in hand, he possesses the capability to single-handedly annihilate all the conglomerates in a short span of time. But the risk is immense. Not the risk of Xia Lin dying, he clearly wouldn't die. The risk lies in mission failure. Once Horus and Huaxin confirmed Xia Lin could overturn everything, they wouldn't let the destruction of the Ashes Zone go to waste. The zone would inevitably be annihilated, and Xia Lin would fail to meet the mission requirements. Bringing thoughts back to the present. During the latter stages of Xia Lin's battle with Li Peipei, drones and helicopters were shredded, and radiation disruption rendered satellite surveillance useless. Consequently, Horus and Huaxin struggled to ascertain Xia Lin's current precise strength. Xiangwu King? Certainly. But how much stronger than a fierce martial king? They had no way of knowing. Just now, Xia Lin deployed a Sky Dome satellite, effectively pinpointing his location for Huaxin and Horus. This was bait designed to lure high-value targets like Huaxin and Horus right into Xia Lin's grasp. Uncertain of Xia Lin's strength and threat level, Huaxin and Horus would never directly deploy the Annihilation Bind. Instead, they chose to trust their own capabilities and those of their subordinates, bringing forces here to assess the situation. Just as they had done when they annihilated Suzuki. It was a perfectly logical and reasonable decision. The only problem was that Xia Lin was not Suzuki Shindo. Amidst the intertwining crimson, a sword light like a crimson ribbon sliced through the scarlet mist, plunging straight into Xia Lin's forehead. The azure severing sword. After the strike, Huaxin's robes lay shredded by the crimson force of decay, his flesh scorched and charred. The crimson energy had entered his body, voraciously devouring everything within Hua Xin. Strike hard against weak defenses, this is the way of the sword cultivator. Yet the agony of the flesh could not yet shatter his steel-like spirit. As their gazes locked, Xia Lin seemed to see the blazing fire of a bear burning in Hua Xion's eyes. There will always be those who challenge the order of the fierce martial city. Suzuki did so, and the man before him did so too. But what of the outcome? It would make no difference whatsoever. He and Horus had survived from the nuclear apocalypse of the last century to the present day. Indeed, it was precisely he and Horus who halted the brutal nuclear war midway, ending the old order and establishing the present-day fierce martial city. Over a century has passed, and challengers have come and gone, yet none have ever overturned the order he and Horus forged together. This time will be no different. The sword's light pierced through the crimson glow, tearing through Xia Lin's flesh and bone, striking deep into his brain. One piercing strike. Yet Hua Xian dared not let his guard down. For Xia Lin's eyes still held their light, and the crimson glow continued to surge. Just as Huaxin moved to withdraw his blade, Xia Lin suddenly reached out with his left hand, seizing Huaxin's sword in a firm grip. Simultaneously, his right foot swept out in a crescent arc. Crimson blade light rippled outward. Chapter 65, The Final Battle. As a D-rank skill, the Blazing Wind Blade leg possessed limited power. Yet under the influence of the Crimson Decay power, every skill undergoes a profound transformation. Just like now. As the crimson light swept across, the blade's aura roared with a bone-chilling shriek. The scarlet arc of light made Hua Xian's hair stand on end, giving him the distinct sensation of facing death itself. He discarded his sword and drew his right hand behind him. Divine Edge. Sword Gale. Divine Edge, a rank skill, active skill, exclusive to swordsmen. Condenses an indestructible divine weapon from internal energy or true essence. Sword Gale, a rank skill, active skill, exclusive to swordsmen. Raise the sword to block, gaining a high damage reduction effect based on the weapon's strength. Lasts 3 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Even before the blade's aura touched him, the true essence sword had already taken shape, and the sword mist took effect. The blade energy swept past Hua Xian's body, producing a series of metallic clangs. Hua Xian, having activated 2 skills simultaneously, no longer resembled a human form but rather a divine weapon. Yet the Crimson Decay power regardless of whether you're a divine weapon or not. The sharp leg slash failed to breach Hua Xian's defenses, yet the Crimson Decay force seeped through every pore, penetrating relentlessly into his body. Within Hua Xian's body, the high-quality true essence cultivated through the Azure Absolute Breathing Technique S-rank skill shattered instantly upon contact. It even transformed into Crimson Decay power, beginning to corrode its host. Under the excruciating bone-piercing agony, Hua Xian's face drained of color. This was torment even his iron will rank couldn't withstand. As the momentum of the sword mist faded, Huaxin had no defenses left. Within the exploding aircraft, a second sword light suddenly flashed, charging towards Xia Lin with lightning speed. The second-generation fierce martial king, Tian. His sword streaked like a startled wild goose, his form like an immortal descending from the heavens. Though his garments were equally torn and his flesh scorched and charred, Tian still delivered the decisive strike at the critical moment. Star Slash! Like a meteor crashing from the heavens, Xia Lin was momentarily mesmerized by the sword intent, his mind going blank. The nickname Star Slayer was a decoy. This move wasn't a brute force attack, it was a formidable psychic assault skill. Even with his mental resistance buff active, Xia Lin was locked down for half a second by that strike. And in that very instant, new enemies arrived on the battlefield. Flesh-colored tentacles suddenly erupted from the ground. Resembling octopus tentacles, yet far more potent than any cephalopod. They bound Xia Lin's hands, and despite his current stats, he couldn't break free. Crimson decaying energy surged automatically, spreading into the tentacles and burning them until they creaked. Yet they were both supple and resilient. In the hands of a viral biologist, they proved more troublesome than dragon scales. A wave of tremors surged through the air. A burly man charged towards Xia Lin, cloaked in the night. The fifth-generation fierce martial king, Augustine. Like a heavy truck, he plowed through every obstacle in his path, charging towards Xia Lin, who still hadn't broken free. He reached out, wrapped his arms around Xia Lin's waist, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, lifted her off the ground. Together, they soared into the air. Then, spiraling downward. Earthquake throw. Augustine, profession, wrestler. The ground trembled as the concrete beneath Augustine's feet rapidly hardened into steel. Then, driven by the force of the earth drop, Xia Lin's head slammed violently into the ground. His neck snapped instantly. This fatal injury, however, became utterly insignificant before the crimson descended. Yet the dizziness felt all too real. Certain skills possessed by professionals could indeed inflict negative status effects like forced stuns, and crimson descent couldn't block them. Xia Lin felt his body drifting, as if suspended in clouds, before being abruptly pulled up by Augustine. His arms wrapped tightly around Xia Lin, then he squeezed with all his might. Muscle crush. A lethal, powerful control skill. A yellow blow erupted across his skin. Immovable as a mountain. Defense skill. A piercing crack of breaking bones erupted from within Xia Lin's body. Yet Xia Lin, having shaken off the dizziness, remained utterly unmoved. Instead, he burst into laughter. Is that it? Is that all you've got? Yes, that's all. Their coordinated attacks seemed well rehearsed, and the four of them combined were no slouch in combat. At the very least, they were more than capable of taking down the likes of Suzuki Shindo and Li Peipei. Yet in the face of a Foundation realm cultivator, everything felt utterly powerless. What's even more terrifying is that they themselves remained completely unaware of this fact. Horus had appeared beside Hua Xin at some point. As he injected Hua Xian with a serum to mitigate the damage from the crimson decay, he glared at Xia Lin, his voice thick with rage. I should have let you die by Steel Gale's hand. I should have let you die by Steel Gale's hand. Had he not intervened that day, Xia Lin might not have died, but he would certainly have returned. And none of this farce would have unfolded. After the rage came calm. Horus spoke slowly. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Eerie shadows drifted in from all directions. These were viruses developed by countless Horus. The viruses burrowed into Xia Lin's body. Some were neutralized by the martial artist's immunity to firearms, but others bypassed the defense and inflicted damage. A warning tone blared in his ears. You have been infected by 80 viruses. You have acquired a debuff. Unstable mutation activated. Get the hell out. Xia Lin roared in fury as crimson decaying power swiftly washed over his entire body. Thus, all viruses were utterly consumed by the crimson corruption, leaving Xia Lin utterly untouched. Within his retinas, as the crimson power surged chaotically, Xia Lin's injuries intensified, yet his attributes skyrocketed, swiftly reaching the 3,000-point threshold. Augustine distinctly sensed the power within his embrace growing ever stronger. But he couldn't speak, unable to give immediate feedback. All he could do was roar, pouring more and more strength into the embrace. Until a thunderous crack. Both arms snapped clean off at the roots. He staggered back in shock, watching his severed arms fall to the ground. Then he looked down at his chest. Upon his broad chest, a crimson, human-shaped imprint lingered, refusing to fade. Instead, it grew deeper and more intense. Until that crimson spread, engulfing Augustine entirely, erasing his very existence. He collapsed like a mountain, crashing to the ground. From the very instant of contact, the crimson decay had infected Augustine. This colossus possessed formidable willpower. After the battle, he entered a state of fervor, even briefly resisting the erosion of the crimson decay. Yet skill and willpower have their limits. At this moment, Iron Dragon Augustine was shattered by Xia Lin, his limits pierced through. Xia Lin didn't spare Augustine a single glance. Instead, he grinned at the grim-faced Horus. You're wrong. It's already too late. A faint crimson glow had spread across the entire arena, its origin unknown. The crimson power of decay formed the Scarlet Domain, corroding every living thing within except its master. Behind them, Augustine's corpse rapidly rotted away under the corrosion, turning into crimson crystalline bones that scattered in the wind. Yet 3 living beings still resisted. Xia Lin remained motionless. Oris and the others dared not move. The silence stretched on for an eternity. Until Oris suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Well, look at the mess this has become. If there's any disagreement between us, you can speak up. Whatever you want, just ask. If it can be resolved at the negotiating table, let's not resort to force. So, what do you want? His smile was natural. His tone was respectful. He made concessions. He was polite, so Xia Lin responded politely as well. My mission is to dismantle the conglomerate, including Huaxin and Oris. The crux is that Huaxin and you yourself are the pillars of Huaxin technology and Oris pharmaceuticals. Therefore, Xia Lin shrugged helplessly. At this point, there was nothing left unsaid about the matter. Oris stiffened, realizing the conflict was irreconcilable. His expression turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Huaxin and I have established a system for the new era. Xia Lin shook his head. I don't care for that phrasing. In my view, you and Huaxin have somewhat overestimated yourselves. The times create heroes, not the other way around. Without you and Huaxin, there might still be Orosin and Huasi. You seem to lack the necessary reverence for the era itself. Aeris's face twitched. He genuinely wanted to tear Xia Lin's mouth apart. From their very first encounter, Xia Lin's mouth had never left him with a favorable impression, and it still hadn't. Fine, you're right. The situation was stronger than man. But don't forget what gives Xian and me the right to dictate the new era's order? Huaxin was already enduring excruciating pain and near-death exhaustion. Yes, the Crimson Decay power was nearly killing him outright. A single strand of Crimson Decay he could withstand. But 100 strands? 1,000 strands? He couldn't withstand that. How could his true essence and Oris's potions possibly counteract the Crimson Decay? In that critical moment, Huaxin pulled out a device resembling a car key and pressed it down with all his might. Oris likewise pulled back his clothing, revealing the hideous flesh tumor growing over his heart. Without my world, there is no reason for existence. Then the question falls back on you, Xia Lin. Does your mission to clear this world include preventing its destruction? Xia Lin nodded decisively. Yes. There was no harm in saying so. Oris, however, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and spoke hastily. Then, before he could finish, Xia Lin abruptly raised his hand and clenched his fist. In the next instant, the Crimson Decay energy already spread everywhere, ubiquitous, and at full concentration surged forth. Like a water ball, it enveloped the 3 figures before him, trapping them at its center. Watching Huaxin frantically pressing the device inside and Oris deliberately piercing his own tumor, Xia Lin tilted his head in confusion. Wait, I'm accumulating crimson power here. What about you guys? What are you waiting for? Chapter 66, I don't care. The Crimson Sphere rapidly contracted. And so, everything within was completely corroded and purified. Whether human or virus. Living or dead. In just 3 seconds, the sphere finished contracting completely. With a bang, it dissolved into crimson smoke and vanished without a trace. Spotless. If viewed from above, the entire vicinity of Suzuki Workshop 35 had become a complete surveillance blind spot. Cameras and satellite surveillance alike had all failed. Yang Xiaoyang provided assistance, but it was minimal. The greater effect came from the Crimson Force. The excessive scarlet radiation disrupted the operation of electronic devices and also shielded the nuclear annihilation signal transmitter in Huaxin's hands. Moreover, the Crimson Decay power could eradicate all viruses. From the very beginning, Xia Lin had devised a battle plan. Maximize the concentration of Crimson Force in the surrounding area. And with that, contain Xian and Oris's mutual destruction pact. Given their nature, they would inevitably carry such a trump card as the destruction bond with them at all times, never entrusting it to others. For this reason, he deliberately stalled for time, even enduring a brutal beating. Gazing at the empty battlefield, Xia Lin took a deep breath and murmured 4 words. Crimson Descent. Foundation level. This was true power. In this battle, Xia Lin hadn't even resorted to his East Wind Divine Fist. Even S-rank natives like Oris from the Ash Zone couldn't force Xia Lin to unleash his full potential. A single incomplete foundational tier skill had completely overturned the balance of power. Xia Lin began to understand why the highest tier skills of the Ember Zone were named after racial foundational tier abilities, rather than some trivial SSR tier nonsense. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Fierce Martial City. Effect assessment, extremely detrimental. The elimination of 2 major leaders in a single battle by Xia Lin clearly yielded disastrous consequences. You gained 100 points across all attributes. The crimson glow gradually faded. Xia Lin turned and walked deeper into the factory. As Xia Lin took his first step, more sky domes roared into the sky, swarming densely. Within the underground vault, there were 111 satellites. One had been intercepted by Huaxin technology, leaving 110 remaining. With Huaxin dead, he could no longer issue orders to intercept the satellites. Truthfully, even if this batch of satellites had been intercepted, Xia Lin wouldn't have cared. He could still search Huaxin Technology or Oris Pharmaceuticals for more Sky Dome satellites stored by either company. The situation hadn't escalated into something more troublesome. With 110 Sky Dome satellites launched into low Earth orbit, everything was now in place. Xia Lin turned his gaze back to the overload armor. Current Sky Dome Master Control System not activated. The Sky Dome Master Control System was naturally a trump card level capability, inevitably carried on person by Huaxin or Oros. Now that they were dead, the Master Control System was lost. This armored gauntlet now held the highest authority over the Sky Dome system. Current operational Sky Dome satellites, 110. Xia Lin's finger lightly tapped the armored gauntlet, causing it to emit a series of beeps. Yamada 3 laser launch protocol activated. Select target. Xia Lin spoke calmly, all leaders of the conglomerates and their immediate family members. Command accepted. Firing sequence initiated. Countdown, 10 minutes. Except for Huaxin and Oris, no one could comprehend what the satellite ascending from the industrial zone signified. Suzuki's celestial dome system operated under the highest security classification. Even ordinary conglomerate leaders remained ignorant of what the celestial dome or Yamada no Orochi entailed. With both Huaxin and Oris dead, Xia Lin's execution of this step would face no opposition. It didn't matter if anyone resisted, the Crimson Descent would teach them a lesson in humility. Thus, destruction was imminent. Yet amid the countdown, Xia Lin turned and walked away with Yang Xiaoyang. His figure transformed into a crimson light, racing swiftly away. He traversed the industrial zone, returned to the old city district, and headed toward the police station to no avail. Ultimately, guided by Yang Xiaoyang, he arrived at Duan Jun's residence in the old city district. Duan Jun, awakened by the earlier explosion from intercepting the missile, now stood in his pajamas before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, footsteps approached his side, startling Duan Jun. He turned and saw Xia Lin. "What are you doing here?" Duan Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Xia Lin smiled faintly. "To say goodbye." Before Duan Jun could say anything else, Xia Lin pointed toward the sky above them. "Look up." As Duan Jun lifted his gaze, 110 beams of light poured down from the sky, like sunlight tearing through the night, descending upon every corner of the city. No explosions. No screams. Only silent annihilation and death. Duan Jun stared in stunned disbelief. Just as he stood frozen in shock, the second wave of lasers followed immediately. Then the third wave, the fourth wave. The Violet Metropolis is home to over 100 conglomerates, with members including the direct relatives of their leaders numbering nearly 10,000. Consequently, tonight's laser show was destined to continue unabated for the foreseeable future. Yet Xia Lin had already heard the alert tone ringing in his ears. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Xiangwu City. Effect assessed as subversion. You have completely subverted the order of Xiangwu Metropolis. You have gained 200 points across all attributes. And so, Xia Lin. Strength, 613. Stamina, 613. Agility, 613. Spirit, 617. A surging power pulsed through his body. Yet the strength derived from base attributes exceeding 600 seemed insignificant and trivial compared to the Crimson Decay power. Thinking of the greater troubles he would inevitably face after leaving the Ember Zone, and knowing Crimson Descent could not continue to accompany him, Xia Lin felt regret but not despair. With a click, an intelligent chip from the overload armor automatically detached, landing in Xia Lin's hand. He handed the chip and Yang Xiaoyang to Duan Jun, speaking softly. "For you. A token of gratitude for kindness, Part 2. Yang Xiaoyang, I'm not a gift. Not you. Just the chip." Duan Jun took the chip and Yang Xiaoyang in a daze, then heard Xia Lin's gentle, calm voice. "You're a good person with ideals. I can't be someone like you, but I admire people like you. To be honest, just a few dozen days ago, I was still a law-abiding citizen, a decent person." Duan Jun was momentarily speechless. At first glance, Xia Lin didn't seem like a law-abiding citizen at all. Xia Lin smiled gently, offering no further explanation, but continued speaking to himself. "The environment changes a person. I never understood that saying before, but now I do. Enough about my issues. Let's talk about the gift I gave you." Xia Lin gestured toward the chip in Duan Jun's hand. This chip is the control terminal for 110 Sky Dome satellites. What Sky Dome satellites are, and the specific functions of this chip you can ask Yang Xiaoyang. I won't explain it myself, because that would take too long. In short, possessing this means you hold the power to kill anyone you desire. As the word kill left his lips, Xia Lin's smile turned sinister once more. This still made Duan Jun feel uneasy. The chip in his hand felt unbearably hot. I, he stammered, unable to form coherent words for a long moment. It was Xia Lin who voiced Duan Jun's unspoken thoughts. "I'm just an ordinary cop. I'm not capable of wielding such immense power or authority. I certainly have no right to decide anyone's fate. Duan Jun froze, letting out a bitter laugh. As always, Xia Lin had pinpointed Duan Jun's inner thoughts with precision. Until Xia Lin spoke again. But that's none of my concern. Duan Jun's eyelid twitched. Xia Lin's voice echoed faintly. I destroyed every single conglomerate. I shattered the old order of Xiangwu City. But you must understand I did this for no one else. I did it solely for my own mission and power. And you must also understand that I am not your babysitter or guardian angel. Now, I have achieved my goal. The old order has been destroyed, and a new one must be built. But this is none of my concern. It is a matter you and all inhabitants of this world must confront yourselves. I leave you, Duan Jun, with the necessary violence to rebuild the new order. This has nothing to do with anything else. It is simply Xia Lin's repayment of goodwill. He looked intently at Duan Jun, enunciating each word deliberately, whether you wish to create a harmonious utopia or rule as a tyrannical dictator. You may do whatever you wish, however you wish. And regardless of your thoughts, your actions, whether you possess the capability, or what tomorrow this world will bring. I couldn't care less. The light of return descended. Xia Lin smiled and patted Duan Jun on the shoulder. Farewell forever. Chapter 67, Clearance Settlement, Massive Rewards. At the very moment Xia Lin returned, in the old city district, within the Sanqiang Martial Arts Hall, Zhou Yan and Bai Guang stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing up at the laser show descending from the sky. Zhou Yan vaguely sensed what was happening, while Bai Guang looked utterly bewildered. Soon, something even more astonishing happened. The light of return descended automatically. The Ember Zone had automatically initiated the return protocol. The current Ember Zone has been cleared. All Ember Zone travelers must return immediately. The hidden rule of the Ember Zone. Once any Ember Zone traveler completes the clearance mission, that Ember Zone permanently closes. All travelers within will immediately return, and the return process cannot be interrupted. The moment the alert sounded, Bai Guang finally realized something. His face twitched as he turned to Zhou Yan. Senior. The breathing technique. The breathing technique. His promotion battle was tomorrow. He hadn't yet reached the pinnacle of Xiangwu martial arts, failing to meet the prerequisites for obtaining the breathing technique. But after hanging around Zhou Yan for so long, Bai Guang knew the old man was surprisingly easygoing with his own people. The natives of the true Ember Zone weren't NPCs either. They could communicate and even make compromises. Zhou Yan glanced at Bai Guang, raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, then nodded. We've crossed paths, and you're an interesting fellow. I'll count this as your mission completed. He extended his hand, effortlessly passing through the light of return, and slapped Bai Guang on the shoulder. Bai Guang felt only a warmth on his shoulder as the notification sound rang out again. You have obtained the martial imprint, 10,000 phenomena, all-encompassing. By comprehending the 10,000 phenomena Senra martial arts imprint, you may gain martial insights and master related skills. With a thud, Bai Guang knelt before Zhou Yan and banged his head 3 times on the ground. Thank you, senior, for passing down the teachings. Zhou Yan's generosity far exceeded Bai Guang's wildest expectations. The martial imprint, 10,000 phenomena and all existence was not a single skill, but an entire set of techniques encompassing breathing methods. Yet how much one could grasp depended entirely on Bai Guang's insight and luck in the realm of immortal and martial arts professions. Innate talent and comprehension were paramount. Zhou Yan smiled as he accepted Bai Guang's kneeling homage. Only when the light of return surged forth, carrying Bai Guang away until he vanished without a trace, did Zhou Yan let out a soft sigh. He folded his arms behind his back and turned his gaze back to the laser show unfolding in the sky. The conglomerate collapsed. Huaxin was dead. Zhou Yan knew all this, understood it all. Yet as an outsider, none of it concerned him. Thinking of that Ember Zone walker who had defeated Li Peipei, Zhou Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, finding it rather interesting. Newcomer, yet his methods are endlessly varied. I wonder what innate talents he possesses, and what combination of skills he wields. But hey, this has nothing to do with this old man here. Retirement requires the mindset of retirement. After a lifetime of fighting and killing, it was time to rest. However, just as Zhou Yan turned to head back inside for bed, he abruptly halted in his tracks. His gaze fell upon the stone tea table within the courtyard pavilion, where a black and red letter suddenly materialized, hovering above the surface. Zhou Yan paused in surprise, then hobbled over to the table with his cane. As his hand reached out to touch the letter, it shattered into a burst of blood-red energy that surged into his body. Along with it came a faint, weak male voice. Esteemed seniors, this is 0375, Reality, Flash Blue Star, Sequence 3, Wan Lai. Today, I issue this Blood Essence transmission order, earnestly requesting all members of the Triphase Alliance who receive this letter to come to Shalan Star and rescue me. My star Sequence 1, Holy Links, Lord of 10,000 Armies, has successfully completed its initial development phase and is now formally expanding its territory. I am currently being hunted down by the Wind General and the elite cavalry regiment under Holy Links' command. My life hangs in the balance. Oh? Can you say one more thing? Then. Save me! Save me! Save me! Hurry up and send someone! Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. The transmission cut off. Zhou Yan fell deep in thought. When the return timer ended, Xia Lin's eyes went blank as he appeared in the settlement space. Surrounded by swirling stars, light cascaded down upon her, cleansing all injuries and temporary buffs from her body. The crimson descent vanished. But the lifespan reduction debuff was gone too. A booming notification sounded. Settlement initiated. Main quest, Fierce Martial Arena, completed. Earn 200 Ember Zone points. Side quest, Ambitions Backlash, completed. Potion rewards have been advanced. You have received 2000 Ember Zone points. Clear mission, Iron Curtain, completed. You have ended the Order of the Fierce Martial City, completing the highest difficulty clear mission. Filtering rewards. Selection complete. You may select any 3 from the following 5 rewards. 1. 30,000 Ash Zone points. 2. 1 random skill minimum A rank, maximum SS rank. 3. Talent evolution, gain 1 evolution point non-constant value to upgrade to SS rank. 4. Talent evolution, gain 1 evolution point through unstable mutation 1/5 chance. 5. Unstable shadow exclusive, select one of your existing skills, specify a mutation direction, and trigger a beneficial mutation. The rewards for completing the mission truly lived up to expectations. They were astonishing. 5 options, 3 choices, both quantity and quality. Xia Lin was faced with a difficult choice. First, eliminate option 1. Ash Zone points are highly useful and retain their value. But compared to the other rewards, their significance pales in comparison. Then I'll pick 3 and 4. Xia Lin decisively settled on 2 options. His class talents were the very foundation of his existence. The unstable constant skill slot expansion was essentially a form of upgrade, and the unstable mutation was a heavyweight ability. But the 1/5 notation on one of the 4 options left Xia Lin puzzled. Fortunately, the Ember Zone system provided an explanation. Accumulate 5 evolution points to upgrade unstable mutation to race heritage tier. The 4 options couldn't directly elevate unstable mutation to the racial foundation tier. Instead, they presented a progress bar. This meant choosing any of the 4 options wouldn't grant Xia Lin any enhancements, nor would his talents change. But still, he had to make a choice. Thinking of the crimson descent that had already slipped far from his grasp, Xia Lin felt a pang of regret. Such is the nature of power. Once you've tasted the flavor of higher tier power, SS or SSS tiers just don't cut it anymore. Unstable mutation was merely SSS tier, incapable of mutating into skills or buffs rooted in racial heritage. Crimson descent had only come into being through a rare chain of buff combinations. Xia Lin needed to push unstable mutation to its peak as soon as possible. The first step was at hand. After Xia Lin selected 3 or 4 options, the talent description for unstable mutation remained unchanged, while the unstable constant successfully advanced to SS tier. Class Talent 1, Unstable Constant SS Rank Talent. Within change lies constancy, much like mathematical constants. Unstable Constant grants Unstable Shadow 4 additional constant skill slots. Skills placed in these slots, whether standard or mutated, will not continue to mutate and cannot be observed by any other skill. You may swap skills within the constant slots during the settlement phase before each Ember Zone begins and after it ends. The uncertain constant undergoes minimal change. It merely adds an extra skill slot. But that's not bad. Xia Lin turned his gaze back to the second option. Random skill? Or beneficial mutation? Chapter 68, Move Selection Extra Chapter for Alliance Leader Ninja Turtle Yi's Headache. Xia Lin held off on making a choice. Instead, he opened his attribute list and began reviewing his stats and skills. Name, Xia Lin. Level, 3. Class, Uncertain Shadow. Class Talent 1, Unstable Constant SS Rank. Class Talent 2, Unstable Mutation SSS Rank 1/5. Base Attributes. Strength, 613. Constitution, 613. Agility, 613. Mental, 617. Permanent skill slots, 4. 1. Rapid Regeneration Mutated. 2. Backstab Mutated. 3. 1000-Mile Farewell Mutated. 4. Empty. Basic skill slot, 3. 1. Warrior's Immunity to Firearms Mutated. 2. East Wind Divine Fist Mutated. 3. Fierce Wind Blade Leg D rank can level up. Let's adjust the skill setup first. Within the settlement space, Xia Lin could swap skills between the constant skill slot and the regular skill slot. After a moment's thought, he moved Warrior Immunity to Firearms and Divine Fist of the East to the constant skill slot, while transferring Rapid Regeneration to the regular skill slot. Thus, constant skill slot, 4. 1. Backstab. 2. 1000 miles apart. 3. Warrior's Immunity to Firearms. 4. Divine Fist of the East Wind. Basic skill slot, 3. 1. Rapid Regeneration. 2. Blazing Wind Blade Leg. 3. Void. That feels much better. Xia Lin replied with satisfaction. Backstab is a limit-breaking skill. Its effectiveness is evident to all in this Ember Zone, making it Xia Lin's core ability at this stage. Its importance is paramount. Thousand Mile Farewell had limited practical applications. But given Xia Lin's approach to combat, the importance of a survival skill goes without saying. He must always keep an escape route open to truly unleash his full potential. Martial artists never die from firearms in East Wind Divine Fist 1 offense, 1 defense composed Xia Lin's current combat system. Thus, his constant skill bar now holds 4 distinct abilities: Limit Breaker, Transfer, Attack, and Defense. This would form the core skill configuration for Xia Lin at this stage. The 2 skills in the common skill slot, however, held far less significance. Rapid Nourishment is formidable, but as seen in the Ashen district of Fierce Martial City, this skill has limitations and natural counters. Both Watanabe Nurin and Li Peipei after her dragon transformation were completely immune to rapid nourishment. As for gaining weight and then using breathing techniques to lose weight and break limits. After tasting the sting of Backstab and the Crimson Descent of Scarlet Descent, Xia Lin no longer places much value on martial arts-based breathing techniques. Martial arts-based limit-breaking techniques simply lack the necessary speed. And as a non-martial arts practitioner, Xia Lin found it difficult to master S-rank or higher martial arts breathing techniques. Thus, for Xia Lin, rapid nourishment held more value as a novelty than as a combat technique. It was nice to have, but not essential. As for the Blazing Wind Leg technique, a useless skill keeping it on the panel serves almost no purpose beyond hoping for a mutation. His thoughts returned to the options for the 25th skill slot. After pondering, Xia Lin selected option 5, Benign Mutation. Option 2 might actually be more useful to Xia Lin. It was at least an A-grade skill, and he still had spare skill slots. But the mere phrase exclusive to Uncertain Shadow in option 5 was enough to tempt Xia Lin into trying it out, just to see what it was like. Reward distribution in progress. Please select a skill and specify the mutation direction. Selecting Fierce Wind Blade Legs, specifying direction. Xia Lin paused briefly, then chuckled. Break Limit. The D-rank martial arts secondary skill mutates toward the limit break direction. Come on, Uncertain Shadow, show me your limits. And guess what happened? It actually worked. The skill description for the Blazing Wind Leg Blade rapidly distorted, and soon, the new mutated skill came into Xia Lin's view. But this new mutated skill made Xia Lin's head buzz. This skill, the art style feels off again. Kneel, Bastard Mutated, active skill. Consumes 10-100 spirit based on target's strength. Upon uttering Kneel, Bastard, to the target, they will prostrate themselves before you. Simultaneously, you permanently strip 110 points from all their attributes determined by target strength to become your own limit-breaking attributes. Cooldown, 1 day. It truly is a limit-breaking skill. And a limit-breaking skill that absorbs enemy attributes. But what does this skill have to do with the original Blazing Wind Blade Legs? Both involve legs? Xia Lin couldn't figure it out, but that didn't stop him from keeping the skill. Powerful Control, a limit-breaking skill that's far superior to the Blazing Wind Blade Leg. He happily opened the Ember Zone store. Currently, Xia Lin possessed 2,239 Ember Zone points. He could finally acquire the portable space he'd been longing for, consuming 1,000 Ember Zone points. As the transaction completed, light cascaded down from above. When the glow faded, Xia Lin immediately sensed a pocket-sized space around him, one he could open and close at will. With a single thought, the pocket dimension opened. Xia Lin looked inside, but saw nothing. It was absolutely invisible and absolutely indestructible. Xia Lin could also sense its dimensions. 3 by 3 by 3. More than enough for daily necessities. He tossed the overload armor into the personal space. With a thought, it materialized back in his hand. How incredibly convenient. And clothes. Yes, clothes too. Martial artists don't die from gunfire, but their clothes do. Xia Lin's outfits got shredded in every battle, forcing him to go shirtless every now and then. That was way too embarrassing. Xia Lin wouldn't stand for it. After exploring the personal space, Xia Lin turned his attention to the Ember Zone Mall. Last time, with only 100 Ash Zone points, he'd been swiftly dissuaded by the shop's offerings after a quick glance. This time, however, clutching a whopping 1,239 points, he was determined to splurge. Ash Zone points that weren't quickly converted into strength were as good as non-existent. He scrolled through the dazzling array of options. A full half-hour later, Xia Lin finally settled on 2 items. Unknown Potion D-Grade, Single-Use Consumable. Developed by some genius, it randomly grants either a buff or debuff upon consumption. Price, 50 Ember Zone points. Gamble. Keep gambling. Uncertain Shadows demanded a gamble. Xia Lin bought 10 vials at once, storing them alongside his last remaining Death Angel potion in his personal storage space. Ash Zone points, 739 remaining. As 739 transformed into 239, a skill crystal fell into Xia Lin's palm. The Ember Zone marketplace sold attributes, items, equipment, and even skills. But all were B-grade or lower. Higher tier items and skills were unavailable through the Ember Zone store, so the skill crystal in Xia Lin's hand was merely D-grade. Nevertheless, it had undoubtedly been carefully selected by Xia Lin to synergize with his existing skills. War will reduction degrade skill, passive skill. After your control skills affect a target, they weaken the target's war will and hostility. Both rapid nourishment and kneel, you bastard, are control skills. Thus, the combat will reduction skill holds some significance for Xia Lin. Though clearly not much. Then again, expecting low-tier skills sold in the shop to fundamentally transform one's skill system is unrealistic to begin with. What is realistic, then? Unstable mutation is very realistic. The skill description twisted rapidly as unstable mutation took effect. Seeing the newly mutated skill, Xia Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 69, The Arrival, Sequence 6. Humiliation Torment Mutated, Passive Skill. When your opponent suffers your humiliation or torment, their attributes will permanently decrease by a portion determined by the severity of humiliation and the opponent's base attributes. The effect persists until your death. Now this is interesting. Does the forced weight gain from rapid nourishment count as humiliation and torment? Absolutely. Turning someone into a giant blob of fat? That's pure torment. Does the forced kneeling from kneel, bastard count as humiliation torture? For someone with strong self-respect, this humiliation is immense. Opening the attribute panel, he examined the 3 skills in his basic skill slot. Rapid nourishment, kneel, bastard, humiliation and torture. The 3 skills interlocked, forming a skill combo. Unstable mutation, yet still performing reliably. I wouldn't rest easy until this elevates you to the level of racial heritage. Xia Lin muttered this assessment under his breath, his anticipation for the upcoming sequence ranking battle growing even stronger. The sequence ranking battle offered rich rewards. Even evolution points are commonplace. If you secure a top-tier ranking, you might not just earn 1 skill evolution point but multiple. Recalling Li Peipei's formidable strength, Xia Lin began to assess his own niche. Mid-tier sequence. Maybe I can nibble at the heels of the high-tier sequences. With that thought, Xia Lin spoke softly. Return. As his words faded, the world before his eyes flickered briefly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back where he had come from. That is, the outskirts of the ancient Hua base city. The entrance to the ash zone ahead rapidly contracted until it vanished entirely. A sudden "I'm sorry" sounded beside him, causing Xia Lin to turn his head. It was Bai Guang, bowing deeply and shouting loudly. I'm sorry. I failed to complete the task you assigned me, brother." Their eyes met. Xia Lin raised an eyebrow, while Bai Guang's face flushed with embarrassment. He offered a fawning smile and added, "Brother, I didn't acquire the skill. I failed to handle the matter." The prior agreement was that Xia Lin would help Bai Guang gain weight to break his limit, while Bai Guang would procure the martial arts limit-breaking technique for Xia Lin. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, their interactions in the brutal martial arts metropolis had been limited, rendering their prior agreement null and void. Returning to the apology. Bai Guang now felt a tinge of fear towards Xia Lin. This kid was truly insane, and his growth rate was staggering. Better to apologize and admit fault now than risk making an enemy. Bai Guang understood these principles all too well. Xia Lin merely shook his head. If the agreement is void, so be it. It wasn't anything important anyway. He waved to Bai Guang. Well then, goodbye. He turned and walked toward the Guhua base. Seeing this, Bai Guang not only didn't follow Xia Lin but instead let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had already decided to cease all contact with Xia Lin. This man acted with reckless abandon, bound by no scruples, clearly no good sort. Staying close to someone like that might not bring many benefits, but the risks were definitely sky high. After a moment's thought, Bai Guang lifted his leg and swiftly vanished into the distance, running away from the Guhua base. As Sequence 73, the Ghost Warrior, Bai Guang already possessed limit-breaking skills, with attributes exceeding 200. With his movement skills further enhancing his speed, he now moved with lightning-like swiftness. Yet after running for only half an hour, Bai Guang abruptly halted. Crouching low, he vanished into the roadside grass. He looked up through the gaps in the foliage toward the sky above. A massive shadow fell from the sky. A spindle-shaped spacecraft came into view, slowly gliding across the sky. The words "Immortal" were clear and conspicuous. It made Bai Guang squint. For this spacecraft belonged to the Immortal City, and it was also the Mount of Guwei, an Immortal Knight of Humanity's Sequence 6. Something's not right. No matter how much the Immortal City values Li Peipei, they wouldn't have dispatched reinforcements this quickly, let alone send Guwei himself. Li Peipei died at Xia Lin's hands. The Immortal City would certainly demand an explanation from Xia Lin. But no matter how one thought about it, there was no reason to directly deploy a Sequence 6. Guwei was simply not on the same level as Li Peipei. The current situation is beyond using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It was simply too abstract. Finding no answers, Bai Guang shook his head. Once Guwei's vehicle had disappeared into the distance, he set off again, determined to distance himself as far as possible from Xia Lin, the troublesome individual. At that very moment, Guhua base. Joining the City of Immortals is straightforward. I still hold some standing there. In Gu Hua's office, Xia Lin sipped his drink while listening to Gu Hua's rambling. He suddenly spoke up, cutting off Gu Hua's voice. Your connections over there seem a bit messy. Look at Beyond, he's the deputy city lord of the immortal city. You have a life or death grudge against him. It's either you or him. Yet you still belong to the immortal city and even hold some standing there. I just don't get the logic here. Gu Hua's smile faded into a bitter one. The reasons behind it are rather complicated. You could consider me Transcendence's scapegoat? This time, Xia Lin understood. Transcendence's skill? Gu Hua, No escape? Gu Hua sighed softly, run and die instantly. Stay put and you might survive. Xia Lin refrained from reopening Gu Hua's wounds, and Gu Hua skipped over the topic, continuing. Anyway, as one of this planet's 3 SSS-level calamities, joining the immortal city isn't easy. But with my recommendation, it can be settled within 3 days. The real issue lies in the immortal city's accountability. I'm trying to figure out how to spin this. Earlier, he'd said that if the immortal city ever held him accountable, he'd sell Xia Lin out without hesitation. Now, however, he found himself agonizing over it. Yet at this moment, Xia Lin began to vaguely grasp Gu Hua's mindset. His relationship with Transcendence dictated that Gu Hua would stop at nothing to make Transcendence's life miserable until one of them was dead. And Xia Lin? He was an absolute pro at causing trouble. Before Gu Hua could finish his thoughts, the communicator by his side suddenly emitted a series of beeps. Before Gu Hua could answer, a deep male voice came through. Gu Hua, I'll be there soon. Pack your things immediately. Gu Hua froze, unsure what pack your things meant. But the other end had already hung up. Turning to look at Xia Lin, Gu Hua let out a heavy sigh. Trouble's coming, and it's big trouble. Gu Wei's here. This isn't something we can brush off. Immortal Knight Gu Wei, Sequence 6. He was also the foremost commander among Beyond's subordinates. The atmosphere in the room grew visibly oppressive. Until Xia Lin took a sip of coffee, making a peculiar sound. Gu Hua turned to look at Xia Lin, only to see the latter wearing an indifferent expression. This prompted Gu Hua to tentatively ask. Hey, buddy, how about you head out first? I'll handle things here? Xia Lin, sure, why not? Ever since killing Li Peipei, Xia Lin had prepared himself to provoke formidable enemies. Fear? That wasn't in his nature. He had done what he had to do, and he would certainly bear the consequences. But there was no reason to deliberately walk into a trap. As a Sequence 6, Gu Wei's strength was far beyond Xia Lin's current capabilities. Biding his time was the sensible choice. And Xia Lin, though seemingly mad, possessed a shrewd intelligence. He rose and headed for the door. Before he reached the doorway, however, the room's main door swung open. A man standing 2 meters tall, clad in heavy armor like a tin can, stormed into the room and collided head-on with Xia Lin. Thud! Xia Lin lost his footing and flew backward, crashing into and collapsing Gu Hua's desk. The intruder didn't pause, merely glancing at the sprawled Xia Lin with a frown. What kind of stray dog is blocking my path? Ignoring Xia Lin, he turned his gaze to Gu Hua. Something's happened. The Sacred Lynx has attacked us. Chapter 70, Kneel, Bastard. Gu Hua stared in shock at the scene of the massacre. Ahead, Gu Wei, as solid as an iron can, wore a grave expression, radiating an air of urgency. Before him, the solid wood desk had collapsed. Xia Lin lay amidst the wreckage, seemingly lost in quiet contemplation of life. Yet his gaze flickered slowly, a crimson glow rising from his eyes. Gu Hua. What to do? Before he could come up with a plan, Gu Wei frowned and spoke again. I said something's wrong. Hey, hey, hey! Did you hear me? Gu Hua chuckled, got it. So the Sacred Lynx is coming for us, huh? Then he froze. Ha! Only now did he snap back to reality. Gu Wei's voice was urgent. He's already passed his developmental stage and emerged from his primary ash zone. Wang Lai has been defeated by him, the martial god base has fallen to Shanglin, and Wang Lai's whereabouts are unknown. Next, it's our turn. I'm here on the boss's orders. He sent me to retrieve you and return to Immortal City immediately. We abandoned the Gu Hua base and Iron Rain base. Sequence 1, Holy Lynx, Lord of 10,000 armies. A monster. Transcendence is also a monster, but even among monsters, there are differences. Transcendence is powerful. According to Gu Hua, Transcendence's strength is beyond comprehension. Yet he remains only a Sequence 2. This sudden news caused Gu Hua's mind to freeze momentarily. Gu Wei, however, kept talking. What about Peipei? Didn't she go to the Ashen Zone with you? Contact her and tell her to hurry over. We'll take one ship back to Immortal City together. As soon as possible. The roads might not be safe anymore. Gu Hua opened his mouth but found no words to respond. Seeing Gu Hua's hesitation, Gu Wei's expression darkened. Why are you so slow today? Gu Wei was impatient and quick-tempered. He was decisive and straightforward in his actions, but also impulsive. Before Gu Hua could speak, a voice suddenly rang out. It was Xia Lin's voice. She's dead. Gu Wei turned his head toward the source of the voice. He saw the unknown stray dog that had blocked his path sitting up from the ground, propping itself up on its knees and staring at him. Its pale red pupils dilated slightly, and a savage, twisted grin spread across its face. She's dead. I killed her. I slaughtered her like I would any stray dog blocking my path. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the entire office abruptly froze. It wasn't until Xia Lin stood up and spoke again. Now, back to the question from earlier. You bumped into me, no big deal, it's fine. I understand your urgency. Getting pushed aside shows my weakness. But calling me a stray dog blocking your path, isn't that a bit abrupt? Gu Wei was momentarily stunned. But after a moment of bewilderment, his features twisted in anger. Li Peipei was dead. The person before him had killed her. It wasn't a huge problem. A sequence 43 who'd climbed the ranks by sucking up whether she lived or died made no difference. The real problem was that this person had just casually admitted it. Where does that leave my face, Gu Wei? Where does that leave the face of Immortal City? Where does that leave the face of Transcendence? Killing intent surged instantly, blue light blazing in Gu Wei's eyes. Yet a commanding voice thundered into his ears, like a decree from the heavens. Kneel, you bastard. As the 4 words fell, a conceptual force surged into Gu Wei's body, causing him to collapse to his knees before Xia Lin with a thud. The killing intent dissipated. Gu Wei was stunned. He looked up at Xia Lin, who wore a savage grin, and saw a glow emanating from the tip of Xia Lin's finger. Chaotic colored light instantly surged into Gu Wei's body, causing his frame to begin swelling uncontrollably. With a loud bang, his armor burst from the pressure of exploding fat, tearing his clothes apart. He stood naked, yet remained kneeling. Just a roadside bum, and a bald one at that. With that, Xia Lin raised his hand. Goodbye. The 1,000-mile departure activated. Xia Lin transformed into a rainbow light and vanished in an instant. Xia Lin revenge never waits. But he didn't want to clash head-on with Sequence 6 either. He clearly couldn't win. One combo sends you to the curb. We'll meet again someday. Under Xia Lin's combo, Gu Wei was left completely numb. That combo was downright insane. It wasn't until Xia Lin had been gone for over 3 seconds that an earth-shattering roar erupted from Gu Hua's office. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Eh, aha. With a snort, Gu Hua couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Watching the giant, obese man kneel motionless before him, he couldn't contain his amusement, laughing until he doubled over. This caught Gu Wei's attention. Who is he? Gu Wei slowly rose to his feet. Amidst the swirling blue light, the fat within his body rapidly melted away. As a Sequence 6, he too was unable to resist the effects of the rapid nourishment. But the negative effects of fat on him were limited to that alone. By the time Gu Wei reached Gu Hua, he had fully restored his original appearance. Only his gaze remained icy cold, like the depths of winter. Gu Hua paid it no mind. Smiling, he remarked, didn't they say? He killed Li Peipei. A murderer, an enemy. Who else could it be? Gu Wei's fists clenched unconsciously. But judging by your relationship with him, he doesn't seem like your enemy. Gu Hua's smile slowly faded. He killed Li Peipei. I'm glad. So what? As he spoke, Gu Hua stepped closer to Gu Wei, closing the distance until they could feel each other's breath. He enunciated each word deliberately. He's your enemy, but he's also my friend. So what? Got a problem with that? Gu Wei stared intently at Gu Hua for 3 seconds before nodding quickly. I have no objection. He casually retrieved another set of armor from his personal storage space, donning it as he spoke calmly. Let's go back to the City of Immortals. The boss is about to begin the blood sacrifice, and you. He turned to look at Gu Hua. Visibly, the moment the words commencing the blood sacrifice were uttered, Gu Hua's face paled noticeably. This made Gu Wei smile. Honestly, I've never understood, is the price of power really that terrifying? TSK TSK TSK. Never had the honor of being the boss's scapegoat. What a pity, what a pity. Hey, Gu Hua, is the price of power really that unbearable? Does it hurt? Is it agonizing? Does it leave an indelible mark on your soul? Gu Hua slowly closed his eyes. A suppressed growl erupted from his throat. Get out! Ha 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 ha! Gu Wei burst into laughter. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because he saw his attribute panel. Base attributes. Strength, 6,378 6041. A sudden drop of over 300 points. Gu Wei froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Until he saw the reason for the attribute drop. You are affected by the skill Humiliation and Torment, causing permanent attribute reduction until the skill's owner dies. A long silence followed. What's his name? Gu Wei turned to ask Gu Hua. At that moment, Gu Hua no longer needed to conceal Xia Lin's identity. Xia Lin. His name is Xia Lin. Chapter 71, Sequence 1, Holy Links of 10,000 Armies. Skill effect activated. You have absorbed 10 points of all attributes from your opponent. 1,000 miles away, the crimson glow in Xia Lin's eyes gradually faded as the corners of his mouth lifted into a slow smile. The new skill combos showed impressive power. The Neil Bastard skill, purely in terms of control effect, far surpassed rapid nourishment after all. Once attributes exceeded 1,000, the obesity imposed by the limits of human genetics barely impacted combat effectiveness. But Neil Bastard delivered genuine, undeniable control. The only regret was that Xia Lin couldn't interview Gu Wei to ask how effective the humiliation in torment had been. Did it reduce attributes by a percentage? Or a fixed percentage reduction? He couldn't ask. In the wilderness, Xia Lin assessed his bearings and immediately began running toward a certain base. Asia Pacific Base 3. Commercially prosperous, densely populated. As its name suggests, this base evolved from a former government rescue shelter. Located over 2,000 kilometers east of the Guhua base, it was controlled by Win General Feng Pingyu, a military commander under the banner of Sequence 9, the Sacred Dragon. Walking through the streets, Xia Lin gazed at the bustling base and felt a sense of peace wash over him. Having overheard most of Gu Wei and Guhua's earlier conversation, Xia Lin was well aware that the planet Sequence 1 was stirring up trouble. This Sequence 1, Shang Lin, seemed at odds with Sequences 2 and 3. Sequence 3's Wang Lai had already been crushed by Shang Lin, and Sequence 2's Chao Yue now faced imminent peril. Now that he had arrived at this base, Xia Lin no longer needed to worry about being hunted down by the Immortal City or the Transcendence faction. But what exactly the Sequence 1 is trying to achieve, and how the real world's power structure is shifting, those things I still don't quite grasp. Since his arrival, Xia Lin's travels had been confined to Iron Rain Base, Guhua Base, and the Ashen Zone. He knew only that this world hung by a thread more apocalyptic than any apocalypse, yet remained utterly ignorant of its broader structure and dynamics. But these things were easy to find out. It was merely a matter of gathering a few Ember Zone coordinates. Before that, though, there was one thing he needed to take care of first. Obtain an ID card for the third base. In the city, at a bar. In a quiet private room, Xia Lin toyed with the base ID card while listening to the informant's briefing. After about half an hour, the informant finally finished speaking, his throat parched from talking. Xia Lin waved him off, and the informant exited the private room. Before exiting, the man shot Xia Lin a glance, inwardly wondering, what the hell does this guy know? He doesn't even know basic facts. But he didn't care. The customer who pays is king. It was Xia Lin who sat in the quiet private room, deep in thought for a long while, gradually piecing together the current situation. Lord of Hosts, Emperor's ambition. He murmured the words, then broke into a grin. The situation favored him. First, there was Shang Lin. Shang Lin, formerly a high-ranking official in the world government, had become the de facto leader of the hawkish faction after the Ashen Zone descended. But the Ash Zone was no ordinary disaster. Its destructive power far surpassed anything like a zombie virus or natural catastrophe. Xia Lin understood the impact the Ash Zone had on this planet. Ash Zones opened constantly, yet Ash Zone walkers had only 10 days to conquer them. The difficulty of Ash Zone missions was generally high, and most Ash Zone walkers simply lacked the capability to clear them. The relentless eruption of new Ash Zone portals spread like cancerous cells, shattering the original order of Shanglan Star in a mere blink. Even as the world government dissolved, the sacred links continued urging everyone to voluntarily enter the Cinder Zones, become Cinder Zone walkers, and contribute to the world's survival. Judging by the original host's attitude toward the Ash Zone, one could see just how laughably idealistic Xinglin's vision truly was. Those who couldn't fight, dared not fight, or even chose to scrape by for survival, they were the majority. At first, everyone treated Shanglin like a clown, mocking him relentlessly. But soon, those who mocked him found themselves unable to laugh anymore. For within the Ashen Zone, Shanglin attained the profession universally acknowledged as the strongest. Lord of 10,000 armies. True strength lies not in one's class, but within oneself. Even the most common classes like warrior or fighter can shine brilliantly with well-crafted skill builds. This was Xia Lin's perspective, and it aligned with the prevailing view among the masses. But in reality, the class balance within the Ember Zone system is undeniably skewed. Certain classes are exceptionally powerful, with skills that surpass all others. Lord of Hosts is a prime example. This class's progression logic differs significantly from most others. While most classes focus on skill combinations, the Lord of Hosts' defining trait lies in farming resources and building influence. The intelligence broker never mentioned just how powerful the Sacred Links truly is. But it was understood that the Lord of Hosts might lay not in individual combat prowess, but in overwhelming numbers. It was also understood that the Sacred Links' true domain lay not in reality, but within a specific Ash Zone under its rule. They also recall the combat prowess the Sacred Links demonstrated in the previous two sequence ranking battles. In the first battle, the Sacred Links crushed Transcendence to seize the top rank. Their strengths were nearly equal, with the Sacred Links edging out beyond by a hair. Though swarming tactics played a role, the military commander not known for individual prowess displayed combat skills in this battle that were no less formidable than Transcendence's. In the second sequence ranking battle, Holy Links didn't even need to fight personally. His elite Iron Guard alone crushed Transcendence, forcing them to surrender on the spot. Following this second ranking battle, the Saint Lin faction became the undisputed strongest human force on Flash Blue Star. Yet, perhaps the timing was not yet right, and Xia Lin made no further moves. But now, he has made his move. His rallying cry resounded. Banish calamity, restore order. The military commander has passed the developmental phase and entered the expansion phase. The former high-ranking official of the world government, Xia Lin, is set to reclaim dominion over this planet. Achieving this is, of course, difficult. First comes calamity. Disasters of all scales erupted incessantly, with new calamities emerging at every moment. How to resolve the calamities of the Ashen Zone at their source no one knows. Whether the Sacred Lynx has a solution remains unknown. Yet before us loom the 3 SSS-tier calamities of Xuanglun Star. The City of Immortals, the Dead's Wasteland, and the Miniature Abyss. Among these, the Deadlands and the Microcosmic Abyss lack any semblance of order or structure. Thus, the Immortal City stands as the sole systematized SSS-level calamity. The Sacred Lynx must inevitably uproot this thorn. Beyond that, Sequence 2, Sequence 3, and other sequences not under the Holy Lynx's command were also thorns in its side, unstable factors threatening the restoration of order. This is also tied to the unique nature of the military commander profession. The military commander profession is quite unique. It thrives on centralizing power, pursuing a path that places it above all others. All practitioners and Ember Zone walkers placed under the military commander's banner can only advance further by transitioning into subordinate professions under the military commander. War generals, commanders, and military strategists. Specialized soldier types, technical support roles. Other professions face increasing suppression as they grow stronger. Within the military commander system, the military commander and their subordinate professions constitute the official establishment. All other practitioners are considered wandering heroes of the martial world. Heroes defy authority through martial prowess. The official order and the martial world have never coexisted peacefully, especially since powerful martial artists can cause too much disruption, threatening the stability of the regime. Whoever becomes emperor must suppress them. This inherent conflict is irreconcilable. Thus, the Sacred Lynx had long harbored hostility toward Transcendence, Wan Lai, and other powerful beings of the sequence. Now, Xia Lin has launched his assault. Wan Lai bears the brunt of the attack, while Transcendence and the City of Immortals stand as the next targets. In short, it can be simply understood as this: Saint Xia Lin, the Lord of 10,000 armies and a Sequence 1 power, is dissatisfied with his current sphere of influence and has begun outward expansion. He intends to single-handedly declare war on every calamity and every sequence entity on Xuanglun Star that does not swear allegiance to him. Ambitious indeed. Whether he possesses sufficient strength, Xia Lin couldn't say. But for now, this development certainly worked in Xia Lin's favor. With Sequence 1 looming as a major threat, how could Transcendence and the City of Immortals spare any attention for a minor figure like Xia Lin? As Xia Lin sipped his drink, Gu Wei's stupid face flashed through his mind once more. Messing with you once wasn't enough. I need to find a chance to finish you off, you roadside weed. That's why Gu Hua liked Xia Lin. With his temper, he simply couldn't stay quiet. To anyone who crossed him, he was bound to become a major headache. Chapter 72, Sequence Ranking Battle, Preliminary Rounds, and the Top 1000. How to deal with Gu Wei required careful planning. But before Xia Lin could formulate a plan, another major event arrived first. It was the Sequence Ranking Battle he'd been eagerly anticipating. According to Gu Hua, the Sequence Ranking Battle start time was unpredictable, generally commencing after a certain number of sequence members perished. The recent activation of the Sacred Lynx had undoubtedly accelerated this process. Exactly at midnight on the night Xia Lin arrived at the Asia-Pacific 3rd Base, he was jolted awake in the hotel's presidential suite by the alert from the Ashes Zone. This time, the Ember Zone alert that reached his ears was vast and desolate, carrying a sense of grandeur. The voice flowed steadily, etching itself into his soul. Sequence: it signifies identity, status, and glory. The sequence signifies strength, signifies power. Attention all 0375 reality entities and Blue Star Ember Zone travelers, the third sequence ranking battle has officially commenced. For the rewards, for the name of the sequence. Declare your challenge. The sequence is the ranking of all Ash Zone walkers on a planet. Some may disregard empty titles and skip the sequence ranking battle, but the issue is, the rewards are incredibly generous. High-ranking sequences yield rewards far surpassing those from clearing the Ash Zone. If there truly exists a cunning individual who disregards the rewards, avoids the sequence ranking battle, and chooses to develop quietly instead, that would be nothing short of a god. In any case, Xia Lin had every reason to participate in the sequence ranking battle. He was counting on the rewards from the sequence ranking battle to finally stabilize his unstable mutation and ascend to the essence tier. The voice continued, now restored to its usual tone. All Ashen Zone walkers may voluntarily register to participate in the preliminary stage of the sequence ranking battle. Note, previous sequence rankers may skip both the preliminary and top 1000 stages. The sequence ranking battle consists of 3 parts. The preliminary rounds, the top 1000 selection battle, and finally, the sequence ranking battle. The first 2 stages are mere appetizers, the final ranking battle is the main course. Preliminary round rules. All registered participants may enter the virtual combat platform within 1 day. Those who defeat the virtual dummies advance. No rewards are offered during this stage. Registration is now open. Xia Lin rose from the bed and immediately registered. A notification chime sounded again. You may enter the virtual combat platform at any time. Note, upon entering the virtual combat platform, all skills on your character will instantly reset their cooldowns. Wow, what a perk! Xia Lin, right now. No need to wait. Having secured his niche among the Emberwalkers through Li Peipei, Xia Lin saw no need to prepare for mere preliminary rounds or the top 1000 stage. Passing these 2 stages would pose no difficulty whatsoever for Xia Lin at this moment. Teleportation about to activate. Countdown. 10. The moment the 10-second countdown ended, a single-person tall entrance to the Ashen Zone abruptly materialized before Xia Lin. The entrance glowed a pale gray, radiating a faint pull that seemed to beckon Xia Lin inside. Xia Lin stepped forward and entered the portal. Then, a dizzying sensation of spinning and tumbling engulfed him. When the dizziness finally subsided, Xia Lin found himself standing in the virtual battle arena. Good news, the skills had cooled down. Both Parting 1000 Miles and Neil, Bastard had finished cooling down. Even if he left the virtual combat arena, they wouldn't enter cooldown again. Bad news, there was no preparation phase. This was not the Ember Zone, just a virtual arena that didn't follow its rules. This also meant Xia Lin couldn't exploit the unstable mutations that occurred before the Ember Zone began. Of course, these are minor issues. For now, Xia Lin was satisfied with his skill setup and saw no need to gamble on mutations. Light and shadow twisted ahead, swiftly coalescing into an illusory prosthetic. Its features were indistinguishable, and its original form was equally unrecognizable. But Xia Lin could sense it emanating from the phantom an aura of weakness. After all, this was the preliminary round. The dummy's attributes were around 50 points, that was already above average for this preliminary test. Just as the phantom solidified into form, a Dongfeng missile streaked across the screen, exploding at its feet. Boom! Battle ended. You have passed the preliminary selection. A faint dizziness washed over him once more. When Xia Lin opened his eyes, he found himself back in the room. He pursed his lips slightly, dissatisfied with the intensity of the preliminary selection. The dummies were too weak, unworthy of the Neil Bastard command. They offered negligible stats and failed to let Xia Lin test the precise effects of humiliation and torment. But don't worry. Following the preliminary round, the top 1000 selection battle commenced immediately. You have successfully passed the preliminary selection. You may initiate the top 1000 selection battle at any time. The top 1000 selection battle will determine the top 1000 Ash Zone walkers in this realm. Additionally, rewards will begin appearing during this phase. As a top 1000 member, you may choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. 20,000 Ash Zone points. Option 2. 1 random skill, minimum rank A, maximum rank SS. Option 3. 1 evolution point. Reading the reward description, Xia Lin let out a slight sigh of relief. If you called these rewards generous, they were truly generous. Just reaching the top 1000 earned evolution points. Honestly, anyone with the strength who doesn't come to fight for a sequence ranking must be some kind of god. The Ember Zone system displayed the rules for the 1000-strong battle. Still straightforward. It's still a virtual battle. But the dummy opponent's strength will be enhanced. Defeat the dummies, and you join the 1000-strong. Defeat means failure. Of course, this round won't precisely filter out exactly 1000 people. If there are more or fewer, the Ember Zone system will evaluate the combat process to round the number up to exactly 1000. Xia Lin wasted no time and immediately commenced the 1000-strong selection. Seconds later, Xia Lin reappeared on the virtual combat platform. Light and shadow distorted ahead, forming a decoy. When it steadied itself and charged towards Xia Lin at breakneck speed, Xia Lin finally felt satisfied. Strength, agility, and constitution were roughly around 300 points. This represented the absolute baseline strength required for the Flash Blue Star's top 1000 in the Ember Zone system's evaluations. A heavy punch whistled through the air. Xia Lin twisted his body to dodge. After exchanging a few simple blows, he realized this dummy possessed no skills. By this calculation, the value of Shalan Star's top 1000 was even lower than expected. Only after confirming these facts did Xia Lin finally take things seriously. Neil, you bastard. The words barely left his mouth before the dummy's knees buckled, collapsing instantly to the ground. Skill activated. Consumed 20 spirit points, plundered 2 limit-breaking attributes. And as the phantom knelt before Xia Lin, the humiliation condition was naturally fulfilled. If the phantom could see its attribute panel, it would discover its stats had plummeted from a solid 300 to 298, then instantly dropped to 278 points. The degree of humiliation from kneeling varies depending on one's sense of self-respect. For someone with strong pride, forcing them to kneel is like taking their life. For those without shame, kneeling is no big deal. As for the phantom, it naturally possessed no sense of self-respect. Even so, it still suffered a 20-point reduction in its base attributes. The effects of humiliation and torment were astonishing. And it's permanent. Others break limits. I'll cap your potential. This feels off. Unstable mutation, wrong is right. Before the phantom could rise from the ground, Xia Lin's massive foot slammed into its face. The humiliation and torment took effect once more. Feeling the force transmitted through his foot, Xia Lin made his assessment. Its stats aren't even reaching 250. Without any detection skills, Xia Lin couldn't pinpoint the exact debuff effect. But as he kept pressing down, forcing the phantom to stay pinned, its stats plummeted again and again at a terrifying rate. Xia Lin grinned. The new combos proved unexpectedly powerful. Chapter 73, The Dedicated Ember Zone, City of Origins. After a brief experiment, Xia Lin ended the torment. He had no particular fondness for tormenting dummies. With a soccer kick that finished off the dummy, the selection concluded, and he returned to reality. The Ember Zone system alert sounded in his ears. You ended the battle cleanly and decisively. You have secured a spot in the top 1,000. A flawless victory. This spot in the top 1,000 was as good as his. Please select your reward. Option 3. No need to think, definitely pick 3. Then add it to the unstable mutation. With this unstable mutation, only 3 evolution points would be needed to reach the racial foundation tier. According to Guhua, as long as Xia Lin could secure a mid-tier ranking, these 3 evolution points would definitely be within reach. As his mind wandered to the possibilities of a foundation-level unstable mutation, the Ember Zone system's notification sounded again. You have secured a spot in the top 1,000. You may now enter the dedicated sequence War Ashen Zone, City of Origins. Note, time flows at the same rate within Origin City as in reality. Note, while in Origin City, skills cannot be used, and the use of force is prohibited. The main sequence ranking battle tournament will commence in 3 days. Please enter Origin City in advance to await further instructions. Origin City. Guhua had mentioned it briefly before, but Xia Lin hadn't paid it much mind. It was now midnight, but since the Ashen Zone system alert had roused him, Xia Lin saw no point in trying to sleep again. With a thought, Xia Lin chose to enter the City of Origins. A surge of light coalesced into the Ashen Zone portal, and Xia Lin stepped through. As the spinning sensation faded, what met Xia Lin's eyes was a pale blue sky, pure white clouds, and an ancient city with small bridges and flowing streams. The ancient city was picturesque, with clear streams rippling gently and small boats gliding across the water. Yet the city's inhabitants were pitifully few. The City of Origins. It had emerged during the first sequence ranking battle. No one knew where its entrance lay, and under normal circumstances, no one could reach this place. The day each sequence ranking war begins is the day the City of Origin manifests. Apart from the 1,000 strong, no other outsiders dwell here. Thus, there are naturally few people here. Walking along the stone path. The Ember Zone system alert sounded in his ears. But the notification had little new to say, merely reminding Xia Lin once more that combat and skill usage were forbidden here. It provided him with a map of Origin City, marking his dormitory and the dining hall. He headed to the dormitory area first. It was an ordinary courtyard, fully equipped with daily necessities. After a quick inspection, Xia Lin stepped out of the dormitory and headed toward the central plaza of Origin City. The reason the sequence ranking battle is called a grand event lies partly in this Origin Square. In ordinary times, sequence-ranked powerhouses each belonged to their own factions, holding their own territories. Scattered across the 4 corners of the land, they rarely gather together, and sequences from different factions scarcely have any opportunity to meet. The sequence ranking battle gathers all sequence-level experts, even the 1,000 strong, into Origin City, creating a rare opportunity for them to meet and connect. Face-to-face exchanges, where combat is strictly forbidden, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Thus, before each main sequence ranking battle tournament, the 1,000 strong gather at Origin Square to broaden their horizons. Xia Lin's ascent through the 1,000 strong selection process was naturally swift. But there were those who advanced even faster than Xia Lin. Especially since the previous sequence didn't require participating in the 1,000 strong preliminary stage. This meant that when Xia Lin arrived at Origin Square, others were already present. Not many, only about 20. But they were all renowned figures. To the right, in the pavilion, 7 or 8 people sat in a circle. At the center was someone around Xia Lin's age, plump and round-faced with an endearingly cute appearance. Yet his reputation was anything but endearing. His name was Wang Lai, Sequence 3, Martial King. As Xia Lin's gaze fell upon Wang Lai, the man was delivering a speech. Stay right here for the next few days. Not a soul leaves Origin City. If you go out, that madman Shanglin will come after us. I tried it myself, and it's impossible to withstand. Someone in the crowd raised their hand to speak. So, boss, what's the plan after the sequence ranking battle ends? Wang Lai scratched his head. No clue. Haven't figured it out yet. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's just survive these next few days first, okay? Wang Lai was being hunted down by Feng Pingyu, but luckily the sequence ranking battle had begun, giving him a chance to catch his breath. But what about after the sequence ranking battle? How would the issue with the sacred links be resolved? Sorry, no solution. At least, Wang Lai couldn't think of one. Just as he was muttering to himself, someone suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Xia Lin glanced over and chuckled. Because the one whispering in Wang Lai's ear was a familiar face. Bai Guang. He too had rushed to Origin City at the first opportunity. The moment Wang Lai shifted his gaze towards Xia Lin, it was clear what Bai Guang had told him. Nothing more than that this kid had a job. He could help people gain weight. Truth be told, Xia Lin's rapid nourishment was most suited for Sequence 3 Wang Lai. For Wang Lai, extreme nourishment wasn't a debuff, it was a powerful tonic. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lai had leaped to his feet and beckoned to Xia Lin. Hey, buddy, got nowhere to go? Come hang with me. I'll make sure you live like a king. Xia Lin's mouth twitched. He couldn't agree less. Hanging with you? What if Shanglin has me killed? You can barely save yourself, how could you possibly save me? He bowed his hands in greeting, not even shifting his feet. Wang Lai didn't press the issue. After returning the bow, he gave Bai Guang a few instructions and turned his attention away from Xia Lin. Xia Lin, however, continued walking toward the square. More sequence-level powerhouses came into view. A lone figure sat in another pavilion, solitary and unaccompanied. He was short in stature, with an eastern face and a gloomy gaze that suggested he was no pushover. Sequence 4, Blood Silence Dark Walker, Ding Yi. The white light's voice suddenly reached Xia Lin's ears, yet he was not surprised. He nodded, then heard Bai Guang continue. Ding Yi is considered a lone wolf, unaffiliated with any faction. Well, strictly speaking, saying he has no affiliation isn't entirely accurate. His profession leans toward the primordial dark side, one of the 6 pillars. But how to describe the Ember Zone Walker from the primordial dark side? Bai Guang pondered for a moment before offering a fitting description. Chaotic. The Ember Zone Walkers on this side are generally solitary by nature, each with their own major issues. You might be considered crazy, but every single one of them is crazier than you. You can't even find any logic in how this group operates. Try to avoid contact with them. Madness isn't frightening. What's terrifying is madness without logic, without reason. Xia Lin's madness stems from a defiant, vengeful nature that fears no trouble. But the Ashen Zone Wanderers from the primordial dark side? That's pure, unadulterated psychotic madness. But there's an upside to this. Because they're mad, they have no limits. That's why they're powerful and grow so fast. Bai Guang sighed and said. Sequence 4, Blood Silence Dark Walker, Ding Yi. Sequence 7, Beloved of the Evil God, Xiao Yao. Rank 10, Divine Scourge, Carlo. 3 of the top 10 sequences belong to the primordial dark side. Chapter 74, The Top 10 Sequences. Perhaps sensing Xia Lin's gaze, Ding Yi lifted his head to meet Xia Lin's eyes. He grinned, revealing dark red, inhuman saw-like fangs. Xia Lin distinctly felt his body react instinctively to danger. Hair stood on end, cold sweat broke out, as if facing a natural predator. But the slight reaction quickly dissipated, and Xia Lin turned his head away, no longer looking at Ding Yi. The white light was clearly more experienced. From the very start, he had barely glanced at Ding Yi. He merely tugged Xia Lin forward, soon pointing toward another pavilion. Sequence 8, Soul Master, Zhang Zian. Xia Lin glanced sideways. The sequence named Zhang Zian had a fair, clean-cut appearance, radiating an air of scholarly refinement. Seated within the pavilion, a black, living-like sphere hovered above his shoulder. In his arms, he cradled a gemstone cat, which lay comfortably, allowing Zhang Zian to groom its fur. Noticing Xia Lin's gaze, Zhang Zian turned his head and offered Xia Lin a faint smile. Xia Lin returned the smile. He's a good man, one of the 6 pillars, the soul-controlling Demon Emperor. Unfortunately, the Demon Emperor's domain isn't among the human race. Zhang Zian is alone and doesn't wield much influence. As the name suggests, the soul-controlling Demon Emperor is demonic. Humans probably have little to do with him. But Soul Masters aren't an exclusive profession of the demon race. Zhang Zian, who achieved the rank of Soul Master, occupies a somewhat awkward ecological niche on Flash Blue Star. No matter. A true powerhouse can thrive even without a patron. Take Xia Lin, for instance. Or take Nina, the Sequence 5 Spacetime Travel Mage. Hey, new guy, you're quite handsome. From another pavilion, Nina, a Sequence 5, smiled and greeted Xia Lin while shuffling her tarot cards. Her Western features were sharp and refined, her radiant golden hair cascading over her shoulders like a shower of gold. Her figure was voluptuous and tall, her long, curvaceous legs clad in black stockings, subtly drawing the eyes of both Bai Guang and Xia Lin. Not a lecher, just an admirer of beauty. This woman was truly a heavenly beauty. Bai Guang sucked in a sharp breath, unconsciously wiping his mouth before grinning at Nina. Sis Nina, this is my buddy. If you see him around, give him a little lookout. Nina smiled, held out her hand, and made an okay sign, revealing her neat, pearly white teeth. Only after leading Xia Lin away did Bai Guang speak up. Nina's profession has no faction affiliation, but her strength is astonishing. She's a good person herself, running her own base, now the largest one in the West, and has protected countless people. Plus, she has a strong sense of justice. She and my boss hit it off, so we've got a solid relationship over here. Xia Lin stroked his chin. She gets along with your boss, but that means she doesn't get along with Shanglin, right? Bai Guang. If you can't speak wisely, keep silent. Taking a deep breath, Bai Guang spoke. Anyway, the top 10 in the sequence are these 10 people. Rank 1, Lord of 10,000 Armies, Sacred Links. Rank 2, the Limit Breaker, Transcendence. Rank 3, Martial King, Wang Lai. Rank 4, Blood Silent Dark Walker, Ding Yi. Sequence 5, Spacetime Travel Mage, Nina. Sequence 6, Immortal Knight, Gu Wei. Sequence 7, the Beloved of the Dark God, Xiao Yao. Sequence 8, Soul Master, Zheng Zian. Sequence 9, Martial General, Feng Pengyu. Sequence 10, Divine Bane, Caro. Sequence 1 and Sequence 9 are bound, sharing a sovereign-subject relationship, with their faction alignment leaning toward the King of Kings. Sequence 2 bound to Sequence 6, subordinate relationship, faction alignment with the Ancient Overlord. Sequence 3 lacks companions among the top 10 sequences, aligning with the superstars. Sequence 4, Sequence 7, and Sequence 10 all lean toward the primordial dark side. Yet this faction is inherently chaotic. The three clash upon meeting, rendering cooperation utterly impossible. Sequence 5 shows no factional alignment but maintains good relations with Sequence 3's Wang Lai. Sequence 8 aligns with the Soul Emperor, though racial differences limit its influence. Meanwhile, none of the top 10 sequences belong to the Heavenly Tao Creator. Xia Lin speculated this might stem from the excessively prolonged cultivation cycles of these practitioners. These are the relationships and factions among the top 10 sequences. Beyond this lies their strength. The power of Sequence 1 Sacred Links and Sequence 2 Transcendence far surpasses all other sequences. As the Lord of 10,000 Armies, the Sacred Links excels in collective might as a limit breaker, the Transcendent excels in individual prowess. However, according to White Light's assessment, the Holy Links' individual strength should also be formidable. But how strong exactly? It's impossible to gauge. It can be asserted that the power of the Sacred Links surpasses that of the Transcendent. But by how much? No one knows. In fact, even the strength of the Transcendent remains unknown. Bai Guang only recalls Wang Lai once mentioning after a drunken episode that he was no longer a match for the Transcendent in a single exchange. Thus, it's impossible to assess the attribute data of the Sacred Links and the Transcendent. In short, Tier 1, Sequence 1 and Sequence 2. A gaping chasm of power. Unconquerable, unfaceable, even incomprehensible. The second tier, Sequences 3, 4, and 5. 3 individuals possess more concrete power levels. Take Wang Lai as an example. His base attributes hover around 10,000 points, and that's just his base stats, excluding skill combinations. Bai Guang had no idea what Wang Lai's skill set looked like, and Wang Lai himself wouldn't reveal it, given his loose lips. In any case, his foundation lies within this tier. Sequence 4's base stats also fall within this tier, though combat styles diverge. Ding Yi excels in assassination and burst damage. Nina of Sequence 5 has slightly lower base stats, hovering around the 8,000 mark. However, her powerful class skills and unique combat style grant her the ability to hold her own against both Wang Lai and Ding Yi. The three were nearly evenly matched. If they faced off again in the arena, the outcome would be unpredictable, and their rankings equally uncertain. The third tier encompasses Sequence 6 through Sequence 10. Their attributes hover between 5,000 and 7,000, featuring well-balanced skill sets but lacking game-changing abilities. The 5 fighters within this tier also show little disparity in strength, making it hard to predict who would consistently dominate another within their bracket. The tiers beyond the top 10 showed a noticeable gap in strength compared to the top 10, but the fluctuations in power were also relatively greater. It's impossible to predict whether a dark horse might emerge this time, soaring to the top and knocking an established contender out of the top 10. Finally, Bai Guang concluded. In short, the top 10 rankings remain relatively stable. Take this ranking battle as an example. Not a single top 10 sequence was eliminated or left vacant. The 1/3 of sequences that perished were all outside the top 10. That's how it is. As the strength of the Ember Zone walkers grows, so does their ability to survive, gradually solidifying the hierarchy between the strong and weak. It was another form of class solidification. For newcomers, snatching a top 10 spot from these 10 individuals is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Fortunately, Xia Lin's sights weren't set on the top 10 either. He knew his own limits well. Secure a spot within the top 60. Aim for the top 30. That was Xia Lin's objective. After circling around a few times to familiarize himself with the crowd, Xia Lin bid farewell to the White Light and returned to his dormitory to rest. Origin City knew no night. But in reality, the current time had already passed 2 a.m. Chapter 75, The City of Immortals, The White's Peril. Time rewinds slightly to several hours earlier. Shining Blue Star, reality, Yangchang. The once thriving Yangchang lay in ruins, its streets littered with corpses amidst steel and concrete rubble. Gu Wei's airship sliced through the sky, startling a flock of crows into flight. Soon, the airship descended and landed amidst the ruins of Yangchang. As the cabin door opened, Gu Wei stepped out first, followed closely by Gu Hua, whose footsteps were slightly unsteady. It wasn't that Gu Wei had done anything to Gu Hua during the journey. The closer they got to this place, the more pain, fear, and despair consumed Gu Hua. It seeped into his very bones, becoming instinct. With a wave of his hand, Gu Wei transformed the flying vessel into a fist-sized cube that landed in his palm before being stowed away into his personal storage space. He turned to look at Gu Hua, a grimace twisting his lips into a savage grin. "We're here. Let's go home." Gu Hua remained silent. The two approached a collapsed building. As a blue light flashed in Gu Wei's hand, a dimensional rift automatically opened, forming a narrow slit. Through this crack, a distinct landscape could be clearly seen on the other side. There lay the City of Immortals. It lay concealed within the dimensional crevice, existing beyond reality. Gu Wei first shoved Gu Hua into the dimensional crevice before stepping through himself. A slight dizziness washed over them as the true form of the Immortal City unfolded before their eyes. At the dawn of the Ember Zone's arrival, Yangcheng served as one of the official refuge cities. It gathered tens of millions of people, complete with military forces, Ash Zone walkers, and various defensive facilities. Yet the most terrifying aspect of the Ember Zone lay in its relentless nature. The ceaseless opening and bursting of Ashen Zone portals unleashed all manner of calamities, leaving Yangcheng's defenses riddled with holes. Moreover, the calamities of the Ember Zone possessed another peculiar trait. Before an entrance erupted, it was impossible to predict the scale of calamity it would unleash. For instance, a C-grade Ash Zone could potentially unleash S-grade calamities upon detonation. But this was a lesson humanity only learned later. When the calamity first struck the City of Immortals, no one paid it any mind. The corresponding Ash Zone was merely AB Level 1. The government was already overwhelmed by the situation at the time, and the impact of the Ash Zone's eruption was minimal. It merely produced 52 alien beings that resembled humans in general appearance but possessed blue skin. Back then, there were far too many pressing problems. So minor troubles naturally had to be put off for later. But the government at the time failed to realize that these blue-skinned aliens weren't ordinary monsters. They were an alien race, possessing intelligence and even a level of technological civilization far surpassing that of Shanzhuang. They called themselves the Immortal Divine Race. It was these 52 overlooked immortal gods who activated the dimensional portal within Yang City, summoning an entire immortal city into the dimensional rift there. When the dimensional rift opened and the immortal god clan's army poured forth, everything became irreversible. Technology crushed all resistance. They effortlessly seized control of Yangcheng's automated weaponry, nuclear arsenal, and even its power grid and networks. Individual strength? Still overwhelming. Among the Immortal Divine Clan were native professionals numerous and of extremely high rank. At that stage, the first sequence ranking battle had not yet commenced. Each of these high-level Immortal God race practitioners, taken individually, was a terrifying force beyond Yang City's capacity to handle. Worse still, the Immortal Divine Race consumed humans. They fed on humans. Human blood and flesh were delicacies to them, potent medicines, and even nutrients for evolution. Consuming them could elevate the ranks of practitioners and accelerate the transformation of non-practitioner immortal gods into full-fledged practitioners. Yang City was utterly annihilated overnight. Half the population was slaughtered, while the other half was captured and herded into the Immortal City like pigs. They call themselves the Immortal Divine Race. But to the outside world, they have another name. The Others. The entire Immortal City lay concealed within a dimensional rift near Yangcheng, accessible through 38 portals of varying sizes. Upon entering the dimensional rift, what appeared before Gu Hua's eyes was a sentry post. This was a minor portal, and the sentry post was small, guarded by only 2 level 10 White Walkers. Upon seeing Gu Wei and Gu Hua, the 2 White Walkers at the checkpoint immediately rose and bowed deeply to them. Standing about 2 meters tall, their features resembled humans, save for the absence of noses replaced instead by hollow breathing orifices. Their bodies were pale blue and hairless, with protruding, serrated teeth. Their pupils, also pale blue, flickered with intelligence and a bloodthirsty gleam. Bloodlust and intelligence were not mutually exclusive. Some races possessed considerable intellect yet reveled in violence. The universe was vast and contained all manner of creatures. It was hardly surprising. What was peculiar, however, was their attitude toward Gu Wei and Gu Hua. These arrogant immortal deities had descended upon Shanzhuang Star, looking down upon it with disdain. This was the absolute suppression of technology and power. They viewed the humans on this planet as nothing more than a bunch of uncivilized primitives. Not to mention, the human race was merely their sustenance. Yet now, the reason they bowed their heads was Sequence 2, Transcendence. In name, Transcendence was the deputy lord of the Immortal City, but in reality, Transcendence was the true master of the Immortal City. After the second sequence ranking battle, Transcendence charged single-handedly into the Immortal City. The details of the battle remain largely unknown. All that is known is that he crushed all opposition. Within 3 hours of Transcendence's arrival, Garo, then regarded as the most powerful individual on the entire Shining Blue Star and the ruler of the Immortal City, knelt at Transcendence's feet, swore allegiance, and surrendered the entire Immortal City. From that day forward, Transcendence became the de facto ruler of the Immortal City. This event fundamentally altered the power dynamics within the entire Immortal City. Emerging from the checkpoint, a vehicle awaited to transport them. The vehicle drove toward the core area of the Immortal City. Guhua leaned back in the rear seat, turning his head to gaze out the window. The immortal divine race possessed immense longevity, granting them ample time to squander their energies on trivial pursuits. Their artistic sensibilities were generally refined, resulting in cities of distinctive style and unique beauty. Towering structures and distinctive architecture blended seamlessly, uniting practicality with artistic value. The streets teemed with crowds, yet upon closer inspection, every single person was human. The entire Immortal City housed over 30,000 immortal deities, most residing in the core district. The outer districts, designated as human settlements, function in reality as breeding grounds for the immortal divine race. Over 10 million people live there, all survivors of the former Yang City. Pedestrians on the streets appeared listless and dazed. They had long been aware of their predicament, yet under the rules imposed by the others, they lived lives meticulously orchestrated, as if recreating the peace that existed before the Ashen Zone was activated. It resembled a societal experiment. Or perhaps merely the White Walker's twisted amusement. Guhua withdrew his gaze and looked ahead once more. Ahead, the towering Transcendence Tower stood at the very center of the entire Immortal City, a landmark, a symbol of status, an emblem of rule. Outer City, humans, pigs. Core District, White Walkers, commoners. The Tower of Transcendence, and Garo the rulers. From bottom to top, humans ruled the others, and the others ruled humans. Recalling the Ashen District of Xiangwu City, Guhua chuckled. This place was even more repulsive than the Fierce Martial City. And when he thought of the Fierce Martial City, Guhua thought of Xia Lin. Stop the car. The words fell, and the ghost driver behind the wheel slammed on the brakes. Guhua spoke in a calm tone. Take us to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I have some business to attend to. Gu Wei, sitting beside him, protested. The boss is waiting for you. Guhua gave a cold laugh. Then tell him to wait a little longer. Constrained yet utterly fearless. That was the nature of Guhua and Chao Yue's relationship. Chapter 76, Sequence 2, Pure Transcendence. After some maneuvering at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Guhua registered Xia Lin into the Immortal City's civil registry system. Gu Wei couldn't be bothered with the matter. In truth, he didn't even know what Guhua was doing. He hadn't even gotten out of the car, just waiting outside. In his view, Guhua was merely stalling for time. Such delays were routine before every blood sacrifice, nothing out of the ordinary. About an hour later, Guhua got back into the car and took a deep breath. Let's go. The vehicle started up again, heading toward the Tower of Transcendence. As the vehicle left the outer districts and entered the core area inhabited by the others, the scenery outside the windows abruptly changed. A faint mist enveloped every corner of the core zone. The mist obscured vision and perception, limiting even professionals' ability to see or hear far ahead. The Immortal City's automated defense system, the fog of war. As the mist seeped into the vehicle, it settled upon Gu Wei and Guhua. Perhaps the war mist's friend or foe identification system detected their identities, for the two instantly felt all perceptual interference vanish. Everything within the mist became crystal clear. On the streets, dense crowds of humans shuffled like the walking dead, mindlessly trudging toward the Transcendence Tower. Whites clad in combat armor stood along the streets, grinning grotesquely as they pointed and taunted the humans, maintaining the effects of their mental interference. A thick, pungent stench of blood surged from the Transcendence Tower, radiating a crimson glow so intense that even the war mist couldn't conceal it. Guhua's body began to tremble. After a long moment, he rasped. The scale of this blood sacrifice. Gu Wei's smile broadened. In the millions. Guhua's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. Gu Wei's voice echoed faintly in his ears. There's no choice. With the sacred dragon emerging, the pressure on the boss has intensified. But this happened during the sequence ranking battle. The timing works in the boss's favor. In the main tournament, rankings are reset. Rank 2 could naturally challenge Rank 1. The Lord of Host's combat prowess on the arena is weaker than off it. The arena is the perfect place to behead a military commander. The motive was plain to see. Strengthen oneself through blood sacrifice, then openly behead the sacred links on the arena. With the sacred links dead, the crisis would resolve itself. From then on, the entire Shalan Star would become Beyond's personal domain. Guhua understood this logic. But at this moment, he was in a daze, unwilling to delve deeper into his thoughts. Like a machine, he stepped off the vehicle and entered the Transcendence Tower. Amidst the pervasive scent of blood, Guhua ascended to the tower's uppermost level, where he met his nominal leader. Sequence 2, Transcendence. The pinnacle of the Transcendence Tower was lavishly opulent. The vast space was adorned with various ornaments, making it spacious yet not hollow, luxurious and layered. Only upon standing here did Guhua finally snap back to reality. He looked up toward the central sofa. Near the sofa stood two figures, one seated and one standing. The one standing was a white walker nearly 3 meters tall. It wore ornate robes and a uniquely shaped crown. This was Galar, Lord of the Undying City. Gara was speaking at that moment. He stood with a slight bow, his voice soft yet articulate. The Lich Lord of the Dead Wastes has responded, pledging to stand with us against the sacred links. Several abyssal lords from the microcosmic abyss have also pledged their support at any time. Moreover, with our immortal city situated within a dimensional rift and you guarding it, the Holy Dragon's forces cannot breach our defenses. Of course, this is not a permanent solution, and you, my lord, are not one to remain passive. The crux lies in the sequence ranking battle. Should you succeed in slaying the sacred dragon within that contest, all will be settled. The entire Xia Star shall become your sacrificial altar. Having spoken, Jia Luo fell silent. Her gaze shifted to Transcendence. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he was a burly figure with thick brows and large eyes. His features were passable, but the gaze within those eyes severely diminished the appeal of his appearance. Beyond's eyes were vacant. As if lost in thought, they lacked focus, giving off an inexplicably strange and unsettling feeling. Even after Jia Luo finished speaking, Qiao Yu remained silent, offering no response. The newly arrived Gu Wei and Gu Hua dared not utter another word. After a long while, those vacant eyes slowly regained their focus. A low, muffled "oh" escaped his lips. So, if I kill Shang Lin on the stage, that will solve everything, right? Gala hurriedly replied, it's the simplest, most direct approach with the highest chance of success. Oh. Then silence fell again. Silence. 1 minute later. We might not win. Only a 30% chance of winning. Beyond spoke blankly, as if to himself. That's why I need greater power. Increase the number of blood sacrifices by another 1,000,000. Garo nodded. Your command is obeyed. Another minute passed before Qiao Yu turned his head to look at Gu Hua. Here? His voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet it was precisely this tone that sent shivers down Gu Hua's spine. He forced a grin, but his trembling lips twisted into an involuntary grimace. Beyond paid no mind, merely patting the leather sofa beside him. Come, sit here. I need you. Gu Hua stiffly shuffled his feet and approached Qiao Yu. He looked at Qiao Yue. Especially those bewildered eyes of Qiao Yu's. In that moment, Gu Hua thought of Xia Lin. He had once told Xia Lin that Qiao Yu possessed an exceptionally high level of purity. This was no lie, it was even somewhat understated. Qiao Yu truly was a pure soul. So pure he could ally with alien races and sacrifice his own kind in blood rituals. For someone as pure as him, concepts of good and evil held no meaning. He cared little for the outside world, concerned only with power. To grow stronger, he would destroy everything to sustain himself. He is far purer than Xia Lin. And far more inhuman. At some point, the blood-soaked stench within the chamber had thickened to a point where it stung the nostrils. Simultaneously, Jia Luo retrieved high-purity energy crystals and scattered them around Qiao Yu. Chuan Yu slowly lifted Gu Hua's hand. He murmured softly. The glorious evolution begins. Gu Hua's agonized screams erupted instantly. Name, Transcendence. Level, 8. Class, Limit Breaker. Class Talent, Transcend Limits SSS rank talent. All your limit breaking skills gain a 330x boost to their breaking effect. You may adjust the breaking multiplier of any limit breaking skill at any time. At a multiplier of 3, you incur no cost. As the multiplier increases, you will bear varying costs depending on the multiplier and skill used. This is the price of power. Skills. 1. Power Compensation SS rank, passive skill, exclusive to limit breakers. You can transfer the cost of power to another person through physical contact. 2. Blood-soaked evolution SSS rank, limit breaking skill, passive. When bathed in blood, your base attributes and racial stats increase based on the blood's quality and quantity. Breach multiplier, 30x. The price of power, when bathed in blood, you endure agony surpassing 1,000 cuts. 3. Resentment absorption SS rank, limit breaker skill, passive. You can absorb the resentment of those you have killed or indirectly caused to die, thereby enhancing your base attributes. The magnitude of enhancement depends on the amount of resentment absorbed. Limit break multiplier, 30x. Price of power, when absorbing resentment, you will be tormented by vengeful spirits, as if a mortal had entered the realm of ghosts. 4. High-level energy receptor SSS rank, limit breaking skill, passive. You gain significant immunity to most energy damage. Furthermore, you can extract nutrients from these energies to enhance your base attributes. Limit break multiplier, 30x. Price of power, each strand of energy entering your body feels like a knife cutting through flesh. 5. Offering to the Great One race heritage, limit breaking skill, passive. Exclusive to limit breakers. Please the Great Sovereign through grand slaughter and blood sacrifice. The Sovereign shall aid your limit breaking and bestow blessings. Limit break multiplier, 30x. Price of power, the gaze of the ancient sovereigns watches over you. Other? Just as Gara retrieved the energy crystal, a hazy, ethereal gaze seemed to drift from an unknown place, observing everything here. This caused Gallo to bow fanatically, kneeling to the ground. On the sofa, Beyond's lips curled upward uncontrollably. Finally, immersed in the surge of power, he burst into maniacal laughter. He seemed like a different person. Unrestrained and wild, his madness fully revealed. Beside Xiaoyue, Guhua rolled his eyes, his consciousness nearly fading. His body convulsed uncontrollably as snot and tears streamed down his face. Name, Guhua. Level, 5. Class, Shadow Sorcerer. Skill, Shadows favor S rank, passive skill, exclusive to Shadow Sorcerers. Your spirit and soul are shielded by the shadow. No non-physical harm or torment can cause your death or collapse. A truly exceptional S rank skill. Yet it became Gu Hua's nightmare. And right at the top of this terrifying transcendence tower, Gu Wei suddenly felt inspired. He pulled out his phone and began recording. Chapter 77. Hey, Xia Lin, I've got something fun to show you. After a good night's sleep, he felt refreshed and alert. After washing up and eating breakfast, Xia Lin returned to Origin Square, only to find it bustling with far more people than before. After a night of screening, the top 1,000 contenders had been largely selected. Origin City no longer held only the previous sequence of participants. Many new faces had joined the fray. There were still over 2 days until the official ranking battles commenced. This period was originally intended for everyone to get acquainted and even size each other up, but after the first 2 sequence battles, the atmosphere had shifted. Currently, most of the non-sequential top 1,000 were busy aligning themselves with factions. Speaking of seeking patronage, one couldn't help but mention Li Peipei. After her dragon transformation, Li Peipei truly possesses mid-tier sequence strength, even leaning toward the higher end. Yet her base 50 attribute points remain a significant weakness. During the main tournament, skill cooldowns reset just like in the qualifiers, but the negative effects of skills remain active. How could Li Peipei possibly afford to activate dragon transformation every single match to cope with the main tournament? Her ranking at 43rd place? That's all thanks to this mountain climbing segment. This time, the breakthrough didn't come. But Wang Lai was there. As Sequence 3, Wang Lai stands alone as a mountain peak, with countless followers paying homage. The pavilion where Wang Lai stood was packed with people, his hearty laughter echoing through the crowd. Alright, you're my kind of guy. From today on, you're mine. Ranking? Go grab it yourself. If you can take it, I'll help you keep it. Once it's yours, anyone who dares to challenge your rank is messing with me, Wang Lai. Xia Lin furrowed his brow. What kind of deal was this? A voice echoed in his ear. The sequence ranking tournament, also known as the 1,000-strong position battle. The 1,000-strong battle for the throne. It's all about seizing a spot in the sequence. Securing a rank alone isn't enough. You must withstand challenges from others. Only by defending your position does it truly belong to you. Failing to hold it means your strength falls short. On the surface, it seems to test pure raw strength, and it does, but there's actually a tiny bit of room for off-field maneuvering. Take Li Peipei as an example. In the previous sequence ranking battle, the original sequence 43 player died, leaving the position vacant. Li Peipei claimed it, then Beyond had Gu Wei publicly declare that anyone challenging Li Peipei would be disrespecting him. Li Peipei already possessed the dragon transformation and was a formidable opponent. Coupled with Beyond's warning, no one wanted to provoke Beyond over a mere sequence 43 position. Thus, Li Peipei secured the spot without fighting a single match. This exemplifies the off-field maneuvering in succession battles and the significance of aligning with factions. But that doesn't mean much. A crisp voice rang out from the other side. Blonde beauty Nina sat in the empty pavilion, peeling an apple as she smiled and spoke. Ultimately, it all comes down to strength. True powerhouses won't spare others' feelings for the sake of rankings. Wang Lai certainly wouldn't risk alienating a promising new star by protecting an unworthy weakling's position. She flashed a flirtatious glance at Xia Lin. Am I right? Rising star? Bai Guang's lips twitched, but he dared not blame Nina for undermining him. Xia Lin perked up with interest. You're surprisingly good at judging people. Nina covered her mouth and giggled. I can foresee the future. How could I not be accurate at reading people? Claiming to foresee the future was an exaggeration. But time travel mages could indeed vaguely sense certain future trajectories. For instance, trouble's coming your way. She said this to Xia Lin, who turned his head to look beside him. In the distance, Gu Wei, clad in armor, strode purposefully towards Xia Lin with 3 others in tow. As Sequence 6 and the foremost commander among the Transcenders, Gu Wei represented an entire faction. His appearance drew the attention of everyone present. And when they saw the smile on Gu Wei's face as he walked purposefully towards Xia Lin naturally became one of the focal points. Enemies meeting, yet no animosity. Gu Wei's smile was vicious, Xia Lin's even more exaggerated. Here you are, bastard? With just one sentence, Xia Lin silenced Gu Wei. It also stunned the surrounding audience. Until Wang Lai burst into laughter, Nina covered her mouth, and even Dingy gave Xia Lin an extra look. Then, some of the others laughed too. Amidst the laughter, Gu Wei's face began to flush red. Buried memories began to assault him. And when he saw his total attributes drop another 13 points, Gu Wei was utterly devastated. Publicly humiliated by Xia Lin, this nobody, Gu Wei's temper flared. Anger meant his defenses were breached, that he was humiliated, and that meant attribute penalties. But Xia Lin's grin only grew more twisted. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your faction, Immortal City. Effect assessment, extremely weak. You gain 0.3 points across all attributes. Attributes below whole numbers will accumulate. Gu Hua did Xia Lin a huge favor. Within a single day, he had registered Xia Lin into the Immortal City's civil registry system, making Xia Lin an official member of the Immortal City. Now that Xia Lin had humiliated Gu Wei and reduced his attributes, it naturally counted as a backstab against the Immortal City. The effect was minimal, but a betrayal was a betrayal and betrayals demanded attribute points. What do you want with your dad? The second sentence continued to spew filth. A war of words? Ha, Xia Lin had never feared anyone. But this time, Gu Wei didn't get angry. He recognized the effectiveness of humiliation and torment. The effectiveness of this tactic was actually quite subjective. If the victim felt humiliated, their stats would plummet. But if they shrugged it off, refusing to take it to heart, the insults and torment couldn't pierce their thick skin and thus had no effect. Just like with the second remark, Gu Wei suppressed his inner turmoil, so his stats didn't drop. A smile returned to his face. I'll give you a stray dog to watch for fun. He pulled out his phone and held it in front of Xia Lin. Xia Lin took a step back, retreating 2 meters. Get lost. I'm not watching. Just watch it, it's hilarious. Get lost, I'm not watching. Like hell I'm watching. Me, Xia Lin, I'm not the curious type. Gu Wei got impatient. Damn it, I told you to watch it, so watch it. Xia Lin, nah, I'm not looking. Gu Wei's all stats 3. Xia Lin's all attributes plus 0.1. Ha! Deep breath, composing himself. Gu Wei sneered. Today, you'll see it whether you want to or not. He tapped the screen. A high-end model phone from the City of Immortals automatically projected a large image into the air. The footage played was precisely what had unfolded yesterday within the Transcendence Tower. Amidst a haze of blood mist, Beyond roared with maniacal laughter while Gu Hua wept uncontrollably. Gu Hua's agonized screams mingled with the blood-sacrificed humans' wails so piercing they pierced even the tower's barriers, transforming the entire scene into a horror film. In peacetime, such footage would never pass censorship. For a moment, Origin Square fell completely silent. Gu Wei's voice echoed eerily. Weren't you and Gu Hua friends? Weren't you two quite close? See? This is the retribution for associating with him. Gu Hua, he's in a real mess now. He spoke with a smile, but suddenly felt someone tugging at his arm from behind. It was Yan Shi, also a Sequence 17 member of the Immortal City. What are you doing? Gu Wei turned to look at Yan Shi, only to see the fair-skinned young man's face flushed crimson with fury. Why didn't you tell me about this dirty trick beforehand? Is this even something you can project here? You idiot, pull that projection back. Now. Gu Wei froze, still unaware he'd done anything wrong, until Xia Lin's voice drifted over. Gu Wei, how am I supposed to describe you? Ah. He sighed deeply. You really are a genius. Chapter 78, The Presenter, Wang Tao. At first, Gu Wei didn't understand why Xia Lin was praising him. But he soon grasped the issue at hand. With a loud bang, Wang Lai slammed his fist on the table first. Beyond unworthy of being called a son. Unworthy. He's at it again. He's at it again. Few knew about Chao Yu's blood sacrifice ritual, but Wang Lai was one of the few who did. He couldn't control Chao Yu, but judging by the scale of the blood sacrifice in the footage, this one was beyond imagination. Nina spoke up, her voice trembling. Those were his own people. How could he do this? Nina's face turned deathly pale, whether from feigning or genuine terror, no one could tell. Only these two dared to speak up. The rest either dared not provoke Sequence 2 or, like Sequence 4 Ding Yi, cared not for the lives of others. Yet the atmosphere in the square was undeniably off. Xia Lin spoke calmly. And Gu Hua. Yes, we have some connection. I suppose you could call him a friend, sort of. But isn't Gu Hua one of Transcendence's men? As he spoke, Xia Lin pointed at the projection in the air. Beyond treats his subordinates like this, right? He sure knows how to run a show. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Immortal City. Effect assessment, weak. You have gained 10 points across all attributes. The sequence ranking battle gathers the strongest. For the slightly weaker, this is a prime opportunity to latch onto a powerful ally. For the mighty, it's also a prime chance to expand their influence and recruit formidable subordinates. Now that Gu Wei has pulled this stunt, what are the others supposed to think? What else could they think? Naturally, they'll keep their distance from Chao Yu. Hitching your wagon to the star comes with risks. Gu Wei's face paled as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Xia Lin stepped forward again, coming to stand before Gu Wei. And I don't understand why you're taking such pleasure in his misfortune? Gu Hua's been pushed to the brink like this. As one of Beyond's men, shouldn't you feel a kinship of suffering? How can you even laugh about it? Do you realize that if Gu Hua really gets beaten to death, you'll be next? He pointed a finger at Gu Wei's head. I'm starting to suspect your brain isn't even as big as a sesame seed. Gu Wei's face flushed crimson, his defenses crumbling once more. Lies don't hurt people, truth is the sharpest blade. If Gu Hua truly died, Xiao Shui would inevitably choose another scapegoat. To ensure the substitute survived the blood sacrifice ritual, thus forcing Transcendence to taste the price of power, he would inevitably choose someone powerful, resilient, and mentally tough. When it came to strength, who among Transcendence's subordinates surpassed Sequence 6? A notification tone sounded in his ears. You have been subjected to the effect of humiliation and torment. All attributes reduced by 100. Xia Lin also heard the notification sound. Backstab effect activated. Cumulative effect reaches integer value. You gain +2 to all attributes. Gazing into Xia Lin's slightly bloodshot eyes, Gu Wei's body trembled as he slowly lowered his head. He was too furious to speak. Amidst the silence, a voice suddenly broke the quiet from the side. The price of power? TSK, how can the price of power be passed on to others? That just doesn't feel right. In the desolate stillness, the voice sounded unpleasantly jarring. It made Gu Wei snap his head up, searching for the source. He was already boiling with anger. He couldn't win in a verbal spar with Xia Lin, and the cost was too high. Now that someone had spoken up, Gu Wei instantly found his scapegoat. Who's spouting nonsense back there? Who? The voice rang out again. Me. Xia Lin turned to see a guy in a yellow leather jacket, with light blonde hair, piercings in his ears and lip, looking like some alternative style punk, sitting beside Nina in the pavilion. He raised his hand toward Gu Wei. Me. I'm the one talking big. Gu Wei roared. Who the hell do you think you are, criticizing my boss? The yellow-clad man chuckled. Kneel, you bastard. With a thud, Gu Wei dropped to his knees. The man in yellow reached out again, and Gu Wei slid forward on his knees until he was directly before him. The man lifted his legs, resting them on Gu Wei's shoulders, and spoke slowly. I am no scum. My name is Huang Tao, the host of this sequence war. With those words alone, Gu Wei's defiant head drooped. Wang Lai, Ding Yini, and Nina immediately rose to their feet. Greetings, Your Excellency. The hosts of the sequence ranking battle were all high-ranking beings directly under the 6 pillars. Their origins were shrouded in mystery, their power beyond comprehension. Within the city of origin, only these individuals possessed immunity to its rules, allowing them to wield their abilities within its confines. And at this moment, Huang Tao employed Xia Lin's mutated skill, Kneel, bastard. Ignoring the greetings of others, Huang Tao snatched the phone from Gu Wei's hand, shut off the projection, and began reviewing the recent footage. Frame by frame, he watched intently. Soon, Huang Tao smiled. But it was a sinister grin. He sure knows how to stir things up. After that old thing came back from the dead, it really knows how to stir things up. Trading power for compensation, that's a pretty clever move. But it's lost its flavor. It's truly lost its flavor. He shook his head in dismay, casually setting his phone aside. Turning to the others, he said. I never liked that old bastard from the past, nor did I care for the broken limit breaker class system he imposed. It always brings back some unpleasant memories. Huang Tao chuckled as he finished speaking. Anyone willing to do me a favor and take out this limit breaker? No one spoke up. The harsh reality was, we can't beat him either, Wang Lai said with a bitter smile, then asked again. Since you dislike him so much, sir, why not just kill him yourself? Huang Tao shook his head immediately. I can't do that. Your planet is still in its novice phase. Old-timers like me can't lay a finger on you newbies. Unless it's a special case like this limit breaker, I can't exert even the slightest influence. That's the 6 pillars rule, and I don't have the power to break it. Xia Lin keenly caught the phrase special circumstances. In Huang Tao's words, there seemed to be something amiss with Beyond. Before Xia Lin could ponder further, Huang Tao continued. But then, isn't he a sequence too? What about your planet's sequence 1? Are they powerless against him too? A military commander affiliated with the Sacred Links stepped forward. In response to Your Excellency, the Immortal City lies concealed within a dimensional rift, and Beyond hides within the Immortal City. Even His Majesty is powerless against him. Huang Tao feigned sudden understanding. Oh. So it's the military commander, the limit breaker. Well, that certainly complicates things. Huang Tao shook his head thoughtfully for a long moment before suddenly turning his gaze to Xia Lin. He chuckled. Kid, I've got my eye on you. How about you go kill that sequence too? What do you say? Xia Lin froze for a moment, then smiled back. Sure thing. Chapter 79, The Broker. Xia Lin couldn't quite describe his current state of mind. It certainly wasn't pleasant. Xia Lin understood that what happened to Gu Hua wasn't his fault. Yet, witnessing him weeping uncontrollably, Xia Lin certainly felt no dark schadenfreude. And at this very moment, Huang Tao's single sentence prompted Xia Lin to agree without hesitation. Sure. Why not? Sequence 2, huh? Why couldn't I, Xia Lin, kill him? But when to kill him, that was the question. It certainly couldn't be now. I can't beat him now. Seeing Xia Lin simply say fine, Huang Tao laughed heartily. Saying those 2 words in front of everyone? You're my kind of guy. He released his legs from Gu Wei's shoulders and waved at Xia Lin. Follow me. Saying this, he strode toward the distant stream. Xia Lin lifted his leg and followed Huang Tao, drawing envious glances from the crowd. Only after the 2 had disappeared from sight did Wang Lai suddenly raise his hand and slap himself hard across the face. Damn it! My mind wasn't focused, my reaction was too slow, I missed my chance. The situation was crystal clear. Xia Lin had caught the host's eye. As the host of the sequence ranking battle, Huang Tao's identity and strength remained unknown, but he was clearly a figure far above everyone else on Flash Blue Star. Cultivating ties with such a figure offered immense benefits, both overt and covert. Watching Xia Lin's retreating figure, Wang Lai sighed deeply. This is the sign of taking flight. The first sequence ranking battle was hosted by someone from the King of Kings faction. It was said that during that very sequence ranking battle, the Holy Lynx, due to its factional ties, caught the host's attention and thus entered a fast-track development phase. The second sequence ranking battle was presided over by someone from the Ancient Sovereign faction. It was also during that battle that Beyond obtained an unknown race-level foundational skill. He then single-handedly stormed the City of Immortals, subduing this SSS tier calamity. Now, the third sequence ranking battle was underway. Wang Lai glanced sideways at Huang Tao and scratched his head. By the way, to which faction does this noble one belong? A small bridge over the stream. Huang Tao leaned against the railing and casually lit a cigarette. He passed the pack and lighter to Xia Lin. Xia Lin shook his head. No thanks. Huang Tao smiled indifferently, puffing away as he spoke. My boss is the soul-devouring demon emperor. Xia Lin nodded in understanding. Huang Tao glanced at him again and added, it definitely has nothing to do with your unstable shadow. Xia Lin wasn't surprised that his profession had been exposed. Unstable constant was only SS tier, and unstable mutation was merely SSS tier. They couldn't withstand the probing techniques of those with foundational level cultivation. As the host of the ranked battles, Huang Tao possessed such capabilities it was only natural. Your profession is interesting. Rare. Very, very rare. It doesn't belong to the 6 pillars occupational system either. It's kind of its own thing. But over here? Without a powerful ally, it's tough, really tough. With the 6 pillars competing, all the positions are taken, all the resources are divided up. They leave no room or opportunity for others to seize a spot. Huang Tao sighed briefly, stubbed out his cigarette, and shifted the conversation back to earlier. Let's get back to me. I dislike the old rulers, I dislike the boundary breakers, and I especially dislike the price of power. The specifics are hard to explain, you wouldn't understand anyway. Suffice it to say, I despise everything tied to the overlords, including that sequence 2 on this planet. That's why I sought you out. Just curious, you and him, you have some beef, right? Xia Lin nodded decisively. Yes. You want to kill him? Yes. But you don't have the strength, right? Right. It'd be like an egg hitting a stone, no point in Xia Lin doing that. Turning to Huang Tao, Xia Lin said. So let me make this clear, if I can kill him, I will. But not now. Even if you beat me to death, I couldn't do it right now. With that, Xia Lin chuckled. But if you can give me something worthwhile, I might just give it a shot. That was Xia Lin for you. When the profit was worth it, he was genuinely willing to take risks. Huang Tao paid no mind to Xia Lin's playful demeanor. He merely shook his head. Here's the catch, as the host, I absolutely cannot intervene directly or indirectly. I also lack the authority to grant you any foundational racial skills. If I could just step in, why the hell would I bother with you? I could blow the damned limit breaker to smithereens with a single fart. Xia Lin curled his lip. He'd thought the big shot might spare him some scraps, but it turned out he'd overestimated himself. Until Huang Tao spoke again. But you know, with the unstable shadow class and the power of others on this planet, you're not entirely incapable of shaking up the second tier. Uncertain shadow is the profession most adept at overcoming strength with weakness, at creating miracles. He glanced at Xia Lin, seemingly recalling something amusing, and chuckled oddly. Backstabbing, right? Well, I'm giving you a chance now. The rest depends on whether you want to make a big move. Xia Lin, what kind of chance? Huang Tao grinned. I can act as your middleman. Xia Lin froze, unable to grasp the meaning behind the words. Only when Huang Tao waved again did Wang Lai's figure materialize beside him. Before Wang Lai could recover, Huang Tao spoke up. Wang Lai, blood demon breathing technique, obesity. But the effects of the obesity curse are weakening as Wang Lai's physical attributes improve. His rate of growth and strength is also slowing down. These words drew a bitter smile from Wang Lai. His little secret held no meaning of concealment before the big shots. Huang Tao then gestured towards Xia Lin. And you have extreme nourishment. You two are a perfect match. Xia Lin and Wang Lai were well aware of this fact. They just hadn't discussed it yet, hadn't struck a deal. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Wang Lai offers 3 sword energies in exchange for Xia Lin's 100 shots of extreme nourishment. Do you accept this deal? After a brief consideration, both nodded. Agreed. It was a deal acceptable to both parties. Huang Tao waved his hand again, and Wang Lai vanished instantly. Nina's figure reappeared beside the two. Nina was momentarily bewildered before Huang Tao continued. Nina, a time travel mage possessing an exceptionally powerful support skill among SSS tier abilities, Temporal Tide. Time Tide SSS rank, active skill, exclusive to time travel mages. Consumes 500 spirit to apply the Time Tide buff to the target. While active, all skills below SSS rank on the target have no cooldown. Buff duration, 1 day. Skill cooldown, 1 month. The mutated skill of Uncertain Shadow has no rating, thus benefiting from the tidal flow buff. Huang Tao looked at Nina. What do you want? Nina flicked a strand of hair and smiled seductively, a foundational tier skill. Huang Tao rolled his eyes. Get lost. Nina dared not leave, but straightened her expression and said, My lord, you've pointed out my skill, is it for? Huang Tao chuckled darkly. To cause trouble for your sequence too. He pointed at Xia Lin. Let him handle it. Nina nodded in understanding. Then I don't want anything. She dared not provoke beyond on her own initiative. But if it's just about adding a buff, I don't need any reward. As she spoke, Nina's expression grew solemn, her gaze sharp and cold. Anyone with a normal sense of morality couldn't remain indifferent to what Transcendence had done. Chapter 80, Deal Sealed, Buffs Chain Reaction. After Nina made her decision, Huang Tao waved his hand again. Nina vanished without a trace, replaced by Sequence 8 Zheng Zian appearing before the two. Zheng Zian, appearing out of thin air, looked utterly bewildered. Instead, the gem cat that never left his side meowed softly, wriggled out of his embrace, and leaped into Huang Tao's arms. Holding the gem cat, Huang Tao chuckled softly. The gem cat looked utterly content. Huang Tao then addressed Zheng Zian. Once the newbie period on Flash Blue Star ends, I'll take you to the territory directly under the Demon Emperor's control. The opportunities and prospects for growth there far exceed what you'll find here. There are more powerful individuals and more professionals within the Soul Master system. Zheng Zian froze, then beamed with delight. Thank you, sir. His profession and faction affiliation held little standing or influence on Xia Star. Among the top 10 in the rankings, Zheng Zian was likely the least noticeable. Now that Huang Tao was willing to offer him an opportunity, Zheng Zian clearly couldn't afford to miss it. He just didn't know what Huang Tao meant by ending the novice period. Huang Tao didn't elaborate on the meaning behind those words, continuing instead, but there's a condition. Use your soul pet to buff this kid, the more, the better, the stronger, the better. Zheng Zian immediately nodded. No problem. Soul Masters, 1 level, 1 pet. One soul is permanently bound to a soul beast, the small orb floating atop Zheng Zian's shoulder. Currently, Zheng Zian was at level 7. Besides his soul beast, he possessed 6 other soul pets. How to combine offensive, defensive, and support type soul pets depends on the soul master themselves, as well as fate and luck. As for Zheng Zian's luck, it was average. He didn't possess exceptionally powerful offensive or defensive soul pets, but he did have 2 outstanding support type soul pets. One is the gem cat currently nestled in Huang Tao's arms. The other was... With a snap of Zheng Zian's fingers, an arcane soul array unfolded. A palm-sized jade rabbit emerged from the array patterns and hopped to his feet. He smiled at Xia Lin and pointed toward the gem cat. This one is called Flash. Then he pointed to the jade rabbit. This one's called Little White. Together, they have 14 skills, 8 of which are buff-type abilities. Huang Tao chimed in. 8 is sufficient. He then added to Xia Lin, the higher the initial skill and buff levels, the higher the theoretical skill level after mutation. Xia Lin nodded. He vaguely grasped this logic. Of course, it wasn't a fixed rule. Uncertain Shadows had no fixed rules. It was merely a high-probability phenomenon. Backstab, for instance, didn't follow this logic. Huang Tao waved his hand again, and Zheng Zian vanished. Thus, only Xia Lin and Huang Tao remained by the small bridge. Huang Tao extended his hand and spoke softly. Thus, the deal is sealed. Light erupted from his palm, radiant and magnificent. Xia Lin was the first to sense the light emanating from his hand. In that instant, Xia Lin felt his mind reel as his spirit points plummeted from 641 to 241. 100 strands of chaotic light shot out from Xia Lin's pores, merging into the ball of light in Huang Tao's hand. This was a full 100 counts of rapid nourishment. The instant these 100 bursts of rapid nourishment merged into the light sphere, 3 distinct sword energies of varying colors shot forth from it and fused into Xia Lin's body. The Ash Zone system prompt instantly rang in his ears. You have obtained the sword energies, Earth-splitting, Wavering, and Black Tortoise. You may activate these 3 sword energies at any time within 3 days. After 3 days, they will automatically collapse and dissipate. Earth Splitter, primarily for powerful attacks. Its might equals Wan Lai's full strength strike. Drifting, a sword-based teleportation technique, traversing 1,000 miles in a single breath. Its speed rivals that of a 1,000-mile journey, yet requires no prerequisites. It was precisely through the wandering sword escape technique that Wang Lai had evaded Feng Pingyu's army's crushing assault. Xuanwu technique, defensive method. Thus, the first transaction was concluded. Following closely was the second transaction with Nina. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a transaction either, it was Nina's gesture of friendship. A silvery white stream of light suddenly flared, extending from the orb in Huang Tao's hand and swiftly enveloping Xia Lin's entire body. A notification tone blared in his ears. You have obtained the buff, Tidal Flow of Time SSS grade. Effect duration, 1 natural day. Unstable mutation activated. Time Tide mutates into Anchor of Time SSS grade mutation buff. Anchor of Time, your attributes will remain fixed at the exact moment you acquire this buff. While active, you cannot gain any debuffs or buffs. Your attributes cannot exceed their limits and will not decrease under any circumstances. Status stabilized. In certain scenarios, the Anchor of Time proves remarkably effective. But this is not what Xia Lin requires. Do not retain the mutation. Time Tide buff acquired. The moment Xia Lin made his decision, 8 distinct beams of light burst forth from the orb, landing upon him. You have gained buffs, Purge Evil, Retain Goodness SS rank, Blood Rage S rank, Heaven's Favor SSS rank, Wumiao King's Wrath SS rank, Demon Eye S rank, Ghostly Dodge A rank, Shadow Trickery S rank, Weakling's Rebellion SS rank. Purge Evil, Embrace Goodness SS rank buff, effect lasts for 3 natural days. All your buffs durations are doubled, with a minimum duration of 1 day. All your debuffs durations are halved. Unstable mutation activated. Evil to Good mutation transforms into Karma's Retribution S rank mutation buff. Karma's Retribution lasts 3 natural days. The nobler your character, the stronger the attribute boosts you gain and vice versa. Xia Lin shook his head in disbelief. He certainly wouldn't dare call himself a noble-minded young man. Do not retain mutation. Blood Rage S rank buff, effect lasts for 2 natural days. The heavier your injuries and the higher your rage, the greater your attribute boost. Unstable mutation activated. Blood Rage mutates into Blood Slaughter Ascending SS rank mutation buff. Blood Slaughter ascends, lasts 2 natural days. The denser the blood aura in your environment, the greater your attribute bonuses and skill effects. Xia Lin recalled the blood sacrifice ritual unfolding in the City of Immortals. Retain mutation. Celestial Fortune SSS tier buff, effect lasts for 1 natural day. You are blessed with good fortune. Unstable mutation activated. Celestial Fortune mutates into Walking Catastrophe SSS tier mutation buff. Walking Catastrophe lasts 1 natural day. Every hour that passes near you, a disaster of varying scale will occur. Xia Lin, Just as he was about to decline the mutation, the next prompt from the Ashen Zone system already echoed in his ears. Detected, you possess the Purge Evil, Embrace Goodness buff, Blood Slaughter Soaring Heavenward buff, Wrath of the Miao King buff, and Weakling's Rebellion buff. Upon retaining the Walking Catastrophe mutation buff, these 5 buffs will activate synergistically. Xia Lin chuckled. Synergy again. The Crimson Descent incident from before goes without saying. Foundational tier abilities, now that's impressive. And now, with 5 buffs chaining together? Xia Lin couldn't hesitate for even a second. It would be disrespectful to the unstable mutation. What's this about Heaven's Favor? How dare you, an SSS tier, even compare yourself to a 5 buff combo? Retain mutation. Unstable mutation activated. Buff combo complete. Your Purge Evil, Blood Fury, Wumiao King's Wrath, Weakling's Rebellion, and Walking Catastrophe buffs are no longer active. You have acquired a new 5-in-1 buff, Star of Misfortune. Star of Misfortune Race Innate Tier Temporary Buff Pour. Chapter 81, Star of Misfortune. Bonus Chapter. Star of Misfortune Race Specific Core Ability Temporary Buff Pour. You are the embodiment of calamity, a walking disaster. Catastrophe inevitably strikes wherever you go. Your enemies are doomed to misfortune. Yet you remain untouched by calamity. Fate itself will twist disaster to your advantage. When you are at the site of a disaster, your attributes gain a bonus, and your skills and buff effects gain a bonus. Your attributes will break limits based on the scale of the calamity, with the breaking effect determined by the calamity's intensity and influence. This buff lasts for 2 natural days. Note, your talent has been detected. Unstable mutation is only SSS tier, incapable of mutating into race-level skills or temporary buffs. Your Star of Misfortune buff has been neutered. You cannot obtain the limit-breaking effect of this buff. All other effects remain intact. Xia Lin. Huang Tao. Xia Lin glanced up at Huang Tao. He saw Huang Tao's mouth twitching as he slowly turned his head away. Xia Lin, my choice was right, wasn't it? He wasn't sure either, sacrificing 5 powerful buffs for a flawed foundational tier buff. Honestly, he couldn't quite grasp the strength of this temporary Star of Misfortune buff either. With a powerhouse standing beside him, one who could even see through his information panel, he might as well ask outright. It would save him from being completely baffled. Huang Tao remained silent. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. Your class is actually a bit broken. That means I picked the right one. Just as he prepared to examine the other 3 buffs, Huang Tao suddenly raised his hand and waved it toward him. Instantly, the world spun violently. The last words echoing in Xia Lin's ears were Huang Tao's resigned voice. "Alright, don't stay in Origin City for now. Stay away from me." When the dizziness finally faded, Xia Lin found himself standing amidst the ruins of Yang City. Origin City. Huang Tao sighed helplessly, his eyes gazing upward with a distant look. His gaze instantly shifted beyond the city's borders. The entire city of Origin lay concealed within the dimensional crevices of shining blue star. Safe, impossible to locate. Yet at this very moment, howling gales surged forth. A rare spacetime storm erupted inexplicably, crashing headlong toward the city of Origin. Huang Tao sighed, and his aura surged forth from the void. The storm dissipated into thin air. Recalling the newly mutated curse star buff that Xia Lin had just activated, Huang Tao suddenly smiled. Uncertain shadow. Uncertainty, randomness, the unknown, unpredictability, bringing variables. The stalemate between the 6 pillars had dragged on far too long. Each pillar yearned to alter the status quo, yet found themselves powerless within the stalemate. Only an external force could break the deadlock. Yet a qualified external force is exceedingly difficult to find. Years ago, when the first uncertain shadow emerged, the 6 pillars glimpsed a new possibility. It's finally beginning. Huang Tao murmured to himself, unheard by others. Xia Lin remained unaware that Huang Tao had transported him directly to Yangcheng, near the Immortal City. Sitting amidst the ruins, he pulled up his attribute panel and examined the final 3 temporary buffs. Demon Eyes S-rank buff, effect lasts for 2 natural days. Your eyes mutate into demonic orbs, capable of inflicting illusions, intimidation, and other negative effects upon foes. Unstable mutation activated. Demon Eyes mutated into True Sight Eyes. True Sight S-class mutation buff, effect lasts for 2 natural days. Greatly enhances your vision. Your eyes pierce through illusions and see through deception. After brief consideration, Xia Lin retained the mutation. His offensive options were already plentiful. One more demonic eye wouldn't make a difference. True Sight Eye, being a defensive buff, held far greater strategic value. Ghostly Dodge a rank buff, effect lasts for 1 natural day. When attacked, you have a chance to automatically dodge the strike. Unstable mutation activated. Ghost Dodge mutates into Dragon Tail Swing. Dragon Tail Swing a rank mutation buff, effect lasts 1 natural day. When attacked, you have a chance to automatically counterattack. Do not retain the mutation. First, assume the opponent is a sequence 2 transcendent. Given Xia Lin's current physique, he clearly couldn't withstand even a single punch. Compared to defensive counterattacks, evasion is the only way to create a miracle. Shadow Trickery S-class buff, effect lasts for 1 natural day. While this buff is active, when you receive a fatal attack, your shadow will automatically shatter to block the blow for you. Once your shadow shatters, the buff disappears. Unstable mutation activated. Shadow Plane mutates into Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone S-rank mutation buff, effect lasts for 1 natural day. Your shadow gains autonomous movement, possessing half your attributes and inheriting all your skills and buffs, though their effects are weakened. The Shadow Clone vanishes after the buff duration ends. Any limit-breaking attributes gained by the Shadow Clone cannot be transferred back to the original body. Retain mutation. Xia Lin felt Shadow Clone was superior to Shadow Trickery. The moment Xia Lin made his choice, the shadow beneath his feet twisted upward, materializing into another Xia Lin who stood beside him. Outwardly, the Shadow Clone appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person, differing from Xia Lin only in slightly darker skin. Though its gaze was vacant, no one would notice anything unusual without closer inspection. In that moment, Xia Lin felt as if he had split screens, possessing 2 viewpoints. He could operate both his physical body and the Shadow Clone simultaneously, though the latter reacted slightly slower. Alternatively, he could focus on one while the other remained on standby. The crux lay not in the clone itself. The crucial point was that the clone inherited all skills and buffs. Especially the Star of Doom buff. Now that was something else. Just as Xia Lin was examining his skill set, a distant roar suddenly echoed through the air. Xia Lin looked up to see a convoy racing toward them from the horizon. Comprising dozens of uniquely designed vehicles, they were all anti-gravity armored cars, the kind without wheels. The characters immortal emblazoned on their sides revealed the convoy's identity. It was an external raiding squad from the Immortal City. The immortal divine race consumed humans. To them, humans were food, livestock. Naturally, the more the better. Beyond that, the bastards occasionally held blood sacrifices, so the human population gap in the Immortal City remained quite significant. They maintained their own raiding squads, numerous in number, and the one before Xia Lin was one such group. As the convoy entered Xia Lin's sight, an unexpected incident quickly unfolded. The lead vehicle suddenly stalled, seemingly suffering mechanical failure. It slammed into the ground, clattering into the ruins, then exploded with a thunderous boom. 3 figures of the others had already darted out of the vehicle before the explosion, chattering away in a string of immortal divine language. Xia Lin was too far away to hear them, and even if he could, he likely wouldn't understand what they were saying. Only the shadow clone beside him darted forward, vanishing swiftly. The convoy regrouped briefly and resumed its journey. This time, no incidents occurred. Several minutes later, the convoy halted before a collapsed ruin. As the dimensional rift opened, the convoy returned to the immortal city. But no one knew that a dark Xia Lin had already crawled beneath a vehicle, trailing them into the immortal city. At that very moment, Xia Lin's true form remained watching from afar. Only after the convoy vanished did Xia Lin let out a sinister chuckle. The clone had infiltrated, and it carried the Star of Misfortune buff. Now it was time to consider the main body. Yes, the events that had just unfolded had made it clear to Xia Lin where this place was. Near the City of Immortals, Huang Tao had delivered him directly to his destination. With the mindset of, since I'm already here, Xia Lin couldn't let this opportunity pass without making a move while his buffs were stacked to the max and his condition was prime, otherwise, he'd never forgive himself. As for how big it could get? That depends entirely on the prowess of the Star of Misfortune. Chapter 82, I have arrived. Arriving at the City of Immortals even before Xia Lin were Gu Wei, Yin Shi, and other sequence-level powerhouses directly under Transcendence. Back in the City of Origins, when Huang Tao called Xia Lin away, Gu Wei also broke free from his restraints. It was impossible to describe Gu Wei's state of mind at that moment. First, there was embarrassment and complexity. Second, sheer terror. Fate is unpredictable. Transcendence had risen to prominence after the second sequence ranking battle. Since that battle was hosted by the former rulers, Transcendence had reaped considerable benefits, both overt and covert. But the third sequence ranking battle was hosted by the Soul Emperor's faction, a group inherently at odds with the old rulers. Such is the way of things. Fortune cannot perpetually favor the same individual. Having once been blessed by luck, one must now face retribution. Still, the Transcendence Tower. The stench of blood grew even more potent, the overwhelming scent assaulting Gu Wei's nostrils until it made him feel slightly queasy. The entire top floor of the Transcendence Tower was shrouded in a blood mist so thick it obscured his vision, preventing Gu Wei from discerning the details within. All he could hear was Beyond's maniacal laughter growing ever more frenzied. Gu Hua's moans grew fainter and fainter. At this moment, Gu Wei dared not disturb Transcendence. He could only seek out Jia Luo, who stood guard by the door. Something's wrong. He repeated what had happened in the City of Origin. Then Jia Luo delivered a resounding slap that sent Gu Wei flying 3 meters away. You really are brainless. Gu Wei scrambled to his feet, not daring utter another word. The inspiration that was his idea. The deed was his doing. And it was indeed a complete mess. Even if Gala slapped him across the face or beat him senseless, he wouldn't dare utter a peep. When you're wrong, you have to stand your ground and take the punishment. Watching Gu Wei with his head bowed, his face a picture of submission, Gala sighed softly. It doesn't matter anymore. The Lord's blood sacrifice is the priority now. Everything else is trivial. The host bears a mission, yet remains bound by the rules. Given the current situation on Flash Blue Star, he cannot act directly. He can only instruct local powerhouses to cause trouble for us. And when it came to local powerhouses, the only one capable of surpassing their opponents was the Sacred Lynx. But Shanglin was already an enemy faction. He stood on that side without needing the host's orders. So if you ask how much trouble Gu Wei has caused, it doesn't seem that significant. Still, to be safe, we should keep a low profile these next couple of days. Jia Luo looked at the 4 sequences before her. Sequence 6, Gu Wei. Sequence 17, Yan Shi. Sequence 33, Shang Xian. Sequence 40, Casido. Along with Sequence 56, Gu Hua, these were all the surviving sequence-level powerhouses under Beyond's command. Stay within the Immortal City for the next 2 days. Do not go to the City of Origin. In another day, the boss will complete the blood sacrifice. What happens next is entirely up to him. Gu Wei and the other 3 nodded repeatedly before withdrawing. Immediately after their departure, more Immortal Divine Clan members arrived at Jia Luo's side. The dimensional rift generator has malfunctioned, with 3 rifts opening inexplicably. Technicians are investigating the cause. The dimensional rift generator is a technological artifact. As a technological creation, malfunctions are inevitable. However, the technical prowess of the others is formidable, and the dimensional rift generator rarely experiences issues. Galra dismissed the current issue, merely nodding to indicate her understanding. As the technician withdrew, another approached. The mind interference device malfunctioned briefly. The sacrifices regained consciousness and caused a commotion for a moment, but it's been resolved now. Gallo frowned slightly before nodding again. This person withdrew, and another arrived. Detected an approaching dimensional storm. The interference device has entered standby activation mode. Garo's frown deepened. Today's had more than its share of unexpected events. As this person withdrew, another approached. The Warfog system has malfunctioned. Another one. Galra's face began to twitch. Something's not right. Not bad at all. At that very moment, before one of the entrances to the immortal city, Xia Lin stared at the dimensional rift that had materialized before him out of thin air, unable to suppress a muttered exclamation. He'd been casually wandering around when the entrance suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Peering inside, he saw, hey, it was the immortal city. What the heck? After a moment's thought, Xia Lin stepped inside. 2 whites at the checkpoint blocked his path. Who goes there? They were acting like door gods. Xia Lin was weighing whether to just fight his way through or waste a few words trying to bluff them past, when he noticed a faint blue glow emanating from the checkpoint's equipment, sweeping over his entire body. One white glanced at a tablet, froze in surprise, then looked back at Xia Lin and nodded knowingly. Xia Lin, right? Citizen of the City of Immortals? Xia Lin narrowed his eyes slowly, recalling the notification sound that had signaled the backstab effect taking effect when he had previously harmed Gu Wei. Gu Hua had long since entered his identity information into the immortal city system. But that was precisely the problem. A slow smile spread across his lips, yet he nodded decisively. It's me. Enter. The White Walker parted to make way, and Xia Lin stepped into the immortal city. Malice seeped in from behind him, yet Xia Lin remained unmoved. He breathed in the fresh synthetic air, felt the artificial breeze wash over him, basked in the synthetic sunlight streaming from the artificial sun, and listened to the Ash District system alert ringing in his ears. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your faction, Immortal City. Effect assessed as weak. You gain 20 attribute points. Backstab effect activated. Effect assessed as moderate. You gain. Xia Lin understood the situation at hand. The Shadow Clone, carrying the Star of Doom buff, had infiltrated the City of Immortals ahead of time. Now, the Star of Doom had begun to take effect. Doom descended upon the Immortal City, and all this doom originated from Xia Lin's hands. As a citizen of the Immortal City, Xia Lin naturally triggered the backstab effect. Watching his stats surge to a solid 700 points in a short time and still climbing, Xia Lin grinned. The Star of Misfortune and Backstab complemented each other perfectly. The only pity was that the Star of Misfortune was a buff with a duration. Suppressing his disappointment, Xia Lin ignored the hostility radiating from all directions and strode deeper into the Immortal City. The notification chimes sounded again. Doom Star effect activated. You are currently in a calamity. Based on its severity, you gain temporary attribute bonuses. Current bonus, plus 3,000. All your skills have enhanced effects. A faint scent of blood drifted into Xia Lin's nostrils, causing him to lift his head and gaze upon the Transcendence Tower standing at the very center of the Immortal City. The blood sacrifice was underway. Transcendence sustained itself through large-scale blood sacrifices, inevitably bringing the greatest calamity currently afflicting the Immortal City. The calamity of the blood sacrifice surpassed even the disaster brought by the Star of Misfortune. This made Xia Lin grin savagely. The blood sacrifice cannot be interrupted. This means Transcendence cannot act for now. Too bad they won't get to taste the might of Sequence 2. The voice echoed from afar, reaching Xia Lin's ears. You're dead meat even without the boss lifting a finger. In the distance, the crowd scattered in a rush. Gu Wei, clad in armor, emerged slowly from the end of the street. Behind Xia Lin, the entrance and exit of the Immortal City sealed shut completely. Gazing at the unflinching Xia Lin, Gu Wei grinned savagely. How dare you? How dare you, you madman, come to the Immortal City? Do you really think I'm a? Xia Lin nodded. I really do think you're a piece of. Gu Wei, all attributes 3. The heavy sword drew from its scabbard. Along with it came 4 resounding words. Kneel, you bastard. Chapter 83, I fight. Xia Lin, a name that once went unnoticed. But when Xia Lin was publicly singled out and taken away by Huang Tao, that name became unforgettable. It was known that Xia Lin had been taken away by Huang Tao, who harbored resentment toward the former rulers and those who had surpassed them. Xia Lin might just be the one to carry it out. Right after Gu Wei and Yan Shi returned to the Immortal City, they naturally had to make a record of Xia Lin's name and appearance in the system. And guess what? Well, what a coincidence he's one of our Immortal City's own. They couldn't have predicted the backstab's outcome, but they did figure out that Gu Hua had entered Xia Lin into the Immortal City's civil registry system. This wasn't a major issue, no big deal, it wouldn't affect anything. However, Xia Lin's surveillance level was elevated to the highest tier. In other words, the moment Xia Lin arrived in the Immortal City and passed through the city's surveillance scans, the city received notification that he had come knocking. The malevolence of the 2 gatekeeper whites was clearly detected by Xia Lin. Xia Lin shrugged it off. With his buffs active and his stats nearing the 3,000 plus 700 threshold, he had always intended to make a big splash, so exposing his whereabouts was hardly a concern. In fact, this was even better. Kneel, bastard. The command thundered down like a divine decree. Gu Wei had already activated his defensive skills. Gu Wei. Class, Immortal Knight. Level, 7. Immortal Invincibility S rank, active skill, exclusive to Immortal Knights. Consumes 100 spirit. Upon activation, all attributes increase by 20%. Dispels and grants immunity to all debuffs. Lasts 1 hour with a 1-day cooldown. However, the problem lies in the fact that this S-rank skill cannot exempt you from kneeling, you bastard. This relates to the skill level evaluation criteria of the Ember Zone system. When two skills conflict, the question is which one takes precedence. For example, skills that grant immunity to debuffs versus skills that inflict debuffs. These two skills are in direct conflict. But activating immunity doesn't mean you're completely immune to all debuffs. If that were the case, the latter skill would become utterly useless, with almost no value whatsoever. This touches on the issue of skill level determination. Higher tier skills can bypass the protection of lower tier skills and take full effect. Gu Wei's immortal invincibility is an S-rank skill, meaning he cannot be immune to negative status effects of S-rank or higher. The mutant skill of Kneeling Bastard also has its own set of judgment criteria, though the system doesn't explicitly state it. Mutant skills actually have levels. Xia Lin's previous assessment of his own mutation skills level contained some errors. Rapid Nourishment isn't particularly high tier. Both Watanabe Niran and Li Peipei can resist its effects. The level of Kneel, you bastard, is higher. At least higher than S rank. Thus, the instant the skill activated, Gu Wei's knees buckled, and he once again knelt before Xia Lin. Skill effect activated. You have absorbed 15 points of all attributes from your opponent. Last time it was 10 points, this time 15 points. This is the effect of the Star of Misfortune. Simultaneously, Gu Wei's total attributes dropped by 66 points. Even with the Star of Misfortune's bonus, it was significantly less than last time. Don't call him foolish, he learned from his mistake. At the very least, Gu Wei's thickened skin now made kneeling before others feel hardly shameful. But don't get ahead of yourself. Times have changed. Xia Lin's skill now has no C. D. Kneel. 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 Now. Xia Lin's roar flowed endlessly, forming a continuous line. While it's not entirely without cooldown, the utterance of those 4 words "kneel, bastard" itself serves as the skill's built-in cooldown. But that brief interval was insufficient for Gu Wei to break free from the skill's constraints and rise from the ground. Thus, the rumbling echoed incessantly. The earth beneath Gu Wei's knees began to tremble and crack. This was the result of him attempting to rise only to be forcibly pinned back down. His stats began plummeting at a visible rate. On one hand, this was the effect of the kneeling bastard absorbing his attributes. On the other hand, it was also the effect of humiliation and torment. He had experience, so he could endure a single kneeling. But kneeling motionless was torture. After merely 10 seconds, Gu Wei, having been struck 10 consecutive times by the kneel bastard, saw his attributes plummet to just over 5,500 points. Meanwhile, under the dual limit-breaking effects of the backstab and kneel bastard skills, Xia Lin's attributes had surged to a staggering 1,000 plus. Strength, 1,015. Stamina, 1,015. Agility, 1,015. Spirit, 1,019. With the curse star buff applied, that's over 4,000. A furious roar erupted from Gu Wei's mouth. The thunderous roar created a shockwave, and a terrifying killing intent surged skyward. When pushed to the brink of humiliation, fury erupts, madness takes hold. Insults and torment had no effect on Gu Wei in this state. Then, Gu Wei began to crawl. The relentless act of kneeling, you bastard, left Gu Wei utterly drained of the strength to rise. But the thing is, a person can still move while kneeling. Crawling on one's knees isn't that difficult. If that failed, he could crawl like a dog. In short, there were always more ways than obstacles. No matter what, Gu Wei couldn't just passively endure this. Even if the posture was utterly humiliating, he had to move and kill Xia Lin. Otherwise, his attributes wouldn't hold up. Thus, a grotesque spectacle unfolded. Sequence 6, this third-tier superpower of Flash Blue Star, churned his legs into afterimages, crawling towards Xia Lin on his knees like a crab. It looked comical, but his speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, Gu Wei had already charged to Xia Lin's front. Immortal Knight. Class Talent 1, fully armed or rank talent. When wearing armor and wielding heavy weapons, your attack and defense receive significant boosts. Gu Wei never parted with his armor precisely for this talent. Even as an A rank talent, its enhancement was remarkable, boosting both offense and defense by at least 10%. Class Talent 2, Immortal and Undying SSS rank talent. Your physical defense gains additional enhancement based on your base attributes. Additionally, you receive 3 Immortal Shield emblems daily, granting immunity to crippling and lethal damage. The effects of Immortal and Undying were even more terrifying. 3 daily instances of immunity to crippling or fatal damage, plus enhanced defense. Just as Xia Lin had perceived Gu Wei at first glance, a human fortress. As a Sequence 6, Gu Wei was renowned for his defense, comparable to a mobile fortress. The man was indeed brilliantly clever, and his toughness was second to none. That's why, despite being utterly foolish, he's still alive today. As long as I'm tough enough, no matter how many stupid things I do, no one can touch me. The heavy sword traced an arc through the air, swinging down towards Xia Lin's head. In that moment, Gu Wei's eyes blazed crimson, his expression savage. He was so utterly focused that he blocked out the sound of Xia Lin's voice commanding him to kneel. He only wanted Xia Lin dead. The heavy sword grazed Xia Lin's hair and crashed into empty air. The disparity in their attributes existed, but it wasn't vast. Moreover, one was kneeling while the other stood. Gu Wei's incomplete exertion caused his strike to falter, granting Xia Lin the opportunity to confront Sequence 6 head-on. The Overload armored suit was fully deployed, its blue energy circuits glowing brightly. His heavy fist erupted like a cannonball. The Dongfeng missile, towering several stories high, detonated instantly, sending a mushroom cloud visible across the entire immortal city sky. Die! 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 You're the one who should die. Get on your knees. Bastard! Fire, smoke, and roars echoed in relentless succession. The inferno at the explosion's epicenter licked at Gu Wei's armor, melting it into molten iron that seared his skin. His flesh scorched and rotted, pain piercing his very bones, yet that was all. Steel will a rank skill, passive skill. Your will is as unyielding as steel, drastically reducing your perception of pain. Steel bones a rank skill, passive. Your physical defense is greatly enhanced. Burning blood SS rank skill, passive. Upon entering combat, all your attributes receive temporary buffs. The longer the battle lasts, the greater the attribute boosts. He's built his playstyle around heavy defense, stamina warfare, and boosting stats to secure victory. And Forged by Trials SSS rank skill, limit breaking skill, passive. Each time you sustain significant trauma, upon recovery, all your attributes permanently increase. Immortal Radiance SS rank skill, active skill, exclusive to Immortal Knights. Consumes 10 spirit to rapidly heal your wounds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Immortal Will SS rank skill, passive skill, exclusive to Immortal Knights. The heavier your injuries, the stronger your physical defense becomes. A radiant light descended from the heavens, like a returning glow. Bathed in the immortal light, Gu Wei's wounds rapidly healed. Combined with physical defense beyond Xia Lin's imagination, he managed to withstand the East Wind missile without flinching, battling Xia Lin to a stalemate. And the scales of victory visibly tilted toward Gu Wei. If Xia Lin couldn't instantly kill Gu Wei, he would inevitably fall into Gu Wei's combat rhythm. With immortal immortality in hand, killing him once wasn't enough, you'd have to kill him 4 times in a row. How incredibly difficult. And within mere seconds of the struggle commencing, more elite fighters from Immortal City and Transcendence had already entered the fray. Alongside these are vast quantities of cutting-edge technological weapons produced by the City of Immortals. Chapter 84, Mysterious Misfortune. There's strength in numbers, a truth proven time and again. As the battle commenced and additional foes arrived, bursts of skill effects erupted from all directions. Buffs piled onto Gu Wei. Debuffs piled onto Xia Lin. Back in Li Peipei's squad, they had 2 dedicated support members. In an entire city like Immortal City, such specialists would only be more numerous. Amidst the chaos of battle, a sharp alert rang in Xia Lin's ears. The sound of unstable mutation activated echoed relentlessly. Yet Gu Wei's sheer power was truly unlike anything Xia Lin had ever witnessed. This made it impossible for Xia Lin to divert his attention to listen to the alerts, nor did he have the energy to sort through the mutation buffs. Keep them all. He didn't care about any messy debuffs, just keep mutating. Anyway, debuffs placed on him by enemies were almost certainly no good. Betting on mutation was perfectly reasonable. In any case, when the mutation ended, Xia Lin felt absolutely nothing. No boost, but no nerf either, as if he'd never endured those hundreds of debuffs. Gu Wei, however, grew increasingly fierce under the buffs, gradually adapting to the rhythm of fighting on his knees. He braced against the bombardment of East Wind missiles, suppressing Xia Lin and gaining the upper hand. I'll help you. A clear voice rang out from the distance. Sequence 17, Yanxi. The fair-skinned young man transformed into an elemental fire dragon, streaking through the sky. Gu Wei roared with laughter. You're dead meat. He'd never seen such a fool. Voluntarily charging into the enemy's home turf. Who else would die if not you? But his laughter didn't last long. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a thunderous boom, a pure white beam of light shot from the distance, striking Yanxi directly. Flames collided with the beam. Yanxi let out a piercing scream and was instantly blasted backward, flying a great distance. It was the Immortal City's land-based cannon. Yanxi. Panicked voices echoed from the distance. Misfire. Misfire. Guidance system malfunction. Troubleshoot. Troubleshoot immediately. Yanxi rose from the ground, having already shed his elemental form. Every inch of his body ached. That blast had hit him hard. Never underestimate the lethality of technological weapons. The Ember Zone had descended upon Flash Blue Star for only a little over 400 days. Even the most seasoned travelers of this planet, even those of Sequence 17, could not dismiss technological weapons as insignificant. Especially when it came to alien technology. Boom! 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 More streams of white light streaked across the sky from the distance. This time, however, there was no misfire. The beam struck precisely at the battlefield where Xia Lin and Gu Wei were locked in combat. Gu Wei certainly wasn't afraid of this. He routinely trained with land-based cannons, honing his skills through relentless practice. He knew their power well, they were merely moderately lethal to him. But what left him utterly dumbfounded was that this thing couldn't even budge Xia Lin. He watched as the land-based cannon's white light enveloped Xia Lin. Aside from singeing a few hairs, Xia Lin remained completely unfazed, showing no reaction whatsoever. Clearly, Guhua wouldn't share Xia Lin's skill combinations with them, and they knew nothing of the martial artist's immunity to firearms. After several rounds, the artillery fire caused Xia Lin less trouble than it did Gu Wei. Among the spectating others, some clever ones noticed this. They immediately ceased using technological weapons and instead summoned skilled professional others. Among all the whites in the Immortal City, the strongest individual warrior was undoubtedly the city lord, Gara. But at this moment, Chao Yu was performing the blood sacrifice ritual, and Zhao Luo had to remain by his side, unable to attend. Within the Immortal City, there were 8 other white walkers whose strength was only slightly inferior to Garo's. In terms of combat prowess, these 8 were all on par with Gu Wei. No one stood out above the rest. This was the SSS tier calamity, the true depth of the Immortal City. 8 figures materialized from the distance, some flying, some running, all moving at incredible speeds. When they reached the battlefield, Gu Wei laughed heartily once more. "You're dead." Weapons of every design, energies of every hue, formed a net of destruction, descending upon Xia Lin from all sides. Facing 9 opponents, each stronger than himself. This battle seemed hopeless. Yet Xia Lin showed no panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing a hint of a savage grin. He believed in himself, and even more so in the power of his foundational tier skills. Seconds before the 8 whites arrived, a familiar notification had already reached Xia Lin's ears. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your faction, the Immortal City. Effect assessment, severe. You have gained 180 points across all attributes. Who knew what impact the Star of Doom would bring upon the Immortal City? But based on that 180-point figure alone, it was worth Xia Lin's anticipation. Bearing the Star of Doom, enemies are bound to suffer misfortune, while Xia Lin is destined for good fortune. Given the sheer power of the Crimson Descent in the past, what could Xia Lin possibly fear in this moment? Just as the blades were about to strike, a violent tremor suddenly engulfed the entire Immortal City. Every soul within the walls felt the world spin violently. Unsurprisingly, the attacks of the 8 whites veered off course. Core Sector, Immortal City. Within the Dimensional Interference Chamber. The white overseeing this chamber wiped the cold sweat from his brow and bowed deeply to Garo on the other side of the screen. The dimensional storm has dissipated, but the interference has not fully taken effect. Residual dimensional turbulence struck the city's defensive shield. For the foreseeable future, our urban stability systems, energy supply, and power communication networks may experience disruptions. Beyond the tower's summit, outside the blood sacrifice chamber. Galra's face twitched, but he couldn't say much more. This was an act of divine retribution, no one could be blamed. Most of the straight attacks missed their mark, but 2 struck Gu Wei. One was weak and feeble, yet laced with deadly poison, turning Gu Wei's face an instant shade of emerald green. The other, however, was an assault of extreme ferocity. The blade sliced through Gu Wei's neck, severing half of it on the spot. Immortality and Undying activated, and the first immortal shield rune was consumed on his own comrade. His wounds healed instantly. Gu Wei turned his head, his gaze filled with malice, fixed on the white who had swung the blade. The white paid Gu Wei no mind. As a second-tier powerhouse of the City of Immortals, its status was equal to Gu Wei's, and it saw no need to bow down to him. Cursing silently, Gu Wei could say nothing. Instead, he swung his heavy sword in a wide arc, crashing it down towards Xia Lin. At that moment, Xia Lin's fists whipped like a storm, while missiles materialized out of thin air, unleashing a barrage of continuous bombardment. The 8 whites arriving to reinforce him possessed comparable strength but specialized in different areas. None possessed defensive capabilities that could rival Gu Wei's. They dared not treat the Dongfeng missiles as nothing. As the battle raged on, Gu Wei realized these reinforcements were worse than no reinforcements at all. Xia Lin's every punch was an area of effect strike. With Dongfeng in hand, he feared no mob attack, while he and his teammates were left hamstrung. His allies were driven into a disorganized retreat by Dongfeng's relentless pursuit. Attacks even missed their targets from time to time. Conflicting skills cancelled each other out, preventing combo chains. Everyone felt stifled in combat. He had already gained the upper hand. But with all this commotion, the advantage was dwindling. Fury burning within him, Gu Wei cursed bitterly. All of you. Before the word get could leave his lips, misfortune struck again. The space near the battlefield abruptly rippled. Hundreds of temporal rifts erupted in an instant, like the gaping maws of beasts devouring everything. These were dimensional rifts. Chapter 85, The Immortal City Reaps Great Fortune. The immortal divine race possessed advanced technology. They could even conceal an entire city within a dimensional crevice. But the dimensional crevices were far from hospitable. All manner of dangerous dimensional creatures roam here, and even more terrifying are the dimensional storms and rifts themselves. The Immortal City possessed stabilization and interference systems. These allowed the entire city to float within the dimensional rift, enabling it to preemptively counter dimensional storms, expel dimensional creatures, and fortify the city's internal space to prevent dimensional rifts from opening within its borders. But today, Xia Lin arrived, and with him came better days for the immortal city. Luck is a mysterious thing. Yet the workings of the Star of Misfortune follow a certain logic. It essentially amplifies minute probabilities into high-probability events. These misfortunes trigger chain reactions that continuously escalate, ultimately culminating in disasters of varying scales. Such transformations require time. Consequently, misfortune tends to accumulate, growing from small to large, until the whole thing becomes. Whether the current situation qualified as a major disaster, Xia Lin couldn't say. But he knew one thing for certain: Gu Wei was in deep trouble. Each dimensional rift that opened was an indestructible divine weapon, slicing through everything it touched from the very fabric of space. Hundreds of dimensional rifts equaled hundreds of dimensional slashes. In Gu Wei's horrified gaze, his entire body was cleaved in two by a dimensional fissure. Immortality and indestructibility activated once more, swiftly fusing the two halves back together. Only one use remained. But the dimensional rifts showed no sign of stopping. Shrieks erupted instantly. 8 formidable white practitioners were instantly sliced to pieces by the dimensional rift, all meeting their end. This was the calamity brought by Xia Lin, so the reckoning must fall upon him. You have betrayed your faction, the City of Immortals. You gain 200 points across all attributes. The complete annihilation of 8 second-tier whites was an unbearable blow to the Immortal City. Gu Wei, however, survived. Instead, he was swallowed by a dimensional rift over 2 people tall, lost in the void, who knows where he'd been swept away. Truth be told, this was no different from death. With Gu Wei's abilities, he had no way to navigate the dimensions and find his way home. Surviving even 10 minutes in the endless void would be a miracle. And Xia Lin? Unscathed. The dimensional rift seemed to possess some sort of friend or foe identification system, densely yet precisely bypassing Xia Lin. Until the warped space finally smoothed itself out. Of the 10 people on the battlefield, only Xia Lin remained standing. Yanqi, Shengxian, Casito, and the distant others all were thrown into disarray. They couldn't fathom the logic behind this battle. 1 against 9, and Xia Lin had actually won. So what now? Before Xia Lin could make a move, a suffocating fog suddenly engulfed the entire Immortal City. The Immortal City's war fog system had malfunctioned. As the mist drifted and enveloped the entire city, Xia Lin felt a momentary blur before his vision. Yet the next second, everything became crystal clear once more. The mist did not obscure his sight, instead, it intensified his senses. But the experience for Garo Yanqi and the others was quite different. The Immortal City's war fog system possessed enemy-friendly identification capabilities. Allies remained unaffected by the fog's interference, while enemies had their senses completely blocked. Now, with the system malfunctioning, even the friend or foe identification had been disrupted. This caused the recognition system to malfunction, labeling allies as enemies and enemies as allies. Thus, all the White Walkers were blinded by the mist, darting about like headless flies. Ironically, the human piglets within the Immortal City remain unaffected, merely staring at each other in bewilderment. Following closely behind, the mind interference devices and dimensional rift generators also malfunctioned. The mind interference device was one of the essential prerequisites for the blood sacrifice ritual. Though few in number, the White Walkers could make humans line up and willingly walk into the blood sacrifice arena precisely because of the mind interference device's effect. When the device failed, the humans marching toward the sacrifice ground snapped awake, reclaiming their senses. Compounded by the earlier malfunction of the warfog system. The moment someone shouted "run," chaos erupted, spreading from the core district outward toward the outer city. This was no minor issue. The humans confined within the City of Immortals were ordinary folk, not even Emberwalkers among them. Under normal circumstances, the Whites could easily suppress any unrest. An Immortal City was a self-contained fortress, no way up, no way down. Where could you possibly run? But these were no ordinary times. This was the moment when summer would arrive, bringing doom with him. The logic no longer applies. Shortly after the unrest began, the dimensional rift generator malfunctioned. This device is the very key that allows the City of Immortals to hide within the dimensional rift. It is the central control hub for the city's entrance and exit. When the dimensional rift generator malfunctioned, the entire city began to tremble, showing signs of slipping into reality. 38 portals of varying sizes opened simultaneously, illuminating escape routes for the human race. The humans within this city had lived in constant fear, their days filled with dread. Led by the boldest among them, countless humans surged toward the outside world in a mighty tide, ready to die without regret. Today, the harbinger of disaster arrived and the Immortal City was in for a treat. If that were all, Jia Luo could maintain her composure. The troubles were numerous and severe, but by untangling them bit by bit, tackling them step by step, all problems could eventually be resolved. But what time is this? It's the time for transcending the blood sacrifice. Delaying the transcendence blood sacrifice would spell disaster. And now, the blood sacrifice was effectively impossible to perform. The piglets have all fled, leaving no sacrifices. The White Walkers are disoriented by the war mist, wandering like headless flies. Gaara has no one to command, unable to accomplish anything. The voice of Transcendence echoed from the chamber behind. Deep, oppressive, tinged with madness, and delivered with an eerie emphasis. Solve the problem. Now. Immediately. Otherwise, you shall become my sacrifice. Garo felt a bitter sorrow she couldn't voice. She could only turn and obey, yes, my lord. Her figure dissolved into thin air, vanishing in an instant. Powerful individuals are not synonymous with omnipotence. With calamities plaguing the city of immortals, you ask Gaara how to resolve them? Gaara has no answer. Issues like the war mist system or the dimensional rift generator are technical matters. Garo is not an engineer and clearly has no solution for these problems. What can she resolve? It can deal with Xia Lin. When Galore reappeared, it had materialized above the immortal city. The chaotic war mist could not obscure Galore's perception. It effortlessly pierced the fog, taking everything in at a glance. The chaotic state of the city set Garo's nerves on edge, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Rage burned within her until she locked onto someone charging recklessly toward the core area. It was Xia Lin. He appeared alongside the disaster. Given the vast array of skills and tactics within the professional system, Gala easily connected Xia Lin to the current situation within the immortal city. Her hunch proved correct. Xia Lin was the problem. Then, it reached out. A colossal blue energy began to gather. First, I'll deal with you to serve as the next sacrifice for the master. It was right to do so. Yet before the skill could erupt, a dimensional rift abruptly appeared above Gaara's head, enveloping her entirely within it. A furious no barely escaped his lips before Gaara vanished without a trace. At that very moment, Xia Linyu remained oblivious to having walked the razor's edge between life and death. His massive boot kicked out, landing squarely on Yanqi's face, a man disoriented and dazed by the war's fog. Get down on your knees, you bastard. Skill effect activated. You have absorbed 9 points of all attributes from your opponent. With Gu gone, there was still Yanqi. Since this skill had no cooldown, he absolutely couldn't stop. Yanqi collapsed to his knees before Xia Lin with a thud. He looked up in confusion, only to see Xia Lin's figure mere inches away. But then he saw Xia Lin's foot kick out, sending him flying like a soccer ball far away. Kneel, you bastard. Kneel. 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 Kicking Yanqi aside with each skill he unleashed, Xia Lin charged toward the core area. That was where the dimensional rift generator resided. Chapter 86, sorry to bother you bonus chapter. Xia Lin was insane. Anyone witnessing his actions couldn't help but mutter, you're a lunatic. But Xia Lin was also rational. Madness and rationality are not mutually exclusive. He was mad enough to storm the immortal city alone, yet he was lucid enough to know exactly what he needed to do in this game, what his objectives were, and how to maneuver to maximize his own gains while causing the greatest possible trouble for both the immortal city and Transcendence. Xia Lin's reasoning was crystal clear. The dimensional rift generator was the heart of the immortal city and the key to his mission. Though he had promised Huang Tao he would kill Transcendence. But once the Star of Doom was assembled, Xia Lin knew he had no certainty of success. Unlike the Crimson Descent, the effects of the Star of Doom were unpredictable, relying entirely on luck and elusive force without fixed patterns or rules. Therefore, upon entering the immortal city, Xia Lin wisely pushed the priority of killing beyond to the very back of his list. His highest priority target became the backstab. This raised a crucial question. How could he maximize the payoff of the backstab? The optimal solution was clear: destroy the dimensional rift generator and pull the city of immortals into the reality of Blue Flash Star. This decision was made in light of the current global situation. At present, the Holy Link's army was mobilized to sweep away all resistance. Transcendence and the City of Immortals stand as the foremost targets, the Sacred Links as primary objectives. However, the Immortal City remains hidden within a dimensional rift, guarded by Transcendence, a single man holding the pass against 10,000. The Sacred Links' forces simply cannot breach it. Once Xia Lin destroys the dimensional rift generator and pulls the immortal city into the reality of Shanglan Star, the Sacred Links will certainly seize this golden opportunity. From the very beginning, Xia Lin had set his sights on this very device. Now, with calamities plaguing the city of immortality and the war mist system failing, the tide was gradually turning in Xia Lin's favor. But that alone was insufficient. Transcendence could interrupt the blood sacrifice at any moment. And Garo, the mightiest among the others, lurks with bated breath. Xia Lin remains unaware that Garo has been swallowed by the dimensional rift. Not to mention, Xia Lin still didn't know the exact location of the dimensional rift generator. But it doesn't matter. Xia Lin has prepared for the first two issues. The latter problem is even easier to solve. The moment Xia Lin breached the core zone, he stomped his foot right onto Yanqi's face. Where is the dimensional rift generator? I'll tell you if I'm alive, but not if I'm dead. At this moment, Yanqi was completely numb, stripped of any will to resist. Her attributes had plummeted from over 3,000 to just over 1,000. In this state, Sequence 17 stood no chance against Xia Lin. Under the fog of war, Yan Shi had long given up hope of any reinforcements. Convinced death was inevitable, he never imagined a glimmer of hope would appear. Xia Lin had offered him a way out. This lifeline, how could he not seize it with all his might? Core zone, southeast direction. After entering through the core zone entrance, turn right. Yan Shi's voice was rapid and clear at that moment, explaining every turn and direction with crystal clarity, as if terrified Xia Lin might not find his way. This cooperative demeanor drew a long sigh from Xia Lin. If only everyone were as smart as you. He released his foot, then added one last kneel, you bastard, before absorbing just 4 attribute points. Xia Lin shook his head. Get lost. Don't forget to kneel when you see me next, got it? Yan Shi, don't worry, brother. I'll never forget. Since kneeling was inevitable anyway, doing it voluntarily wouldn't lower his stats. The choice was simple. Watching Xia Lin disappear into the mist, Yan Shi collapsed onto the ground. His attributes had plummeted to a mere third of their original value. Needless to say, there was no way he could hold on to his rank in Sequence 17 this time. Xia Lin kept his word and spared Yan Shi. The main reason was that he'd already crippled the man sparing him or not made little difference to the bigger picture. He grabbed another disoriented level 10 wraith from the street, repeatedly shouting, get down, you bastard, while kicking it toward the location Yan Shi had indicated. Soon, the building housing the dimensional rift generator came into view. At this point, however, Xia Lin slowed his pace. His gaze drifted, as if lost in thought. His will had descended upon his shadow clone. Split-screen operation, 2 tasks at once. This was Xia Lin's preparation for facing Xiaoyu and Zheluo. Beneath the Tower of Transcendence. The fog of war mingled with blood mist, obscuring even nearby objects. Yet dark Xia Lin saw through the fog as if it were nothing. He cut through the chaotic throng, stepped over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, casually crushing a few disoriented wights in his grasp before formally entering the Transcendence Tower. He quickened his pace as he ascended. The structure of the Tower of Transcendence was simple. A single staircase led directly to its summit. A mere 3 minutes later, Dark Summer stood before the main gate of the Blood Sacrifice Hall on the tower's uppermost level. Outside the gate, there was no one guarding it. Garu's whereabouts were unknown. A detail Dark Xia Lin committed to memory. Dark Xia Lin thrust both hands forward, forcefully pushing open the gate. The scene beyond the door came into view. The blood sacrifice had been interrupted. Without a sacrifice, the ritual meant to honor you had collapsed midway. This had a significant impact on the Transcendence. Long before this, Xia Lin had already received the system notification. Backstab effect activated. You have betrayed your faction, the City of Immortals. Effect assessment, severe. You have gained 200 points across all attributes. At first, Xia Lin didn't know what event had granted him all these attributes. In truth, these 200 attribute points stemmed from the interrupted blood sacrifice. Rituals are generally like this. Only upon completion does it take effect. If you stop halfway, what kind of ritual is that? Therefore, this grand blood sacrifice ceremony held in your honor bestowed not a single shred of reward or attribute boost upon Beyond. This was a tremendous blow to Beyond and to the City of Immortals. At this moment, Beyond sat dazed on the sofa, having long since released the hand he'd been holding with Gu Hua. His gaze drifted aimlessly, his eyes unfocused. Even as Xia Lin appeared before him, he remained utterly motionless. Dark Xia Lin glanced at Gu Hua. Gu Hua's eyes were rolled back, his entire body drenched as if pulled from water, his clothes soaked through with sweat. The blood sacrifice ritual had been interrupted, halting the drain on his power, but Gu Hua had fainted. Seeing Gu Hua's pitiful state, Dark Xia Lin couldn't help but smack his lips. The logic loop had closed. No wonder Gu Hua sought transcendence. Whoever faced this situation would have to find a way out, otherwise it truly would be worse than death. He turned his gaze back to transcendence. Dark Xia Lin grinned. Let me test your purity. Kneel, bastard. The clone created by the temporary buff, use it when you need to. Taking risks was exactly what he was meant for. Dark Xia Lin now appeared before transcendence. On one hand, it was to create an opportunity for the main body by distracting the enemy's strong forces. On the other hand, Xia Lin genuinely wanted to see what the so-called unstoppable, incomprehensible transcendence was truly capable of. The 4-character command thundered down, and transcendence collapsed to his knees with a thud. Only when he knelt before Xia Lin did his eyes slowly regain focus. The second command burst from his lips. Kneel, you bastard. Before Dark Xia Lin, transcendence slowly rose to his feet and stood straight. Unaffected. Unique SSS rank, passive skill. All SSS rank and lower skills that can impose negative effects on you will only take effect once. Subsequent attempts will have no effect. His dazed eyes began to focus. A savage aura began to radiate. Dark Xia Lin's sensation in this moment defied description. Instinctive dread. Dread, trembling, despair. His lips twitched, and he immediately bowed low. My apologies for the disturbance. He turned and fled. a voice deeper than the abyss echoed behind him. Enemy? Oh, an enemy, is it? The next second, the heavens shattered and the earth split apart. Chapter 87, Unstoppable, Unfathomable. Core Zone, in front of the Dimensional Administration Bureau building. The instant beyond stood upright, Xia Lin's true form sprang into action. Kicking the white used for attribute grinding to death, Xia Lin sprinted madly toward the underground. The dimensional rift generator was located on the third underground level. At this moment, a thin sheen of cold sweat glistened on Xia Lin's forehead, his entire demeanor tinged with urgency. Because now, he truly had to race against time. Just as Xia Lin's fist shattered the surface and he plummeted into the first underground level, the Transcendence Tower trembled violently in the distance. Then the entire tower top was violently ripped off, the structure swaying precariously on the verge of collapse. It's the enemy! A chaotic, seemingly unconscious voice rang out with startling clarity, echoing throughout the entire immortal city. Transcendence Tower, top floor. Just as Dark Summer Forest turned and ran less than 3 meters away, he suddenly felt his body twist involuntarily. Temporary buff, Ghost Dash. The twist was hellish, head and feet rooted to the spot, yet his waist shifted sideways half a meter out of nowhere. Strangely, Xia Lin felt no physical discomfort whatsoever. Then, Xia Lin saw a fist imprint brush past him. The fist imprint was crystal clear, as if every hair on it were perfectly defined. It was this very fist imprint that triggered the Ghost Dash buff, grazing Xia Lin's waist before hurtling off into the distance. Within the Transcendence Tower, multicolored energy circuits flashed continuously, the barrier defenses originating from the City of Immortals. Yet the instant the fist imprint struck the tower's surface, these defensive barriers shattered like paper in an instant. The fist imprint's momentum remained unabated, smashing through the Transcendence Tower, tearing off its roof, and then shooting skyward. It pierced the dimensional shield enveloping the immortal city before vanishing into the endless void. This was no skill. This was a single, earnest punch. Dark Summer Forest whipped his head around, only to find Beyond had already materialized beside him. The distance between them was mere inches, close enough to feel each other's breath. Xia Lin stared at Xiaojue. In that moment, the man's eyes held no trace of confusion, only a blazing intensity. It was the light of battle, the light of destruction, the light of annihilation. Xiaoyu stared back at Xia Lin. Soon, he nodded in understanding. You're not afraid of me. Xia Lin chuckled darkly. Not really, buddy. You're so handsome, why would I be afraid of you? Even though it was his clone that was about to die, Xia Lin still had the nerve to be a smart-ass. Chuangyu fell silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No, you should be afraid. The instant those words left his mouth, Dark Xia Lin's face twisted into a savage grimace. He punched straight at Xiaoyu's face. The Dongfeng missile fired and detonated, yet Xiaoyu didn't flinch. The flames couldn't burn through his skin. The shockwave failed to shake his form. The shrapnel couldn't even cut his hair. You've angered me. I'm furious. Beyond continued speaking to himself. Then he raised his fist. Next, Dark Summer Forest saw ripples. In that instant, hundreds upon hundreds of heavy punches were unleashed, creating ripples. Even space itself seemed to tremble. Boom! The Transcendence Tower instantly collapsed and crumbled. Xia Lin's main body felt dizzy, the connection severed, and the clone perished. At that very moment, Xia Lin's true body had already arrived before the Dimensional Rift Generator. The Dimensional Rift Generator was crucial to the City of Immortals, so it should have been heavily guarded. The problem was, with the current chaotic state of affairs and the war fog in disarray, how could the others possibly maintain their defenses? Just as Beyond struck down Dark Xia Lin, the original Xia Lin appeared here. Not a soul in sight. Only a Dimensional Rift Generator resembling a nuclear reactor remained, surrounded by a pale blue protective shield. The shield, protecting the Dimensional Rift Generator from external damage, stood as the final obstacle before Xia Lin. His time was indeed running out. Outside, the sound of the Transcendence Tower collapsing was clearly audible. Enhanced by the war mist, Xia Lin could even faintly sense the ferocious aura belonging to Transcendence surging skyward, locking onto him. The war mist, of course, could not block the perception of a powerhouse of Transcendence's caliber. But it didn't matter. Without even observing, Xia Lin unleashed an overload heavy punch first. The missile explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the Dimensional Rift Generator's shield. Then, a faint light flashed from his brow as Wang Li's earth-splitting sword she shot forth, striking the shield. With 2 consecutive devastating strikes, the shield clearly couldn't withstand the combined might of Xia Lin and Wang Li at their current strength. Boom! The shield shattered first, followed immediately by the Dimensional Rift Generator. And this immortal city possessed no backup Dimensional Rift Generator. As Zhou Yan had mentioned before, the Immortal God Clan was merely one of countless races under the command of the ancient overlords, and the entire Immortal God Clan possessed thousands upon thousands of immortal cities. The one that descended upon Shalan Star was merely one among them. Though this immortal city seemed to tower over Flash Blue Star, the problem was that Flash Blue Star was merely a beginner's village far too weak. In the vastness of the cosmos, this immortal city is scarcely more than a grain of sand in the desert. As for the Dimensional Rift Generator, it represents cutting-edge technology even among the Immortal God Clan, requiring specialized energy sources and materials. Consequently, most immortal cities do not maintain spare Dimensional Rift Generators. When the sole Dimensional Rift Generator malfunctioned, the outcome became inevitable. Violent void turbulence began to howl. Outside, in the domain of Young City, the phantom of the immortal city slowly materialized, shifting from ethereal to tangible, poised to descend in irreversible fate. 100 miles from Young City, General Lin, Sequence 15 Lin Liangchen, tasked with monitoring the immortal city, dialed the Sacred Lynx's communication channel, his gaze burning with intensity. Far, far away, a white incineration zone entrance suddenly spun open. A 5-clawed golden dragon emerged, pulling a golden chariot skyward. Behind the dragon, the pearl curtains of the mobile palace fell, faintly revealing a towering figure with a square, dignified face. The true supreme being of Flash Blue Star, Sequence 1, the saintly lynx of 10,000 armies, was about to arrive. But this had nothing to do with Xia Lin. The very moment the Dimensional Rift Generator detonated, an unprecedented sense of impending doom descended from the heavens. Its speed and ferocity were so overwhelming that Xia Lin didn't even have time to activate the entrance to Origin City. His body's instincts compelled Xia Lin to act swiftly. Xuanwo technique. Drifting. Wang Lai unleashed his remaining 2 sword chi simultaneously. Xia Lin's figure transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward the distance in an instant. Simultaneously, a blurred shield of true essence, shaped like the black tortoise, enveloped Xia Lin's body. Yet Wang Lai's primary defensive technique proved as thin as paper against the force of overcome. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Chao Yue had already broken through layer upon layer of the sound barrier, appearing before Xia Lin. Wang Lai had been right. He was no match for Beyond in a single exchange. Despite having activated drifting, Xia Lin shot toward the city gates. The surrounding scenery warped rapidly, at a speed beyond comprehension. Yet Beyond still caught up. For his normal running speed alone surpassed both the Wandering Step and the 1,000-mile parting. Even with the Xuanwu technique activated, the thick shield of true energy sword chi should have provided complete security. Yet it shattered under Transcendence's single punch. Only Ghost Flash took effect, allowing Xia Lin to dodge Transcendence's fatal strike. At this moment, Beyond relied not on skills. Skills? What skills? A limit breaker needs no active skills. Attributes or power, numbers or truth. He simply charged forward, pursued, and struck. His entire being chased the drifting sword light like an aurora in motion, clinging tightly to Xia Lin's side. Goodbye. 1,000 miles apart. With dual evasion techniques stacked, Xia Lin gained a split-second edge and speed, effortlessly dodging Beyond's second punch. Yet Beyond accelerated once more, his timing impeccable. He was a natural-born combat genius. Xia Lin thought to himself, this is bad. Now, he could only gamble on the odds of the ghostly dodge. Yet fate is always mysterious. Under the star of misfortune, luck stood squarely on Xia Lin's side. The rumbling tremors suddenly dissipated as the immortal city fully manifested in reality. The friction between the dimensional rift and the real world caused more dimensional cracks to erupt. A dense web of dimensional fissures stretched between Xia Lin and Transcendence. Yet, contrary to expectations, Beyond was not torn apart by the dimensional rifts. His body proved indestructible. The dimensional rifts sliced across him, leaving only shallow, bloody gashes. Unstoppable. Unfathomable. This was Sequence 2 Transcendence's power. Yet the relentless dimensional rift still hindered Transcendence, slowing his advance. Before Transcendence could land his third punch, Xia Lin had already departed the immortal city, materializing outside Young City in the real world. Transcendence abruptly halted his advance. Simultaneously, 4 characters echoed from the horizon. Legion descends. Chapter 88. Hey, isn't that just a roadside thing? Light. Infinite light. A shower of light poured down from the heavens, cascading onto the earth. Within the light rain, figures rapidly coalesced into shape, first by the hundreds, then by the tens of thousands, and finally by the millions. In the blink of an eye, millions of ancient soldiers appeared before Chao Yu. In the distance, a golden dragon drew a carriage, with the sacred Xia Lin seated upon it. He arrived in an instant, lifting the beaded curtain himself. He appeared to be about 40 years old, with a sturdy build and dignified features that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. He wore a golden dragon robe, the emperor's sword fastened at his waist. His gaze first fell upon Xia Lin, still streaking toward the horizon, before withdrawing. No need to concern himself. He had no grudge against Xia Lin. He merely looked at Chao Yu and smiled faintly. Your time is up. Beyond remained impassive, but his focus shifted away from Xia Lin and settled squarely on Shang Lin. The strength of a military commander lies in their power base. The strength of a limit breaker lies in the individual. Just as Huang Tao had assessed. Whether a military commander could break through the limit was hard to say. Moreover, the intelligence Xia Lin had purchased from the informant back then was itself flawed. During the first sequence ranking battle, Holy Links personally intervened, narrowly defeating Transcendence to secure Sequence 1. But that event was overseen by the King of Kings. Just like Huang Tao, as the presiding judge, he was forbidden to leave Origin City and could not exert any influence over the rookie zone. Yet in the distribution of rewards, the host possessed room for maneuver. From that moment, Sequence 1 Xianglin gained momentum, laying the foundation for his hegemony. By the time the second sequence ranking battle arrived, Xianglin need not fight personally. His elite iron cavalry alone was sufficient to defeat Transcendence. On the surface, the second sequence ranking battle revealed a clear gap in strength between Sequence 1's Holy Links and Sequence 2's Transcendence. The crucial point, however, was that the host of this sequence ranking battle was a member of the Old Dominators. The rewards for Sequence 2 were also distributed by the host. So granting a little favor to their own people, was that really too much to ask? What the King of Kings can do, can the ancient overlords not? It was precisely after the second ranking battle that Transcendence subdued the Immortal City, entering a period of rapid expansion, but the informant hired with a few Ember Zone points certainly wouldn't know any of this. What kind of character was he to uncover the secrets of Sequence 1 and Sequence 2? And so, even today, it remains difficult to definitively say whether Sacred Links or Transcendence holds the upper hand. That question can only be answered through battle. For Holy Links, this moment presented the perfect opportunity. Originally, Transcendence resided within the Immortal City, which was concealed within a dimensional rift. With Transcendence's power, he alone could seal off all 38 access points. Holy Dragon had no way to deal with him. But now that the Immortal City has descended into reality, the very nature of the warlord's profession dictates that he is weaker on the stage and stronger off it. How could Xianglin let such a golden opportunity slip away? The battle between Sequence 1 and 2 was about to erupt. Xia Lin, however, couldn't care less. He wasn't going to watch the spectacle unfold. With several consecutive teleports spanning thousands of miles, Xia Lin swiftly vanished from Young City's borders, propelled by his surging momentum. Only when the sense of danger had completely dissipated did Xia Lin finally halt and steady himself, placing his hands on his hips with a satisfied sigh. This time, I've hit the jackpot. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Immortal City. Effect assessed as persistent. You destroyed the dimensional rift generator, pulling the City of Immortals into reality. Subsequent negative impacts suffered by the City of Immortals will grant you corresponding attribute bonuses, though these bonuses are smaller than those from direct destruction. You gained 100 points across all attributes. Well, it's still a quality asset, the kind that keeps paying dividends. Soon, Holy Links and Transcendence clashed. Xia Lin had no idea what was happening over there, but the notification sounds kept ringing non-stop. You gain 3 points to all attributes. You have gained 5 points of all attributes. You gain 2 points to all attributes. Pulling up the stats panel, Xia Lin glanced up and grinned even wider. Strength, 2,863. Stamina, 2,863. Agility, 2,863. Spirit, 2,867. High risk brings high reward. With buffs stacked to the max and backstab in hand, this all-or-nothing gamble paid off with a clear blue sky. Well then, it seems I can push my way up this ranking sequence a bit further. Inevitably. Top 30 in the sequence? Xia Lin wasn't satisfied. Even if the buff faded away, Xia Lin's current strength could rival that of the 17th ranked Yanxi. Oh, that was before Xia Lin wreaked havoc on him when Yanxi was at his peak. The current Yanxi was most likely crippled. Just as he pondered this, a dimensional rift suddenly appeared beside Xia Lin. Thanks to the stability of the real world, the dimensional rift flickered and vanished, causing little disruption. Only a figure covered in blood and dazed in consciousness tumbled out. Xia Lin saw this and chuckled. Hey, isn't this just a stray dog? Sequence 6, Gu Wei. The Star of Misfortune continued its rampage, flinging Gu Wei lost in the dimensional void straight into Xia Lin's sight. This was Gu Wei now, looking rather pitiful. Both his arms were gone, his armor shattered, and his heavy sword vanished. His face was slashed to shreds, one eye gouged out. He lay on the ground gasping for breath, offering Xia Lin no response whatsoever. He appeared to be clinging to life by a thread. And this meant his limitless respawns had been exhausted. To survive a journey through the dimensional void was sheer luck. But to land right beside Xia Lin, that was just plain unlucky. Crouching down, Xia Lin leaned close to Gu Wei's face. Gu Wei stared at Xia Lin with his sole remaining intact eye. After a long pause, his voice trembled as he spoke. I trade myself for Gu Hua. The boss will agree. This reminded Xia Lin. He wondered how Gu Hua was doing. But he had no way to save Gu Hua. Beyond Xiangqing was acting like that, and he definitely used some trick on Gu Hua. Gu Hua himself didn't dare leave Beyond's side. What could Xia Lin possibly do? Under the skill's effect, Gu Wei's injuries were visibly healing. He'd even activated Immortal Light, and both arms showed signs of regrowing. Could this really work? Absolutely not. Xia Lin delivered a heavy punch to Gu Wei, triggering the Eastern Wind's explosive force. Gu Wei let out a piercing scream as Xia Lin spoke in a hollow tone. Kneel, bastard. The tidal wave of time still had over 10 hours left. And now Gu Wei had shown up again. If Xia Lin didn't drain him dry, what difference would he be from a dried fish? Origin City, Origin Square. Most of the 1,000 strong had already been selected and were now gathering here, exchanging information, building connections, and pledging allegiance to their leaders. Huang Tao had not reappeared. As the host and a high-ranking entity, he couldn't be bothered to mingle with this bunch of small fry from Blue Flash Star. Lending a hand to Xia Lin was an act of goodwill and investment. Not doing so was simply his prerogative. The strong inherently possess the privilege to act as they please. Amidst the clamorous square, Wang Lei's startled cry suddenly pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. What? They're fighting. Shanglin and Chaozhui are fighting. Chapter 89, The Mad Tiger Escapes Its Cage. Wang Lei's single sentence instantly silenced the chaotic Origin Square. Those who arrived later, unaware of the Xia Lin Huang Tao incident, looked bewildered at first, but quickly understood. With long-standing tensions between Sequence 1 and Sequence 2, a fight wasn't surprising. Yet those privy to Xia Lin and Huang Tao's history felt not just bewilderment, but a creeping sense of shock and disbelief. For this incident must be connected to Xia Lin. Xia Lin, a nobody. And yet, in just a few short hours, he'd actually pulled it off. Maybe it was just a coincidence, someone muttered, their voice dripping with envy. The sacred links happened to activate today, and that kid just happened to stumble upon it. Someone muttered this, their voice dripping with bitterness. But soon, scouts reported, the dimensional rift generator of the Immortal City has been destroyed. It seems Xia Lin did it. Guwei and Jia Luo are missing, Yanxi is crippled, and with the Immortal City descending into reality, it's no longer safe either. It seems Xia Lin is behind all this. You know what? That scout really has some skills. And that statement left everyone with mixed expressions. Nina mumbled while munching on an apple, he really is a rising star with potential. Wang Lai slammed his hand on the table again, wringing his hands in anguish. Too slow. Damn it, I was too slow. The logical conclusion for anyone would be that Xia Lin had received help from Huang Tao to pull off such a major operation. If Xia Lin could do it, there was no reason Wang Lai couldn't. In that moment, Wang Lai couldn't help but think, if only he had gotten Huang Tao's attention first, then Wang Lai would be the one basking in the spotlight now. Oh? Wasn't he already a big shot? That's all right then. In any case, at this moment, the battle between Sequence 1 and Sequence 2 became the focal point of Origin Square. And the name Xia Lin, which kept surfacing amidst it all, became the eye of the storm. Thus, the name Xia Lin was etched into everyone's memory, forever etched into history. Soon, more battle reports were brought by eager onlookers, sending shockwaves through Origin Square. The armies under the command of the Sacred Links have breached the walls of the Immortal City. The four generals Wind, Forest, Mountain, and Fire lead the vanguard, having shattered the city's outer defenses. Wind General, Sequence 9. General Wind, Rank 15. Generals Fire and Mountain are both natives of the Ashen Zone under the command of the Sacred Links. All are martial generals' vassal professions under the military commander system, empowered by the commander's might. On the arena stage, this enhancement does not take effect, thus significantly weakening the martial general's strength. Outside the arena, however, their strength becomes terrifying when empowered by their military lords. This explains why Wang Lai, ranked 3rd, was driven into a corner by Wind General Feng Pingyu the day outside the arena. Feng Pingyu's power, bolstered by the Sacred Links, surpassed Wang Lai's. Wang Lai slammed the table again. Get to the point. Did the Sacred Links and Transcendence clash? The scout returned to reality and soon brought back intelligence. They haven't fought. The Sacred Links hasn't intervened. They likely believe their own forces can handle Transcendence. This was hardly surprising. In warfare, it's rare enough for an emperor to lead his troops in person. For him to personally wield a sword on the battlefield? That's even more unheard of. The problem is that Chao Wei hasn't made a move either. As soon as the battle commenced, Chao Wei retreated back into the Immortal City and vanished without a trace. With Beyond's power, if he wanted to escape, he likely could have. Passing through a sea of soldiers without a single leaf clinging to one's body perfectly describes a peerless powerhouse like Beyond. Yet now, Beyond chose not to flee but returned to the Immortal City instead. None present could fathom his intentions. Scout again, report back. With Wang Lai's command, the scouts set off once more. This time, it took 3 hours before the scout finally returned to the city of origin. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he reported in a trembling voice. It's over. The battle has ended. Wang Lai, that fast. The scout nodded with a bitter smile. It was that quick. Because the city of immortals was abandoned. Beyond ran away. It was a reasonable choice, after all. The Immortal City had first been ravaged by Xia Lin, leaving its facilities nearly crippled. Then the dimensional rift generator was destroyed. Without the advantage of its location, the city was simply indefensible under these circumstances. Beyond fleeing alone was the wise choice. Yet the scouts' next words caused the assembled powerhouses to exchange stunned glances. And long before Transcendence fled, every last human in white remaining within the Immortal City had already perished. Beyond killed them. He used the immortal city as a sacrifice, completing the blood ritual. A blood sacrifice using the lives of his own people. This was precisely the sort of thing Beyond was capable of. Wang Lai was about to curse Beyond as a bastard, but the words caught in his throat. His face paled as if he'd suddenly remembered something, and he hurriedly asked, "What about Chao Yu? Where is Chao Yu now?" The scout shook his head. "I don't know." "I know." A weak voice interrupted the conversation, causing everyone to turn their heads. A frail figure could be seen approaching slowly, its steps unsteady. Sequence 56, The Shadow of Evil, Gu Hua. Only when he reached a pavilion did Gu Hua plop down onto a stone bench. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he offered a wry smile. "I was in such a hurry to escape, I ended up looking a bit disheveled. Sorry to make you all laugh. By the way, where's my brother Xia Lin?" "Wang Lai, forget about Xia Lin. Just tell me where Chaodue went." Wang Lai's words made Gu Hua burst out laughing. He looked at Wang Lai, whose face had turned slightly pale, and retorted with a cheeky question. "Haven't you already guessed? Beyond's whereabouts aren't exactly hard to figure out, are they?" With that, Gu Hua let out a sinister chuckle. The immortal city is both a turtle shell and a cage. The turtle shell safeguarded Beyond's security. The cage, however, restrained the beast known as Beyond. Originally, the immortal city housed tens of millions of people. Though lacking in quality, its sheer numbers sufficed. Occasional blood sacrifices satisfied his thirst for power. Within this cage, transcendence could be sated. Now the cage is gone, and the keepers have been devoured by the beast itself. The mad tiger has broken free, of course it must hunt for itself. Isn't that obvious? Gu Hua shrugged. Just over a day remains until the ranking battles commence. 3 bases, maybe. With the Holy Links hunting him down, Beyond will likely have time to wipe out about 3 bases. 3 bases, millions of people. Globally speaking, that number wasn't particularly large. Gu Hua chuckled, but that's just one day. Once the sequence war concludes, if Transcendence survives, his blood sacrifice will continue. After all, that's the kind of man he is. For power, he spares no cost. As long as he lives, the blood sacrifice never ends. Amidst the silence that fell over the entire venue, Gu Hua lit a cigarette. The smoke made the weakened man cough twice, yet the smile on his face only grew more twisted. So here's the problem, as long as Chao Yu lives, we all risk becoming sacrifices. How to kill the Transcended, that's a problem we all must face. At this point, Gu Hua burst into maniacal laughter, looking utterly despicable. The Transcendent had once been his own nightmare. Now, it had become everyone's nightmare. He recalled that day when he knelt before Xia Lin. That kneel was worth every moment. Xia Lin, my lifelong brother. Chapter 90, Glory. Yanqi Base. Affiliated with the Immortal City, led by Sequence 17, Yanqi. The base's population had just surpassed 1 million. There's no need to dwell on what Yanqi Base once was. In any case, the Yanqi Base of today no longer exists. Amidst the ruins, Beyond Anren sat serenely. Blood flowed like a river, guided by an unknown force to pool at his feet, climb up his body, and dye him entirely crimson. Under the 30-fold limit-breaking multiplier, the agony of blood-soaked evolution surpassed 1,000 cuts, yet it failed to make Beyond so much as flinch. On one hand, the insufficient blood volume dampened the sensation of pain. On the other hand, Beyond simply did not care. He could not ignore the pain, but the pain itself could not shake his resolve. Gu Hua was not essential to him, and Beyond saw no reason to endure suffering needlessly. The wails of vengeful spirits echoed in his ears, yet Beyond's eyes remained unfocused, vacant. Despite facing the same 30-fold limit-breaking multiplier, he regarded the calamity that reduced Gu Hua to tears as utterly insignificant. Yet as footsteps echoed, color slowly returned to Beyond's pupils. He turned his head and saw a figure 3 meters tall slowly approaching from the distance. It was Jia Luo. Garu's clothes were now in tatters, having suffered greatly within the dimensional space as well. But her injuries were not severe, for she was stronger than Gu Wei. Yet upon reaching Beyond's side, she gazed at the man seated atop the ruins and slowly bowed her head. "Master, I'm sorry. I messed up." After a long silence, Chaoyua's voice finally echoed. "Oh, it's fine." At that moment, Beyond's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. He simply spoke to himself. "I sacrificed myself to the Immortal City." Galu's body trembled. His kin all resided within the Immortal City. Yet any lingering distractions were swiftly banished from his mind. Kneeling on one knee, he spoke with fervor. "This is our glory. He he he. He 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 he. Ki ki ki." Eerie laughter rippled from Beyond's mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, Jia Luo saw Beyond's features contort in that moment, his eyes blazing with a deep, dark crimson. "Glory, huh?" A dull, echoing voice emerged from Beyond's mouth. "Indeed it is. To sacrifice yourselves for the sovereign, to sacrifice yourselves for the limit breakers, that is the very purpose of your existence. And now, it's your turn." Without hesitation, Gala drew an ornate dagger. With a flash of cold steel, she cleanly slit her own throat. Pale blue blood dripped down, merging into the river of blood, ultimately flowing into Transcendence's body. In her final moments, Gala gazed at Transcendence, as if glimpsing an even grander, indescribable shadow looming behind this man. Memories began to flash like a kaleidoscope. It felt like returning to that day, the moment Beyond had first arrived. Back then, it sat upon the throne, while Transcendence stood below. The host said I should come find you. He also gave me a skill of Foundation Tier 1 called Offering to You. I don't understand why I'm here, nor do I know how to use this skill. Back then, Beyond's gaze wasn't vacant, nor was it unfocused. Though somewhat dull-witted, he was not evil, a lawful neutral being. Until Xia Luo rose to his feet, respectfully escorting Beyond to the throne. It knelt before him. It wasn't a matter of strength disparity. At that moment, Transcendence was not enough to instill fear in Xia Luo. It was because this man, this skill, embodied the inescapable destiny of the immortal divine race. For the sovereign. Transcendence on the throne looked utterly bewildered. For the sovereign? Galore smiled. Yes, for the sovereign. And for you. From this day forward, you are the ruler of this city. Transcendence, me? Yes, you. Beyond surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Then what should I do? Galore smiled and said, the blood sacrifice, I'll handle it. You need only revel in the thrill of growing stronger. That is enough. A loud crack echoed. Beyond's massive foot crushed Garo's skull. He strode straight ahead, seemingly slow yet swift, toward the next base. Behind him, the faint sound of dragon-like hoofbeats echoed. But it was too late. Too slow. How could an advancing army possibly keep pace with a lone warrior? In the City of Origins, there was no distinction between day and night. The stamina of high-level Ember Zone walkers far surpassed that of ordinary people. The 1,000-strong selection was nearing its end. Save for a handful, all the 1,000-strong had gathered in Origin Square. Scouts continuously brought back intelligence. First from the Yenshi base, then the Immortal 1st Affiliate base, followed by the Asia-Pacific 5th base. Everything unfolded exactly as Gu Hua had foretold. Like a tiger released from its cage, they hunted with reckless abandon. Transcending greed, never satisfied. Yet aside from Sequence 1, the Sacred Links, no one could stand a single match against Transcendence. Even the Sacred Links seemed hesitant to pursue Beyond alone deep into enemy territory. Without the support of its army, the Sacred Links likely had no effective means against Beyond either. Time ticked away, second by second. Exactly 1 hour before the main sequence ranking battle commenced, that chilling figure appeared. The towering man strode with unwavering determination into Origin Square. All in his path made way. The stench of blood rose to the heavens. Beyond was drenched in blood, transformed into a blood-soaked figure. But he paid it no mind. He simply sat down in the central pavilion, his gaze slowly unfocusing into a distant haze. Boss. Yenshi, Shangxian, and Casito approached Beyond. Long before the immortal city descended upon reality, the trio had already sought refuge within the City of Origins. Beyond glanced sideways at them before withdrawing his gaze. Yenshi spoke up, Gu Wei is missing. He still hasn't arrived at the City of Origin. After a long pause, Beyond's voice finally echoed. It doesn't matter anymore. Yes, it no longer mattered. In this battle, as long as he could slay the Sacred Links, he would possess everything. If he failed, then factions, subordinates, all that would become nothing but a burden. Beyond had finally grasped it, his system demanded he operate as a lone wolf. Building a faction and engaging in positional warfare like a military commander? That was sheer madness. Speak of the devil. More footsteps echoed from the distance. All eyes turned to see the sacred dragon striding forward with the majestic gait of a dragon, clad in imperial robes. Behind him followed 93 elite warriors from all corners, wind generals, forest generals, and countless other mighty heroes. These were all warriors, commanders, strategists, and other practitioners of the Flash Blue Star Embers zone under the military leader system. No one could command Shanglin's attention except for Chao Yue. Yet even Shanglin nearly gave Yue Chao a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. He knew well that both had staked their victory on the sequence ranking battle. One lives, one dies, the survivor takes all. Failure to eliminate the opponent on the arena stage would prolong the stalemate, granting Beyond the upper hand. After all, the facts had proven he could strike when he wished and retreat when he pleased. With both Sequence 1 and 2 contenders now present, even Wang Lai dared not utter a word. Origin Square fell into a deafening silence. Until a shrill voice shattered the silence. Brother! Brother! Over here! Gu Hua's sharp tongue shattered the tense atmosphere of impending battle with a single shout, causing everyone including Shanglin and Chao Yue to turn their heads. In the distance, Xia Lin walked toward them, hands in his pockets. He ignored the stares and waved cheerfully at Gu Hua. So? Does that settle the debt? This refers to the favor owed to Xia Lin of the Gu Hua gang in the Xiangwu Metropolis dungeon. Revenge is a must, but so is repaying favors. Gu Hua grinned. Count it. Absolutely count it. Now I owe you a big one. He glanced at Chao Yue. Looks like you've gotten yourself into some serious trouble. Xia Lin also looked at Qiaoyue just as Qiaoyue was staring back at Xia Lin. No trace of confusion remained, his gaze was sharp and focused, glowing with a dark crimson hue. A pure soul, of course, holds grudges even seeking revenge for the slightest offense. Their eyes locked, sparks seemingly flying visibly between them. Xia Lin shuddered, wrapping his arms around himself as he trembled. Oh my, I'm so scared. Qiaoyue slowly turned her head away. Only his voice echoed softly. You'd better be scared. You should be afraid. From this day forward, there's no place for you in this world. You're dead, I tell you. A loud bang. A head rolled to Qiaoyue's feet. It was Gu Wei. His eyes were wide open, refusing to close in death. Xia Lin's voice echoed eerily. Funny, he said the same thing. In the silence, a voice suddenly broke through. Deep and commanding. Interesting. Shang Lin spoke indifferently, yet he did not deign to glance at Xia Lin or Qiaoyue. He offered only a simple appraisal before sweeping his sleeves aside and bowing low. Invite the celestial being. His entourage behind him echoed the call in unison. Invite the celestial being. Familiar laughter rang out from all directions. I like the King of Kings people, they know their manners. Though a bit too proper. To truly catch my eye, one must be wilder, more arrogant like that youngster Xia Lin. With that, Huang Tao materialized beside Xia Lin. He slapped Xia Lin's shoulder in a friendly gesture, then nodded to Shang Lin. Better safe than sorry. Shang Lin's invitation to the celestial being wasn't entirely in vain. Then, Huang Tao spoke up in a clear voice. Everyone's here now. Then let's get started. With that, he snapped his fingers, and a prompt sounded, reaching every ear present. Please check your personal information panel, skill setups, and corresponding items. In 5 minutes, the third sequential ranking battle, the 1,000-strong position battle, will officially commence. Chapter 91, Release Notes. Tomorrow's release is scheduled for noon. The VIP chapter will update approximately 5 minutes after that. First, thank you to all readers. Those who've made it this far are truly kindred spirits. Thank you for your votes, donations, and support. Without you, this book wouldn't have achieved what it has. Dubai bows deeply to all of you. Next, my gratitude goes to my editor, Blue Light. Blue Light has guided me for years, though my limited talent and mediocre results have only brought shame upon him. Finally, I'm reaching out for your first subscriptions. The free period is over, and the book will now require payment. From here on out, sales will be crucial. First subscriptions are crucial. If you find this book worthwhile and can afford it, please consider subscribing. Thank you all. Oh, and here are the update and bonus chapter rules. After going live, the base update is 6,000 words, split into 3 chapters. That's the baseline. Of course, on the first day of release, I'll go all out. The baseline is 5 updates totaling 10,000 words. Currently, this book has 46,000 bookmarks, a number I never dared imagine myself. Just a quick note, this book's performance is so strong it gives me goosebumps. One more thing, Two Realms Overlord has been abandoned, its performance is 10 times worse. All my energy is focused on this book now, so no need to worry about juggling 2 projects. Back to the bonus chapter rules. Once initial subscriptions hit 3,000, each additional 300 subscriptions earns 1 extra chapter. For every 500 monthly votes, 1 extra chapter is added. Currently, I owe 3 extra chapters. Alliance leaders get 3 extra chapters, still owe Ninja Turtle U222. Day 1 won't be enough to cover everything. My father passed away on the 14th of this month. After several busy days, my saved chapters are completely depleted. I'll have to pay back the debt gradually in the coming updates. In short, I'm begging for first-time subscriptions. Tomorrow is December 5th. Deepest gratitude. Chapter 92, 1,000-strong vie for the throne, the curtain rises. First update. Name, Xia Lin. Level, 3. Class, Uncertain Shadow. Base attributes. Strength, 3,546. Stamina, 3,546. Agility, 3,546. Spirit, 3,550. Yes, over 3,500. Xia Lin detonated the dimensional rift generator, which was the primary cause of the Immortal City's destruction. As a result, the backstab attributes Xia Lin gained from it were astonishingly high. Moreover, by grinding attributes all day with Gu Wei, Xia Lin ultimately drained Gu Wei dry, which further boosted Xia Lin's attributes. Back when he first arrived at the City of Origins, Xia Lin's attributes were only 600 plus. Now they've skyrocketed to 3,500 plus. Was it worth it to provoke transcendence over this? Absolutely. It was worth every bit of it. Xia Lin had finally figured it out. In this world, you just have to. Chapter 93, Huang Tao's favor second update. The 1,000-strong reward has been distributed early. Evolution points X1, right? As for the rewards for the top 100 in the rankings, they varied by tier and tier, but were clearly higher than the top 1,000 rewards. 4th tier rank 61-100, choose any 2 from the following 3 rewards. Option 1, Evolution points 2. Option 2, S rank skill 1. 3, Random A rank class specific skill 1. The rewards remain identical to the previous ranking battle. Regardless of which two are chosen, they represent a significant boost for the Ember Zone Wanderer. 3rd tier 3160, select 2 from the following 4 rewards. I. Evolution points 3. 2. SS rank skill 1. 3. Random S rank class specific skill 1. 4. Random S rank or higher. Chapter 94, Undefeated Spirit. 3rd update. If you're gambling on skills for the sake of competing in rankings or defeating overcomers, then Rapid Nourishment is pointless. This skill's actual level is somewhat low, and its judgment effectiveness isn't strong enough. Gaining bulk doesn't significantly impact combat effectiveness for most sequence tier powerhouses. Once physical attributes are maximized, the strongest can fight normally even while carrying excess weight. Its sole significance likely lies with Wang Lai. But Wang Lai, well, he seems bold on the surface, yet he's not easily swayed. Even if Xia Lin sold himself to him, Wang Lai wouldn't risk life and limb just for accelerated nourishment. He couldn't win anyway. Unstable mutation activated. Rapid Nourishment mutates into Boundless Fertility. Boundless Fertility mutation, active skill. Consumes 10 spirit. Upon casting, permanently increases soil fertility within a 10-mile radius. Xia Lin, I won't keep this mutation. Chapter 95, The Impervious Body. 4th update. 5 challenge opportunities for remaining. Xia Lin had already ascended to the 4th tier. His target for the 3rd tier had long been chosen. Yan Shi, of course. An old acquaintance. Xia Lin knew Yan Shi's strength inside out. The current Yan Shi was nothing but a soft target. Perhaps sensing Xia Lin's gaze, Yan Shi shuddered and forced a smile uglier than crying. Big bro, you can't always pick on me alone, can you? Before Xia Lin could respond, a teleportation light suddenly flickered on Yan Shi's body. But not on Xia Lin. The soft target had been picked off first. Xia Lin let out a sigh of disapproval as he looked at the panoramic display unfolding before him. It displayed the battle footage between Yan Shi and Sequence 67. After surviving the onslaught in the City of Immortals, Yan Shi's. Chapter 96, Treading Through Mountains and Rivers. 5th update. Compared to Yan Shi's battle with Xinghui, Xia Lin's clash with Casito drew far more attention. Primarily because Xia Lin had already gained fame, yet his skill combinations remained a complete mystery. A dark horse emerging unexpectedly inevitably draws scrutiny. Every move is examined under a microscope. To this, Xia Lin shrugged indifferently. After all, even he didn't know what new skill might manifest in his next arena match. Studying the unpredictable shadow? Go ahead and study it. Even the top 10 sequence seats simultaneously activated their holographic displays, eager to witness what abilities Xia Lin possessed that had caused Beyond to suffer such a crushing defeat. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the 7th sequence's position. A sweet, teasing tone that stirred the imagination. This person is only at level 3? Does he dislike promotion quests? Or has he just become a Cinder Zone walker? Chapter 97, Mountain River Dominance, Eternal Foundation. Updating for Ninja Turtle Alliance Leader 2-3. Porcius clearly knew nothing of Xia Lin's background, nor that Xia Lin held a natural advantage against tech-focused classes like gunners and mechanics. As a Sequence 25, Porcius had his own pride. He had no intention of conceding defeat outright. Instead, he wanted to face Xia Lin head-on, to see just how formidable this dark horse truly was. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, the subspace device materialized, 3 spatial gates opening in a triangular formation. Endless drones, unmanned tanks, and mechanical soldiers poured forth from the portals. Just then, a blue glow erupted from Porcius's body as his Machina power activated. Mech Energy SS rank, active skill, exclusive to mechanics. Part of your mental energy is converted into mech energy. When using most mechanic class skills, you consume mech energy instead of mental energy. Additionally, you can channel mech energy into your mechanical legions to enhance their combat effectiveness. This skill is Chapter 98, The Secret of Level 10. Today's killing game. Makeup update for Ninja Turtle Alliance Leader 3-3. Sequence 6, Carlo, challenges Sequence 4, Dingy. This was the main event, drawing far more attention than Xia Lin's battle. Just as Xinghui challenged Xia Lin, the outcome of this battle was decided. Caro still couldn't shake Dingy's position. Most spectators couldn't decipher the battle's mechanics. Dingy excelled in explosive bursts, moving at blinding speeds to deliver instantaneous kills. Caro managed to cling to the fight for an extended period thanks to his terrifying resilience, but ultimately, he was defeated. The real issue, however, lay in what happened next. The moment Xia Lin and Xinghui appeared on the snowy battlefield, all attention shifted away from the clash between the established general and the dark horse. All eyes turned toward the 6th ranked seat. Clearly visible now, Carlo's belly was swollen high, as if he were 6 months pregnant. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the stunned silence, Xiao Yao. Chapter 99, The Military Commander's True Depths. The Mask Slips. Extra chapter for monthly votes 1-4. On the frozen battlefield, Xinghui had already mounted his horse, while Xia Lin's pupils slowly contracted. He watched as Xinghui flickered his wrist, causing the paper talisman to ignite without wind. A purplish-red glow flowed from the talisman, slowly coating the blade of the Fong Tian Huaji spear. It was this very act that made Xia Lin sense a distinct malevolence, and an inexplicable, unknown dread that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "What is this?" Xinghui's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "Something that will take your life." He showed no urgency to charge forward on horseback and attack Xia Lin. Instead, he reached into his personal storage space once more, retrieving additional paper talismans. A thick stack of talismans, each a different color. Multicolored lights began to flicker. They enveloped Xinghui and the warhorse beneath him. Speed talismans, protective talismans, sharpness talismans, celestial soldier possession talismans, and so on and so forth. Progress report and gratitude. Thank you all for your support. First-time subscriptions hit the target, surpassing 3,000. It matched my earlier prediction of 3,100, but fell short of the bonus chapter threshold. Let's break it down. Monthly votes currently stand at 800 plus. IO5 bonus chapters 1 has been delivered, leaving 4 remaining. Owing chapters to alliance leaders, Shushu 3, Hai 3, Jushuan 3. 13 chapters owed in total. Xierong Debao will repay them slowly, one by one. Once again, thank you all for your support, and thank you to the members of the reader group. Thank you for your monthly votes and generous tips. Dubai is off to right. Oh, and let's set the update schedule going forward. It'll be noon. If there are any bonus updates, they may appear anytime between noon and 6 p.m. The latest will be 6 p.m. If there's no extra update by 6 p.m., that's it for today. Chapter 100, today, the sacred Xia Lin, the dragon's body is unwell. First update. The moment the word bastard slipped from his lips, the entire crowd froze. Pointing a finger at Sequence One's nose and publicly calling him a was that even acceptable? Xia Lin said, why not? Of course it's possible. You want me, a grown man, to give birth in public? Come on, tell me where the Shanglin family's ancestral graves are. Calling you names would be too kind. Backstab effect activated. You have backstabbed your affiliated faction, Asia Pacific 3rd Base, the Holy Links Empire. Effect assessed as minor. You gained 50 points across all attributes. Xia Lin possessed an ID card from the Asia Pacific 3rd Base, which was under Feng Pingyu's protection. Feng Pingyu is a general under the Holy Links, making the Asia Pacific 3rd Base effectively Holy Links territory. Thus, Xia Lin is considered a citizen of the Holy Links Empire. By killing Xinghui and disrupting the Holy Dragon's plans, Xia Lin had undeniably committed treachery. Chapter 101, Resistance and Submission. Second update. I concede. Upon stepping onto the stage, Wang Lai immediately shouted, I surrender. The intimidating power of cultivating divine force was simply too overwhelming for men. The light instantly faded, and Wang Lai and Feng Pingyu switched places. At that very moment, Sequence 6 Caro had collapsed completely into his chair, utterly broken. Amidst the flickering light, Carlo faced another challenge. A warrior weaker than Xinghui kicked Carlo to death and took his seat as Sequence 6. But who dared challenge him? No one dared. The sacred dragon demanded 8 top 10 spots and 80 top 100 positions. Whoever thwarted his plans would be forced to bear children or die. Even Wang Lai, now ranked 9th, dared not make a move. Whether it was Feng Pingyu, Xiao Yao, the unworthy Sequence 6, or the Sequence 4 who snuck their way up, he dared not challenge any of them. Chapter 102, Targeted Combinations, Betting on Skills Again. Third update. The sequence for activating Mountain River Overlord flashed through his mind. Martial artists die not by gunfire. The impervious body traverses mountains and rivers. The undefeated battle spirit. For skills combined, forging foundational prowess. All 4 were mutated skills, lacking level indicators. Yet Xia Lin estimated each was S rank or higher. First, to form a foundational tier combination, the base skills level must be sufficiently high. Moreover, it's highly probable that the base skill must be a mutated skill. After all, Xia Lin had never heard of conventional skills possessing any form of skill combination advancement. Skill combinations were most likely exclusive to the Uncertain Shadow. Neil Bastard's Judgment Authority is extremely powerful. Its true rank must surpass S grade. As a foundation, it was qualified. But 1 clearly isn't enough. Second, skill compatibility must be paired, and the scope of influence must be broad. The broader, the better. Martial artists don't die by gunfire. Impervious bodies, undefeated battles. Chapter 103, Exclusive Class Skill. SSS rank. Xia Lin's Random Utopia. Monthly votes 2-5. Most people couldn't decipher Xia Lin's maneuvers. Yet among the sequence members present, discerning eyes were not entirely absent. Take Xiao Yao, for instance. Her mother's gaze, possessing the strongest detection-type skill present, could indeed vaguely discern Xia Lin's background. Stop him. She instructed Shanglin, who nodded decisively. I'm making arrangements. Xia Lin currently ranked at sequence 25, within the 2nd tier. Once all 3rd tier sequences were replaced with Shanglin's people, no one would be able to challenge Xia Lin. The time left for Xia Lin was running out. The challenge light flashed once more as Polixenos issued his challenge to Xia Lin. Step up, concede defeat, and the battle ends. Xia Lin's expression remained unchanged. Continue. Step up, concede defeat. Continue. 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 Third tier prologue. Chapter 104, Divine Descent. Bonus chapter for monthly votes 3-6. No one outside could see what transpired within the ideal state. Only Huang Tao, the presiding host, possessed the vision to pierce through the ideal nation, a realm of foundational level judgment, and witness everything unfolding within. At this moment, Huang Tao concealed his form, crouching somewhat ungracefully atop the clouds. His gaze was deep and steady as he fixed his eyes upon the battlefield. An SSS tier exclusive skill, yet it possesses a foundation tier judgment. Only a foundational tier judgment could suppress the arena's rules. Foundational tier was unique. Whether in the Ember Zone or in reality. Across the entire cosmos, foundational tier skills aren't numerous, yet they are by no means scarce. Even a small blue planet like Flash Blue harbors several foundational tier skills. Across the boundless dimensions, imagine the sheer number of such skills vast as the stars. Yet the supreme power of foundational tier lies not in its scarcity, but in its authority to override judgments. Huang Tao understood this well. Chapter 105, Still Unrelenting. Bonus chapter for monthly votes 4-6. Xia Lin's combat style was always straightforward and uncomplicated. Backstab was merely a pure limit-breaking technique, Mountain River Overlord was a passive skill, and Xia Lin's Random Utopia was a domain control technique. In truth, he possessed only one combat method, the Divine East Fist. But combat doesn't require all that flashy nonsense. One killer move dominates all. The overlapping shockwaves intensified relentlessly, transforming the confined ideal realm into a pressure cooker. Any ordinary person caught within would be instantly crushed into pulp. Yet neither Xiaoyao nor Xia Lin, both in their god-descended states, cared about that. As Xia Lin unleashed another punch, Xiaoyao activated her own power. The wings on her back spread and detached, coalescing into blades and shields of flesh and blood. Mother Goddess armor. She raised her shield to block, sweeping her blade in a wide arc. Yet Xiaoyao knew her own limitations all too well. As the cult leader and favored servant of the Dark God, her true strength lay not in direct combat, but in. Chapter 106, Rankings concluded, I'm eagerly anticipating. Extra chapter for monthly votes 5-6. Feng Pingyu, the foremost general under the banner of the Sacred Links. Even without the military sovereign's power, Feng Pingyu could secure the 9th-ranked position through his own prowess. Outside the realm, bolstered by Sheng Lin's power, he could even chase down and beat the hell out of the 3rd-ranked Wan Lai, a testament to his formidable strength. Yet this might prove utterly meaningless against Xia Lin's combo attack. Xia Lin charged not toward Feng Pingyu but retreated backward. Occasionally, he would send a Dongfeng missile to maintain the continuity of combat, causing his attributes to skyrocket. Feng Pingyu lacked the skill detection abilities to discern Xia Lin's combo or comprehend his tactical logic. But chase? He couldn't keep up. Xia Lin's stats had already surpassed 9,000 plus, bolstered by the Mountain River invincibility aura, granting him speed far exceeding Feng Pingyu's. Feng Pingyu also felt no need to pursue. As a RMB warrior, Xia Lin provided Feng Pingyu with pre-battle preparation. Chapter 107, Reward Distribution First Update. What Saint Links eagerly anticipated held little appeal for those not affiliated with the organization. Xia Lin still couldn't grasp the logic behind the military commander's profession system, but he could discern one thing from others' words. The military commander played the game of power. His domain was nothing short of purgatory for his enemies. Looking to the right, Beyond's gaze had already focused. Though his expression showed no obvious change, his lips were slightly pursed. To the left below, Wang Lai's face had gone pale, panic evident in his eyes. We're screwed. Totally screwed. What the hell do we do now? Sequence 1 reigns supreme. Sequence 1 activation authority anchors the Ember Zone for all present. This effect cannot be exempted by others. In other words, 3 days hence, all present shall gather once more. Unfortunately, the gathering place will not be the origin city protected by rules and overseen by a host but rather the Chapter 108, Random Combinations in Fair Trade. Second update. Random Combination SSS rank, active skill, exclusive to Uncertain Shadow. This skill can only be placed in the constant skill slot. Select a target and consume 100 spirit to activate. Upon activation, all skills on both you and the target will be randomly reassigned. Duration, 1 hour. You may cancel the effect at any time. Cooldown, 10 days. Note, this skill does not redistribute skills from Uncertain Shadow's constant skill slot. Note, this skill cannot redistribute Racial Essence tier skills. However, this skill is not classified as a negative status effect. Unstable mutation activated. Stop. Stop. Xia Lin screamed inwardly. Brother, please don't mutate. Xia Lin had his eye on this skill. Combined with the unstable shadow talent, Xia Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Quickly activate Mountain River Overlord's body. Chapter 109, The Primordial Child. Heavenly Net. Third update. Wang Tao didn't say much, but he still provided everyone with a vague reference point. When level 10 practitioners emerged, the novice phase ended. Flash Blue Star opened its gates, embracing a broader world. Outside, however, lay the Six Pillars conflict, factional clashes, terrifyingly evil beings born of darkness, and benevolent souls with hearts for the world. What one encountered depended entirely on luck. There were no guarantees. Those with powerful patrons inevitably indulge in fantasies, daydreaming about being noticed by a big shot and rising to the top overnight. Others like Xia Lin, however, remain indifferent, harboring no expectations. Without powerful patrons or family backing, there's no one to speak up for them. But they are free. Whether that's good or bad depends on the person. I have a question. Another sequence raised their hand to ask. Huang Tao shot them a sideways glance. Get lost. I don't have time to chat with you lot. 2 words are enough. Especially since I'm in a. Chapter 110, Justice, Equivalence First Update. Esteemed Sequence 3, welcome back to the Ember Zone. Alright, now that I'm Sequence 3, even the Ash Zone system has become more polite. Current Ember Zone, E-Class, Treasure Hunters, Large Scale, Comprehensive, Authentic Ember Zone. After achieving Sequence 3, this prompt gained 4 extra words. Sequence 3 privileges grant direct access to intelligence verifying the authenticity of the Ash Zone. But the power of this privilege didn't stop there. Permission activated. You have received a new prompt. This planet is under the protection of the Ulu Empire. An Ulu Empire planetary monitoring station exists 13 light-years beyond this planet. Mass slaughter on this planet, assassination of key figures, or extensive ecological destruction will inevitably provoke hostility from the Ulu Empire. Proceed with caution. Xia Lin had no idea what this Ulu Empire was. Is it as powerful as the Holy Link's Empire? As he pondered this, a sudden realization dawned on him. Chapter 111, wait, who the hell pulled me into this? Second update. Unstable mutation activated. Powerful mutation activated, superhuman strength. Unstable mutation activated. Charge mutation, run brothers run. With 2 stakes in hand, Xia Lin initiated the fair trade again. This time, however, he adopted a different approach. Use skill degradation as the bargaining chip to permanently enhance all my attributes. As a foundational tier ability, fair trade could use anything as collateral provided it belonged to Xia Lin. For instance, using skills as stakes had 2 distinct approaches. 1. Directly using skills as bargaining chips. This was precisely Xia Lin's approach moments ago. After completing this round of bargaining, Xia Lin had a sudden thought. Could he use something other than skills as stakes? Instead, use degraded skills as bargaining chips? Fair trade replied, of course you can. Splitting the stakes? Fair enough. Chapter 112, Convergence, Holy Link's Ashes District, Permission Clash. Third update. The scumbag remark was clearly a joke. Nina could vaguely discern Xia Lin's occupational mechanics. This had already been evident during the sequence war. Therefore, since Xia Lin had made his offer, she'd simply follow through without prying for details. After a brief exchange, the communication ended. Xia Lin, dragging his sickly body, set out to retrieve the item. Chronic illness mutated degraded, passive skill. All attributes are reduced by 30%. Furthermore, all combat-related attributes attack, defense, speed are diminished on top of this reduction. This wasn't merely a negative status or debuff, it was an active skill, one that even Mountain River invincibility couldn't immunize against. But to handle the trouble ahead, Xia Lin endured this mere chronic illness. Besides, the King of Soft-Legged Shrimp provided supplementary stats. King of Soft-Legged Shrimp mutated degraded, passive skill. The less critical the moment, the higher your attributes become, with a maximum boost of 100%. Chapter 113, Welcome to My Turf. Bonus chapter for monthly votes 6-7. Xia Lin's gaze lingered on the lines reading, Challengers, 121, and Defenders, 854, his eyes slowly narrowing. This time, he wasn't messing around, he genuinely chose the vessel-seizing faction. With the King of Soft-Legged Shrimp in hand, Xia Lin deliberately avoided overthinking. Just do it. In urgent situations, this was precisely when the King of Soft-Legged Shrimp took effect. Overthinking only leads to mistakes. His reasoning was sound, his choice was sound. Everyone could choose their faction, including Shanglin. If the Sacred Links possessed some ability to determine others' faction choices, say, Xia Lin and his group chose to defend the tripod while the Sacred Links opted to seize it, that would only complicate matters further. Choosing the same faction as Shanglin wasn't ideal either. This time, Shanglin held home field advantage, dominating every aspect. He intends to take down everyone at once, unaware that Xia Lin also plans to deal him a crushing blow. The mission penalty was quite fitting. Chapter 114, I'll teach you lesson number 2. Bonus chapter for monthly votes 7-7. Within the professional system, nearly all skills targeting individual subjects required a prerequisite. Target lock. This could be through visual confirmation, clear sensory perception, or physical contact. In short, single target skills must lock onto a target before they can be unleashed. Take the current situation, Xia Lin couldn't catch Beyond, and Beyond had vanished without a trace, apparently landing at a different location. But Shang Lin? He's standing out like a sore thumb. He's over there showing off. Then take this random combo. You can't exactly call Shang Lin an idiot. He knows his target is huge, but he doesn't fear negative status effects. Imperial Might suppresses enemies' skill proficiency ratings, while the Star Emperor Cauldron, a national treasure, grants immunity to debuffs. Plus, his 133 strategists provide 133 skill slots, 6 of them SS tier, 2 being defensive. Chapter 115, I am my teammate's doom. Unstable mutation activated. 10,000 men's might mutates into 1 man's barrier. 1 man holds the pass mutation, passive skill. The more enemies you face, the greater the temporary attribute boost you gain. Preserve the mutation. Spirit Curse mutates into Spirit Vengeance. Spirit's Revenge mutated, passive skill. Upon death, you transform into a vengeful spirit form, gaining substantial attribute bonuses and significantly enhanced skill power. This form lasts 1 hour. After 1 hour, you will die permanently. Do not retain mutation. Selection complete. The scales reappeared, initiating another fair exchange. Use Spirit Curse as collateral to exchange for a random combination of CD cooldowns. Fair Trade is also a targeted skill, requiring a lock-on. With the Sacred Dragon having fled, Fair Trade lacked a suitable target. Chapter 116, Transcending Escape, Xia Lin's Shift. With the King of Soft-Legged Shrimp gone, Holy Lynx regained his wits. First, he confirmed one thing. He could never show his face to Xia Lin again. This guy is too twisted. His mechanics are downright dirty, you know? Everyone else's skills were meticulously crafted for combo chains. Take Xinglin's original skills, several were specifically engineered to outclass others, nurtured with evolution points and divine essence. But after Xia Lin messed with it, 5 out of 6 SSS tier skills were gone. With the skill combos gone, what's he supposed to do now? Luckily, the override is trapped in the virtual divine realm. This trouble could still be contained. Thinking this, Shang Lin hurried toward the palace while opening his personal information panel. Then he saw that dog skill, I am your teammate, Xia. His face began to twitch. Chapter 117, Shang Lin, I'm getting serious. Should Xia Lin run? Actually, there's a way to win this round without running. Xia Lin's random Utopia. The cooldown on Utopia must be up by now. Xia Lin could easily use Utopia to pull the entire army before him into it. Once inside the Utopia, most of the skill effects derived from the Sacred Links would be isolated by the Utopia's rules, just like the arena regulations in ranked battles. Wouldn't slaughtering them then be a breeze? The key lies in Transcendence. Yes, Transcendence. The Utopia cooldown period is 1 month too long. The random combination cooldown is 10 days, still not short, and it's already active now. Only 1 reboot star remains. Evolution points, 3. 1 Death Angel Potion. These are all the cards Xia Lin has to play. And these cards are also. Chapter 118, Mechanics Clarified, Optimization Direction. Extra chapter for patron Shushu 13. Name, Xia Lin. Level, 5. Base attributes. Strength, 8,500. Stamina, 8,500. Agility, 8,500. Spirit, 8,504. With no enemy forces nearby, the defensive buff from holding the pass alone had reset to 0. Yet compared to moments ago, Xia Lin's base attributes have risen by a full 500 points. Slaying generals, annihilating armies, shattering the Sacred Links plan, unleashing Transcendence, all these acts of backstabbing grant Xia Lin limit-breaking attributes. What delighted Xia Lin even more was that unleashing Transcendence itself was sustainable, capable of generating cascading effects much like destroying the dimensional rift generator in the Immortal City that day. Within mere seconds, Xia Lin watched his stats climb from 8,500 to 8,510. Transcendence had begun. He surveyed every corner of the Sacred Links Ashes Zone. Chapter 119 number 39178889, Transcendence, presented to you. For Shushu 23. Time rewound to nearly an hour prior. Layers upon layers of sonic barrier clouds erupted, radiating outward from Andu as their epicenter. Transcendence sped away, leaving the battlefield behind in an instant. Earlier, his eyes had sharpened a distinct trait when Transcendence entered combat mode. As the sense of danger faded, his gaze gradually returned to its vacant state. By the time the sense of danger had completely dissipated, Transcendence had already appeared thousands of miles away, beside a bustling city. Bare-chested, he stood motionless, his vacant gaze fixed on the distant city as if lost in thought. At that moment, he had no subordinates or teammates by his side. The situation was urgent, and Beyond's nature refused to burden himself with deadweight like Yanqi, Shangxian, or Casido. This time, he had sold his men outright, decisive and ruthless, requiring little deliberation or weighing of options. On this battlefield, having no burdens was clearly better. Chapter 120, The City of Extreme Martial Arts. 10,000 miles south of Ando lay an ancient city. Though small, it bustled with life. People walked the streets with high spirits, swords and blades at their sides. This place was known as the City of Extreme Martial Arts. It stands as the martial arts sanctuary of the Sacred Links Ashes District. Rising to prominence decades ago, it was founded by the martial god Guan Shanhai himself. His original intention was to provide a peaceful haven for his family and disciples, shielding them from the turmoil of the Hundred Kings rivalry and the chaos of the age. The name of martial god Guan Shanhai carried immense influence. Shortly after its completion, martial heroes and wandering warriors from all corners of the realm began flocking here. Gradually, the city flourished. Then, 10 years ago, the Sacred Links emerged unexpectedly, challenging for supremacy across the land. This conflict initially had no connection to Extreme Martial City, which remained neutral, refusing to involve itself in such world domination schemes. Yet unexpectedly, the Sacred Links swiftly crushed all opposition and established the Sacred Links Empire. Chapter 121, The Central War begins. Guhua, I miss you so much. Xia Lin had miscalculated one thing. The Sacred Links could determine Beyond's general route, but they couldn't pinpoint his exact target. He couldn't command the heavens to obey his words. How could he possibly manipulate Beyond's course of action? Gathering all his elite warriors in the City of Extreme Martial Arts was an unavoidable choice for Shanglin. Guan Shanhai threw a tantrum. Humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires: joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. Guan Shanhai is no saint, nor is he a puppet of the Sacred Links, bound to obey its every command. A week prior, Chao Shui had broken free and commenced a bloody rampage. He received the Sacred Shilin's decree and joined forces with Lan Zhuang to hunt down Chao Yu. It was a dirty, grueling job, fraught with danger. But Guan Shanhai could accept all that. What he could not accept was that Beyond's path of blood sacrifice was leading toward the direction of the Extreme Martial City. This meant Beyond would likely pass through the City of Extreme Martial Arts, and the blood sacrifice would thus. Chapter 122, Perplexing. In the eyes of Xia Lin, Nina, Wang Lai, and Gu Hua, the surroundings were instantly overturned. One moment they were inside the tavern, the next, they stood upon an endless, flat plain. Thud! Gu Hua instantly collapsed to the ground, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Beyond nearly scared the life out of him. Look at you, such a wimp. Xia Lin snapped before quickly turning his attention to Nina. Time reversal reset the chronology of the City of Extreme Martial Arts. Unfortunately, the city harbored too many powerful beings. Restarting time here placed an overwhelming burden on Nina, causing her to deplete her energy to the point of near-fatal exhaustion. But as a flash of silver light erupted from Nina's body, the time reset activated. First attempt, failed. My teammate's rescue is activated. But she quickly initiated a second reset. Her status was flawless, nothing amiss. Her class is pretty powerful. Xia Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Double votes, please. Double monthly votes, let's pour them in. Chapter 123, Raging Inferno. Outside the City of Extreme Martial Arts, in the fields. The military formation stretched like towering mountains, the army like iron chains spanning the river, blocking all retreat routes. Yet a vast clearing remained open at the very heart of the formation. Within this void, a deadly arena formed by the military formations, 3 figures clashed fiercely, their battle causing the earth to crack and space to tremble. The explosive combat ripples were powerful enough to obliterate a city, yet they were confined to this corner by the interconnected formations of the great commanders, unable to harm the Sacred Links army in the slightest. Beyond, unable to flee, had no choice but to fight to the death. The good news was that Xia Lin had disabled Shenglin's abilities. Without his countering skills, Transcendence now possessed the strength to fight with all his might. The bad news was that Blue Burial Pass's Shanhai was no pushover. With 2 opponents entangled, Transcendence couldn't find an opening to slaughter the Sacred Links army and perform a blood sacrifice to sustain the fight. All because of Nina's time reversal, the situation had instantly shifted to a disadvantage for Transcendence. Yet. Chapter 124, Talent Evolution. You have acquired the skills, Power Compensation SS rank, Blood-Soaked Evolution SSS rank, High Energy Receptor SSS rank. Unstable Mutation activated. No mutation. Xia Lin briefly glanced at the mutation effects before directly choosing not to mutate. Because the skills exchanged back were a huge success. Each of these 3 skills was invaluable. Under the logic of fair trade, class-exclusive skills hold greater value than ordinary skills. Limit-breaking skills also surpass ordinary skills in worth. Among these 3 skills, 1 was an SS tier limit breaker exclusive skill, and 2 were SSS tier limit breaking skills. Since the mutation didn't yield a racial heritage level effect, it held no value. After all, once skills fall into Xia Lin's hands, they become his bargaining chips. The more valuable the bargaining chip, the better. The howling wind swept past him as Xia Lin plummeted through the air, free falling from the sky. Chapter 125. Just before impact, Xia Lin kicked out to adjust the missile's trajectory, sending it hurtling toward the battlefield where Chao Yue and Shang Lin fought. Simultaneously, the 4 leapt down, landing back in the Extreme Martial City. The thunderous explosion of the missile echoed from outside the city walls, yet it couldn't drown out Beyond's frenzied, mindless growl. Up ahead, Lin Liangchen's army stirred with confusion. With the enemy reappearing, they hesitated, should they fight or flee? Lin Liangchen himself was undecided. Xia Lin gave no orders. For outside the city walls, Beyond had descended into utter madness, leaving the sacred links utterly preoccupied with its own survival. Xia Lin tore through the earth right before Lin Liangchen's eyes, plunging downward swiftly until he reached the vault. Another punch shattered the vault's doors. The heaven-bestowed source essences hidden by Guan Shanhai were now clearly visible to Xia Lin. His figure flickered in an instant. Within mere seconds, 3 heaven-bestowed source essences fell into Xia Lin's grasp. He crushed them, and blinding light erupted. 3 heaven-bestowed source essences meant 3. Chapter 126, 2 Battlefields Extra Chapter for Patron Shushu 33. No matter how much Xia Lin cursed Xia Lin, the situation was clear. Feng Chaoyue was going to get his comeuppance. Think you can run? Think you can sell my mission target? Do you really think I, Xia Lin, will let you have your way? A fleeting days passed, and Xia Lin opened his eyes to find himself in a cramped, confined space. The environment of this ideal realm had shifted once more. Beneath his feet lay barren, hard ground, while 10 meters above his head stretched equally thick rock layers. Heaven and earth met. This place felt like the narrow gap between 2 planets about to collide. The horizontal plane stretched infinitely, seemingly boundless, yet the height was only 10 meters, creating an oppressive feeling. A dim, yellowish light spilled in from the horizon, casting a faint, almost imperceptible glow. In the light, Xia Lin slowly raised his head to face the enemy forces ahead. The million-strong army under the Sacred Lynx's command reeled in disarray, caught utterly off guard by the sudden emergence of the ideal realm. Without the Sacred Lynx. Chapter 127, My Stats Outrank Yours. Extra Chapter for Monthly Votes 817. Welcome back to your ideal kingdom. Your attributes have increased by 10%. You have gained the buff, Immortality. Immortality SS rank, when you suffer a fatal blow, you will not die and become completely immune to that attack. This buff can only activate once. Unstable mutation activated. Immunity to death mutates into scraping by. Scramble for life mutated debuff, your constitution attribute is significantly increased, while your strength, agility, and spirit attributes are drastically reduced. When facing enemies, your fighting spirit weakens. Instead of seeking victory, you will focus solely on preserving your life. Do not retain mutation. Welcome to Xia Lin's Random Utopia. All your attributes are reduced by 10%. You gain the debuff, Life Erosion. Life Erosion S rank, while this buff is active, your Chapter 128, the battle ends in mutual destruction. Congratulations on completing the promotion quest. Your level has risen to level 6. Your 6th skill slot has been unlocked. As soon as Guan Shanhai died, the expected notification chime sounded. Backstab effect activated. You have gained 320 attribute points. Another expected outcome was that the deaths of Lan Zhuang and Guan Shanhai successfully triggered the backstab effect, and the target of this backstab was none other than the Holy Lynx Empire. 320 attribute points were not a significant amount for an empire of the Holy Lynx's scale, implying that Lan Zhuang and Guan Shanhai were not indispensable to the empire. After all, both men had always operated outside the military command structure. So what constitutes being within the military command system? Transcendence has something to say about that. Backstab effect activated. Due to the chain reaction triggered by activating Transcendence, you have gained 1856 attribute points. Chapter 129, Transcendence's Final Hour, The Limit Breaker's Endgame. Gu Hua reached Beyond without encountering a Death Throw's counterattack. He looked down at the broken figure at his feet, 1,000 thoughts surging through his mind. This man had once been his nightmare. Yet now, he had become this. Sensing Xia Lin's presence behind him, Gu Hua suddenly realized something. These past few days? A week? It seemed like just a week. It had only been a week since the conclusion of the Xiangwu Metropolis dungeon run, and yet Beyond had already become like this. Despite the complex thoughts churning within him, Gu Hua couldn't help but wince inwardly. That single kneel of his in the fierce martial city had utterly crushed Beyond's people. Before Gu Hua could dwell on it further, a voice suddenly emerged from Beyond, startling him to his core. I'm sorry. Beyond weakness uttered these 3 words. Chapter 130, Holy Dragon, I haven't lost yet. Shu Yu died. No one had struck him, and none of the 4 present would have done so. He simply succumbed to his overwhelming injuries, his breath fading as he spoke his final words. Only after his life force vanished completely did Xia Lin step forward. He retrieved the stabilization seal from his personal space, but after a moment's thought, Xia Lin shook his head. Forget it. I'll let you off. Bull about letting him off. Without the immortal city, Beyond was just a lone wolf. A lone wolf would use resources if they had them, and the items in Beyond's personal space weren't much more than what Xia Lin possessed. With only one stability seal, Xia Lin decided it would be better to use it on the sacred links for maximum benefit. Gu Hua's faint voice drifted over from the side. You don't want his stuff, do you? Afraid of getting entangled in karma, right? Ha ha ha. After speaking, Gu Hua emitted a laugh more piercing than weeping, swinging his arms wide as he unleashed a fierce. Chapter 131, New Talent, New Skill. Extra update for monthly votes 920. You have obtained 4 evolution points. Out of the 9 heaven-bestowed source essences, 4 evolution points were extracted. Not a great reward, but not bad either. After all, Ember Zone walkers have a high demand for this stuff, so it's a decent baseline. You have obtained the item, Light Devouring Refined Gold. Light Devouring Refined Gold S-grade item, single-use consumable. Can be infused into equipment to significantly enhance its strength and quality. Is this thing useful? Well, yes. The Overload armor is only B grade, making it unsuitable for high-intensity combat. Xia Lin's current tactic with the Overload armor is to equip it, unleash an Overload heavy punch, then immediately stow it away to prevent the gear from being destroyed by combat aftershocks. But this usage pattern also means the Overload armor no longer matches Xia Lin's current strength. The 5-minute cooldown for the Overload heavy punch is also too long. Retrieve the Overload armor and affix the Light Devouring Refined Gold to it. Chapter 132, Xia Lin, I mourn my opponents. As a professional talent, cultivating twin shadows didn't consume excessive resources. Advancing from a rank to S rank consumes 1 evolution point. After evolution, Twin Shadow's core effect remains largely unchanged, but its skill bar expands. It shifts from the original 1 skill slot and 3 debuff slots to 2 skill slots and 5 debuff slots. Continue. Evolving from S rank to SS rank consumes 3 evolution points. More than just a random constant. Xia Lin suspected this was due to the Twin Shadow's low base level. But the money had to be spent. 2 skill slots are too few. After advancing to SS rank, Twin Shadows gains 3 skill slots and 7 debuff slots. Evolving from SS to SSS required 5 evolution points. Xia Lin still had 6 points left, yet he chose not to advance further. Thus, Twin Shadows level is fixed at SS rank with 3 skill slots. Chapter 133, the final battle begins. All 3 skill slots of the Twin Shadows are now fully maxed. I am the of my allies, with flames in my heart, burning of my own accord. The first skill defied the military commander's professional logic, while the latter 2 formed synergistic chains. These 3 skills should suffice against the sacred dragon. Xia Lin saw no need to conjure more potent negative abilities, his win rate was already solid. Carrying self-inflicted debuffs risked bad luck backfiring and ruining the situation. Thus Xia Lin's current skill slots, 5 maxed out slots in the constant skill bar, 3 maxed out slots in the Shadow's Curse skill bar, and 1 empty slot in the 6 slot standard skill bar. Scanning all his skills, especially the seemingly useless ones like Iron Skin, Overclock, and Wolf Form, a sudden insight struck Xia Lin. His gaze shifted to the newly acquired class skill, Probability of Non-Existence. Wait, this skill has potential. I think I can use this skill as a foundation to build a second set of mechanics. Chapter 134, Virtual Divine Realm, Divine Descent reappears. It felt like piercing through a layer of bubbles. That was Xia Lin's first sensation upon stepping into Andu. Following immediately was a faint dizziness and dreamlike, hazy light and shadow. Multicolored streams of light drifted all around Xia Lin, vibrant and twisted, writhing like ribbons or serpentine snakes. Clearly visible spores floated in the air, intertwining and mingling with the light streams. A faint, fishy odor also drifted into his nostrils. This scene drew a smile from Xia Lin. Not bad preparation. I'll give this move a 60 out of 100. Without a doubt. The moment he entered Andu, he had already fallen into the trap. This place was not Andu, at least not the real Andu. It was the dimensional rift of Andu, within the virtual divine realm. Shanglin had employed some unknown method to overlap Andu with the virtual divine realm. Any outsider who entered would inevitably experience. Chapter 135, The Evil God's Heir, East Wind Slaughters the Gods. December monthly vote bonus chapter, 1023. A colossal, monstrous creature tore through the void. The entire virtual divine realm became saturated with high-pressure, eerily inexplicable energy radiation. The radiation swept over everything within the virtual divine realm, causing the spores to multiply rapidly. Whispers, incomprehensible to Xia Lin, rippled out from within the spores. These scattered spores seemed to have developed self-awareness, expressing affection toward the descending entity while radiating palpable hostility towards Xia Lin. Beneath their feet, the earth's crimson hue began shifting toward a deep purple. The fungal carpet surged and proliferated. Unnamed creatures, small animals and insects went mad, frantically seeking mates regardless of gender, beginning to copulate. Xia Lin stood motionless. He merely stared at the descending evil, slowly clenching his fists. Until a thunderous boom echoed. It planted its feet upon the earth, fully descending. Then, the light currents permeating the virtual divine realm began to boil. Divine realm power and the monster. Chapter 136, Ceasing the Strife. The moment Xia Lin and the demon god's offspring vanished, Ding Yi's smile froze on his face. This. He looked at Shanglin, his expression resigned. This move is indeed hard to defend against. I thought the divine realm could counter Xia Lin's skill, but it didn't hold. The offspring of the evil god, note the suffix offspring. This entity was not a true demon god, merely a monster possessing a fragment of the demon god's power. It possessed high-level power without the essence of a true high-level being. Even its skills weren't its own, they were gifts from the evil god. How could it possibly block an ideal realm attack judged at the foundational level? Ding Yi continued, but it doesn't matter. Even on Xia Lin's home turf, my demon god's offspring. Before Ding Yi could finish, Xia Lin had already materialized within the ideal realm. One punch, one kill, naturally swift. Apart from his hair turning partially white and his clothes vanishing without a trace, Xia. Chapter 137, Miracle Mechanism, Golden Cicada shedding its shell. Before the Wind and Moon Pavilion. Shang Lin stepped down from the carriage, dismissing the Imperial Guards and indicating he required no security. After all, he still had the Legion feedback. In present-day Andu, aside from Xia Lin, there was likely no one stronger than him. Oh, scratch that, Xia Lin might not be stronger either. For upon leaving the Virtual Divine Realm and entering the Ceasefire Domain, the debuff imposed upon Xia Lin by the Virtual Divine Realm had vanished. Xia Lin exited combat mode, his attributes reverting to the base 11,000 points. The Ideal Realm had also entered its cooldown phase. To be honest, if it were a fair fight, Xia Lin might not be a match for Shang Lin right now. Of course, that's not the whole story. Without the Ceasefire Domain, upon arriving in Andu, Xia Lin would have immediately embarked on a killing spree to maintain his combat edge. In that scenario, Shang Lin wouldn't stand a chance against him either. In short, a single-use artifact of foundational power disrupted Xia Lin's rhythm. Chapter 138, The Desperate Gambit. The Ceasefire Domain was meant for the stand. With the stand gone, so too was the Ceasefire Domain. But Xia Lin knew without thinking that this seemingly normal Andu was nothing but an empty shell. No military commander held sway over the city. No armies defended it. Andu's true defenses consisted of 3 pillars: the city warding Great Formation, the Virtual Divine Realm, and the Ceasefire Domain. If these 3 defenses failed, Xia Lin's victory would be merely a matter of time. And whether these 3 measures would prove effective didn't require the Sacred Links to personally oversee the situation. The stakes were the punishment for failing the main quest. Shang Lin displayed a boldness beyond Xia Lin's imagination. With all 3 tactics failing, he chose to surrender. Better safe than sorry. Fine. Snatching a chicken drumstick and stuffing it into his mouth, Xia Lin stepped over the corpse of Proxius, then over the corpse of the Grand Eunuch, and walked out of the Wind and Moon Pavilion. Closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, the Star Emperor Cauldron lay deep within the Imperial Palace. Chapter 139, The Realm Without a King, December Monthly Vote Bonus Update 1123. Just one day after the Star Emperor Cauldron fell into Xia Lin's hands, news of the Holy Dragon's demise spread from Andu, quickly echoing across the entire world. The Sacred Dragon had no children and had designated no heir after all. In the prime of his life, he saw no need for such arrangements. But now, the consequences had arrived. First, the powerful Li clan stepped forward, presenting a forged imperial edict purportedly written by the Holy Dragon, declaring their clan leader as the first in line for the throne. That very night, the Li patriarch died suddenly and inexplicably. The Zhangs, the Wang family, and all the other great clans stepped forward. When legal arguments failed, they resorted to violence. The problem was that as the military commander ruling the entire Shanglin Jin district, these fallen clans possessed scarcely any private soldiers under the military command system. They couldn't muster organized armies. A few hundred servants and guards? That was laughable. And just as Andu descended into chaos, Ding Yi formally succeeded Songlin, becoming the new. Chapter 140, The 3 Stewards December Monthly Vote Bonus Update 1223. For Sequence 1, there was room to maneuver in eliminating other sequences, hastening the sequence ranking battle, and claiming the rewards. Just as the Sacred Links had done in the past. But why hadn't he done this before? First, it wasn't until after the second sequence ranking battle that Holy Links became a fully fledged military commander, securing the Ashen Zone of the Realm Without Kings. Before that, he lacked such overwhelming power and dared not bring transcendence into his own territory. Second, unless executed precisely when the sequence ranking battle commenced, coordinating such an operation across the scattered sequences would be nearly impossible. Influencing others through sequence privileges was akin to a targeted skill. It required locking onto a specific target. There was no better opportunity than the ranking battle. As Xia Lin's thoughts stirred, the white entrance to the Ashen Zone unfolded naturally. With a single step, he entered the city of origin. In truth, it was merely the familiar scene he'd left behind 3 days prior that met his eyes. At the same time, Chapter 141, The 6 Pillars Struggle December Monthly Vote Bonus Update 1323. Upper 3 pillars, Heavenly Tao Creator, Soul Controlling Demon Emperor, King of all Kings. Lower 3 pillars, the Ancient Ruler, Supernova, and Primordial Shadow. It is impossible to gauge the strength of the upper 3 pillars, nor to measure the power disparity among the 6 pillars themselves. For as pillars, they transcend the very framework of the practitioner system. Pillars are foundations, coexisting with all things. Even the foremost among them, the Heavenly Tao Creator, would find no means to overcome the supernova or primordial darkness within the 3 pillars. And this is the very root of why the conflict among the 6 pillars persists. Unable to fundamentally resolve the conflict with their opponents, everything else that follows is merely petty squabbling. Xia Lin took a drag on his cigarette and asked in confusion, so what exactly are the 6 pillars fighting over? Is it supremacy? Or some unique, peerless treasures? That was Xia Lin's conjecture. Yet Huang Tao's words left Xia Lin stunned. Because the answer was unexpectedly. Chapter 142, Significance. The City of Origins doesn't forbid Bai Yao and me from staying here, but fundamentally, we aren't the hosts of the 4th ranking battle. That spot was snatched by the Flame Master. Of course, I'll remain here to witness you securing the Sequence 1 position. But as for rewards? I won't be able to pull any strings behind the scenes. Huang Tao patted Xia Lin on the shoulder. The overall process shouldn't have major issues. The hosts can't alter much. At most, they might annoy you in some non-critical areas. Xia Lin pointed out that reward distribution was precisely the critical point, and that was where the host had room to maneuver. Huang Tao admitted he was powerless to change that. Then another thought struck Xia Lin. Hesitating, he said, that Saint Lion incident, the way I handled him, what about the King of Kings? Huang Tao smiled. Kid, remember this one thing. Chapter 143, Changing Allegiances. But there was no need to discuss such matters with Huang Tao. After chatting idly with Huang Tao for another half hour, Huang Tao departed. Xia Lin walked thoughtfully to Origin Square, where he found Wang Lai and Nina had already arrived in Origin City. Wang Lai stood with his hands on his hips, looking full of vigor. Spotting Xia Lin, Wang Lai waved him over. Hey, Lindsay, come over here. I've got your back in this ranking battle. Listen up, my big bro's here. Bai Yao. My big bro. All right. He's even changed how he addresses me. Looks like you're getting cocky, kid. Facing Xia Lin's hostile glare, Wang Lai hurriedly stepped forward to invite him to sit down, kneading his shoulders and massaging his legs until Xia Lin was thoroughly pampered. The local boss is no match for the immediate supervisor. Earlier was just a joke. Wang Lai clarified that the real big brother was still Brother Xia. Bai Yao isn't the host Yenshur is. Yeah, Tao told me that. Chapter 144, Fong Xiang, New System. Heavenly Soldier Divine Lord. Yet after the sacred Qilin withdrew, Yenshur snorted coldly. Another useless fool. As a heavenly immortal level cultivator, Yenshur could see Shang Lin's past experiences. The blunderous maneuvers and decisions during the last battle had already sealed Shang Lin's fate in Yenshur's eyes. This man was utterly unworthy of cultivation. Logically speaking, if you don't want to help, just say no and be done with it. As a high-ranking figure, Yenshur saw no need to deceive Shang Lin, first giving him hope only to crush it later. There was no point in this charade. Everyone was busy. Why waste time on an insignificant insect like him? The problem lay with the second person Yenshur was waiting for. A cup of tea's worth of time passed, yet this person did not appear in Origin City. An hour passed, and still no sign of this person in Origin City. After waiting for so long, he still hadn't seen the person he was waiting for. This puzzled Yenshur. Chapter 145, The Pitiable and Weak Travelers of the Blue Star Ember Zone. The 3rd ranking battle had ended just 3 days prior, yet the 4th was already upon them. What's more, most of those who knew the reason were dead. The new entrants among the 1,000 strong were all greenhorns, clueless about the past mutual slaughter between sequences 1, 2, and 3. This created a problem. This new batch of top 1,000 couldn't even figure out which faction to pledge allegiance to. On Origin Square, our own big brother of the underworld, Wang Lai, raised his arm in a rallying gesture. Come on over here. Let Brother Wang give you a proper briefing. Bai Guang, organize the formation and sign everyone up. Let's see if this batch has any promising new recruits. Bai Guang's face lit up with delight as he hurried off to get things done. He had chosen the Ding-seizing faction in the Sacred Lynx Ashes district and had luckily survived to the end. As one of the 12 finalists from last year's top 1,000 competition, Bai Guang should easily crack the top 10 this time around. What? Chapter 146, Ranking begins. I aim for number 1. Xia Lin first confirmed one thing. The Flame Master hadn't given him any special treatment. This arena setup meant Xia Lin couldn't gamble on skills during this ranking battle, no chaining skill combinations or mutations to obtain foundational level abilities. But it wasn't fair to say the Flame Master was deliberately targeting him either. Last time was Huang Tao giving him special treatment in exceptional circumstance. This time was the norm. Seated in Sequence 3, Xia Lin looked up. Sequence 2 remained vacant, while the figure of Shang Lin appeared in Sequence 1. Xia Lin flicked his finger, triggering the small animal transformation spell. Yet the miracle failed to activate, rendering the skill ineffective. Without Nina's tidal flow buff, the miracle mechanism's effectiveness was significantly diminished. As Xia Lin's secondary system, the miracle mechanism was still in its infancy, lacking the power and utility of the shuffle mechanism. It could only be said that it still needed components, Chapter 147, The Strong, Factions, and Rewards. Admittedly, this sequence war felt lacking without Old Saint and Superhuman. Folks who truly understands the loneliness of having no opponents at all. And without Old Saint's antics, the 4th sequence ranking battle on Flash Blue Star has lost its spark. Everyone rallied under Xia Lin's banner, competing fairly with friendship as the top priority. Though Xia Lin insists we're not exactly close, it doesn't change the fact he's become the de facto leader of all Ash Zone walkers on Flash Blue Star. Seeing those looks of respect, even fierce Xia Lin suddenly grasped what kind of existence the Six Pillars truly were, and what kind of relationship existed between them and their forces. It was precisely the dynamic unfolding between Xia Lin and the Ember Zone walkers of Shining Blue Star. Among those below, only Gu Hua, Wan Lai, and Nina had any connection to him. But they were not Xia Lin's vassals. They had their own minds and their own paths to walk. Chapter 148, The Uncertain Shadows 3 Mechanisms. Reading the skill description for nurturing the 5 elements, Xia Lin found himself torn. First off, this was far from a perfect mutation. The skill level had decreased from race essence tier to simply mutated. Under the logic of unstable mutations, if it had mutated into a race level skill, it would be labeled as such, not as a mutation. Just like Mountain River Overlord's body. All skills labeled as mutated are below the foundational tier, without exception. This mutation lowered the skill's level. This also means that if sold on the fair trade market, the selling price would inevitably decrease. But as for its effects, this thing's effects are surprisingly good. Mountain River Dominance provides damage reduction, yet the skill grants additional specialized damage reduction and even breaks limitations. Sell. Or keep it. After weighing the options for a very long time, Xia Lin made his decision. Chapter 149, Heaven's Will Part 1. Origin City. Xia Lin and Wan Lai appeared on Origin Square. The other top 100 sequencers had been dismissed, yet the two of them remained in Origin City. Clearly, someone of higher standing had intervened. Xia Lin watched Wan Lai chuckling to himself incessantly. He didn't need to ask to realize that the big shot, Bai Yao, was preparing to give Wan Lai some special attention. Considering the rules during the novice period, it probably wasn't direct special treatment. More likely, Bai Yao was offering Wang Lai advice or arranging some convenience. After a brief exchange, they parted ways. Xia Lin crossed the small bridge, accepted a cigarette, and stood beside Huang Tao. I came to ask you about something. I need a favor. Perhaps because he rarely asked others for favors, Huang Tao's face flushed slightly with awkwardness as he spoke. Xia Lin quickly offered him a way out. Bro, you're being too formal. Just say what you need. I'd walk through fire and water for you. Chapter 150, Heaven's Will Part 2. What is fate? What is divine will? Yan Shi chuckled inwardly. You're trying to debate philosophy with me now? But on this matter, there is actually a consensus within the current cosmos. Destiny is the trajectory of one's fate. From the moment of birth, the way of heaven has already marked out a person's entire life and fortune. Wealth and honor, poverty and misery all are predestined. Yet destiny is not unchangeable. Supernatural power is the force that alters fate. Whether it be immortal, martial, magical, witchcraft, or any other practitioner, all wield extraordinary power. To use this power to influence what is predestined, that is the very meaning of power. At this point, Yan Shi offered a faint smile. Why is the heavenly way called the creator? Because he can create the way of heaven. Formless and intangible, seemingly supreme in determining mortal destinies, the way of heaven is ultimately but a puppet and plaything of the way of heaven's creator. Therefore, heaven. Chapter 151, Wu Gu Descends to the Realm, 8th Beast Realm December Monthly Vote Bonus Update 1423. Anchoring to Reality. Anchoring complete. Reality Channel 0375 established. Ash Zone activated. Esteemed Sequence 1 of Shalan Star, welcome back to the Ember Zone. Current Ember Zone, SSS Class, 8th Animal Realm, Large Scale, Comprehensive Type, Authentic Ember Zone. Sequence 1 Privileges activated. You have received new guidance. This planet was originally named Dawnlight Star. Habitable, possessing spiritual veins, and boasting a complex ecosystem, it nurtured numerous rare beasts, exotic creatures, and celestial treasures. 30,000 years ago, the 5-Bone Demon Flame sect accidentally discovered this planet, seized it, and officially renamed it 8th Beast Realm. Note, all actions taken on this planet may trigger corresponding responses from the 5-Bone Demon Flame sect. 5-Bone Demon Flame sect? What the hell is that? Xia Lin hadn't heard of any 5-Bone Demon Flame sect, but judging by the name, they didn't sound like good people. Chapter 152, Bone Jade and Li Chen. Unlike Gu Yu's refined handsomeness, Li Chen was rough-looking and burly. He wore leather pants and went shirtless. As Li Chen entered Gu Yu's reception room, Gu Yu could distinctly smell a pungent, bloody stench mixed with a beastly odor. Sealing his sense of smell with spiritual energy, Bone Jade paid little heed to the man's unkempt appearance. Li Chen, however, was quite polite, hastening to explain, my profession is beast tamer. I'm often in the company of beasts, so the smell on my body isn't pleasant. Please forgive me, sir. Gu Yu waved his hand dismissively, signaling it was no matter. Inviting Li Chen to sit, they exchanged casual pleasantries for a moment. Through this, Gu Yu gained a clearer understanding of Li Chen's background. As one of the planets in the Ember Zone, Donghua Star wasn't particularly powerful. Guyu's junior disciple in the Donghua star sequence had only just reached level 9, with cultivation at the transformation spirit stage. Yet this very individual had dominated Donghua star for nearly 5 years. All who dared defy him had perished, leaving every remaining sequence disciple. Chapter 153, Divine Beast Species, the Illusory Heaven Deer. Xia Lin instantly whipped his head around, cautiously scanning the direction the sound had come from. Before the voice had sounded, Xia Lin had sensed no danger or aura. But in that single glance over his shoulder, a pure white fawn, barely reaching Xia Lin's waist in height, had materialized behind him. The deer's coat was flawlessly pure white, devoid of any blemish, and seemed to faintly radiate a sacred glow. Its antlers were multicolored, short and utterly adorable. Its large eyes sparkled with intelligence. Noticing Xia Lin pause in turn, a voice emerged from the fawn's mouth, or perhaps the area around its mouth. At least, Xia Lin hadn't seen the deer open its mouth. That's a trap. They want to harm you. One is a bone jade, and the other is an existence like you. This time, Xia Lin didn't panic. He crouched down, bringing his gaze level with the fawn's eyes. Tilting his head, he scrutinized the creature from head to toe. After a moment, he suddenly sucked in a sharp breath. This vast world. Chapter 154, The World Will, Cause and Effect. The concept of the world will is quite straightforward. It is Gaia's will, or the personification of a planet, the embodiment of a world's essence. Not every planet possesses a world will. Generally speaking, only life-bearing planets, those capable of nurturing life, possess a minuscule probability of developing self-awareness, which manifests as the world will. These were all things Huang Tao had explained, serving as a basic primer for Xia Lin. Xia Lin had also asked whether Shalan Star had ever developed a world will, or indeed, whether any planet covered by the Scorched Zone possessed one. However, within the true Ember Zone, there was indeed a small chance of encountering a world will. As the embodiment of a planet itself, this entity possessed astonishing power. Should an Ash Zone traveler run rampant with slaughter and destruction in an Ash Zone inhabited by a world will, provoking its retaliation, certain death would follow. Of course. Chapter 155, Xia Lin, just need the money. December monthly vote bonus update 1523. Xia Lin opened his eyes, staring at Xia Lin in shock. The twilight branches trembled without wind, as if convulsing. Flash stared in astonishment at Xia Lin, who stood with hands on hips, head held high and chest thrust out. The three of them found Xia Lin's directness somewhat hard to stomach. Wait, why do I have to pay extra? Xia Guang admitted he didn't quite grasp Xia Lin's reasoning. Xia Lin had something to say too. This isn't just about me busting my ass. This benefits you too. How can you just reap the rewards without paying? I do all the hard work, and if it succeeds, you reap the rewards, but if it fails, you're off the hook? That's not how it works. Then I'd be a saint, wouldn't I? Xiaoguang, this is about saving Xuanguang. Xia Lin retorted, it's not even my soul pet. Why should I risk my neck for it? Flash's neck jerked back in shock. Boss Huang Tao sent you here, meow? Xia Lin, if it succeeds, great. If not, I can't be held responsible either. Chapter 156, The Immortal Path System, Endlessly Transformative. Xia Lin's reasoning was clear and straightforward, grounded in reality. Xia Guang, Shuang Guang, and Xiaolu truly lacked workplace experience. They weren't humans, how could they have workplace experience? But after much deliberation, they couldn't find any fault in Xia Lin's words. Thus, the matter of increasing the payment was settled. 3 innocent little white flowers experienced the harshness of society for the very first time. Xia Lin insisted, I'm not taking advantage of you, I'm just fighting for the reward I deserve. Fair enough. As they settled back beneath the tree bathed in rosy light, a gentle voice echoed from within its trunk. The Five Bones Seal is a planetary level formation arranged by the patriarch of the Five Bones Demon Flame sect, the Five Bones Taoist. This formation has 5 nodes scattered across Shiguang Star, each guarded by a master from the Five Bones Demon Flame sect. Xia Lin interjected, what level of power do these guardians possess? Xia Guang, level 10 practitioners, all with cultivation levels in the immortal Dao realm. Chapter 157, Within Bone Jade City, a journey through the alchemy furnace. Xia Guang Star has no human inhabitants, its population consists entirely of beasts. 3,000 years ago, after the Five Bones Demon Flame sect descended upon this world, it became their resource planet. The vast resources of exotic beasts and spirit plants provided the Five Bones Demon Flame sect with an endless stream of wealth. Bone Jade City served as the hub for trade and exchange between this planet and the outer cosmos. A colossal, hyper-modern starport floated above Bone Jade City. Beneath it, Bone Jade City exudes an ancient charm, steeped in a profoundly celestial aesthetic. The fusion of interstellar technology and immortal arts to a certain degree shaped this uniquely styled, yet logically beautiful Bone Jade City. Yet Bone Jade City was not particularly prosperous. Situated near the demarcation line between 2 major factions, the 8th Animal Realm lies mere hundreds of light-years from one of the primary battlefields between the Five Elements sect and the Three Phases Gang Sea Crossing Hall. Those who ventured to Bone Jade City were few besides a handful of reckless interstellar merchants, only the 5. Chapter 158, Fire Up. The pill is complete. Xia Lin admitted this operation's success was entirely as he'd anticipated. With the 5 elements nourishment in hand and the being divine fire could help me break through my limits. Of course, the follow-up to this operation still required acting on the spur of the moment. Suppose the alchemists outside had ways to monitor the furnace's status. If this single bone tongue grass stubbornly refused to melt, that would be highly unusual. They'd inevitably open the furnace to investigate. Xia Lin silently pleaded, "Don't come in. I'll transform on my own. Let's not disturb each other's precious moments." Nearby, other bone tongue grasses began melting into green liquid. After a moment's thought, Xia Lin activated the 1000 transformations technique, transforming into a similar state. A notification tone began to sound at 1-minute intervals. You have gained 1 point of limit-breaking attribute. 1 minute, 1 point of strength attribute. That meant 1,440 strength points per day. How long does a single alchemy cycle take? 81 days, right? Chapter 159, Who would suspect a single pill? Guyu's cave residence stood as the tallest building in Guyu City. As the Holy Sun, Guyu possessed exceptional talent and worked tirelessly, never ceasing his daily cultivation. When the alchemist delivered the bone soul pill, Guyu was still in the midst of his cultivation. The pill master didn't want to disturb him, so he simply placed the pill at the entrance of the cultivation chamber before quietly retreating. Several hours later, the protective barriers around the cultivation chamber unlocked. The door swung open automatically. Bone Jade, seated on his meditation cushion, opened his eyes and saw over 200 bone soul pills placed at the doorway. The significantly reduced quantity even caused Guyu to frown. But after a moment, he dismissed his concern. As a great union cultivator who had guarded the 8th beast realm for 300 years, he had long grown tired of bone soul pills. They held no effect on him anymore. For him, these pills now served only one purpose: to exchange for spirit stones and ashen zone points. He didn't even bother to store them in his storage ring. Chapter 160 Pills, Deer, and the Beast Tamer. This notification left Li Chen utterly perplexed. The personal space could hold anything, whether system-recognized items or everyday goods, all could be stored within. Items that couldn't be placed within were extremely rare. They were either crucial quest items like the Star Emperor Cauldron in the Sacred Link's Ashes Zone, or mysterious artifacts or treasures of unknown origin. In short, as Li Chen understood it, every item that couldn't be placed in the personal space held secrets waiting to be uncovered, and most likely triggered hidden side quests. This made Li Chen raise an eyebrow. Could it be that I've stumbled upon some incredible luck? After examining it carefully for a moment, Li Chen thought it over and placed it in his pocket, keeping it close to his body. Side quest rewards varied in magnitude, but those within SSS tier Ashen zones typically offered astonishing payouts. There was no reason not to give it a shot, though at the moment, he didn't even know the nature of the quest. Chapter 161, The Disordered Tyrant, Flames in His Heart. The instant Xia Lin heard the name Li Chen, he knew his chance had arrived. Rapidly advancing to level 7 would be ideal, but to enjoy the newbie period benefits, he only needed to cap at level 9. Upon arriving at Li Chen's residence, the servants selected one bone soul pill from over 200 to present to Li Chen. Naturally, it wasn't the counterfeit Xia Lin. But that was fine. Xia Lin had legs of his own. His initial plan was to stay with Li Chen and sneak a peek into his personal space for any valuable items. But the ever-changing tactics couldn't fool the Ember Zone system, and this plan failed. Considering that the Bone Jade was a pure monster, attempting anything within Bone Jade City would be tantamount to suicide. Coincidentally, Li Chen had just received news about the illusory Heaven Deer. Xia Lin immediately decided to leave the city with Li Chen. From this moment onward, Li Chen was effectively sentenced to death. Just like now. Chapter 162, Utilizing Every Resource, Chain Reaction. The power of imagination is a truly terrifying thing. But under the influence of the heart's burning flame, the victim's inner suspicions inevitably intensify, naturally leading them to interpret events as conspiracy theories. Xia Lin insisted, Li Chen, you're just having a run of bad luck, that's all. Li Chen retorted, I refuse to believe my luck is bad, this is all definitely Guyu's conspiracy. Xia Lin was about to ask, who exactly is your boss? But Li Chen didn't elaborate further. The situation had become crystal clear to him. He'd fallen into a trap. Now, it was either run or fight. And with the Heart of Flame skill at his disposal, the choice was obvious. Fight! A savage, beastly aura erupted from Li Chen's body. He roared to the heavens, his voice echoing for miles. Boundless Beast Domain Race Essence Level, active skill, exclusive to Beast Tamers. Consumes 1000 spirit points. Upon activation, you. Chapter 163, One Punch Kill, Bloody Rules. The enemy was an old adversary. An alien sequence, one traveler of the Ember Zone, Tan Hong. One a celestial, the other a martial artist, one aligned with the heavenly Tao creator, the other with the superstars. Their power levels were comparable, and both had anchored this place as their home turf. Thus, they frequently clashed in battles that rarely yielded a clear victor. But with the interference of Jie, who was my ally, today's defeat was certain for Pei Yuan. After only a few exchanges, Peiyuan suddenly realized his fire control incantation had failed. The massive fireball exploded like fireworks before his eyes. In a flash of swordlight, Tan Hong's blade was pressed against Peiyuan's forehead. Peiyuan let out a strange cry and hastily activated his protective skill. Yet a 30% chance proved too high, the protective skill failed. A sword pierced his forehead. Peiyuan's face froze, yet the figure left behind rapidly faded away. A streak of light shot toward the distance in an instant. Chapter 164, The Uncertain Canteen of the Shadow of Doom. After merging into the Ember Zone travelers would randomly encounter travelers from other planets within the zone. Yet the Ember Zone failed to warn Xia Lin beforehand that slaying Ember Zone travelers from other planets would actually yield rewards. And the rewards were exceptionally high. A random non-profession skill meant no level restrictions, potentially yielding foundational tier abilities like Xia Lin's Mountain River Dominance or Fair Trade. Compared to that, the two items in his personal space seemed far less valuable. But when Xia Lin looked back at Li Chen's shattered remains, he curled his lips in disdain. Because this man possessed no worthwhile skills. One foundational tier skill, Boundless Beast Domain, which was a profession skill. All three SSS tier skills had been washed away by Xia Lin. Even if they hadn't been washed away, they were still profession skills. Of the remaining three skills, one was the profession skill Soothe, another was the profession skill Flog, leaving only the last one to be extracted. Personal information panel: Xia Lin. Name: Xia Lin. Level: 7. Class: Uncertain Shadow. Class Talent 1, Uncertain Constant SSS Rank Talent. Within change lies constancy, much like mathematical constants. The Uncertain Constant grants the Uncertain Shadow 5 additional constant skill slots. Skills placed in these constant slots, whether standard or mutated, will not continue to mutate and cannot be observed by any other skill. You may swap skills within these constant slots during the settlement phase before each Ember Zone begins and after it ends. Class Talent 2, Unstable Mutation Race-Specific Talent. Unstable mutation: when acquiring skills and upon each entry into the Ember Zone, all skills not placed in the constant skill slot undergo random mutation. Buffs you receive also randomly mutate. However, you may choose whether to retain the mutated effect. If you choose not to, the mutation becomes void. Class Talent 3, Twin Bane Shadows SS Tier Talent. Twin Shadow of Doom SS Tier Talent. Your shadow has been reshaped by the power of the Uncertain Shadow into a vessel of negative doom. It possesses no self-awareness, is not a living entity, and cannot move independently. The Twin Shadow of Doom has 3 skill slots and 7 buff slots. You may freely swap skills between yourself and it at any time, but its skill and buff slots can only hold negative skills and debuffs. When you cast a skill, any ability targeting yourself can be redirected to target the Twin Shadow instead. Shadow Skills. 1. I am my teammates Doom Mutated, Passive. All your teammates' attributes decrease by 30%. All skills have a 30% chance to fail, and all actions have a chance to become distorted. 2. Heart of Flames Mutated, Passive. Flames burn within your heart, amplifying all negative emotions. 3. King of the Soft-Legged Shrimp Mutated Degraded, Passive Skill. The less critical the moment, the higher your attributes rise, up to a maximum 10% boost. The more critical the moment, the lower your attributes fall, up to a maximum 50% reduction. Simultaneously, the more critical the moment, the lower your sanity drops and the slower your reactions become, with a chance your skills may fail to activate. Base Attributes. Strength, 63,711. Stamina, 63,711. Agility, 63,711. Spirit, 63,711. Permanent skill slots, 5. Current skills. 1. Random combination SSS rank, active skill, exclusive to Uncertain Shadow. This skill can only be placed in the constant skill slot. Select a target and consume 100 spirit to activate. Upon activation, all skills on both you and the target will be randomly reassigned. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 10 days. Note, this skill does not redistribute skills from Uncertain Shadow's constant skill slot. Note, this skill cannot redistribute Race Essence tier skills. 2. Xia Lin's Random Utopia SSS rank, active skill, exclusive to Uncertain Shadow. Consumes 1000 spirit to simultaneously pull any visible target's unlimited quantity and yourself into the Utopia. The Utopia scene will be randomly generated, but will always feature a combat environment advantageous to you. Additionally, no one can actively enter or exit the Utopia unless you manually dissolve it or the 1-hour time limit expires. For every 10 minutes spent within the ideal state, all attributes of any target are reduced by 10%, and they randomly receive 1 debuff. This effect begins immediately upon entering the ideal state. Attribute reductions and debuffs expire upon leaving the ideal state. While inside the ideal realm, your attributes increase by 10% every 10 minutes, and you will randomly gain 1 buff. This effect begins the moment you enter the ideal realm. The effect will cease upon leaving the ideal realm. This skill has a 1-month cooldown. Note, this skill has a strong synergy with Mountain River Overlord. While in the ideal realm, entry-exit permission checks are elevated to race heritage level, though certain heritage level abilities may still bypass the ideal realm's permission checks. While in the ideal realm, the effects of Mountain River Overlord are enhanced. 3. Shadow's Uncertain Dining Hall SSS rank, active skill, exclusive to Uncertain Shadow. Consumes 100 spirit. Upon activation, randomly selects one of 3 skills you have previously possessed to replace a designated skill on your twin shadow. This skill has a 10-day cooldown. Note, this skill can only be placed in the constant skill slot. 4. East Wind Divine Fist Mutated, passive skill. Each punch you deliver summons an East Wind missile to strike the point of impact. The missile's explosive charge depends on the force of your punch. 5. Probability of non-existence S rank, passive skill, exclusive to Uncertain Shadow. This skill affects all S rank and lower skills you possess, granting them a chance to break through inherent limitations and penetrate fixed mechanics. Note, this skill can only be placed in the constant skill slot. Standard skill slots, 7. 1. Mountain River Invincibility Mutated Race Heritage Level, Limit Breaking Skill, passive. Your base attributes increase by 100%. You gain complete immunity to damage from tech-based weapons, significant immunity to most other direct damage types, and immunity to all negative statuses below the foundational tier. You may choose to activate Mutation first, then Immunity, or activate Immunity directly. Your speed receives a massive boost. While moving, your attributes will gradually break limits, with a daily limit break attribute cap of 100 points. When moving in combat, gain substantial temporary attribute bonuses proportional to your distance traveled. Treading 1,000 mountains, crossing 10,000 rivers, journeying 1,000 miles. This is Mountain River Invincibility. You exist alongside the mountains and rivers, eternally indestructible. 2. Fair Trade Race Heritage Level, active skill, no cost. Use your profession, skills, attributes, talents, vitality, and everything else as bargaining chips to permanently influence any target. This skill has no cooldown. Justice, equivalents give more, receive more. 3. Nourish the 5 Elements Mutated, Limit Breaking, passive skill. Significantly reduces damage from immortal arts, magic arts, mana arts, and other 5 elements like spells, while allowing you to absorb nourishment from them. The power of metal permanently enhances your agility attribute. Wood power permanently increases your constitution attribute. The power of water permanently increases your spirit attribute. The power of fire permanently increases your strength attribute. Earth power rapidly heals your injuries. This skill's limit-breaking effect has no daily cap. 4. Small Animal Transformation Mutated, active skill. Consumes 10 spirit points. Targets a subject with a 10% plus chance to transform them into a random small animal. Transformation lasts 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This skill cannot affect targets with constitution above 50 points. 5. Detective's Eye Mutated, active skill. Consumes 10 spirit to reveal the target's personal information panel. The amount of information visible depends on the power disparity between both parties. Additionally, if the target is significantly stronger, they may sense they are being observed. Use with caution. This skill has no cooldown. 6. Cooldown Reset Mutated, passive skill. While active, after casting a skill, you have a small chance to instantly reset its cooldown. This effect only applies to S rank and lower skills. 7. Backstab Mutated, Limit Breaking Skill, passive. Permanently boost all attributes based on the impact caused when backstabbing your faction. Chapter 165, Shrimp Brothers Comeback, cooldown reset strike when the time is right. Upon seeing the words King of Soft-Legged Shrimp, Xia Lin froze for a full 3 seconds. He turned to look at the innocent, clueless little deer. Could this dumb deer really be just a mascot? Their eyes met. The fawn tilted its head with clear, innocent eyes, making Xia Lin's mouth twitch before he turned away. Whether it was lucky or not was uncertain, but it was definitely dumb. Opening the shadow skill bar, he examined the 3 abilities currently available. I am my teammates, with flames in my heart, self-igniting. After a quick glance, self-ignition became the victim of this round. No choice. Xia Lin had witnessed the scene during the earlier battle. This damn skill's power is really lacking. Self-ignition's damage to Li Chen was negligible. Li Chen blocked the skill's damage purely with his 50,000 base attributes. Heart of Flames, on the other hand, held greater potential. Disrupting enemy judgment, amplifying negative emotions. That effect. Chapter 166, When Weakness Coexists with Strength. This was indeed a prime opportunity. As the guardian of the 8th beast realm, Bone Jade spent his days secluded in Bone Jade City, devoted to cultivation. As the core hub of the 8th beast realm, Bone Jade City boasts an overwhelming array of formations. Combined with his Union stage cultivation. Within Bone Jade City, Xia Lin wouldn't stand a chance against this man. But now, things were different. It began as mere coincidence. Xia Lin disguised himself as medicinal herbs to infiltrate Bone Jade City, broke through the barrier with immortal fire, and then transformed into a pill delivered directly to Li Chen. Li Chen ventured out to hunt the illusory heaven deer, only to be dispatched by Xia Lin with a swift combo. Coincidentally, Li Chen's boss was Bone Jade's junior disciple, and the two still had contact information. This led Bone Jade to come investigate after Li Chen's death. Xia Lin had intended to provoke a rift between Gu Yu and Li Chen's boss, thereby creating an opportunity for himself. But when Shrimp Brother returned to the scene, Gu Yu arrived alone. Chapter 167, The Giant. The king of soft-legged shrimp was both powerful and ruthless. With this skill, even the dumb deer could tell something was off with Gu Yu. His reactions were far too slow, his reflexes excessively sluggish. And it wasn't just the king of soft-legged shrimp taking effect. There was also Heart of Flames, a seemingly unremarkable yet incredibly potent negative skill. This skill amplified every negative emotion within its target. And now, Gu Yu finally realized he'd been set up. Nearly half a minute had passed since Xia Lin activated the skill swap. The boiling rage of being outmaneuvered, amplified by Heart-Hidden Flame, instantly pushed Gu Yu's fury to its peak. A powerful spiritual pressure surged from his body, shaking the resting illusion until it trembled violently. Stabilize the field. Xia Lin commanded in a deep voice. I'll take the lead, you support. Chapter 168, Tide Turns, Attributes Shift. White cold flames blossomed, tearing at Xia Lin's body like a vicious beast. From his legs to his waist, it gradually spread throughout his entire body. The Mountain River Dominance body activated, absorbing a massive amount of damage. The Nourishing 5 Elements effect took hold, further reducing the damage and granting Xia Lin limit-breaking attributes. Yet two truths remained. First, despite the dual damage immunity, the cold bone soul burning fire from the Bone Jade could still pierce Xia Lin's defenses and inflict damage. Even more terrifying, this type of inflicts soul damage. The agony it causes is incomparable to the mere burning of ordinary flames. Agonizing pain pierced his very soul. Colored light cascaded from the sky as the little deer unleashed its power, continuously healing Xia Lin's wounds. Yet it could not erase the agony he felt. Yet Xia Lin treated the agony as nothing. He appeared to be crying, yet his laughter rang out as he repeatedly cried out, "Please, for mercy, I'm dying of pain. Save me! Save me!" The crimson glow in his eyes only grew more intense. Chapter 169, Forging the Bone Jade. From this moment onward, a short combo unexpectedly stunned Bone Jade. Though, with the king of soft legs dragging him down, Gu Yu had been fundamentally confused from the start of this battle. And confusion, in combat, is deadly. Consecutive illusory scales flickered behind Xia Lin. His strength, agility, and constitution attributes cycled wildly. When countered by Bone Jade, he used constitution to absorb the damage. When attacking, he wielded strength and agility as his weapons. Bone Jade tried to rise, but Dongfeng's shockwave pinned him down, making it impossible to get up. Xia Lin's thunderous punches unleashed a relentless barrage of eastern wind attacks, overwhelming his opponent. As Gu Yu's spiritual energy depleted, nearing the danger zone barely enough to withstand Dongfeng's scorching blows and shockwaves, he finally regained a sliver of sanity. Wait, Xia Lin couldn't tell if he was begging for mercy or trying to say something else. Chapter 170, Use Your Power, Visitor from the Heavens. Severe injury made for a perfect excuse. It could mask the awkward truth that Xia Lin had no spiritual energy left. A simple "my spiritual energy is depleted" would suffice. It also concealed the fact that Xia Lin couldn't fly on a sword again, the spiritual energy depleted excuse. In short, when the group of 5 returned to Bone Jade City, Xia Lin announced he would seclude himself to recover. It made perfect sense. After all, cultivators often seclude themselves for extended periods, and Gu Yu himself was a cultivation fanatic. Standing in Gu Yu's cultivation chamber, however, Xia Lin was utterly bewildered. The myriad celestial arrays dazzled his eyes. Yet he lacked the knowledge to operate them and possessed no spiritual energy to activate these formations. Another major flaw. The difficulty of maintaining a cross-profession disguise far exceeded Xia Lin's expectations. But having come this far, he wasn't about to give up halfway. Attendant. Imitating Gu Yu's tone, Xia Lin summoned his servant, none other than that. Chapter 171, The Pei Yuan Quintet. An unexpected delight was indeed an unexpected delight. Yet joy and shock, opportunity and danger, always coexisted. His gaze settled on Pei Yuan's face, while his peripheral vision swept over Jun Yuan and Kong. All three were Sequence 1 beings from other Ember Zone planets. But how did their strength compare to Xia Lin? How did it measure up to the peak of the sacred links? That was impossible to judge. Amidst the clinking of cups and glasses, the banquet hall remained strangely subdued. After a few casual exchanges, Xia Lin was the first to excuse himself. "I am still recovering from a serious injury and feel unwell. I shall take my leave." Using the excuse of his injuries to make an appearance would dispel the suspicions of Pei Yuan and the others, hence the necessity of this welcome banquet. But merely keeping them company briefly was sufficient. He couldn't linger too long, nor could he engage in lengthy conversation. Otherwise, arousing Pei Yuan and the others' suspicions would be counterproductive. At this moment, Xia Lin was walking a tightrope in his role as Gu Yu. The path seemed clear, yet both sides were sheer drops. Chapter 172, Jun Yu. The rules of predator-prey interactions among wanderers in the alien scorched zone were bloody and brutal. Upon seeing Pei Yuan, Junyu, and in Kong All Alien Sequence 1, the first thought that flashed through Xia Lin's mind was the foundational level skills these individuals possessed. But such thoughts were best left as mere musings, making them his primary objective would be an exaggeration. Just as Xia Lin had concluded during the banquet. Opportunity and danger coexist. Hunting should be undertaken only when the moment is right. It must never become the primary objective. After all, who is hunter and who is prey remains to be seen. The immediate priority remains the side quest issued by Xia Guang. Speaking of which, the appearance of Pei Yuan and his group has only brought trouble and danger to Xia Lin. Reviewing everything from the moment of arrival to the present. Xia Lin killed Li Chen to advance his mission. Li Chen, disrupted by the flames of the heart, inadvertently drew Pei Yuan's attention. Originally, Xia Lin intended to. Chapter 173, The Seal. Junyu could sense spiritual energy fluctuations, but he was indeed not a practitioner of the immortal path. Guyu, wounded, could not draw upon spiritual energy. Thus, the two headed to the sealed site using the traditional method driving. As the vehicle came to a halt before the pitch-black underground gate, Xia Lin and Junyu stepped out together. Ahead lay the sealed gate, where disciples already stood guard. Greetings, Holy Son. The disciples greeted them respectfully. Xia Lin gave a slight nod, approaching the seal gate. He looked up at the 10-meter-tall gate covered in immortal path array patterns, then turned to Junyu. We'll just have to observe from here. There's no other way. This array was laid by a true immortal. Its defenses were impenetrable, as solid as a fortress. Setting aside the core sealing array beyond the gate, this very door itself was no easy target to breach. This gate was personally forged by the five-bone immortal. To overcome this gate, one must either employ an absolutely. Chapter 174, The Enemy. Within the cultivation chamber, Xia Lin endured the baptism of the five elements' energies while reflecting on every word and action of Junyu. Yet even after a night had passed, Xia Lin still struggled to discern Junyu's true stance, let alone his motives. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, a servant reported that Pei Yuan, Junyu, and others had gathered before Li Chen's remains, preparing to open the coffin for an autopsy. Xia Lin halted his cultivation and headed there decisively. That Junyu, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. In the makeshift memorial hall, the ice coffin stood at its very center, containing the mangled remains of Li Chen. By the time Xia Lin arrived, Pei Yuan and the others had already opened the coffin, and the autopsy was more than halfway complete. Junyu remained the examiner. As he himself claimed, his eyes were sharp, a fact known to all. With him on the case, no suspicious detail on the body would be overlooked. Chapter 175, Hope, Despair, Hope. Discarding the fruit pit, Junyu added. The world will can block our senses, that's one reason. Simultaneously, in the wilderness, the worlds will can utilize the living beings here to communicate directly with divine beast species and even specially designated creatures. How to describe it? Junyu rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, it's like the enemy on the world will side has gained a god's eye view. They can clearly see our positions, while we're being interfered with and struggle to pinpoint their exact locations. In short, we're playing away from home there in the dark while we're exposed. Pei Yuan's face twitched. He understood these principles perfectly well. That's precisely why he didn't want to leave Bone Jade City to capture this illusory beast species. Because this was truly a difficult task. Turning to Junyu, Pei Yuan was about to say, then we'll rely on you, brother Junyu, when Junyu spoke first. Chapter 176, Junyu, The Truth. The phantom celestial deer couldn't grasp Junyu's meaning. Yet the person involved knew all too well. A hazy, dreamlike light suddenly cascaded down from the realm of rest, ultimately revealing the slender silhouette of a woman. It was the projection of the dawnlight. She gazed at Junyu, who stood before her with a warm smile, and after a long silence, suddenly spoke. You have a way? Junyu nodded with a smile. Yes, I have a way. Xiaolu couldn't understand, but she sensed something significant was unfolding. This man's appearance had shifted the situation in a different direction. Within the realm of eternal rest, the rosy glow spoke slowly. Hope is. Junyu replied, the way to break the seal. And despair is? Junyu continued, the dead end after breaking free through self-sacrifice. Hope is also. Junyu smiled, me. Chapter 177, The Star-Snatching Game, a side profile of the ruler. The roaring meteor that plummeted from the sky became the entirety of the Star of Dawn, capturing everyone's gaze. Even with Pei Yuan and Dao Yan right before him, Xia Lin couldn't help but lift his head, gazing up at the sky above. He couldn't see Junyu's figure, nor could anyone else. Yet that fleeting, vanishing meteor caused Xia Lin's heart to slowly rise. And in that very instant when the meteor struck precisely at the weakest point of the spirit vein, amidst the fiery light that shot skyward, Xia Lin's eyes were illuminated crimson. His heart instantly plummeted to the depths. Pei Yuandao's stern shout rang out from ahead. Who are you? Who are you? What the hell is going on? Six eyes locked in a bewildered stare. Pei Yuandao genuinely knew nothing, understood nothing. Xia Lin had a vague idea of what was happening, but the situation was unfolding too rapidly. Chapter 178, The Book of Truth, compiled in reverse. Ash Zone Traveler Xia Lin has arrived in the 8th Animal Realm, triggering the main quest and advancement quest. The World Will, Xia Guang, dispatches the illusory celestial deer to proactively contact Xia Lin, triggering a side quest. The moment Junyu wrote these 2 lines, the world pen in his hand automatically danced, filling in the remaining facts that had already occurred. Transformed into a pill by the 1000 shape buff, entering the alchemy furnace. Transformed into a pill, delivered to Li Chen by Bone Jade. Li Chen went out to search for the phantom celestial deer and was ambushed by Xia Lin. Guyu arrived at the scene. Pei Yuan descended into the realm. Autopsy conducted. Junyu proposes tracking the illusory heaven deer. Pei Yuan agrees. Pei Yuan and 4 others, Xia Lin alone, 6 in total, entered the hallucinatory forest. The official account ends here. What is described here are facts that once occurred. NS4. Chapter 179, The deer is here, but where's my cat? The divine beast species in the world will that nurtured them were bound too deeply. Xia Guang's departure plunged the planet into ruin, severing the divine beast kind from their very foundation. The illusory heaven deer was essentially the infant of the divine beast kind. As everyone knows, an infant cannot be separated from its mother. It truly was dying. Irreversibly. After a long silence, Xia Lin embraced the illusory heavenly deer. The restful illusion vanished in an instant, and the true bone jade was released by the illusory heavenly deer. Alas, the bone jade before them now lay lifeless. It was Junyu who did it. But at this moment, Xia Lin cared little for the bone jade. His gaze drifted languidly toward the sky as it gradually dimmed, watching until brilliant light flowed from within the illusory heaven deer, ultimately converging into its increasingly faint antlers. As the final, faint cry of the deer echoed, the illusory heaven deer dissolved into ash and scattered. Yet the exquisite antlers remained in Xia Lin's embrace, transforming into a bracelet shimmering with multicolored light. Deer. Chapter 180, The Human Race's Top 100. Truth, Junyu. December Monthly Vote Bonus Update 1623. The Immortal Martial Battlefield was also an SSS-level Ashen Zone, referring to the star domain where the 5-element sect and the Crossing Sea Hall clashed. The 8th Beast Realm Ash Zone lay dozens of light-years beyond the Immortal Martial Battlefield. While seemingly outside its influence, the 8th Beast Realm could still be considered a logistical base for the Immortal Martial Battlefield. Though both are SSS tier, the Immortal Martial Battlefield is significantly larger and more intense than the 8th Beast Realm. One could even view the 8th Beast Realm as a subsidiary Ash Zone of the Immortal Martial Battlefield. At this very moment, Xia Lin had departed the 8th Beast Realm and now stood upon the edge of the Immortal Martial Battlefield, a planet named Darkguard 5. This planet belonged to no one. Barren and resource poor, it lay desolate and ignored by both factions of the Immortal Martial Battlefield. Its remote location held no strategic value whatsoever. Yet it had become a haven and one of the strongholds for black market merchants. War is fought for money. Money fuels the war effort. Chapter 181, Friend. December Monthly Vote Bonus Update 1723. Chosen? What is this chosen business? Xia Lin realized there were indeed many things he didn't understand. Huang Tao explained, the so-called chosen ones are promising prospects personally backed by the 6 pillars. They receive greater attention from the 6 pillars, with every move under their watchful eye. Among them, the chosen ones from 2 factions are the most troublesome. The ancient overlords and the primordial dark side. At first, Xia Lin was baffled. After all, the ancient sovereign was an avatar of the heavenly Tao creator, and the primordial shadow possessed no self-awareness whatsoever. Yet the moment this thought formed, Xia Lin instantly grasped the underlying logic. No self-awareness? Perfect. A lack of self-awareness meant that the chosen ones of these 2 factions could directly borrow the might of the 6 pillars through certain means. Even if it was only a fraction of the 6 pillars' power, within the Ember Zone system, this beginner's zone. Chapter 182, Friends, Not Bloodsuckers. Those who had undergone tribulation cultivation possess the ability to traverse the cosmos. Yet their speed cannot match that of curvature drive ships. The Immortal Way has its merits, and technology has its conveniences. When it comes to travel, the Immortal Way's tribulation crossing great cultivators can only eat the dust of warp drive ships. Inside the ship, Xia Lin remained unaware that his enemy had already begun tailing him. He simply sat with eyes closed, conserving his energy. The ship traveled for 2 days and 2 nights. On the 3rd day, the ship carrying Xia Lin arrived at a dazzlingly prosperous star domain. This was the so-called 3rd star sector, the region under the actual control of the Sea Crossing sect within the Immortal Martial Battlefield. The entire 3rd star sector comprised 8 planets, all transformed into habitable worlds. The Dehaitang branch was situated on the main planet of the 3rd star zone. The entire main planet had been transformed into a vast metropolis. The spacecraft entered the starport, and guided by a flight attendant, Xia Lin exited through the VIP and proceeded to the star. Chapter 183, Xia Lin joins the battle. Judging by the strength of Li Chen, Pei Yuan, and the others, Wang Lai's strength was truly inadequate. Across the entire immortal martial battlefield, Wang Lai's level was merely that of a minor Karami, a typical cannon fodder. How much military merit could he possibly earn? Forget meeting Xia Lin's needs, he couldn't even meet his own. But now I'm here. Xia Lin spoke softly, then inquired further. Give me a brief overview of the battle merit system here. Wang Lai began his explanation, and Xia Lin quickly grasped the concept. Put simply, on the immortal martial battlefield, everything revolved around battle merit. Killing enemies earned merit, and so did logistics support. Battle merit served as the universal currency here, exchangeable for various treasures within the factions. This was the fundamental rule of the immortal martial battlefield and SSS tier ration zone. Though Wang Lai was weak in power, he was fearless in battle and frequently ventured to the front lines, accumulating over 300 points of military merit. And Chapter 184, Utter Madness. To say Bai Yao showed Wang Lai no favor would be unfair to Bai Yao. At the very least, Bai Yao never cast Wang Lai into a hopelessly deadly situation. This frontline battle star seemed carefully selected, lacking any overwhelmingly powerful foes. Even with Wang Lai's abilities, as long as he remained cautious, he could survive 10 days on this planet and gain valuable experience. Survive, that is, not earn glorious military achievements. Martial artists are a peculiar lot. This group disliked shortcuts, preferring to advance step by step with solid grounding. At times, their logic could seem rigid, even deliberately complicating their own paths. But Xia Lin was not Wang Lai. He was far superior to Wang Lai. When Xia Lin appeared on the battlefield that should have belonged to Wang Lai, it was like a shark swimming into a lake, stirring up earth-shattering waves. This planet was divided into 4 continents. Legend has it that in ancient times. Chapter 185, Seeking Revenge. Flames and shockwaves radiated outward. As the dust settled, Shifua's corpse fell at Xia Lin's feet. Xia Lin didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he felt the gradually weakening true essence belonging to Wang Lai within his body while opening his attribute panel to examine his own stats. His base attributes had just barely surpassed 70,000. Slaughtering these weaklings yielded little attribute gain from backstabs. The entire rampage had only boosted his stats by a few hundred points. After all, the vast majority of people on Battlefield Star were cannon fodder. Killing them inflicted negligible damage to the 5 elements sex forces. The real value lay in the temporary boost from the Mountain River Overlord's body. The farming combo proved its worth once more. The temporary attribute boost had already reached several 100,000. As Wang Lai continued channeling his true essence, the Mountain River Overlord's might persisted in its power. Ultimately, it would inevitably elevate Xia Lin's physical attributes to over 3 million, a figure verified within the Sacred Link's Embers zone. Chapter 186, Dual Foundations Combo, Dominating the East Wind. 1. A random skill. Pass. 2. Soft-shelled crab. Not the soft-legged shrimp king, but the lower-tier skill soft-legged shrimp. But honestly, little shrimp guy isn't bad either. Wonder if little shrimp guy and big shrimp guy's effects stack. In any case, the second option at the uncertain cafeteria gave Xia Lin a pleasant surprise. If the third option doesn't work out, the second one is worth a shot. 3. Chaos Tyrant. Chaos Tyrant race-specific core ability, passive skill. You are born an enemy of order. The more chaotic the environment, the greater the temporary stat boosts you gain. Additionally, when you personally disrupt order, you gain race points and limit-breaking attributes proportional to the severity of the disruption. Xia Lin's eyes lit up. This heritage-level skill, mutated from Li Chen's class ability, made its return, and it also allowed. Chapter 187, First Strike. It's not just the temporary stat boosts that have changed, the other alterations are even more significant. Xia Lin carefully pondered the effects of East Wind Dominion. For this skill, Xia Lin had discarded 4 abilities: Random Utopia, East Wind Divine Fist, Mountain River Overlord, and Destruction Dominator. The Divine Fist of the East goes without saying, its fusion into the Eastern Wind Dominator clearly represented a massive upgrade. Punching? The East Wind Sovereign doesn't need to punch. Summoning the East Wind is as simple as a thought. Moreover, there's no limit to the quantity, and the yield is controllable. Without even testing it, Xia Lin could already sense that the Dongfeng missiles summoned by the Dongfeng Dominator possessed a far greater upper limit of destructive power than those summoned by the Dongfeng Divine Fist under the same attributes. Far superior. Exponentially superior. This was the effect of the Annihilation Dominator, fused into the East Wind Dominator yet unwritten in the skill description. And the Dominator of Destruction itself requires no further elaboration. Chapter 188, Miracle Cooldown, Double Random Combo. December Monthly Vote Bonus Update 1823. Random Combination activated. The random combo lived up to its name. The 5-bone immortal undoubtedly possesses skills that grant immunity to negative status effects, but alas, random combo does not fall under the category of negative status effects. This skill is downright sneaky. You have lost the skill, King of Soft-Legged Shrimp. Only one of Shadow's dual skills was swapped over, but it was the most crucial one, King of the Soft-Legged Shrimp. With the King of Shrimp gone, this random combination is a huge success. You have acquired skills: Slaughter Sword Art SSS rank, 10,000 Bones Incinerating Immortal Sword Formation SSS rank. Sword Strangulation Technique SSS rank, active skill, exclusive to Immortal Cultivators. Contains 18 sword forms. 10,000 Bones Incinerating Immortal Sword Array SSS rank, active skill, exclusive to Cultivators. Consumes 10,000 points of spiritual energy to deploy 10,000 flying swords into a terrifying formation. Swords within the array gain explosive power, ignoring all enemy attributes except physical constitution. Chapter 189, Class Skill, Universal. December Monthly Vote Bonus Update 1923. Xia Lin's reasoning was straightforward. Since this was his final transaction before fleeing, he had to maximize his gains. As a level 10 practitioner, the 5-bone immortal possessed 10 skills. Having traded for 2 SSS tier skills and sent off Shrimp Brother, coupled with his core foundational tier skill, Wu Gusen likely had few exchangeable skills left. Conversely, Bai Yangjinren, also a level 10 professional, likely possessed some valuable skills. Offering him a random skill combination could yield far greater returns than trading with Waguxian. To maximize gains, Xia Lin didn't even target Aang, he chose himself instead. After all, swapping those skills from his regular bar to Ares for an hour wouldn't cost him much. Chaotic unstable light surged instantly into Bai Yangjinren's body. A notification alert blared in Xia Lin's ears. Random combo activated. You have lost the skill. Chapter 190, The East Wind Incinerates Immortals Array. Existence is justification. The professional system encompasses everything, accommodating all possibilities. Its primary reason lies in its extraordinarily high ceiling capable of shattering and even defying conventional wisdom, turning the impossible into reality. Take, for instance, the current East Wind version of the 10,000 Bones Immortal Burning Sword Array. Abbreviated as the East Wind Immortal Burning Array. Centered around the Universal Master and East Wind Sovereign, with the 10,000 Bones Immortal Burning Sword Array and Spirit Energy Affinities serving as components. Even though this combo could only last an hour, it instantly made Xia Lin stow away his dimensional banishment talisman, a savage grin spreading across his face. The opportunity had arrived. And Xia Lin would not let even the slightest chance slip away. Immortal Martial Battlefield, Star East 67. The divine pressure of immortals blossomed like dark clouds, like a colossal curtain enveloping the entire planet, causing every living thing and object upon it to tremble in fear. Even his Shrimp Brother began to assert his might, causing the 5-bone immortal to grow dazed and hesitant, his own. Chapter 191, The Medicine God Returns. An immortal capable of offense and defense, master of both range and melee. Those who've endured tribulation trials excel at long-range combat, yet remain formidable in close quarters. At this moment, Bai Yangjinren chose to close in. He recognized Xia Lin's absurdly high damage reduction against the 5 elements spells, and his ability to draw nourishment from the 5 elements power. Then physical destruction was the answer. Yet the instant his blade struck out, a Dongfeng missile materialized beside Ares, exploding with a thunderous roar. Amidst the blazing light, Xia Lin advanced instead of retreating. He crouched low to dodge the golden blade disrupted by the Dongfeng, then delivered a kick straight to Bai Yang's groin. Attribute superiority meant the odds of winning in close combat were extremely low. The attribute weakening effect of the East Wind hadn't stacked either. White Ram possessed ample combat experience and quick reflexes, making no miscalculations. Yet the dawn of victory shone undeniably before Xia Lin's eyes. He had to withstand Bai Yang's assault until Dongfeng's burning immortal formation consumed the 5. Chapter 192, Subhuman. Spiritual numbness didn't sound like a positive term, but this buff proved surprisingly effective. The true immortal's descent exerted pressure across the entire star, affecting Xia Lin to some degree. Battling the ram left Xia Lin covered in wounds, and this numbness to pain effectively helped him sharpen his focus. The moment his choice was made, an unexpected change occurred. Xia Lin felt a sudden tingling sensation spread across all his scars. Before he could react, the white ram immortal ahead froze, his face turning pale as if struck by terror. "What kind of monster are you?" He even shouted aloud, his blade striking slightly late and missing its mark. He quickly withdrew his sword and retreated over 100 meters, staring at Xia Lin with a mixture of fear and suspicion. Xia Lin spoke up, "What are you babbling about?" Yet this voice did not originate from Xia Lin's mouth, but from his abdomen. This made Xia Lin lower his head. Chapter 193, The Fall of Ares. Instant effects and sustained effects are worlds apart. It was like comparing the soul-soothing divine melody to the king of soft-legged shrimp. The ram sacrificed most of its spiritual energy to forcibly awaken the 5-bone immortal, which indeed created a deadly trap for Xia Lin. But the soul-sealing divine melody was an instant effect, a single, thunderous blow with no follow-up. But the king of soft-legged shrimp is a debuff skill. As long as the skill is active, its effects persist. 5 bones. Move. Ignore his nonsense. Break the 10,000 bones incinerating immortal sword formation first. Amidst surging spiritual energy, the soul-sealing divine sound resounded once more. This skill had no cooldown. Yet, due to the immense energy drain from the first casting, the ram's spiritual energy was depleted. Consequently, the potency of this second soul-binding divine melody was significantly weakened. Wogu's gaze sharpened for an instant. Just as he raised his hand to shatter the east wind immortal burning array with a palm strike, Xia Lin, soaring through the sky like a monstrous creature, suddenly spoke again. June Yu. The 8th. Chapter 194, the finale. Self-destruction is not a skill. It is a profound application of energy. Both immortals and martial artists can self-detonate. Even Xia Lin, who once possessed the Crimson Descent buff, could self-detonate. This technique cannot be targeted or countered. Moreover, White Ram Immortal didn't merely detonate himself, he detonated all his magical treasures as well. Moreover, the distance between them was far too close. Just as he had said. For him, this was personal vendetta. For this personal grudge, even if it meant death, Bai Yang would deliver a devastating blow to Xia Lin. In the blink of an eye, before Xia Lin could react or defend, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, piercing through heaven and earth. Far away in the starry expanse, Wan Lai, sheltered within his starship, witnessed clearly Planet East 67, already ravaged by a hail of bullets, suddenly convulsed violently. As if a spear had abruptly pierced through East 67. Chapter 195, News from Afar. Of course, Xia Lin had money on his mind. After all, as he had stated, this battle wasn't about personal grudges. He fought tooth and nail solely for military merit and money he would use to settle his true private scores. Unfortunately, Xia Lin would not be able to personally count the spoils of this splendid harvest. He had already passed out. This was the combined result of physical injuries, depleted lifespan, and mental exhaustion. But since the battle had ended and Xia Lin had already arranged for everything afterward, he didn't expend attribute points to activate fair trade and fully restore his condition. Save where you should save, spend where you should spend. In a hazy state, Xia Lin felt his body drifting, as if moving. After an unknown period, a warm current suddenly flowed into his body, mending his wounds and restoring his strength. He opened his eyes once more to find himself in a quiet chamber. Buried in the earth-toned liquid, the warm current. Chapter 196, Consumption Part 1. Conjecture might not be fact, but it was sufficient to serve as the fulcrum for Xia Lin to act and prepare. The thick yellow earthen liquid gradually faded, and all of Xia Lin's injuries healed completely, even the damage to his lifespan was fully restored. Just as he had surmised, under the Ashen Zone system, a reduction in lifespan was hardly a significant matter. When the last trace of essence from the thick earth liquid merged into his body, Xia Lin slowly stepped out of the pool, dried himself off, and dressed. He opened his attribute panel. Due to slaying the 5-bone immortal and the White Ram immortal, the backstab effect activated, and the East Wind Sovereign's limit break effect activated. His racial value increased from 1.3 to 1.5. A 0.2 increase. Base attributes increased from 75,000 to 85,000. Let's go, spend. He said this to Wan Lai, who promptly led the way. Exchange for battle merits. Chapter 197, Consumption Part 2. His gaze flickered back to the tablet. Since the underhanded methods hadn't worked, he could only take the broad daylight approach. What was the grand, legitimate path? More trump cards. Skills are trump cards, and items are trump cards too. Using 200,000 battle merits as leverage, he pushed his strength to the limit, accumulating more powerful cards. Opening the attribute panel, he examined the skill bar. With the acquisition of universal utility, energy conversion, and the immortal slaying sword formation, Xia Lin's skill set is now fully maxed out. After a simple adjustment, his skill combination became Constant Skill Slot 5. 1. Random Combination SSS Tier. 2. Dominion of the East Wind Race Innate Tier. 3. Shadows Uncertain Dining Hall SSS Tier. 4. Non-existent Probability S Rank. 5. Universal Utility S Rank. Standard Skill Slot 7. 1. Fair Trade Race Specific Core Skill. Chapter 198, Consumption Part 2. Fountainfall SSS Grade Item. This artifact contains the essence of the Fountain of Life. Wear it close to your body or keep it in your personal space. As long as the essence remains, it will continuously and rapidly heal all injuries you sustain. Powerful effect and easy to carry, but pricey, requires 2,000 battle merit. It's also a consumable item. Xia Lin bought 5 in one go. 5 Springfall Pendants would be enough for Xia Lin to endure an ultra-intense battle. Xuanwu Sword Net SSS Grade Item, upon activation, forms an extremely resilient sword energy net over the body, blocking all types of damage. The Xuanwu Sword Net takes the form of a miniature sword, no longer than a finger. The constantly swirling sword energy signaled its extraordinary nature. Still priced at 2,000 points, Xia Lin bought 5 more in one go. Demon Mirror's Substitute Race Heritage Grade Item. When you face a fatal attack, this item activates, substituting your body for the target. Chapter 199, Dream Master's Mini-Class. Dream Master Victor. One of the 6 pillars, the 5th soul of the soul-controlling Demon Emperor. Given the Dreamlord's connection to the Demon Emperor, the Dreamlord's appearance was virtually indistinguishable from the Demon Emperor's own manifestation. Just as Xia Lin bowed in greeting, he sensed an immense gaze emanating from the Dream Master's eyes, fixing upon him. Even though this was merely a dream, and even though the Xia Lin within it was only a projection of the dream, Xia Lin still felt utterly exposed. It wasn't until Victor spoke slowly, his voice calm and devoid of emotion, that the feeling subsided. Huang Tao knelt before my palace for 3 days, begging me to lend you a hand. Xia Lin snapped his head up to look at Victor, only to meet a pair of eyes as dazzling as the starry sky. Those eyes seemed to carry an indescribable emotional hue, yet it vanished as fleetingly as a morning glory. Xia Lin opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Until the Dream Lord spoke again. Chapter 200, The 3 Laws of Permission Determination. First is the Zero Law. Alright, so there are 4 laws instead of 3. Makes sense. Text slowly materialized on the blackboard. Zero Law, Beyond the 6 Pillars. The new practitioner system is fundamentally a product jointly designed and balanced by the soul-taming demon emperor, the king of kings, and the heavenly Tao creator. The power of the 6 pillars transcends the practitioner system. When facing the 6 pillars, the authority to judge any skill is effectively nullified. This was easy to grasp. They are the designers of the rules, and rules exist to constrain you, not to constrain themselves. Therefore, discussing skill judgments in the presence of the 6 pillars is utterly meaningless. No skill affects the 6 pillars. Any skill used by the 6 pillars against non-pillar practitioners cannot be dodged and will inevitably take effect. Beyond that, the 6 pillars can negate, distort, or alter. Chapter 201, What Lies Ahead? But the next opponent won't be so straightforward. After explaining the 3 fundamental laws of authority judgment, Victor gave Xia Lin a moment to digest the information before continuing. His gaze fixed on Xia Lin, his eyes slowly filled with an indescribable emotion, causing the atmosphere in the lecture hall to grow heavy without anyone noticing. Xia Lin's breathing grew increasingly subdued. Soon, he smiled. Quite troublesome, isn't it? Junyu is complicated, and what comes next will be complicated too, right? Victor gazed into Xia Lin's eyes for a long moment before nodding softly. Yes, it's troublesome. Very troublesome. Xia Lin paused for a moment, then smiled. Then I'd better hear exactly how troublesome it is. Victor studied Xia Lin intently for a few moments before continuing. First, your technique. Chapter 202, Confrontation. Dream Unknown Tier Buff contains the power to make dreams come true, personally bestowed by Victor, the Dream Master. Dreams come true, whatever you think, desire, or seek becomes reality. Note, insufficient authority to determine unstable mutations. This buff cannot take effect. A crisp snap echoed. Xia Lin continued his pre-dream routine, manipulating skill crystals, exchanging mutation skills for attribute points and evolution points. Simultaneously, he carefully studied the description of the dream buff. This buff is ridiculously overpowered. Dreams come true, whatever you think becomes reality. Upon hearing the nickname Dream Master, Xia Lin understood. Beyond the 6 pillars, yet the Demon Emperor's soul pet, not one of the 6 pillars, is also encompassed within the practitioner system. Setting aside questions of authority, Dream Come True is likely the Dream Master's core ability. A glimpse into the existence of the highest ranks. Chapter 203, The Situation. A flood of chaotic thoughts surged through his mind. The urge to reproduce, the flames of rage, and every other emotion surged through him in an instant, causing Xia Lin's eyes to redden and his brain to throb with pain. But soon, this abnormality faded away completely. Because Xia Lin had transferred the debuff to Shadow's Curse. The moment the debuff struck, its effects, along with those of East Wind Dominator and Unstable Mutation, underwent activation checks. These checks clearly failed. Yet once the debuff was applied, these effects became Xia Lin's own status. Naturally, he could swap them onto Aang, but they couldn't be traded away through fair exchange. Fair trade does not accept temporary buffs or debuffs. The logic applied here follows that of temporary attributes. In short, temporary effects are not valuable bargaining chips in fair trade. Since Shadow and Xia Lin's core essence are one and the same, when Xia Lin. Chapter 204, The Sacred Dragon and Fong Xiang, Junyu and Xia Lin. The realm without a king, the far western ice plains. The sacred lynx curled up in the crook of the national guardian beast, the white-furred snow giant, looking both pitiful and helpless. The entire far west ice plains were enveloped by an array deployed by true immortals. This formation also blocked the intrusion of divine power cultivation, though sustaining it for a single day consumed vast quantities of spirit stones. Amidst the sky shrouded by this formation, the 5 elements sex masters soared through the air, 3 true immortals, 8 tribulation crossing cultivators, and dozens of great perfection practitioners. Faced with such overwhelming might, even the saintly lynx at its peak would not dare to utter a word of refusal, let alone the current saintly lynx, stripped of its legion descent and legion feedback abilities. A hero's twilight. The holy lynx sighed deeply, gazing at the remnants of his forces. Their total numbers barely exceeded 10,000, and they were all old, weak, or crippled. Without the legion descent, the army's logistics had become strained. Several battles against the breeding cultivation kingdom had cost them a heavy toll of elite troops. Originally, he had hoped the 5 elements. Chapter 205, Perfectly Compatible. Deep breath. Spore seeds, nearly invisible to the naked eye, flowed into Xia Lin's body with each breath. A notification chimed in his ears. You have inhaled 83 types of spores. You have acquired 156 debuffs. East Wind Dominator activated. As derivatives of the breeding force, these aberrant creatures possess lower authority over ability judgments than the breeding evil gods. They could be exempted by the East Wind Dominator or subjected to unstable mutations. Xia Lin ignored the mutation prompt, his gaze sweeping around to find himself already surrounded by layers of these strange creatures. Pink vapors, tangible and lust-inducing, swirled thickly. Driven by desire, the monsters regardless of species or gender sought nothing more than a sensual encounter with Xia Lin, this abrupt visitor. They yearned to create a beautiful, crystallized memory. Cherish me. Cherish me. Handsome guy. Chapter 206, Ding Yi. Crops flourished, nearly ripening overnight. This meant the entire breeding kingdom had completely eliminated any food crisis. Livestock remained perpetually in heat, with gestation periods drastically shortened. The time from infancy to adulthood reached an extreme, potentially taking only about a week. Thus, meat supplies were plentiful. These were the positive aspects. Yet the power of breeding also warped human perception and controlled human desires. In villages and towns, on the streets, pale flesh is everywhere, entangled without restraint. The cries of newborns echoed ceaselessly. The god's power of procreation also shortened human gestation periods, reducing them from 10 months to 10 days. Occasionally, newborns born with mutations are carried out of the delivery room. Instead of grief, their parents and relatives reveal faces of joy. For these born abnormal children are the procreation divine sons, favored by the god of procreation, born extraordinary. Chapter 207, Target, the breeding god's realm. Ding Yi felt Xia Lin was truly a bit off his rocker. The breeding divine realm was an extremely dangerous place. Once inside, given Xia Lin's abilities, he would never come out alive. What strength did Xia Lin possess? Wasn't it just barely breaking 10,000 in all attributes? Yes, Ding Yi's understanding of Xia Lin was still stuck at the level of the fourth sequence war. And with that level of strength, how could he possibly stand a chance against even a fraction of the breeding divine kingdom? Xia Lin merely sipped his tea, not sparing Ding Yi a single glance. He couldn't be bothered to say more to Ding Yi. Ding Yi knew about the true immortal of the 5 elements sect ascending to the mortal realm, but he was unaware that a figure named Junyu lurked in the shadows, eyeing the situation greedily. And his greatest reliance, the known as breeding, was in truth merely a prey for Junyu. At this moment, Xia Lin neither needed nor trusted Ding Yi. He only required Ding Yi's power as the primordial sun. If he could create a virtual divine realm, then. Chapter 208, Unexpected Gain. Facing the unknown entity whose voice emanated from the divine realm, Ding Yi dared not be presumptuous. He bowed respectfully and offered a quiet greeting. Lord Oigaro. The entity he was communicating with bore the name Oigalo. Xia Lin glanced sideways at Ding Yi. In the submissive expression on Ding Yi's face, he saw the image of the Ding Yi from the past. That dog-like expression, tongue hanging out, begging for scraps. This made Xia Lin chuckle softly. Clearly, this entity called Oigaro was one of the new powerful figures Ding Yi had sought out. Xia Lin's soft chuckle caught Oigaro's attention. Chaotic eyes swept out from the warped space, landing on Xia Lin. And he is? Oigaro's voice was indistinct and ambiguous, neither male nor female. Hearing the question, Ding Yi hurriedly explained. This is my friend. He wishes to visit the divine realm to broaden his horizons. Chapter 209, The Meeting Gift. Pinkish vapors began to drift. Seductive melodies swiftly invaded the mind, clouding reason. As the progenitor of the evil god, wielding the power over twisted love and disordered procreation, all aberrations born of him possessed this innate force. As the procreator god's son, Oigaro was naturally an expert in this domain. Yet Xia Lin's gaze remained clear, unaffected by Oigaro's interference. Ultimately, it was merely the offspring of a dark god connected to procreation, yet unrelated to the primordial shadow, one of the 6 pillars. Thus, it did not trigger the Zero Law, nor did it receive the 6 pillars judgment weighting. Its abilities could not pierce the immunity judgment of the East Wind Sovereign. Oigaro did not answer Xia Lin's question, merely turning her head to look at him. Soon, she smiled. Rather than the unknown distance, why not look at what's right before you? She spread her arms wide, revealing the vast thunderstorm. Malice and reproductive urges flowed freely from her. Chapter 210, Accepted as a Dog. Base stats, 1.5 1.6. Base stats, 90k 95k. The increase seemed insignificant. But consider this, from start to finish, barely a minute has passed. This region centered around Oigaro perfectly meets the criteria for flourishing prosperity, making it the most ideal sustenance for the Eastern Wind Dominator. In fact, as long as Oigaro remains alive, it likely wouldn't take more than a few hours for this ecosystem to return to its pre-bombing state. This is an inherent trait of the breeding divine realm, unrelated to Oigalo's abilities. In short, to Xia Lin, Oigalo was nothing more than a self-healing meat pig. Unfortunately, Xia Lin had no time to spare for hours of waiting. Moreover, as Oigalaro's injuries worsened, the East Wind ruler's limit-breaking effect was also weakening. This prompted Xia Lin to slip his hands into his pockets, lower his head, and gaze down with a smirk at the rapidly healing mass of flesh beneath his feet. Chapter 211, The Descendants December Monthly Vote Bonus Update 2023. Evil entities cannot be trusted. Take Oigalo, for instance. It was true he'd been forced into this situation, and it was true he was constrained by others. Oigalo didn't want to endure this humiliation, nor did he want to be Xia Lin's lackey. Therefore, the first target it offered Xia Lin was a tough nut to crack. The forest of evil fruit, the mother tree of evil fruit. This is my neighbor, an entity not far from my own level, a most excellent prey indeed. The truth is, the evil fruit mother tree's power far surpasses that of Oigara, with attributes nearing 1,000,000. However, both the evil fruit mother tree and Oigala are bulky entities that struggle to move, leading them to coexist peacefully without encroaching on each other's territory. Now, old dog Oyegoro in disguise had brought Xia Lin to the vicinity of the evil fruit forest. His scheme was crystal clear. He deliberately picked a tough opponent for Xia Lin. His sole aim was to set Xia Lin up for failure and exact his revenge. Evil. Chapter 212, The Divine Sovereign Ascends. The realm without a king, the far western ice plains. Feng Xiang looked up, gazing at the sky. A soft yet distorted light cascaded down from above, replacing the starlight to illuminate everything. Deep within that radiance, a visible fissure grew ever wider. Simultaneously, a colossal presence so immense it defied description slowly stepped forth from the rift, descending upon this realm. Through the haze, Feng Xiang glimpsed the immense, shadowy form bearing 16 pairs of wings. Its entire form resembled a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, her belly high and swollen, cradling a swaddled infant in her arms. Yet the light was too intense. It prevented Feng Xiang from seeing clearly, and he dared not look for long. For even with the array's protection, a single glance had already triggered a barrage of warning alerts in Feng Xiang's ears. Forced conception, supreme worship, disordered mutation. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Just then, the voice of true immortal Guangfa echoed in his ears. Chapter 213, The Observer. Jun Yu. Feng Xiang froze in shock, convinced he was hearing things. But when he glanced sideways at Guangfa and the others, he saw they too wore blank expressions. Clearly they had heard the words observer, recording, and replication as well. The group exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily doubting their own ears. Breeding spoke? But why was it a man's voice? And what did those 3 words he uttered even mean? Confusion spread across every face present. Yet the process of the divine sovereign ascending the steps continued unabated. Once begun, the ascension could not be halted, nor could it be interrupted. Much less did the intense stares fixed upon him, or the 3 inexplicable words uttered by the breeding demon god, seem to cause any disturbance or impact on the ascension process. Within the breeding divine realm, a vast explosion of light and shadow roared, the power of being to an unprecedented degree. And amidst the light and shadows. Chapter 214, Please help me. The primordial dark side, one of the 6 pillars, is the most peculiar existence among them. Essentially, 5 of the 6 pillars are human. The heavenly Tao creator, the soul-controlling demon emperor, the king of kings, the supernova, and even the ancient ruler transformed into a fragment by the heavenly Tao creator. They are all human, with discernible paths of growth and processes of ascending from weakness to strength. But the primordial shadow is not like that. At this very moment, within the breeding divine realm, the Book of Truth connects the chosen mark with the ancient cosmic scroll. When the 3 fused completely into one and intertwined with the divine sovereign's ascension light, a mysterious image rose from within. Within the vision, a demonic hall larger than any galaxy, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun, rampaged unchecked, crashing through all in its path. It tore through the void, carving an indelible path of destruction in its wake. Thus, the starry sky darkened, and the cosmos shattered. Above the demonic hall, a tall, slender figure stood with arms crossed. And just as he. Chapter 215, Heaven's Will, The Primordial Dark Side. Combined Edition December Monthly Vote Bonus Update 2223. When a pillar-level being utters the word please, you'd best not refuse. Even if this pillar-level being is not at its best, even if the entity uttering the word please is not the true 6 pillars, but merely the nascent self-awareness of the 6 pillars. Junyu was briefly taken aback. After the shock came contemplation. After contemplation came ecstatic joy. By then, he had been a walker of the Ember Zone for over a decade and fully understood the importance of backing. Yet the profession of observer carried no factional allegiance. Junyu had wandered among various factions, yet never gained their esteem, struggling to secure any real advantage. But now, an astonishing opportunity had fallen from the heavens. Junyu would never let this divine gift slip away. This became his primary mission. You require my assistance to birth and sustain your self-awareness, correct? Yes. How should I assist you? He. Chapter 216, Divine Intervention. Feng Xian's ascension had concluded. He had become a fully realized celestial soldier divine sovereign, his body slowly descending from midair. Behind him, the celestial light of the heavenly court gradually faded, yet Feng Xiang stared blankly at the intense, radiant array light surrounding him. This formation. he murmured, his voice echoing the equally astonished tone of Guangfa beside him. This formation, bestowed by the patriarch. After uttering those 6 words, Guangfa fell silent. Yes, this array bestowed by Master Yen. It was said to block the erosion of divine power. And then? No further explanation was provided. The principles behind the array were beyond even Guangfa and the other true immortals. Since Yen Shi had given it to them, they used it and it worked remarkably well. That was good enough. But unexpectedly, just as Feng Xiang reached the final moment of his ascension, the array suddenly unleashed its power with overwhelming force. It pierced straight through the breeding divine realm, its radiance reaching the breeding. Chapter 217, Heaven's Will, the Soul-Controlling Demon Emperor. One of the 6 pillars, Soul-Controlling Demon Emperor, when you. One of the destroyers of the ancient cosmos, the mortal enemy of the heavenly Tao creator. It was widely known that the Demon Emperor was cold-hearted and solitary. The 13 soul pets granted the Demon Emperor a semblance of humanity and warmth, yet this faint tenderness neither spread nor altered his fundamental nature. Superstar once remarked about the Demon Emperor, he is not a suitable collaborator. For the Demon Emperor instinctively distrusts everyone else. Not even those seemingly aligned with him like Superstar. Rather than cooperation or mutual benefit, the Demon Emperor preferred to bring everything under his control, to make all power his own. Thus, the will of heaven manifested. It manifested as a profession within the Ashen Realm. This profession bore the name, Uncertain Shadow. Within the colossal cocoon, the demon emperors will slowly swell and writhed. Separated from the heavenly Tao creator. Chapter 218, Brother, why aren't you moving? The 6 pillars are supreme, but they are still human. Being human, they possess distinct personalities. And differing personalities lead to differing choices. Take the creator of heavenly Tao, for instance. For now, let's say he intends to have the primordial dark side work for him. In a sense, this could be considered a win-win situation. But the demon emperor is different. He distrusts outsiders, leaving no room for the concept of mutual benefit. From this starting point, the demon emperor's plan would inevitably culminate in plunder, combat, destruction, and soul victory. Amidst the flickering of dozens of randomly arranged beams of light, the heavenly Tao creator within the giant cocoon smiled. That's quite your style, though I must admit, your scheming and patience have grown considerably. The 6 pillars clash. Especially the heavenly Tao creator and the soul-controlling demon emperor, the 2 chief architects of the old universe's destruction. Every move they made drew the others' attention. Chapter 219, Pounding a Down Dog. It was fate. Recalling that day in the 8th animal realm, how full of vigor and spirit Junyu had been. Heaven smiled upon him, granting every wish. A mission weighed upon his shoulders, responsibility etched into his soul. What was Pei Yuan? What kind of trash was he? What 5-bone immortal? What 5-element sect? Even if Juinyo's power might not match the 5-bone immortal, prolonged exposure to higher beings had reshaped his perspective. He placed himself on a lofty pedestal, as high as the Dream Lord, the Greed Lord, or the Immortal Sovereign. All the leaders are 6 pillars. You and I are both direct underlings of the 6 pillars. Aside from having lived longer than me, Junyu, and having accumulated more time, what advantage do you have over me? As for Xia Lin? He was utterly insignificant, merely a scapegoat. Yes, this was Juinyo's mindset. He was proud, supremely so, bordering on arrogance. And when this moment finally arrived, that arrogance proved entirely justified. Chapter 220, Uncertain Shadow vs. Observer. The environment within the breeding divine realm was exceptionally well suited to the East Wind Sovereign. Over the past 10 days, Xia Lin had relentlessly bombarded the realm, aggressively recruiting minions, accumulating vast quantities of skill crystals and 6 heaven-bestowed source essences, while also amassing enormous amounts of attributes and racial values. Opening Xia Lin's attribute panel would reveal such data. Name, Xia Lin. Level, 7. Evolution points, 17. Base stats, 12.8. Base stats, power speed stamina precision, 785,000. Converted comprehensively, this equates to actual stats in the tens of millions, and that's without factoring in the temporary stat boosts from the East Wind Dominator. Factoring in a 100-fold boost would equate to actual stats in the billions. However, within the professional system, attribute breakthroughs seem to follow this pattern. As base stats increase, the rate at which they break limits slows down. The underlying principle is quite straightforward. Chapter 221, The Return of the Past, Juinyo's Power. Junyu, Observer, Level 9. Human Sequence 85. Race Value, 88.9, Base Attributes, 6.24 million. With the Void Body effect doubled, the actual attribute difference between him and Xia Lin after the latter received a 100-fold boost is negligible. In terms of attributes, the two are indeed evenly matched. Skill 1, Observation. Skill 2, Record. Skill 3, Copy. Skill 4, Body of Veto. Skill 5, Absolute Observation Position. All 5 skills are non-lethal in nature. Now regarding skills 7, 8, and 9. Skills 7 and 8 are two foundational limit-breaking techniques. What practitioner lacks limit-breaking skills? Even Junyu possesses only two such techniques, which is considered low, preventing him from achieving high limit-breaking speeds. Skill 9, however, is a support skill. Weakness detection racial foundational level passive skill. Happy New Year. Today is New Year's Eve, so Daibai is wishing everyone an early Happy New Year. Also, I'll be taking a day off. Yeah, I'm taking a break to celebrate the New Year with my wife and kids. Chapter 222 Close Quarters Combat Quick Victory. Junyu wasn't wrong to call it ignorant. For while he excels at long-range combat, his close quarters skills are equally formidable. The weakness detection skill may appear to be a support ability, but in reality, it forms the core of Junyo's damage-dealing system. Not only could it pinpoint vulnerabilities for single-target directed skills, but it could also mark weak spots for fist and foot techniques. Even among advanced Ember Zone walkers, especially those specializing in pure support roles, few are unfamiliar with hand-to-hand combat. Junyu isn't merely proficient, he's a master. I told you you're ignorant, and you really are ignorant. Close combat? With me. You brainless fool. Junyu, the Observer. A non-combat class, this profession offers virtually no direct combat skills. In Junyo's early days, it was precisely through his mastery of hand-to-hand combat and firearms that he stubbornly endured the fragile beginning of this class. His mastery of various close combat techniques. Chapter 223 Choice. Amidst the brutal brawl between Xia Lin and Junyu, the primordial dark side suddenly spoke. It questioned the creator of heavenly paths. So, what exactly is this miracle you mentioned earlier? The newly born will refuse to return to the void. The primordial dark side sought to grasp every possible chance at survival. Yet neither option presented by the soul-controlling demon emperor satisfied it. It refused to return to the void, nor did it wish to see its authority partially usurped by another. Thus, seeking aid from an external force became a viable option. What constituted this external force? The creator of heavenly Tao was that external force. Though in this situation, the heavenly Tao creator had also played a trick on itself. But if forced to choose between the heavenly Tao creator and the soul-devouring demon emperor, the primordial dark side undoubtedly favored the heavenly Tao creator. For the soul-devouring demon emperor is not a qualified collaborator. The creator of heavenly Tao replied. The so-called miracle is the third option. Chapter 224 The Divine Lord's Reincarnation, an Impossible Probability. The soul-binding demon emperor instantly grasped the meaning of those words. What had the creator of Heavenly Path just said? The Celestial Warrior Divine Sovereign class can subjugate other Celestial Warrior Divine Sovereigns for their own use, just like Old Wang did. It also possesses skills akin to Old Wang's Imperial Star Reincarnation, allowing one to resurrect without loss within the body of a practitioner of the same profession under one's command. The problem lay hidden within these very words. The demon emperor abruptly turned his gaze toward Feng Xiang, who stood weeping in the realm without kings. This time, he discerned the clue. He is the first celestial soldier divine sovereign. The heavenly Tao creator murmured softly, and the primordial dark side is the second. This hierarchy was surprisingly straightforward. Simple enough to be determined by who came first and who came later. But this made no sense. How dare you, Feng Xiang, presume to be mentioned in the same breath as the six pillars? A faint hum suddenly filled the air. Chapter 225 The Traveler. The randomly generated skill beam struck Xia Lin dead center. And Xia Lin had nowhere to dodge. He lacked the ability to evade single target lock on skills. Nor could he ignore the effects of a randomly combined skill that wasn't a debuff. The random combinations Junyu unleashed weren't even Xia Lin's SSS tier random combinations, they were the foundational tier random combinations produced by those other uncertain shadows. The difference between SSS tier and racial foundation tier, a single rank apart, made a world of difference in effect. The instant the skill light struck, Xia Lin instantly grasped what had transpired. Opening the skill panel, Xia Lin suddenly clenched his teeth. If described according to the Ember Zone system's prompts, the effect of this round of replacement could be summarized thus. You have lost the skills East Wind Dominator, Fair Trade, and Impossible Probability. Cooldowns reset. The random combination at the foundational tier level not only shook the very foundations of foundational tier skills but also shook Xia. Chapter 226 Heaven's Will, Heaven's Path creates the Master. Combined Edition. The targets for transmigration are meticulously selected. Mid-air, the voice of the heavenly Tao creator echoed, speaking slowly and deliberately. Individual talent, unstable mutation. This is essential. For those possessing this talent, whether or not they are transmigrators, they are highly likely to become unstable shadows. Only after becoming an unstable shadow can they acquire the skill you designed, probability of non-existence. Hearing these words, the will of the soul-controlling demon emperor rippled gently. The unstable shadow was his creation. The probability of non-existence, likewise, was born from his hand. This core skill of the miracle mechanism was originally something the demon emperor had created casually. He had never invested much thought into the unstable shadow profession itself. Beyond random combinations, the Demon Emperor mostly let the Ember Zone system evolve the profession's logic on its own. To put it plainly, throughout this process, the Demon Emperor merely served as the chief architect. Chapter 227, Plans are made by heaven, but success depends on man. Did the heavenly Tao creator prevail? Not necessarily. The crux lies in the clash between Feng Xiang and the will of the primordial dark side's new entity. If Feng Xiang prevails, then the heavenly Tao creator can win. Should the primordial dark side's new business will prevail, then the heavenly Tao creator's grand scheme would still end in utter defeat. Plans are just plans after all. Even with calculations reaching this level, the outcome remains unpredictable. But it's already quite good. The creator of heavenly Tao spoke slowly. After all, it is one of the 6 pillars. After all, it is the primordial darkness. After all, it is the malevolent authority embodying all evil and distortion. Even if the odds of success were only 50-50, or even less than that, this gamble would not have been in vain. The opportunity to subdue one of the 6 pillars, the primordial darkness, was exceedingly rare. A probability nearing 50% that truly wasn't low. Just then, the skill light below flared once more. Chapter 228, Junyu, me, one of the 6 pillars? Junyu, consumed by fear and despair, paid no heed to the faint pull. Without Xia Lin's 100-fold amplification, the attribute gap was simply too vast. Junyu merely thrust his head into the giant cocoon. Light and shadow danced wildly before his eyes, causing Junyu's pupils to dilate. As the chaotic light gradually faded, everything within the giant cocoon came into view. The place was pitch black, yet strangely, he could see. Within this vast, pitch-black void, a massive, tattered tome simultaneously crumbling and disintegrating erupted with boundless light. Twisted lines of text flew from the book, transforming into blades, spears, swords, halberds, and more, crashing forward. Ahead, Feng Xiang's soul form bearing the heavenly Tao creator's mark upon his brow charged forward with a vacant stare. Though battered by the weaponized characters, he remained unshaken. The soul form cycled endlessly between injury and regeneration. Yet the source of this healing energy did not stem from the heavenly Tao creator, but rather from Chapter 229, The Power of the Greedy Lord. Junyu could guess what Xia Lin intended to do with the fair trade. But he kept smiling. He no longer cared. Skill? What skills? I'm about to become one of the 6 pillars. What skills do I care about now? Behind him, Feng rose to his feet. His soul form's wounds rapidly healed as he lunged toward Junyu once more. In both Junyu's and the primordial dark side's new business philosophy, Feng Xiang's threat was clearly greater than Xia Lin's. After all, this guy was specifically engineered by the heavenly Tao creator as the trump card for this very scenario in the heavenly Tao creator's design. Xia Lin was merely the catalyst for events, while Feng Xiang was the decisive factor in this game. This made Junyu turn his head, not sparing Xia Lin another glance. Amidst the flickering light of fair trade, Xia Lin frantically activated his abilities. Sell. Sell all of Junyu's skills. Since they couldn't be permanently retained anyway, he might as well convert them all into evolution points. Rejected. Chapter 230, The Clowns. The moment the Dream Lord's imprint faded and the Greed Lord's imprint emerged, a notification instantly blared in Xia Lin's ears. You have obtained the Devouring Heaven mark. Sky Devouring mark unknown level buff. Each of your attacks will devour your opponent's vitality, attributes, and everything else. This buff lasts until the Sky Devouring mark's energy is depleted. Note, insufficient permissions for unstable mutation determination. This buff cannot be activated. Simultaneously with the alert, the east wind rain crashed down with a thunderous roar. Flames, steel, and shockwaves swept across the vast expanse within the giant cocoon. The destructive energy hammered back and forth, relentlessly battering Feng Xiang and Junyu. Xia Lin's attack spared no one. Yet the damage inflicted was far from effective. Both Feng Xiang's soul form and Junyu's physical body were gradually shattered by the eastern wind's assault, yet they were also rapidly. Chapter 231, The Return of the Ideal State. In this battle, the creator of heavenly paths would emerge victorious, gaining another 6-pillar level puppet. The Demon Emperor's faction achieved a minor victory, gaining a portion of the malevolent authority. On the surface, it seemed an acceptable outcome, but the reckoning was not so simple. This was precisely why the Demon Emperor had ignored the heavenly Tao creator since the start. These two 6 pillars harbor deep, long-standing enmity. It's either you or me. Their contest cares not for momentary gains or losses. It is a pure zero-sum game. In their contest, only one side could emerge victorious. There was no room for major wins, minor wins, or mutual gains. The one-eyed demon lord had actually recognized this issue. He spoke slowly. Then what else is there? Better to gain something than nothing at all. This is damage control, not clowning around. Xia Lin shook his head with a smile, choosing not to dwell further on whether the demon emperor's side was playing the fool. Instead, he shifted his focus. Chapter 232, King of Kings. The light of return rippled faintly, unstable. Here, the light of return seemed disturbed by the power of malevolent authority. Yet when another will guided the heavenly mandate, the light of return instantly faded to an imperceptible flicker. This was the intervention of heaven's will by the creator of the Tao. He seemed to dimly grasp what Xia Lin intended to do. Yet, at the very moment he initiated this divine intervention, another consciousness descended, causing the light of return to reappear. This was the intervention of the Demon Emperor of Soul Control. The Demon Emperor in the heavens spoke slowly. He's right. In this game, I too have become a clown. But now, it seems you two are heading down that path. A sinister chuckle emanated from the Demon Emperor's consciousness. Therefore, I shall protect him. Heavens will countered. The light of return intensified, yet the malevolent authority intervened once more, halting the return. Chapter 233, Pros and Cons, Faction Relations. Anchoring to reality. Anchoring complete. Reality channel 0375 established. Ash Zone activated. Esteemed Sequence 1 of Xia Star, welcome back to the Ember Zone. Current Ember Zone, White Feather Ripples, SSS class, large scale, comprehensive, authentic Ember Zone. Sequence 1 privilege is activated. You have received new guidance. This planet is named Feather Star, one of the 6 pillars and the direct domain of the King of Kings. Any misconduct here may attract the attention of the 6 pillars. Proceed with caution. Detected as an unstable shadow. You have 1 minute to adjust your skill slots. However, all of Xia Lin's current skills reside in the constant skill slot and have not triggered mutation, so this step is skipped. Welcome to the White Feather Ripple Embers Zone. Prosperity, flourishing. This is the true essence of all territories directly governed by the King of Kings. Chapter 234, Xia Lin's Requirement. 3 days later, Xia Lin met the King of Kings. But whether it was the true form or an avatar remained unknown. The location was the opening ceremony of the Weilun Assembly. Colorful banners fluttered, salutes echoed ceaselessly, and a sea of people thronged the bustling, vibrant scene. At the very center of the open-air venue, White Feather Star Lord delivered the opening speech. His impassioned tone effectively stirred the crowd's enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in an outer ring box, Xia Lin sat stiffly on the sofa, feeling somewhat awkward. If you want to watch, go ahead. There's nothing you can't see. A calm voice sounded beside him, prompting Xia Lin to chuckle softly as he turned his head. Beside him sat a man of similar height, though ordinary in appearance, dressed casually in sweats. A straw dangled from his mouth as he sipped juice intermittently. Yes, this unremarkable-looking man was one of the 6 pillars, the King of Kings, Wang Wei. But still, the question remained, was this his true form, or? Chapter 235, 3 Rules. His trembling pupils gradually steadied. Without hesitation, Xia Lin nodded, I'll take it. Absolutely. Truthfully, contentedly serving as the King of Kings' henchman seemed like an acceptable arrangement. With the mandate of heaven upon him, the King of Kings could also prevent any subsequent retaliation from the heavenly Tao creator. Yet Xia Lin refused to settle. He was simply that kind of man, hot-tempered and quick to anger, yet bold enough to charge into battle, even daring to draw his sword against the heavens. He feared many things, but danger was not among them. Conflict? He feared it even less. Wang Wei smiled. Excellent. That spirit is precisely what's needed. As he spoke, Wang Wei reached out and placed his hand firmly on Xia Lin's shoulder. In a flash of light, Xia Lin's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in a familiar place. It was the very divine realm where he was being bred within the collapsing giant cocoon. 3 days had passed, yet the giant cocoon still hadn't completely collapsed. But outside. Chapter 236, The Power of Choice Part 3. The Microwave Society had entered its preliminary rounds. Chefs from all corners displayed their skills, not only crafting dishes that were visually stunning, fragrant, and delicious, but even their stir-frying motions were a feast for the eyes. The King of Kings watched with growing enthusiasm, and Xia Lin could even faintly hear him swallow. Xia Lin, however, paid little attention to the microwave gathering, having long since resolved to abandon both the main quest and the promotion task. His gaze drifted downward to the unconscious Junyu, his eyes flickering with a mix of hatred, pity, and a sense of shared suffering. Hate. Yes, hatred. After all, the grudge was real and undeniable. Yet, reviewing the entire situation, Junyu was merely a pitiable figure bound and arranged by fate. In essence, he was no different from Xia Lin. And it was precisely because Xia Lin understood this that he requested to evade the interference of the 6 pillars of heavenly will. This feeling of being controlled by others was truly unbearable. Suddenly, a sound reached his ears. Chapter 237, Juinyo's End. First and foremost, we need to address the issue concerning you. What problems did Xia Lin have? In Xia Lin's own estimation, he had countless problems. His origins were a problem. His profession was a problem. His skills were a problem. But Wang Wei had this to say, actually, none of these are problems. Time travel was caused by the will of the heavens. Yet in this universe, time travelers are neither rare nor unique. Time travel itself isn't a major problem, rather, the unexplained death of Xia Lin in a car accident in his previous life might be a problem. But that problem is irreversible. No one but the creator of heavenly Tao can provide an answer. And your time travel won't cause any lasting repercussions. Time travelers are neither special nor privileged. With the soul light in hand now, divine intervention is blocked, and the matter of time travel naturally ceases to exist. Chapter 238, The Spirit Realm Book. Evil gods are born from the primordial darkness emanating from its inherent power. They are inherently beings of level 11 or 12. Under the second law, their skill weights are exceptionally high. Furthermore, their direct connection to the 6 pillars triggers the zero law, causing their skill judgment weights to surge even higher. Purely in terms of raw power, the dark gods stand at the pinnacle of their tier. A standard level 11 practitioner cannot overcome a dark god of the same level. Exchanging intellect for power, that is precisely what defines an entity like a dark god. And this tome forged by Junyu due to his past experiences has granted it a portion of the authority once wielded by the primordial proxy. It cannot subjugate the dark god for its own use, but it can grant you immunity to all skill judgment weightings imposed by the dark god, including the zero law, the second law, and the third law. Thus, when Xia Lin faces the dark god in the future, he need only contend with the first law. Chapter 239, Skill Reorganization. Shanzhuang Star, Shuiyun Base. The base was modest in size, governed by one of Wang Lai's subordinates. With all the sacred links transcendents now dead, every base on Blue Flash Star essentially fell under Wang Lai and Nina's control. And since Wang Lai and Nina both considered themselves Xia Lin's younger siblings, it didn't really matter if this shattered cloud base was technically Xia Lin's either. Xia Lin, however, possessed little sense of ownership. He couldn't be bothered with establishing, protecting, or managing bases. Such trivialities were too wasteful of his time. He arrived at Shattered Cloud Base without alerting a single soul. After sampling a local specialty meal, he simply booked a room in the base's largest hotel, preparing to undertake a major task. That grand undertaking was to organize his skills and equipment. In our last battle, I used random combination against your random combination, completely scrambling Xia Lin's skills. And the first taste of random combinations. Chapter 240, The Ashen Zone of Racial Heritage. This is what they call once bitten by a snake, you feared the rope for 10 years. The 8th Beast Realm's Ember Zone was a massive pitfall, one that had cost Xia Lin dearly. Barely a day after returning from the Ash Zone, without a single night of rest, Wang Lai showed up again. It was hard for Xia Lin not to suspect. Could this be a chain of schemes? Inside the room, Wang Lai quickly explained the situation, which actually eased Xia Lin's concerns. What Wang Lai described was not a chain plot. Nor was it a mere coincidence. Rather, it was a highly probable event. The first Racial Foundation level Ash Zone has appeared on Flash Blue Star. SSS grade Ash Zones? Plenty exist. But a Racial Heritage level Ash Zone? Xia Lin had never seen one. It was only natural he hadn't. How long had he been a Cinder Zone walker? How many Cinder Zones had he descended into? But Wang Lai and Nina hadn't seen it either. Or whether the Ashen Zone even possessed racial heritage. Chapter 241, The January Dream Calamity. The first Racial Foundation level Ash Zone appeared on Flash Blue Star. None of those present had any knowledge of what transpired within a Heritage level Ash Zone. It was simply beyond their experience. Take, for instance, the suppression this Heritage level Ash Zone exerts on sequence permissions. No one had ever witnessed such a phenomenon. At this very moment, the name of the Ash Zone was unknown, its type was unknown, and the nature of the calamity unleashed upon its explosion was unknown. Even the heavens themselves would be at a loss. Xia Lin's decision at this moment was straightforward. He and Feng Xiang would enter alone, leaving Wang Lai and the others behind. Once inside, they would assess the situation. If it could be resolved, they would resolve it. If not, they would bring back intelligence and brainstorm solutions together. The only candidates were Xia Lin and Feng Xiang. Xia Lin was essential. Given his role as the Ember Zone Walker, he couldn't turn a blind eye to the fate of Flash Blue Star. As a Sequence 1, he could no longer afford to be a. Chapter 242, The Walkers. End of prompt. Yet the information provided was woefully insufficient. Just as the carriage came to a halt, a rough voice sounded from the front. Sir, we've arrived at Xena City. Xia Lin hummed in acknowledgement, stepping down from the cramped carriage. The clamor of the crowd and the grandeur of the colossal city flooded his senses. It was midday, and the sun shone brightly. Stellar light poured down from above, illuminating everything before Xia Lin. Ahead stood towering city walls dozens of meters high. Solid as earth yet gleaming like gold, faint magical runes swirled upon them, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. The carriage halted before the city gates. Pedestrians bustled through the gateway. People sported golden hair and blue eyes. Commoners wore coarse linen garments, some barely covering their bodies. Those with slightly more means dressed in attire reminiscent of medieval Western Europe. City guards, clad in full-plate armor, resembled iron cans. Just then, a howling sound erupted overhead. Xia Lin looked up to see a. Chapter 243, Worldview. Before him stood Viscount Shelton, a man of about 40, short, stout, and unattractive. His balding head bore only a few scattered strands of hair, and his overall demeanor suggested poor health, puffy eyes and pronounced dark circles beneath them, his entire being radiating deep worry. Xia Lin naturally had no reason to refuse Viscount Shelton's request. He had come here specifically for this purpose. Rest assured, with me here, you won't die. The young man's dark face radiated confidence and bravado. The Viscount's lips moved slightly as he glanced at the guards lying unconscious in the courtyard, the one Xia Lin had just dealt with. He sighed deeply. Then I'll trouble you. Xia. Just call me Xia. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Xia. After the Viscount finished speaking, Xia Lin smiled and added, since I've become your bodyguard, we should discuss compensation. At the mention of payment, the Viscount's face fell. Chapter 244, You Don't Recognize Me? Sina City was the capital of the Kingdom of Sina. Throw a stone, and you might just hit a noble. Therefore, the death of Earl Laos was hardly a major incident. Even if dark mages were involved. As the director of the Kingdom's Special Affairs Bureau put it, these dark mages are like cockroaches in the sewers, endless and relentless, popping up to disgust people from time to time. Sina City harbors quite a few dark mages. They lurk in the shadows, causing no end of trouble for the Special Affairs Bureau. The death of Count Laos a few days prior was merely one such nuisance. The emphasis lies on the word one. The court mages concluded that the dark mage responsible was of low rank and weak power, leading the Special Affairs Bureau to deem the matter insignificant. After a cursory investigation, the case was closed. The killer remains at large, and poor Viscount Shelton is forgotten by all. Xia Lin. Chapter 245, The Return. Re-examining NASA's ritual. Though rudimentary, the ritual components were complete. The patterns inscribed with animal blood did indeed point to Oyagaro. Yet the entity contacted possessed Oigalo's voice and energy fluctuations, but it was not the true Oigalo. This realization caused Xia Lin to slowly close his eyes and take a deep breath. The January Dream Calamity. The January Dream Calamity. This peculiar scene deepened Xia Lin's associations with this ash zone. Yet for the moment, he could find no way to break through the impasse. After a moment's thought, Xia Lin grabbed NASA and vanished in a flash of movement. Minutes later, he stood before Viscount Shelton. A loud thud echoed. Xia Lin tossed NASA at Viscount Shelton's feet, causing the Viscount to yell in alarm. Only after he finished shouting did Xia Lin speak slowly. Contact the Special Affairs Bureau. Chapter 246, Greenleaf December Monthly Vote Bonus Update 2323. The questions, of course, weren't limited to just these three. Beyond these, there were others like, why can the power of will preserve memories from the previous dream? Could it be that, unbeknownst to us, this Ashen Zone has already experienced countless dream cycles? But these questions were not as crucial as the previous three. Whose dream this is determines the key to breaking the stalemate. Where my body lies determines Xia Lin's safety. Why the dream reflux triggered is the prerequisite for exploring this Ember Zone. Without understanding even this, no one can feel confident enough to fully commit to unraveling the mysteries of this Ember Zone. Alas, these three questions remain unsolved for now. Entering the city, Xia Lin borrowed some funds from local thugs before seeking out Viscount Sheldon once more. The Viscount no longer recognized Xia Lin. The natives within the dream possessed no memories prior to the dream reflux. Chapter 247, Willpower and Dreams Combined Edition. As a 10th level mage, Celia possessed eternal youth. Outwardly, she appeared as a charming woman in her early 30s, though her true age remained unknown. After a brief glance and a respectful bow, Xia Lin shifted his gaze to the other person seated on the sofa. This person had an ordinary appearance, a small round face, and wore glasses. Dressed in a white t-shirt printed with green plant patterns, this outfit left no doubt it was undoubtedly the Ember District traveler. Just then, Xingyi also looked up at Xia Lin. Their eyes met. After a brief exchange of glances, they nodded to each other in greeting, though it was impossible to tell friend from foe. This Ash Zone had admitted numerous Ash Zone walkers simultaneously. Given the nature of the Ash Zone and the mission requirements, direct confrontation wasn't necessary, though joining the Soul Light battle was another matter entirely. In short, it seemed the Ember Zone walkers here possessed a foundation for cooperation. Chapter 248, The Experiment. Just as Xia Lin departed from Celia's mage tower, a voice sounded from behind him. Hold on, brother. Xia Lin turned around and, as expected, saw the Ember Zone traveler named Qingyi. This Ember Zone traveler, with his small round face, wore a kind smile as he approached Xia Lin. Walking shoulder to shoulder toward the exit, Qingyi spoke as expected. Brother, you seem to know a lot more than I do. Xia Lin had matters on his mind and didn't wish to engage in small talk with Qingyi. But there was no need to put on a cold face and deliberately antagonize him either. Since he didn't need the Soul Light, clearing the Ember Zone was his primary objective for this journey. Xia Lin stated bluntly. The place we currently inhabit is someone's dream. A dream reflux has already occurred once before, but I retained my memories. The key lies in willpower. A single unit of willpower corresponds to a small. Chapter 249, sorry, my cheat code has arrived. Triple Combined Edition. Celestia's words brought Xia Lin much enlightenment. First, as Celia had refuted, no one possesses omniscience. Therefore, no one can create a flawless, vast dreamscape. Xia Lin disagreed with this, as it was already abundantly clear that their current location was within a dream. He didn't know whether the entity that created this dream possessed omniscience. But dreams are dreams. flaws were not entirely absent. The fact that Oigalo did not recognize Xia Lin was a flaw, big or small. This led to the second point. How to use external forces to shatter this dreamscape, or to create opportunities and advantages for Xia Lin. The answer, in fact, lies with that fake Oigalo. Look at those great beings summoned from all around. They were all subordinates Xia Lin had recruited while cultivating his divine realm. Yet at this moment, the vast majority of them. Chapter 250, The Dream of All Beings, January Monthly Vote Bonus, Chapter 113. A sea of multicolored light gathered, rendering everything before Xia Lin's eyes hazy and dreamlike, exquisitely beautiful. Compared to dreams, reality now felt more like a dream. Bubbles of light, large and small, coalesced around Xia Lin. Perhaps disturbed by his presence, they scattered like frightened creatures, fleeing from him. Yet when Xia Lin made no aggressive move, they returned like curious children, drawing close with affectionate curiosity. Xia Lin watched this unfold, then quickly shifted his gaze to the bubble closest to him. A faint voice emerged from within the bubble. I hope we get meat tonight. I wish Mom and Dad would come home sooner. I wish Mom and Dad would spend more time with me. I miss Grandma. As the indistinct voices echoed, light and shadow swirled within the bubble. Xia Lin felt as though she could see. Chapter 251, The Rules of the Game Have Changed, Combined Edition. Strictly speaking, this wasn't cheating. It was merely the proper application of willpower. Yes, the moment he actively entered the dream, the power of will spontaneously stirred. Thus, information flowed into Xia Lin's mind, describing the correct way to use the power of will within the dreams of all beings. This method must be known and applicable to all dream escapees. Therefore, theoretically, this is not Xia Lin's exclusive cheat code, but merely the rule of this Ember Zone. The method for using willpower is as follows. 1. Resist time flow reversal. 1 point of willpower resists 1 hour of reversal. Those lacking sufficient willpower will have all memories erased, no dream escape required. 2. Active time regression. 1 point of willpower allows the dreamscape to regress 1 hour. The active regressor retains memories, while other Ember Zone travelers must expend willpower to resist the regression. Referred to Rule 1 requires dream escape. 3. Manifestation of willpower. Consume willpower to gain a dream form. Chapter 252, Green Leaf? Xina City is the capital of the Xina Kingdom. The Kingdom of Xina stands as one of the 5 major powers within this dreamscape. As the reigning monarch of the Xina Kingdom, Xina 13 held supreme power and stood at the pinnacle of this realm even though he possessed no innate magical talent and wielded no extraordinary abilities. Today, after his afternoon nap, Shinra 13 slowly opened his eyes. A hazy glow flickered in his eyes before fading away moments later. He sat up, surveying the opulent chamber before turning his gaze to the crystal mirror upon the table. The mirror reflected the face of a man nearing middle age, his features commanding and imposing. Ha 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 ha. A sudden burst of laughter erupted from Xina Xii's mouth, but he quickly suppressed it. Clearing his throat twice, his deep voice slowly echoed. From this moment onward, I am Shinra 13. With a full 100,000 points of wish energy, Xia Lin purchased the title of Xina 13. Chapter 253, His Majesty Goes Mad Today, triple combined. This battle left Xingye utterly bewildered and unable to voice his grievances. At this very moment, the entire street was sealed off by the city's protective magic array. Some mage towers within the city glowed, suppressing the battle's aftereffects and Xingye's power. Duke Dake and several level 10 heavy knights led the assault. Though both mage and heavy knight were commonplace professions, their strength lay not solely in their class but in the individual practitioners themselves. As a first-tier mage of the Kingdom of Xina, Dake was certainly not the strongest, but he was certainly no match for Xingye. Fire-based magic was particularly effective against Xingye's class abilities. Add to that the home field advantage. Within mere minutes, Xingye raised both hands in surrender. Stop, stop, stop. I surrender, I surrender. His voluntary ceasefire clearly stemmed from a sliver of hope. Ash Zone. Leave request form. Requesting 1 day off. My jet lag's been a bit off lately, going to bed around 4 AM and waking up at 1 or 2 PM, basically living on foreign time. My body can't handle it anymore. I was supposed to write today's draft yesterday, but I stayed up all night trying to adjust my schedule. Apologies for taking today off, everyone. Chapter 254, The 6 Pillars of the Land. Of course, we can unravel the mystery step by step, piecing it together bit by bit. But you could also try a different approach. Take now, for instance. The array's light flickered faintly as the protective magic circle above Xina City gradually solidified. And at the very heart of it all lay within Xia Lin's grasp that crystal-forged scepter. Even without magical power as a mage, King Xia Lin could still command this formidable protective array through the scepter. As more and more 10th level mages entered the palace and gathered around Xia Lin, his solution to the puzzle became crystal clear. Force it open. With infinite rewind capability at his disposal, Xia Lin truly had no need to complicate matters. There was simply too much room for error. Summon Javan and Pierrot. Capture them immediately. If it failed, he could simply rewind. If it succeeded, he would naturally extract the answers from them. As for whether the two would Chapter 255, The Star Temple's Deification Project. The connections between planets were both distant and intimate. Thus, it was no surprise that the natives of this ash zone knew the names of the 6 pillars. But clearly, their knowledge was limited. Now they've gone so far as to apply the 6 pillars titles to themselves. The true 6 pillars likely wouldn't care about this, but Xia Lin found it rather peculiar. It was a rather crude imitation of the supreme beings. But fine, 6 pillars it is. It's just a title. After a brief internal rant, Xia Lin stopped dwelling on it and pricked up his ears to listen. Then he heard Zivil speak again, slowly. Decades ago, His Majesty the Time Pillar established contact with planets beyond our realm. He learned that the cosmos is boundlessly vast, and that our world, viewed across the entire universe, is but an insignificant speck of dust. That assessment was accurate, showing a healthy sense of self-awareness. And it was likely this very Time Pillar. Chapter 256, Variables. Savell slipped away silently. Xia Lin, however, did not initiate another dream regression. Pondering the logic behind it, Xia Lin nearly burst out laughing. This was what they called a case of mutual attraction. Earlier, Xia Lin had complained that issuing decrees to boost stats was too slow, but now the Temple of the Stars had just handed him a simpler solution right in front of his eyes. What a bunch of saints! In any case, the current situation favored Xia Lin, so there was no need to roll back. He left the secret chamber and entered the study. Before long, Jevon and Pierrot reappeared before Xia Lin. 6 eyes met, and everything was understood without words. The next day, Zenith 13 rescinded yesterday's decree. Changing orders overnight was a major taboo for the Imperial Court, granting Xia Lin a slight edge in breaking through the restrictions. But at this moment, Xia Lin no longer dwelled on such fleeting gains. Chapter 257, Blackmail, Betrayal, and Treason Combined Edition. On the first day the 3 great kingdoms declared war on the Western Dragon's Nest, before their armies could fully assemble, devastating news suddenly reached the Kingdom of Rus. The 3 great houses Null, List, and Vico were annihilated overnight. The Dragonblood family, allied with the Western Dragon Nest, seized power and revoked the declaration of war that same day. According to informed sources, iron-colored flames engulfed the capital of the Kingdom of Rus that day. An unknown level 10 mage intervened but was reduced to ashes by the flames. 1 day later, the current ruler of the Eastern Kingdom, Dongfang Su, died suddenly of a severe illness. His eldest son, Dongfang Ningwei, ascended the throne and likewise announced the revocation of the declaration of war against the Western Dragon Nest. Rumors circulated that a prominent figure from the Temple of the Stars had appeared on the day of Dongfang Su's sudden death, only to vanish just as quickly. No one knew why they had come, nor why they had left. Thus, within a single day, of the 3 kingdoms that had declared war on the Western Dragon's Nest, only the Kingdom of Shina remained standing. So you. Chapter 258, Exploding Crimson Lotus, Xia Lin strikes. Xia Lin was roused by the alert sound. Backstab effect activated. Your decision has caused severe damage to your affiliated faction, the Kingdom of Shina. You have gained 3,000 points across all attributes. Xia Lin rubbed his eyes hard, realizing he hadn't misread it. 3k points across all attributes. This was a rather substantial gain. Before Xia Lin could ponder what had transpired on the front lines, a flurry of additional notifications flooded in. Backstab effect activated. You have gained 186 points in all attributes. Backstab effect activated. The notifications began exploding at a rate of several every minute. By the time the first light of dawn appeared, Xia Lin's attribute gains for the night had already surpassed 13,000 points. Xia Lin's entire body trembled. He was overjoyed. Compared to this, issuing decrees was child's play. Chapter 259, Gentle, Beautiful, and Kind-Hearted, Xia Lin sacrifices herself for others. Xia Lin's actual hideout in the Ashen District was a rather ordinary residential house. It was inconspicuous to begin with, so how this woman had found her way there was a mystery. After inviting the woman inside and seeing her seated, Xia Lin took a place opposite her. My humble abode lacks refreshments or sweets, please forgive the simplicity. Xia Lin said politely, smiling gently without speaking, silently observing the man before her. Young, tall, and slender, handsome. His appearance was pleasing, his eyes sharp and alert, suggesting intelligence and quick wit. But appearances can be deceiving. One could never judge a person's character or true nature by appearance alone. Especially in this ash zone, where reality prevented her from taking action or using her skills. Reflecting on this, Gentle spoke up, I am Gentle, Human Sequence 92. As she revealed her identity, Xia Lin nodded in understanding. Chapter 260, The Truth Revealed. The dreamscape gradually solidified, time flowing backward once more. Wenru opened her eyes to the familiar scene from her entry. At her brow, a vast reservoir of willpower pulsed steadily, generating a sensation of swelling heat within her. This left Wenru feeling somewhat dazed. How many times? She couldn't remember. Xia Lin's movements were lightning fast, and their coordination was exceptionally seamless. The fixed, half-hourly procedure caused Wenru's wish energy to skyrocket like a rocket, accumulating to an unimaginable figure by now, 668W. Her mind, numb from the process, slowly snapped back into focus upon seeing that figure. Fulfilling Dongfang Su's wish provided roughly 20,000 points of wish energy per session. 6.68 million wish energy points equal 334 dream cycles. This realization made Gentle press her lips tightly together. Chapter 261, the month ends, yet the dream persists. Staring at the word fraud in the spirit realm book, Xia Lin's pupils slowly contracted. Even as Asgard vanished into thin air and the dream began to recede, Xia Lin remained utterly still. Soon, he let out a soft sigh. No wonder. Thus, the discrepancy between the random skill combination cooldown and the skill description found its logical explanation. This dream of all beings has been corrupted by the power of the Dark God. The skill panels of all Ashen Realm walkers are inconsistent with reality. The word fraud from the Spirit Realm scholar came to mind. This phenomenon is the very embodiment of deception. Since the evil god must be in existence of level 11 or even 12, the Ember Zone walkers within this Ember Zone cannot evade the skill judgments of the evil god, leading them all to suffer fraud. Yet Xia Lin was different. With the Spirit Realm book in hand, he naturally gains immunity to the additional skill weighting of the evil god when facing it. Chapter 262, Ghoul Xia Lin and Skill Fusion. The accumulated willpower might just be enough. Xia Lin possessed over 1 million, while Gentle held nearly 7 million. Adding the willpower held by other Ember Zone walkers, it might just scrape together over 10 million, enough to advance the dream storyline to the 35th day. But problem 1, Gentle has vanished without a trace, her whereabouts unknown. Problem 2, even if the dream plot advances to day 35, will it reveal the mystery of this Ash Zone? Will it provide crucial clues? Not necessarily. Xia Lin finally grasped the true difficulty of this Ash Zone. The clues are buried too deep. Willpower is the key that much is clear. Dreams are dreams that much has been made clear. Yet beyond that, the most crucial matter remained entirely concealed. The temporal rules still pose a problem. This is the most perplexing aspect. Chapter 263, Observer's Perspective. Xia Lin's evolution points have now been depleted. The observation skill requires 7 evolution points. Xia Lin shrugged it off. Asgard had provided so many skill crystals, including 3 racial heritage level skills. Exchanging these skills for evolution points didn't even require luck as long as he wasn't utterly unlucky. Gathering 7 points was only natural. From his hiding place, Xia Lin retrieved the skill crystals. The 3 heritage level skills needed no elaboration, they were all of average quality. Otherwise, Asgard would have no reason to leave them unused. Crush and gamble on mutation. Having previously enjoyed good fortune, now comes the reckoning. All mutations are detrimental, none retained. He sold 3 foundational tier skill crystals, gaining 4 evolution points. Then Xia Lin crushed the low-level skill crystals. Over 1,000 skill crystals gambled away, yielding 4 racial mutations. Chapter 264, 1 vs 2. Just as Xia Lin had observed in his dream. This world teemed with dark mages, lurking in the shadows like vermin, connected to countless so-called great beings. Some of these great beings were mere facades, their true power pitifully weak like those under Xia Lin's command. But others lived up to their names. One such being was the level 11 entity known as the Deceitful Evil God. The destruction of this Ash district began with the Deceitful Evil God and a youth named Lucived. Howling Dongfang missiles instantly surrounded Xia Lin, their tail flames burning brightly, flickering with dazzling arcs of light. Within Xia Lin's body, his psychic energy rapidly transformed into spiritual energy under the guidance of his energy conversion skill. In this moment, he wielded his psychic energy as spiritual power and the Dongfang missiles as his weapons. His right fist clenched fiercely. Activate the formation. Chapter 265, Xia Lin takes an unconventional path. In the sky, within the data layer. After Xia Lin eliminated Good and Asgard, Lucifer naturally sensed it. His vacant gaze flickered with faint emotion. A pale blue stream of light flickered from the center of Lucifer's brow, as if calculating something. Before long, Lucifer turned his gaze downward. Below, Gentle and Xing Fanwu stood shoulder to shoulder, still locked in fierce combat with a vast horde of data constructs. However, unlike genuine entities capable of feigning death and revival, these data constructs lacked most of the power their deceased originals possessed. Consequently, no matter how numerous they became, they posed little threat to Gentle and Xing Fanwu. The situation remained deadlocked, the battle entering a stalemate. Recalling Xia Lin's earlier display of devouring fraudulent power, Lucifer's gaze shifted as a faint solution dawned on him. He raised his hand, pointing into the void toward Gentle. Chapter 266, Xia Lin, solve the puzzle? You're the one who needs solving. In that instant, Xia Lin's eyes glowed faintly as Fang Xiang's skill attributes fully revealed themselves to him. Divine Sovereign Ascension SSS rank talent, exclusive to the Celestial Sovereign. This talent can only be activated once. Upon activation, it devours the surrounding space, using it as a foundation to establish the Celestial Court. Note, activating this talent will provoke hostility from the Ascension realm, triggering unforeseen dangers. The new Divine Sovereign Ascension talent had been modified by the King of Kings into this form. The apparent difference from the original lies solely in the absence of requiring a fully formed lord of 10,000 armies as a sacrifice. However, the crucial point lies in the second sentence. Once the ascension of the divine sovereign commences, it will provoke the hostility of the ascension realm. The essence of ascension lies in stripping a segment of a world and transforming it into the foundation of one's own heavenly court. For the world where the ascension occurs, this is A. Chapter 267, Battle Rages, Temple of the Stars. With the East Wind Sovereign in hand, Xia Lin feared no mass battle. The devastating power of the East Wind Sweep is well known to all. Indeed, the Dominator's limit-breaking effect meant that facing 10,000 foes alone only fueled Xia Lin's ferocious momentum. Yet theory is theory, practice is practice. Within the professional system, countless abilities allowed the weak to stand firm on the battlefield of the strong and play a role. Take, for instance, the Lord of 10,000 armies. Or take the 3 legions of the Temple of the Stars before us. They wielded simple yet cooldown-free A-rank skills, complemented by the Soul Crown to bolster the Flame Pillar, thereby demonstrating the value of the underdog in this battle. Yet Xia Lin's East Wind Dominator, which should have been a slaughtering technique for the weak, was targeted by Lucifer. The moment the East Wind missiles materialized on the battlefield, poised to form the Slayer of Immortal Sword formation, Lucifer struck. He lightly waved his peachwood staff. Chapter 268, Mirror Substitute. Hello, Lucifer. I made a mistake. I should never have pinned my hopes on these incompetents. Just as the silver light flashed and surged towards Xia Lin's back, Lucifer's voice suddenly rang in his ears. As he said, it was unwise for him to lead the Legion into battle against Xia Lin. Though the Temple of the Stars possessed the power to transform the weak into powerful accessories and enhance the strength of the strong, Lucifer had underestimated the destructive force of the East Wind Sovereign. Without the protection of the Time Corridor, the 3 great legions, the high-level mages, and even the 3 pillars ice, sky, and light proved utterly fragile before Xia Lin, unable to stand their ground. Xia Lin whipped his head around to face the silver light. Yet he saw another dim light, delayed yet arriving first, piercing straight into his skull. It was the Siren Soul snatched from the Siren Song. At this moment, this racial heritage-level artifact, which should have been under Ice Pillar's control, appeared in Lucifer's hands. Chapter 269, Deceiving Heaven, Altering Fate, Practical Testing. First came the cost. The power of the randomly combined fair trade enhancement directly consumed around 600,000 of Xia Lin's base attributes, and this was under the 13.5 racial value bonus, originally 12.8, with an additional 0.7 boost from the East Wind Sovereign in the previous battle. Yet, at this cost, the random combination finally revealed its true might. Chaotic, unstable light instantly merged into Lucifer's body. A faint crackling sound echoed within Lucifer's mind. In time seemingly frozen, Xia Lin clearly saw a faint blue light flicker at Lucifer's brow. A rhombic chip materialized rapidly from nothingness, only to be violently split in two by the random combination's force the instant it appeared. One half of the chip was pulled free from Lucifer's brow. The moment it was exposed to the air, it transformed into a torrent of black specks, surging towards Xia Lin like a tidal wave. Yet it was halted by the force surrounding Xia Lin. Chapter 270, Truth and Reckoning. Another dream escape. A dizzying sensation of churning washed over him. When Xia Lin opened his eyes again, he found himself back inside the Mage Tower of Zivil. Only this time, several figures had joined the Wizard's Tower. Gentle, Xing Fanwu, and the Frozen, solidified Lucid. Meeting the man named Xing Fanwu for the first time, Xia Lin rose to his feet. Maintaining the persona he adopted around Wenro, he offered Xing Fanwu a polite bow, which earned him a nod of approval. Thanks to you. Without your abilities, Wenru and I wouldn't have one so easily. Truly worthy of being recognized as Wenru's trusted ally. Xing Fanwu said amicably. Xia Lin smiled in response, it was only the right thing to do. He then glanced at Wenro, catching her captivating smile. She had already boasted to Xing Fanwu about Xia Lin's prowess. Just as their eyes met, Xing Fanwu approached Vera. Chapter 271, The Miniature Abyss, The Spirit-Bound Legion, and the New Ash Zone. Standing still in thought, Xia Lin quickly recalled the Sacred Links. In the past, the Sacred Links had manipulated the sequence ranking battles extensively, all for the purpose of completing the promotion task from rank 8 to 9. At this stage, the promotion quest might involve the real world, so it wasn't strange that Xia Lin triggered it now. Composing himself, Xia Lin continued listening to the subsequent prompt. You have triggered 3 distinct advancement quests. Completing any one will grant you successful promotion to a level 9 practitioner. 1. Supreme Dominion. On your homeworld Shining Blue Star, secure the title of Sequence 1 for 3 consecutive sequence ranking battles, and survive for no less than 3 years while holding that rank. Xia Lin raised an eyebrow, finding this promotion quest less troublesome than he'd imagined. His dominance on Shanglan Star was absolute. Securing the top rank for 3 consecutive terms would be effortless. But securing the top rank title for 3 consecutive sessions. Chapter 272, Internal Strife at the start. Skipping over attributes, he turned his attention to the skill panel. After a few simple adjustments, Xia Lin selected 8 relatively less useful skills to mutate. The mutation results are neither good nor bad. One mutation among the 8 skills is worth retaining. Your skill, One Man Stand, mutates into Swarm Tactics. Swarm Tactics mutation, passive skill. The number of summon entities from your summoning skills is significantly increased. Your single target skills can be transformed into area of effect skills at your will, but their mana cost skyrockets. This mutation amplifies the might of the East Wind Dominator and allows spirit-infused skills to shift from single target to area of effect. This allows Xia Lin to create the East Wind Spirit Legion faster, though it's hardly a revolutionary change. Compared to One Man Stand, Xia Lin felt this skill offered more versatile applications, so he chose to retain the mutation after all it required. Chapter 273, The Circus Begins, Factions Assemble. The abandoned hall stood halfway up the mountain. Stepping outside, blinding stellar light met them, along with endless, parched dunes stretching to the horizon. The elevated vantage point was ideal for observation and maneuvering. A faint light flickered in Xia Lin's eyes, and soon, every detail within his field of vision became crystal clear. No one. Not even a living creature. No signs of life were detectable within sight. The only peculiarity was the planet's apparent abundance of metallic resources. The yellow sands were mixed with copious amounts of iron filings. The clown beside him rasped, "There is life detection, but it's far away." He possessed scanning abilities as well, with a range extending farther than mere observation. With that, the clown snapped his fingers. The space before him rippled, and soon a flashy flying carpet 10 feet long and 5 wide materialized at his feet. The clown stepped onto the carpet first, then turned to face Xia Lin and Silver Axe, making a grand gesture. Chapter 274, The Opening Act, Death Park Planet Fleet. The professional system boasts a vast array of skills. When it came to pulling off stunts, few extraordinary systems could rival the professional system. Moreover, the Ash Walkers who entered this Ash Zone were generally quite powerful. This left Xia Lin's makeshift trio with a wealth of options at their disposal, though none of them knew what cards their teammates held. With so many cards in hand, the approaches to tackling the main quest naturally multiplied. The mission deadline is 3 months. If I use a spacecraft to traverse the stars, I could reach the ancient city of Odrins in roughly a week. Xia Lin possessed such a vessel, the Blade 3 starship purchased from the Sea Crossing Hall years ago, so speed was never an issue. The real challenge lies in evading the Silver Empire, the Black Iron Resistance, and the hostile Embers Walkers. Ultimately, combat-oriented missions still came down to raw strength. Xia Lin's. Chapter 275, The Eternal Core. The Death Paradise planetary fleet began its advance. Its pace was neither swift nor slow, and Silver Axe delivered his assessment. At our current pace, combined with the distance to the ancient capital of Odrins, it will take us a month and a half to reach the final mission site. With a 3-month mission deadline, spending half that time on travel was perfectly acceptable to the trio. The main consideration was that this newly formed Death Paradise planetary fleet could significantly boost the squad's combat effectiveness. Unless absolutely forced, using this powerful asset to force their way through would be the trio's optimal choice. After all, these three were masters of superhuman strength. With that, Silver Axe retrieved a large quantity of materials from his personal storage space. Among them were gleaming high-grade metals like refined gold and secret silver. There were intact skeletal remains of powerful beings, radiating an astonishing aura. And fragments of planetary wills, shimmering with radiant light yet incomplete. Body. Chapter 276, Clear the Quest, Deceive Heaven, and Rewrite Fate. Observation is a divine skill. The more Xia Lin used the observation skill, the more profoundly he understood this truth. No wonder the legendary Junyu was so formidable. Possessing this skill truly gave one the sensation of controlling everything, of seeing through all things. Just like this very moment. His gaze fell upon Vasily's corpse, particularly the deformed, overgrown metal components. A corpse infected with rust disease. Rust disease, curse. Cursed origin undetectable, suspected mean contamination. Confirmed connection to the Black Flag. His gaze shifted back to the Black Flag. Beyond the standard item attributes provided by the Ember Zone, an additional line of text appeared in the observation view. Suspected fragment of a high-grade artifact. Its inherent power remains incomplete and sealed. Method to break the seal currently unknown. Chapter 277, Unparalleled Brutality, Planetary Incarnation. The 3 great legions of the Silver Empire suffered defeat after defeat. The strength of the Spirit-attached East Wind Legion and the Immortal Slaying Sword Array was undeniable, rendering warship defense shields utterly useless. Though the Dongfeng missiles were slower than laser weapons, their agile maneuvers proved unstoppable. Within mere minutes, the 3 legions' defeat became evident. Yet within the flagship, the flame demon Nielsen's avatar grinned widely, laughing with delight. He glanced back at the Light Guard 3. The Eternal Core was primed and ready. In just 1 minute, it would obliterate everything within the target zone. Meanwhile, the battle between Su Jie and the Joker remained deadlocked. Thus, the unfolding situation became crystal clear to Nelson. The Enhuang Star would be obliterated, Silver Axe and Xia Lin would flee in disarray, but the Joker would have no escape. He would inevitably meet his end at the hands of Xia Jie and himself. Losing such a key commander as the Joker during this escort mission would place us in an overwhelmingly advantageous position. Amir. Chapter 278 Mutated Black Source Doom Approaches. Human-machine interface, mental force tides, and heart of the dark source. These three skills must be purchased back. Thus, the question became, which three skills should be abandoned? Even with the unstable constant talent providing a full 10 extra skill slots, Xia Lin still felt they were insufficient. After a moment's thought, Xia Lin actually smiled. What skills should I abandon? Didn't Deceive Heaven and Alter Fate already provide the answer? What's there to think about? Indeed, the very first random combination after activating Deceive Heaven, Alter Fate had already revealed which three skills should be discarded. Animal Transformation. I am a tree, high-level energy receptor. Though small animal shapeshifting functioned as part of the miracle mechanism, its actual usage rate remained rather low. The miracle mechanism itself is difficult to use effectively, only truly shining when combined with Deceive Heaven, Alter Fate. Without that buff, this mechanism is practically indistinguishable from stealth. And thus, Chapter 279, Bomb Kid Core, the Silver Empire's Gift. The Bomb Kid Core. This was the name Xia Lin bestowed upon the newly spirit-bound East Wind Legion. Under the new skill mechanics, Dongfeng no longer functioned as simply as the original Dongfeng missile description. They had become more bizarre, more extravagant, and more powerful. As the sounds of flesh regrowing gradually subsided, everyone present fell silent. Not just the opponents, but even his teammates, the Joker and Silver Axe. In the void, the planetary giant stood proudly, shrouded in a storm that draped over it like a hazy veil. Beside the planetary giant's flank, thousands upon thousands of satellite-sized exploding boys had completed their magnificent transformation. Their barrel-shaped bodies stretched thousands of kilometers tall, like colossal screens obscuring the sky. Their stubby arms were only short in comparison to their bodies in reality. The Bomb Kids' wingspans rivaled interstellar orbits. Chapter 280, Black Flag and Black Source, Hidden Cave and Return. The Silver King solemnly accepted the black banner handed to him by Xia Lin. Running his fingers lightly over the flagpole's rough surface, the Silver King was overcome with emotion. Rogart, the last Black Iron King, was a formidable figure. Possessing both the Black Source and the Black Flag, he was nearly invincible. Especially the Black Source Guardian Legion, whose military might was at its zenith. Xia Lin did not interrupt the Silver King's rambling, nor did he seem particularly interested. He cared little for the past of this ash zone, nor did he wish to know of the Silver King's former glory days. He merely watched as a faint glow blossomed from the Silver King's hands, swiftly enveloping the entire black banner. In that instant, Xia Lin felt his heart skip a beat. The connection between the Black Source heart skill and the Black Flag grew clearer and more stable. It took roughly 10 minutes before the Silver King finally completed the entire unsealing process. He handed the Black Flag back to Xia Lin, drenched in sweat, looking. Chapter 281, Randomized Release Flow, Ghost 5 Elements Black Blaze / Within the vast settlement space resembling the starry sky, the Ember Zone system's notification tones sounded repeatedly. Settlement initiated. Main quest, escort, completed. You have obtained 3 celestial source essences. Clear mission, Black Treasure, completed. You have obtained the Black Source and Black Banner, along with the clear reward. Evaluating clearance contribution. Evaluation complete. Your contribution rate for the quest is 100%. Xia Lin chuckled. So this contribution data is just for fun, use it as a reference, but don't take it too seriously. Because the Black Treasure quest is a solo-based mission, there's only one Black Flag, meaning only one person can complete it. The other quest, Glory of Black Iron, is a team-based quest. Chapter 282, The Curtain Rises. Each has their own area of expertise. Nielsen demonstrated the meaning of this phrase to Xia Lin. Just 3 days later, Nelson presented Xia Lin with dozens of solutions tailored to her needs. Among them, the one that satisfied Xia Lin most was a plan he called the Realm Beyond Realms. The realm beyond the realm, he explained, involves harnessing the power of the miniature abyss to cultivate an alternate dimensional space connected to the endless abyss, yet entirely detached from the abyssal dark gods. This plan fulfills your 2 main requirements. First, it prevents the gaze of the abyssal deities, though I'm still unsure why you're so afraid of attracting their attention. Second, it rapidly increases the concentration of demonic energy within this dimensional space by siphoning abyssal energy. As a demonic sorcerer, Nilsson possessed profound understanding of spatial and dimensional concepts. There's a third advantage. Xia. Chapter 283, Death Island, Mortals Game with Immortals. This. Complete loss of attributes and skills. A quick scan revealed the cause of his body's heavy weight. It wasn't some debuff, but rather a special rule of this preliminary battlefield. A gust of wind swept through, carrying not only the eerie, intermittent howls from the distance but also swirling dust and leaves that formed words before Xia Lin's eyes. Welcome to Preliminary Battlefield 1. Note, this is a virtual Ashen Zone. Note, this Ash Zone operates under special rules. All Ash Zone travelers' skills and items are sealed. All Ash Zone travelers' attribute values are forcibly set to 10 points, and racial values to 1 point. The Ash Zone enforced a rule that forcibly leveled all travelers to the same baseline. But this isn't fair. Xia Lin was utterly speechless. The sequence ranking battle selects the strongest though the strength of the Ember Zone travelers. Chapter 284, Who's Invincible, Who's Showing Off? Who's the Boss, Who Gets Beaten? Part 1. The purpose of this virtual Ashen Zone is a mass screening assessment, so its world building isn't complex. Even the battlefield scale is restricted, it's only as large as Death Island. That said, it's merely a simulated Cinder Zone, essentially a scripted instance created by the Cinder Zone. With the sequence ranking battle underway in such massive preliminary numbers, the Cinder Zone likely lacks the computational power to make every simulated zone feel authentically vast. The blaster rifle in his hand erupted with searing red light. After a precise single shot, the head of the half-human, half-horse zombie monster exploded, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Wang Jingxiang pretentiously blew on the muzzle of his blaster just as Chu Aotian's voice rang in his ear. I don't give a damn about that. Where's the antidote you promised? Hey! Listen up, if there's no antidote, I'll fight you to the death. The angry kid put on a give me candy or I'll throw a fit act, but Wang Jingxiang didn't care. Chapter 285, Who's Invincible, Who's Showing Off? Who's the Boss, Who Gets Beaten? Part 2. In the underground secret base. The moment the Iron Suit took control of the boss known as the Chimera, a deep, powerful sound suddenly echoed throughout the entire underground base. The sound was indistinct, like a groan, yet it reverberated like an elephant's roar, shaking the very foundations. What's that noise? The red-clad woman, engrossed in checking her stats, was startled by the sound. She looked up in confusion, scanning the direction the sound came from. Unfortunately, the complex layout of the underground base made it impossible for her to pinpoint Chimera's exact location, even if she could determine the general direction. Wang Jingxiang, on the other hand, let out a sinister, cold chuckle. The dungeon boss, Chimera's roar. Rest assured, once I've amassed sufficient power, I'll come find you. Behind Wang Jingxiang now stood 5 mutated creatures. Each bore a hideous, inhuman appearance unlike ordinary zombified monsters. Chapter 286, Death Island's New Order, Xia Lin's Bio-Scoring Factory. The underground base was vast. Previously, power outages had allowed monsters to run rampant, making travel difficult. But once the power was restored, this core facility of Chimera Corporation immediately revealed the allure of its technology. Ignoring the filthy bloodstains, the brightly lit corridors were spacious and imposing. The red-clad woman walked down the corridor for a short while before halting. A sightseeing vehicle had materialized before her, carrying a young man in his early 20s with blonde hair and blue eyes. His demeanor suggested he was not a traveler from the Ashen Zone, but rather a native of this particular zone. Ma'am, please get in. I'll take you to Sector A1. The young man said politely. After a moment's thought, the woman in red nodded, stepped forward, and sat in the back seat of the sightseeing vehicle. The vehicle began moving forward. The young man was naturally outgoing, chatting casually as he drove. Judging by your attire, you must be a Cinder Zone traveler like Brother Xia. Chapter 287, Hunting and Counter-Hunting, Preparing for Battle. Without Xia Lin needing to do anything, subsequent events would naturally find their way to him. No sooner had Xia Lin departed the assessment zone than Wang Lai appeared before him, making a big fuss. Well, this gentleman looks quite unfamiliar to me. Wang Lai greeted Nelson. Before Nelson could speak, Xia Lin smiled and introduced him. This is Nelson, my friend. Don't ask about his background, and keep your mouth shut about prying questions. This fat guy is Wang Lai, my star sequence too, and also my close friend. Nielsen and Wang Lai shook hands in greeting. Wang Lai plopped down across from Xia Lin, poured himself a glass of wine, and asked, How was the assessment? Fun? Currently, Wang Lai remained a level 7 Ash Zone Walker, not yet reaching level 8, and thus ineligible for this race sequence ranking battle. But that was fine, because no need to wait today, take the day off. RT, designing new dungeons, especially skill sets for powerful characters making their debut. My head's a bit fried, taking a day off. Chapter 288, Opening Act The Outer Gods Immortal Chronicles. Unstable mutation activated. In the vast, story-like pre-battle preparation space, Xia Lin opened his eyes to the familiar notification sound. Opening his personal information list, he watched his skills rapidly mutate before finally stabilizing. Yet Xia Lin sighed and shook his head. None of the mutations were worth keeping. Yet he didn't immediately close the personal info panel. Instead, his gaze shifted upward to his attributes. Name, Xia Lin. Level, 8. Base stats, 43 originally 31. Base stats, 700W. The increase in base stats stemmed from the Abyssal Breath. The Beyond the Boundaries project remains unfinished, yet the miniature abyss has become Xia Lin's personal playground. Using the combination of Abyssal Breath and East Wind Dominion, Xia Lin raised his base stats by 43 points over the course of a month. After fair trade balancing, his base stats settled at an 8. Chapter 289, Zhongnan Sect, Bao has a solution. As a temporary base, Zhongnan Sect didn't seem like a good choice. As the antagonist in the early stages of the original story, the Zhongnan Sect was destined to face Lin Fan's righteous retribution. Hiding here is practically walking right into the protagonist's path, isn't it? But Bao Yuban disagreed. We have to go out of our way to confront the protagonist. On the way to Zhongnan sect, Bao Bowen spoke with a cheerful smile, yet his tone was quite serious. He elaborated further. Because this main quest is extremely difficult, leaving us with few options. On the surface, the main storyline of Outer Immortal Chronicles revolves around the confrontation between Black Star and the primordial immortal lord, Lin Fan. A savior rising from humble beginnings defeats the great demon king who devours heaven and earth. In the 9th year of the storyline, the decisive battle erupted, shattering the primordial world. As for any talk of a new immortal sovereign being forged, we'll just listen for fun. Don't ever believe it. Chapter 290, Xia Lin decides to go solo. Bao Bowen's tricks are hard to counter. As the saying goes, one gains by sacrificing. The identity substitution card's effects were powerful, offering immense benefits. Prematurely experiencing the divine might of the immortal sovereign realm was an advantage that shattered the heavens. But correspondingly, the restrictions were numerous. One must strictly follow the original storyline's progression, which severely constrained Lin Xiantian's freedom of action. And these restrictions are downright annoying. After a brief trial within the Seeking Dao sect, Lin Xiantian voiced this lament. He had merely tweaked the plot's trajectory slightly. For instance, in the original story's opening scene where the protagonist humiliates the antagonist, Lin Xiantian did not follow the script by overwhelming the villain with sheer power, eliciting gasps from the audience. Instead, he humiliated the antagonist with words and logic, leaving the villain utterly disgraced. The outcome appeared identical, yet even so, Lin Xiantian heard the warning: you have deviated from the plot progression. Strictly adhere to the original storyline, or irreversible consequences will ensue. Chapter 291, Battle Ghost, number 259, and an unexpected appearance. For cultivators, beyond Tribulation Crossing lies True Immortal, and above True Immortal are Immortal Lords and Golden Immortals. Beyond Golden Immortals lies the 11th tier. Within the Immortal Path system, this tier further divides into two ranks, Celestial Immortals and Immortal Kings. Above Immortal King lies the 12th tier Immortal Sovereign Realm. Beyond that, the path of immortality ends. Returning to the main group's Guardian of the Way, Immortal Lord Wang Li. As an Immortal Lord, his power is naturally formidable, though he has not yet reached the 11th tier. Consequently, in skill judgment weighting, the second law did not activate. His inherent attributes were quite good, however, triggering the first stage of the third law, skill permission level +1. Yet this still fell short compared to number 259. Before Xia Lin's eyes, the battle between the Limit Breaker and the Immortal Lord raged with overwhelming force, even threatening to tilt the heavens. It appeared evenly matched, with Wang Li even holding a slight advantage. Yet Xia Lin knew deep down that Wang Li and Chapter 292, the 13th name, and the second deception of heaven and fate. The illusory circus spanned the size of a small town, bustling with smiling visitors. Colorful balloons, ribbons, and neon lights filled the sky, while clown performers put on energetic shows, making children laugh heartily. The atmosphere was boisterous and joyful. Yet the instant the skill-named soul-swapping circus took effect on Xing Fanwu in number 259, the cheerful circus seemed to hit pause. Everything within froze solid, suspended in time. Slowly, the figures of the clowns, Xing Fanwu, and number 259 materialized within the soul-swapping circus. Their bodies appeared slightly ethereal. Observations revealed that their physical forms had mysteriously vanished. What materialized within the circus were their very souls. The very instant their souls materialized within the circus, number 259 opened his eyes, his gaze blank and bewildered. He looked up at the frozen world around him, the crimson glow of his battle ghost stayed burning in his eyes. Chapter 293, Personality Awakening. Chain Reaction. Xia Lin wasn't the king of hell. He didn't possess the power to decide life and death with a single word. His bold declaration that no one needs to die stemmed not from overconfidence in his own strength or a belief he could defeat number 259 in a direct confrontation. Of course, the necessary attempts and preparations still had to be made. A light drizzle suddenly began falling from the sky. Xing Fanwu looked up, extended his hand, and caught a raindrop only to discover it was a Dongfeng missile as thin as a cowhair. With a sharp crack, the missile detonated in Xing Fanwu's palm like a firecracker. Not even capable of harming a blade of grass. But the hundredfold amplification was real and undeniable. Xia Lin instantly pushed the Dongfeng Dominator's buff to its peak. With a base of 43 racial points and 7 million total attributes, combined with the hundredfold amplification, Xia Lin's actual attributes broke through the 30 billion mark. Yet it still fell short of number 259. Chapter 294, Xia Lin's Many Tricks. Explode, then repay. This was the essence of defying heaven and altering fate. 10 minutes of boundless fortune or even a form of wish fulfillment corresponded to 3 days of intense, though not necessarily fatal, misfortune. We might have to endure some hardship over the next 3 days. The moment those words left his lips, a flash of sword light suddenly streaked across the sky. A passing cultivator undergoing tribulation keenly sensed the subtle energy fluctuations below. His gaze swept over, and he drew his sword to strike. All you celestial demons from beyond the realms die. Good grief! Misfortune was just testing the waters, it seemed. Xia Lin's mouth twitched. What the hell are you doing here, you tribulation stage cultivator? As Xing Fanwu drew his greatsword, poised to teach the seemingly youthful tribulation stage flower a lesson in why it bloomed so red, Xia Lin quickly grabbed his arm. Let's go! No messing around with him. Chapter 295, Clearance Mission, Hide Under Heaven, with heavenly soldiers carrying 6 months. Temporarily splitting up for a while? That seems like a reasonable decision. After hearing this, both Clown and Xing Fanwu nodded thoughtfully. Then both turned their heads simultaneously, gazing out the window. The founding of the Xiantian sect, one of the 5 great immortal sects, was naturally a momentous occasion. As one of the foremost righteous sects in this realm, the Xiantian sect boasted countless immortals, including an 11th level heavenly immortal as its guardian. Its reputation was unmatched and its power formidable. As for Xia Lin's intentions, they were actually quite easy to guess. Identity. Identity is the key to our next move. Due to the damnable rules of this Ashen Zone, you're either a cultivator or an extraterrestrial demon. The nature of one's power dictated their stance. Without an immortal status, survival in this Ashen Zone was bound to be an uphill battle. Xia Lin's current plan was to infiltrate the Xiantian sect through today's founding ceremony and recruitment event, securing a legitimate disciple status within the sect. This would facilitate his next move. Chapter 296, The Second Gambit, I Play the Fisherman. Lin Fan stared ahead, his gaze dark and brooding. He had no protector. Lin Fan came from humble origins, unlike the likes of Zheng Kun. His current cultivation was low, and he had yet to display the bearing of a future immortal sovereign. It was only natural that the Si Dao sect would not place much importance on him, much less assign him a protector. Yet he possessed a considerable number of protective treasures. All of these had been brought in from outside. They did not belong to Lin Fan, but to Lin Xiantian, the man who had assumed Lin Fan's identity. As for whether figures like number 259 were concealed behind Lin Fan, serving as unconventional protectors, that was something Xia Lin could not perceive. Can't just attack directly. Lin Xiantian's power was sealed due to the identity substitution card. Xia Lin, however, was in perfect condition. With his strength, subduing a Qi cultivation grandmaster was as easy as snatching something from a child. Yet the faintly sensed danger emanating from Lin Fan, coupled with the whereabouts of the other Ember Zone walkers remaining unknown, caused Xia Lin to pause. Chapter 297, The Brutal Show begins. To the onlookers, the great cultivator of the transformation realm, Immortal Baiyun, seemed unreachably lofty. Yet before the Ember Zone travelers, he was but a mere speck, a tiny ant that could be crushed with a single finger. The issue was not Baiyun Jinren's actual strength upon his arrival, but the significance he represented. This signaled that the Yuanqing town incident was no longer a solo act for its protagonist. With an immortal sect expert entering the fray, what room would there be for a mere Qi cultivation grand perfection cultivator to maneuver? Even Lin Fan's devious schemes would now face resistance. With a spirit transformation cultivator like Immortal Baiyun present, quietly removing the child from Wang Xioro's womb would clearly require much more effort. But it's no big deal. As before, immortal transformation cultivators are too weak. If Su Hanan and his human faction truly wish to act, they possess thousands upon thousands of methods to circumvent Baiyun Jinren's perception. Oh, right, Senior Sister Shiro. Chapter 298, Building Momentum, Seizing the Advantage. Xia Lin takes the lead, all systems go. The practical value of the Heavenly Soldier's pregnancy skill is actually quite low. This skill isn't rooted in racial heritage. Unleashing it on a weaker opponent like Wang Xioro at the peak of Qi cultivation would pose no problem. But when used against a powerful opponent, it simply won't work. Unless the powerful deliberately choose to be affected by it. Thus, upon acquiring the skill, Xia Lin immediately dismissed the option of using it as a combat tactic. In Xia Lin's hands, the skill's purpose transformed into 1. To annoy Lin Fan and disrupt the plot. 2nd, to leverage the situation for his own advantage. Even before number 259 and Su Hanan reached the watchtower, Wang Dao and Ping Kaier had already made their decision. We still hope to have a child. Ping Kaier's expression turned bashful, making her seem like a young maiden of a few thousand years. Wang Dao seemed to have resolved his inner conflict, addressing Xia Lin with his usual composure. Chapter 299, Su Hanan's Transformation. The Soft-Legged Shrimp Entertainer. The birth of the Dark Source Ruler. Earlier, to fake being an immortal cultivator, Xia Lin had purged his random release flow skill. But after acquiring the Heavenly Soldier with a child in her womb and finalizing his plan, Xia Lin spent 2 evolution points to repurchase this skill. As an SS tier skill, its price in the recipe book wasn't exorbitant. It fell into the category of skills Xia Lin could freely buy, sell, or adjust. Moreover, like random combination, this skill carried an intensely unpredictable aura. Disgusting. But the SS rank was clearly insufficient. The solution was straightforward. Xia Lin's chosen method was bloodsucking, draining his teammates' blood. In this round, Joker and Xing Fanwu were dispatched for Project 13, specifically targeting number 259. For this operation, each brought in a temporary item that temporarily elevated their skill judgment permissions. Xing Fanwu had used his earlier. Chapter 300, Black Source. The end of this realm. Game over. Racial Talent 1, Art is Explosion Racial Foundational Level. As the Bomb Kid clan was created by the skill East Wind Dominator, their bodies are filled with high-energy explosives, granting them innate explosive capabilities. Explosive types include but are not limited to self-detonation, explosive punches, missile summons, etc. Simultaneously, their physical forms possess high damage immunity to explosive attacks. This racial talent is possessed by all Bomb Kids, with talent levels varying by individual. Originally an SS tier talent, the County Magistrate's transformation has elevated it to foundational tier, dramatically amplifying its power. Race Talent 2, Silicon-based life unrated, unique races yield unique racial talents. Bomb Kids are immune to most abnormal statuses and debuffs targeting other life forms. Nothing much to say about that. After the class change, the original race. Chapter 301, Suhanen's Fun. Fun seeker is a derogatory term. A mild troublemaker enjoys gossip and watching others suffer, finding amusement in misfortune, already revealing flaws like weak empathy and blurred moral boundaries. The ultimate pleasure seekers, however, have evolved beyond this. They even make finding and creating amusement their ultimate mission. For this mission, amusement seekers won't even care if their actions cause chaos or even bring about their own demise. Life can be sacrificed, but fun must be found. This was the sole thought occupying the mind of the pleasure seeker, Suhanen. It had been over half a month since Xia Lin had placed that debuff on him. But good things come to those who wait. The reason the Fun Seeker debuff took so long to activate wasn't because it was ineffective, it was because Suhanen had been holding back something truly massive. I have a way to fix your personality issues. Seeking Dao Sect Wanli. Chapter 302, World Backlash, True and False Protagonists. The end of this realm permanently altered the laws governing this virtual Ash Zone world. With Rust disease incurable and its source undiscovered, the Shantian Sect's declaration detonated like a massive bomb, exploding across the entire primordial chaos world. By the very next day, visitors streamed in unceasingly, all-powerful immortals and influential figures infected by the Rust disease. And Xia Lin, amidst this tumult, appeared before everyone with remarkable composure. Take this and rest for a day. The medicine will cure the disease. Xia Lin smiled as he handed a bottle of pills to the true immortal before him, receiving the immortal's profuse thanks. After exchanging a few polite words, the patient withdrew, and the next one arrived immediately. The infected, so many. The distortion of the world's rules affected everyone within this realm. Moreover, the effects of this realm's doom skill were progressive. After a year of progression. Chapter 303, The Primordial Secret Realm, A Family of Three. It seems I am destined to be the one who faces this calamity. Xia Lin spoke thus. Lin Xiantian remained silent, his face twitching as he inwardly cursed Xia Lin for being shameless. You're not the one destined to face the calamity, you're the one who caused it, aren't you? Yet Lin Xiantian understood this truth, though he couldn't voice it. For he had already discerned the current situation. Xia Lin was stealing his protagonist status, stripping him of his leading role. The protagonist's aura erupted, granting Lin Xiantian unprecedented mental clarity. Reviewing the situation, Lin Xiantian grasped the full picture with minimal thought. It started long ago. It had started the moment Wang Xiaoro became pregnant. The child wasn't his. It was Xia Lin's scheme. Lin Xiantian had previously assumed this maneuver was Xia Lin's way of tormenting him and disrupting the plot. But now, looking back. Chapter 304, War Rises in the Primordial Realm, Demon Clan Sequence 76, Taojing. In the original storyline, the Primordial Secret Realm was the final dungeon in the Outer Immortal Xianxia Chronicles. The Primordial Heavenly Heart was also Lin Fan's most crucial treasure in his later stages, without a doubt. As Bai Wudao had previously explained, the Primordial Heavenly Heart possessed the effect of enhancing cultivators' perception of the Tao. In Xia Lin's understanding, this artifact seemed to manifest as the will of the world itself. In short, it was incredibly powerful. Simultaneously, due to the Primordial Heavenly Heart, the Primordial Secret Realm operates under unique rules. Even level 11 celestial immortals and immortal kings entering it would find their cultivation suppressed, unable to unleash their full power, and might even face greater dangers. Merging with the Tao. Celestial immortals and immortal kings are closer to the Tao. Prolonged exposure to the Primordial Heavenly Heart, such as lingering too long within the Primordial Secret Realm, would likely cause them to be assimilated by the Primordial Heavenly Heart and the Tao, losing their self-awareness. This is what is known as merging with the Tao. Standing before the entrance to the Primordial Secret Realm, Bai Wu, the patriarch of the Seeking Dao sect. Chapter 305, Black and Red Forms, Evenly Matched, The Decisive Move. 8,600-word chapter. Over a year had passed since they entered the Outer Immortal Chronicles Embers Zone. Xia Lin knew every name and face in Lin Xiantian's team by heart, and this Taojing was no exception. Demon Clan Sequence 76, Taojing, a demon cultivator of the Taodai clan. The demonic race, however, did not rank among the major clans. Essentially, they branched off from one of the major clans, the Beast Clan. It is said the reason for this divergence is connected to the Heavenly Tao Creator. Wasn't the Heavenly Tao Creator a bit of a know-it-all? After the new universe was born, the heavenly Tao creator enlightened the beasts, helping them embark on the path of cultivation. These beasts, originally divine beasts of the beast clan, admired the creator of the heavenly Tao. After achieving cultivation success and transforming into human form, they posed a question to the creator. Humans and beasts are distinct. Humans uphold propriety and possess wisdom, while beasts are bloodthirsty and savage. Master, what am I then, being half human and half beast? To this, the creator of heavenly Tao offered this explanation: those who cannot transform into human form. Chapter 306, Intertwined Fates, Converging Protagonists. Tao Jing's dying words were filled with profanity, so there's no need to elaborate. 5 minutes later, the curses gradually faded until they vanished entirely. You have slain the alien Ember Zone Walker. You may randomly acquire one of the opponent's non-class skills and 2 items from their personal inventory. Upon slaying Tao Jing, Xia Lin triggered the Alien Walker mutual killing rule. The Ember Zone system alert sounded again. You have acquired the skill 9 Defeats Rebirth. Since Tao Jing possessed only this one non-class, non-racially exclusive skill, Xia Lin could only acquire this particular ability. But let's be honest, this skill's power is absolutely legit. Detected no available skill slots. 9 Defeats Rebirth converted into a skill crystal. Amidst surging light, 9 Defeats Rebirth settled into Xia Lin's hand. Xia Lin, however, showed no hurry to use it, because its logic functions similarly to the heaven-bestowed source essence. Chapter 307, Divine Transformation, Emperor Shinon, The Fuse. The waiting period proved far from tedious. For one thing, Su Hanan, that joker, kept finding ways to entertain himself. He'd tricked innocent people, but it had amused both himself and his teammates. But some of that fun bordered on inhumanity, even bordering on insanity. It only strengthened Xia Lin's resolve to absolutely not use his grand entrance skill himself, and then, the decision regarding that skill. Second, as news of the Divine Farmer Emperor spread, more and more people converged on this location. Among them were disciples from the 5 great immortal sects, the Ancient Demon Sect, and the Black Martial Alliance. These 3 factions were locked in a bitter rivalry where one could not coexist with the other. Before the Divine Farmer Emperor even appeared, the 3 sides were already locked in fierce conflict, which provided Su Hanan with even more entertainment. Meanwhile, Xia Lin watched several scenes unfold, a couple deeply in love, only for the woman to discover her lover was an extraterrestrial demon, a righteous cultivator and a demonic cultivator evenly matched, clashing repeatedly without a clear victor. Chapter 308, Xia Lin, have I become a disaster-blocking hero? Choosing the lesser of 2 evils. Lin Xiantian had anticipated Xia Lin's move. After all, Xia Lin's reaction speed and adaptability were truly formidable. But Lin Xiantian had no choice. When he first met Shui, Lin Xiantian felt his protagonist's destiny ignite divine favor bestowed upon him, protected by an 11th-tier celestial immortal. With such power, what place on earth could be off limits? Black Star's sudden appearance threw everything into disarray. Watching Shui get pinned down by Black Star, she could barely protect herself, let alone safeguard Lin Xiantian. Xiaofeng was charging in, and number 259 was likely nearby too. If he hadn't shouted that warning, he'd be in real trouble. Compared to this, Xia Lin's mudslinging at least offered room for sophistry. The flicker of embarrassment vanished from his face as Lin Xiantian composed himself and declared in a clear voice. We happened to cross paths, and Miss Chu was gravely wounded. How could I stand by and watch her die before my very eyes? Chapter 309, Xia Lin, there's always a way. Xia Lin admitted he'd underestimated the power of the protagonist's destiny and his own knack for avoiding trouble. The combination of the two had directly resulted in Xia Lin inadvertently shielding Lin Xiantian from disaster. Thus, the question now before him was, should he intervene in this situation? The answer was unequivocal. Without any personal feelings involved, he had no personal feelings for that female demon, Chui. The child's father and child's mother were merely playful nicknames, not to be taken seriously. The crux lay in how this matter tied into both the side quest and the main objective. In other words, propelled by a series of coincidences, Xia Lin must either help the true protagonist, Lin Fan, and the female lead, Chui, survive this crisis, or face the consequences of the female lead's death, mission failure, and severe negative repercussions for the battle between the true and false protagonists. Just then, Zhang Li struck from above. Though the might of a divine king had been somewhat diminished by the primordial secret realm, it still sent shivers down the spine. Even without any deliberate. Chapter 310, I Stole Your Woman. Only after calming Scarlet did Xia Lin find time to check the system notification that had just reached his ears. Due to your actions, the mission Hide in Plain Sight has reached 46.95% completion. Keep up the good work. Wooing the female lead? No need to woo her. Simply seizing the female lead's identity was naturally faster. Just like now, the progress of Hide the Sky Over the Sea shot up by 20 percentage points. This signifies that Xia Lin's actions have gained the Ember Zone's approval. The Ember Zone never restricts its practitioners from taking any action. It is the ultimate, absolute results-oriented entity. Yet it was equally undeniable that Xia Lin had presented the Ember Zone system with a conundrum. The question now is this Scarlet Chui the female lead of the storyline? Or is she Xia Lin's follower? The Ember Zone system noted that this wasn't without precedent. Chapter 311, Exploding with the Enemy. Lin Xiantian's Death Pact. No matter how vigilant he was, Lin Xiantian couldn't guard against the fate-bound heroine stabbing him in the back. Because this defied all logic. In Lin Xiantian's mind, Chui had fought tooth and nail to protect him before, even confronting the Black Star and Zhangli duo for his sake. What was that? It was sharing life and death. It was true loyalty revealed in adversity. Based on that alone, Lin Xiantian never considered the possibility of a heroine backstab. Why would she betray me? If you truly intended to betray me, you could have simply fled back then at the 10,000 Plants Garden. Why bother with all these unnecessary maneuvers afterward? Xia Lin insisted this was no unnecessary maneuver. The power of the protagonist's destiny has already become evident. Fairly competing with you for the primordial heavenly heart? The odds of success are slim. Then let's change tactics. You take the primordial heavenly heart from the ancient celestial emperor, and I'll take it from you. You take the risks, you face the trials, but I won't share in the rewards. Chapter 312, The Scheme Unfolds, Round 1, Forehand, Backhand, Backstab Harvest. Before Xia Lin departed the primordial secret realm, Black Star led Xiao Feng and the others with their target, Lin Xiantian, out of the realm. Notably, Lin Xiantian had chosen to follow Black Star out of his own volition. Once the objective was achieved, Black Star required no further action. Beyond the boundaries of the primordial world, that indescribably colossal entity slowly receded into the distance, leaving behind only the scarred world barrier and the pale-faced, severely drained leaders of the immortal sects within it. The group exchanged glances, the atmosphere heavy, yet none spoke first. Black Star threatened from without, while rust disease ravaged from within. The entire world hung in the balance. With no solution in sight, there was little else to discuss. Bai Wudao sighed softly. Let's return. When Xia Lin departed the primordial secret realm, Bai Wudao, Xian Yi, and the others had already returned to its entrance. Mission accomplished. Chapter 313, Round 2, Dominate the World. He truly deserved to die. The primordial world. State of Lu. The 35th year of the Pingan era marked the third year since the Ashes Zone's inception and the second year since Master Xia Lin had begun spreading the Black Ion mystic arts across the land. The capital of Lu State bore the name Xingjing. Guarded by immortals, its populace exceeded 100 million. From high vantage points, one could behold Xingjing City's prosperity in vast scale, leaving even some less traveled Ashes Zone wanderers in awe. Yet few knew that this was also the headquarters of the Black Martial Alliance. Beneath the Tianxia restaurant in Xingjing City lay a hidden chamber. Lin Xiantian lay motionless on a cold jade bed, his consciousness completely extinguished. Ever since he had followed Black Star to this place over a year ago, Lin Xiantian had been subjected to a procedure that silenced his immortal soul, condemning him to eternal slumber. Various magical artifacts flickered with multicolored light around him, seemingly fine-tuning both his physical body and immortal soul to transform him into a vessel more suited to Black Star. At this very moment. Chapter 314, Showdown. The first stop on Holy Master Xia Lin's world tour was an unassuming, obscure little town. Baishan City. Baishan City had been established just months prior, its founding driven by a simple reason. A Tai Sui mine with astonishing yields had been discovered nearby. Wealth stirs the heart. Countless fortune seekers swarmed in. With the aid of immortal arts and magic, Baishan City sprang up overnight and now stood somewhat presentable. And just days ago, an oddity appeared within Baishan City. It was a perfectly regular cylinder. Its entire form seemed cast in iron, yet it was impervious to blades and weapons. Moreover, it remained unaffected by the rust disease that corrupts iron into Taosui. Cultivators even discovered that practicing the black iron mystic art near this artifact significantly accelerated their cultivation progress. When the sage Master Xia Lin chose this city as the first stop on his world tour, people assumed it was likely because of this strange object. White. Chapter 315, Fusion, the sovereign form of the black source. Plans require time to unfold. Just as planting a seed requires waiting for it to blossom and bear fruit. Today, the seeds planted by Xia Lin 2 years ago finally bore their fruit. The timing was Xia Lin's choice. When the Holy Master preaches to the world, time naturally falls under his own command. The location, too, was Xia Lin's choice. Baishan City was built around the county magistrate, who resides within its walls. The participants, for the most part, were also chosen by Xia Lin. The arrival of Xing Jia and Zhang Li was inevitable, and summoning the 11th rank immortal cultivators required nothing more than a simple invitation. Thus, at this time, in this place, with these people, the heroes gathered. It's time to draw a perfect conclusion to this Ashen district. With this thought in mind, a sword light erupted from above, striking down with devastating force. Xuanya's sword light shone like the bright moon, a beauty that took one's breath away. Chapter 316, Third round. Scour the earth 3 feet deep, wealth from all directions. Targeting Black Star wasn't merely about venting frustration. After all, Black Star was also tied to Xia Lin's mission completion rate. After watching Bao Bowen and the others depart, Xia Lin opened his quest panel and examined the clearance mission, Hide Heaven, Cross the Sea. The task progress had reached 80%, yet the remaining 20% remained stubbornly stagnant. Considering that the entire primordial chaos world had already fallen under Xia Lin's control, this final 20% of progress must inevitably rest on Black Star. Truthfully, I don't particularly need this mission reward. At this stage, Xia Lin's gains were already substantial. Compared to the upcoming harvest phase, the completion reward was likely just a minor fraction. But you, Black Star, really have a bit of an attitude. Muttering to himself, Xia Lin retrieved the team communicator. Everything's sorted. Dinner's ready. Chapter 317, Final Battle, Random Team. Messages aren't just conveyed through words, actions speak louder. On the very third day of Xia Lin's leisurely stay in the Ash Zone, Black Star demonstrated his stance through concrete action. Beyond the heavens. The indescribably colossal entity began to flicker. With each flash, it drew closer to the primordial world. Within mere breaths, the two colossal worlds were drawn within tens of millions of kilometers, a distance so close, given their scale, it was as if they were inches apart. Then, the primordial world began to tremble. Xia Lin snapped out of his reverie amidst the picturesque landscape, his gaze shifting toward the heavens. Scarlet and Aaron, unaware of the Black Star's approach, turned their heads toward Xia Lin in unison. Xiao Tianhe even let out a series of cooing sounds, drawing a smile from Xia Lin. Someone has issued me a challenge. I must attend to it first. With that, Chapter 318, Round 4, the real and fake Black Star. Destiny was inevitable. Many overlooked a low-level professional skill on Xia Lin, universal. This mere S-rank skill actually brought immense versatility to the Uncertain Shadow profession. It expands the scope of the Uncertain Shadow's abilities, making them both unpredictable and all-encompassing. And this was Xia Lin's second major reason for wanting to fight this battle. Scraping skills from Black Star to trade for evolution points is a sweet deal. Stealing skills from Black Star for personal use? That's an even better deal. As the random combination effect took hold, Xia Lin instantly pulled away from Black Star. Separated by tens of millions of kilometers, they faced each other. Boundless light erupted from Black Star, while a hazy glow swirled around Xia Lin's hands. Soon, two energy swords, one gray, one red, coalesced in his grasp. This was the black-red form, in its evolved state. Reviewing Xia Lin's current multiple. Chapter 319, Epilogue and Settlement. Tearing apart, destroying, practicing, familiarizing. This was what Xia Lin was doing within the Black Star's ultimate unity form. Within the true form of unification, utter darkness prevailed. Theoretically, this space belonged to the interior of Black Star's body, but the true form of unification was not flesh and blood. Instead, it was condensed from martial blood essence and tangible matter. It blocked Xia Lin's senses, constricted his movement, and even weakened his strength. A crushing pressure arose, and tearing forces came from all directions, enough to make anyone trapped within the true form understand the weight of the world. But the problem was, Xia Lin's attributes were no weaker than Black Star's. Xia Lin wasn't a bacterium that Black Star's immune system could effortlessly eradicate. Xia Lin was more like Sun Wukong, while Black Star was the Iron Fan Princess. What was unfolding now was a scene straight out of the Monkey King's rampage through the Five-Organ Temple. The crimson-black twin blades flashed with dazzling light as Xia Lin executed the 18 styles of the evil sword in sequence. Chapter 320, Preparations on the Field, the final defiance against heaven and fate. For Scarlet and Xiao Tianhe, Xia Lin must choose the Ashen Zone points. There was no debate about this. Xia Lin was self-serving but not ruthless, sometimes cold-hearted but never heartless. When it came to his own people, Xia Lin was unquestionably loyal. Second in importance, however, were those 200,000 ranking battle points. What did that equate to? It equated to 4,000 heavenly gift source essences. Currently, Xia Lin still has one use of Deceive Heaven and Alter Fate remaining. Opening a Heaven's Gift blind box while under its effect has long been his plan. Over 4,000 heavenly gift essences combined with Deceive Heaven and Alter Fate. Just thinking about it was thrilling. As for the remaining three options, high-tier identity replacement card, skill combination opportunity, and forced promotion, Xia Lin considered them relatively insignificant. Choosing the most useful one, Xia Lin selected the identity substitution card high. Some might argue that the skill combination opportunity is also highly valuable. True, that item. Chapter 321, Life and Death Battle Decision Poor. A flash of black light signaled that Xia Lin had activated Deceive Heaven and Alter Fate. His deception points were completely depleted, leaving Xia Lin unable to use Deceive Heaven and Alter Fate again. The very instant Deceive Heaven and Alter Fate took effect, Xia Lin immediately divided his focus. With a flick of his right hand, a heaven-bestowed source essence was activated. The light flickered for less than a second before a notification tone sounded in his ears. Yet Xia Lin paid no heed to the alert. He was engaged in a far more crucial task. Purchase the Cooling Reset and the Uncertain Dining Hall of the Shadow. The cooldown reset skill is inexpensive and can be traded freely. The Uncertain Kitchen of Shadow is one of the skill components in Shadow's recipe book. Although this skill was combined by Xia Lin, it remains in the Eternal Shadows recipe book and can be repurchased by Xia Lin. Shadow's Uncertain Kitchen Race Heritage Level, active skill, exclusive to Uncertain Shadow. Cost, 1. Chapter 322, Departure. A faint fluctuation of psychic energy transformed into the power of annihilating calamity breath and crimson force through energy conversion. Two forces of entirely different natures slowly merged within Xia Lin's body. Then Xia Lin's face paled as a crisp crackling sound echoed within his body. The fusion failed. But it wasn't impossible to fuse them, it was just bad luck, an error occurring mid-process. Speaking of luck, Xia Lin was currently enduring the backlash of defying heaven and altering fate. Succeeding in fusion under these circumstances would be nothing short of a miracle. I'll try again in 3 days. Muttering this to himself, Xia Lin's gaze drifted downward. Skipping over the slightly altered constant skills panel, he arrived at the drastically changed regular skills panel. All 9 conventional skill slots were now completely filled. 1. 5-wheel world devouring demon art. 2. 10,000 martial arts. 3. 18 styles of the evil sword. 4. Chapter 323, Opening Move, 8 Guardians, second young master of the Xia family. He reached out, touching the entrance to the Ashen Zone. A swirling black aura surged, drawing Xia Lin into its depths. Permission activated. When Xia Lin opened his eyes and entered the star-studded pre-battle preparation space, the first thing he heard were these 4 words. You have activated Flash Blue Star Sequence 1 permission, locating the position of the deceptive evil god. Note, due to insufficient permissions, precise location of the deceitful false god's core entity cannot be determined. This Ember Zone deployment will place you in a world where the deceitful false god's power is guaranteed to exist. Accept? Accept. Anchoring to the Ember Zone. Anchoring complete. You are about to enter the racial heritage level Ashen Zone, 8 Guardians. The name sounds rather grand. Unfortunately, from the mere words 8 Guardians, Xia Lin could glean no valuable information. He didn't dwell on it, choosing instead to wait. Detected in this Ash Zone. Chapter 324, All Martial Paths, Dimensional Strike. Night deepened. Having just finished dinner, Xia Tian plunged straight into his cultivation chamber. He disliked it, but responsibility was responsibility. Xia Lin's esteemed elder brother kept these two matters distinctly separate. He worked tirelessly, possessed remarkable talent, and truly lived up to his reputation as the heir to the 8 Guardian Sword Clan. Having just recovered from his injuries, Xia Lin was specifically instructed by Xia Huangwei not to cultivate. So he simply joined his parents in watching television. This suited Xia Lin just fine. He wanted to observe Xia Huangwei's state after taking the medicine. In the living room, a melodramatic romance soap opera blared noisily. Xia Lin and Xia Huangwei watched with expressions of utter speechlessness, while Li Pingwan, on the other hand, was thoroughly enjoying the show. Time flowed slowly amid Li Pingwan's rapt attention and occasional commentary. About half an hour later, Xia Huangwei suddenly twitched beside Xia Lin, followed by a cough. Li Pingwan immediately turned to look at Xia Huangwei, currently getting up to fetch hot water, which she placed in front of him. Chapter 325, Breaking Through. 3 hours later, the private jet descended from the sky, landing at Linqing's primary airport. The cabin door opened, and Xia Lin stepped off the plane, accompanied by 2 attendants. One was a woman, strikingly beautiful with a slender figure, in her early 20s. Her name was Su Hui, Xia Lin's personal assistant, handling his daily affairs. The other was a man, approaching middle age, tall and imposing, radiating a commanding presence. This man was Yuan Yao, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament 5 years prior. Having reached the Grandmaster realm, he was later recruited by the Xia family to teach advanced martial arts. He now served as Xia Lin's personal security and final line of defense. When Xia Lin exited the airport, a private vehicle had been waiting for some time. After an hour's drive, they arrived at the Xia family's villa in Lin City. After instructing Su Hui to prepare a meal promptly, Xia Lin headed to his cultivation chamber. Just as he was about to begin practicing the 100 damages demon art, his phone suddenly rang. Opening it, he saw a message from someone named Ultimate. Chapter 326, The Efficiency of the Wallbreaker and the Xia family's Legacy. The 8 Guardians Ashes district must hold secrets. Xia Lin had long suspected that this Ash Zone's power level simply didn't match its reputation as a race-level legacy. Moreover, since the Ember Zone system stated this zone was connected to the deceitful evil god, traces of that deity must exist here. One secret lay openly before them, the very secret guarded by the 8 Guardian Sword Clans, as demanded by the main quest. This secret is called the World Barrier. Main quest, The Mystery of the 8 Guardians, Phase 1 objective accomplished. Unintended consequences. Xia Lin hadn't been in a hurry to tackle the main quest, his mind consumed by identity quests. But this wave of warmth from Zhong Ying and Zhong Qiming was too generous to refuse, so he promptly completed the first phase of the main quest. Main quest, The Mystery of the 8 Guardians, Phase 2 objective triggered. You have now understood the very purpose of the 8 Guardians Sword Clan, which is. Chapter 327, The Slaughter Begins. It wasn't merely about venting anger or completing a quest. Xia Lin's decision to leave alone was largely for convenience and personal growth. The identity replacement card Hai is indeed a valuable asset. Despite its limitations, Xia Lin now realized this card had catapulted him directly to the mission's critical juncture. The conflict between the Breakers and the Eight Guardians Sword Clan was likely the primary focus of the early stages of the main quest. The significance of his identity as the second young master of the Xia family in this phase had already become apparent. However, with the situation having developed to this point, I am no longer the sole focal point. It is time for me to withdraw. Xia Lin's identity was crucial, but not indispensable. Without Xia Lin, there was still Xia Tian, and even Xia Huangwei. The storm has been unleashed. Xia Lin still requires time to develop. Moreover, his identity is crucial but not indispensable. Chapter 328, Chain Reaction of Carnage. The disappearance of Lin Qing's second-in-command swiftly sent shockwaves through the city. The sight of Xia Lin soaring away with his hostage left a deep shadow in the minds of the bodyguards. Shortly after these bodyguards reported the news, Xia Lin reappeared outside Lin City, before a certain villa. After briefly observing from concealment, Xia Lin let out a cold laugh and turned to leave without hesitation. Inside the villa, a grandmaster named Wu Xing lay battered and bruised, half his teeth knocked out. These injuries were inflicted by Zhang Wufang. In the recent battle in the garden, Zhang Wufang's two opponents had been Wu Xing and Lei Nuo. Yet the grandmaster who now appeared in the villa was not Wu Xing alone. Wang Chengping sat right beside Wu Xing. With Black Star martial arts as his foundation, Xia Lin might not match the strength of this realm's grandmasters, but his arsenal of martial arts tricks was astonishingly vast. Just like now, Xia Lin observed. Chapter 329, Third Grade Golden Body, a true dimensional strike. Within any extraordinary system, even practitioners of the same rank could exhibit vast disparities in actual combat prowess. Martial arts and the professional systems stood as prime examples of this disparity. At this moment, everyone present except Shi Xian was a grandmaster. Yet even among grandmasters, disparities existed. The weaker ones, let alone Zhong Qiming, were akin to Bai Yi, Wu Xing, Liino, and the two just crushed by Xia Lin. Grandmasters of this caliber barely possess 20,000 to 30,000 attributes and lack any decisive trump cards or secret techniques. Even if you put 5 or 6 of such characters together, they wouldn't be enough for Xia Huangwei to kill single-handedly. Therefore, among this group present, there must be someone whose strength far surpasses the others. Only such a figure could serve as the absolute main force for tomorrow's assault on the Xia family, capable of countering Xia Huangwei's trump card. That person was none other than Li Yunxian. The earth rumbled faintly. It was the sound of Xia Lin's footsteps approaching. 2 meters. Chapter 330, the so-called World Barrier. Wang Chenghao's eyes had long since widened. He stared at the golden-bodied demon before him. Soon, an exaggerated grin spread across his face. Excellent. Excellent. Truly the essence of martial arts. The moment those words left his lips, 36 great stars ignited within Wang Chenghao's body. Then, the second stage. Let me personally experience the power of your so-called true martial way. Blood energy surged from Wang Chenghao like a dragon. He commanded, swords, come, and 2 swords, 1 blue, 1 red flew from afar, landing in Wang Chenghao's hands. This required time. But Xia Lin granted Wang Chenghao ample time. Only after roughly 10 seconds did Wang Chenghao finally raise the twin blades. The dragon-shaped blood energy soared skyward, circling above Wang Chenghao's head as if tangible. The entire capital city lay clearly within its grasp. Take this. Dragon Strike, Sword opens Heaven's Gate. Chapter 331, Di-Yun and Deception. At the second rank of martial arts cultivation, practitioners begin to condense their inner realms. Upon reaching the first grade, martial artists inevitably possess a complete inner realm much like the 8 Guardian Embers zone. The subsequent path involves continuing to condense inner realms within the acupoints. Only when 72 inner realms are formed from the 72 acupoints does the martial artist ascend to the super grade. These thoughts flashed through Xia Lin's mind as he lifted his gaze to survey the scene before him. Thick blood vessels, resilient cells. In what should have been a pitch-black environment, each cell emitted its own light, a deep golden glow illuminating everything. Blood vessels like sky bridges, cells like city walls. In the distance, thunderous booms echoed relentlessly, the pulsing of blood, the beating of the heart. This scene made Xia Lin draw a deep breath. Impressive cultivation, incredible vitality. He stepped forward, approaching a single cell. Reaching out to touch it, he felt its viscous, slippery texture. Chapter 332, 2 Matters. Afternoon sunlight streamed down, draping the garden in a golden veil. Beneath the golden veil, Xia Tian focused intently, freely expressing his talent with brush and canvas. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Lin had quietly approached his side. He looked down at the canvas. Vibrant colors, bold strokes. Alas, it was an abstract painting. Xia Lin slowly narrowed his eyes, saying nothing. Only after Xia Tian finished the painting did he speak. Brother, what exactly did you paint here? Only then did Xia Tian notice Xia Lin. Turning back with a smile, he began packing away his brushes and palette as he replied, nothing of practical use, really. Xia Lin spoke softly, but you like it. That's what matters most. Xia Tian nodded with a smile. Yes, that's what matters most. No need to train in martial arts, no need to bear the family's burdens even if it's just on the drawing board. Chapter 333, Xia Lin, I think I'm stuck in a time loop. The main universe is boundless and ever-expanding. Moreover, the 6 pillars framework ensures that no single pillar can ever perceive the entire universe. Omniscience and omnipotence necessitate uniqueness. If not unique, then omniscience and omnipotence are impossible. And in some remote corner of the main universe, amidst the vast starry expanse, a giant lay dead. His entire body was comparable in size to a star. Though long dead, his physical form still retained vitality. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this being bore an identical likeness to Di Yun, the figure who had appeared before Xia Lin. Suddenly, from the distance, a black torrent burst through the air like a vast ocean of darkness. This ocean, composed of countless snowflake-like specks, descended upon the giant's side, completely submerging him within its depths. A jarring synthetic voice abruptly rang out. Subject has received orders, level 11 physical form. Must not be lost. Strange. Di Yun's. Chapter 334, It's Getting Desperate. The moment the words rebirth were spoken, it was, in a sense, a showdown. But without a doubt, this was a good thing. Xia Lin and Xia Tian exchanged a glance, then suddenly both smiled. Xia Lin stepped forward, coming to sit beside Xia Tian. In a relaxed tone, he spoke slowly. When did this change occur? Xia Tian replied softly, after the 4th rank. He sighed again and added, but 4th grade is a fraudulent lie. In the battle against deception, Di Yun was defeated. Though his fate seemed grim enough, there was something even more tragic. My resurrection method was deceived by deception. Xia Lin already knew Di Yun's resurrection method, reincarnating as a citizen of the inner heavenly realm, rebuilding his martial path, and regaining control of his physical body. But fraud tampered with the personality preferences of my reincarnated form. Instead of loving martial arts, it now. Chapter 335, The Essence of Fraud, the Anti-Pollution Plan. In Unit 28's eyes, Xia Lin's initiative was commendable, so it believed this time, it wouldn't have to wait long. But this time, number 28 was mistaken. With no wool to shear, Xia Lin would inevitably have to freeze it out for a while. Why? To digest the spoils he'd already reaped. Xia family garden. The brothers reunited. Xia Tian mentioned the situation within the 8 Guardians' inner heavenly realm, which served as a reassuring pill for Xia Lin. Before my death, I made arrangements within this realm. For decades to come, those who deceived or betrayed me within the inner realm will never appear in the 8 Guardians' world. Xia Lin indicated it wouldn't take decades. His main quest deadline now stood at just over 14 years. With this thought, Xia Lin looked at Xia Tian. Activating his observation with his true attributes, Xia Tian's status became crystal clear. Chapter 336, Synchronized Advancement, the day of revealing cards, unexpected results. Within the quiet chamber of the Xia family's main residence, Xia Lin sat cross-legged on the floor, 100 damages demon art circulating rapidly within his body. 72 acupoints glowed simultaneously, more than half dim, yet more than half shone brightly like great stars. Within every luminous orifice resided a boundary nucleus. It was these nuclei that shouldered the heavy burden of energy supply, allowing Xia Lin to rapidly ascend his martial cultivation through the 100 wounds demon art without resorting to gluttony or slaughter. Moreover, this method inflicted far less damage upon his lifespan. Today, the pivotal moment of change had arrived. The ancestral orifice at his brow, where Di Yun's realm core resided, began to withdraw its radiance inward. The other core nuclei rapidly channeled energy into the ancestral core, causing Di Yun's core within it to glow with a misty radiance, bursting forth with multicolored rays. Vague illusions of the sun and the sky and cosmic stars flickered within, while the power of cosmic laws began to manifest. After an unknown duration, Xia Lin suddenly felt the ancestral cavity tremble. In the inner vision. Chapter 337, Root Contamination, Proactive Strike. Xia Lin was genuinely stunned. He had considered countless possibilities, but never imagined that the contaminated clone's first words upon opening its eyes would be the county magistrate's catchphrase. Staring in shock as metal summer slowly rose, a thunderous roar echoed within his body, the powerful beat of his heart resounding. He placed his hands on his hips and lifted his chin defiantly. Second, my name isn't Hei, it's Chu Yuxian. Stop. Xia Lin clutched his forehead with one hand while waving the other frantically. Stop it, stop it. Who's going to explain to me what the hell is going on here? His opening lines were cut off by Xia Lin. This mysterious figure, who hadn't bothered with introductions, simply scratched his metallic hair and echoed the confusion. I don't know either. I was asleep, and suddenly I just appeared here. With that, it began to sing. I dare not open my eyes, hoping it's just my imagination. Chapter 338, Xia Lin, I shall strike in a brand new form. Xia Lin, Summer, Scarlet, and the county magistrate's alter ego walked within Di Yun's body. All that met the eye were metallized blood vessels, metallized cells, and metallized internal organs. The black source contamination had spread throughout Di Yun's corpse. With Summer's assistance, the corpse rapidly completed its transformation from flesh and blood into metallic substance. It'll take a bit longer to contaminate the inner realm, though. Probably another month or two. Summer assessed the situation and relayed this to Xia Lin, who nodded with a smile. No rush. We can wait a month or two. He turned his gaze back to the surroundings, even stepping forward to touch the metallized tissues of Di Yun's body. The preemptive countermeasures against potential deception swiftly took shape. The first step was to wait. Waiting for the black source contamination to fully transform Di Yun into Xia Lin's combat power. His physical form, needless to say. Chapter 339, Deception and Simulation, True Form and Disguise. Single target skills proved ineffective, prompting Xia Lin to decisively switch from single target to area of effect attacks. The Ghost 5 Elements Black Blaze Slash was inherently a flexible skill, its form shifting and elusive. At that moment, Xia Lin's intent flickered, and the power of the Ghost 5 Elements Black Blaze Slash radiated outward like rippling waves. There was no lethal force, only corruption. Yet contamination itself was the ultimate weapon against deception. Just as Xia Lin charged forward and the ripples began to spread, the black ocean before him erupted once more. The force of deception howled, warping space. It simultaneously blocked Xia Lin's advance, infinitely stretching the spatial distance between him and the deception planet, while merging together to swiftly form countless figures of powerful beings, each with a different appearance. There were immortals with ethereal grace. There were martial warriors radiating fierce momentum. There were towering limit breakers. Demons, mechanized tribes, elves, dwarves. Though their forms varied, their aura remained. Chapter 340, The Artificial Evil God, The Birth of the Evil God. Amidst the starry expanse, a dark sea surged and churned. Countless miniature nanobots roared and bellowed, their cries coalescing into a torrent of fury that swept all before it. Yet even so, the deception planet at the center of the Black Sea remained relatively calm. The Black Sea's fury did not touch the deception planet, even though the great enemy resided there. For Xia Lin had truly seized the throat of this monstrous entity the world called fraud. First, never act on impulse. A voice suddenly rang out from the 3D printer at different pitch, yet the tone was eerily similar. Just as Xia Lin was about to cover his forehead and say now wasn't the time for introductions, the voice originating from the county magistrate abruptly shifted. But you haven't done that. Second, you are neither fraud nor simulation. You are Tobias. Xia Lin froze, his gaze shifting to the surging Black Sea outside. Chapter 341, The Archenemy of Evil Gods. The Power of the Spirit Realm Book. The Death of Xia Lin. Evil gods were indeed peculiar beings. Born at level 11 or 12, they possessed power that rendered them unmatched among their peers. Yet behind their formidable exterior lies utter lack of intelligence and an inevitable fatal flaw. Yes, every demon god inevitably possesses a fatal flaw. These weaknesses stem from their unique logic of existence, compounded by their lack of intelligence, which prevents them from actively addressing their vulnerabilities. The moment their weakness is seized, these seemingly formidable deities become utterly vulnerable. Beyond the deceitful planet, the very instant the Spirit Realm book manifested signaled the end for Tobias, one who claimed to be an evil god but was not. The swarm of nanobots was drawn toward the Spirit Realm book, surging toward it. In that moment, Tobias rallied his spirit, commanding his nanobots to resist the Spirit Realm book's pull, and it worked. Spirit. Chapter 342, Defying Heaven Combo. Resources are always essential on the path to becoming stronger. And right now, standing in Xia Lin's way was this very deceptive power. Current deception power, 3,849 points. It seemed like a lot, enough to activate deception. Luck 7 times. Yet this amount falls short of sustaining the combined consumption of deception, life and death battle decision inferior skill combo. 2 approaches, how to save, how to earn. Resources are money, and when it comes to money, it all boils down to 2 things, saving and earning. First, saving. Within this combo's logic, I should be able to operate like this. By temporarily lowering my own attributes or deliberately inflicting severe wounds on myself to create an imperfect state, I can reduce the resource cost of this new combo. This approach can't be tested yet, but it's highly likely to work. Deceit. Fatal Blow. Chapter 343, Summer's Invitation, Settlement, and Human Sequence 4. The arrival of Summer was inevitable. With their parting moment approaching, Summer had too many matters to discuss with Xia Lin. First was the matter of the 8 Guardians' independence. You needn't worry about that matter. After you depart, I naturally have many ways to handle it. Xia Lin chuckled. Seek assistance? Xia Tian shrugged. It's inevitable. With his current first-rank cultivation, there weren't many grand schemes he could undertake alone. Achieving the independence of the inner realm was neither particularly difficult nor straightforward. But it still didn't require bothering Xia Lin. Xia Tian chuckled, with a new lease on life, it's time to tap into those old connections. As a level 11 powerhouse in life, Di Yun certainly had no shortage of close friends. Now that Di Yun's corpse and remaining resources had been messed with by Xia Lin, Xia Tian needed to leverage his connections to return to the super grade as swiftly as possible. Chapter 344, Weaving the Tao, Severing the Fate Star Chart, First Clash, Financial Confrontation. Question, how many times could Xia Lin activate his god-defying combo during the 1-month Ashen interval? Answer, twice. Within the professional system, concepts like skill activation timers and cooldowns exist, making the system's perception of time extremely strict. The Ember Zone system is no exception. The time interval it provides is exactly 1 month, not a minute more, not a second less. Meanwhile, the negative effect duration of the life or death battle decision inferior lasts exactly 10 days again, not a second more or less. Theoretically, Xia Lin could activate the heaven-defying brush combo 3 times within a month. However, considering the time required for execution, even if it's just a few milliseconds, it still counts as time spent. Therefore, within a month's rest period, he can only use the heaven-defying brush combo twice. As for whether one can evade the Ember Zone system's conscription by transcending the 3 realms. Chapter 345, Eternal Night not the protagonist. You are about to enter the racial heritage level Ember Zone, Eternal Night. Note, this is your 4th assessment Ember Zone. Most rewards obtained will be converted into sequence ranking battle points. As the Ember Zone system alert sounded, Xia Lin opened his eyes within the pre-battle preparation space. Then, the alert sounded again. Unstable mutation activated. Currently, Xia Lin was in a state of deception. Luck was on his side, and the mutation effect was quite favorable. Yet after a brief review, Xia Lin still chose not to retain the mutation. His skill set was already perfectly optimized. Simultaneously, there was no notification of an authorization card taking effect. The mutual cancellation of both parties' permission cards resulted in this entire situation within the Ember Zone being entirely random, beyond human control, and wholly dependent on the Ember Zone system. After a minute of waiting, Xia Lin felt a flash before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself. Chapter 346, The Secret Hideaway, The Forest King's Invitation. The small, black-roofed boat stretched over 10 meters in length, its entire hull pitch black. 2 lanterns hung from the deck, emitting a sickly green glow. Combined with the eerily ghostly Shaoan, the vessel before Xia Lin was unmistakably a ghost ship. Yet upon boarding, Xia Lin found it indistinguishable from any ordinary vessel. Seated beneath the black canopy, the boat swiftly ascended through the air amidst swirling ghostly mists. This rapidly elevated Xia Lin's perspective. Gale force winds swirled outside as an energy shield automatically formed over the boat's surface, shielding it from external disturbances. Soon, the vessel soared beyond the planet's atmosphere, heading toward the vast expanse of the cosmos. Shaoan handed Xia Lin a steaming cup of tea. After a quick glance to confirm it was merely ordinary immortal tea, Xia Lin accepted it without hesitation. Sipping slowly, Xia Lin hadn't even formulated a polite opening line when Shaoan spoke first. From your words and actions, young master, Shaoan suspects you are the Ember. Chapter 347, The 4 Travelers, The 5 Natives, and the Forest King's Ambition. Leaving the side hall, Shaoan and the other female ghost attendants approached, escorting their respective guests away one by one. For the next few days, these female spirits would serve as guides for the distinguished guests bearing the Qingjue scrolls. Shaoan led Xia Lin all the way to the guest quarters. Though termed guest quarters, they were in fact a complex of ornate temple buildings. The area was densely covered in array patterns that blocked ghostly energies, while spiritual and immortal energies permeated the air, making it far more suitable for living humans. May I ask if you find the accommodations to your liking, young master? Shaoan inquired. Xia Lin nodded. I am quite satisfied, naturally. Shaoan added, should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to summon me. Xia Lin nodded again. Only as he was about to depart did Shaoan seem to recall something, turning back to look at Xia Lin. I've forgotten to ask, I still don't know your name, young master. Xia Lin smiled and uttered 2 words. Jia Hai. Chapter 348, A Treacherous Land, A Game of Mutual Destruction. The deadly traps lurking in every step of the Qingjue maze were understandable. After all, strictly speaking, this was not the inheritance site of the Qingjue sword god, merely his former stronghold and research facility. Security measures for a lair and research facility naturally had to be maximized. Xia Lin looked up at his surroundings. The group now stood upon a jade platform floating in the void. The platform was sizable, a perfect square measuring several kilometers in both length and width. Surrounding it were countless void fissures, a clear indication that the Qingjue's secret treasure lay within a dimensional space. Given the strength of those present, the void fissures themselves posed no real threat. The danger lay in the possibility of spatial displacement. Those who entered the fissures risked being transported to unknown locations. For a group harboring their own hidden agendas, this was an unacceptable outcome. Our actions are restricted, and there's only one path forward. San Wang spoke slowly. Chapter 349, Primordial Hunger, 6 Pillars Scheme, Chaos Unfolds. Xia Lin sensed trouble and a distinct malevolence. Gurgling sounds emanated from Yan Jie's abdomen, growing louder by the moment. This bizarre scene made Xia Lin frown slightly. Ignoring him, she instead scanned her surroundings. Surrounding array lights swirled, confining the two within an area spanning dozens of square kilometers, seemingly vast, yet for a powerhouse of Xia Lin's caliber, it was no different from a prison. In the blink of an eye, one could traverse from one end to the other. Yet at this moment, he and Yanjie were practically face to face. He casually unleashed an energy wave, which struck the array light only to be instantly dissolved and disintegrated, ceasing to exist. Its intensity is formidable. I can't find a way to break through it for now. This was a divine formation, and Xia Lin, unfamiliar with divine formation techniques, would certainly not find a way to break it in the short term. I wonder what the current situation is. Chapter 350, Weeding Dao Immortal, 2-on-2, Chaos Escalates. Compared to Luo Zhidao, Xia Lin actually faced a hidden disadvantage. Even before this, Xia Lin hadn't realized this disadvantage. Connections. There were only so many high-tier sequence-level Ember Zone walkers. They had been navigating the Ember Zone for a long time, and their backing was solid enough. Consequently, the vast majority of high-rank sequences knew each other. Some high-ranking members are outright enemies. Take Human Sequence 1, Wuxin, and Demon Sequence 1, Donald, for example. They clashed whenever they met, yet neither could gain the upper hand. For Luo Zhidao and Leviathan, however, a situation unfavorable to Xia Lin has emerged. The giant clans served as vassals to the ancient overlords. And the relationship between the ancient overlords and the heavenly Dao creator is common knowledge. Earlier in the mutual slaughter arena, Luo Zhidao had used an array formation to block the Forest King's perception within the arena. Then he revealed his identity. Chapter 351, Birth, Aging, Sickness, Death, and the Mystery of Level 12. It cannot be said that Luo Zhidao's exposure of his identity, which drew the Sun King's pursuit, was a flawed decision. For this particular scenario, Luo Zhidao wasn't there to complete a mission for rewards. His objective was pure, to eliminate Xia Lin. Xia Lin had just launched a surprise attack, but he had targeted the wrong person. This presented Luo Zhidao with the perfect opportunity. By teaming up with Leviathan, he could swiftly eliminate Xia Lin in no time. And so it unfolded. Without Scarlet's card, Xia Lin would have been utterly defenseless against their combined assault. His only options would have been to use a resurrection item and activate the life or death battle disadvantage, then trigger the escape beyond the three realms to break free from combat. Luo Zhidao, however, remained unaware of Xia Lin's game-breaking combo. To him, a single death was sufficient to bring Xia Lin crashing down from the heavens. In short, the opportunity was too good to pass up. The problem, however, lay in the Forest King's hatred for the Lingbo lineage. Luo Zhidao actually. Chapter 352, The Bridge Against the Source, its name erroneous. Just as the Forest King stepped onto the ancient bridge, a flash of light erupted from the living bridge's secret realm. Xia Lin and Scarlet paused their study of the reverse source bridge skill crystal, turning their attention to the surging light. Kark appeared 3 meters behind them. The three exchanged startled glances, but soon, with nods of acknowledgement, the atmosphere grew harmonious. Xia Lin and Kak had no history, no animosity. In fact, through the channels of the superstar faction, they might even find common ground. There was simply no need for tension. In fact, Xia Lin proactively demonstrated goodwill by sharing intelligence about the secret realm corresponding to the living bridge. Consider this a trial. The test is to learn and master the skill recorded within this skill crystal, a technique called the reverse source bridge. Only after mastering this skill can you break through the seals and leave this place. Chapter 353, The Fuse Ignites, Charge the Bridge. The pure and absolute secret repository, birth, aging, sickness, death. By now, the significance of the 4 bridges corresponding to birth, aging, sickness, and death had become clear. The bridge of birth holds the skill of the bridge of reversed origins. The old bridge holds Qingjue's insights and reflections on the ultimate challenge of level 12. The sick bridge holds the secret of dual professions and Qingjue's notebook. The dead bridge, however, is Qingjue's finished work, that unknown entity known as error. All 4 bridges have been breached, yet save for the dead bridge, the other 3 pose no danger. Yet the diverse motives of those present doomed any genuine cooperation, causing intelligence to flow poorly. Now, no one can piece together the full picture. For now, the only one capable of piecing together the full picture is still the Forest King. No choice. King Mori is a loner, and now he's not even pretending. He had promised to share the secrets of the Qingjue's hidden vault, yet now he stood at the bridgehead, clearly. Chapter 354, Fierce Battle at the Old Bridge, Error appears. In a flash of light and shadow, the bridgehead was empty. The group scattered and climbed onto the bridge. San Wang and Yanjie entered the dead bridge. Kark entered the sick bridge. Xia Lin and Xia Li chased Luo Zhidao onto the old bridge. Gong Chen remained on the bridge of life, meditating on the skill of the bridge of reversed origins. Shortly after the group vanished, the 4 bridges abruptly trembled, swaying slightly as they began to merge. Unfortunately, the unusual movements of the 4 bridges went unnoticed by the others. Within the secluded sanctuary, everyone was occupied with their own tasks. In a fleeting blur of shifting light, when Xia Lin opened his eyes again, he found himself in a research chamber with a distinctly immortal cultivation style. The laboratory was spacious, tidy, and well lit. At its very center stood a jade platform, upon which 3 jade tablets glowed brightly, seemingly signifying that these 3 tablets held the key to this place. Xia Lin, of course. Chapter 355, Eternal Night of Calamity, Unsolvable Bug, Resolving Worldly Concerns, Transcending the 3 Realms. Lu Zhu's gaze stirred no one. After the dead bridge, the Forest King was plunged into confusion. Is this the result of Qingjue's research? What exactly is this thing? Truly, this so-called cosmic flaw bore no resemblance whatsoever to what the Forest King had envisioned. Ever seen a planet-sized jelly? Never seen one? The monstrosity before him, dubbed error, was precisely that. If it were merely an odd appearance, that might be tolerable. Yet the Forest King could distinctly sense that the aura emanating from this thing was deeply troubling. The error itself possessed neither consciousness nor intelligence. And because it is a cosmic bug, it is not included in the professional system. This is a serious problem. Not being part of the professional system meant it had no level, no talents, no skills. But precisely because it wasn't part of the professional system, it didn't consume professions. Chapter 356, First Wave of Bargain Hunting, Brother, You're So Sweet. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the stopwatch hit 0, Xia Lin instantly disengaged from the 3 realms. Prison Xia, freed from confinement. Xia Lin, reconnected. Yet everything before his eyes had changed significantly. Surrounding him lay a vast expanse of shattered ruins. The space had already been patched, making it impossible to gauge the intensity of the battle here based on the extent of the spatial damage. But as Xia Lin examined it closely, he discovered that the fragments included not only the laboratory behind the old bridge, but also the walls of the secret chamber behind the living bridge, torn and scorched yet still glowing remnants of books, and even shattered jade. These are the 4 bridges of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Clutching a fragment of jade for closer inspection, Xia Lin sucked in a sharp breath. The 4 bridges of birth, aging, sickness, and death possessed astonishing hardness, yet they had been utterly destroyed. This alone proved the immense energy level unleashed in the battle here. Chapter 357, The Non-Existent Extraction, The Ghost Control Sect Enters the Arena. The core of the Qingjue secret repository was the 4 bridges of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Beyond the 4 bridges lay a hidden chamber containing Qingjue's lifetime of research and achievements. Now, all of this ultimately converged into Xia Lin's hands. From the bridge of birth came the skill of the reverse source bridge. After the bridge of aging, Qingjue's insights and research into breaking through to level 12. The origin and essence of that entity known as error, discovered after the sickness bridge. And the error entity itself now vanished without a trace. Yet after examining the jade slip, Xia Lin could only sigh. What a pity, it's too late. It was truly over. The essence of the Qingjue secret treasure was, in truth, a seal against error. The error had broken free and received the gift of primordial hunger. It had already devoured Qingjue, Leviathan, Yanjie, and 1/3 of the Forest King. Now it had journeyed to the ancient city of Sanluo, devouring countless practitioners. This. Chapter 358, The Unknown Curiosity, Sanluo's Stomach. The group led by Hui Lingjunwen had already penetrated deep into the reverse source force field, their traces lost. Meanwhile, the ghostly gelatinous membrane torn by the demonic head showed signs of healing. Whether to venture deeper into this place required Xia Lin to make a decision quickly. Time was not on his side. But before that, Xia Lin must perform an extraction that shouldn't exist. This would validate the skill's effectiveness and the potential gains he might reap. Using risk-reward ratio as the basis for decision-making was a strategy that never failed. The risks were known, the consequences of failure were terrifying. Therefore, whether to take the risk hinged entirely on what benefits the non-existent extraction could offer Xia Lin. When the skill's light faded, a blank area appeared within the reverse source field, roughly several dozen square meters in size. Yet compared to the field's total scale, it was insignificant. Moreover, these extracted voids. Chapter 359, Battle Rages Within the Stomach, 1 hour limit. Upon seeing the item's attributes, Xia Lin didn't show surprise but nodded in understanding. It is indeed this. This very thing was the opportunity to ascend to level 12. Non-existent extraction possessed the power to transform the mundane into the miraculous, yet this was by no means a creation from nothingness. The product of extraction must share identical properties with the extracted substance. Just as before, when Xia Lin extracted the reverse source force field and obtained that unknown artifact, the unknown artifact's effect was, in essence, the effect of the reverse source force field. Within the Qingjue's secret repository, after reading the jade slip left by Qingjue, Xia Lin naturally learned both the method to achieve level 12 and Qingjue's intent in creating the error. Error was, in essence, the very foundation of Qingjue's 12th level. Thus, extracting the essence of the error to obtain the bug was entirely logical. But first, the quantity is insufficient. This point was explicitly stated in the item description. Chapter 360, Second Wave of Bargain Hunting, Bonus, Hunger. Though called a performance, it was actually a deliberate avoidance of using the non-existent extraction to prevent instantly killing the mimic puppet. The remaining battle proceeded as before. The good news was that Master Hui Ling had shattered the ghostly distortion here with a single strike, making Leviathan far less troublesome than before. This mimic puppet possessed only the full strength Leviathan had in life. As a giant class sequence 2, Leviathan was formidable, but not beyond Xia Lin's capabilities. Xia Lin's current strength placed him within this tier, making them evenly matched opponents. On one side, Leviathan transformed into a thunder god, summoning lightning to turn 10,000 li of land into a thunderous inferno. On the other side, Xia Lin summoned the east wind to form a killing array, clashing head-on with Leviathan's thunder without yielding an inch. Whenever Leviathan was wounded, flesh masses materialized from the void to mend his injuries, a power also possessed by Yen. Chapter 361, The End of the Ash Zone, The Divine Treasure Forest King, and the Triple Plan. Xia Lin sensed something extraordinary about this ability precisely because he glimpsed the potential to complete the ultimate overpowered combo. The efficiency of the god-defying combo is high, but it can clearly be improved further. The key lies in the fact that for the life or death battle decision week to take effect, one must wait 10 days for the negative status to dissipate. Currently, this ability called Ultimate Digestion allows me to consume anything I desire by expending hunger power points. Could I use this ability to digest the negative status effects on my body? This hypothesis is worth testing. There was no need to test it with the life or death battle decision week. Xia Lin attempted a simpler, more convenient method. First, hunger force points. He retrieved his spirit jade from his personal space, opened his mouth, and popped it inside. Rock hard. He could bite through it, but Xia. Chapter 362, Outburst I, Realm Beyond Realms, 5 Will Devouring Realm, Black Source Martial God Form. Xia Lin made his choice, deciding to meet the Demon Emperor face to face. However, the 6 pillars aren't something you can see just because you want to. The Ember Zone system issued a clear prompt. Please await further notification. The Demon Emperor would only grant an audience when he was free. If he was occupied, he wouldn't bother with Xia Lin. In fact, the Demon Emperor might not even care about the Ember Zone system's request at all, completely ignoring Xia Lin. Faced with this situation, Xia Lin had no choice but to settle for the third option. Not that it was impossible, but it simply couldn't maximize his gains. Amidst flickering light, Xia Lin exited the settlement space. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing before the entrance to the Ember Zone at the Canberra settlement. His first move was to head to the microcosmic abyss to find Nelson. Upon his arrival, Nelson was busy within the miniature abyss. Standing beside him, Xia Lin looked up ahead. Ahead, the hazy. Chapter 363, Explosion Part 2, Defying Heaven's Brush, activated. The Demon Emperor's Invitation. The growth of the realm beyond realms primarily focused on 2 aspects. First, its size. Second, the number of Black Source Guardians Black Source infected within it. The two complement each other. Only with a larger realm can it accommodate more Black Source Guardians Black Source infected, thereby granting greater enhancements to the Black Source Martial God form. Truthfully, both these issues are relatively straightforward to resolve. As Nielsen stated, expanding the realm beyond borders is remarkably straightforward. Even if Xia Lin did nothing, the realm beyond would naturally draw energy from its connection to the endless abyss to strengthen itself. If Xia Lin took a more proactive approach, he could not only accelerate its growth but also rapidly expand its area using various spatial artifacts. Therefore, spending money on various dimensional space artifacts is a necessary expense. Not essential, but necessary. However, Chapter 364, Meeting an Old Friend in a Foreign Land, Family Skills, and Donald's Kindness. In the hotel suite, before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Xia Lin approached the window, looking down at the bustling street below. Men and women, young and old, humans and demons coexisted, a gathering of myriad races. Yet there was no chaos, and conflicts were rare, giving the impression of orderly harmony. After all, this is 6 Pillars direct territory. Who would dare cause trouble here? Xia Lin muttered as he took a sip of his drink. Not only was there no room for trouble, but being within the Demon Palace itself imposed immense restrictions. Just like now, despite having no debuffs active, Xia Lin felt no urge to fight. It was as if an unknown force had sealed his combat will, even suppressing his temper, leaving him feeling sluggish and listless. He extended his senses outward, but they retracted naturally within a meter, unable to reach much further. The Demon Hall forbids violence. All within are no different from ordinary mortals. Chapter 365, The Gap in Power, 3 Unintentional Systems. High-level practitioners generally had no need for food or drink, so these so-called banquets served more as excuses to gather. The focal points of this gathering were, naturally, Xia Lin and Donald. But as the two found new topics and new entertainment, the gathering, barely begun, swiftly drew to a close. Let's go, let's go. No more eating. We're heading straight to the Dreamtime Tower. Donald shot Huang Tao a knowing glance. Huang Tao immediately stood up, clapped his hands, and declared. Thus, before the dishes even arrived at the table, the gathering had fizzled out. But it merely shifted the gathering location from the Starry Maze to another spot. They arrived at the parking lot and got into the cars. Huang Tao, Gu Hua, Xia Lin, and Honey shared one car, with Donald's vehicle leading the way ahead. As soon as the vehicles began moving toward the exit, Huang Tao turned to Xia Lin. Here, this is for you. Donald asked me to pass it along. Chapter 366, The Final Meeting. The meeting point was located on the 999th floor of the Demon Hall. This was the highest point of the Demon Palace. Teleportation passages connected the different levels of the Demon Palace, so regardless of its size, the journey took only an hour. As the light flickered, a wide, open-air corridor came into view before Xia Lin. The passage led directly to the Demon Emperor's residence, flanked by sentinel statues on both sides. Upon spotting Xia Lin and Donald, these strange, golden jade-like entities definitely not human flashed crimson light in their eyes and turned their heads toward the pair in unison. A faint aura of power emanated from them, comparable in intensity to the golden armored warriors Xia Lin had encountered when he first met the King of Kings. Back then, Xia Lin's power was too weak to perceive the true might of these 6 pillars guards. But now, times had changed, and Xia Lin couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. No mistake about it. Whether it's these puppets or the King of Kings. Chapter 367, The Eternal Pillars. The staircase behind him materialized naturally. Only now did Xia Lin realize that this laboratory-like space was completely sealed, lacking any conventional exits. He cast one last glance at the Demon Emperor, who had snapped out of his contemplation. The Demon Emperor didn't bother to acknowledge him, his hand radiating soul light as if engaged in some profound calculation. This made Xia Lin curl his lips slightly as he descended the stairs. Below, the Dream Master and Donald still waited, and indeed, Xia Lin's meeting with the Demon Emperor hadn't lasted long. The ghostly cat known as the Dream Master leapt once more, landing on Xia Lin's shoulder. Its first words came as no surprise. What do you think? Xia Lin remained silent. The Dream Master continued, Did you find the Demon Emperor somewhat different from what you expected? Only then did Xia Lin dare to speak, his voice tinged with wryness, not exactly different, just a bit colder than I anticipated. Chapter 368, Conflict Collision, Reorganization Fusion. Professions possess unique characteristics. To put it romantically, they possess a soul. That was my original intent in designing professions, and it's one of the foundational logics I embedded into the Ember Zone system. When the notification chime sounded, the Demon Emperor's voice echoed alongside it. His tone was calm, almost conversational, serving as a unique form of enlightenment for Xia Lin. As I mentioned before, the unstable shadow and eternal pillar professions are fundamentally opposed in their very conception. Therefore, this first round of profession conflict is an inevitable cost you must bear. However, since your primary class is Uncertain Shadow, which embodies chaos and the unknown, I cannot predict the outcome of this conflict. This is precisely the first key point I wish to observe in you. The Demon Emperor spoke thus, his tone shifting as if piqued by interest. Chapter 369, Astonishing Change, 3 Great Systems. The original random combinations vanished, replaced by pseudo-random permutations. Without needing the Demon Emperor to explain, Xia Lin already understood this was a beneficial evolution. The pseudo-random substitution not only preserved the effects of the original random combinations but also synergized with the witness talent, introducing a special effect. The more familiar one was with an enemy's specific skill, the higher the priority in determining that skill's outcome. This effectively addressed the greatest weakness of random combinations: they could only dominate weaker opponents. Since pseudo-random permutations and original random combinations are not classified as negative status skills, they bypass the opponent's defense system and take full effect. Authority determination primarily hinges on the judgment level of the substituted skill. An SSS tier random combination simply cannot overpower a foundational tier skill. Though currently, Xia Lin triggering the 5th third law grants him considerable judgment authority. Yet the stronger he becomes, the more formidable his opponents will be. Chapter 370, Before the Preliminaries, Attribute Caps, Curtain rises. Leaving the Demon Emperor's laboratory, Donald was still waiting below. After the two left the Demon Emperor's residence together and returned to the Dreamtime Tower, Xia Lin finally revealed his true intentions. I'd like to borrow your life or death battle decision. Xia Lin delivered these words at the perfect moment, using a relatively tactful tone. Donald, however, laughed. Sure, but it's unnecessary, brother. Your life and death battle decision is at 10%, while mine is at 20%, but within the Ember Zone, the tenfold difference is actually insignificant. Why it mattered little, Donald did not elaborate, only saying that Xia Lin would understand once he grew strong enough. Witnessing this, Xia Lin temporarily set aside his doubts and refrained from pressing further. Still, the current life and death battle decision inferior is sufficient for now. Within the Dreamtime Tower, Xia Lin examined the attributes of the life and death battle decision inferior and remarked thus. Chapter 371, City of Oaths, Wuxing emerges, no longer concealed, preliminaries commence. Holding his pre-purchased preliminary qualification pass, Xia Lin approached the entrance to the Ember Zone. The entrance shifted from black to white, emanating a powerful suction force that Xia Lin allowed to pull him in without resistance. As the dizziness from the teleportation gradually subsided, Xia Lin opened his eyes. Before him lay a vast plaza. The square's scale was staggering. Towering structures lined its far end, while the rear opened into empty space. At the square's center stood 6 statues whose features were indistinct. Yet, from their imposing aura and general form, one could discern that these 6 statues were likely carved to represent the 6 pillars primarily because among the 5 humanoid sculptures, one unidentifiable monstrosity was intermingled. It was hard not to associate them with the 6 pillars, and specifically with that peculiar entity among them known as the primordial dark side. After tilting his head to study the sculpture of the primordial darkness for a long while, Xia Lin found himself unable to describe its appearance. He simply dismissed it, shifting his gaze to survey the surroundings. Long before Xia Lin arrived here, others had already. Chapter 372, Immortal Dragon City, Supreme Divine Sword, Immortal Forged Spirit Mountain, Claiming Dominion. After achieving dual professions, the Black Source Martial God system underwent a profound transformation. The original core skill, human-machine synergy, had been integrated into the material mimicry. On the surface, it appeared merely a change in skill name, but its essence had fundamentally diverged from the previous Black Source Martial God form. As Xia Lin's form elongated and grew taller, the light of the material mimicry skill began to flash intensely. At the heart, the realm beyond realms absorbed by the 5-ring world devouring magic glowed with a dark, profound black light, like a black sun. Though it felt like an eternity, the fusion was complete in the blink of an eye. A notification tone instantly exploded in his ears. You have activated matter mimicry. You have acquired partial talents and skills of the county magistrate. You have acquired the talent, Dominator, Black Source Domination. You have acquired the skills, Dark Source. Infinite Reinforcement, Dark Source. Endless Energy, Dark Source. Annihilate the Heavenly Star. Chapter 373, Heartless emerges, Heaven's Grace and Heaven's Forsaking, Entangled Causality, just the tip of the iceberg. Control over the output cannot be perfectly precise. A 1 in 100 million ratio is simply too low. Compared to exerting minimal force, giving one's all is actually the simpler approach. Alas, Xia Lin could not do so. He couldn't immediately unleash his full power to annihilate the Immortal Forged Spirit Mountain and Luo Jidao. Because in Xia Lin's current eyes, Luo Jidao posed no threat. The importance of the Heartless far surpassed that of Luo Jidao. Fundamentally, the preliminary rounds were insignificant, and his feud with Luo Jidao could be set aside for now. With Xia Lin's strength, advancing through the preliminaries posed no difficulty provided he could resolve the issue of Wuxin. Wu Xian's interference was the only reason Xia Lin faced the risk of failing the preliminaries. Without Wu Xian, advancing would be a foregone conclusion. This logic extends even to the main tournament. Defeat Wuxin and Xia. Chapter 374, System Revealed, Life and Death Duality, Remnants of the Past. Wuxin's words sounded gracious, but it was clear he was merely showing tactical contempt while maintaining strategic respect for his opponent. Or perhaps, in his eyes, defeating Xia Lin required no extra effort. If I can handle you with 3 parts of my strength, why exert 10? I'm confident my power is overwhelming and unstoppable, but that doesn't mean I have to act like a performer, revealing every trick in my bag to you. At this moment, to eliminate Xia Lin, he needed only one skill, entanglement of cause and effect. A mystical glow of skill surged and flickered from Wuxin's body. Karma entanglement again. This ability wasn't even at the 6 pillars tier, merely a racial heritage level power. Yet its judgment authority was too high, granting an additional 10 tier weighting to the heaven bestowed source essence. Normally, the heavenly gift source quality could only grant a +1 level. Yet both Luo Jidao and Leviathan had previously demonstrated heavenly gift source quality judgment weights exceeding +1 level. The principle behind this is actually quite simple. Chapter 375, The Battle of Monsters, A Clash of Numbers, No Mercy. This run certainly didn't mean Xia Lin was preparing to flee without a fight. Rather, Xia Lin was letting Lingma and the others flee. The superstars had treated him well, and the level 12 known as the Forest King had even protected him before. Where he could assist, Xia Lin still intended to protect Lingma and the others. Moreover, he was preparing to face Wu Xian in his death form. The more he witnessed, the greater his advantage became. At present, most of Wuxin's innate abilities remained shrouded in mystery. Even though he knew he couldn't possibly defeat Wuxin, both being at the pinnacle of their respective attributes, Xia Lin was confident that even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't suffer a crushing defeat. This confidence had been forged through his journey. The instant Wuxin uttered the words, "Please instruct me," colossal death energy erupted violently. The death energy coalesced into a blade, a sword, and armor, enveloping Wuxin and fully arming him. Together. Chapter 376, Xia Lin's bold maneuver, the forced halt of the preliminaries. The white cage formed beyond the 3 realms suddenly trembled. Xia Lin looked up to see multicolored threads of causality spreading inward from the outside world, eventually tangling around him. Yet within the eternal skill bar, the causality entanglement he had replicated glowed faintly, sealing all these threads of fate outside. Before long, the incoming threads retracted and vanished, and the tremors within the white cage gradually subsided. Xia Lin exhaled a breath of stale air. Heartless truly lives up to its reputation, powerful and versatile. Karmic entanglement proved endlessly versatile, proving equally adept at locating enemies. Had Xia Lin not replicated the entanglement of causality skill during this first encounter, theoretically, Wuxin could have used the higher priority entanglement of causality to forcibly drag Xia Lin out of the white cage. But reality knows no ifs. This battle, ultimately, drew to a close here. Yet Xia Lin remained unaware that Wu Xin had departed. Chapter 377, The Sequence of 10,000 Races, or the Strong Gather. Deducing the process from the outcome, the logic behind this event seemed straightforward and clear to Xia Lin. It was simply that Wu Xin could no longer endure the stalemate, deeming the endless standoff pointless. Thus, he invoked the Heavenly Tao Creator to halt the preliminary stage of the human race sequence war. What Xia Lin didn't know was that the creator of Heavenly Tao couldn't make this decision alone. It required the consent of the other pillars. He didn't delve into the intricate power exchanges behind the scenes. Such matters were too high level for his comprehension anyway. Yet suddenly, a nagging doubt surfaced. Not only did Wu Xin cheat on an enormous scale, but he also managed to persuade the foremost of the 6 pillars to alter the rules of the ranking battles for him. Could this guy really be the Heavenly Tao old scoundrel's bastard son? Xia Lin hadn't overheard the earlier exchange between the creator of Heavenly Tao and the Demon Emperor. Donald didn't seem to have gleaned any information about Wu Xin's identity from the Demon Emperor either. For a moment, the two exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 378, 3 Rewards, 1 Commission, a Usurpation Plan. Before the 6 pillar statues on the Oath Plaza. Light flashed continuously, showing no sign of ceasing. While the primordial Darkside and the ancient Overlord made only minor movements, summoning just one individual, the other 4 pillars waged full-scale campaigns, continuously summoning promising Ember Zone walkers from their respective domains. Before long, with a flash of light, Xia Lin reappeared at the base of the Demon Emperor statue, concluding his exchange with the Demon Emperor. Unlike the eager anticipation before their departure, Xia Lin's expression now appeared more solemn. He narrowed his eyes, as if deep in thought, or perhaps troubled by something. Until a faint weight appeared above his head. Xia Lin, you look like you have a lot on your mind. Victor's voice snapped Xia Lin back to reality. He ended his contemplation with a faint sigh. Indeed, I have many questions. I never imagined the Demon Emperor would entrust me with such a request. Before he could finish. Chapter 379, 1,000-Layered Tower, Dark Horses. A towering edifice rises from the earth, its summit lost to the eye. When Xia Lin arrived at the square, the area around the 1,000-layered tower was already packed with people. As Xia Lin approached, the crowd parted automatically, clearing a path for him to the tower's entrance. A man's reputation precedes him. After that abruptly halted human sequence war preliminary match, Xia Lin had effectively ascended to the highest stage of the Ashen District, becoming known to all. Whispers of discussion reached his ears. Is that Xia Lin? Yeah, the Demon Emperor's elite. Rumor has it he's even stronger than Donald, the Demon Clan's sequence one. Xia Lin thought to himself, first, I never pledged allegiance to the Demon Emperor, and second, I couldn't beat Donald anyway. But rumors always grew more absurd with each retelling, and Xia Lin couldn't be bothered to clarify anything. Soon, he approached the tower and stood beside Donald. The 1,000-layered tower is one of the supreme treasures of the King of Kings. Chapter 380, the competition begins, the 6-pillar great treasure appears. Sunset gave way to sunrise, and the second day dawned. Some had stayed awake all night, striving to ascend higher levels of the 1,000-layered tower. This led to a dramatic shift in the climbing rankings overnight. The leaders shifted from Donald and Qin Tai to Xia Lin. Pushing himself to the limit, Xia Lin ascended to the 600th floor of the 1,000-layered tower in a single night. The initial trials proved no real challenge for him. After a day of observing the battles, all the Ember Zone walkers within the City of Vows now had a general understanding of the 1,000-tier tower's rules. The number of climbers on the second day far exceeded that of the first. Yet the vast majority were merely making up the numbers. The final 500 floors, and indeed the last 800 floors, held no relevance whatsoever to the vast majority of Ashen Zone walkers. The 1-month assessment period was sufficiently lengthy. After just 1 week, the crowd before the tower had already thinned considerably, as most had concluded there. Chapter 381, Martial Divine Technique, the Art of Divine Penetration. The Might of Voracious Greed. 992nd floor, Immortal Treasure Sage. When the martial divine power manifested, Xia Lin no longer watched. He rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon the examiner at the 983rd level. The East Wind enhancement activated, and the Black Source martial god form engaged. Yet the virtual examiner opposite him, humanoid in form and resembling an ancient soldier, proved no less formidable. Amidst surging energy, it too stacked a 100-fold enhancement and a series of amplifications upon itself. In terms of aura, it was nearly on par with Xia Lin. As the tiers advanced, the pressure Xia Lin faced continued to intensify. The Observation Replication Log System and Eternal Inscription System had recorded quite a few useful skills over a dozen 100-fold enhancement type buffs alone. Yet no super skill capable of altering the system or becoming its core had appeared. Witnessing both the talent and observation skills activate simultaneously, the virtual examiner's attribute information clearly registered in Xia Lin's mind. Too bad, still pretty average. Attributes are the limit of the Ashen Zone, while skills and talents. Chapter 382, Xia Lin's Advantage. With my current systems, I truly have no way to deal with the Spirit Treasure Immortal Lord. Donald stated, emphasizing the word counter. Examiner. Is Lingbao Xianzuan that powerful? Very powerful indeed. His attributes also reach the limits of the Ashen Realm. But he is by no means invincible. Unlike Wuxin, who possesses multiple core systems, arming himself into a near-flawless monster. The Divine Treasury Mortal's strengths and weaknesses are both starkly evident. And this particular examiner, the Divine Treasury Mortal, actually possesses only one core system. The 10,000 Treasures Maze system. Even before leaving the Ember Zone, Lingbao Xianzuan earned the title Lingbao primarily due to this 10,000 Treasures Maze system. Its core techniques are twofold, the Great Luo Weaving Heaven technique and the 10,000 Treasures Starry Sky technique. The Great Luo Weaving Heaven technique needs no elaboration, sharing the same origin as the Luo Weaving Dao. However, due to the Immortal Treasure Sage's greater power and higher standing within the Ember Zone in the past. Chapter 383, The Wheel of Fortune turns, the Crimson King, the Artificial Lingbao Immortal. You have utilized a strand of 6 pillars power. Your skill, the Recipe Book of the Calamity Shadow, has been enhanced. Enhancement initiated. Unlike the instant completion before, this enhancement took its time. The Ember Zone's notification sound remained silent for an extended period. Just as Xia Lin grew impatient, he suddenly felt his soul convulse in agony, his mind reeling. Due to dual-class conflict, this enhancement has undergone an unknown mutation. Due to dual-class conflict, this enhancement has failed. All your attributes are now reduced by 50%. Twin Shadow talent activated. Immunity granted to the negative effects of this dual-class conflict. Enhancement complete. Your skill, Recipe Book of the Shadow's Bane, has been upgraded to Pillar Tier. Xia Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Shadow's Cookbook was inherently an unstable Shadow class skill, and also counted as one of the core skills of the Unstable Shadow. Run. Chapter 384, The Complete Eternal Engraving Replacement System. This newly formed replacement system undoubtedly had a time limit. Specifically, the duration of the pseudo-random substitution, 1 hour. After 1 hour, the skill returns to its original state, and Scarlet loses the Treasure Maze system. An hour might seem like a decent amount of time, but Xia Lin found it barely sufficient. In high-stakes confrontations, battles dragging on until the bladder gives out was commonplace after all. Someone of Xia Lin's caliber possessed far too many survival tactics. Xia Lin already had ideas on extending the system's duration, but this clearly wasn't something achievable with foundational level skills or items. Therefore, I require more 6 pillars power. Minutes later, on the 993rd floor of the 1,000-layered tower, Xia Lin spoke these words while hiding behind Scarlet. Ahead, the figure of number 7 materialized once more, its crimson aura surging intensely. Sparkling points of light flickered as skill energy surged. Chapter 385, Preliminaries End, Main Event begins. Radiant light surged forth, the power of the Lord of Hosts filling the entire assessment space. Endless beams of light cascaded down from all directions. The power of the Legion's descent summoned distant warriors to manifest here. Xia Lin snapped back to reality and looked toward the 5th prince. Wan Yanlin had already withdrawn his hand and gave Xia Lin a slight nod. I cannot go easy on you, nor do I wish to. Therefore, you will not pass this trial. The dignity of a sovereign dictated that Wang Yanlin could never show weakness, much less deliberately lose to Xia Lin. Your reward means nothing compared to my pride and honor. But how much you gain from this depends entirely on your own skill. This was precisely where his assistance came into play. The 5th prince clearly understood the effects of Xia Lin's eternal imprint. By intervening now, he was essentially gifting Xia Lin an entire set of military sovereign system skills for free. No, not merely military. Chapter 386, The Hunt Begins, First Additional Rule. The world has white, gray, and black. The so-called black domain is the darkest part of the main universe. In Donald's room, Donald spoke solemnly. Victor rolled his eyes beside him. No need to make it sound so heavy. At its core, the Dark Realm is just a lawless no-man's land at the edge of the universe. One demon and one cat, one solemn, one carefree. It felt a bit like the fable of the little horse crossing the river. Until Victor straightened up, his feline face turning serious, but for you lot, the Dark Realm is definitely no place for the faint of heart. Ever since the main universe was created, it has been growing and expanding, as you all know. Victor began his primer. Xia Lin focused intently as Victor continued. This so-called Dark Realm moves in tandem with the main universe's expansion, making its precise location extremely difficult to pinpoint. Chapter 387, The Pale King, Second Additional Rule. Cooperation. I can help you fight the Heartless, but you must pay a price commensurate with that assistance. This was the voice that greeted Xia Lin when he connected to Yuanzhua's communication. Yuanzhua, human sequence 28 of the previous generation. This mid-tier ranking indicated Yuanzhua possessed considerable strength, though not overwhelming power. In truth, Yuanzhua himself was a rather unremarkable figure. At least, Xia Lin had never heard of him achieving any remarkable feats or becoming involved in any major events. Within the human sequence, his ranking was respectable, yet his presence remained remarkably low-key. It wasn't until the start of the multiracial sequence war that he truly caught the attention of others. For it was then that everyone realized his allegiance lay with the primordial shadow. He was also the sole Ashen Zone walker summoned by the primordial shadow during the Six Pillars summons. Chapter 388, Ascension to Heaven, Unintentional Action, X Factor. Of course, this was not merely a contest among the Ember Zone walkers. The complex environment and the greater number of stronger Black Domain natives were bound to introduce countless variables into this main competition assessment. But unpredictability and the unknown were the norm. The world simply doesn't offer many combat environments as relatively fair as one-on-one arena battles. As Superstar had said, to become the undisputed #1 in the 10,000 races, the pinnacle of the Ashen Zone, overcoming external hardships and slaying all formidable foes is merely a prerequisite. Moreover, the ability to effectively leverage external forces is itself a measure of personal capability. Just as the second supplementary rule took effect, Wuxin, far away on the horizon, reaped the level 11 rogue before him, converting it into points, while slowly raising his head to gaze into the distance. Within his body, a total of 48,065 soul lights pulsed faintly, emitting energy fluctuations so subtle they were nearly impossible to detect. Chapter 389, Heaven Bestowed Transcendence, Level 12. Oath City. As the main tournament commenced, the densely populated Covenant City gradually emptied. The wanderers of the 10,000 Flames Zone had already departed for the Black Domain. Though non-Ashwalkers weren't forcibly expelled, the Black Domain hunt a non-publicly broadcasted stage rendered their continued presence meaningless. Except for a handful who remained to await the tournament results and the crowning of the champion, most had departed. Victor, however, remained within the Oath City, in Donald's room. At this very moment, Victor lay sprawled across the sofa, lazily stretching his body. His eyes, like two black gems, flickered with chaotic darkness. Thus, the Dream Master's gaze, guided by the connection to the Six Pillars Demon Emperor, effortlessly pierced the barriers of the Black Realm and the seals of the primordial darkness, witnessing everything unfolding within the Black Realm. Chapter 390, Dean and Nikolai. Within the City of Oaths, Victor did not explicitly state what advantages the Eternal Engraving Replacement System had granted to Xia Lin. His black gem eyes pierced spatial barriers. The left eye reflected the standoff between Xia Lin and Nikolai, while the right mirrored the battlefield between Wuxin and Dean. He spoke slowly once more. The third of the level 12 traits, System Integration. Whether it be the professional system or any other type of transcendent system, upgrading is a normal and necessary phenomenon. The moment of advancement is also the moment of transformative power. This principle held true for level 12 as well. The instant a professional completed the transition from level 11 to level 12, their power would undergo a transcendent leap. If the explosive increase in base stats and racial values is incorporated into the infinite growth trait, then the alterations to the profession, talent, and skill systems should be listed separately. Chapter 391, Now That's an Insult, Old Man. Ironically, when facing level 12, Xia Lin's core strengths remained intact, yet his attributes became his weakness. Xia Lin, who possessed a limit-breaking skill like life or death battle decision inferior, now found himself hindered by attribute weaknesses. It seemed utterly unbelievable, yet it was the truth. The moment crimson light flared and the sword pierced his chest, Xia Lin suppressed the absurdity within and confronted reality. That reality was this: against these level 12s standing at the sub-peak of the cosmos, he was indeed merely a challenger and a mere novice. Behind him, the ethereal image of the scales flickered and vanished. The wound pierced by the sword chi in his chest began healing at a visible speed. Xia Lin's skill set contained no rapid healing abilities, but in the face of such substantial, cost-free stakes, the Six Pillars level fair trade proved truly omnipotent. Compared to Eternal Engraving, fair trade has actually suffered no restrictions. Chapter 392, The Waves Before and After. A crimson specter streaked across the silent starry sky, vanishing instantly into the distance. Behind it, Xia Lin's furious roar still echoed relentlessly. Don't run! You damn well stop right there! Skill swapping activated. Xia Lin had integrated the lightning-fast skill system of one of the 5th Prince's elite warriors into his skill panel. However, skill swapping required a certain amount of time to execute. Even if it was extremely brief, it still delayed the critical moment. The primary issue was that Nikolai was simply too fast. Pale Radiance Race Innate, passive effect, greatly enhances your reaction speed in close combat, greatly enhances your attack speed, and greatly enhances your absolute movement speed. Active effect, you may expend a substitution count from Pale Crimson to further amplify your agility and speed. The enhancement magnitude depends on the number of substitution counts expended, with no upper limit to this boost. During the previous battle, Xia Lin had already. Chapter 393, Plans and Plans, Loyalty and Loyalty. Xia Lin used points to purchase a communication card to contact Donald, but to no avail, so he temporarily abandoned the attempt. Only after dismissing Nikolai did Xia Lin find time to review the series of events that had just unfolded. The celestial anomaly manifested, followed immediately by Nikolai appearing before him. Now the anomaly had vanished, and his attempts to contact Donald had failed. It didn't take a genius to piece together the sequence of events from these clues. Wuxin had intervened, severing his connection to Donald and enlisting Nikolai's aid. As for the matter of the Devourer Dean, Xia Lin clearly couldn't figure it out. For now, he simply assumed Donald had thwarted Wuxin's scheme. There was no need to dwell on the finer details. Only two choices lay before Xia Lin. 1. Proceed with the original plan, find Donald, and join forces to take down Wu Xian first. Option 2. Find a way to eliminate. Chapter 394, Your Excellency, have some tea. Nikolai had his flaws, but at the very least, he wasn't a fool. Not being stupid meant he understood the importance of prioritizing matters. The Book of the Spirit Realm held immense significance, which is why Nikolai placed great importance on this collaboration with Dean. He suppressed his bloodlust, quelling the urge to eliminate Dean and reduce the Black Realm's 5 kings to 4. After conjuring a duplicate using an artifact, he sent the clone to negotiate with Dean at the designated location. His true form, unusually, honored the agreement and returned to his domain. Hours later, Nikolai's true form appeared before the mansion. He continued walking forward, 1 foot crossing the threshold into the house. Leaving home was like setting sail on a distant voyage. Returning was like arriving at port. Even for Nikolai, home was a warm harbor, a sturdy fortress. But deep down, Nikolai knew his home was far from impregnable. Chapter 395, I shall weave storms for you. The cursed star was notorious even within the Black Realm. Legend holds it was born from the mutual destruction of a level 12 dark god and a level 12 professional, whose combined death burst permanently altered the planet's nature. This bestowed upon the planet a unique resource known as Necrolord Stone, granting it the peculiar ability to shield itself from the gaze of dark gods. Within the Black Realm, any land shielded from the gaze of the dark gods is a paradise where its outcasts thrive. Even though the curse-shrouded Death Star is not a life-bearing planet and lacks the power to nurture life, these issues can ultimately be resolved through artificial modification. When Nikolai's avatar arrived here, the first thing he saw was the core of the curse-shrouded Dead Star. Its lower half was a proper celestial body, though its color was a pitch-black hue, emitting an unsettling radiation. However, the radiation levels were low enough that ordinary people could barely endure it. At worst, it might shorten their lifespan, cause radiation sickness, or drive them inexplicably mad. Chapter 396, Debt Collection. The edge of the Black Realm, the uncharted void. Thick threads of causality plummeted from the heavens, plunging into Wuxin's mind like star-destroying cannons. A majestic sound resounded within Wuxin's ears, like a grand and sweeping symphony devoid of tangible meaning, yet carrying profound consequences. The gaze of the High One fell upon Wuxin. Even in utter chaos and oblivion, power remains undeniably real. After all, he is the Overlord. One of the 6 pillars, the Ancient One. The 2 knife scars Donald had left on Wuxin's palm began to writhe like black serpents, amplifying and intensifying the force's influence. Thus, Wuxin felt his soul being torn asunder. In the depths of his being, a voice seemed to echo from the 2 knife marks, mingling with the symphony and faintly resonating in Wuxin's ears. I, Donald. I, Ockers. We offer our tribute to you. Chapter 397, The Old Days. Before the Dark Realm passage, the flow of people remained as dense as ever. The vastness of the Dark Realm meant that even now, many level 11s were still on their way. Amidst the crowd, Luo Zhidao slowly pulled his hood over his head. The immortal treasure, the Thousand Machinations robe, shielded his aura and disguised his form, allowing Luo Zhidao to blend into the crowd without drawing attention. He looked up, gazing toward the entity known as the Dark Realm passage ahead. It resembled a dark ink stain dotting the starry sky, emanating an ominous aura. At the very threshold, Luo Zhidao hesitated. The options enter and leave churned relentlessly in his mind, making the choice agonizing. Enter, and he would face risk and the unknown, potentially confronting the primordial darkness itself. Leave, and he would stand idly by, abandoning Wuxin to weather the storm alone. Yes, he had come for Wuxin. This was not because of any order from his sect. Chapter 398, Ghosts and Beasts. Luo Zhidao, his martial arts technique sealed, wore utter bewilderment across his face. Dude, you only said you'd use me as cannon fodder, never that I'd be your token of loyalty. Xia Lin dismissed it as irrelevant. I brought you along precisely so you could serve a purpose. And now, that purpose has arrived, hasn't it? Poor Luo Zhidao, even with his cultivation sealed, kept sending cold, pleading glances at Qin Tai. Little did he know these two had already latched onto a powerful patron. Who'd bother playing games of endurance, concealment, and sudden strike with you, Luo Zhidao? The demons aboard the Rhombic starship were equally bewildered. After a moment's hesitation, the demon reached out to grab Luo Zhidao. He pinched his bones and tested the strength of his physical form. His expression changed instantly. Hostility vanished, replaced by kindness. I sense your sincerity. Well, he had to sense it. This demon's true nature. Chapter 399, Witness. No threats, no reminiscing, no calculations or assessments needed. Instinct overrode thought, muscle replaced mind. This was Xia Lin's first impression of the final days of the ancient era, the battle between the immortal emperor and the demon emperor. Years of relentless combat had made both sides intimately familiar with each other. They knew each other too well, so well they could flawlessly predict the other's next move, the hidden card they'd play. Their conflict had become an instinct etched into their very souls. Thus, there was no need for any flashy tricks. In fact, both sides were acutely aware of the battle's inevitable outcome. Still no victor, still no conclusion. Logically speaking, a battle carried to this point had lost all meaning. They couldn't kill each other, only the nearby flowers and grass would suffer. Yet hatred drives these two future six pillars to persist in this endless. Today's minor procedure was actually just a tooth extraction. This tooth had been tormenting me for over a week, and yesterday the pain peaked, keeping me awake all night. I rushed out first thing this morning to get it pulled. Afterward, I came home feeling groggy, my face half numb. I took some anti-inflammatory meds, but once the anesthesia wore off, the pain returned. I felt utterly miserable. I wrote a bit, but I'm really not in the right state. I'm taking a day off, everyone, please understand. Oh, and it was a wisdom tooth. No need for a replacement or filling. Good news. After the extraction, I took a closer look and saw that a third of the tooth was rotten. Pieces crumbled off during the removal. It was utterly horrifying. Chapter 400, the second layer, bottomless abyss. Weightlessness. Spinning. That was Xia Lin's sensation as he plummeted from the first layer's dreamscape of past reenactments into the second layer. At first, he thought it was some kind of teleportation. But as he fell deeper and deeper, the weightlessness became unstoppable, never ceasing. Xia Lin quickly realized. This wasn't teleportation. It was simply a fall. He was plummeting toward an abyss without end. A faint glow filled his vision as Xia Lin surveyed his surroundings. The abyss was almost entirely dark. Above him, the void of the second layer was shrinking, while nearby was nothingness, devoid of almost any substance. But soon, scattered points of light caught his eye. The source of the light lay below Xia Lin, instantly capturing his attention the moment it appeared. He shifted his posture slightly, gazing downward. The light grew closer and larger, soon revealing its true form, a multicolored sphere with a diameter of. Chapter 401, the equation of heavenly Tao. Regarding the events of the past, Xia Lin only knew a fraction of the story. This knowledge primarily revolved around the feud between the Demon Emperor and the creator of the Heavenly Way, and most of it stemmed from the first layer of the ancient reincarnation, the events it portrayed. But in truth, this part was not the most crucial. For this was merely the consequence, the culmination of a series of events. The cause, however, was the crux of the matter. Especially since this cause also involved another of the six pillars, the ancient sovereign. As an elder of the new universe, one might even say the father of the new universe, the connection between the ancient universe and the new universe ran far deeper than Xia Lin had estimated. To put it simply, 4 of the 6 pillars currently governing the new universe are elders from the old one. The creator of Heavenly Path and the Demon Emperor need no further introduction. The primordial shadow is the remnant soul of the old universe's cosmic will. He and. Chapter 402, Skills Acquired, the curtain rises. The concept of uniqueness was not unfamiliar to Xia Lin. To date, he possessed one unique skill, Eternal Inscription, and one unique artifact, the Spirit Realm Book. But replicating another uniqueness skill using Eternal Inscription was something Xia Lin had never encountered before. No ready-made examples existed in his mind. Moreover, considering their current location, the Dark Realm, the lair of the primordial dark side, the target of the engraving wasn't the true head of the 6 pillars, the Heavenly Tao creator. Instead, it was a phantom within the primordial dark side, subconscious of Phantom's avatar, or perhaps an even deeper phantom. The engraved Heavenly Tao equation wasn't the one held by the Heavenly Tao creator in the true main universe, but rather the one wielded by the ancient Sun Immortal Emperor, akin to the difference between a rough draft and a final version. This inevitably gave rise to conflicts of different types, clashes between the rules of the old and new universes, conflicts between genuine and counterfeit rules, and most strikingly, the conflict of uniqueness. Chapter 403, Wu Xin's Fifth System. Wu Xin had employed flesh parasitism countless times against various targets. But never had it been as arduous as this time. Though the Immortal Emperor's avatar saw flaws everywhere in this fake sovereign, it was only because the avatar stood too high. After all, this was an Immortal Emperor from the late Destruction era. In a few more years, the time would come for the King of Kings to emerge and the new universe to be established. The Immortal Emperor would then smoothly transform into one of the 6 pillars, the creator of Heavenly Tao. From a temporal perspective, this Immortal Emperor's avatar already possessed the vision befitting a 6 pillars level being. Naturally, he had every right to critique the fake sovereign. But Wu Xin, after all, was a junior. Strength requires comparison. Compared to the Immortal Emperor, the Dominator falls short. Compared to Wu Xin, this fake Dominator is far too powerful. With physical attributes surpassing his own by an unimaginable margin, the parasitic effect was suppressed. Complete devourment was out of the question, and the duration of the parasitic bond. Chapter 404, Perfect Compatibility, Usurpation Plan. The Heavenly Tao equation skill operates as its own self-contained system. Each skill constitutes an entire framework. Thus, its ceiling is exceptionally high, but its floor is equally low. It requires other skills as raw materials, and once decomposed, the skills used as raw materials will be permanently erased. This poses a tremendous test of the owner's financial resources. Had Xia Lin acquired this skill when he first became a professional, it likely wouldn't have aided his development. Instead, it would have slowed his progress. But now, with the recipes for the 6-pillar grade fair trade and 6-pillar grade Shadow's curse in hand, things became straightforward. Because Xia Lin possessed far too many useless skills he could never utilize. He casually selected an A-grade skill named Fierce Wind Fist as his dismantling target. As the skill's light swirled around it, Fierce Wind Fist vanished completely. Even within the recipe book, no trace of this skill could be found. So it vanishes permanently like this. Chapter 405, A Gift for You. As it turned out, fairness was merely a constraint for the weak. The strong cared little for rules, and naturally, they cared even less for fairness. The location had been agreed upon beforehand within the Dark Realm. The purpose was precisely to block interference and influence from the 6 pillars. Yet now, the Immortal Emperor had resorted to an underhanded tactic using the Sovereign's physical form as a medium and the array patterns meticulously laid out countless years prior as a key. He pried open the chains of heavens while binding the Sovereign, transforming them into unwitting allies. Truthfully, this wasn't an exceptionally powerful underhanded tactic. The primary function of these heavenly Dao chains was to restrain the Sovereign, suppressing his soul power. External attacks were merely a minor application, so their potency was naturally limited. Furthermore, interference from the Dark Realm caused extremely low energy transmission efficiency. Out of 10,000 units of energy sent over, only 1 unit could actually take effect. But regardless, this was still a tactic befitting a level 12, even a 6 pillars tier being. Even with all these limitations, dispatching Donald was a breeze. Chapter 406, The Strongest Mutation. A New Disruptor. Trust me, it will be the most beautiful sight. The Sovereign was utterly intoxicated by the landscape of his own imagination, unable to extricate himself. It was as if everything would unfold precisely according to his will. Such was his nature. Arrogant, vicious, tyrannical. The former ruler possessed the mightiest power and the heaven-bestowed stone. Naturally, he could do as he pleased, even making his desires come true. Even now, having abandoned everything to escape his predicament, his first act was betrayal, followed immediately by a pretentious declaration of his return. He was that kind of bastard. Yet the young ones who should have been his audience for this show of arrogance didn't give him the time of day. These were Donald and Tang Haofei. Donald, who had long known the true nature of the Sovereign from ancestral lore, was momentarily stunned by the Sovereign's clownish antics but quickly regained his focus. This is the Sovereign. The Sovereign must. Chapter 407, Cry for Me. The primordial dark side's proposal, like a kitten, tugged at Xia Lin's heartstrings. The issue of the Heavenly Way equation's uniqueness was indeed a major problem. The skill's power far exceeded expectations, likely ranking among the most potent abilities in the main universe. A super trump card? No. Xia Lin sensed this skill was far more than just a super trump card. It was likely one of the few means in the main universe capable of effectively countering the 6 pillars. So, did the primordial dark side have the capability to help Xia Lin resolve this issue? Most likely, yes. The 6 pillars stand above the rules themselves. They must possess the power to shatter or even rewrite those rules. It's merely a question of cost and willingness. The urge grew stronger within him. After a quick weighing of the pros and cons, Xia Lin suddenly felt he should agree to the primordial darkness's request. But just as Xia Lin was about to respond. Chapter 408, The Perfect Partner. Time rewound to 1 month prior. During the 6 pillars summons, the Demon Emperor addressed Xia Lin. What I need you to do is simple. At the critical moment, use Eternal Freeze to freeze Donald's state. What do you mean by critical moment? You'll know when the time comes. Then, I have another question. What if that critical moment you speak of never arrives? What should I do then? This question caused the Demon Emperor to fall briefly silent. Then he murmured to himself, the situation you described could indeed happen. If no opportunity truly arises, it won't be your fault, it'll be my miscalculation. You can keep this skill for yourself to play with. This commission wasn't particularly difficult, so there was no reason for Xia Lin not to give it a shot. After all, success or failure wouldn't land on his shoulders, and the overall risk was manageable. Chapter 409, The Pulse of the Era. The seal binding the Sovereign's physical form had not yet shattered completely. After all, it was an enchantment cast by an immortal emperor, a 6-pillar tier power. Even without its master's energy, it could temporarily withstand the scouring of primordial dark forces. This seal had reduced the Sovereign's physical strength to less than a tenth of its original power. The 40-meter blade, however, was no artistic expression, it was a genuine greatsword. A blade forged from the primordial dark essence's primal force itself. If the primordial overlord were to assess himself, he would undoubtedly declare that his current state represents the weakest 6 pillars in history. Over 90% of the Ancient One's physical strength was sealed away, and the newly liberated primordial darkness soul could only command a minuscule fraction of the primordial dark power. Contrasting this current weakness was its potential for growth. The seal of the immortal emperor would gradually wear away, allowing the primordial soul to gradually command more of its primal power. Chapter 410, Devouring Everything, Heartless Death. The claim of 999 methods might be exaggerated, but dozens certainly exist. With the heavenly Tao equation in hand, Xia Lin possessed such confidence. The simplest and most direct method was, of course, the strongest mutation. A single mutation would leave Wuxin fighting for his life, 10 mutations would guarantee his death. But when he'd used this tactic against Beifu earlier, Xia Lin had discovered a problem. The strongest mutation was a pure killing technique. Opponents taken down by this method wouldn't yield much for Xia Lin. Skills and items were all mutated, and most likely in a detrimental way, turning them into completely unrecoverable junk. And Xia Lin didn't want to let go of the valuable items on Wuxin's body. To name just one example, the skill Transcendental Essence had Xia Lin drooling. If this skill could unlock the Dark Realm, a domain directly controlled by the 6 pillars, it likely held potential for other domains under their direct command as well. Chapter 4:11 Potential and Combat Readiness. Wuxin's richness wasn't just reflected in his skill set, but also in the item reserves within his personal space. After all, in theory, Wuxin's skill set was already remarkably comprehensive. There was nowhere left to upgrade. His intrinsic power had essentially reached the pinnacle achievable within the Ember Zone. Any further advancement could only be achieved through external means. This was a problem Xia Lin had also encountered. His attributes had reached their ceiling, his skill combinations were redundant, and he possessed a plethora of super-tier skill systems centered around 6-pillar-level abilities, sufficient to adapt to any combat scenario. Had the Primordial Sovereign incident not occurred, Xia Lin's future progression within the Ember Zone would likely have centered on pursuing ultimate skills like the Heavenly Tao equation and even more powerful artifacts. But what supreme skills or super items exist in the Ember Zone? What divine gear could possibly drop in the newbie village? Even skills meant for others, any that prove useful to me. Chapter 4:12 6-Pillar Grade Spirit Realm Book. The answer, naturally, is yes. Fair trade combined with the Heavenly Tao equation would undoubtedly achieve the deconstruction of both the level 12 core skill and the 6 pillars tier skill. Judging by this entire process, the Heavenly Tao equation skill is nothing short of omnipotent. No wonder it's regarded as the core skill by the 6 pillars. Muttering this under his breath, Fair Trade had already collected the token 6 pillars level skills and completed the deconstruction process. Transaction completed. On the skill panel, the level 12 core skill, Pale Funeral, faded from tangible form to ethereal, slowly disappearing. Yet from the scales behind Xia Lin, a thread of jade-like light seeped forth, ultimately settling before him. So this is the heaven-bestowed power of transcendence. Xia Lin murmured inwardly, reaching out to grasp the object and examine it closely. It was a strand of pure, glass-colored energy, its shape shifting like a living entity as it twisted and writhed its entire form. Chapter 4:13 The Equality Agreement, Xia Lin's Goodwill. As a prominent king within the Black Realm, the Star Destroyer Barkley now felt uneasy and perplexed. His unease stemmed from the death of a kindred spirit. The demonic artifact Beifu had perished before his very eyes, and in goblin form at that. Earlier, that brat named Xia Lin had used the identity of the Pale King, Nikolai. Knowing Nikolai as he did, Barkley was certain the Pale King wouldn't relinquish his likeness so easily. Thus Barkley surmised that Nikolai, too, had likely met his end. Within a short span, 2 of the 5 kings of the Black Realm had fallen. This was enough to stir unease in the inherently cautious Barkley. The confusion, however, centered on the 6 Pillars Bureau. Truthfully, he couldn't fathom the process behind it all, nor did he understand the intricate schemes and calculations of the major players involved. Yet from the stirrings within the primordial dark, Barkley had clearly sensed that the heavens of the Prime Universe were about to shift. And the Black Domain was far too close to the primordial dark realm. Chapter 4:14 Anchoring. Seeking input rather than directly distributing rewards was certainly a positive step. But Xia Lin couldn't quite gauge how substantial the reward for ranking first in the 10,000 races sequence would be. I want to become one of the 6 pillars directly. Is that possible? I want either the Demon Hall, the Heavenly Palace, or the Divine Kingdom. Is that acceptable? I want infinite heavenly bestowed transcendence power and to rapidly achieve level 12. Is that possible? Probably not. That's just wishful thinking. After all, the Ember Zone was merely a starting village. Given the current situation with the Primordial Sovereign, Xia Lin had come to realize that the Ember Zone, this beginner's village, was somewhat akin to a massive reality show. When the main universe was at peace, this show captured everyone's attention. All eyes were on what promising new talents would emerge in the Ember Zone, and the sequence battles drew ample interest with high viewership ratings. But when the main universe truly faced Chapter 4:15 The Battlefield Between Two Realms. Standing in the mansion within the Canberra settlement, Xia Lin looked up at the sky. Scarlet, Aaron, Chu Tianhe, the county magistrate, and other followers stood beside him, watching as Xia Lin took his final step away from the Ember Zone. As the Ember Zone alert sounded, everyone suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet begin to tremble. No, it wasn't just the ground beneath them. It felt as though the entire planet Shanglan was trembling. Winds suddenly whipped up. Clouds gathered and spread. At that moment, Xia Lin's eyes glowed faintly. Witnessing his talents fully unleashed, he suddenly perceived things invisible to others. He saw beyond the planet's atmosphere, where a faint crimson, net-like grid resembling a fishing net transformed from ethereal to tangible, enveloping the entire planet. The strength of this net was astonishingly formidable, so much so that Xia Lin felt his heart skip a beat at the mere sight of it. This must be the... Chapter 416, The Death of Luo Zhidao. The moment the alert sounded, Xia Lin instantly recalled Scarlet and the other servants, soaring skyward. Close behind him followed Barkley, Hain, and Dean, the three kings of the Dark Realm. One after another, the four traversed the two-way passageway, successfully stepping onto the battlefield between the two realms. Air saturated with diverse energy particles filled their nostrils. The air is fresh, the energy abundant. Surveying the vast landscape, they beheld majestic mountains and rivers, yet no sign of human life. The Ember Zone hasn't shaped any intelligent life in this realm. This entire two-realm battlefield is entirely the stage for Flash Blue Star and Luotian 985 planet. With a wave of his hand, light and shadow flickered. Xia Lin released a portion of the bomb kids. Xia Lin issued orders to the explosive boys, establish a base here and guard the gate of the two realms. Then, Xia Lin flew off into the distance with the three kings of the Black Realm. Their flight was swift as a startled wild goose, accelerating with each passing moment. Along the way. Chapter 417, The Might of the Immortal Sovereign, Supreme Summoning Art. Surging energies began to ravage the Luotian 985 planet. The clash between four 12th rank beings caused the entire planet to begin disintegrating. In the skies, the coordination among the three kings of the Black Domain remained relatively seamless. Baker focused on defense, Dean on close combat, and Hain on ranged attacks. To use gaming terminology, it was a tank DPS mage combo. While not as balanced as the classic warrior mage healer setup, it was still quite comprehensive. Yet their opponents were no pushovers either. Xia Lin turned his gaze toward Lingbao Xinzuan. The light of witness flickered, revealing a rough outline of the immortal treasure sage. His bones were supreme bones, his soul an undying soul. He wielded 7 artifacts, all 6-pillar grade. Skills need no mention, all maxed out at the 6 pillars tier. Of course, this brings no extra advantage in a level 12 battle. The 6 pillars tier's benefits were already realized during advancement. But Lingbao was too badly injured. Chapter 418, Number 3, Chang Lin. Sunlight Harp, Wingwind Seal, Divine Speed Tai Chi Banner, Nirvana Cauldron, Breaker's Command, Pure Young Divine Sword, Heaven Shattering Blade. These are the 7 treasures of Lingbao. The quality of these treasures was beyond question all 6-pillar grade, and among the finest of the finest. Yet upon examining them, Xia Lin discovered these treasures had been damaged at their very core by the primordial sovereign. Their potency had drastically diminished, teetering on the brink of shattering, with their effects severely weakened. They had plummeted from premium quality to defective goods. Still, their 6th pillar grade more than sufficient to sustain the 10,000 treasures maze. He promptly handed them over to Scarlet. Beyond these artifacts, most of Lingbao's skills undoubtedly belong to Scarlet as well. Schools like Immortal Arts and Martial Arts possess exclusivity. Take Lingbao Xinzuan's skill set, for instance. It's highly stylized. Non-Xian Dao-aligned classes couldn't possibly unleash its full potential. Xia Lin, of course. Chapter 419, Old Anchor Points, New Arrivals. Xia Lin had harbored doubts, but upon receiving the primordial sovereign's response, all his confusion dissolved. Recalling the ancient days, this had always been the dream of the primordial's dark side and the ancient ones, eternal and unchanging. Upon deeper reflection, this dream also contained a tragic core and an underlying tone of escapism. Two lowly beings among the 6 pillars, unable to overcome their equals, could only drown in the intoxication of their former supremacy, unable to extricate themselves. Their obsession had become a demon within their hearts. It was laughable, yet undeniably true. Just then, the primordial overlord stepped forward, arriving before the southern heavenly gate. This was one of the 4 great entrances to the celestial palace, its surface shimmering with light and engraved with profound restrictions. The primordial sovereign touched it lightly. A purple glow flickered, and the intricate restrictions slowly crumbled. Finally, the entire southern heavenly gate was dissolved by the primordial sovereign's power, leaving the gates of the celestial palace wide open. This celestial palace, the supreme treasure of the heavenly Tao's creator, held all prohibitions. Chapter 420, The Ancient One descends, deep within the cavernous heaven. The first layer of the celestial palace, at the gating breach. A continuous roar echoed, like a bustling construction site. Xia Lin, acting as foreman, promptly hauled out the celestial thrones and placed them nearby, settling into one himself. It must be said, the star throne not only looked impressive but was also remarkably comfortable to sit upon. Soft and form-fitting, dragon energy rose up from it, relaxing Xia Lin's muscles as if giving him a soothing massage. Xia Lin sat there, sipping his drink, basking in the sun, watching Chang Lin bustle about. The workers and construction machinery, naturally, were Chang Lin. Unburdened by the constraints of facing Ibira and other level 12 powerhouses, Chang Lin had forged his level 12 divine might anew upon the soil of the celestial palace. His entire body shrank dramatically, transforming into a mummified form. His skin glowed with a cold, bluish-black light, his nails protruded sharply, and his eyes shimmered with a dark, eerie glow. This transformation caused Cheng Lin's attributes to skyrocket dramatically. Chapter 421, Ice Pure and Jade chased Wang Yanqing. Wang Yanqing naturally didn't regard Xia Lin as a significant figure. He had every reason to feel confident. It was true that the King of Kings valued Xia Lin, and Xia Lin enjoyed a good relationship with the old king. But the King of Kings valued far too many people. Xia Lin would have to wait in line for hundreds of places, 8 biological sons, 35 adopted sons, 88 generals. Who could claim to hold a lower status in the King of Kings' eyes than Xia Lin? There was only the logic of superiority, never that of inferiority. In truth, the Soul Light incident that day was a ticket to the 6 pillars, personally gifted to Xia Lin by King Wei. When Xia Lin accepted it, he effectively entered the competition for the throne of the primordial dark side, one of the 6 pillars. After the ranking battles of the 10,000 clans concluded, the King of Kings privately messaged Xia Lin, seeking to adopt him as a foster son. Xia Lin refused. Truth be told, when Wang Yanqing heard this news, he was utterly dumbfounded. Because Chapter 422, The Absurd, Terrifying, and Overwhelming Descent of the Ancient Ones. In truth, Wang Yanqing could easily discern from the primordial sovereign's hesitation just how much importance the sovereign placed on Xia Lin. But this only strengthened Wang Yanqing's resolve to eliminate Xia Lin. The Demon Emperor, the King of Kings and now, the primordial ruler. He was clearly just a guy without any backing, yet he navigated between all sides like a fish in water, living more comfortably and standing his ground more fiercely than those with powerful connections. This was truly a bizarre phenomenon. A sudden sense of alarm gripped him. Perhaps this time, for him personally, Xia Lin's fate held greater weight than even the Celestial Palace. Yet these dark thoughts surfaced only briefly before Wang Yanqing suppressed them deep within his heart. This made no sense. Because this intuition defied the laws of reality. He silently chided himself for letting jealousy cloud his judgment. After repeatedly circulating the Imperial Heart Sutra to dispel distracting thoughts, Wang Yanqing suddenly gained new insight when he looked at Xia Lin again. The Primordial Master. Chapter 423, The Dark Side. Wang Yanqing ultimately slunk away in defeat, having failed to achieve either of his goals, seizing the Celestial Palace or killing Xia Lin. His reservations were simply too numerous. He dared not offend the primordial sovereign, yet he had to maintain his pristine, flawless persona. By setting aside personal emotions and focusing solely on gains and losses, Wang Yanqing could only make rational choices. Playing it safe outweighed taking risks. He sought not to achieve merit, but to avoid blame. Watching Wang Yanqing's retreating figure, the primordial sovereign gave a cold snort. From his lofty vantage point, his assessment of men like Wang Yanqing stood in stark contrast to Zhou Xinglin's. A man incapable of achieving greatness. Innate nobility and the corrupting influence of officialdom had smoothed away Wang Yanqing's edges. A life of privilege in the shadow of his father's influence had robbed him of the courage to fight tooth and nail. Yet the 6 pillars' positions were fixed in number. To vie for them, how could one avoid fighting tooth and nail? The man the world called the most cunning and calculating. Chapter 424, A New Journey. Superstar's directive eased the tension in Xia Lin and his companions. Truthfully, Xia Lin had been plagued by self-reproach. After all, the emergence of the dark side of the universe was, to some extent, connected to him. He feared that having just left the newbie village, he might have inadvertently created an unsolvable cosmic catastrophe, bringing disaster upon all living beings. Fortunately, the situation before him didn't seem quite so dire. The immortal demon feud remained the universe's greatest calamity, and the primordial dark side still ranked as the second greatest disaster. Only the manner in which these calamities manifested had shifted slightly. Overall, it wasn't too bad. Those tall fellows were truly tall and sturdy, they could really handle things. Upon reaching the Gate of Two Realms on Shalan Star, Xia Lin gestured invitingly to Zhou Xinglin. "Brother Zhou, care to come home with me for a visit?" Zhou Xinglin chuckled. What a way to put it. If I don't go to your place, am I supposed to stay here? Stepping through the Gate of Two Realms. Chapter 425, Trouble Stirs Again. Xia Lin felt he might have a knack for attracting trouble. He'd only intended to come to the Black Realm for a level up, yet he'd stumbled upon news that both his potential enemy Wang Yanlin, the Old Fifth, and his declared foe the spirit-binding immortal sovereign were also in the Black Realm. Talk about bad luck. At the Black Domain's border, on the Starship Bridge, the 3 kings exchanged glances upon hearing Xia Lin's mutter. "Brother, the place you chose to come to was practically an accident-prone zone. This tiny spot is packed with 4 pillars. Now you're complaining about bad luck? Are you kidding us? This is exactly what you asked for." Of course, they dared not voice this to Xia Lin's face. They merely lowered their heads in silence, fearing he might order them to do something. As former rulers of the Black Domain, they should have known this place inside out. But times had changed. The Black Domain was no longer something the 3 kings could control. Alas, they had made their choice. Chapter 426, Advancing to Level 11 and the Mountain King. Watching the video feed sent back by Barkley, Xia Lin was utterly stunned. Wait, are you guys this bold? Yet upon further reflection, Xia Lin sucked in a sharp breath. It seems it's not impossible after all. Because those weren't the true immortal and demon emperors, merely ancient reflections spawned from the primordial darkness. They weren't 6 pillars, merely level 12 practitioners who had mastered the core skills of the 6 pillars. Even Xia Lin suspected these two constructs, born from the primordial darkness, might be weaker than the original immortal and demon emperors at their peak. And who were these individuals attacking them now? The Wang family's biological and adopted sons' armies. The strongest among the 12 ranked beneath the 6 pillars. In essence, they were scarcely weaker than the lingering shadows of the immortal and demon emperors, and their numbers were greater. This battle was far from hopeless. In fact, the Wang family's son held a significant advantage. Examine the Wang family banners in the footage closely. Chapter 427, Returning to Familiar Ground. The rendezvous point was located in a hidden area within the Black Domain, far from any Dark Realm passageway. When Xia Lin arrived, he found the area completely empty, with no sign of Chunlin, Wang Yanshan, or the others. After a brief wait, a sudden flash of light erupted. A concealed spatial passage abruptly opened, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors beyond. Wang Yanshan's voice echoed from within the passage, "Come in." Without hesitation, Xia Lin guided his starship into the portal. Amidst shifting light and shadow, a vibrant, vividly colorful world unfolded before Xia Lin like a slowly unfurling scroll. Ahead, Wang Yanshan stood with his hands behind his back. Spotting Xia Lin's starship, he offered a friendly smile and beckoned him forward. "This is my divine realm, safe and secure. You may step out and explore, Xia Lin." The starship's hatch opened, and Xia Lin stepped out, approaching Wang Yanshan. "Greetings." Chapter 428, The Shattered Bottom Line, the portal opens. Even Wang Yanshan himself had to admit he was far from the most accomplished among the Wang family's 8 sons. Being born first never equated to superior ability. The universally acknowledged most outstanding among the 6 pillars was undoubtedly Wang Yanshan's second younger brother, the second Prince Wang Yanhai. Among the 8 sons, he possessed the greatest strength and highest prestige, hailed as the prince most fit to be emperor. Yet only Wang Yanhai himself understood the immense pressure that came with occupying this position. Inside the central command tent, Prince Wang Yanhai concluded his meeting with his brothers and sworn brothers. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes tightly and massaged his temples with force. Dressed in a black python-patterned robe, his imposing, upright figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the King of Kings in every feature. In temperament, tactics, and appearance, he was the most perfect heir to the King of Kings. The Wang family adhered to ancient traditions, upholding the principle of succession by the eldest legitimate son. Yet the gap between the eldest and second sons was truly. Chapter 429, The Lorei Star Cluster, Domineering Yangzhe. Xia Lin could not remain by Wang Yanshan's side for even a moment longer. As Wang Yanshan himself had stated, the next phase would be one where each relied solely on their own abilities. So-called alliances and plans could now be tossed into the trash bin and discarded. The 6 pillars' status could not be shared, which inherently ruled out any possibility of cooperation. Anyway, whether it was an illusion or not, Xia Lin couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Yanshan's gaze toward him held a peculiar meaning. Probably just eyeing my spirit realm book. Only after flying a considerable distance away, beyond Wang Yanshan's perception range, did Xia Lin pause and mutter to himself. Then, with a heavy sigh, he forced a wry smile. "Regardless, I've largely accomplished my objective." Achieving level 11 and continuing to accumulate 6 pillars power, these were Xia Lin's objectives for venturing into the Dark Realm. Now that level 11 was achieved, and after entering the Dark Realm, accumulating the 6 pillars power. Chapter 430, The Second Ancient Descent. Despite his curses, Xia Lin soon accepted reality. After all, whether the 2 emperors were genuine or fake, they both operated on a fundamental logic. As long as one grasped the fundamental logic that they would inevitably destroy each other, these 2 would never become anyone else's problem, they would only be each other's problem. But now, with Yangzhe making his move, the core logic of the immortal and demon emperors severely conflicted with Xia Lin's interests and demands. Without the support of the fake immortal and demon emperors, Xia Lin had little confidence in confronting Yangzhe head-on. It's not a particularly brilliant tactic, really. Yangzhe merely exploited the weaknesses and inherent traits of the immortal and demon emperors. But now that you've done this, I'm in a real bind. Xia Lin popped a pastry into his mouth and drained the last sip of coffee. Only then did he rise, stretching his arms wide in a lazy yawn. Still, it's not a big deal. Regarding Chapter 431, The Distorted Underlying Logic. From that energetic fellow, Xia Lin had learned more than just the location of the Brotherhood Alliance headquarters. Beyond that, there was another matter. The purpose of this group's visit. They came to cause trouble for 2 reasons. First, to kill Xia Lin. According to the energetic member, a powerful figure had placed a bounty on Xia Lin in the black market, specifically demanding his head. This reminded Xia Lin of the driver's words during his first manifestation of the Ancient One's descent. "Xia Lin? Someone wants your head." Well, now even the dark symbol of the 7th prince, Wang Yanqing, had been revealed. It was that big shot who put out the bounty on Xia Lin in the black market. But upon brief reflection, Xia Lin realized that even within the Dark Realm, Wang Yanqing was undoubtedly someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Reality and the dark realm were interconnected. The stronger one was in reality, the more powerful their symbol in the shadow realm would be. Chapter 432, Symbolic Dispossession, Yang's Death, Thunder Technology. Yang's office measured about 50 square meters, a decent size, yet it felt cramped. This was due to the sheer volume of clutter scattered throughout. At the room's center stood a mahogany desk, behind which sat a luxurious leather executive chair. A rosewood desk, an executive chair. The standard setup for a down-to-earth boss. Xia Lin stepped forward and noticed the intricate embroidery on the backrest of the executive chair, ruling over one's domain. Poof. Xia Lin chuckled as he sat down, spinning in the chair while surveying the other furnishings in the office. Directly opposite the desk stood a sofa, tea table, and tea set. On the desk itself sat a jade dragon statue and a vintage flintlock musket replica. To the right of the desk stood a statue of Guan Yu. On the wall to the left of the desk hung an exquisitely crafted long sword. And in the office. Chapter 433, Symbolic Revelation, Artificial Heavenly Way. Friend request accepted. You are now friends with the other party. Xia Lin, hey, what should I call you? AAA Tobacco Liquor Wholesale, General Manager Zhang, just call me Old Zhang. Xia Lin, Brother Zhang, I was referred by Mr. Wang. Zhang, got it. Let's get down to business. Xia Lin, I have a batch of goods I'd like to sell. Zhang, did Xiao Wang go over the rules with you? Xia Lin, I have a general idea. Mr. Zhang, leave the goods in room 301 at Dongxiang Hotel. Once you've dropped them off, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just wait for my instructions. Provide me with your bank account number in advance, and I'll handle all the necessary paperwork. Don't worry about any risks related to unexplained sources of large sums of money. This Mr. Zhang has a rather decisive and efficient way of doing things. He doesn't waste words or engage in small talk. Just deliver the goods and wait for payment, that's all. Of course, the commission he takes is hefty. Xia Lin, however, didn't mind. Chapter 434, Heaven's Way and Eternity. Skills vary in strength, that's undeniable. Even skills of the same tier can vary greatly in potency. Some form the core of entire systems, while others possess staggering power even when used alone, the most iconic example being the life and death battle decision. But Xia Lin believed that his two core skills of the six pillars, the Heavenly Way equation and the Ancient Descent, should theoretically possess comparable power, otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the Heavenly Way creator was the foremost among the six pillars. Yet in Xia Lin's hands, the Ancient Descent proved more effective than the Heavenly Way equation. Xia Lin had previously thought this might be an issue of compatibility. Ancient Descent aligned more seamlessly with his own ability system, even his personality traits, than the Heavenly Way equation did. Yet at this moment, as Manhwa finished speaking, Xia Lin suddenly grasped a crucial realization. Could it be that the Heavenly Tao equation was relatively weaker in his hands, not merely because... Chapter 435, Target When You, Dual Front Coordination. For skills, 1 talent. This alone was enough to satisfy Xia Lin. Each of the 4 skills was formidable. Reworking all things alters material properties, a truly versatile ability. At least, Xia Lin could instantly envision countless applications. Turning stone into gold or treasures into sand were merely basic maneuvers. Using this skill to turn an enemy's hardened physique into tofu, wouldn't that just blow them away? As for I stand above all laws of the heavens, we've analyzed this skill before. Its strength and effects speak for themselves, no need to elaborate further. Eternal Mark and Eternal Trace, being complementary skills, can be discussed together. The first synergy Xia Lin envisioned was between these two skills and pseudo-random displacement. All I need is 1 swap and 1 mark, and Brother Xia will be stuck with you for life. You won't be able to shake him off. Just saying this tactic out loud was enough to make Xia Lin's opponents tremble in fear. Chapter 436, Field Control. In the shadows, the vast mechanical factory lay like a beast slumbering in the night. Its blinding white light shone like the beast's eyes, illuminating the entire complex. The light dispelled the darkness, yet the entire factory emanated an inexplicably chilling, oppressive aura. Snipers were already positioned throughout the factory grounds. Yet Xianzhe, the faction's leader, sat in his office on the 3rd floor of the administrative building. Xianzhe no longer bore his former composure and refinement. Bloodshot eyes and a haggard expression revealed he had been driven to the brink by the multifaceted assault launched by the Wenyu group. He himself had come to realize that today, Xianzhe was likely doomed. Yet, recalling his grudge against Wenyu and the relentless pressure he faced, Xianzhe exhaled heavily, his eyes darkening with growing ferocity. Having built his empire from nothing, his very character was forged in the crucible of survival. Today, since it was inevitable. Chapter 437, Absolute Balance, got it. In the shadows, the emergency lights in the stairwell flickered on and off, casting a dim glow over the bloodstains and several corpses lying on the stairs. Among them were Xianzhe's 8 golden warriors and Wenyu's 12 death disciples. Looking at it this way, Wenyu's 12 death disciples don't strictly correspond to the false demon emperor's 12 soul pets. At least, in reality, Xia Lin hadn't observed any demon emperor's soul pets perishing besides Baru and Victor. They merely symbolize the demon emperor's power in reality, and soul pets are also part of that power. In other words, the dark realm mirrors reality, but the symbolism isn't a strict one-to-one correspondence. The symbolic manifestations may change at any time, while the core essence remains unchanged. Committing this law of the dark realm to memory, Xia Lin gripped his dual pistols and crossed the second floor directly to the third. His eyes adjusted to the darkness, allowing him to survey the area clearly even without electricity or light. Chapter 438, Intertwined. The successful hunt for the fake demon emperor was only as expected. In Xia Lin's view, the process should have been even simpler and more effortless. After all, the fake immortal and demon emperors were merely counterfeits. This fake status didn't even reach the level of being mere avatars of the true immortal and demon emperors. Their very essence had been forged by the primordial darkness itself. From a higher dimensional perspective, the primordial sovereign was currently plundering the power and essence of the primordial darkness. This depletion had caused a shortage in the very absolute power upon which the primordial darkness had built its reputation. Xia Lin refused to believe that the fake immortal and demon emperors would remain unaffected when the source itself was compromised. Then Yang Jia stirred up trouble, staging a fake battle between the immortal and demon emperors. By the time Xia Lin stepped forward to confront Wenyu, every last one of his 12 death disciples had already perished. The 12 death disciples symbolized the demon emperor's power and were even closely linked to his soul pets. This meant that in reality. Chapter 439, Strangulation. The click-clack of high heels echoed on the floor as Wang Xiyuan led Xia Lin toward the manager's office. It was already 8:30, and the other employees of Thunder Technology had long since taken their places, beginning their busy day. But with the elevator attendant and front desk receptionist serving as cautionary tales, Xia Lin scanned the surroundings, sensing something amiss with everything he saw. Some colleagues looked listless, nodding off at their desks like sleepy chicks pecking at grain, even though it was only morning. Others were stuffing their faces, their desks piled high with empty snack bags. Others wore headphones, faces flushed as they watched whatever explicit videos they were into, one hand hidden beneath the desk obscuring the full picture, only their shoulders visibly shaking. Others panted heavily, eyes bloodshot as they scanned the room, their gaze radiating pure fury. Until I followed Wang Xiyuan into the manager's office. As the glass door closed, it sealed off everything. Chapter 440, The higher the storm, the higher the fish. These dark gods under the primordial sovereign's command had reasoned grounds for their hostility towards Xia Lin. As the primordial ruler's domain, the dark realm refused to tolerate an anomaly capable of bridging both dimensions. Privilege, they believed, belonged solely to them. This was a reality Xia Lin had grasped long before the pursuit began. Yet that slumbering entity, whether out of stupidity or desperation, had actually uttered those words right before Xia Lin. This made Xia Lin realize that while his previous suspicions were a factor, they were merely one factor, not the most crucial one. The crucial reason lies in the Spirit Realm Book. The source of the killing intent also originates from the Spirit Realm Book. The Spirit Realm Book and its dark side are likely pivotal to the Six Pillars succession struggle, at least in the eyes of the primordial sovereign. That's why these transformed are so desperate and reckless. Up ahead, ordinary people were being disrupted by the forces of different dark gods. Chapter 441, Changing Appearances. The newcomer was Zhang Hai, deputy leader of the Three-Phase Gang and one of the two Unification Realm martial artists under Superstar. Yet after exchanging greetings, Xia Lin swiftly realized something else. The Unity Realm martial artist Zhang Hai in the real dimension and the intelligence broker Zhang Zong in the dark dimension shared only a faint, symbolic connection. This symbolic connection was so tenuous that whatever happened to Mr. Zhang in the dark dimension would not affect Zhang Hai in reality. Before Xia Lin could ask, Zhang Hai murmured softly, "It is Lord Chaoxing's protection. He has employed certain measures through his own immense power to ensure I remain unaffected by the dark side of the universe." Xia Lin nodded in understanding. The emergence of the dark side of the universe had caused quite a stir. It was no exaggeration to say that the primordial ruler's move had reshaped the cosmic landscape. Yet afterward, the King of Kings made no move to address the dark dimension. This might be. Chapter 442, The Curtain-Raising Chaos, The Ancient Call. The spirit-binding immortal truly had made a swift escape. After being forced back by Zhang Hai's needle, the spirit-binding immortal immediately plunged deep into the bottomless abyss. He reunited with the Wang family science several days ahead of Xia Lin and now happened to appear before him. Xia Lin's new identity, Xu Chen, was an old acquaintance of the spirit-binding immortal, previously an undercover agent for the Heavenly Tao Creator, now allied with the spirit-binding immortal under the old Master Wang. Their relationship seemed to be quite solid. Fellow Daoist-bound spirit. After bowing with clasped hands, the spirit-binding immortal strode forward with a hearty laugh, slapping Xia Lin's shoulder heartily. "The higher-ups have just issued an order. Fellow Daoist Xu Chen, your timing couldn't be better." As he spoke, he grabbed Xia Lin's hand and shot deeper into the cavern. This turn of events suited Xia Lin perfectly. He had no desire to confront old Wang under a false identity. Wang Laowu, the Lord of 10,000 armies. And the very essence of a military commander's profession is. Chapter 443, Hey, Wake Up and Kill. Xia Lin had truly suffered an undeserved calamity. Assuming another's identity, bearing another's karma, this is an eternal truth. And now, karma had come calling. He looked at the 5 figures standing around him. The spirit-binding immortal, the blue witch, the fist demon, the soul singer, and the flame fiend. All were once level 12 beings aligned with the heavenly Tao creator. Yet now, gazing into their eyes revealed a complex light. There was hatred for the betrayer, nostalgia for the past, and a deeply hidden void and confusion. So they really were controlled after all. When Spirit Binder first appeared, Xia Lin had already suspected this possibility. For the holders of dark side authority, altering human thought patterns by tampering with symbols within the dark side dimension, distorting allegiances, and stirring hatred within hearts was truly the simplest of tasks. Even if there were no. Chapter 444, The Ascent begins. The heaven-bestowed transcendence power and the 6 pillars power that Xia Lin had infused into Scarlet's body represented his entire reserve. Though his painstakingly accumulated reserves were spent in one go, Xia Lin felt no regret. On the contrary, he felt it was perfectly timed and precisely what was needed. First, these 6 pillars were nowhere near enough for Xia Lin. His ambitions were vast, immense. Thus, the 6 pillars required for his 12th level advancement were absurdly high. Xia Lin had previously inquired about a certain matter. When the first prince, Wang Yanshan, ascended to level 12, he consumed a staggering 35,000 strands of 6 pillars power, an utterly absurd figure. The second prince's advancement cost was even higher, roughly 50,000 strands. Greater use of 6 pillars power during advancements signified stronger combat effectiveness and greater potential afterward. Xia Lin's current reserves could only propel him to the level of not bad or pretty good, unable to push him to. Chapter 445, Artificial Immortal Emperor Incomplete Edition. Practicality. Xia Lin suddenly gained deeper insight into the 12th level ascension. It all hinged on those 2 words, pragmatism. The integration of the level 12 system was a gift from the cosmic will, a dream come true. You make a wish, and the cosmic will makes it happen. In principle, you could make any wish, and the cosmic will would respond accordingly, ensuring its fulfillment. But how it manifests, and what preconditions must be met, that's another matter entirely. Nikolai's level 12 core technique came to mind, Pale Funeral. Theoretically, this technique could slay the 6 pillars. But theory is theory, and reality is reality. How you manage to leave such deep marks on the 6 pillars, how you turn them into immovable targets for your blows, these are not within the realm of the cosmic will's consideration. They are your own responsibility. Anyway, Chapter 446, Absolute Balance and Fair Trade. Time flowed abnormally within the Ascension realm, yet in reality, only an instant had passed. The spirit-binding immortal sovereign and the other 4 remained utterly unaware that Xia Lin had used a false form, shaped from ancient invocations, to bear the calamity and avert the calamity, while his true body had quietly cultivated a level 12 artificial immortal emperor incomplete version. The outcome is decided. 5 voices resounded from the 5 ghost eyes, each belonging to one of the bound spirit immortal lords. Their words echoed like divine decrees from the heavens, declaring the battle's conclusion. Simultaneously, they turned their gaze towards Xia Lin, now bound within the ghostly eyes, until they witnessed the profound light of chaotic skill blossoming from his hands. The spirit-binding immortal lords were unfamiliar with the power of absolute equilibrium. Thus, at first, they saw no issue. The spirit-binding skill had one flaw: after containing an enemy, it could not seal their innate abilities. But such a flaw was insignificant. The Ghost Eye was a special skill space created by the Binding Spirit skill. Chapter 447, The Undeniable Peak of Level 12. Level 12 marked a new stage. At this level, the gap between newcomers and veterans was truly vast. The most evident gap lies in the attribute realm. After breaking attribute caps, limit-breaking skills shine once more. Most such skills require time to accumulate attributes and species values. Yet at level 12, attributes, species values, and total energy mass profoundly impact combat strength. Thus, the Blue Witch and others had every reason to look down on Scarlet. But they dare not underestimate the Celestial Palace. A tree is known by its shadow. Even though the Celestial Palace is a faction-level treasure, theoretically requiring the Heavenly Tao Creator, several immortal sovereigns, and countless level 11 cultivators to jointly operate it to unleash its full power. Yet when the Celestial Palace finally revealed itself before the Blue Witch and her 3 companions, an intangible pressure still welled up within them. The Celestial Palace's scale was vast enough to span dozens of dimensions. Of course, the body. Chapter 448, Stirring the Waters. Set aside the worries for now. At the very least, Scarlet's promotion was undoubtedly a positive development, and the 4 Blue Witches could look forward to a small share of the inheritance. Xia Lin had assumed the Scarlet Witch and the others had been reduced to dust, leaving no remnants and thus no spoils. But Scarlet stepped forward once more. "I've taken care of everything." With that, she waved her hand, and countless items, skill orbs, scattered fragments of divine transcendence power, and the 6 pillars power materialized before Xia Lin. After completing this, Scarlet smiled at Xia Lin. This is quite simple for the Heavenly Tao equation. Indeed, the Heavenly Tao equation was capable of such feats. Not only could it kill, but after killing, it could also preserve everything that needed to be preserved. After speaking, Scarlet shifted her gaze to the spirit-binding immortal lord nearby and the array formations in this place. But I suppose you could manage it too. Chapter 449, The Depths. Secrets don't always need to be guarded, sometimes revealing them can be a clever strategy. At this moment, Xia Lin, speaking through Barkley, openly declared the importance of the Spirit Realm book to the public, thereby resolving the current crisis. A vast radiance flashed repeatedly, entering this dimension in an instant. Vehicles of diverse forms yet equally imposing, radiating earth-shaking dragon energy, now stood in a standoff. The oppressive pressure on Xia Lin and Scarlet noticeably lessened. But it still wasn't enough. Just as the princes gathered together, Xia Lin suddenly spoke again. Help me and my followers sever our connection to the dark side. I'll tell you something even bigger. Don't brush me off. I know you can do it. Wang Er had already demonstrated his power to sever connections between reality and the dark realm. Xia Lin believed this group of royal princes possessed the same capability. In the blink of an eye, the dragon